In this era where martial prowess reigns supreme, top student Su Chen, with perfect theory scores, faces expulsion due to his abysmal chi and blood value of 69. Just as everyone dismisses him as trash, he awakens a heaven-defying golden finger. He can get stronger just by reading. Read aloud, chi and blood plus 0. 1. Recite from memory, chi and blood plus 0. 1. Martial arts theory? He masters it after one read and perfects it after a few recitations. When the former weakling begins to arm himself with knowledge, the entire world will tremble. Su Chen, congratulations, you got a perfect score on all subjects in this test. The homeroom teacher, Chen Fei, sounded utterly helpless. But these are the withdrawal papers. Please fill them out. In the classroom, Su Chen's face turned ashen as he accepted the form. It's the school's rule, Chen Fei sighed. In this high martial arts era, without sufficient chi and blood, everything else is meaningless. No matter how good your theoretical knowledge is, there's nothing I can do. Su Chen clenched his fists, his heart filled with bitter unwillingness. This was a high martial arts era overrun by beasts. Martial artists were society's sole protectors, holding revered status. The only way to become one was to pass the college entrance exam, meeting the standards for both chi and blood in theory. His theoretical knowledge was always perfect, but his chi and blood was a pathetic 69. The university baseline was 100. He couldn't even touch the edge. Forget him, even their school's genius spell had only set a record of increasing her chi and blood by 3 points in a month. He himself had only managed a 3-point increase in 2 full years of high school. At this rate, he would never become a martial artist. All that awaited him was expulsion, a factory job, and a bleak life with a dead end in sight. He was sick of it. 5 years ago, his parents divorced. His mother took his sister to the capital, despising his father for being a failure, and by extension, despising him too. He swore to become a martial artist and change everything. Is Su Chen dropping out? What else can he do? His chi and blood is too low. Staying here is a waste of time. The classmates' whispers were piercing, yet irrefutable. Su Chen picked up his perfect score test paper and began to read aloud in a low voice only he could hear. It was his unique way of calming down, turning negativity into motivation. But just as he finished reading a point, a line of text floated before his eyes. You are reading chi and blood theory. Chi and blood plus 0. 1. A hallucination? Su Chen's heart pounded. He tried again. You are reading chi and blood theory. Chi and blood plus 0. 1. It wasn't a hallucination. It was a golden finger. The protagonist's halo had finally fallen upon him. He suppressed his ecstasy and began reading over and over, the surrounding noise seeming to fade away. He was jolted back to reality only by the class bell. A panel clearly displayed before him. Name, Su Chen. Chi and blood, 69. 5. He had gained 0.5 chi and blood in a single class period. At this rate, 6 classes would equal the school bell's entire month of hard work. The flames of hope blazed within him. The university baseline, a top-tier university, the path of a martial artist, they were all waving at him. For the rest of the afternoon, he barely stopped, except when his throat gave out. By the time school ended, his chi and blood had increased by 1.5 points, reaching 70. 5. Tian, have you thought it over? Chen Fei found him again, his expression complex. Sir, I think I can still give it a shot, Su Chen replied resolutely. Chen Fei rubbed his temples in frustration. He knew Su Chen was unwilling, but reality was harsh. If you don't show any improvement in this month's test, I really can't hold off the school administration any longer. This month's test, Su Chen calculated. There were 2 weeks until the test. 2 weeks was enough time for him to shock everyone. The next morning, Su Chen's chi and blood had reached 73. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate, Zhang Xing, tossed a stack of papers at him. Su Chen, do yesterday's homework for me. Zhang Xing wasn't strong, but he was a troublemaker who often ordered Su Chen around. In the past, Su Chen had endured it to avoid trouble. But now, with hope for changing his destiny, every second was precious. No time, Su Chen replied without looking up. Ha! Zhang Xing was stunned, then sneered. You don't have time? What's the use of reading that useless theory? Do it for me now. I said, I don't have time. Zhang Xing's smile vanished. His hand landed heavily on Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen, don't push your luck. Su Chen shot his head up, his eyes filled with an icy madness. Anyone who dared to block his path to becoming a martial artist, he would fight them to the death. Zhang Xing was startled by his murderous gaze and instinctively pulled his hand back. Just then, Chen Fei walked in. Quiet down. A vocational college is here for recruitment. For those of you who can't get into a university, listen up. This is your second chance to become a martial artist. Hearing this, Zhang Xing forgot his earlier displeasure, his face lighting up with excitement. Soon, a man in a suit, Teacher Hao, came to the podium. Our Tianguang Vocational School trains special talents who serve martial artists. Our admission standard is simple: Chi and blood of 73 or above. He brought in a testing crystal. Interested students may come up and test. Zhang Xing was the first to rush up. The crystal lit up 76. He looked smug, but Teacher Hao shook his head. Sorry, son. Our major requires an excellent theoretical foundation. Your theory is too poor. You don't qualify. The surrounding snickers made Zhang Xing's face turn purple. Enraged, his eyes fell on Su Chen, and a malicious idea sparked. Teacher Hao, my theory is bad, but we have a theory genius in our class. His chi and blood is low, a perfect fit for you. He pointed at Su Chen. That's him, Su Chen. All eyes, filled with amusement and mockery, turned to Su Chen. You want to see me make a fool of myself? Su Chen sneered inwardly. Fine, I'll give you a show. Under the jeers of the crowd, Su Chen reluctantly stood up and walked to the testing crystal. Zhang Xing was already imagining the comical scene when the crystal displayed a number below 70. Su Chen placed his hand on the crystal. It glowed brightly. Chi and blood, 73. The classroom fell deathly silent. Zhang Xing's smile froze on his face as if he'd seen a ghost. Holy crap! Someone cursed, breaking the silence. No way! It's only been a month since the last test, and he gained 4 points of chi and blood? That's 1 point higher than the genius bell. Teacher Hao, your machine is broken. Zhang Xing yelled. He was under 70 a month ago. The machine must be broken. Teacher Hao, also skeptical, had Zhang Xing test again. The crystal steadily displayed 76. It wasn't broken. Teacher Hao's eyes burned with excitement. He had found a gem. Student Su Chen, I sincerely invite you to join our school. You can start your university life early. Thank you for the kind offer, but my goal is to become a true martial artist and go to a top-tier university. Su Chen calmly refused. Zhang Xing, having recovered, scoffed, a top-tier university? You should be thanking the heavens if you can even get into a regular one. That's still better than some people who can't even meet the standards for a vocational school, Su Chen retorted lightly. You! Zhang Xing was speechless with rage. Back at his seat, his deskmate, Zhu Yingying, curiously asked him for his secret. Su Chen deflected, but she pestered him about a theory point. He recited it from memory, and at that moment, a new prompt appeared. You are reciting Chi and blood theory. Chi and blood plus 0. 1. Reciting was 10 times better than reading. Su Chen was ecstatic and immediately buried his head, reciting frantically as his chi and blood value soared. But he soon realized a problem. Zhang Xing and his cronies would surely come for him after school. Even with higher chi and blood, he couldn't fight several people at once. If only I knew martial arts. An idea struck him. He thought of the only martial arts textbook they had, Bajiquan. He immediately began reciting from the book. You are reciting the martial art Bajiquan. Proficiency plus 0. 1%. It worked. By the time the lunch bell rang, his chi and blood had reached 74, and his Bajiquan had reached the beginner level, enough to handle 3 or 4 opponents. Sure enough, Zhang Xing and his 3 friends blocked him in the classroom doorway. Su Chen, kneel and apologize now, or you're not walking out of this classroom. Zhang Xing threatened, brandishing a retractable baton. Get lost. Don't interrupt my studies, Su Chen said, slowly rising. Enraged, Zhang Xing swung the baton at his head. Just as everyone expected Su Chen to be beaten, his hand moved in a blur, deflecting the blow. He followed up with a fluid sequence of a punch, an elbow strike, and a palm strike, a perfect Bajiquan combo. Thump! Zhang Xing hit the floor. The room was silent. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap! Bajiquan? It's exactly like the training videos. Now, can you get lost? Su Chen looked down at Zhang Xing with contempt. Zhang Xing was helped up and stormed out of the classroom, but a vicious thought formed in his mind. He's improving so fast, he must be on forbidden drugs. Let's report him. In his office, Chen Fei was already worried about Su Chen when Zhang Xing and his friends burst in. Sir, Su Chen has gone crazy. He must have taken forbidden drugs for his chi and blood to spike like that, and he attacked us. Chen Fei's face turned grim. He couldn't believe Su Chen would resort to such crooked means. He had just fought for a chance for Su Chen this morning, and now he had caused such a huge mess. Enraged, he stormed towards the cafeteria with the boys in tow. Su Chen, we know you've been taking forbidden drugs. Zhang Xing's loud voice drew the attention of the entire cafeteria. Who said I took any drugs? Su Chen asked, amused. Chen Fei looked at Su Chen with a complex expression. Tell me the truth, did you or did you not? No, sir. This is the result of my hard work finally paying off, Su Chen said with a calm shake of his head. Chen Fei's last sliver of hope shattered. He sighed. In that case, come with me to the testing lab. Why wouldn't I dare? Su Chen readily agreed, not wanting to worry the teacher who had cared for him so much. At the lab entrance, Su Chen's calmness planted a seed of doubt in Chen Fei's mind. Could it be a misunderstanding? The first step in the lab was to retest his qi and blood. Su Chen placed his hand on the crystal. 75. Chen Fei's eyes widened. It had gone up by another point in just a short time. This was a 6-point increase. Only forbidden drugs could achieve such speed. His heart sank with worry. After the blood test, everyone waited anxiously outside. Zhang Xing sneered, certain Su Chen was done for. Soon, the lab door opened. A technician holding the report had a strange expression. The test results are a bit odd. Ha ha, I knew it. He took forbidden drugs. Zhang Xing laughed triumphantly. Su Chen, let's see you talk your way out of this. Chen Fei looked utterly disappointed. It was all over. Just then, the technician cut off Zhang Xing's laughter. I think you've misunderstood. She pushed up her glasses and looked at the report in disbelief. There are no traces of any forbidden drugs in student Su Chen's system. On the contrary, his body is unique. His ability to absorb medicinal properties is abnormally low, lower than anything I've ever seen. In other words, even standard, legal potions would have little to no effect on him. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to have raised his qi and blood through any kind of potion. The technician's voice echoed in the silent hallway. All laughter ceased. Everyone stared at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Colleague, you mean Su Chen, it's impossible for him to have taken forbidden drugs? Chen Fei was agitated, unable to believe his ears. Can you confirm again that his current vitality points are indeed these numbers? Even if we test 1,000 more times, the result will be the same. And as I just mentioned, in his situation, even if he took the drugs, it wouldn't make a difference. She was observing Su Chen as she spoke, her face full of curiosity. In the lab for so many years, this is the first time I've seen such a special constitution. Has he really improved his vitality as you all said? In front of the lab, there was a dead silence. Until Su Chen broke the quiet. Teacher Chen, the test results are out now. Can I go back for a lunch break? Of course. Chen Fei was extremely excited. As the class teacher, having a student with such potential made him naturally happy. The improvements Su Chen was showing could very well challenge for undergraduate or even key university spots. Now you don't have to worry about dropping out. This speed has broken our school's record. As the class teacher, Chen Fei was delighted, but on the side, Zhang Xing could not accept this fact. How can this possibly be true? Teacher, I think we should conduct further tests on Su Chen. This time, Chen Fei directly scolded him. How can it not be possible? Look at Su Chen, such a significant improvement from hard work. Who knows, he might even win a scholarship for the monthly exam. Now look at you all, idling around every day, struggling to even get into a vocational school. The next round of school dismissals will surely include you. His unreserved reprimand made Zhang Xing and the others' faces instantly fall, looking as bad as they could. Especially Zhang Xing, who wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, thinking of all the previous events. He met Su Chen's playful smile and could no longer bear to stay there, fleeing in embarrassment out of sight. Seeing that the matter had settled, Su Chen was also ready to leave, but was suddenly called back by the staff. Su Chen, please wait a moment. Could you go for another blood draw? Actually, your situation is quite special. To be rational, our testing technology here isn't the most advanced, and we can't guarantee that. There are absolutely no issues. I think to avoid any unnecessary trouble for you in the future, it's better to send you to a third-party institution outside the school for more precise testing. Okay. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. He didn't want a repeat of today's situation. It was indeed troublesome. It was better to be straightforward and leave no room for the school to find fault. After exiting the testing building, Chen Fei patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Tian, your improvement in vitality came very suddenly. If there really are any issues later, don't feel pressured. He wasn't sure why Su Chen could suddenly increase so much, but excluding the possibility of drug use, it was likely. As Su Chen said, a result of long-term accumulation. Such a sudden outburst would probably lead to a decrease in improvement speed later on, and he was worried it might create a psychological gap for Su Chen. Su Chen understood his meaning and smiled, nodding. Teacher Chen, don't worry, I will keep a calm mindset and not let this affect the upcoming monthly exam. You don't need to worry about the monthly exam. With your current speed, you've already broken the record. Just work hard in the remaining weeks, try to improve a few more points, and then shock the school leaders. I can also apply for a scholarship for you. The school's progress scholarship isn't much, but it should cover your food expenses for a month or two, easing the burden on your family. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Su Chen nodded earnestly, his eyes showing a hint of expectation. He knew Chen Fei understood his family situation, which made him feel more grateful. Because of his mother's situation, his father placed great importance on becoming a martial artist to the point of obsession. Unfortunately, extremes lead to reversals. His health deteriorated, and the family's financial situation has been unstable for the past 2 years, even requiring him to work in a factory during the summer. If he could really earn the bonus set by the school, it would alleviate a significant amount of family pressure. After a brief conversation, Su-chen returned to continue his study of Baji Quan. While improving his vitality was important, having tasted the sweetness of martial arts, he was determined to master Baji Quan thoroughly first. Although martial arts were not a mandatory subject for the college entrance examination, meeting the standards could allow him to apply to many key schools in Longhua. For example, the sacred place of martial artists revered by all Longhua people, the Imperial Longdu University. This was also his goal, as both his mother and sister were in Longdu, so he spent the entire afternoon studying this martial art. And even after the lights went out in the dormitory, he quietly recited Baji Quan. The next morning, Chen Fei, worried about a conflict between him and Chen Fei, moved him next to Chu Yingying. After the second class, he had completely mastered Baji Quan. You are reciting the martial art Baji Quan, increasing proficiency by 0.1%. Your Baji Quan proficiency has reached 100%, achieving perfect mastery. You have completely mastered a martial art, gaining 1 point of insight. Name, Su-chen. Age, 18. Vitality, 75 points. Insight, 1 point, can achieve sudden enlightenment. For 100% proficiency martial arts, ability, Baji Quan, proficiency 100%. Can he achieve sudden enlightenment? Su-chen immediately used 1 point of insight to gain sudden enlightenment in Baji Quan. The theoretical application of Baji Quan flashed rapidly through his mind, followed by a surge of new creative improvement ideas. Unable to contain his excitement, he picked up his pen and quickly recorded his thoughts in his textbook. This caught Chu Yingying's attention. She curiously leaned over and sought his frantic writing, her expression puzzled. Are you transcribing Baji Quan? Not exactly, I'm improving Baji Quan, Su-chen replied without looking up. Improving? Chu Yingying's expression was strange. Are you serious? The events from yesterday had already spread like wildfire in the class. In just 1 day, he had experienced a surge in vitality, showcased martial arts skills, and now was seriously claiming to improve the school's martial arts. Simply unbelievable. Seriously. Are you even mentally stable? I'm scared with you acting like this. Chu Yingying looked at Su-chen, who was writing furiously, worried about his mental state and her own safety. Su-chen completely ignored her, his focus on the tip of his pen. You are writing the martial art Baji Inyang Quan. Proficiency increasing by 0.01%. He was completely immersed in excitement. After all, the school's so-called genius school beauty was not just because of her rapid vitality increase, but also due to her extraordinary martial arts skills. I wonder what her level is. I hope I can chat with her about this. Su-chen muttered to himself, curious about the genius school beauty's abilities. Who? What are you talking about? I can't understand a word you're saying. Chu Yingying thought he was responding to her. Su-chen looked helpless. You don't need to understand, because I'm not answering your question. I'm talking about the school beauty Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing? Who is Lin Wanqing? There are countless people pursuing her, and with your current mental state, it's hard to even talk to me, let alone chat with her. Just then, a strange voice rang out in the classroom. Where is Su-chen from your class? Everyone in the class turned to look at the door. Dressed in jeans and a short white t-shirt, with a tall figure, snow-white skin, and exquisite features, she was an absolute beauty, rivaling even some celebrities. And this girl is the genius school beauty, Lin Wanqing. Which one is Su-chen from your class? I'm looking for Su-chen. Lin Wanqing stood at the door like a stunning landscape, drawing countless gazes towards her. Su-chen instantly became the target of many envious and jealous looks. Chu Yingying exaggeratedly opened her mouth. Su-chen, you're impressive. You just got famous and you're already flirting with the school beauty? Su-chen still ignored her, frowning, as he looked at Lin Wanqing in the distance. This genius school beauty exuded an obvious air of arrogance, and her haughty demeanor made it clear she was not easy to get along with. While he was sizing up Lin Wanqing, she was also assessing him. Under the gaze of the crowd, she quickly approached Su-chen. The moment she saw Su-chen, her brows furrowed tightly, and her tone was noticeably disappointed. You are Su-chen? Did you really increase your vitality by 6 points in a month? Her words exploded like a bomb. 6 points? Didn't Su-chen only increase by 4 points? What do you know? Yesterday, when Zhang Xing and the others went for the test, they found Su-chen's vitality was at 75 points. Damn, isn't that double Lin Wanqing's? Is he now the #1 genius? As the crowd stirred, Lin Wanqing's expression began to change, and clear displeasure appeared on her face. Su-chen, come out for a moment. Su-chen didn't know what she wanted, but he could already hear impatience and hostility in her tone. We're not familiar, so just say what you need. He didn't care about the genius school beauty and didn't want any entanglements. Just the phrase genius school beauty sounded like a huge hassle. No one expected him to reject the school beauty. All of them looked incredulous. Lin Wanqing seemed to feel her pride was hurt, her pretty face turning pale. Fine, then I'll be straightforward. Su-chen, I don't know what methods You used to increase your vitality, but I hope you can admit it voluntarily so it doesn't affect my top scores in all high school assessments. Your test report has already been sent to a third-party professional agency, so even if you don't admit it, it's only a matter of time. You'd better put away any delusions and not delay my future. Su Chen understood now. It turned out that his improvement in vitality surpassed Lin Wanqing, preventing her from achieving a perfect score of first place for 3 years. My vitality increase is legitimate, even a third-party test won't be an issue. If there's nothing else, you can leave, don't waste my time. Waste your time? Lin Wanqing laughed in anger. I hate people like you the most, who can't do well themselves but still want to affect others' studies. Since you insist on pretending, just wait for the results of this test. If there's a problem later, don't blame me for not warning you. Furious, Lin Wanqing left the classroom with a huff. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. What's wrong with people nowadays? Can't they stand to see others excel? Is it really that hard to accept someone better than themselves suddenly appearing? Su Chen, did you really not take any drugs? Xu Yingying asked curiously. Don't misunderstand, it's just that your improvement is too drastic. Anyone would be suspicious. But if there really is a problem with your improvement this time, it's better to talk to the homeroom teacher early. I heard the school is bringing someone in to do a special promotion for Lin Wanqing, if she holds a grudge and uses this against you. Special promotion? Su Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of it. Xu Yingying nodded. Seriously, yes, they say it's going to be promoted online, and all the major public accounts in our district will have it. It's likely that schools in several neighboring districts will also see this news. Basically, once it's promoted, Lin Wanqing will become a household name as a study model. So Lin Wanqing would become a celebrity? Su Chen realized he was in trouble, but then he thought it didn't matter. After all, he hadn't actually taken the potion, so he wasn't worried about the inspection. Putting aside his distractions, he refocused on the 8 extremes yin-yang fist. As school was about to end, he finally finished writing down all his concepts, reaching a proficiency of 2%. Although he still couldn't perform it normally, he wasn't in a hurry. He had written a whole book of theory. Although his handwriting was a bit messy, its value could be worth tens of thousands. This was no exaggeration. Martial arts are classified into levels based on human, earth, heaven, and divine extremes. Those who are not martial artists can only access human-level martial arts. The value of a human-level martial art ranges from 5,000 to 50,000, and his improved version of the textbook martial art should be worth at least 20 to 30,000. I'm getting rich, Su Chen felt very satisfied. He was about to leave the classroom when he was stopped by a stranger at the door. The man, in his mid-20s, wearing a baseball cap, looked unusually excited. Classmate, you must be Su Chen, right? I am. Su Chen hesitated, as the other person didn't seem like a student. I'm a reporter from the Xinhua news agency in our district. I heard about you today and wanted to do a brief interview. Is that okay? Su Chen felt embarrassed. The news spread really fast. Truly, fame is a double-edged sword. Don't worry, Su classmate, it will only take a few minutes. I won't disturb you for long. And if you don't agree, I won't publish anything from the interview. Su Chen initially wanted to refuse, but thinking that the other person might continue to bother him if he didn't agree, he nodded. Su classmate, I heard you increased your vitality by 6 points in a month, but the school questioned it and it's now submitted to a professional institution for further verification. What do you think about the school's stance? I have no opinion. Ha? The man was taken aback. No opinion? Su Chen nodded slightly. Yes, no opinion. They can just check it. As long as it doesn't delay my studies, that's fine. The man was moved by Su Chen's indifference and momentarily didn't know how to respond. He had prepared many questions, but he didn't expect Su Chen to answer like this. In his view, increasing vitality by 6 points in a month was absolutely impossible. There was likely some hidden truth, but Su Chen's calm demeanor gave him the illusion that he wasn't lying. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions, having seen many big scenes before. So, Su classmate, you really haven't taken any prohibited substances, right? Of course. You're such an unprofessional reporter with no insider information at all, just coming straight to ask me. Shouldn't you at least investigate a bit before asking? Su Chen looked exasperated. The man felt embarrassed, and just then, his phone rang. He hurriedly answered the call, and before he could speak, he was met with a barrage of angry shouts. Fu Yu, where have you been? Editor by, I'm interviewing Su Chen. Su Chen? That waste who took fake drugs? Didn't I tell you the focus of this visit was the genius school beauty Lin Wanqing? How many times have I told you not to waste time on those useless people? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Get back here right now. The shouting from the phone was loud enough for Su Chen to hear clearly. Fu Yu quickly hung up, looking awkward. Editor by is like that, Su. Classmate, don't take it to heart. He is him, I am me. Here's my business card. Whenever you have time, I'll treat you to a meal and we can have a good chat, Fu Yu said, shoving a business card into Su Chen's hand. Su Chen initially didn't want to take it, but considering the other person had come specifically to see him instead of the genius school beauty, he accepted it. However, calling the other person was unlikely. He certainly wouldn't want to create trouble for himself. His time was very valuable right now. On the other side, in the principal's office, a middle-aged man in a suit sat there sipping tea. He was editor by from Xinhua newspaper, who, in his early 40s, had already written countless hits. Now, the major mainstream articles in the city were all produced by him, and it could be said that his presence to create a feature for the school would undoubtedly attract a large amount of traffic and attention. The school had nurtured a genius beauty which would bring enormous benefits to the institution. At this moment, Principal Wang Chang wore a beaming smile and respectfully said, "Editor Bai, this is roughly the situation with Lin Wanqing. I'm counting on you this time, and on behalf of Changqing High School, I express our gratitude to you." Editor Bai nodded slightly, holding the materials in his hand, when his brow suddenly furrowed. "I heard there's a student named Su Chen at your school who increased his vitality by 6 points in a month due to the use of forbidden drugs? It hasn't been confirmed that it's forbidden substances. We've submitted it for inspection. After all, a 6-point increase in a month is truly astonishing. It is indeed astonishing. Under such circumstances, it's impossible. Without taking drugs, you need to act quickly. This matter is not small. If the news gets out, it will affect your school's exposure this time." Editor Bai said, his expression serious. After all, in the eyes of others, if one person can increase their vitality, there will be a second. Who knows if Lin Wanqing has taken any special forbidden drugs? Yes, you're right, Editor Bai. I overlooked this point. Wang Chang nodded, his expression grave. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and Fu Yu walked in from outside. "Editor Bai, I just ran into Su Chen, and I think he might be a genius. If the increase of 6 points in vitality in a month is true, then Su Chen is undoubtedly explosive news. For 2 years, he couldn't increase his vitality, but now he's suddenly bursting forth. Hard work pays off, which is undoubtedly more sensational than the genius beauty." Fu Yu spoke excitedly, completely unaware of Editor Bai's increasingly grim expression. "Are you done? You like wasting time, huh? Then you write a feature on Lin Wanqing for me tonight." Fu Yu was taken aback, finally realizing that Editor Bai was angry. "But, there's no but. 2 years without growth, suddenly bursting forth with 6 points of vitality in a month. Have you heard of that in our city? No. Have you heard of it in the neighboring city? No, either." The more Fu Yu spoke, the less confident he became. Indeed, the most outstanding talent in the city was Lin Wanqing. Before entering university, a monthly increase of 3 or 4 points was already exceptional. If Su Chen had been gifted since childhood, that would be one thing, but for a waist to suddenly rise up was almost impossible. Fu Yu felt unwilling but had no rebuttal. After all, the probability of Su Chen performing a miracle was exceedingly low. Let's take a step back. Even if Su Chen really bursts forth, he can't keep doing that indefinitely, right? How much vitality does he have? Less than 80 points. Give him a year, and at most he'll just be an undergraduate. Lin Wanqing is different. She has already stabilized at a key point and is very likely to challenge the highest scoreline in our city. Tell me, is there any comparability between the two? Editor Bai's face turned red with anger. The principal, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly tried to smooth things over. "Fu Yu, don't be too regretful. Our school has already urged for the inspection results, and I believe you will receive news soon. Once you have accurate information, there won't be anything to regret." Although Fu Yu felt regretful, he didn't say more and began preparing the material for Lin Wanqing before leaving the office. Night. The back playground of the school. At this time, the day students had already left the school, and the boarding students were in their dormitories, with only a few students wandering around. Su Chen's vitality had now risen to 80 points, and his proficiency in the 8 extremes yin-yang fist had reached 10%. He was ready to find a corner to try out his skills. He didn't stay under the lights but instead found a deserted dark corner. After finding a good spot, he took a deep breath and began to practice martial arts. Compared to the 8 extremes fist, the difference with the 8 extremes yin-yang fist was encapsulated in one word: fast. The same set of moves was executed with greater speed and strength, leveraging power in a more exaggerated manner and striking with more ferocity. Pa 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 pa. A series of fluid movements were unleashed, joints cracking, and the air buzzing with energy, the power at least double that of the 8 extremes fist. Can I really achieve this level with just 10% proficiency? This martial art is almost on par with intermediate level techniques. Su Chen muttered to himself, preparing to leave, but after taking a few steps, he noticed someone standing in the light not far away. He focused his gaze and his expression turned strange. The person under the light was none other than Lin Wanqing and the girl he had seen during the day, Fu Yu. Fu Yu was clicking away with her camera, while Lin Wanqing was practicing the 8 extremes fist. Lin Wanqing was indeed a genius. Her execution of the 8 extremes fist was fluid and graceful. Although it wasn't perfect, Su Chen estimated she had at least 80% proficiency. Just as he was contemplating whether to take a detour, Fu Yu, who was filming, spotted him. "Su Chen? Lin Wanqing immediately stopped, turned her head, and her gaze held a hint of anger. Are you eavesdropping? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by her question, forgetting to respond. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Wanqing became even more convinced of her thoughts. Su Chen, can you have a little shame? First, you took forbidden drugs to try to steal my first place in the monthly test, and now you're here trying to learn martial arts without permission. Don't you have any sense of decency? Su Chen was utterly speechless. Sister, the playground is so big, can't I come out to practice martial arts? And it's just one road from the playground to the dormitory. Why don't you say you're blocking the way here? No one expected Lin Wanqing to be so stubborn. You're practicing martial arts here? That's really laughable. You could have practiced at any time, but you chose to practice here? You're not going to tell me you're also practicing the 8 Extremes fist, are you? Su Chen saw her smug expression and barely restrained the urge to hit her. Of course, there was only one martial art in the school textbooks. Was he supposed to practice the 8 Extremes fist instead of building his chest muscles? Naturally, he wouldn't say that, as it was impolite and uncivilized. Sorry, with your level, you're really not worth me stealing from. Su Chen sneered. What did you say? Lin Wanqing thought she had misheard. I said, your 8 Extremes fist isn't that great, you'd be better off learning from me. Put. Lin Wanqing burst out laughing as if she had heard a hilarious joke. Typical male. Do you really think martial arts are that simple? That you can learn just by watching? Su Chen curled his lip. Is it really that hard? Where's the difficulty? After all these years, you still haven't mastered the last move, yet you only know how to say it's difficult. Have you ever reflected on whether it's because you didn't put in the effort? Su Chen's blunt remarks made Lin Wanqing furious. What did you say? I said your butt is too big and you can't maintain balance on the last move. So you always fall short. Is there a problem with that? Hey, two students, let's talk nicely. There's no need to argue over such a trivial matter, and Wanqing, you still have some photos to take, so let's leave it at that. Seeing the two getting more and more heated, Fuyu quickly stepped in to mediate. But as he spoke, he suddenly noticed that Lin Wanqing had fallen silent, while Su Chen was looking at her with a teasing expression, his smile full of meaning. When he looked over, he found Lin Wanqing standing there with a flushed face, speechless. Wanqing, is that you? At this moment, Lin Wanqing was both angry and embarrassed. Yet she couldn't utter a single word, because she knew very well that the reason she had never been able to master martial arts was due to her inability to maintain balance. She understood, but how could she resolve such a thing? It was simply impossible. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that Su Chen actually knew so much about Baji Quan? Impossible. He must be clueless. She gradually calmed down and returned to her proud demeanor. Since Brother Fu said so, I'll let you off this time. If I catch you sneaking a lesson again, be careful, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. Su Chen looked disdainful but was too lazy to argue with her, walking past the two towards the dormitory. Su Chen, don't get too cocky. The boost from using forbidden drugs will eventually be exposed. Even if the institution can't find out, there are monthly tests, final exams, and the college entrance physical examination. You can't hide your shortcuts forever. Su Chen didn't turn back, his voice dripping with disdain. And you, is it so hard to admit that others are better than you? The path of self-deception doesn't lead far. After saying this, Su Chen completely disappeared from her sight. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth in anger. Fuyu, seeing her clenched teeth and recalling their earlier conversation, cautiously asked, Wanqing, did Su really use forbidden drugs? He definitely did. If you don't believe me, go ask his classmates about his previous situation. He was almost forcibly expelled from school. How could someone like that surpass me without using forbidden drugs? Seeing her so certain, Fuyu sighed. Maybe I really overthought it. Come on, let's continue. This time, the theme is all about a genius who works day and night. Let's take a few more pictures. In the following days, Su Chen focused on boosting his vitality in the morning and studying martial arts in the afternoon. By the weekend, his vitality had successfully surpassed 100. The proficiency of Baji in Yongquan reached 50%. Finally, he had reached the undergraduate scoreline. If it had been a week ago, Su Chen would have been very excited. But now, he felt indifferent. After all, he was aiming for a prestigious university, preferably Longdu University. No, it had to be Longdu University. After all, he now had that capability. His mother and sister were there, even though he hadn't seen them for a long time. But for him, this was the most important thing, and he took it very seriously. With this in mind, he decided to visit the school library. He wanted to inquire about the requirements for applying to Longdu University. Additionally, he wanted to explore deeper theories of vitality. He was concerned that his rapid increase in vitality might cause some issues with his body, so it was better to be prepared. The school's library was not only for them to learn more theories but also aimed to help students understand martial artists and some common knowledge about them, so there were consulting teachers on duty. He had never looked into universities and martial artists before because he had struggled to meet the undergraduate scoreline. After all, when one is not well fed, they don't consider other issues. But now it was different. His scores were already sufficient for university, so he had to think about it. On the way, he first called his dad to inform him that he would be home after the monthly test. Their home was quite far from the city center, and a round trip took a whole day. Moreover, he usually spent little time at home, so his dad didn't say much, just reminding him to work hard and not to be dissuaded. After hanging up, he arrived at the library entrance. A teacher was sitting at the entrance, yawning. "Teacher, I want to know what the requirements are for applying to Longdu University in our city." Longdu University? The teacher raised an eyebrow and sighed. The school requires students to become martial artists in high school to qualify for the entrance exam, and it not only considers the citywide rankings but also includes an interview at the end. Classmate, don't aim too high in life and work. Let me show you last year's scoreline for undergraduate schools. The National College Entrance Exam scorelines have been unstable for the past 2 years. Just pick the lowest target and work hard, he said as he prepared to take out a small notebook. No need, mentor. I just want to ask about Longdu University. I'm not interested in other universities. Su Chen stopped him. Longdu University indeed has its challenges. Being a martial artist before graduation basically filters out 99% of the candidates. Even he didn't have 100% confidence. Where is the most profound theoretical knowledge in our school? The interrupted mentor was somewhat speechless and pointed to the second floor. In the farthest corner of the second floor, that's where only true martial artists can access the theoretical knowledge. Su Chen thanked him and headed towards the second floor. Today's kids are too impatient. Even if they get into college like this, they won't become martial artists. Su Chen went straight to the corner, found books on Qi and blood, and began to browse. The theories of martial artists' Qi and blood are certainly more comprehensive, and this is exactly the knowledge he needs to understand. To his surprise, he could understand most of the theories written there. Perhaps it was because he had consistently scored full marks in theory and had a solid foundation. With just a little thought, he could fully grasp them. You have mastered a piece of Qi and blood theoretical knowledge, Qi and blood plus 1 point. Ha! Seeing a line of text floating in front of him, Su Chen was shocked. Learning a new piece of knowledge could increase his Qi and blood by 1 point? This is 10 times the effort of memorization and 100 times that of reading aloud. If he had known this earlier, why had he wasted so much time? Su Chen discovered a new world. If this one knowledge point could increase his Qi and blood by 1 point, wouldn't he be able to reach the level of a martial artist in just a few days? The Longdu University that he had just thought was difficult now seemed trivial. He calmed his emotions and lowered his head to diligently study the theory. You have mastered a piece of Qi and blood theoretical knowledge, Qi and blood plus 1 point. You have mastered a piece of Qi and blood theoretical knowledge, Qi and blood plus 1 point. You have mastered a piece of Qi and blood theoretical knowledge, Qi and blood plus 1 point. He raised his Qi and blood to 115 points, put down the materials in his hands, and rubbed his head. Although the increase in Qi and blood was fast, it was also quite taxing on his mind. Learning a piece of knowledge was not a simple matter. He had to firmly remember it in his memory to gain that 1 point of Qi and blood. Fortunately, during the memorization process, he could gain increases in Qi and blood from reading and reciting, which added up quickly. Just as he was about to continue, a hand patted him on the shoulder. "Excuse me, can you make some room?" Su Chen looked up to see a middle-aged man in a suit. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a scholarly appearance quite similar to Fuyu. "Excuse me, could you please step aside? I want to go over and check some materials. I've called you several times and you didn't respond. You seemed so engrossed." Su Chen smiled awkwardly and quickly made way. "You're looking at theoretical knowledge that only martial artists would use, right? You seem so absorbed. Can you really understand it?" "Well, I can't say I fully understand it, but my theoretical knowledge is good and I can grasp some relatively simple theories." The man's expression was surprised, and then he took out a business card and handed it to him. "This is my business card. If you're very interested in literature and knowledge, you can come by our place sometime. We need people like you." Su Chen instinctively took the business card and was momentarily stunned when he saw the name on it. Xinhua Society. Chief. Editor by Fei. Editor by? As Su Chen recalled, he realized that this voice was the same as the one he had heard on Fuyu's phone call. Thinking about how this guy called himself trash on the phone, his fondness for him instantly dropped a few notches. "That's right, I'm the current editor-in-chief of Xinhua. Nowadays, not many people like to delve into theory. You're quite impressive, classmate." Bai Fei wore a broad smile. He was somewhat surprised. Very few people could understand this theory, which only true martial artists could grasp at such a young age. Among those he had encountered, only a handful of geniuses who would later become higher-level martial artists could comprehend it. Moreover, just by observing the boy's intense focus earlier, he knew that the other party truly understood it and was not just putting on an act. "I just occasionally take a look. I plan to become a martial artist in the future, so I appreciate your kindness, Editor Bai, but I'm really not interested in Xinhua." Su Chen decisively shook his head. Bai Fei's expression stiffened. For some reason, he felt that Su Chen seemed to have some opinion of him, and the friendly demeanor from earlier had completely vanished. He wanted to say a few more words, but Su Chen directly put down the book in his hands and left without looking back. Bai Fei was immediately displeased but quickly calmed down. As expected, young people really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Su Chen was unaware of what Bai Fei said behind his back. He simply had no interest in this person. He was about to leave when he stepped down to the second floor and saw a familiar figure. He knew that if Editor Bai was here, Lin Wanqing was likely also around. Indeed, at that moment, Lin Wanqing was standing at the door, seemingly chatting with the consulting teacher. Feeling his gaze, Lin Wanqing slowly looked up, her proud brows furrowing. The two locked eyes, neither looking particularly friendly. The duty teacher, curious, glanced over, clearly misunderstanding the situation, and laughed heartily. So, you and Wanqing know each other. Perfect timing. I suggest you come over and check out other schools to prepare. Even Lin Wanqing is only looking at top-tier schools. Aiming for Longdu University is too far-fetched for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing immediately sneered. You, Longdu University? That's truly laughable. What's wrong with me aiming for Longdu University? At least I have no physical defects and can maintain balance. Who are you calling physically defective? Lin Wanqing's eyes widened, her face flushed with anger. It's true that being good-looking can provide some advantages. The male mentor nearby saw her like this and immediately questioned Su Chen in a reproachful tone. Classmate, this is your fault. As a male student, how can you say a female classmate has physical defects in public? Su Chen was already at his wit's end, too impatient to say anything further, and directly walked toward the door. Su Chen, don't get too smug. I've already asked the school. The test results will come out on Monday. When the school questions you, I'll see how you handle it. Lin Wanqing was exasperated, but Su Chen's figure was already fading away, making her stomp her feet in frustration. Wanqing, what's wrong? Editor Bai rushed down from the second floor upon hearing the commotion, inquiring about the situation. Lin Wanqing, being a girl, expressed her grievances about what had just happened. Upon hearing her words, Editor Bai comforted her. You don't need to be angry, Wanqing. Once this special article is published, you'll be all over the internet in this city. By then, you'll be a household name online. What's there to be angry about with someone who can't even get into university? As he said this, he thought of the boy he had encountered on the second floor and remarked, moreover, most young people nowadays lack self-awareness. That's quite normal. Lin Wanqing found this reasonable and quieted down. Let's go. Let's head upstairs and memorize a couple of articles. I'll prepare another section for the library for you. After leaving the library, Su Chen's first task was to study all the textbook knowledge in his hands. The semester has only just started for 3 weeks, and many textbook concepts have yet to be covered. After all, the focus in high school is on practical learning of vital energy, not theoretical knowledge from books. Learning these theoretical concepts is clearly faster and easier than grasping the theories of a martial artist's vital energy. There is still a week until the monthly exam. He currently has 115 points of vital energy. He hopes to become a martial artist before the exam. After the monthly exam, he can register with the local martial artist guild and become a true martial artist. The benefits of becoming a martial artist are too numerous to mention. Most importantly, after the tests next Monday, he will be able to present his perfect exam results along with a bonus and his martial artist status, giving his father a huge surprise. Thinking of this, he felt invigorated. But then he immediately recalled what Lin Wanqing had said when he left the library, and he felt a bit of a headache. He was absolutely confident about the test results on Monday. What worried him was whether these people would stir up a lot of trouble again. Sigh. It seems that being too outstanding also comes with its troubles. The weekend always feels like it's on fast forward. Monday arrived. During the morning self-study, the classroom of Class 1, Senior 3, was buzzing with discussion. News travels fast in school. Today was the day the school sent samples to a professional third-party testing agency. Everyone was whispering until Su Chen appeared in the classroom with dark circles under his eyes. Why does he look so disheveled? Did he stay up all night? Looks like he didn't sleep at all. Could it be that he's worried about the test results? I think it's possible. This guy has increased his vital energy so much. How could that be normal? Xu Yingying looked at the listless Su Chen and quietly patted him. Are you nervous? Not nervous, but super excited, Su Chen yawned, his eyes sparkling. He wasn't lying. He had been studying theory like crazy these past 2 days, and his vital energy had risen to 160 points. That was more than enough for a key university. You really are stubborn. I never noticed you were this cheeky before, Xu Yingying pouted. Looking skeptical. Su Chen shrugged, looking wronged. Soon, Chen Fei walked into the classroom with a serious expression and called Su Chen away. On the way to the principal's office, Chen Fei asked again, Su Chen, are you sure you haven't taken any forbidden substances? Thinking carefully, even taking regular medication counts. Don't worry, Teacher Chen, I absolutely haven't taken any drugs. Seeing Su Chen's haggard appearance, Chen Fei didn't press further but looked worried. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed guilty and unwell, which made people anxious. However, it was too late to help Su Chen now. If something went wrong and he had to speak up for Su Chen, he would also be dismissed. Soon, they entered the office. Inside the office, Principal Wang Chang sat upright while Lin Wanqing and her homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, were sitting nearby, seemingly in conversation. Principal, Su Chen is here. Since he's here, let's discuss the matter of taking forbidden substances, Wang Chang said, throwing a file onto the table. Teacher Chen, as his homeroom teacher, you should be well aware of the seriousness of this matter. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, I haven't opened this file, ensuring that you and your student are both present to witness everything. Chen Fei looked at the testing file in front of him, his face pale as he nodded. He was extremely anxious. It's worth noting that every year, there are quite a few students who take forbidden substances, and half of them only find out during the physical examination for the college entrance exam. The testing by third-party professional institutions can basically match the physical examination of the college entrance examination without any discrepancies. Therefore, even if Su Chen has no issues in the school examination, the probability of problems arising in the third-party test is at least 50% or more. Such a probability is not low, on the contrary, it is quite high. Su Chen, do you want to open it yourself? Don't wait for Teacher Chen to open it and then say, there's an issue with the file, Lin Wanqing said gleefully. She could already envision Su Chen making excuses in a moment. Just thinking about the mood affected by Su Chen these past few days made her feel incredibly relieved at this moment. Su Chen's expression was calm as he said seriously, if the test results indicate that I have taken forbidden substances, then there is indeed a problem with the results. I knew you would say that. However, the school absolutely will not allow anyone who has taken forbidden substances to take the college entrance examination, so don't even think about making excuses. Principal, you agree, right? The principal's serious expression melted away in front of Lin Wanqing, revealing a kind smile. Exactly, Su Chen. The school has already been very lenient. In other schools, someone in your situation would have been expelled by now. But I also know that your studies haven't been easy. I've been talking to your homeroom teacher about giving you a chance, but now that you've taken forbidden substances, it's truly disappointing for the school. Su Chen looked at the faces around him, and for a moment he felt a surge of anger. He never expected to feel such raw humanity before even leaving the campus. He grabbed the test file, tore it open with a loud rip, and then slammed it heavily on the table. Look clearly, whether I, Su Chen, have taken forbidden substances. Seeing Su Chen so confident, the principal immediately picked up the test results. The few people around also gathered around, but when they saw the test results, they were all dumbfounded. It was confirmed that the tester, Su Chen, had not taken any forbidden substances. No traces of forbidden substances were found in the tester's body. The conclusion was that the tester had not taken any regular or illegal substances for at least 6 months. The office fell silent, everyone's face filled with shock. If that's the case, it proves that Su Chen's increase in vitality was indeed genuine, entirely based on his own efforts. Everyone looked at Su Chen as if they were seeing a ghost. Did he really double Lin Wanqing's vitality? Impossible. Lin Wanqing was struck, her face pale, but no matter how unwilling she was to accept it, facts are facts. Principal, Su Chen has not taken forbidden substances, he is a genius. Chen Fei was incredibly excited to see that Su Chen really hadn't taken forbidden substances. Wang Chang's mind was buzzing as he stared at the test report, momentarily unsure how to respond. He never dreamed that Su Chen really hadn't taken forbidden substances, let alone him. Before the test report was opened, no one present would have thought that Su Chen could pass the test at a professional institution. They all assumed that Su Chen's use of forbidden substances would be hard to trace, and this time the truth would surely come to light. Unexpectedly, in the end, the clowns turned out to be the school leaders, not Su Chen. Well, genius might be a stretch. Just when everyone was struggling to accept it, the usually silent old Zhang spoke up. Su Chen has been silent for too long. It's normal for him to suddenly burst forth with a bit of talent. However, this temporary increase in talent does not mean it can be sustained. Su Chen still needs to work hard for this month's test. Don't break the school's improvement record and fail to get into college. That would be quite embarrassing. Teacher Zhang, what do you mean by that? Chen Fei exploded in anger. Seeing the tension between the two, Zhang Chang coughed and then said seriously, Teacher Zhang is right. Su Chen, you need to work hard, don't waste your potential. Indeed, Su Chen was just an accident. Lin Wanqing is the stable genius. The school has already created a special feature for Lin Wanqing, and they absolutely cannot let Su Chen, this unstable factor, affect the publicity this time. Besides, what does a month's increase in vitality really mean? He still struggles to even complete his undergraduate studies, right? The only one who can bring glory to the school is the genius Lin Wanqing. How could Su Chen not know what these people were thinking? But his goal was to become a true martial artist and go to Longdu. The things these people deemed important were of no interest to him at all. Principal, since the matter has been clarified, can I go back to class now? Of course, Su-chen, just keep working hard. You don't need to worry about dropping out. The school won't give up on such a diligent student like you. Su-chen didn't believe Wang Chang's nonsense, but he didn't refute it either. He silently followed Chen Fei out of the classroom, leaving this place of gossip behind. After Su-chen left, Lin Wanqing's face was filled with unwillingness, and her mood was clearly not good. Old Zhang noticed her thoughts and quickly smiled. Wanqing, you don't need to feel pressured. Your vitality has already surpassed the key scoreline. His is just a 1-month increase that exceeds yours. I heard that besides forbidden potions, some people's bodies can suddenly mutate, leading to a significant increase in vitality, but just like the potions, they still have to pass the physical examination. Su-chen should be one of those, so he hasn't surpassed you in talent, he just got lucky. Lin Wanqing's eyes brightened slightly. Really? But if I lose my first place in scholarship for the entire 3 years, then Chuanjian University will be out of reach. Chuanjian University is a top martial arts university. Although its conditions are not as good as Kyoto University, they are still quite strict. Don't worry about that. The principal just asked Xinhua Society to create a promotional article for you. You are now the face of the school. Principal Zhang won't neglect his duties, right? Zheng Chang nodded. Wanqing, you haven't taken any vitality-enhancing potions yet, have you? The school just received a new batch of legitimate potions. Consider it a reward for your help in completing the school's interview. Let teacher Zhang take you over this weekend. Su Chen's situation is quite special. Even if he is not included in the award candidates, it is understandable. He has already met the dropout criteria many times, and the school hasn't advised him to leave. He should be grateful to the school. Lin Wanqing's heart finally settled down at this moment. Calm down. Lin Wanqing and old Zhang left the office, while Zhang Chang casually dialed Xinhua Society's number. Xinhua Society. Fu Yu, in the office, immediately answered Zhang Chang's call, excitedly standing up from his seat. What? Ai Fei frowned, his expression darkening. What's all the fuss about? What happened? Can you hurry up and finish the article on Lin Wanqing? You're always slacking off. Fu Yu hung up the phone, ignoring his reprimand, filled with excitement. Editor by, I just received news that Su Chen's test results show he hasn't taken any forbidden drugs. This guy's increase of 6 points in a month is true. There's no exaggeration. What? Editor by was momentarily stunned. He never expected such a thing. Editor by, what I said about hard work being rewarded and the theme of accumulating strength over time, it's still not too late to go find Su Chen. Fu Yu was ecstatic. No way. The now calm Bai Fei interrupted him. He revealed a hint of disdain on his face and slowly said, but Su Chen's vitality is pitifully low. Even if he increases by 6 points, what does it matter? Is he really going to get into some key university? Or do you think his achievements in high school surpass Lin Wanqing's? Writing an article on someone like him is just a waste of time. And let me tell you, the school is also planning to invite a 3-star warrior for the monthly assessment, and it's highly likely that he will directly become Lin Wanqing's teaching assistant. Now, do you still think you should focus on Su Chen? Fu Yu stopped talking, as he had no reason to refute and ultimately had to choose to compromise. A warrior becoming a teaching assistant. With such resources combined with Lin Wanqing's talent, the result would surely be breathtaking. He silently formatted the article but hesitated before picking up his phone to send Su Chen a text. In the classroom, Chen Fei had just clarified the matter of Su Chen taking forbidden drugs, causing a stir in the class. At that moment, Su Chen noticed the text message from Fu Yu and frowned slightly. The content was simple. He wanted to conduct a special interview with Su Chen over the weekend. He mentioned that he knew the misunderstanding from the last time with Editor Bai had upset Su Chen, but this interview would only represent himself and had absolutely nothing to do with Bai Fei. Su Chen didn't dislike Fu Yu. In fact, during their few encounters, he had always felt a genuine vibe from him. After a moment of hesitation, he edited a reply. I want to visit the Warrior Association to consult about some matters. Do you have any acquaintances there? He had never been to the Warrior Association and was unfamiliar with the situation and processes there. Having an acquaintance would make everything much smoother. The other party sent him a contact, saying it was an old acquaintance and he could reach out directly. Su Chen smiled in satisfaction, and after agreeing on a time and place, he closed his phone. Su Chen, you're amazing. Tell me how you improved. Teach me, please. Chu Engying excitedly shook his arm, completely acting like a fangirl. For ordinary people like them, this was nothing short of a miracle. Even the way they looked at Su Chen had a filter. The former Su Chen seemed neurotic in their eyes, while the current Su Chen appeared to disdain communicating with ordinary people. It's simple. If you can't improve your vitality by 3 points in 2 years, you can still be like me. Chu Engying's expression stiffened, and she rolled her eyes at him. By the way, next Monday is the monthly assessment. A few of us are going to relax in the city center this weekend. Are you coming? Normally, Su Chen would definitely decline. But since he had to go to the Warrior Association for certification this weekend, and this was the first time a girl had invited him, he agreed. Sure, no problem. But I have social anxiety, you have to take me with you. He wasn't joking, he really did have social anxiety, and after 2 years of studying, he felt almost dumb. Alright, it's settled then. Chu Wengying looked confident, as if she was taking charge. His situation quickly spread, and the attitudes of classmates and teachers towards him underwent a complete 180-degree turn. Su Chen also realized how realistic relationships between people could be. Studying vitality knowledge became enjoyable, with the only imperfection being that his throat was increasingly strained, slowing down his progress in increasing vitality. On the day of school dismissal on Friday, Su Chen's vitality reached 320 points, and his proficiency in the 8 extremes yin-yang fist hit 100%, achieving perfection. He gained 1 point of insight. Su Chen, see you tomorrow. Don't be late. Chu Wengying reminded him before disappearing from the classroom. Su Chen rubbed his sore throat, his voice a bit hoarse. Looks like I need to buy some special medicine tomorrow, but this economy. Su Chen glanced at the balance on his phone, staring at the dismal number, murmuring to himself. If I remember correctly, real warriors can receive subsidies every month, right? Early in the morning, Su Chen finished washing up early and took the bus to the Warrior Association. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he left earlier than Chu Wengying and the others, agreeing to meet in the city center at the scheduled time. The Martial Artist Guild occupies an entire office building, which is quite large and is responsible for the registration of martial artists and other procedures. Su Chen stood outside, marveling at the grandeur, then dialed a number. The person introduced by Fu Yu was named a Wu, who asked him to wait at the guild entrance and would come out to meet him in about 10 minutes. A Wu was under 30, not very tall, and didn't look like a martial artist. Xiao Tian, right? I am the chief receptionist of the Martial Artist Association, responsible for business inquiries outside of martial artists, as I have already introduced to you. Are you sure you want to come to verify as a martial artist? He said, casting a strange look at Su Chen. Su Chen had already discussed the verification of martial artists with him over the phone, but he still had some doubts. Su Chen looked only 17 or 18, still in high school. Becoming a martial artist at that age was no joke. Is there any special requirement to become a martial artist? Not really, as long as your vital energy is sufficient. Come with me to test your vital energy. Wu had one thought in mind. Perhaps he was a relative of Fu Yu, here to experience the process. As the two entered the guild, a private car stopped. Behind them, an old Zhang got out with Lin Wanqing. Teacher Zhang, can we really see a real martial artist today? Lin Wanqing looked at the martial artist hall, a bit excited. That's right, the principal has already communicated. In a bit, I will represent the school to communicate with the Martial Artist Association again. If all goes well, after the monthly assessment, you will have a real martial artist as your teaching assistant. Old Zhang laughed heartily. Lin Wanqing was incredibly excited. She could hardly imagine that the school could arrange such resources for her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry inside. Lin Wanqing was eager, but the next second she saw a familiar figure at the entrance and froze in place. Old Zhang noticed her stop and seemed to misunderstand, patting her shoulder. Relax, taking legitimate medication is nothing to be ashamed of, it's allowed everywhere, so there's no need to feel pressured. Not everyone can represent the school to collect medication. Even I, as a teacher, can only come to this martial artist guild because of your influence. No, I think I just saw Su Chen. Lin Wanqing hesitated. Old Zhang was taken aback. You mean that kid came to the martial artist guild? Impossible, you must be seeing things. This is the martial artist guild. If you're not here to authenticate as a martial artist or to handle some important matters with martial artists, ordinary people are absolutely not allowed to enter. Seeing Old Zhang's firm expression, Lin Wanqing dispelled her doubts. Maybe I really am under too much pressure. Let's hurry inside. Inside the martial artist guild, a Wu led Su Chen to an office. The office was simply furnished, with just a desk and some testing equipment, the most prominent being a testing crystal, which didn't look like a formal verification room. It seemed the other party didn't really believe in his strength and was prepared to brush him off casually. Come over and test your vital energy. Su Chen placed his palm on it, and the numbers began to fluctuate. When the number 320 for vital energy was displayed, a Wu, who had been indifferent, shuddered. His eyes widened in disbelief. He scanned back and forth between Su Chen and the testing crystal, repeatedly confirming whether he was seeing things. Come with me. A Wu pulled Su Chen out of the office and took him into a very formal testing hall. There were quite a few beautiful women in black stockings welcoming everyone entering the room or passing by with standard postures. A Wu brought him to a crystal that no one was testing and shouted to one of the beautiful women beside him, "Give him the martial artist test." The beautiful woman standing beside them nodded slightly, leisurely picking up the record sheet from the side and then slowly checking the instruments and the crystal. After a few seconds of waiting, Ah grew impatient and stepped forward to check himself. After a quick inspection, he signaled her to start. What are you so anxious about? The woman shot him a disapproving look, her expression somewhat displeased. but as the numbers on the testing crystal gradually appeared, her displeasure vanished in an instant. 320 vitality. How old is he? 18. A 1-star warrior has 200 points of vitality. He's almost a 2-star warrior. I remember the youngest warrior among us is only 20, right? You know what to do. Hurry up and register. I still have to take Su Xiaodi to pick up some things, urged from the side. The woman quickly asked Su Chen some basic questions and filled in some essential information. Her tone was incredibly gentle during the inquiry, and even as she left, she seemed reluctant to part. Su Chen. Xiaodi, I've left you my phone number. Remember to come find your sister to hang out later. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly followed Ao. To escape, Ao took him to the second-floor hall, which was the place for distributing resources to warriors. Here are your things, including a 1-star warrior badge. With this badge, you'll enjoy a 20% discount on all potions and pills needed by warriors. There's also a blood-enhancing pill. And finally, you'll receive a monthly subsidy of 5,000 dragon coins. Additionally, starting next month, you must hunt at least 2 exotic beasts outside the city each month, and everything you obtain will be yours to manage. If you don't hunt exotic beasts, that's fine, but you won't receive the monthly subsidy. Su Chen's attention was still on the box Aw had brought back, but when he heard about the 5,000 dragon coin subsidy, he gasped. He had worked himself to the bone in the factory during the summer for only 4,500 dragon coins, which was still less than the warrior's subsidy. Indeed, becoming a warrior was different. However, this subsidy required hunting 2 exotic beasts each month to receive, so it wasn't entirely free. Thanks for your trouble today, Odgu. Not a problem, not a problem. You're heading back to school, right? I have a car, I'll give you a ride. Aw smiled. Broadly, exceptionally enthusiastic. Su Chen initially wanted to refuse, but since he was indeed pressed for time to meet up with Chu Yingying and the others, he nodded in agreement. Then I'll trouble you, Odgu. Not a problem, not a problem. Aw indicated that they should complete the final process, asking Su Chen to wait downstairs for a moment. However, just as Su Chen had stepped downstairs, old Zhang came out from the consultation area with Lin Wanqing and grabbed Ao. Excuse me, we are from Qingting High School, representing the school to collect resources. Is there any process we need to follow? Ao initially didn't want to respond, but upon hearing they were from Qingting University, he immediately thought of Su Chen. So, he quickly put on a warm smile and grabbed old Zhang's hand. Oh, so you're a teacher from Qingting High School. Truly a talented individual. I saw you come out from the consultation area. Was there no one there? Old Zhang immediately showed an awkward smile. It wasn't that there was no one, but rather that the staff there had completely ignored him. After all, they served warriors who were naturally proud and wouldn't be polite to them. Ao saw his expression and immediately understood, his face darkening as he stormed into the consultation area, unleashing a barrage of scolding. Qingting was Su Chen's school. With Su Chen's talent, his future was limitless. If they missed this opportunity, it would be a loss for their warrior association. Ao quickly handled the situation and rushed downstairs to drive, picking up Su Chen at the entrance. Just as they were leaving, Lin Wanqing and her companion happened to walk out the door. Seeing Su Chen and Ao pass by at the same time, the two were instantly stunned, their faces filled with shock. It's Su Chen! Lin Wanqing exclaimed in disbelief. How could Su Chen be with the reception of the Martial Artists Association? What gives him the right? Old Zhang was equally shocked, but soon calmed down and said, I didn't expect Mr. Ao to be quite knowledgeable about life, even driving a ride-hailing car in his spare time. Su Chen being able to get a ride from Mr. Ao is pure luck. Ride-hailing? Lin Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Zhang is right, it's probably just that Mr. Ao was bored and happened to pick up Su Chen's order. Old Zhang continued to smile. Exactly. If it weren't for this, Su Chen would never meet Mr. Ao in his lifetime, and Wanqing, you might become a true martial artist here in the future. By then, even Mr. Ao will have to respect you greatly. Lin Wanqing showed a proud smile. Teacher Zhang, after you said that, I'm even more eager to use potions to boost my vitality. I want Su Chen to know that I am the only genius in the school. No problem, let's head back right now. City Center. Tianda Square. Young boys and girls were standing by the street. I say, Chu Yingying, when is Su Chen arriving? We've been waiting here for half an hour. Exactly, I don't know why you insisted on calling that guy. You know what he's usually like, crazy and erratic. Can he even have fun? Let's wait a bit longer. Su Chen said he would be here soon. Chu Yingying glanced at her phone, her brows slightly furrowed. It was her invitation to Su Chen, she couldn't just leave him behind so easily. A male classmate stepped forward, looking somewhat displeased. Yingying, why are you waiting for that useless guy? We're all hungry, let's go eat. I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea, and then we'll leave, your favorite mud bubble. Son. Yi looked at Chu Yingying with sparkling eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Let's wait 5 more minutes, if he doesn't come in 5 minutes, we'll go first. Chu Yingying felt his gaze and was somewhat resistant. Still waiting? What's the… Before he could finish, a private car stopped in front of them. Su Chen got out with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I got held up a bit. Chu Yingying smiled warmly. It's okay, I'm just glad you could come. Although she couldn't compare to the school beauty, she wasn't bad either. Her fair skin added a few points to her pretty face, and her approachable demeanor made her even more likable. Su-chen felt her warmth and smiled back. However, Song Ye's expression darkened. Su-chen, we've been waiting for you for half an hour, and you think a simple apology is enough? You should at least treat everyone to a meal. Lu Ying frowned. Song Yi, don't stir up trouble, this is Su-chen's first time out shopping with me. Everyone knew Su-chen came from a single-parent family and that his home situation wasn't great. Since they were all students with little money, this clearly put Su-chen in a difficult position. It's fine, we're all classmates, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Unexpectedly, Su-chen agreed directly. He wasn't doing it because of Song Yi but genuinely wanted to treat Chu Ying to a meal, not out of any special intention, just as a thank you. In his first 2 years of high school, he was very focused on his vitality issues. One could say he hadn't truly experienced real high school life. Chu Ying's willingness to take him out was a way to make up for the regrets of the past 2 years. As for Song Ye's difficulties, he was just a kid. That's right. When he received his martial artist certification, he suddenly felt that competing with peers like these was meaningless. In that moment, with a slight change, he felt he had grown up. Alright, Su-chen has spoken, now we need to decide what to eat. Song Yi suddenly chimed in, as if afraid he would back out. After scanning the area, he pointed directly at a chain hot pot restaurant. Just this hot pot at the bottom of the lake. It costs over 1,000 dragon coins for us to eat at hot pot at the bottom of the lake. Why don't you pay for yourself? Chu Ying said, somewhat displeased. They were all high school students, and none of them had any money. This was clearly making it difficult for Su-chen. Su-chen was the one she had called over, and being put in such a predicament, how would they get along when they returned to school? He said it himself. Seeing Chu Ying defend Su-chen like this, Song Yi was even more unhappy. Su-chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Indeed, they were all just high school students, and the biggest expense they could think of was probably this. Alright, then it's hot pot at the bottom of the lake. Let's go. Su-chen pressed down on Chu Ying, who was about to continue speaking, and let everyone into the restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Su-chen noticed a transfer record on his phone. Chu Ying had sent him 1,000 dragon coins. There was also a message below. You were the one I called out to eat, so consider this my treat. Later, tell me your secret to boosting vitality. Hurry up and accept it. Otherwise, I won't take you out to play next time. Su-chen couldn't help but laugh again. The others looked at him with puzzled expressions, and he indicated that it was nothing. He didn't expect that Chu Ying was actually a little rich girl. This 1,000 coins was quite a lot for a high school student to casually take out. He enjoyed this meal very much, feeling like he was paying for his youth. Until the end, when he stood up to settle the bill. Let's follow Su-chen out, we've finished eating anyway, what are we still sitting here for? Song Yi saw him get up and immediately suggested that everyone follow. In his view, Su-chen definitely couldn't afford to pay and would surely step aside to call home for money. Su-chen's family wasn't well off, and he would probably get scolded thoroughly. Just thinking about it was thrilling. However, Su-chen calmly took out his phone. Scanning the code, making the payment, his movements were smooth as flowing water. Welcome to visit again. The staff's voice left him frozen in place, his face turning extremely ugly. The other classmates were stunned to see Su-chen so decisive. Is this for real? Su Xiao, you're not secretly a rich second generation, are you? Could it be you've revealed your true self and stopped pretending with us? A few classmates were very warm towards Su-chen, which made Song Yi feel like he had shot himself in the foot. On the way back, he didn't speak. Again, only occasionally casting resentful glances at him. The entire afternoon, Su-chen felt what youth should be like, and as evening approached, everyone prepared to part ways. He didn't return to school immediately but went to the bar where he had agreed to meet Fu Yu. However, he had already waited an hour past the agreed time without seeing her, and her phone was unanswered. After a moment's hesitation, he got up and left the bar. In the office of the Xinhua Society, Bai Fei's unwilling voice could be heard. Editor-in-chief, if you don't let me contact Su-chen, you will definitely regret it. Please trust my intuition. Just this once. Su-chen ultimately didn't wait for Fu Yu. All he received was an apology message. The gist of it was that she was busy with work and might not be able to continue the exclusive interview with Su-chen. He wasn't angry. Fu Yu had helped him with the martial artist issue, so he considered it a favor. Soon, it was time for the monthly assessment the next day. The monthly assessment consisted of a theoretical written test and a vitality test. The vitality test gathered everyone on the playground where they would test the crystal on stage and report the results at any time. The theoretical test would take place in the afternoon, with different class mentors swapping to supervise the assessments. In the morning, during the vitality test, all the students were concentrated on the playground. All the school leaders sat on a high platform, along with some specially invited guests and teachers. Among them, the most eye-catching was a middle-aged man sitting in the center position that should have belonged to the principal. A middle-aged man wore 3-star badges on his chest, and his entire demeanor was different. Including Principal Zheng Chang, everyone showed him flattering smiles. Look, it's a 3-star warrior. Did a warrior come today? The people around were buzzing with discussion, but Su Chen didn't join in. Instead, he closed his eyes and silently recited. Su Chen, I see you haven't been to practical training much lately, just holding on to that blood theory. Do you think you can win the school's progress award? Zhu Wengying stood not far from him, curiously gossiping. Poof. Not far away, Song Yi snorted coldly, starting to act contrary. They think stabilizing their blood at 6 o'clock means they don't need to improve it at all. But some people might be disappointed. I heard from the next class that our school beauty Lin Wanqing's blood has skyrocketed these days, and it seems she's broken records again. The other students also chimed in with gossip. Is that true? Can Su Chen not win an award even if he raises it by 6 points? Yeah. It's hard to say. Su Chen is at most a late bloomer, while she's a genuine genius. Otherwise, why would they do a feature on Lin Wanqing and not on Su Chen? Song Yi saw these people starting to discuss and wore a face full of schadenfreude. But when he noticed Su Chen acting as if nothing was wrong, he immediately became unhappy again. What a good actor. Let's see where you put your face when you go on stage. Su Chen didn't mind these people discussing him. After all, when it was his turn to go on stage, he would surely shock everyone. He was genuinely curious about what expressions those who had always looked down on him would show when he tested as a warrior. Su Chen, someone is looking for you. Su Chen turned his head and was instantly speechless. The person was none other than the school beauty Lin Wanqing. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of all the surrounding classmates. Initially, she was in her class, but this was on the testing field, where the audience was as numerous as the stars. Classes from left and right cast excited glances, as if waiting for some grand palace intrigue. Lin Wanqing remained as proud and arrogant as ever, slightly raising her chin in disdain and saying, Su Chen, today you'll know that any underhanded means are futile. Don't think that just because you fortuitously raised your blood a bit, you can become a dragon among men. The progress award for this academic year is still mine. Today, you'll understand the gap between us. Are you done? If you're done, go back. This is our class's lineup. Su Chen was indifferent, and his light remark made her furious. Average man, average woman. Lin Wanqing still left. After all, she had never won in verbal sparring against Su Chen. Because of him, Su Chen also successfully garnered the hatred of the same-sex classmates from neighboring classes. But Su Chen treated their discussions as mere background noise, letting them go in one ear and out the other. Soon, the test finally began. The testing teacher signaled for the first student from Class 4 to come on stage and place his palm on the crystal ball. Class 3 to 4, Zhang Hao, 105 points of blood, raised blood by 1 point. With his loud voice, the boy stepped down, and the teacher beside him recorded it as the second boy came on stage. Class 4, He Mingming, 98.5 points of blood, raised blood by 0.5 points. Class 3, Zhang Rui, 80 points of blood, raised by 0.1 points. Class 3, Zhao Tongming, 111.3 points of blood, raised by 0.4 points. The testing process was simple, and the speed was quite fast. The scores of those in front, whether high or low, were all within a normal range. Finally, Lin Wanqing took the stage. As soon as Lin Wanqing appeared, the audience quieted down significantly. Everyone stared at this school genius, holding their breath. Her outstanding beauty was undeniable. Anyone who glanced at her, even if they didn't know her, couldn't look away. The rumored blood genius was even more explosive. She was the face of the school and a benchmark for everyone to learn from. Mr. Yu, this is Lin Wanqing, as I mentioned to you. Wang Chang's face was filled with smiles as he eagerly recommended Lin Wanqing to the middle-aged man. He was astonished to have a real martial artist here, knowing that these people have high aspirations. Yu Fang glanced at Lin Wanqing and nodded lightly. Not bad, but I wonder about her vitality. On the other side, old Zhang immediately revealed a mysterious smile. Don't worry, this time Wanqing will definitely surprise all the leaders. Good. The many leaders and teachers laughed, but only Chen Fei looked at Su Chen in the class with some concern. In his view, Su Chen must be extremely eager for this progress award. If he didn't receive it, the blow would be tremendous. Bai Fei also smiled, scolding the nearby Fu Yu. Little Fu, did you see? Lin Wanqing is the star of today. Don't think about your Su Chen. Although Fu Yu was still thinking about Su Chen, he didn't dwell on it any longer. After all, as Bai Fei said, Su Chen was not suitable for a special interview in any aspect. The test soon began. Lin Wanqing walked to the testing crystal on the high platform, her gaze passing through the crowd and landing on Su Chen. The moment their eyes met, she revealed a hint of a smug smile, and then numbers appeared on the testing crystal. Vitality, 155 points. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Class 2 of Senior Year 3, Lin Wanqing, vitality 155 points, an increase of 10 points. 10 points? Wow, double digits. I've been at this school for 3 years, and it's the first time I've seen someone increase their vitality by double digits in a month. Impressive. This is a true genius. That Su Chen from a few days ago was just a flash in the pan. Exactly. Hearing the cheers from below, Lin Wanqing's expression was triumphant. She stood on the stage, looking down at Su Chen with a hint of mockery in her eyes. The classmates in the class also cast various glances at Su Chen, some sympathetic, some gloating. In short, Su Chen had, in a way, become the center of attention. The teacher on stage signaled Lin Wanqing to step down, then looked at the list in his hand, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Next, the students from Class 1 of Senior Year 3 will be called up for testing. The first one, Su Chen. In an instant, all eyes were on Su Chen. The gazes were complex, expectant. There were also some gloating looks. If there had to be one person most anticipated in this month's test, it was not Lin Wanqing, but Su Chen. Recently, the buzz had been rampant. Who wouldn't be looking forward to it? Yufei on the stage slightly raised his head upon hearing his name, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Wanqing had just stepped down, and Zhang Chang was about to talk about her when he saw that smile and immediately misunderstood. So, Wanqing didn't disappoint Mr. Yu, right? Yu Feng was slightly taken aback and nodded instinctively. Not bad, she has the makings of a martial artist. Lin Wanqing indeed had the potential to become a martial artist, but his purpose was not to observe her. Although her vitality was good, it was not yet stunning. Only that boy could be considered experienced. A martial artist in Senior Year 3, unheard of. But Zhang Chang did not notice that Yu Feng's gaze had been lingering on Su Chen, lost in his own world of blood moons. Actually, I have a somewhat unreasonable request. Would you be willing to be Wanqing's teaching assistant? Teaching assistant? That's right, our school is willing to offer a high salary as long as you are willing. And you can see that Wanqing is quite talented. She is a promising student. Zhang Chang rubbed his hands excitedly, wanting to continue, but was stopped by Yu Feng. Becoming a teaching assistant is negotiable, but let's talk about it after the test. I'm quite interested in the next student. He signaled for everyone to be quiet and watched Su Chen's test. Zhang Chang was taken aback. Are you talking about Su Chen? This kid is just an ordinary student at our school, nothing special about him. Oh, really? I heard he improved his vitality by 6 points in a month. Yu Feng did not expect Zhang Chang to describe a genius in such a way, revealing a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's expression began to darken. His first reaction was that Yu Feng had heard something bad. Although the issue of forbidden substances was eventually proven internally at the school, there were still many rumors circulating outside. The Martial Artists Association cared most about its reputation, so this matter could potentially affect the assistant instructor position. No, such a thing absolutely could not happen. Zhang Chang mentally prepared himself. No matter the outcome, he had to handle Su Chen properly and ensure he did not affect Lin Wanqing's future. As he thought this, he saw Su Chen placing his palm on the testing crystal. Wait a moment. Zhang Chang stood up from his seat and cleared his throat. Students, recently, the issue of Su Chen taking substances has caused extremely negative effects for the school, so I hope everyone can view his test results from an objective perspective. If unexpected results do appear, please rest assured that the school will investigate the situation thoroughly before distributing scholarships with a fair and just attitude. Su Chen, preparing for the test, smirked slightly. Ha! Wasn't it just a fear of affecting the school's reputation? What this really meant was that if everything went smoothly, it would be fine, but if something went wrong, they would forcefully label him with the excuse of taking forbidden substances and expel him. At that moment, Zhang Chang and Su Chen locked eyes, revealing extreme indifference. Lin Wanqing in the audience wore a face full of schadenfreude. Was this guy finally going to pay the price this time? Su Chen took in the expressions of these people. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he infused his spiritual energy into the testing crystal. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth. The radiance was dazzling, and everyone held their breath. Countless fantasies appeared in everyone's minds, eagerly awaiting the results. Gradually, the light faded. Blood-red characters appeared on the testing crystal, displaying vitality 335 points. Silence. In an instant, the entire playground fell silent. On the platform, that blood-red number was strikingly eye-catching. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, while the teacher conducting the test rubbed his eyes and confirmed the number several times, his voice trembling. 335 points of vitality? The school leaders on the platform stood up with a whoosh, all staring intently at the testing crystal. Lin Wanqing's smile froze on her face, her lips trembling. Was this a dream? Something's wrong. The testing crystal is malfunctioning. Hurry and change it. Zhang Chang shouted excitedly. 335 points? How could such an unbelievable thing be possible? Su Chen was a martial artist? No need, the testing crystal is fine. At that moment, Yu Feng stood up. As he spoke, all eyes turned to him. I am a 3-star martial artist from the Martial Artists Association, and this student Su Chen's test results are valid. Just this week, Su Chen came to our association for testing. He is a member of our association. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Su Chen was really a martial artist? Was it true? Yufeng looked at Zhang Chang and slowly said, Principal Zhang, I just heard you mention the possibility of Su Chen taking forbidden substances? I hope you can answer me seriously this time, as Su Chen is a member of our Martial Artists Association and issues affecting the reputation of martial artists need to be taken seriously. Zhang Chang's face instantly turned pale. Answer? How could he answer that? He wasn't a fool, he could tell that Yufeng was questioning him with a tone of accusation. He never dreamed that one day he would be confronted by the Warrior Association because of Su Chen. He also never expected that Su Chen would suddenly become a warrior. In an instant, anger mixed with regret, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. After his expression changed repeatedly, he took a deep breath and surprisingly revealed a smile. This is truly a misunderstanding. What I said just now didn't have any special meaning. I was merely stating some school rules. We've already investigated Su Chen's matter, and there are absolutely no issues. Having Su Chen in our Xingtang is an honor for us. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and the smile on his face reached an exaggerated level. For this matter, I've even invited Editor Bai, hoping to give our Su Chen a special interview. If you don't believe me, you can ask Editor Bai. At this moment, Bai Fei was also in shock, his mind blank. As he came to his senses, he quickly nodded. Ah, yes. I came here specifically to do a feature on Su Chen. He forced a smile, but inside he felt bitter. Everything before him had far exceeded his imagination. In fact, from the moment Su Chen appeared, he felt that the person looked somewhat familiar. After several confirmations, he realized that Su Chen was the young man who had rejected him in the library. Now, with his identity as a warrior confirmed, his feelings could not be described as mere shock. He winked at Fu Yu beside him and continued, Su Chen, our editor Fu Yu has already discussed this topic with you, right? Now he will be fully responsible for it, how about that? Fu Yu understood Editor Bai's intention and quickly stood up. With a face full of embarrassment and helplessness, he nervously asked, Su Chen, what do you think? Bai Fei watched the scene unfold, filled with regret. A warrior. He had truly become a warrior. An 18-year-old boy, with 2 years of poor performance, suddenly erupted with astonishing talent one day. If such a passionate story were made into a feature report, it would surely create a viral article with over 100,000 views. This would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to their newspaper, but now, thinking of all the previous opportunities he had to interact with Su Chen, all of which he had missed, he felt like his insides were turning green with regret. He was eagerly awaiting a response, but seeing Su Chen remain silent, he grew anxious. Su Chen, I think there was some misunderstanding between us, but they were all trivial matters. Now our newspaper is willing to fully assist you in writing this feature report, and we hope you can give us this opportunity. If you accept this interview, not only will you become the focus of the city, but you will also be the pride of Qingtang, and it could even attract the attention of many prestigious universities. This will undoubtedly bring you immense exposure and benefits, and even in your future path as a warrior, there will be numerous advantages. He was indeed anxious. Su Chen was now a huge treasure waiting to be unearthed. It could be said that as long as he secured the exclusive interview rights with Su Chen, he would be holding a goldmine. He absolutely could not miss this opportunity, nor could he miss Su Chen. For this, Lin Wanqing could be sacrificed. Thinking of this, he turned to Principal Zhang Chang. Principal Zhang, conducting a special interview will consume all my energy. If you have no objections, I suggest canceling Lin Wanqing's interview and focusing entirely on Su Chen's interview. What do you think? Zhang Chang immediately nodded without a moment's hesitation. No problem. Who is Zhang Chang? He is the principal of the school. If the school does well, then he does well. In his eyes, there are no genius students, only the school itself. So when he realized the problem, he immediately chose to abandon Lin Wanqing. Zhang Chang's decisive contrast left all the students on the playground in shock. Is such a melodramatic plot something that can be seen in reality? Is this the kind of reversal that they can witness without paying? Wow, this is eye-opening. Quick, record a video, I want to go viral. Principal Zhang is really shameless. Amidst the shocked faces, the playground erupted into a thunderous discussion. Standing at the edge of the platform, Lin Wanqing's face was pale. She was filled with disbelief and couldn't believe her ears. As the school's top genius and beauty, when had she ever not been supported by the school's leaders? The principal Zhang and editor Bai, who had previously regarded her as the pride of the school, had just casually sentenced her to death? Just because Su Chen. Just because of that Su Chen who hadn't improved his vitality in 2 years and had secretly learned her martial arts? She glared at Su Chen on the platform with resentment, feeling a strong sense of injustice. Why? Why could Su Chen, who ranked at the bottom of the year, become a martial artist in just 1 month? Why did this unbelievable thing not happen to her? Suddenly, her body trembled and despair showed in her eyes. Yes, she needed to take medicine to increase her vitality by 10 in a month. How could anyone possibly increase their vitality by over 300 and become a martial artist in such a short time? It was impossible. You've always been a martial artist. Lin Wanqing shouted unwillingly. Her voice echoed across the entire platform, and everyone turned to look at her, including Su Chen. Lin Wanqing displayed a resentment that was not fitting for her age, completely disregarding her image as she pointed at Su Chen, venting her inner fury. You were a martial artist from the start. You were hiding your vitality. I knew that your understanding of martial arts was so profound. I knew that you were overestimating yourself by dreaming of competing with Longdu University. Because you were a martial artist from the beginning, pretending to be foolish. At school, Lin Wanqing began to wail, even becoming somewhat deranged. Is it interesting to hit people like this? People like you are scum wherever they go. Why can someone like you become a martial artist? Ah, I'm not willing. Her cries voiced the confusion of the crowd, and most people tacitly agreed with her thoughts. After all, Su Chen's sudden emergence was too hard to accept. Under the gathered gazes, Su Chen finally spoke slowly. Just because you can't accept that someone you deem inferior has suddenly emerged, you want to label me with all sorts of tags? Haven't you seen me studying hard every day? Yes, but in your mouths, I become a bookworm, mentally unstable. Su Chen paused, calmly looking at Lin Wanqing below the platform. He knew better than anyone what Lin Wanqing was thinking. At 17 or 18, the most unacceptable words and events were something he had experienced countless times in the past 2 years. Isn't it that you can't accept that I am stronger than you, that you can't accept that I have obtained everything you should have? I, Su Chen, came here to study, to become a true martial artist, to live a better life, so I don't care about these things you cherish, those adoring gazes you take pride in. At this point, Su Chen disregarded everyone's gaze and spoke seriously to Bai Fei. Editor Bai, I refuse this special interview. Bai Fei's face instantly turned pale. He was dumbfounded. Zhang Chang was anxious. This was a golden opportunity for the school to promote itself. It absolutely couldn't be missed. Su Chen, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And our school. Sorry, Principal Zhang, I don't care for this interview, Su Chen said lightly, interrupting him. That's right. He didn't need it. He didn't need to rely on it to still get into Longdu University. He refused to let Zhang Chang and countless others wear ugly expressions. The most uncomfortable was not others, but Lin Wanqing. Who could have imagined that the thing she had longed for would be directly rejected by Su Chen? Just as she was immersed in feelings of unwillingness and humiliation, a voice suddenly came from the stage, causing her emotions to collapse even further. Principal Zhang, regarding the teaching assistant position you mentioned earlier, I think there's absolutely no problem. However, I am Su Chen's teaching assistant, and I am fully responsible for all his learning activities. Is that all right? Yu Fang's voice echoed on the high platform, each word piercing the heart. Lin Wanqing, below, was utterly devastated. It turned out that the opportunity for a teaching assistant was not hers, it was all her own delusion. She stood there in a daze, momentarily at a loss. On stage, Zhang Chang wore a smile that looked worse than crying. No problem. What could he say? What dared he say? Just being able to keep Su Chen at Qingting was already a blessing for him. Seeing this, Yu Fang turned back to Su Chen, revealing a friendly smile. Su Chen, I am now representing the Warrior Association and the school's teaching assistant to help you learn about Qi and the knowledge of warriors. What do you think? Thank you for your kindness, you warrior, but my current learning state is very good, so I shouldn't trouble you in the Warrior Association. Su Chen shook his head. What? Yu Feng was taken aback. He thought he had misheard. Everyone thought they had misheard. Su Chen actually refused. He refused the Warrior Association. He refused the opportunity that all students dreamed of. My goodness? What is Su Chen doing? He doesn't want the school's resources, nor does he accept the Warrior Association's invitation. Is he trying to reach for the sky? Yu Fang took a deep breath and said seriously, Su Chen, I am helping you. The school's learning system is reliable, but it is aimed at ordinary people who have not yet become warriors. You have already become a warrior and need a warrior's educational approach to guide you. You are already a member of the Warrior Association. I would never harm you and can help you learn and improve yourself 24 hours a day. However, the more serious he became, the more uneasy Su Chen felt. 24 hours? When would he have time to study? Right now, aside from learning knowledge, all other training was a waste of time for him. Thank you for your kindness, you warrior, but I prefer to study on my own. Without a comfortable environment, I cannot calm my mind. Yu Fang was stunned. He even showed a hint of confusion. After so many years in the profession, it was the first time he encountered a student like Su Chen. But he quickly calmed down, showing an awkward yet polite smile. Since you're not interested, that's fine. However, I came here for another matter. Come down with me. He knew very well that the more capable a person was, the stranger their personality tended to be, especially since Su Chen was still a young man. This time, Su Chen did not refuse and chose to follow him down the stage. Zhang Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued to escalate, the entire Qingtang High School would become a laughingstock. Below the stage, Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with unwillingness. It's gone. Everything is gone. Those things that originally belonged to her, but in the end fell into Su Chen's hands. The most hateful part was that this guy actually rejected it. Why? Why? Did it develop this way? Clearly, she should have been the one in the spotlight. No, she was unwilling. She was unwilling to exit like a clown. Lin Wanqing's expression gradually hardened as she looked at Su Chen's figure leaving the stage and hurriedly followed him. On the other side, as soon as Yu Feng stepped off the stage, he looked at Su Chen with a serious expression. Do you want to apply to Longdu University? Of course. Su Chen was extremely firm. Then do you know that almost all the personnel at Longdu University every year are pre-selected? What do you mean? Su Chen frowned. Internal nomination? Yu Feng nodded. Actually, it's not entirely accurate to say it's an internal nomination because every year, Longdu University has a limit on the number of students it can admit. When it comes down to each province and city, the quotas are limited. Once the number reaches the cap, those who meet the requirements but exceed the quota will be assigned to their second-choice schools. Isn't this just a normal sliding scale? If the first-choice school has enough students, they automatically go to the second school. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Indeed. But it can't be said to be completely so, because the recommended candidates from the Martial Artist Association in each city will be given priority for admission. Su Chen understood this time. Uncle, you means that I can only obtain this guaranteed admission spot if I agree to your request. But if you're going to have this attitude, then I'd rather refuse. He wasn't joking. If he couldn't get in, he could wait for the next year. But if he followed Yu Feng to train, he wouldn't be able to properly study and enhance his vitality, which would be counterproductive. Yu Feng smiled helplessly. Since I've mentioned this, I naturally want to give you this spot. However, this guaranteed admission spot has already been internally decided, and you need to fight for it yourself. In a while, it will be the National Training and Competition Day for guaranteed students, where all prospective and guaranteed students will be sent, essentially a nationwide gathering of martial arts talents. As long as you perform well, not only can you secure a guaranteed admission spot, but once you enter Longdu University, you'll also receive numerous resources and support for development. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette and said helplessly, our association's guaranteed admission spots have been squeezed out for 4 consecutive years. If we don't achieve anything this year, we might lose our only guaranteed spot next year. Su Chen cautiously asked, Uncle, you means you want me to give it a try? You want to go, don't you? Don't you also want to attend Longdu University? The problem is, do you really not need my and the association's help? We can provide potions and special martial arts. As long as you succeed, both sides benefit. He really couldn't understand why Su Chen would refuse, but he could also understand that typical geniuses often have unconventional ideas that ordinary people can't grasp. No, Uncle Yu, I still have confidence in this area. If I really need help, I need assistance in killing exotic beasts. I need some information on common exotic beasts and the distribution of exotic beasts around our city. Yu Feng nodded quite helplessly. That's not a problem. So, the martial artists who just joined the association need someone to guide them on their first hunt for exotic beasts. However, this is still about hunting exotic beasts, and I don't need to elaborate on the dangers, so you still need to inform your family and make sure they understand. Got it. Alright, I have things to attend to, so I'll contact you later. Yu Feng left. Su Chen felt a headache coming on. The matter of hunting exotic beasts was something he didn't know how to discuss with his father. It was just the two of them relying on each other at home, and he had just become a martial artist. His dad would definitely not let him take this risk if he told the truth. The reasons for needing money for Longdu and at home would not be accepted by his father, and he would react very strongly. Sigh, forget it, maybe I shouldn't tell him after all? Just when he was feeling extremely down, something that made his mood even worse happened. He saw Lin Wanqing striding towards him, looking fierce and defiant. What do you want? He looked at the persistent Lin Wanqing, feeling somewhat impatient. I refuse to accept this. Let's have a match. I must confirm whether you are really a martial artist. Lin Wanqing screamed, directly launching into the 8 Extremes fist. Her punch came with a fierce wind, her gaze unwaveringly determined. That's right. Everything was fake. She would defeat Su Chen with martial arts and prove that it was all a lie. Lin Wanqing was full of confidence. Just a few days ago, her Baji Quan had reached a perfect state. So what if Su Chen was a martial artist? His skills in martial arts were definitely not on par with hers. Even if Su Chen truly was a martial artist, he would not gain any advantage in this strike. She wanted to show Su Chen that she, Lin Wanqing, was still the most outstanding genius in the school. But at this moment, she was unaware that her prideful perfect Baji Quan had glaring flaws in Su Chen's eyes. In the next second, Su Chen used the same starting move and then began to change and display the higher-level martial arts of Baji Quan, Baji Yin Yang Fist. With both palms striking out, every move of Lin Wanqing was easily countered. Then, with a single effortless palm, he sent Lin Wanqing stumbling back several steps before she thudded onto the ground. With her moves all countered, Lin Wanqing sat on the ground in a daze. The confident expression gradually faded, replaced by a face full of disappointment, and she finally burst into tears. Woo woo. She cried. Su Chen had made her cry. She was very familiar with Baji Zhang and clearly understood that the martial arts Su Chen had just displayed were variations of Baji Zhang. Her Baji Quan was perfect, but Su Chen had executed it to an extraordinary level. She never expected that the means of proving herself would be ruthlessly crushed, and the huge disparity shattered her last shred of pride. She was not the genius Su Chen was. The intense feeling of defeat caused her mental defenses to completely collapse, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Su Chen looked at her with indifference, feeling somewhat disgusted. Clearly, it was this guy who had provoked him first. Now why did it seem like he was the one bullying her? Seeing someone nearby rushing over upon hearing the cries, he quickly left. If he couldn't provoke her, could he not avoid her? The monthly assessment finally ended. The first thing Su Chen wanted to do was hunt exotic beasts. The reason was simple: he needed to earn money to treat his father, who had been seriously ill for many years. For years, his father had supported his education while suffering from a severe illness, and now it was time to repay that debt. His father, Su Zhou, had almost become a martial artist himself but was injured while fighting against exotic beasts, leading to a continuous decline in his vitality over the years. The hospital had indicated that there was no way to solve the problem. They could only rely on continuously enhancing spiritual energy to maintain it, and the most effective method was to take a blood-enhancing pill. A single blood-enhancing pill cost 20,000 dragon coins, raising vitality by 1 to 2 points, which could sustain his father's vitality decline for a month. This was not a small amount for an ordinary person. It was even an astronomical figure. For the past 6 months, his father had been borrowing money, and it seemed he would soon have to sell their house. He had to act quickly. In the classroom, Su Chen held the blood-enhancing pill gifted by the Martial Artist Guild, his expression serious. One vitality pill was just a drop in the ocean for his father's condition, so he not only needed to kill exotic beasts but many of them. However, he had heard that exotic beasts were ferocious, and countless martial artists died at their hands every year. Even though a Wu had promised to send someone to help him hunt, he had to be fully prepared. First, there was his own realm. His vitality was increasing rapidly, and he could break through to become a 2-star martial artist in just a few days. Secondly, there were weapons. Exotic beasts were brutal, and fighting barehanded was not advantageous. He immediately contacted a Wu, who promptly sent him a price list for weapons, but even the cheapest ones required 50 to 60,000, which was an astronomical figure. Ordinary firearms are no longer effective against exotic beasts. These weapons are made from specially crafted materials, hence the high prices. If you need it, I can apply for an internal maximum discount of 40%, or let you use it first and pay in installments. Sensing his predicament, a Wu quickly sent a message. After thinking it over, Su Chen gritted his teeth and chose to pay in installments. Weapons were essential. No matter how expensive, he had to be willing to spend. Actually, you don't need to worry about the installment issue. The value brought by a single exotic beast is worth tens of thousands. A couple of kills can get you your investment back. A Wu continued to send messages and started recommending the weapons he used. In the end, he chose a slender long sword that looked quite elegant. The reason for his choice was simple: it was flexible and lightweight. The Light Spirit Sword. It cost a total of 80,000 to be paid off within a year. With the weapon issue resolved, only one last problem remained: time. The process of killing an exotic beast for the first time was quite complicated, and a Wu suggested he take a week off. Su Chen approached Chen Fei to discuss his leave. He hadn't officially graduated yet, so he couldn't disregard the school's rules. In the past, taking leave would have been impossible, but now Chen Fei agreed readily. Don't worry, Xiao Tian. Even if you say you're taking a week off, the principal will agree even if you're not at school every day. By the way, I'll help you handle the process for the scholarship you received in the monthly assessment. It should be sorted out by the time you come back. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, can this scholarship be directly deposited into my family's bank account? Of course. Then please deposit it into my family's account, and also send this blood recovery pill along with it. Just say it's a reward from the school. He took out the blood recovery pill and gently placed it on the table. He wasn't ready to tell his father about becoming a martial artist yet, especially since it involved the complex matter of hunting exotic beasts. He didn't want to worry his father and wanted to find a reasonable excuse to send the blood recovery pill back. This was a good opportunity. No problem, you can rest assured, Chen Fei readily agreed. He had handled such matters for Su Chen before and would surely face criticism from the school leaders, but now, doing these things, the principal would only treat him politely. All of this was because Su Chen had become a martial artist, and as his teacher, Chen Fei also benefited. After everything was settled, Su Chen left the school satisfied and headed to the Martial Artist Guild. On the second floor of the guild, under a Wu's guidance, Su Chen saw the weapon he had purchased. The sword was about a meter long, made of an unknown type of metal. Although it exuded a chilling aura, it seemed to be of low quality at first glance. Seeing that he was silent, a Wu thought he was dissatisfied and immediately comforted him. Although this sword is a bit cheaper, it's still considered a fine product in the same price range. Don't be discouraged, after hunting exotic beasts, you'll be able to obtain better and more powerful weapons. Suchin did feel a bit disappointed, mainly because he was worried about potential issues when dealing with exotic beasts. After all, this sword would be facing man-eating beasts, and there could be no room for error. Just as he was considering whether to get another weapon, he suddenly thought of something. He looked up excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Woo! Does this sword come with an instruction manual? Instruction manual? What instruction manual? Wu was taken aback. Did he think this was an electric toy? Sword? How could there be an instruction manual? Is there none? Suchen asked seriously. Are you referring to the production certificate of this sword? Or other related documents? Yes. It would be best if there were forging instructions as well. When you forge such weapons, there should be some documentation of the forging process, right? Although he wasn't sure if such documentation existed, it might have unexpected effects due to the system's influence. There is, Wu replied with a strange expression. A few minutes later, Su Chen received a booklet resembling an advertising card. It contained illustrations of a series of movements and some text. Light spirit sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, cuts through iron like mud, perfectly crafted to create a flawless sword. Body, achieving techniques such as slashing, chopping, and thrusting with grace. You are reading the attributes of the light spirit sword using the light spirit sword technique plus 1% proficiency. You are learning the movements of the light spirit sword, mastering the light spirit sword technique plus 1% proficiency. It really works. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Mastering this agile sword technique gave him a greater chance against the beasts. But it wasn't enough. Each beast was extremely ferocious, and he needed to understand their habits and attack methods. Do you have any information on the beasts at the edge of the city? Ada nodded and found him another illustrated guide. Almost all the common beasts around the city are in here. I hope it helps you. Su Chen opened the guide at the first city time and began to look through it. It contained images and information about the beasts, such as a python with a head that looked like rotten meat. Just looking at the triangular eyes in the picture made one feel uneasy. There was also a bear with a row of dense fangs, and the blood in the picture looked almost real. He only dared to confirm it was fake after touching it. Su Chen was completely immersed, flipping to the next page. Suddenly, a beast caught his attention. It was a massive black spider, its body covered in hair that looked like steel nails, with 8 pairs of crimson eyes, and the guide also showed a greenish liquid. This is 8-eyed black spider. The state his father was in now was caused by this beast. He scanned the information on the 8-eyed black spider, observing carefully. You are learning about the habits of the 8-eyed black spider, understanding of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%, knowledge about the 8-eyed black spider filled his mind, but most of it was about its habits. He continued to look. You are learning about the habits of the 8-eyed black spider, understanding of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. You are learning about the habits of the 8-eyed black spider, understanding of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. You are learning about the habits of the 8-eyed black spider, understanding of the 8-eyed black spider plus 1%. His understanding of the 8-eyed black spider kept increasing. Its habits, its weaknesses, even its preferences for food. Allah saw that he was completely absorbed and couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling amazed. No wonder he could become a martial artist at this age. Such focus was truly remarkable. Sorry, I got a bit lost in thought. After a good 10 minutes, Suchen finally realized he had lost his composure and smiled apologetically. It's fine, I've already arranged a team for you. We plan to set off the day after tomorrow. Let me take you over to get familiar with the members now. Okay. Suchen followed Aha to the 3rd floor, where he quickly met the team he would be joining. The room on the 3rd floor had many dummies, along with a chaotic array of equipment and fitness machines, and 3 people were chatting there. The person in the middle was in his 30s, wearing glasses and a poker face. The moment he saw Su Chen, a hint of impatience appeared on his face. Xiao Wu, don't tell me this is the Su Chen you mentioned? Quickly nodded. Mugu, this is Su Chen. I'll be counting on you to take care of him during this hunt. All right. Mugu nodded. He turned his gaze to Su Chen and said slowly, you just need to carry our things. As for dividing the spoils, since it's your first outing, focus on learning. Don't think about dividing the spoils, alright? Su Chen was taken aback at first, looking over at Ao with a puzzled expression. It's like this for everyone on their first hunt, otherwise, who will protect you? But don't worry, as long as you come back safely. According to the guild's rules, they will share a portion, and I'll make sure of it. Ao explained quietly. Su Chen smiled helplessly. He didn't want to make things difficult for Ao. He would just take this opportunity to gain some experience. Alright, Mugu, you can count on me. Mugu smiled. That's more like it's Luer. Explain the rules to him. We don't want any trouble later. Got it, Mugu. Luer was a hot-looking girl, seemingly in her mid-20s. Come here. Listen well, and learn properly. Don't make me say it twice. Luer spoke with an air of authority, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. There was no way around it. After all, he was a newcomer, and in the eyes of these people, he was just a burden. Hunting exotic beasts outside involves a lot of nuances. Each beast has its own fighting style and habits, and you, as a newcomer, will definitely look like a fool, knowing nothing. I guess apart from us, no one else would want to take a newcomer like you along, so you should be grateful to us. After all, even the weakest exotic beast might not be something you can handle, let alone this time's target, the highly dangerous eight-eyed spider? The eight-eyed spider? Su Chen's expression was strange. He had just learned about this beast, and upon reflection, knowing its habits, it didn't seem so terrifying after all. After all, knowledge could provide a significant amount of courage. It is indeed a bit tricky. Tricky? Where is it tricky? It's downright insane. This creature is an expert at ambushing warriors and is inherently ferocious. Someone like you is usually its primary target, Luer said with a face full of sarcasm. Why? Why would it attack me first? Isn't that obvious? A little chicken like you would definitely be seen as easy prey. Su Chen suddenly became serious. Sister Luer, you're mistaken. The eight-eyed spider generally targets the strongest and most threatening prey among its options. You clearly don't understand the eight-eyed spider. Who doesn't understand? Luer seemed to have hit a nerve and stood up directly. Her loud shout made Mugo raise an eyebrow slightly. What are you shouting about? This kid is actually trying to lecture me. Mugo. Luer looked very angry. Sister Luer, I'm not lecturing you, I'm just raising a question. The eight-eyed spider should indeed prioritize the strongest prey, so if we go hunting it, I would be relatively safe. Luer wanted to say more, but Mugo stopped her. He looked Su Chen up and down, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Have you seen an eight-eyed spider before? I haven't, but I like studying exotic beasts, so I've checked most of the illustrations and data. It should be fine. Su Chen casually fabricated a lie. Mugo nodded. Theoretical knowledge is good, but young people should know to be humble and seek advice, otherwise, you won't last long like this. His words carried a hint of disdain, clearly looking down on Su Chen. It wasn't surprising. Before coming here, A Wu had informed Su Chen that the 4 warriors here were all at least 4-star warriors, while Mugo was a towering 8-star warrior. The hierarchy of warriors was strict, divided into 10 realms and 100 stars, with each realm having 10 stars. From low to high, the realms he knew were Warrior, Master, Grandmaster, Grandmaster of the Sect, and Great Grandmaster. Beyond that, he was completely unaware. Only the central regions of Long Country and the frontline warriors at the borders could reach such levels, which felt far removed from his life. In their warrior guild, there weren't many masters. 7-star warriors were already considered high-level existences. Faced with a student like Su Chen, he had nothing but disdain. If it were another young man, he would be blushing and arguing, but Su Chen did not. People don't rely on face. What is face worth? If he truly cared about such things, he would have dropped out of school long ago. He carried a sense of detachment, a feeling that apart from his own goals, everything else was inconsequential. He chuckled and said nothing, appearing to be humbly seeking advice. Thus, he watched Sister Luer prattle on for an entire afternoon, full of self-importance and self-righteousness. Throughout the afternoon, he didn't hear much useful information. Most of it was disorganized nonsense, but it did give him a rough understanding of hunting exotic beasts. When night fell, A Wu arranged accommodation for him. The Warrior Guild has temporary accommodation. The environment is quite nice, though simple. It is also quiet. Late at night, Su Chen began to enhance his proficiency with the light sword and his vitality. For the past 2 days, he had been preparing in this manner repeatedly. Weekend. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes in the room. In front of him, a data panel appeared. Host: Su Chen, age 18 years, vitality 450 points, 2-star warrior. Comprehension, 2 points, can achieve 100% proficiency in martial arts through enlightenment. Abilities, 8 extremes yin yang fist, 100% proficiency. Light sword technique, 100% proficiency. Weapon mastery, light sword, 100% proficiency. During this week, he had been fully focused on improving his abilities, and now he was ready to hunt exotic beasts. According to the agreed time, they were set to depart today. He didn't bring much, just some food and water to stave off hunger, along with some basic essential equipment. He didn't take the Exotic Beast Illustrated Handbook because he had completely memorized the habits of the beasts within it and could now be said to know them inside and out. Under A Wu's arrangement, a few people gathered together and boarded a van, heading towards the outskirts of the city. An hour later, the 5 of them arrived at their destination. It was a small hill, where strange roars could still be faintly heard. To be honest, Su Chen felt a bit nervous. After all, it was his first time, and he lacked experience. But he quickly identified the types of exotic beasts and their habits, which eased his mind considerably. Knowledge is power. Pfft, knowledge is power, huh? Just don't wet yourself from fear later, Mugo mocked him, leading the group straight inside. Su Chen could only follow closely behind, listening to their conversations. The first few hours went smoothly, having killed a few wild boar-like exotic beasts that didn't seem too ferocious, so Suchen didn't take action. But soon, they stopped at a fork in the road. Mu-gu. Both paths show signs of 8-eyed spiders. Which way should we go? The group gathered together, examining the traces on the ground. Right. Mu-gu thought. For a moment and pointed to the right. No way. That way is not an option. Suchen, who had been silent, suddenly jumped out, his face pale. That's not an ordinary 8-eyed spider, it's the 8-eyed spider king. Suchen stared intently at the traces on the ground, his voice tense. Indeed, the 8-eyed spider king. That was information he obtained when his knowledge of the 8-eyed spider illustrated handbook reached 100%. It was knowledge that ordinary warriors would not know. The 8-eyed spider king was the ruler among the 8-eyed spiders, and only a peak warrior could possibly contend with it. The only sign of the 8-eyed spider king's appearance was the 8-eyed spiders parting ways. According to his knowledge, if 8-eyed spiders encountered each other, they would definitely fight to the death. Only the 8-eyed spider king could make equally fierce kin retreat in defeat. The 8-eyed spider king? I've never heard of it in my life. You're quite interesting, kid, unwilling to go back with your own kind. Mu-gu snorted coldly, leading the others directly to the right. Suchen watched as they completely ignored his warning, feeling a headache coming on. He turned back to look at the dense forest, utterly speechless. It was probably more dangerous for him to go back alone now, and after a moment of hesitation, he could only sigh and follow Mu-gu and the others. After all, with so many warriors here, the chances of survival were greater. I hope we get lucky. Though he thought this, Suchen's heart hung in the air. See, I told you this kid wouldn't dare to walk alone, right? Seeing Suchen obediently following, Mu-gu laughed heartily. Mu-gu is right. The last person among the four was a short, chubby guy named Gao Tongming. He was a 5-star warrior, always in sync during battles and conversing in a harmonious back and forth. The fun on the road for the two of them was constantly teasing Suchen. Mu-gu, what is this kid doing? Suddenly, Gao Tongming saw Suchen holding a bunch of wildflowers, crushing them and rubbing them on his body. Some wildflowers were stuffed into his pockets, filling him up completely. He looked somewhat ridiculous, but it was a means of survival. The 8-eyed spider king disliked pollen. Although pollen couldn't stop its attacks, when it encountered a group of prey, it naturally wouldn't attack the one it hated the most first. Right now, the only thing Suchen could do was ensure that if he encountered the 8-eyed spider king, he wouldn't be the first to die. While stuffing himself with flowers, he tightly gripped the light spirit sword in his hand. He raised his head to meet the mocking gazes of the three people, ignoring them. They said they couldn't care less about what they said. It was better to focus on saving himself. Everything he was preparing for was for his own sake. He began to devise a strategy to deal with the Spider King, starting with its most lethal attack, blood and chi destruction. The venom of the 8-eyed spider was more of a catalyst than a poison. Once this catalyst entered the body, it would cause a minuscule depletion of blood and chi, amplifying it hundreds or thousands of times. This was the reason his father's blood and chi had rapidly declined over the years. For now, there was no way to crack this. He could only rely on boosting his blood and chi to maintain it. But that was the result of years of accumulation. If this catalyst entered his body immediately, based on his recent theories about warriors' blood and chi, it was still possible to handle it. As long as I respond with accelerated blood and chi, I can quickly neutralize this agent, provided I'm fast enough. Suchen followed at the back of the group, his mind conjuring countless theoretical concepts, trying to construct a way to break through. Although it was just theory, Suchen felt it was very likely he could build and implement it successfully. He began to mutter to himself, as if he were going mad, and the glances from a few people occasionally looked at him as if he were a fool. An hour later, Suchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his mind, he had already developed a mature theoretical framework, and after careful filtering, he felt it was time to implement it. You have created a theory of blood and chi knowledge, blood and chi plus 10 points. Ha! There was an unexpected surprise. Suchen was utterly shocked. 10 points. This was 10 times more than memorizing a piece of blood and chi knowledge. If that were the case, wouldn't his cultivation soar rapidly? Suchen, who had been worried about the 8-eyed spider, suddenly felt as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Because before he created this theoretical knowledge, he had built many immature auxiliary theories for it. As long as he had enough time, he could perfect these immature theories. And now, to deal with the 8-eyed spider king, it was just the right time to refine these theories. You have created a theory of blood and chi knowledge, blood and chi plus 10 points. You have created a theory of blood and chi knowledge, blood and chi plus 10 points. You have created a theory of blood and chi knowledge, blood and chi plus 10 points. Gradually, Suchen entered a state of oblivion. The world around him faded away. After perfecting all the theories, his blood and chi increased by 170. 620 points. 3-star warrior. Are you deaf? Mu-ji's roar came from the front, and Suchen instinctively looked up, seeing Mu-gu running towards him with a pale face. Watch out behind you, he shouted loudly. And Suchen instinctively turned around. What he saw was a 3-meter-tall green python, staring at him with its fiery red tongue flicking out. The moment he saw this beast, the triangular eyes of the green python glinted with coldness as it opened its massive mouth wide. It wanted to swallow Su-chen whole. Damn it! When Mugo saw the strange beast launch its attack, his face turned ashen. Bringing a newcomer along was hardly profitable, and if Su-chen got swallowed, he would be held responsible. That damn kid, how could he not understand what was happening? Was he blind? Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he simply stopped in his tracks, his expression darkening. Just as he was preparing to collect Su-chen's body, the pale-faced Su-chen raised his light spirit sword, striking the opponent with an incredibly perfect and elegant arc. The cold light flashed, and the giant python fell to the ground, its severed head still showing a hint of human-like confusion in its triangular eyes. In its final moments, it couldn't comprehend how Su-chen's swordplay was so fluid. Am I seeing things? Lu Er rubbed her eyes upon witnessing the giant python's demise. It was a green giant python, and while its strength could only contend with 1 to 3-star warriors, its massive size created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Generally, first-time warriors had a higher chance of dying at its jaws. Newcomers often faced issues with their mentality. Mugo was also stunned. He hadn't expected that the Su-chen they had scolded would possess such skills. Those few sword strikes just now were something even he couldn't replicate. It was clear that Su-chen had trained for more than just a year or two. Although Su-chen had slain the giant python, his heart raced. Fortunately, he had a strong mental resilience and quickly returned to normal. Su-chen! Mugo stormed over to him, cursing furiously. Are you blind? Do you have any idea how much money you just cost me? And I'll be questioned about this. Can't you just follow us obediently? As punishment, you won't get a single thing from this beast. He acted like a dictator, not giving Su-chen a chance to speak, signaling the other two to dissect the green snake for anything valuable. Su-chen watched as the green snake he had killed was being divided, his eyes showing a hint of anger. But that anger didn't last long, it faded quickly. The reason was simple: they had entered the territory of the 8-eyed Spider King, and these people were bound to die here sooner or later. Since that was the case, having these things in hand would be useless. Most importantly, the 8-eyed Spider King favored snake, rat, and insect-type beasts. As these people dismembered the green giant python, they were all tainted with its scent, and they wouldn't escape. It's fine, consider these things as my tribute to the seniors. I don't want a single piece, Su-chen chuckled, appearing carefree. As he spoke, he plucked a few wildflowers nearby and tucked them into his sleeve. With a cheerful smile, he said, "Seniors, you've worked hard along the way. At least you know how to be sensible," Mugu said, taking the valuable organs handed over by Lu Er, and his eyes gleamed. The three of them packed quickly, and in less than 5 minutes, they were ready to set off. Kid, don't fall too far behind. This time, you won't be so lucky next time, Su-chen nodded with a smile, obediently following behind. Mugu, do you think this kid is up to something? Seeing all our gains, can he really not feel a bit tempted? Gao Tongming lowered his voice. What can he do if he's tempted? Does he dare to cause trouble here? He should be grateful he can stand here safely because of us. Mugu spoke to himself, completely unaware that in the shadows, pairs of cold, icy eyes were fixated on him. Before long, Su-chen, who was following behind them, sensed something was off. It was too quiet. This was a desolate wilderness. Even in silence, there should be some bird calls, right? It was coming. Su-chen heightened his senses, surveying the surroundings, gripping his light spirit sword tightly. Mosquitoes! Retreat! This was proof of the 8-eyed Spider King's presence. Spiders are naturally hunters of various insects, so all insects and strange creatures around them tend to avoid the area. Moreover, it's very likely that the 8-eyed Spider King is following them. Almost there, just around here. Mugu and the others seemed to have noticed something, stopping to search for traces in the surroundings. However, the next moment, Lu Er's scream pierced the air. Help me! She was dragged into the dense forest by something, crying out loudly. The call for help came suddenly, as if it had been forcibly muted. Was her neck bitten off? This was Su-chen's first thought, and he shivered. Lu Er, Mugu and the others rushed forward anxiously, taking up a fighting stance and leaving him behind. Su-chen realized the 8-eyed Spider King had made its move, gripping his weapon tightly and slowly following. He had witnessed many battle scenes along the way and had even single-handedly killed one before, so although he was nervous, he remained calm. If the situation turned dire, he would run immediately. Ahead, there were scattered sounds and Muji's roar. Su-chen pushed through a thicket and saw a scene of battle that turned his face as pale as a sheet. 2 mangled corpses lay on the ground, and Mugu was bitten by a spider over 2 meters tall, already on the brink of death. This could not even be described as tragic. Seeing such a horrifying scene for the first time, Su-chen trembled in fear. The 8-eyed spider locked its gaze on him, emitting a piercing shriek. It tossed Mugu aside and charged straight at Su-chen. At that moment, Su-chen noticed that the 8-eyed Spider King was covered in wounds, with 2 legs broken, a deep gash on its face, and several of its 8 eyes shattered. It was likely the result of Mugu and the others' desperate struggle, which had severely injured the eight-eyed Spider King before its death. Su Chen's tense feelings eased a bit. Facing the eight-eyed Spider King before him was like confronting the difficult theories he had studied for exams. He immediately chose the optimal approach to solve the problem. As the eight-eyed spider opened its massive mouth, he swung his light sword. Light sword technique. The sword danced in the air like a cold lotus. The injured eight-eyed Spider King didn't take him seriously at all. Facing this exquisite sword technique, it was unable to dodge, and its face was instantly pierced, its head severed. Saliva and venom splattered on his face, and Su Chen felt the nerve toxin that suppressed his energy and blood beginning to spread. In that moment, he started to use the theories he had constructed earlier to circulate his energy and blood, attempting to resist the nerve toxin. He stood still, eyes tightly shut, motionless. His expression twisted and then turned serious. After about 10 minutes, excitement surged on his face and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot, but the excitement was evident. He succeeded. He successfully dispelled the nerve-suppressing toxin, relying solely on his created theory, without using any medicinal aids, just using his own method of energy and blood to suppress it. It worked. It really worked. So much. There are so many theoretical details to supplement everything I thought was right. The thrill of innovating on the foundation laid by predecessors and putting it into practice is an indescribable experience. It's like solving a complex geometric math problem from the old days when no classmate could figure it out, and even the teacher couldn't solve it using traditional methods, but you step forward with a brand new approach and crack the tough problem. The sense of achievement is self-evident. After personally encountering this nerve toxin, some theoretical knowledge that had previously eluded him suddenly became clear, completely perfected. You have created a theory of energy and blood knowledge, energy and blood plus 10 points. You have created a theory of energy and blood knowledge, energy and blood plus 10 points. You have created a theory of chi and blood knowledge, chi and blood plus 10 points. In an instant of enlightenment, his chi and blood surged by 180 points. He broke through to a 4-star warrior. Su Chen had an epiphany. He opened the door to a new world. If learning the existing theories of chi and blood was too slow to enhance his chi and blood, then he would create a new theory. The further he walked on the path of research, the faster his improvement would be. A gentle breeze blew. The cool air calmed him down completely as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield, and upon seeing the mangled corpses, he couldn't help but vomit. He was the only one who survived. Was this the battle of encountering alien beasts? It was truly too brutal. It seemed that the path to becoming a warrior was a one-way street. He immediately contacted A Wu with his phone. What did you say? You're the only one who survived? A Wu was utterly shocked and quickly dispatched personnel to pick him up. Su Chen hung up the phone and made his way back, knowing that with his understanding of the alien beasts here, it would be relatively easy to avoid contact with a large number of them. His luck was also good. He only encountered a wild boar alien beast along the way, which he managed to repel. As the sun was about to set, he boarded a dedicated shuttle to the city center. The alien beast corpses he retrieved from the mountain were also sent to the relevant authorities immediately, and after assessing their value, the funds would be directly credited to Su Chen's account. The person responsible for picking up Su Chen was a middle-aged man who sat in the passenger seat, talking on the phone. Don't worry, I've picked him up, and after a brief check he has no injuries. The deceased have been confirmed. They encountered the mutated eight-eyed spider. There are other issues as well, the survivor, he said, turning to look at Su Chen, his expression strange. Inside the van, Su Chen was half squatting in the back, frantically writing something on borrowed paper with a pen. He mumbled to himself, his eyes excited, his face full of fervor. His mental state might be problematic. I suggest the Warrior Guild reassess his qualifications. His mental state doesn't seem normal. The alien beasts encountered this time were quite terrifying. Even that person with the surname Mu was brutally killed, yet he survived. I find this suspicious. The man hung up the phone, looking at Su Chen, who was still immersed in his own world, with a serious expression. Soon, Su Chen was sent back to the guild. A Wu and several warriors came to meet him, quickly taking him to an office. Outside, A Wu watched this scene with immense tension. Gentleman in charge, Su Chen is our youngest warrior, with undeniable talent. The mistake in this arrangement is my responsibility, if it really was just his youthful recklessness. The leading middle-aged man snorted coldly. You take responsibility? Can an ordinary person bear the lives of 3 warriors? If there is indeed something suspicious about this matter, no one involved in this event will escape responsibility. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving A Wu with a grim expression. Inside the room, Su Chen was completely oblivious to his surroundings. All his focus was on those theoretical concepts, entering a frenzied state. The several managers frowned at his behavior. Su Chen, tell us about what you encountered. 3 warriors were killed, and the one with the lowest realm, Su Chen, returned. This situation was not only serious but also hinted at something odd. Su Chen did not respond but sat in his seat, lost in thought, tightly gripping the white paper in his hand. The others noticed Su Chen's silence and furrowed their brows. Since they picked him up, this young man had been talking to himself, staring blankly at the white paper in his hand. Just as reported over the phone, Su Chen's mental state seemed to have issues. What is the paper in his hand? A martial artist approached Su Chen, wanting to take over. His name was Zhang Wei, one of the guild's managers, with a strength of 8-star martial artist. The moment he touched the idiot in Su Chen's hand, Su Chen became excited and prepared to dodge. You think you can? Sensing Su Chen's intention, Zhang Wei disdainfully tried to snatch it, but 8 extremes yin yang palm. Su Chen suddenly unleashed a set of martial arts, his movements flowing like water, yin and yang perfectly aligned, and he actually forced Zhang Wei back 2 steps. This scene left the other managers present dumbfounded. They looked at Su Chen in disbelief, unable to help but exclaim, "This martial art is executed so smoothly." Indeed, it was too smooth to be believed. Learning a martial art is challenging for a martial artist, but as long as one is willing to put in the effort, it can be done. However, achieving such fluidity requires a profound understanding of the technique, even a perfect integration of it. Such difficulty. Even if they combined their efforts, they couldn't produce a martial art as smooth as this. They were astonished, but Zhang Wei was even more shocked. Isn't he a 1-star martial artist? He looked at Su Chen with a flushed face, unable to contain his roar. "Ah Wu, get in here." The roar echoed outside, and Ah Wu quickly opened the door. "Didn't you say this kid is a 1-star martial artist?" "Yes, he is definitely a 1-star martial artist. I personally tested him, his talent is absolutely fine. The records show it, with chi and blood over 300. Ah Wu was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly spoke. In his view, it was possible that these managers were questioning Su Chen's talent. Bang! But the next second, Zhang Wei slammed his hand on the table. 1 star? He is at least 4 stars now, with chi and blood over 800. Are you kidding me? 3 stars in a week? What did you say? Ah Wu thought he had misheard. I said he is now 4 stars. Give me a reasonable explanation for how you did your job. Why is there such a huge oversight in everything? Zhang Wei was furious. Initially, when he heard about the unexpected incident at this event, he treated it as a major accident. But now, not only was Su Chen's mental state problematic, but his realm was also concealed, making him feel that there must be something wrong with this matter. Ah Wu was shocked but speechless. Su Chen improved 3 stars in a week? He couldn't even dare to think about such a thing, let alone say it was absurd. Just when he didn't know how to respond, a familiar voice broke the deadlock. What are you all shouting about? Can't you see I'm calculating? This is an important theory for dealing with the 8-eyed spider's chi and blood-suppressing toxin. Can you all be quiet? Su Chen, not knowing when he had woken up, roared at the people present. Indeed, he was very angry. Although he didn't know when he had come here, nor did he know why there were so many unfamiliar faces, none of it mattered as much as the theoretical knowledge in his hands. He needed quiet. As he roared, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at him in shock, their expressions strange. You said you have a theory to deal with the 8-eyed spiders. Chi and blood toxin? Zhang Wei frowned tightly, sneering. I think you really are crazy. That's something that martial artists nationwide haven't figured out. How can a madman like you research it? As he spoke, he seemed to realize something and shook his head, saying, Why am I arguing with a madman? You are the madman. Your whole family are madmen. You can't figure it out because I, Su Chen, haven't been born yet. In this world, there are no problems that strange beasts can't overcome, they just haven't encountered me, Su Chen. Without me, Su Chen, the theory of chi and blood will remain as long as the night. Su Chen felt something surging from his blood at that moment. He was exhilarated. At this moment, his thirst for knowledge reached its peak. Seeing his half-crazed expression, even Zhang Wei was uncertain. Can anyone tell me if this kid has any mental issues? Don't believe it? Go find a more professional person to take a look. If my theory doesn't hold, I, Su Chen, will directly withdraw from the Warrior Association. Su Chen was incredibly excited. He wanted others to confirm what he was saying even more. A few managers exchanged glances, revealing some confusion in their eyes. He doesn't seem to have any mental issues. Why don't you take a look at his paper? Exactly, isn't this theory your area of expertise, old Zhen? If this paper is genuine, we might have really misunderstood him. Alright, then I'll take a look. Zhang Wei nodded. You see? Can you understand it? Su Chen didn't hand it over immediately, but showed a hint of doubt. Zhang Wei's face turned pale. He pulled open his shirt, revealing a badge of a book. Kid, do you know what this is? This is a badge that only those who have reached the researcher level in martial arts theory can possess. In the entire district, there are only 2 of us. Stop talking nonsense, hand it over. There aren't many who can obtain a blood energy degree, and even fewer who reach the researcher level. These are similar to the original graduate students, but they are graduate students among warriors. Given the rarity of warriors, this degree is even more valuable. Zhang Wei held the white paper in his hand, initially looking disdainful and seemingly indifferent. A few seconds later, the disdain on his face gradually turned to shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kid, from which doctor? Did you steal this confidential information? For a secret of this level, you could be sentenced to death. Zhang Wei suddenly went mad. The blood energy theory on this paper was very complex, so complex that he couldn't understand many of the theoretical ideas, but the parts he could understand undoubtedly shocked him. He could see that this was a theory for lifting the suppression of blood energy, but it was just too incredible. I told you, this is my created theory, there's no doctor involved. Su Chen frowned, feeling a bit angry. Usually, he didn't like to nitpick, but if anyone had any ulterior motives regarding the results he created, he would definitely be furious. You? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, swearing. If you can create such a theory, then I, Zhang Wei, will give up this researcher degree. I'll go back to high school and start over. But if this isn't your work, then hurry up and tell me the truth. If I find out, it won't just be a simple matter of being sentenced to death. Zhang Wei's gaze was frightening, showing the seriousness of the situation. Su Chen, you must tell the truth at this moment. A Wu also urged from the side, constantly signaling Su Chen with his eyes. At this moment, his expression was also not good, even pale and ugly. He didn't know why it suddenly escalated to such a big issue, but if Su Chen really stole major confidential documents, he would also be implicated. If everything was true, Su Chen telling the truth would be the best solution. I said, this is my created theory. How many times do you want me to say it? Good, very good. Zhang Wei smiled. He clenched the white paper in his hand and said seriously, since you say this theory is yours, that means all the principles on it are written by you, right? Then I can ask you a few questions, and you should be able to answer them. Now I'll ask you, in this theory of using methods to completely dissipate the suppression of blood energy toxins in a short time, what is the specific concept of short time? In 5 minutes, after exceeding 5 minutes, the effectiveness of dispersing the suppressive toxin will diminish by 1 minute each time, and by 8 minutes, the ability to neutralize it will be completely lost. Su Chen answered, fluently, finishing his response in less than 3 seconds. Zhang Wei was taken aback. Clearly, he hadn't expected Su Chen to respond so quickly. Then, I'll ask you again. This method of neutralizing the neurotoxin has a limitation on area. Approximately how much area is required before the neurotoxin cannot be controlled? Above 50 square centimeters, not exceeding 10 centimeters in height, and this is calculated based on the martial artist's realm. What I'm saying now applies to those at the martial artist level. I have not yet reached the realm above martial artist, which remains to be evaluated. However, if we consider the master level, according to my theory, it wouldn't matter even if the entire body were contaminated with neurotoxin. Su Chen answered again, looking completely relaxed, as if he were doing elementary school addition and subtraction. This left Zhang Wei dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Su Chen to actually be able to answer. He didn't look like he was pretending. And everything he said made sense. Take the master realm, for example. From the master level onward, humanity has a suppressive ability against the 8-eyed spider toxin. According to Su Chen, the master realm indeed differs from other realms. But, do you think that saying all this can prove that this is a theory you created? Since you have stolen such secret information and gained some theoretical understanding from it, it's still possible that it exists. He stared at Su Chen, his expression cold. In his eyes, Su Chen's actions were still insufficient to prove everything. Su Chen suddenly laughed, with a hint of obvious mockery. I knew you would say that. There are still many immature theories above that haven't been detailed. Should I write out 2 for you to see? Zhang Wei, who had been certain that Su Chen could never create such a theory, was finally shaken by his words. You said, what? You said you could write out those theories that haven't been detailed? He looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Seeing the boy's confident and serious demeanor, completely unflustered, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Of course, I said this is my created theory, so I can definitely explain all the intricate details above. Su Chen replied proudly. His answer left everyone in a state of confusion. In that moment, the boy's confidence made everyone instinctively believe him, but once reason returned, the inner answer was impossible. Write one out. Let's see. Zhang Wei's voice had begun to tremble. He finally realized that this time he might be witnessing something extraordinary. No need to write, I'll just say it directly. Su Chen pointed at the first page of the theory in his hand, excitedly gesturing. The first theory above is about controlling qi in blood, which I abbreviate as Su's qi regulation principle. Holding your breath and concentrating will allow you to feel a slight warm flow in your muscles. This sensation enhances clarity under external stimulation of the skin, especially noticeable when emotions are heightened and the air pressure drops. In addition, there are more methods to stimulate. I believe the sensation will increase with the degree of stimulation, such as certain tolerable electric currents. Su Chen's words deeply shocked everyone. All the displeasure on Zhang Wei's face seemed to vanish without a trace at that moment. In its place was daze. Yes. He stood there, staring blankly at Su Chen, a huge wave rising in his heart. Su Chen's frail body began to gradually appear more imposing, and the excited boy radiated a certain brilliance. He turned to look at the others in charge, seeing deep shock reflected on their faces. At this point, Su Chen had completely finished explaining his theory, reaching the peak of excitement. His gaze swept over the stewards, expressing a rare sense of pride for a young man. A Wu also nervously watched the stewards, feeling anxious inside. He didn't understand much of what Su Chen was saying, but he knew that from the moment Su Chen started speaking, these people fell silent. What exactly was Su Chen saying? Did he really steal important secrets? Gulp. The sound of saliva sliding down his throat echoed in the room, and his heart was already in his throat. So, is this really your work? Zhang Wei's attitude had softened by this point, but his voice still carried doubt. Su Chen was too lazy to answer his question and extended his palm. Give me back my things. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment before handing over the paper in his hand. What you said earlier still needs to be verified. But for now, I can let you go. But you must record the incident with the mutated beast. Is that it? Su Chen frowned. Didn't you say that if this really is my work, you would give up your degree and come back to high school with me to start over? He felt inexplicably surrounded and questioned, and after being forced to review so much theoretical knowledge, he was dismissed with just a few words? He had nearly risked his life to acquire that theoretical knowledge. How much would it cost to just give it away? Those martial artists he sold it to would pay at least tens of thousands, right? No, at least 100,000. After all, this knowledge could save lives at critical moments. Zhang Wei's expression stiffened, and the other stewards looked utterly bewildered. A Wu nervously ran to his side, frantically signaling him with his eyes. Steward Zhang, Su Chen is still young, he's just joking with you. Su Chen, how can you be so disrespectful? Steward Zhang is the same age as your dad. What kind of joke is this? I'm not joking. Su Chen completely ignored him. Even as a steward, you should be reasonable, right? Otherwise, with so many arrogant people in the Martial Artist Association, how could they possibly obey management? Su Chen's words carried momentum and made sense. Now Zhang Wei's face was a bit hard to maintain. Although Su Chen was young, what he said was indeed reasonable. If this matter were to spread later, he, as a steward, would have no way to continue managing those proud individuals. But, could he really give up his degree? Did he really have to go back to high school? So he hesitated for a moment and slowly said, I just said that your work still needs verification. These things coming from a high school student are hard to believe, so I must call my teacher to verify. As for what you said, it's not wrong. As a steward, I naturally cannot go back on my word. Let me clarify everything before I say anything. I will definitely keep my promise. Su Chen curled his lips. That won't do. This is my hard work, and you just looked at it for free? What do you want? You've seen my theoretical knowledge and heard my supplements. You owe me money for this, as it's something I plan to sell. Of course, I won't be unreasonable like you. I can tell you the remaining supplementary theories. Zhang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Although he couldn't be sure whether Su Chen had stolen this theoretical knowledge, he was certain that those theories about vital energy were real and definitely effective. He was very clear about the value of what he had just seen. If he could really acquire it, it would be worth every penny. How much do you want? He cautiously asked, nervously looking at Su Chen. This was such a great opportunity, he was genuinely afraid Su Chen would ask for an exorbitant price. 150,000. Su Chen hesitated slightly before speaking. Theoretically, this thing should be worth a higher price, but from the creator's perspective, having this price is already quite good. After all, this is a theory that has never been verified, and it is a method with stringent usage conditions. It's neither too high nor too low. After he quoted the price, his heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. There was no way around it. He was just a high school student, and this amount of money was already astronomical for him. 150,000? Sure. Zhang Wei nodded directly, feeling relieved inside. His expectation was under 200,000, so this was already quite good. If it weren't for not having seen Su Chen's added value and worrying that the subsequent theory might be useless, the things on that paper becoming semi-finished products would be fine even if they doubled in price. Transfer the money first. Su Chen was excited. This money was enough to buy a lot of blood-replenishing pills, and he wouldn't have to worry about his father Su Shou's condition for a while. That's easy to say, but now you need to cooperate with us to record the encounters you have with mutated beasts. No problem. Wei nodded. Follow me. Wu, you don't have anything to do here. Go get busy. Su Chen followed a few managers out of the room. It wasn't until only Wu was left that he shivered. 150,000? He actually got the car, damn it. The conversation about this trip was quick, lasting only about 10 minutes. The first thing Su Chen did after coming out was to run to a nearby bank to get a bank card of his own. Returning to the Warrior Association, in less than an hour, he burst out of the manager's office excitedly. 150,000. His phone already showed that 150,000 had been credited. He had never seen so much money. This money was enough to buy a lot of blood-replenishing pills. Su Chen carefully put away the bank card and headed towards the Warrior Pharmacy. Although the Warrior Association had various potion resources, they did not sell them. They were collected to go through the process for warriors. Moreover, the types were limited, mostly for the warriors themselves. He wanted to buy some body blood pills and efficiency-enhancing medicine for his father, and that place would have a wider selection. As for the weapon loan, There would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future, so he wasn't in a hurry. Soon, he found two warrior pharmacies. Huiwu Pharmacy, Shuanli Pharmacy. The two pharmacies were next to each other, seemingly in competition. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and walked into the first one. A woman in her 50s, wearing light makeup, looked up at him with an expression full of impatience. She glanced at him and said, "You've got the wrong place. This isn't a pharmacy, this is a warrior pharmacy. I'm here to buy medicine. I want some blood replenishing pills." Su Chen frowned and slowly replied, "Blood replenishing pills?" She raised an eyebrow, sizing Su Chen up and down. If one had to use adjectives to describe him, he looked dirty and disheveled. He had just been brought back from the outskirts and hadn't had time to change clothes or tidy himself up. After sizing him up, she lowered her head again to look at her phone screen. To buy blood replenishing pills, you need to bring a parent, otherwise, who knows if it's stolen money from home. We've had several incidents like this already. Su Chen looked at her impatient demeanor, utterly speechless. Fine. Then I'll go check out another place. Su Chen left without looking back, disappearing from her sight. She looked up as Su Chen headed towards Shuanli Pharmacy, revealing a self-satisfied smile and disdain. There are really more and more little hoodlums nowadays. If they can't become warriors, they should at least study properly instead of pondering those crooked paths all day. Perhaps out of curiosity, the woman walked to the door, watching the entrance of Shuanli Warrior Pharmacy with great interest, a face full of schadenfreude. She was sure that soon Su Chen would come running out in defeat, unable to buy anything. Inside the pharmacy, Lu Mei was sitting at the counter, feeling quite troubled. Although she didn't get into the Warrior University, she was still a college student, and at least she was a campus beauty, right? How could her parents oppose her going to the big city and instead want her to stay here selling medicine and marry a warrior? Is that something a loving mom and dad would do? The most frustrating part was that the old dove next door was always making snide remarks and occasionally sending those good-for-nothing thugs who sell medicine her way. She had really had enough of this life. "Hello, I would like to buy a blood-boosting pill." Lu Mei was jolted awake by Su Chen's voice. She looked at the handsome young man in front of her and forced a warm smile. "Little brother, are you sure you want to buy a blood-boosting pill? The blood-boosting pill in the store costs 20,000. If you're a warrior, you can get it for 80% off." To be honest, she didn't believe that Su Chen would actually buy it. Looking at him, he seemed more like a little thug. But not long ago, the old dove next door had recommended a similar thug, and when she had a bad attitude and got into a big argument, she almost cried afterward, feeling it was unnecessary. Moreover, Su Chen looked quite pleasing to the eye, with a bit of an ancient scholar's aura. "I want 10. Okay. Lu Mei immediately nodded, her smile radiant. But the next second, her expression froze. "How many did you say?" 10. "How many?" Su Chen saw that the big sister in front of him was not mature at all and directly slapped his warrior badge on the table. Lu Mei's eyes nearly popped out when she saw the warrior badge. A warrior. A 17 or 18-year-old warrior. The warrior badge couldn't be faked, and no one would dare to fake it, so Su Chen was indeed a real warrior. This was the youngest warrior she had ever seen. Her parents had mentioned that the youngest warrior for matchmaking was already over 30. An 18-year-old young warrior. "I can do that." "What do you mean you can do that?" Su Chen looked completely confused. Never mind. Let me get you the blood-boosting pills." Lu Mei's cheeks flushed and she hurriedly turned to find the pills, then tossed them directly in front of him. "I only have 150,000. Can you give me a discount?" Su Chen hesitated to speak, feeling a bit embarrassed. This was his first time bargaining. He hadn't even haggled for a discount when he fished at the bottom of the lake last time. Lu Mei was momentarily stunned, her face looking a bit unpleasant. She then realized that Su Chen looked quite young and didn't seem wealthy. Although he had a warrior badge, it could still be fake. Could it be that a cultured little thug had come this time? "All right, but you have to pay on the spot." Su Chen sighed in relief and handed her his bank card. Lu Mei swiped the card, and instantly, 150,000 was credited. Her eyes sparkled. "Hey, that's 11 blood-boosting pills." Su Chen then noticed there were 11 pills, and Lu Mei also realized she had taken too many. "Consider it a gift." She waved her hand dramatically and grinned. I feel so embarrassed." "There's no need to feel embarrassed. Let me add you on Xin. If there are any discounts in the future, I can let you know. My name is Lu Mei, what's yours?" Lu Mei was particularly enthusiastic, which made the inexperienced Su Chen feel a bit shy. But having seen the grand scenes of beasts killing, he quickly adapted to this as well. "My name is Su Chen." Su Chen had a strange expression because he felt he had heard the name Lu Mei somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where exactly. Maybe it was a similar name from the next class? Without lingering too long, he left the pharmacy. Outside the pharmacy, the women from Huiwu Pharmacy saw him come out and immediately showed a gloating smile. "Oh, did you get kicked out already? Young people should find more work to do instead of loafing around all day." She said this with a smile, but her expression quickly froze. because she saw the exquisite gift box Su Chen was holding, which was clearly a blood-boosting pill gift box. So many gift boxes, at least 7 or 8 blood recovery pills. Did you buy so many blood recovery pills? Her face turned ugly, realizing she seemed to have missed something. Is that a problem? Su Chen had no intention of being polite. Did you steal money from home? With this much money, your parents will break your legs when you get home. If you can't get into college and resort to stealing, you'll only be a thug for the rest of your life. Su Chen laughed. He was too lazy to continue arguing with this old pigeon, but after walking a few steps, he still felt angry. He stopped and shouted into the Xuanli pharmacy. Sister Lu Mei, I'll make sure our guild members come to your pharmacy often. Saying this, he disregarded the woman's ugly expression and hurriedly disappeared. After purchasing the blood recovery pills from the pharmacy, Su Chen directly boarded the bus to the outskirts of the city. He planned to go home and see his father, Su Zhou, believing that his father would be very happy to know he had become a martial artist. It should be noted that the matter of his mother's departure had always weighed heavily on his father's mind. He had once complained about his father being rejected by his mother, but as his own blood energy failed to improve, he gradually understood his father's sense of helplessness and frustration. He didn't want much, just to have the family reunited. On the bus, he closed his eyes, contemplating the theories in his mind. With the experience of creating a theory for the first time, he felt that many theories learned from books could be improved and innovated. This was his talent. In this era, without sufficient blood energy, one could not progress as a martial artist. Most martial artists wouldn't spend time and energy researching these theories, nor did they have that much time and energy. But he was different. Creating and improving this knowledge could significantly enhance his blood energy. This way, he could save time in boosting his blood energy. The city center was neither too far nor too close to his home. The detour and waiting took about 4 to 5 hours, during which he kept thinking about new blood energy theories, this time focusing on the theory of blood energy enhancement training. Although he had talent, his knowledge base was still insufficient. He needed more advanced book knowledge. I should check the city library later, or see if there are complete sets of these books for sale online. Su Chen rubbed his aching head, preparing to rest for a bit. Just then, a panel appeared before him. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Blood energy plus 20 points. Ha! Su Chen sat up straight, his eyes shining. Someone learned it? Was Zhang Wei looking at his theory? An increase of 20 points? That was double the blood energy he created. In his excitement, Su Chen saw another floating notification. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone. Blood energy plus 20 points. So, if he spread knowledge, he could gain more blood energy? Su Chen on the bus was incredibly excited. Just as he was about to get off the bus, his blood energy reached 1,000 points. He had broken through to a 5-star martial artist. At this rate, he would soon reach 9 stars, even become a martial master. If that happened, not only could he acquire a lot of money to treat his father, but the possibility of reuniting the family would also increase. If he truly became an excellent martial artist, even a high-level existence, his mother would surely come back to her senses. Soon, the bus arrived at the station. Su Chen got off the bus and walked along a familiar path to a secluded neighborhood. Broadcasting neighborhood. This area was filled with old houses, on the very edge of the city, in terrible condition. The sky had already darkened, and his father should be off work by now. Su Chen headed straight for his unit door when a familiar figure walked out to meet him. Hey, isn't this Xiao Tian? Why are you back? Don't you have class today? Uncle Li? Su Chen looked at the unfriendly-looking man and instinctively spoke. The man in front of him was called Uncle Li, one of the few friends his father had. Of course, they used to be friends, but now it was hard to say they were still friends. His father owed a considerable amount of money and couldn't pay it back, which gradually strained their relationship. So, Uncle Li was here to collect money. I took a leave of absence. Leave of absence? Uncle Li frowned, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You should focus on your studies. Your dad is counting on you. Though it sounded like advice, Su Chen detected an unpleasant tone. His vitality had been low for the past 2 years, and the neighbors had heard about it. Coupled with the family's situation, no one looked up to him. Su Chen remained silent and hurried upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his father, Su Zhou, a gaunt figure sitting in the living room, sighing. Su Chen's face was like a copy of Su Zhou's, 8 parts similar, the only difference being their demeanor. Su Zhou's face was filled with the weight of years and worry, clearly indicating that life had not been easy for him. Dad, I'm back. Su Zhou was momentarily taken aback when he saw him. Why are you back? Isn't today Thursday? As soon as he paused, it seemed he realized something, and his expression changed drastically. Did I not tell you not to drop out of school? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Do you know that I keep working every day like this just so you won't end up like me? Su Zhou was very angry. He even pointed at Su Chen, his finger trembling with agitation. He scolded him several times until he noticed Su Chen's calm expression, which slowly calmed him down. His anger turned into helplessness as he sighed. Did I not tell you? You don't need to worry about money, and I also said that as long as you have the opportunity, I would do whatever it takes to make sure you can go to school. Suzhou's eyes were red from too much emotion, and he coughed a couple of times. Su Chen estimated that his father's vitality was probably around 40 points. Dad, don't worry, I haven't dropped out. The homeroom teacher gave me a leave of absence, saying that it doesn't matter whether I attend classes or not right now. Su Chen wasn't lying. Given his current ear condition, attending class really had little meaning. It was better to find a quiet place to study diligently. Suzhou's expression dimmed. He misunderstood Su Chen's meaning. Dad, I brought you something from the city. Su Chen placed the gift box on the table, but didn't open it immediately. He was afraid it would startle Suzhou. After all, he was just a high school student, and suddenly bringing back 11 blood replenishing pills was indeed a bit shocking. He planned to give his father a heads up before opening it, but before he could speak, there was a knock on the door. Su Chen went to open it and found it was Uncle Li. Upon seeing Uncle Li, Suzhou's face instantly darkened. Didn't I already agree to you? What are you so anxious about? Am I going to die tomorrow or what? Suzhou was very agitated. Uncle Li, on the other hand, looked extremely impatient and said, Why are you shouting? Who owes whom here? I thought about it carefully. With your health, who knows if you'll be able to work next month? You should settle the account today. As he spoke, he plopped down on the sofa, crossing his legs. 20,000 yuan, not a cent less. You. Zhou Wu's face turned red with anger. When you got married, your family couldn't come up with that exorbitant betrothal gift. It was me and Mei Lan who helped you out. After all these years, have I ever asked for a single cent? Now that I'm in trouble, I ask you for help and you agreed to pay me back in a year, and it's only been 2 months. That's right. Su Chen knew about this matter. Back then, his parents had a good relationship with Uncle Li, often eating and drinking together. Later, Uncle Li found a wife who valued money above all else and demanded a sky-high betrothal gift. When the marriage fell through, it was his parents who helped out, and they had never asked for a single cent in all these years. Who would have thought? Uncle Li's expression grew even more displeased. Why are you bringing this up? This matter is one thing, and another thing altogether. At the beginning, you two were willing, and I never said you had to pay me back. Now I am the creditor, and I say you must repay. Suzhou's face turned ashen, but ultimately, he owed others, so he could only helplessly say, It's not that I don't want to give it to you, it's that I really don't have it right now. Even if you turned the house upside down, you wouldn't find it. How can you not have it? Didn't you just exchange for a blood recovery pill? That thing is worth 20,000. Suzhou's face froze. That's my life-saving medicine. Without that pill, I might not even be able to work next month. It's already tough as it is. Uncle Li sneered. Well, I don't care. You have to pay me back today. You can't work, but you have your son, right? Since he can't get into a martial arts university anyway, let him come down and work to earn some money. Suzhou trembled with anger, his voice almost squeezed out between his teeth. Li. Uncle Li's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. What? You look like you want to hit me? If you can afford the medical expenses, then go ahead and hit me. I definitely won't retaliate. But I'm afraid your body can't handle it. You won't even be able to hit me while I'm standing. Suzhou was already so angry that he was unsteady, on his feet, looking like he would fall at any moment. Just then, Su Chen supported Suzhou. A blood recovery pill, right? I'll give you the blood recovery pill, and from now on, we will be square. Don't ever show up at my house again. Su Chen's expression was cold, his voice icy. Oh, look, the little one is speaking now? Your father's words don't count, but yours do? Li Yi scoffed. Li Yi, you better watch your tone. You just want the blood recovery pill, right? Here. Suzhou shouted as he saw Su Chen being scolded. It was clear he was very agitated, ready to hit someone at any moment. I'll give you the blood recovery pill, and from now on, we have no more ties. That's what you said. If you hadn't begged me back then, would I have wanted to have anything to do with you? Li Yi's face was full of disdain and contempt. Take the blood recovery pill and get lost. Suzhou could see that he was very angry, and Su Chen could tell too. His dad had always been like this. Others could say he was fine, but if they said something about him, he would become especially agitated. A warm current flowed through Su Chen's heart. It was time for him to repay his parents for all the years they had silently supported him. What's wrong? It's nothing, just a blood recovery pill. Your dad is fine, don't worry. Suzhou misunderstood something and immediately smiled confidently. No problem? I doubt you can even make it to next month. Li Yi sneered. Shut up. Suddenly, Su Chen shouted. The martial artist's aura far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Even a normal roar was beyond imagination. His shout made the ears of the two people present buzz, and Li Yi turned pale with shock. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief, never expecting that a high school student could be so intimidating with just one shout. But he quickly calmed down and suddenly stood up, roaring. You little brat, do you dare to yell at me? Su Chen sneered. What's wrong with me yelling at you? Not hitting you is already being lenient. As he spoke, he directly opened the gift box on the table, revealing 11 blood recovery pills quietly lying inside, a strong herbal fragrance instantly filling the entire room. This is all blood recovery pills. Sujo stared blankly at the blood recovery pills in the gift box. Who would have thought that the gift box Su-chan brought back contained 11 blood recovery pills? How much would this be worth? 200,000. Sujo trembled with excitement. He couldn't imagine that blood recovery pills worth 200,000 were now lying in his living room. Lee Yi was even more dumbfounded. 11 blood recovery pills. This is the first time in his life that he has seen so many blood-enhancing pills. All the blood-enhancing pills here are top quality. Pick one at random and get the hell out of my house. Su-chan directly issued an eviction order. Just looking at this person made him feel disgusted. If it weren't for the fact that he and his father were acquainted, he would have personally thrown this person out. Lee Yi had come to get the blood-enhancing pills, but being insulted by a brat like this made his face turn sour. You little brat, are you done yet? Do you believe I won't slap you? You dare. Sujo saw him raise his hand to move forward but was stopped by Su-chan. To his shock, he found that he couldn't budge Su-chan's arm at all. It was like trying to move a massive boulder. Su-chan's expression was indifferent, his gaze fixed firmly on Lee Yi. I said, take the blood-enhancing pill and get lost. This is the last time I'm saying it. Insulted again, Lee Yi was furious. He glared at Su-chan, grabbed the gift box, and strode towards the exit. The rest is just interest. It's not like it's of any use to you, useless father and son. So arrogant. So overbearing. Su-chan finally couldn't hold back his anger. He grabbed the other man's wrist and applied a bit of force. Ah. The wretched screams echoed in the room, continuous like a pig being slaughtered. Sujo, who was initially ready to help, stood frozen in place. He clearly saw Lee Yi's wrist becoming noticeably red and swollen. This injury would likely take months to heal. Su-chan snatched back the blood-enhancing pill and threw one in front of him. This is already considered robbery. If I report you, you'll at least be detained for a while. Lee Yi, clutching his injured hand, looked at Su-chan with a hint of fear in his eyes. Although he didn't know what had happened, it was clear that Su-chan's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and continuing here would not end well for him. You and your father wait, this matter isn't over. He picked up the pill and spat out a harsh threat before fleeing. Sujo closed the door, his face grim. Xiao Tian, you were impulsive. This guy is nothing but a rogue now. You've heard him, and he'll come looking for trouble tomorrow. When the time comes, he'll report you for malicious injury, and we won't be able to explain ourselves. Su-chan was unconcerned and instead comforted Sujo. Dad, don't worry, even if he reports us, we'll have the upper hand. Sujo sighed. You don't understand, he's doing quite well now, knows a few people, and we can't compare. Seeing his father's worried expression, Su-chan couldn't help but laugh. How can you still be laughing at a time like this? Of course I can laugh. Dad, look at this. Su-chan pulled out a warrior badge from his pocket and placed it in front of him. The moment Sujo saw the warrior badge, he was first stunned, then filled with confusion and doubt. Where did you get this warrior badge? Do you know any warriors? Sujo was a bit excited because if Su-chan knew warriors, they wouldn't have to fear that rogue. I know quite a few warriors, but this badge isn't from any other warrior, it's mine. Su-chan took a couple of breaths, and Sujo's emotions were a roller coaster. Upon hearing the last sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief. Yours? Son, have you been under too much pressure from studying lately? He knew his own son. What kind of character did he not know? Let alone being a warrior. Just getting into college with that little bit of vitality was a challenge. Su-chan knew he wouldn't believe it and looked helpless. It's true, otherwise, where do you think all these blood-enhancing pills came from? If you don't believe me, you can call the local warrior association to confirm. Check if I'm a registered warrior. Su-chan's words were like a bomb, leaving Sujo stunned in place, unable to speak for a long time. I need to make a call. After a while, Sujo finally spoke in a hoarse voice, searching for the phone number of the Warrior Association on his phone. These institutional numbers could easily be found on certain map applications without needing to search online. When he made the call, Sujo cautiously inquired, even nervously stumbling over his words. The female customer service representative on the other end was somewhat impatient, but her attitude improved significantly once she found his name. After Sujo heard her confirm Su-chan's identity, he finally hung up the phone. He looked at Su-chan with a complex expression, his eyes red. Su-chan felt a pang in his heart. He wasn't sure if it could be considered a sweet reward after hardship, but it was ultimately a good thing. So, does that mean these blood recovery pills were given to you by the Warrior Association? Sujo's voice was a bit choked. However, he quickly cleared his throat with a cough and a nasal returning to normal. That's right, your son is a warrior now, so you won't have to go out to work anymore. Su's father spent a sleepless night. Su-chan had no idea what he was thinking, only seeing him sitting on the sofa staring at his phone all night. He remembered how reluctant his mother had been when she left with his little sister. On the day they left, he and his sister cried uncontrollably, and he even stood on the street shouting at his father, complaining. There was even resentment. But as he entered high school and realized he couldn't enhance his vitality, those feelings gradually faded. His growth took root and sprouted in a mix of unwillingness and powerlessness. However, the emotions that nourished the seedlings were often only encountered when stepping into society. He had just experienced it a few years earlier. A warrior's body was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and even lifespan increased with the elevation of their realm. So, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all after a sleepless night. The next morning, after a quick wash and breakfast, he prepared to head to the library. He initially wanted to bring Suzhou along, but Suzhou expressed a desire to go to work. Although he had become a warrior, he was still capable of working. If one day he felt tired or unhappy, he would take a break. Suchen knew he couldn't stop him, so he said nothing more and went to the city library by himself. On the bus to the library, Suchen intended to enhance his vitality a bit, but he was distracted by the conversations of those around him. Hey, look at other people's kids. As soon as they open their phones, it's this girl, so outstanding. Exactly. She hasn't even graduated yet and has already reached the vitality line for key warrior universities. Once she becomes a warrior, her family will benefit too. What's this girl's name? Lin Wanqing, right? Truly impressive. Suchen heard these people discussing Lin Wanqing and curled his lip. It seemed that the Xinhua society was quite formidable, having gained recognition in such a short time. Lin Wanqing would probably receive key training once she entered university, right? But he didn't care. As long as they didn't dig him up to cause trouble, it was fine. Although others saw Lin Wanqing as a prodigy, to him now, she was nothing. Hey, young man, I see you pouting over there. Are you looking down on Lin Wanqing? At that moment, an elderly lady noticed Su Chen's expression and became somewhat excited. Auntie, what is Lin Wanqing to you? She's not related to me, but I plan to have her as my daughter-in-law in the future. Who are you looking down on here, daughter-in-law? Su Chen. The bus arrived at the stop and Su Chen hurriedly escaped, sweating profusely as he reached the city library. Looking at the massive library, Su Chen couldn't wait to rush inside, diving into the ocean of knowledge. At this moment, in the library, Yu Qinghuan, the director, was standing in front of a row of bookshelves, carefully observing the content on his phone. On the surface, he was the director, but he was also one of the few martial artists in the city to have obtained a research degree. His obsession with the knowledge of vital energy had hindered his cultivation level from advancing, yet he had gained extraordinary insights into this knowledge, even being the only one in the city close to a doctoral degree. Just moments ago, Zhang Wei from the Martial Artist Association had sent him an electronic version of the theory of vital energy, and he was deeply moved by the first line he saw, rushing over to find materials for verification and study. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. The person who wrote this is a genius. Suddenly, he shouted. In the quiet library, everyone looked up at him with expressions of disbelief. Don't mind me. I'm the director, I couldn't help it. Yu Qinghuan gestured for everyone to ignore him and continue reading their books. However, the next second, a voice came from behind him. Hello, are you the director here? Su Chen looked at the man in front of him, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, and smiled warmly. The man was around 30, with a crew cut, looking very spirited. I am. What can I do for you? Yu Qinghuan nodded but was clearly a bit impatient. At that moment, he was focused on the materials in his hands and didn't really want to engage. I'm looking for some theories on the principles of body forging and vital energy, but this place is too big, and I can't find anything. I want the most comprehensive, preferably the highest level. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before adding, the highest level? You won't understand it, classmate. Yu Qinghuan laughed heartily, finding it somewhat amusing, but still pointed him to a location not far away. After Su Chen thanked him, he walked over, even humming a little tune that only he could hear. I'm like a fish in your lotus pond, just to be with you. He was in a good mood, even very pleased, as data began to float before his eyes. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone, vital energy plus 20 points. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone, vital energy plus 20 points. He didn't know who was learning his theoretical knowledge, but the feeling of leveling up while sitting was simply exhilarating. He quickly found the vital energy knowledge he wanted in the direction indicated. After taking a deep breath, he began to read. You are reading a piece of vital energy theoretical knowledge, vital energy plus 0.01 points. You have learned a piece of vital energy theoretical knowledge, vital energy plus 1 point. You have learned a piece of vital energy theoretical knowledge, vital energy plus 1 point. You have created a piece of vital energy theoretical knowledge, vital energy plus 10 points. He didn't know how long it had been, but his feet had gone numb from standing, and only then did he stop. He glanced at his vital energy. 1,210 points. 6-star martial artist. He rubbed his aching head inside. Knowledge is inexhaustible, but human energy is limited. Out of necessity, he could only select a few needed books and prepare to buy them. He still had some money left. Buying a few books would be enough. The books were very cheap, but their value was infinite. However, when he went to process the purchase, the staff refused to sell him some of the books. I'm really sorry, classmate, but this part of the books is not for sale. They can only be rented because the content is quite special and you must return them within a certain time. That's fine. Although Suchin found it a bit troublesome, he was willing to do anything for knowledge. He left his name, ID, and contact information. In any case, the registration for this part of the books had to be very thorough. After about 10 minutes, he completed the registration and left with the books, gradually disappearing from sight. After a while, Director Yu Qinghuan jogged over to the staff. He placed some documents on the table and gestured for the staff to help him register. During the registration process, he noticed the name Su Chen that had just been registered, and he paused slightly. Su Chen? What does this person look like? When did he leave? Seeing this name, Yu Qinghuan became excited. He had already heard about Su Chen from Zhang Wei. So when he saw Su Chen's borrowing information, his intuition told him this was the person he was looking for. Su Chen's theories were truly astonishing. Although many aspects were still immature, the boldness he showed as a high school student was impressive. Are you talking about this person? He's a high school student, dressed very simply, with clear features, about this tall. Listening to the staff's description, Yu Qinghuan's expression gradually turned to shock. Wasn't this the student who had just asked him about books? He seemed to have said something condescending earlier. Yu Qinghuan felt a bit embarrassed. Forget it, maybe next time. I'll meet him with old Zhang next time. He sighed and left with the documents in hand. After leaving the city library, Su Chen returned home and prepared to focus all his time and energy on the theory of qi and blood. During this period, he planned to study the theory continuously, not diverting his attention to improving his qi and blood. The amount of qi and blood gained from reading and reciting was too little. He had already lost interest. After all, constructing a complete theory could enhance several hundred qi and blood, and teaching it to those who could understand would multiply the effect. Once he got into the zone, time passed quickly, and he only took a break when his father got off work. Xiao Tian, your school awarded scholarships today, and they even mailed a qi-enhancing pill to my workplace. The scholarship is quite substantial. I'll transfer it to you after I deposit it in the bank. Su Zhou, who had just finished work, was particularly excited, and his usually haggard face looked especially rosy. You have no idea, the colleagues at my workplace saw the qi-enhancing pill mailed to me. Their eyes lit up with envy. Seeing his father full of energy, Su Chen also smiled. This is just the beginning. Once I graduate from university, I'll take you to Longdu. Upon hearing the name Longdu, Su Zhou's smile noticeably faded, and there was more worry in his brow. No need, we father and son are quite comfortable living in this small city. Longdu is the capital where over 90% are martial artists. The pressure there would be too much for you. He said this, but Su Chen knew he wanted to go to Longdu, concerned about his mother. He also understood that it was too early to say anything now, so he didn't continue speaking. After all, there was still a long way to go, and time would prove everything. Oh, by the way, Xiao Tian, aren't you a martial artist now? Are there any younger martial artists in the Martial Artist Association who are single? Don't think too much about it. Do you remember your Uncle Lu? The one your dad often talks about. His daughter just graduated from university and came back. She didn't attend a martial artist university and is looking for a reliable martial artist to marry. You might have a chance to introduce her. Su Chen looked helpless. He didn't even have a girlfriend yet, and now he was supposed to introduce someone else? However, he had a good impression of this Uncle Lu. He owned a supermarket near his father's workplace, and they had become familiar over time, since his father occasionally went there to buy cigarettes. I'll take a look later, but don't get your hopes up. Martial artists tend to be quite proud. Just your words are enough. Put in some effort. This is the first time your dad has agreed to something for someone. Su Chen nodded in agreement. In the following days, he didn't go out, spending every day researching theories to enhance qi and blood, not only for himself but also for his father. Su Zhou's qi and blood had been declining for years, and he could only rely on qi-enhancing pills to maintain it. A normal person can only take the blood-boosting pill once in their lifetime because the principle of the pill's concentration is that once a person's vital energy and blood are elevated to a certain level under the pill's effect, taking the same medication again will either lose its effectiveness or have an effect so minimal it's negligible. However, Su Zhou's current situation is an exception. His vital energy and blood are declining every day. Each time he takes the blood-boosting pill, it is effective, but it can only maintain his vital energy from dropping excessively, so it cannot cure the problem. To achieve a complete cure, the rate at which a person's vital energy and blood improve must surpass the rate of decline, rather than relying on medication. With his father's talent, it is impossible to catch up with the rate of deterioration through normal means of exercise to enhance vital energy, so he must find a way to rapidly increase it. In the night, he worked late into the night, continuously writing down data, from night to day, and then from day to night. On the weekend, he held the data in his hands, his face full of worry. He underestimated the theories of vital energy created in modern times. After building for so long, whenever it came to key theoretical positions, unsolvable problems would arise. This led to all his constructions always falling just short. He needed help or guidance from someone knowledgeable. Xiao Tian, you're going back today, right? Dad hopes you pay attention to what I told you. After a few simple reminders, Suzhou left. He also prepared to temporarily give up thinking and planned to return to school to ask Chen Fei if he could find an expert or someone knowledgeable in this area. He opened the door and found that a meal had already been prepared on the table, along with a book. A text message came in on his phone, sent by Suzhou. Xiao Tian, I see you studying those books every day. Forgetting to eat and drink, you must have encountered some problems. The book on the table was given to you by your Uncle Lu's daughter when she was in college, from a professor who specializes in martial arts knowledge. Dad doesn't understand books, just hopes you like it. Su Chen stared blankly at the book for a while. Discussions on vital energy. What a casually chosen name. Curiously, he opened the book and carefully read the theories inside. But just on the first page, he was deeply captivated. This book contained some foundational theories, very basic, but many were things he was seeing for the first time. If the theories he learned at school were from 1 to 10, then these theories were from 0.001 to 0.1. In an instant, it opened the door to a new world for him, resolving many confusions he had previously held. He was incredibly eager for knowledge but soon encountered some questions he couldn't understand. At that moment, he noticed a row of elegant notes beside the theory, explaining the problems exceptionally clearly. Was this the owner of the book? Su Chen flipped the book to the side and saw the owner's name. But when he saw the name above, he froze. What a coincidence! Lu Mei? Su Chen was slightly taken aback at the familiar name. Could it really be such a coincidence? He recalled the beautiful woman from the smooth martial artist pharmacy and immediately shook his head. She was in the pharmacy, while Uncle Lu ran a supermarket in the suburbs. They were worlds apart. He pushed these strange thoughts out of his mind and continued to look at the book in his hands. But soon, he discovered a new problem. Many of the annotations were simply recorded. He couldn't understand them. Only the person who made those notes would know their true meaning. Much like some classmates' haphazardly recorded notes. God knows what each sentence or symbol represents. He rubbed his temples and let out a bitter laugh. Should he just ask his dad to get Uncle Lu's contact information? But he hadn't fulfilled his promise to the person yet. Not only had he taken their book, but also to trouble them to explain the entire book's annotations would be too impolite. Or should I try to find her? Playing matchmaker is, after all, a good deed. With so many people in the Martial Artist Association, can't you find a suitable partner? Determined, Su Chen decided to help. However, he still needed to return to school to ask around. If the school's Qi and Blood teacher could assist, it would save him a lot of trouble. On the bus back, Su Chen saw an advertisement featuring their school's enrollment brochure, along with a photo of Lin Wanqing, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Although he knew Lin Wanqing would gain fame from the interview, seeing an ordinary person gradually become well-known made him a bit envious. But he was well aware that to achieve great things, one must focus on their work and not be blinded by temporary glory. If the person in the advertisement was truly him, he probably wouldn't have had the time to study Qi and Blood theory and improve his own Qi and Blood. He certainly wouldn't have reached the level of a 6-star martial artist. At most, he was just over 2 stars. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly spoke up beside him. Classmate, you look like you're from Qingting too. Have you seen that Lin Wanqing from your school? Is she really as beautiful as she looks in the advertisement? It was 2 boys around his age, seemingly students from another high school. I have seen her, but she's not very warm or easy to get along with. She's a bit hard to approach, Su Chen said, scratching his nose and speaking honestly. The boy immediately scoffed. Really? I think she just doesn't like being around you. Bro, you haven't been hurt by her, have you? Didn't succeed in winning her over? I can tell you're just a bookworm. There's no way she'd like you. Ha, as if I could like her. Ha ha ha. You sure can brag. Su Chen was speechless but didn't want to argue with these teenagers. He intended to sit quietly until his stop, but the two seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation. I heard an entertainment company came to your school. They're not looking for Lin Wanqing, are they? If she becomes a star, wouldn't you be a star's pursuer? That wouldn't be embarrassing at all. You're even alumni with a star. Su Chen listened to their chatter, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Could it be that an entertainment company really came looking for Lin Wanqing? But she was just a star, he wasn't too interested in such a profession that was adored by the masses. More accurately, he wasn't interested in any profession, he just wanted to use his abilities to help those around him live better lives and pursue the perfect family he desired. The two boys talked all the way, and Su Chen occasionally responded, treating it as a way to pass the time. However, he found it a bit ridiculous, because these two were actually going to their school, claiming they wanted to see what Lin Wanqing looked like. By the time they got off at the stop, the two even followed him into the school. It didn't matter much, if they wanted to follow, so be it. It didn't affect him. But soon, he changed his mind when he noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, and right in the middle stood Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing looked more haggard than a few days ago, and she didn't seem as proud as before. She appeared more normal, even evoking a sense of pity. Wow! Lin Wanqing, so beautiful. The two boys were incredibly excited, completely unrestrained, and in an instant they caught Lin Wanqing's attention from a distance. Seeing her look over, Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he quickly turned his head to slip into the school. He truly didn't want any further interaction with her. It was just asking for trouble. Hey, bro, don't go. Aren't you friends with Lin Wanqing? Go introduce us to her now. You're not just bragging, are you? The two boys grabbed Su Chen, their faces filled with mockery. They treated Su Chen as a joke while secretly hoping he really knew Lin Wanqing and could connect with her. You're not scared, are you? What am I scared of? Scared of her? Su Chen instinctively retorted, but soon realized there was no need to argue with these people. Just as he was about to shake off the hands of the two and leave, he heard Lin Wanqing's familiar voice. Su Chen, damn, why is she calling me? Su Chen's face darkened as he directly shook off the two, this time without holding back, sending them stumbling back. He turned to leave. Su Chen, do you really hate me that much? Is it so hard to let me say a word? The words came out with a hint of a sob, but the effect was explosive. The two boys, initially annoyed at being pushed away by Su Chen, suddenly widened their eyes in shock upon hearing Lin Wanqing's voice. Damn, he really knows the school beauty? The other boy nodded. It seems so, but I feel like something's off. Here? It seems like he's not the clown, we are the clowns. Su Chen also stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Lin Wanqing, who wore a face of grievance, utterly speechless. What do you want to say? Su Chen, I want to apologize to you. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, her gaze complex as she looked at the boy before her. After experiencing Su Chen's absolute blow last time and encountering more diverse people during this interview, she had grown. She had seen the gap in talent between herself and Su Chen and finally understood everything. You could have taken everything that belongs to me, but you didn't. Thank you. Is that all? Lin Wanqing was taken aback. People from the entertainment company are contacting me. I might gain some resources. If you need them, I will. No, you misunderstood my point. Su Chen shook his head. I accept your apology. We are both students and have no major grievances, but you really don't need to thank me. He paused, speaking earnestly. I never needed any special topics or anything else. I just want to become a martial artist. Those are what you want. In the end, I didn't affect your ability to obtain those resources, and you didn't affect my path to becoming a martial artist. We have no connection, we just crossed paths briefly, so let's leave it at that. My future life won't affect you, and I don't covet what you want, so let's end it here. Lin Wanqing stared blankly at the resolute boy, her expression somewhat unpleasant. Was she saying they weren't from the same world? Monday. In the office. Chen Fei listened to Su Chen finish speaking, his brow furrowed. The most authoritative teacher in our school regarding this matter is Teacher Li from class 2. Su Chen's expression soured. Isn't that Lin Wanqing's class? Chen Fei noticed his concern and laughed. Don't worry, I'll go greet him. Just come to the office during the third period. Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Chen. Su Chen sighed in relief. You're a promising student of Longdu University. When you graduate, it will also bring me honor. Just say whatever you need. Chen Fei laughed heartily. With the matter resolved, Su Chen returned to class to continue studying theory. He wanted to make these theories as comprehensive as possible while hoping to create something without bothering others. After all, asking for help incurs a debt of gratitude, and he didn't like being in debt, especially after seeing Li Yi and his father tear each other apart. Su Chen, did you go hunt exotic beasts last week? I heard that martial artists have to hunt exotic beasts. Zhu Wengying suddenly leaned in, her face full of gossip. Sort of. But I was just an intern, just went to take a look. Zhu Wengying's big eyes sparkled with longing but quickly dimmed. What? A pity, I might never get to experience such things. My blood energy is rising too slowly, and even my undergraduate studies are a struggle. Upon hearing this, Su Chen looked at his recorded notes on blood energy. When the theory is established, he could let her give it a try. After all, new theories need someone to try them out before they can be perfected. His father's situation was somewhat special and not suitable for use before it was refined. You will succeed, he comforted with a smile. I hope so. Zhu Wengying sighed. The two of them did not discuss this heavy topic again until class was over. He immediately went to the office to find Teacher Li. Teacher Li was nearly 50, wearing thick glasses, carefully examining the annotations written by Lu Mei. He shook his head and chuckled. This is her personal writing. I really can't understand it. Although the theories on it seem simple, they are ultimately guided by a professor, and I dare not speak carelessly. But since you have this book, you can directly contact this girl, right? Even if she doesn't understand, you can have her take you to meet that professor. Isn't that more reliable? Su Chen immediately felt a headache. He hadn't expected that these seemingly simple annotations and basic theories would be so much more complex than he imagined. It seemed he could only go find Lu Mei. But should he introduce a boyfriend to her first? Where would he find a boyfriend for Lu Mei? He could only seek help from all, hoping to meet some young marshal. Artists. A's answer was very simple. The guild really didn't have any suitable candidates. Most martial artists had no interest in ordinary girls. After all, their values and outlook on life were different. Just when he thought the plan was going to fall through, the other party sent another text message. Aren't you still single? A woman 3 years older than you is like holding a gold brick. A gentle older sister will care for you. Su Chen's face turned pale as he closed his phone. Women would only affect his steady speed, and he was still young. But what about the theory? Glancing at the theoretical annotations that looked like a celestial script, his expression darkened. Sigh, forget it. Face isn't important, it won't kill anyone. I'll spend some money to buy a gift and take her out for a meal. Surely, they won't refuse such a small request? He made up his mind and sent a message to Su Zhou, choosing a convenient time to meet after contacting Uncle Lu. Back in class, he pulled the dazed Chu Yingying aside and whispered, "What kind of gifts do girls like?" Chu Yingying was taken aback for a moment, looking a bit nervous. "Why are you asking this? Are you going to give someone a gift? Are you in a relationship?" No, I'm asking someone for a favor. The other party is a bit older, probably around 23 or 24. Oh, then she's an older lady. It should be cosmetics, right? It might be a bit difficult for others, but you should be able to buy it now. Chu Yingying's expression grew stranger as she spoke. Do you like older sisters? Su Chen felt embarrassed. Why do you high school students only think about these things? Chu Yingying pouted. You're not a high school student. But it doesn't have to be that way. If the other party is an ordinary person, they might prefer martial artists' items. Don't martial artists also have some special decorations? Or something? Isn't there something a bit more meaningful? Since you're asking for a favor, you should show some sincerity. Su Chen nodded seriously. What you said makes sense. Thank you, I'll buy you some cosmetics later. Chu Yingying, you're really a typical straight guy. Su Chen? He immediately contacted Ah to inquire about the kind of items Chu Yingying mentioned. He received a positive response. The 100 Chi lantern, when you reach the martial master level, can draw the vital energy out of the body. If you inject a bit of vital energy into this 100 Chi lantern, it will burst forth with brilliant light. Extremely dazzling. It's okay if you don't reach that level, ordinary people can also purchase vital energy beads and use them. Su Chen was very satisfied with this item, and since it only cost 3,000, he agreed to it. The agreed time was the next afternoon, so early the next day he headed to the warrior guild to pick up some items. Ah had also prepared a few blood essence pearls for him, somewhat similar to batteries but filled with the energy released by warriors. Holding the gift, Su Chen nervously made his way to the designated location. In the taxi heading to the meeting point, Su Chen received a call from Zhang Wei. Su Chen, where are you? I need to see you right now. Su Chen could hear the excitement in his voice, realizing that his theory on energy was likely confirmed, especially since his hints had been showing someone had learned his theory over the past few days. I'm out handling some matters, can I contact you once I'm done? The response on the other end was quick, without a hint of impatience. Alright, take care of your business. If you need the guild to step in, just let me know anytime. Okay, Manager Zhang. Huixing Comprehensive Restaurant. This is a 4-star restaurant known for its elegant environment and attentive service, making it a top social media hotspot in the city. Lu Mei, dressed in a pure white dress, looked nervously at the man across from her, appearing anxious and uneasy. The man seemed to be in his late 30s, with a bulky physique that gave off an extremely greasy impression, and the flab on his face was intimidating. He wore 4 warrior badges on his chest, symbolizing that he was a 4-star warrior. Lu Mei, after our last meeting, I sent you messages and called, but you didn't respond. What do you mean by that? Zhang Ge, we're not suitable for each other, Lu Mei cautiously replied. She had come specifically to meet her father's arranged blind date, only to unexpectedly encounter a troublesome guy. This man, named Zhang Long, was the blind date from their last encounter, and he was quite difficult to deal with, looking down on ordinary people. She nervously scanned her surroundings, hoping the other blind date would arrive soon to help her out. She really regretted not asking for the other person's name and the exact time they would arrive, just foolishly waiting here. It couldn't be, this guy in front of her could it? The thought filled her with despair. Didn't I say? You'll know if we're suitable after you try. I'm a warrior. For an ordinary person like you to be with me is already a blessing. It's settled then. I'll go place the order and you'll come with me to the hotel later. Zhang Long snorted coldly, speaking with an undeniable tone. Zhang Ge, we really aren't suitable. I have some matters to attend to, so you can take your time eating here. Lu Mei instinctively tried to get up and leave, sensing the man's hostility, but the next moment he grabbed her wrist. Sit down. Zhang Long spoke slowly, and Lu Mei felt a tremendous force in her wrist, the terrifying strength causing beads of sweat to form on her smooth forehead. She cast a pleading look at a nearby waiter, but upon seeing Zhang Long's badges, the waiter chose to ignore her out of fear. Seeing this, Zhang Long wore a smug smile. He knew exactly what these ordinary people were thinking. They were all timid and afraid of trouble. Although the warrior Guild had clear punishments for warriors. Most people would choose to swallow their anger, as warriors were seen as a very special existence in their eyes. Xiaomei, I'm sincere with you, don't worry. Once you're with me, you'll definitely enjoy a life of luxury. I'll take good care of you. As he spoke, his gaze greedily swept over Lu Mei's graceful figure, his expression extremely lewd. Lu Mei was trembling with fear at this moment. She wanted to scream but was afraid of retaliation from this man, her face pale. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted. Sister Lu Mei, is that really you? Su Chen stood behind Lu Mei, looking at her in shock. He really didn't expect that Uncle Lu's daughter was actually Lu Mei, not just someone with the same name. When Lu Mei saw Su Chen, it was as if she had found a savior, and she quickly said, Su little brother, is there a problem with the blood-boosting pills we bought last time? I'll take you to get some more right now. Su Chen was taken aback by her words and then noticed Zhang Long. Seeing Zhang Long gripping Lu Mei's wrist tightly and the expression on his face, he instantly understood what was happening and frowned slightly. What are you staring at, kid? Can't you see I'm busy? Get lost. Zhang Long's face twitched with anger, looking fierce and intimidating. Brother Zhang, Su little brother is also a martial artist. He needs to talk to me, otherwise, let's chat another day. Lu Mei quickly interjected, praying that he would let go of her. But before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Long tightened his grip, causing her to cry out in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. He ignored Lu Mei and fixed his disdainful gaze on Su Chen. You little brat, you're a martial artist too? Where's your badge? Su Chen didn't answer him, but his expression had completely turned cold. He had asked Lu Mei to look at the theory, so he certainly wouldn't stand by and watch her get bullied, especially by a mere 4-star martial artist. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Long's wrist, applying a bit of force. Crack! The sound of bones echoed, and Zhang Long's mocking expression twisted in an instant. His grip on Lu Mei loosening immediately. Ah! He let out a miserable scream, sweat pouring down his forehead, his face turning pale. Zhang Long stared in shock at Su Chen, his face filled with disbelief. This strength was almost that of a 7-star martial artist. How could that be? Zhang Long's scream drew the attention of those around them, and when they saw the emblem on Zhang Long's chest, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Su Chen. At that moment, Lu Mei, who had just been freed, covered her red lips, her face full of incredulity. How old was Su Chen? 17 or 18? It was already shocking enough to become a martial artist at such a young age, but now he was even stronger? From the looks of it, he seemed to be stronger than a 4-star martial artist. What kind of existence was that? She couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the handsome young man, her gaze filled with a hint of awe. Let go! Zhang Long, feeling the attention of those around him and embarrassed, shouted angrily. I'll say it once, stay away from Lu Mei, or don't blame me for being rude. Su Chen not only didn't let go but instead tightened his grip even more. Was he scared? He had seen beasts that killed. Why would he be afraid of a scruffy uncle with a lower rank? Ridiculous. And the thing he hated most was this kind of bullying. I said let go. Zhang Long was furious and swung his fist toward Su Chen's head. This punch was no joke. If it really hit Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he executed a move from the Yin Yang 8 Extremes fist, dodging the attack while simultaneously knocking Zhang Long to the ground with a punch. Once a martial artist made a move, it was clear whether they were strong or not. Zhang Long was knocked down like a dog eating shit, and he immediately realized he was no match for Su Chen. Kid, you're also from the Martial Artist Guild, right? Assaulting a colleague. I'll report this to the management right now, and no one will be able to protect you. I'll drain your energy and blood, making you unable to become a martial artist, turning you into an ordinary person, he said, pulling out his phone to make a call. Su little brother, hurry and leave. This has nothing to do with you, don't let it affect your future. Lu Mei, hearing his words, urged Su Chen to leave quickly. After all, Su Chen had acted because of her, and she absolutely couldn't let him ruin his future for her sake. It's fine. Su Chen looked at Zhang Long with disdain, a mocking smile on his face. I want to see if he can really make me lose my energy today. Alright kid, you've got guts. No matter who brought you here, today you will get to know me, Zhang Long. Zhang Long dialed the phone and hung up after a few words. Just wait. Manager Zhang happens to be nearby and will be here soon. He said this as he plopped down in his seat, a smug look on his face. Su Xiaoti, your manager is coming, you should leave. In broad daylight, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. I can't ruin your future. Lu Mei pulled Su Chen, looking quite anxious. Su Chen gestured for her not to worry, his face full of confidence. Don't worry, Manager Zhang won't do anything to me. The Warrior Association isn't a place that acts recklessly. He said this with absolute confidence. After all, the value of that set of blood energy theories wasn't just in itself. Zhang Wei, as the manager, wouldn't be so clueless about the severity of the situation. Oof, kid, you haven't even grown all your hair and you're here spouting nonsense. Just wait. Lu Mei wanted to say something more, but Su Chen stopped her. She could see that things had escalated, and without a resolution, it couldn't just end like this. She could only wait anxiously on the side. Soon, two people entered through the door.
Zhang Wei walked in with Yu Qinghuan, scanning the surroundings for a place to sit. Brother Zhang, over here. The moment he saw
Zhang Wei, Zhang Long waved his hand, his face full of enthusiastic smiles.
Manager Zhang, this kid doesn't even know who he
works for and just attacked me without any reason. He clearly doesn't take the association's rules seriously. He must be punished
severely. Zhang Long pointed at Su Chen, his attitude as arrogant as it could be. Seeing his familiar demeanor and confident
tone, Su Chen was sure this guy had bullied newcomers in the Warrior Association more than once or twice.
Zhang Wei looked over,
and upon seeing Su Chen, he was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing tightly.
Su Chen, what exactly happened here? He made things difficult for an ordinary person, so I acted.
It's that simple, Su Chen replied succinctly.
Stop talking nonsense. Lu Mei and I are on a blind date, we're discussing matters. What does it have to do with a little brat like you? You hitting
someone has already violated the rules, just wait to be expelled from the association, Zhang Long said, pulling over a nearby
staff member who was watching the scene, his face fierce and intimidating. Tell me, did he hit someone? Why yes, it was indeed
this young man who struck first, the staff member said, seeing Zhang Long's fierce demeanor and having to go along with it. After all, he was just an ordinary person and couldn't afford to offend a warrior, especially since Zhang Long looked like someone who would seek revenge for any slight.
No, that's not how it is.
Lu Mei, seeing this scene, felt anxious and stepped forward to explain, but was stopped by Zhang Wei raising his hand.
Enough. I already know what happened, you don't need to explain. Miss.
Lu Mei's face turned pale, her heart sinking. In the next moment, it seemed she made a decision and actually pulled Su Chen
behind her.
Zhang Long saw her do this and became even angrier, pointing at Su Chen's face and cursing. Don't think that just
because you're standing behind a woman, you won't have to face anything. You're a warrior, and the Warrior Association will not go easy on you, just wait. Shut up.
At that moment, Zhang Wei suddenly shouted. He was yelling at Zhang Long, his face turning
ashen.
This shout left everyone watching in a daze, looking utterly confused.
What's going on? Isn't that Manager Zhang here to help the fat guy?
The murmurs around them continued, and Zhang Long was also stunned.
Brother Zhang, what are you? Don't call me Brother Zhang, who do you think you are? Zhang Wei's expression turned cold.
Zhang Long, I'm telling you, you know very well how much trouble you've caused in the association.
I'm not ignoring you, I just haven't had the chance to deal with you yet. Today, I'll take this opportunity to make you understand the rules of our guild.
Zhang Wei's voice grew louder as he spoke, and by the end, he was almost roaring, showing no regard for Zhang Long's feelings.
Now, immediately, go back to the guild and have the legal department revoke all your warrior information. And if I hear about you causing any trouble, I will definitely have the guild send you to the front lines. Zhang Long's face turned pale in an instant. He looked at Zhang Wei with a terrified expression, clearly panicking. Brother Zhang, what are you saying? Don't joke around, the troublemaker is this person, not me.
I've already said it once, don't make me take action myself.
Zhang Wei's words were filled with threat, effectively silencing him.
Zhang Long's mind buzzed. He didn't know what was happening, but he understood he had provoked someone he shouldn't have.
Looking at Su Chen, he couldn't recall any young figure in the guild's upper echelons, but after a moment of thought, his pupils constricted. You are Su Chen.
The most talked about person in the entire guild right now was a young man named Su Chen.
What does it matter who he is? Do you want me to personally escort you out?
Zhang Wei frowned, his voice extremely
impatient.
Everyone could see that if Zhang Long uttered another word, Zhang Wei would personally take him to the warrior guild to
cancel his warrior status.
Ultimately, Zhang Long didn't dare to speak again. He just stared at Su Chen as if he wanted to devour
him, then stormed off.
After he left, Zhang Wei finally revealed a cordial smile. Brother Su, you still have things to take care
of, right? You go ahead, just call me when you're done. We'll go find a private room. The two of them left discreetly, and as they did, Yu Qinghuan behind them shot Su Chen a meaningful glance.
It's all good, Sister Lu Mei, please sit.
Su Chen gestured
for Lu Mei to take a seat, and it was only then that she snapped out of her shock, her eyes filled with disbelief.
She didn't
understand what had just happened, but it seemed Su Chen held a significant position in the warrior guild. A man who could easily decide to revoke a warrior's status was treating Su Chen with such warmth, which was enough to show that this 17 or 18-year-old boy was beyond imagination.
Brother Su, thank you so much this time. Is there anything I can help you with?
Lu Mei began cautiously, appearing somewhat awkward.
Sister Lu Mei, don't mention it.
I feel a bit embarrassed since I promised
Uncle Lu to help you find a boyfriend, but it didn't work out. Su Chen felt a bit awkward. He really wasn't good at asking for help.
The matter wasn't that big, but he almost never asked for favors, especially from girls. Lu Mei was stunned, her eyes wide in shock.
You are Uncle Su's child? So, the person I've been waiting for here is you, Brother Su?
Yes, that's
me. Is it really you?
Lu Mei's eyes widened, her face full of excitement. She had only come to deal with her annoying father, so she hadn't even bothered to ask for the other person's information. She never dreamed she would run into Su Chen at the pharmacy. After all, she had fantasized about finding a young warrior during her previous blind dates, even though she knew it was
unlikely. But who doesn't like to dream? Although Su-chen was just an intermediary, he was still young and probably didn't have a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Lu Mei's face suddenly flushed. Oh no! What am I thinking? Sister Lu Mei, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Su-chen noticed her face was flushed and felt a bit anxious. He wondered if her earlier encounter with Zhang Long had hurt her. If he got injured and had to go to the hospital, he would feel even more embarrassed to ask about those theoretical concepts. No, it's nothing. So, does that mean you don't have anyone suitable to introduce to me? Su-chen forced an awkward smile and nodded, saying, I'm really sorry, Sister Lu Mei, I truly don't have any suitable friends to introduce to you. As he spoke, he placed the gift box he was holding on the table and sincerely said, to express my apologies, I specially picked a gift for Sister Lu Mei. It's a token of my sincerity. Upon hearing about the gift, Lu Mei's eyes lit up. Could it be? Since it's a gift from you, then I'll gladly accept it. Lu Mei was extremely happy, and all the earlier unpleasantness vanished in that moment. Seeing her joyful expression, Su-chen was overjoyed as well. At that moment he had only one thought in his mind, to make Lu Mei happy, and everything else would be easier afterward. Sister Lu Mei, actually, there's something I want to ask of you. Looking at Lu Mei, who was focused on the gift, Su-chen steeled himself to state his purpose. What is it? Lu Mei was in a great mood after receiving the gift and didn't think twice, staring at Su-chen. To be honest, Lu Mei was just as captivating as Lin Wanqing, and her neighborly big sister aura was even more alluring, especially for a young man like Su-chen. It was an overwhelming impact. It's this. Su-chen felt a bit shy under her gaze and quickly took out the book on Qi and blood theory. This is your book, Sister Lu Mei, right? I borrowed it from Uncle Lu. There are many theories you've annotated that I don't understand. Can I ask you about them? As he spoke, he gazed at Lu Mei with intense anticipation, hoping she would agree. Lu Mei was momentarily stunned when she saw Su-chen take out her book. She recognized her own book but was curious as to why it was in Su-chen's hands. After hearing Su-chen's explanation, she showed a look of realization, and then, feeling Su-chen's intense gaze, her cheeks instantly flushed. Clearly, anyone would misunderstand in such a scenario. No problem. It's just that there are quite a few things in here and it can be a bit complicated. Do you want to go to my place? My parents are in the suburbs, I live alone in the city. As Lu Mei said this, she felt her cheeks burning hotter, and her heart raced. Oh my, what am I saying? But she quickly calmed down, her beautiful eyes firm. Su-chen didn't expect Lu Mei to agree so easily, and he was overjoyed. Great, Sister Lu Mei, is your schedule convenient? I'm not in a hurry, we can actually go after dinner. It's on me. Su-chen, afraid that Lu Mei might be unhappy, proposed a series of flattering requests. However, the more he did this, the more Lu Mei misunderstood. No need, I have time right now. Let's go back. Lu Mei's cheeks grew redder, but she knew it was incredibly rare to meet a promising young man like Su-chen. Lu Mei, you must seize this opportunity. While Su-chen is still young, become his white moonlight. She murmured to herself for encouragement, while Su-chen tilted his head, looking at her with curiosity. Sister Lu Mei, don't you really need to go to the hospital? Lu Mei wished she could find a hole to hide in but still shook her head. Seeing her insistence, Su-chen didn't press further, and he was indeed preoccupied with the Qi and blood theory matter. He personally went to the second floor to inform Zhang Wei, who was all for it when he heard Su-chen was going out for the Qi and blood theory. It's fine, you just carry on with your work. This is another researcher from our city who also recognizes your theory, Director Yu Qinghuan. Su Xiaodi, we meet again. Su-chen also recognized the other person, smiled, and greeted them. After a brief chat, he hurriedly ran downstairs. The two watched him and Lu Mei exit the restaurant, their expressions laden with meaning. Young people are just so full of energy. In the city center, Lu Mei's house, called Tianfu Garden, is a relatively upscale community. Su-chen sat in the study, flipping open his notes, his face filled with impatience. Sister Lu Mei, let's start right now. Okay. Lu Mei had just set down her bag and, seeing his anxious face, slowly nodded. Wait for me a moment, I need to take a shower. Sister Lu Mei, why don't you chat with me for a bit? First, I'm a bit anxious, Su-chen said helplessly. Lu Mei's cheeks, which had returned to normal, flushed again upon hearing this, and she shot him a fierce glare. Then she directly sat down beside him, just as she was hesitating whether to be a bit more proactive. Su-chen shoved the book into her face. This is it. I've been pondering for a long time, but I just can't figure out what this theory really means. Su-chen was both excited and serious, which caused Lu Mei's mind to short-circuit for a moment. You really don't understand? Of course not, otherwise, why would I come to ask you, Sister Lu Mei? I've been thinking about it for several days and still haven't figured it out. Seeing the fervor in Su-chen's eyes, Lu Mei's mouth twitched, wishing she could slap herself. She seemed to be acting a bit inappropriately. She sighed dejectedly, her face full of sorrow. Sister, what's wrong? Did you forget this theoretical knowledge? I didn't forget, I'm just lamenting. Lamenting what? Lamenting that you're young and reckless, not understanding love. Thus, after Lu Mei had taught Su Chen a few times about theoretical knowledge, she completely understood that Su Chen was really here just for this theory, leaving her speechless. The most speechless thing was that Su Chen was tireless. He clutched the book, asking questions endlessly, showing no signs of stopping. Late at night, Lu Mei yawned, looking at the still-spirited Su Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of admiration and respect. A young man who becomes a martial artist at this age and works so hard is hard to find. Little brother, there's still so much theory left. How about you stay with your sister tonight? In the dead of night, Su Chen sat in the study, his eyes red as he diligently wrote down theories. After relentless effort, he finally integrated all the knowledge of qi and blood in his mind. Data. Prompts began to float before his eyes, and when the data finally stopped, his entire demeanor changed dramatically. If someone were to see Su Chen at that moment, they would surely exclaim that he didn't look like a student. He exuded a steadiness that only comes from social experience, and even that overwhelming aura could make one think he was the president of some company. This was not an illusion, it was a real change. The reason for the change was simple: his realm had improved. Now his panel was as follows. Host, Su Chen, age, 18 years, Qi and Blood, 16-20 points, 8-star martial artist, comprehension, 2 points, can achieve 100% proficiency in martial arts instantly. Abilities, 8 extremes yin yang fist, 100% proficiency, light and agile. Sword technique, 100% proficiency, weapon mastery, light and agile sword, 100% proficiency. The latest theory had propelled him directly from a 6-star martial artist to an 8-star martial artist. Once the realm reached the 7-star martial artist level, it was considered a high-level martial artist, and that transformation radiated from within. Su Chen felt his own strength, and his confidence surged. Now not only can my father's qi and blood be enhanced, but there shouldn't be any problem attending the training camp for the guaranteed admission spots, right? He murmured to himself, his gaze revealing a hint of determination. I should ask Manager Zhang what level the participants in the training camp are at, so I can be prepared. Su Chen's theory has been completed, and he did not continue to research new theories. With this experience, he clearly understood that he could not underestimate the theories that have been passed down. After all, he was just a high school student, and his exposure to the theories of qi and blood was still too limited. He needed a lot of accumulation before he could attempt to explore further, otherwise, it would only waste his time. Since his qi and blood had reached a bottleneck, it was time for him to study martial arts. Ever since he killed the alien beast last time, he had hardly used his combat skills, so he had not improved the martial arts he currently possessed. Looking at the remaining 2 points of insight, he chose to enhance the 8 extremes yin-yang fist, which he had already comprehended once. He knew that during the national training he could not casually wield weapons, as this was extremely important for close combat martial arts. He used 1 point of insight to achieve enlightenment. Su Chen felt darkness envelop him, and he found himself standing on a mountain peak. An old man dressed in a Taoist robe, with an ethereal presence, stood beside him. The old man had his hands behind his back, his face stern. Fight, perform the fist technique I taught you again. The stern voice made Su Chen's heart tremble. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. His brain seemed to lose its ability to think, and his body instinctively executed a set of fist techniques. This set of techniques was precisely the improved yin-yang 8 extremes fist. What is this weak and powerless fist? The momentum of the yin and yang energies is not in place. Keep fighting, continue. Fight until I am satisfied. Su Chen felt even more frightened and could only comply. Again and again, he didn't know how many times he had struck, feeling so exhausted that he couldn't lift a single finger. But he also sensed a hint of profundity, grasping a sliver of essence within. This 8 extremes yin-yang fist seemed to be able to improve once more. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes, seeing the familiar study, and beside him, Lu Mei was asleep with her head resting on the table. Su Chen felt the fatigue in his body, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment. Had he just achieved enlightenment? But he hadn't succeeded. Soon, he calmed down, confirming that he had indeed been enlightened, but without a doubt, he had not succeeded. After a brief moment of disappointment, Su Chen was ecstatic. His innate thirst for knowledge made him feel that every cell in his body was excited about this attempt at enlightenment. Since one attempt at enlightenment had failed, then he would try for 2. He used another point of insight, and darkness enveloped him once more. He returned to that mountain peak, but this time, the old man had vanished. In his place stood a boy of about 17 or 18, also dressed in a Taoist robe, with eyes full of concern. Senior brother, ever since the master left, you have been here for 3 years. Why don't we just give up? Give up? Su Chen's eyes widened. If one encounters an insurmountable difficulty in life and simply gives up, what is the point? The difficulties that can be overcome are never truly difficult. It is only when one knows that there is something insurmountable that there is meaning in overcoming it. Su Chen was inspired and threw himself wholeheartedly into practicing the fist techniques.
Every move and stance was executed with utmost seriousness. Gradually, he lost track of time and
forgot the seasons. Day after day, year after year.
Finally, when he struck out the 8 extremes yin-yang fist again, everything
had changed.
His body felt weightless, swaying effortlessly with the mountain flowing so smoothly that it was hard to see.
In the
next moment, his body felt like a towering mountain, with every movement producing a thunderous sound.
I've done it. I've succeeded. 8 extremes yin-yang skill. This is the 8 extremes yin-yang skill. Su Chen shouted in excitement, but the next second he found himself back in the study. At this moment, a ray of dawnlight had already seeped through the window. He had been enlightened for an entire night.
He checked his panel, and the 8 extremes yin-yang fist had disappeared, replaced by the
8 extremes yin-yang skill. Sudden enlightenment, gaining 1 point of insight. Su Chen originally wanted to give it a try,
but as soon as he stood up, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He could only give up the attempt, but his mood remained pleasant. He carefully draped a coat over Lu Mei, then quietly closed the door and left her home.
Lu Mei seemed to sense something, slowly opening her eyes.
Upon seeing that Su Chen was no longer in the room, a hint of regret flashed in her gaze.
After a moment
of melancholy, she opened the gift box Su Chen had given her and curiously examined the items inside.
A note written by Su Chen fell out, detailing the usage instructions.
Following the instructions, she tried it out, and in an instant, a burst of colorful
hues filled the entire room, resembling a brilliant starry sky.
Under the starry sky, a sweet smile appeared at the corners of Lu Mei's mouth, her eyes sparkling with colors as dazzling as the stars.
Martial Artist Guild. Second floor office.
Zhang Wei slowly hung up the phone, his expression somewhat grim.
What's wrong? What's got you looking so glum? You confirmed that Su Chen's theory is correct, shouldn't you be happy?
Yu Qinghuan teased from beside him.
Zhang Wei wore a worried expression and sighed. I asked over at Longdu, and to enter the research institute, you can't attend Longdu University. So, that means Su Chen can only choose one between the training camp and the research institute. That means Su Chen can only go to one place?
You all need to think this through. This is a great opportunity for your guild's development.
But if Su Chen gives up attending the training camp,
the only reserved spot for the guild will be cancelled next year, right?
Zhang Wei nodded.
But if Su Chen goes to the training camp and fails to advance, not only will the guild lose its spot next year, but Su Chen will also be unable to
go to the research institute. Yu Qinghuan looked pained.
Anyway, I don't care. It's not every day we get a theoretical genius in our city. I think going to the research institute is more reliable. Forget it, let's not discuss this here. I'll call Su Chen.
Zhang Wei took out his phone directly. An hour later, Su Chen arrived at the office. As soon as he entered, Zhang Wei noticed Su Chen's weak complexion. What happened to you? Nothing, just tired from reading. You're looking for me because of the neurotoxin theory from last time, right?
Su Chen slumped in the chair, getting straight to the point.
Zhang Wei nodded. That's right.
I've confirmed the theories you gave me last time. There are indeed no issues. I'm here to formally apologize to you.
Starting tomorrow, I'll go back to school and relearn with you. Su Chen's eyes widened at his words. Manager Zhang, you don't have to be so serious.
I was just saying it casually. Didn't you help me out last time?
Let's just leave it at that. Su Chen didn't expect Zhang Wei to take it so seriously.
After all, this guy was in charge, and he didn't want to escalate the matter.
No way. Zhang Wei's attitude was very firm. I keep my word.
Clearly, I'll study alongside you.
Yu Qinghuan chimed in with a laugh. Su, you might as well let this guy go with you.
He's just a stubborn mule, but I can guarantee one thing, he won't affect your high school life. He can perfectly blend in with high school students.
Su Chen felt awkward after hearing this but didn't know
what else to say. He didn't expect someone of his father's age to act so immaturely. In the future, he wouldn't stoop to this guy's level. Seeing him silent, Zhang Wei cleared his throat and slowly said, regarding your theory, the guild hopes to buy the
copyright. I've discussed it with the other managers. How does a 2 million copyright fee sound to you?
He finished speaking,
nervously watching Su Chen.
2 million sounds like a lot, but it's definitely not the highest. Every martial artist knows how important this theoretical knowledge is. The benefits it will bring in the future will absolutely exceed tens of millions.
The most
important point is that it can raise the profile of their martial artist guild within the province.
Su Chen is not unaware of
the value in this. If he truly disagreed, he could only stare in silence.
Then it's 2 million. Unexpectedly, Su Chen agreed. Straightforwardly. This was within his expectations. He wasn't sure if 2 million was high or not, but he knew it was definitely not low.
Moreover, he was well aware that breaking away from the channels and protection of the martial artist guild would only
invite more trouble.
It would be better to be straightforward. In the future, he would also be able to thrive within the martial artist guild. He paused his voice and continued, but if the copyright is sold to the guild, I have other requirements. As long as the guild can agree, I have no other objections.
You say it. As long as it's not too excessive, I can agree on behalf of the guild.
Zhang Wei was very excited to hear Su Chen's agreement.
The first thing is that you cannot change or add any theories. from my work without my permission. Su Chen's expression was extremely serious, showing no room for negotiation. He was someone who craved knowledge, so he wanted the theories he created to benefit others, not to harm those who seek knowledge. Once these theories are altered, no one knows what kind of consequences could arise, and he absolutely did not want to bear the blame. No problem, I can definitely guarantee that, and it will be included in the contract later. And the second thing is that whether you sell or engage in various forms of profit making, my theoretical knowledge must be at the lowest market price. Su Chen put forward 2 requirements. This was also his hope, that those who crave knowledge could learn at the lowest threshold. This is also not a problem. Jiang Wei readily agreed again. I only have these 2 conditions, the rest doesn't matter. Su Chen smiled happily. Jiang Wei, fearing he might backtrack, stated that he would quickly draft the contract. If anything comes up in the future, just remember to communicate with me at the first opportunity. Jiang Wei was all smiles, looking quite amiable. There is actually something. Manager Zhang, uncle, you mentioned to me about the reserved quota training. I want to ask about the level of geniuses from all over the country. Jiang Wei, who was initially full of enthusiasm, suddenly stiffened. He exchanged a glance with Yu Qinghuan, took a deep breath, and sat up straight. Actually, the reason I called you over this time is to discuss this matter. Since you asked, I will explain it to you in detail. He gestured for Su Chen to wait a moment, then took out his phone as if searching for something. A few minutes later, he handed his phone to Su Chen, which displayed a set of research images. This is the data on geniuses from last year's training session. The proportion of those who reached the 4-star martial artist level or above is 5%, those below 3 stars account for 10%, high-level martial artists account for 55%, and those below high-level martial artists account for 30%. The proportion of martial artists mastering 2 or more perfect martial arts is 15%, those mastering 1 perfect martial art account for 65%, and those who have not mastered any perfect martial arts account for 30%. Su Chen fell silent upon seeing this data. The national geniuses were far more terrifying than he had imagined. The most frightening part was that there were even 4-star martial artists. The participants are all high school students, right? No, the age limit is under 21. Jiang Wei looked at Su Chen, his face full of helplessness. Our city is actually considered one of the worst in terms of martial artist talent in the country. The so-called geniuses here can't even make it to the real national center. It's precisely because of this that resources are becoming increasingly scarce. That's right, Yu Qinghuan interjected. Su, although you have become a martial artist, you cannot stand out in such competition. So we recommend you go to another place, a place that specializes in theoretical blood energy. Although you can't take the path to Longdu University, it definitely has limitless prospects. That is the Jiangchuan Research Institute. He said this with a face full of excitement, even getting more and more agitated as he spoke. But just as he was about to continue, Su Chen interrupted him. Su Chen shook his head firmly. No, I am only interested in Longdu University. The smiles on Jiang Wei and the others' faces immediately stiffened, gradually turning ugly. Just what they feared had come to pass. They were afraid of Su Chen acting like this. Yu Qinghuan, who was planning to speak seriously, said, Su, you should let me finish. He was about to explain the pros and cons to Su Chen, but what I mean is, I must attend Longdu University. Su Chen spoke again, his gaze resolute. Yu Qinghuan's scalp tingled immediately as he looked at Su Chen's stubborn expression, scratching his head. He glanced at Jiang Wei, who also wore a grim expression, and couldn't help but say, you knew this kid was so stubborn from the start, right? No wonder you wanted me to speak. Indeed, he could see it. Su Chen's every word and action was somewhat obsessive. Once he had determined something, his reasoning would never change. Su Chen was aware of his own personality, so he kindly reminded him to avoid unnecessary talk that would lead to discomfort for both sides. Jiang Wei sighed. Su Chen, I don't know how important Longdu University is to you, but think about it. If you really can't get the guaranteed admission quota, it proves you can't go there to study. No matter how important it is, if you can't pass the exam, doesn't that make it meaningless? I can pass, but as I investigated, you saw that there are martial artists above 4 stars there, and there are many of them. Unless you have incredible luck and encounter only the weakest martial artists, it's unlikely you'll get a spot. They're just martial artists. I can reach that level too, Su Chen said confidently. Now, Jiang Wei frowned. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so overconfident. Su Chen, I'm thinking about your future. So, if you can last 3 minutes under my hand today, I will use the guild's resources to support your guaranteed admission. If you can't last 3 minutes, you have to agree to go to the Research Institute to develop. How about that? The moment he said this, he regretted it, cursing himself for acting impulsively. Because, as Yu Qinghuan said, Su Chen's nature was too stubborn. Once he decided something, it was impossible to change. Saying this would not only fail to make Su Chen agree but would also provoke his resentment. It wouldn't be good to have a talent from the guild turn sour like this. Fine. This is what you said. Unexpectedly, Su Chen agreed. This condition was somewhat tempting for him.
Most importantly, with this condition, he could confidently seek various conveniences within the guild. Although he had already completed the innovation of enhancing blood energy theory, many things still needed verification and improvement. With the guild's full support and assistance, it would save him a lot of trouble. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could completely change his father's situation. You agreed? Zhang Wei thought he had misheard. That's right, I agreed. Su Chen nodded in confirmation, leaving Zhang Wei somewhat dazed. He was an 8-star martial artist. Moreover, just yesterday, his blood energy had already risen to the level of a 9-star martial artist. Although Su Chen was exceptionally talented and had perfect martial arts skills, with only a 4-star martial artist's realm, he couldn't possibly be his opponent. Forget 3 minutes, he might not even last half a minute. Was Su Chen overly confident in his own strength? Or was it just a moment of impulse? He pondered for a second, his expression particularly resolute. No matter the reason, since Su Chen had agreed, he absolutely could not let this opportunity slip away. Since you've thought it through, our bet is really on. Of course, Su Chen said as he took out his phone from his pocket, then reiterated the agreement they had just made, looking to Zhang Wei for confirmation. Zhang Wei found his strange behavior a bit odd. What are you doing? Recording. Such a big deal, of course, we need to leave evidence, Su Chen said with an air of certainty. The corners of Zhang Wei's mouth twitched, but his brows furrowed tightly. This kid was too strange. Did he want to pull some trick to win this match? After careful consideration, he felt that this was unlikely, but he couldn't see through Su Chen's thoughts any better. Could it be that Su Chen was truly blindly confident in his own strength? Just a 4-star warrior, what was he thinking? He stared at Su Chen closely and noticed that Su Chen's aura was different from usual, emanating a sense of pressure. He seemed to understand something, revealing a look of sudden realization, and even wore a thoughtful expression. Su Chen, you've broken through recently, haven't you? Su Chen, who had just put away his phone, froze at his words, appearing somewhat embarrassed. This guy knew he had become a high-level warrior? No wonder he was in charge, his insight was sharp. Manager Zhang, I've recorded this, you can't go back on your word. Seeing his nervous demeanor, Zhang Wei burst into laughter. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. But you're still too naive. Do you really think that just because you've reached 5-star warrior status, you can hold your ground with that basic martial art of yours? As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from his body, and he exuded an even greater sense of pressure. I'm not afraid to tell you, just yesterday, I happened to break through to 9-star warrior. Although I'm older now, and my vitality has barely improved, after all, I am your elder, so today I'll let you see the strength of a manager. At this moment, Yu Qinghuan beside them kept nodding, clearly pleased. It seemed he was convinced that Su Chen would lose and that the research institute would definitely be visited. But when did I say I was a 5-star warrior? Su Chen suddenly spoke up, looking helpless. You didn't? Impossible, I've been a manager here for so many years, I can still see this much. Your aura is clearly much stronger than when we last fought. Zhang Wei shook his head, looking certain. Su Chen finally couldn't help but laugh, confidently saying, Manager Zhang, I did break through, but I'm now an 8-star warrior. I knew I couldn't have misjudged. What? Zhang Wei realized Su Chen's bold claim and widened his eyes. Say that again? I said I've broken through to 8-star warrior, why don't you try it yourself? Su Chen said with a half smile. Zhang Wei's eyes widened, and he was in a daze for several seconds before finally snorting coldly. You brat, you're quite cheeky, then I'll test you. He certainly didn't believe Su Chen had reached 8-star warrior status, thinking Su Chen was just talking big, and immediately charged forward. Dragon and Tiger Fist. The moment he closed in on Su Chen, his fist shot out quickly, both in power and speed, top-notch. The punch carried a hint of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, exuding extraordinary momentum. This was the martial skill Zhang Wei was most proficient in. Since he had decided to teach Su Chen a lesson, he intended to finish it decisively without dragging it out. Just as his attack was about to hit Su Chen surprisingly remained completely still, showing no signs of defense. From his stance, it seemed he hadn't reacted. Zhang Wei wore a confident smile, feeling triumphant. Indeed, experience was key. Zhang Wei mistakenly believed his move was too fast for Su Chen to react. Just as he was considering whether to hold back a bit, a pale white hand rested on his fist. Gentle. Su Chen spoke lightly, and his whole being seemed to transform into a piece of soft paper, his palm actually gliding along with Zhang Wei's fist. Zhang Wei felt as if Su Chen had become a sheet of paper sticking to his arm, and the next moment he felt the world spinning. Boom! A loud noise erupted from the office, startling the passing martial artists and staff. They instinctively stood at the office door, their faces filled with curiosity. Was that an explosion? It sounded like something collapsed. Is the manager practicing again? Inside the office, Zhang Wei lay on the ground, his mind blank. He watched Su Chen slowly rise, jolted awake, and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. But when he looked at the spot where he had just been lying, he was left speechless in shock. The floor tiles were completely shattered, and not only that, the exposed concrete floor had caved in, cracking over a 3 to 4 meter area.
He instinctively checked his body for injuries, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "It's fine, manager. My martial technique transmitted the force to the floor from a distance. You probably only felt 1 or 2/10 of the power, at most just some soreness in your back." Su Chen's voice snapped him back to reality. This is Earth-level martial arts. Or is it heaven-level? His voice trembled, disbelief etched on his face. Martial arts are strictly categorized by levels, with the lowest being yellow level, sometimes referred to as human level, meaning it can be learned through personal effort. Following that are Earth level, heaven level, and saint level. In this city, resources are scarce, and Earth-level martial arts are already the highest tier available, though they can be of lower quality among Earth-level techniques. Su Chen's move was simply unfathomable, at least a fine Earth-level martial art. Probably not yet at heaven level, Su Chen hesitated to reply. He had never encountered heaven-level martial arts and had no concrete concept of it, but he knew he was definitely not there. The Yin-Yang 8 Extremes fist could be considered an Earth-level martial art, and this Yin-Yang 8 Extreme skill should be classified as a fine one. If he had an epiphany, it might count as heaven level, but that was too far off, and he didn't have that many insight points. Zhang Wei was at a loss for words upon hearing his answer. He couldn't imagine how Su Chen's mind worked. After all, mastering martial arts was extremely difficult in the present day. While an average person could perfect yellow-level martial arts through willpower and time, learning Earth-level martial arts required luck and opportunity. It was very likely that any random move could trap someone of mediocre talent, and this had nothing to do with cultivation level. Zhang Wei was filled with shock, completely forgetting about winning or losing, while beside him, Yu Qinghuan seemed to have discovered something even more shocking. "Old Zhang, you lost." "I did lose, but why can't the manager lose?" Zhang Wei felt a bit embarrassed at the reminder. However, Yu Qinghuan's next words left him dumbfounded. "What I mean is, aren't you a 9-star martial artist? You really lost to a 5-star. Yu Qinghuan was furious, clearly feeling that a good opportunity had been missed. But Zhang Wei seemed to have thought of something, trembling with excitement. He quickly flung open the door and shouted, Who can bring me a testing crystal? Hurry. 3 minutes. The crystal ball was tested 7 times. Zhang Wei watched as it repeatedly displayed 1,620 points of vitality, falling silent. More accurately, he couldn't make sense of it. "Su Chen, have you mutated? Did you grow a tail or suddenly get bigger or smaller somewhere?" Zhang Wei was very serious. His first reaction was that Su Chen's body might have undergone some kind of mutation. In fact, there were quite a few such cases in the country, where certain individuals experienced sudden bodily changes that led to rapid increases in vitality. This kind of mutation is not a good thing. Not only will you fail the college entrance examination's physical check, but there will also be limits to future realm improvements and even a reduction in lifespan. No, Su Chen said, looking at Zhang Wei with disdain. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this guy was always mumbling about something. Could it be anxiety? "Then tell me, how can you improve your realm so quickly?" Zhang Wei asked urgently, getting straight to the point. "Do you really want to know?" "Of course." Su Chen gestured for him to come closer, and Yu Qinghuan, seeing this, hurried over as well. "In books, there are free golden houses. I found a new theoretical method to enhance vitality, and it has been very effective when tested on myself." Su Chen dropped a bombshell right away. Yu Qinghuan, who had been quietly listening, widened her eyes at his words. "Is that true? You're blowing this out of proportion." Su Chen looked at him with a scornful gaze full of pride. "Did you forget that last time in the library you called me a genius? Did you forget while you were shouting? Now you're questioning me." Yu Qinghuan's expression turned ugly, while Zhang Wei burst into laughter. "I've noticed that whenever you talk about knowledge-related issues, you get really arrogant. I heard from Ao and the others that you were like this in school too. It seems that once a person has the ability in a certain area, they become confident." He said this to ease the tension. After all, Su Chen was just a junior. However, both of them had seen all kinds of people and were quick to adapt. "But this is too fast, right? Do you really have that theory?" Zhang Wei's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. If there really was a way to significantly enhance vitality, its value would be self-evident. It wouldn't be a problem that could be solved with 2 million. Of course, but it's still in the testing phase. "By the way, Zhang, didn't you lose a bet? For all the resources I need for testing in the future, the guild will provide them. You won't go back on your word, right?" Zhang Wei waved his hand with authority. "Su Chen, if this thing is really reliable, even if the director says it won't work, I will still mobilize resources for you. But I still don't know if your thing is reliable. You need to show me." He said this with an expectant look, and Yu Qinghuan was the same. However, this time Su Chen did not agree readily but firmly said, "It's not impossible, but you'll need to wait for a while. I'm still in the testing phase and can't show you, and you know how valuable this thing is. Do you think I'm an idiot? Also, even if I don't show you, you still need to provide me with resource support. That's what you promised me." Su Chen answered seriously, disregarding Zhang Wei's objections. As he spoke, he slowly stood up and extended his palm. Zhang Wei looked at his palm, showing a look of confusion.
First, prepare a set of equipment for testing vitality, oh, and some medicinal materials. Forget it, just get me some paper and a pen. Today, I must make a good profit from the guild. In the Martial Artist Guild, Zhang Wei looked at the list in his hand, his face darkening, his mouth twitching. You need this much all at once? Su Chen said helplessly. You know how innovative this theory is, so naturally, many things need to be tested. None of the instruments and materials can be missing. You promised me that in person. Are you going back on your word now? Zhang Wei sighed. It's not that I'm going back on my word, but these things can't be sorted out in a short time. How about this, you go back first. As soon as I get these things, I'll notify you. I won't delay. Su Chen knew that there was no need to rush, so he agreed. Then I'll head to school first, just contact me immediately if anything comes up. Okay, you go back first. I'll find the right personnel here and then go to school to find you. As Su Chen was about to leave, he heard his words and twitched the corner of his mouth. Do as you please. Su Chen returned to school immediately. Now that the theoretical knowledge was successfully acquired, all that was left was to test it, so he needed to go back to find suitable people to try it out. There were too many people in the school who wanted to take a gamble due to their low vitality. Even if they knew there were certain risks, many would still be willing to try. After all, the college entrance examination was their only chance to change their future, and to pass it, they would naturally think of every possible way to attempt it. He returned just in time for the first class of the afternoon, and it was only when class was about to start that Chu Yingying returned to her seat. Her cheeks were flushed, and there were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. Su Chen, I went for the test today, and my vitality hasn't increased at all. As soon as she sat down, she pulled Su Chen to confide in him. Perhaps she was too upset as tears streamed down her face. At this rate, I won't be able to get into a martial arts university. I'll just end up at an ordinary university, working a 9-to-5 job like a corporate slave. Su Chen really wanted to laugh upon hearing this, but knowing it would be impolite, he held back his amusement and said, It's still early. There's more than half a year until the college entrance exam. You don't need to belittle yourself like that. This was not just to comfort her. He had seen Chu Yingying's efforts over the past 2 years. Although she couldn't compare to him, she had worked much harder than other classmates. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough effort. Or rather, her talent was a bit lacking. In short, she was just a little short. Su Chen, you've already become a martial artist. It's easy for you to say. By the way, do you have a way to help me increase my vitality faster? As long as I don't turn into a hideous monster and can pass the physical exam for the college entrance, I'll agree to any conditions you propose. Chu Yingying's bright eyes were fixed on him, filled with anticipation. There was. Of course there was. Su Chen almost blurted it out, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he hesitated. After all, the theory hadn't been successfully tested yet. Was it really okay to experiment on his deskmate? Just as he was hesitating, an annoying voice came from behind him. Why is our busy Su back today? Song Yi had appeared behind him at some point, looking sour. It was obvious that Song Yi was interested in Chu Yingying. Even a fool could see that. However, he couldn't be bothered to engage with someone whose mind was only filled with love and romance, so he chose to ignore him. Seeing Su Chen ignore him, Song Yi's expression darkened. He had clearly seen that Su Chen was chatting intimately with Chu Yingying. He even saw Chu Yingying looking at Su Chen with tear-filled eyes, seemingly pleading for his help. Yingying, if you need anything, you can come to me for help. There's no need to ask this self-righteous guy. Song Yi, stop causing trouble here. Su Chen is going to help me increase my vitality. If I can't get into a martial arts university, am I supposed to hold you accountable? Chu Yingying shot him a glare, fuming. Increase your vitality? Song Yi was slightly taken aback, looking at Su Chen. Actually, I don't have any good methods either. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Upon hearing that he had no solution, Chu Yingying's expression dimmed and she looked extremely dejected. Ha ha. Song Yi suddenly looked smug, then slowly pulled out 2 cards from his pocket. I didn't expect our official martial artist to have things he can't do, huh? Yingying, don't worry, if he can't help, I can. These are experience vouchers issued by our city's Vitality Research Organization. With this voucher, you can experience a 2-day vitality enhancement package. Everything is guaranteed to follow normal procedures and won't affect the college entrance exam. Hearing this, the downcast Chu Yingying immediately jumped up. Really? Really? Song Yi beamed with pride, his face full of boastfulness. Although Su Chen felt embarrassed, he was also curious and asked, there's such an organization and activity? This is the first time I've heard of it. He indeed heard for the first time about methods to enhance one's vitality without medication. Could it be that, like him, there are also special theoretical methods for boosting vitality? Impossible. If there were, it would have already become popular in the country. It couldn't have waited until now. Upon hearing his words, Song Yi immediately became somewhat dissatisfied. I'm telling you, Su Chen, don't think that being a martial artist makes you omnipotent. This is a research organization from Longdu, and they are here for the first time. If it weren't for the entertainment company looking for Lin Wanqing inviting their personnel to the school, we wouldn't have had this opportunity at all. That researcher chatted with me quite a bit, which is why he gave me 2 tickets.
As he spoke, his expression was quite sarcastic. Some people shouldn't think that just because they become martial artists, they're celebrities. In some ways, they're not even as good as Lin Wanqing. At least she's a star. What about some people? Immersed in their own world, unaware that they're just frogs at the bottom of a well. Su Chen frowned. If it weren't for the fact that this guy didn't understand what vitality theory was, he would have really wanted to argue with him. But upon further thought, it wasn't worth quarreling with someone like that. He could only kindly remind Chu Yingying, this isn't a trivial matter, it's better to be cautious. All of Chu Yingying's attention was now on that ticket, and it was clear her thoughts had already flown away. Hearing his words, she actually got a bit angry and said, Su Chen, if you won't help me, that's fine, but to actually stop me from becoming a martial artist, you're really petty. Su Chen didn't expect Chu Yingying to say that and was taken aback. But when he saw her eyes shining as she stared at the experience ticket, he knew this little girl had already lost her rationality. He sighed and didn't say anything more. Yes, he really shouldn't have said that. After all, he hadn't seen the process of how they enhanced vitality, and who knows, their results might really be better than his vitality theory. Forget it. Everyone has their own decisions. But how did he become the bad guy just for saying a few words? Looking at the smug expression on Song Yi's face, Su Chen felt somewhat displeased. This kid really had a face that deserved a beating. Chu Yingying had completely been blinded by the prospect of enhancing her vitality. For 2 consecutive classes, she was absent-minded. Su Chen wanted to dissuade her, but never spoke up, as no one understood this state better than he did. Life doesn't require advice. This was a truth he realized while he was buried in his studies yet still unable to enhance his vitality. If Chu Yingying didn't try it out, she would never give up. Sigh. Su Chen wanted to sigh, but he heard an extremely loud sigh. He instinctively turned around to follow the sound and saw Zhang Xing looking troubled. Zhang Xing was holding his head, looking helpless and desperate. Ever since the last conflict, he had hardly interacted with Zhang Xing. In his impression, this guy was always carefree, thinking only about food, drink, and fun. How could he be sighing? Perhaps sensing his gaze, Zhang Xing instinctively looked up. Their eyes met, and Zhang Xing forced a smile that was more painful than suffering. What's wrong, brother Tian? Su Chen was even more surprised. Why did this guy suddenly change his attitude towards him? But he quickly realized that he was now a martial artist. In Zhang Xing's eyes, they were now from 2 different worlds, and he naturally maintained respect for martial artists. What if he really wanted to take revenge on this guy? Brother Tian, I was immature before, don't hold it against me. Otherwise, how could you become a martial artist while I'm still like this? Zhang Xing continued, his tone sincere. What are you sighing about? Su Chen asked curiously. In fact, he didn't harbor much resentment towards Zhang Xing. After all, there wasn't much enmity between them. Moreover, he was already a martial artist and wouldn't stoop to the level of a high school student who hadn't graduated. Why else? The school has started to look for ways to expel me. My dad was willing to give gifts to the leaders before, but now that he sees my energy and theory are both lacking, he wants me to drop out directly. His eyes were red and his voice was a bit low. I don't want to drop out and go to the factory. Do you want to become a warrior? Su Chen looked at his dejected expression, feeling a spark of hope. Isn't Zhang Xing exactly the person he was looking for? Zhang Xing's situation could be described as utterly terrible. He couldn't get into the warrior university, hadn't studied energy and theory properly, and now couldn't even enroll in a vocational school. He didn't even have a bad hand, he had no cards at all. If he shared his theoretical knowledge with Zhang Xing, it could only improve the situation, right? Still want to become a warrior? Zhang Xing said with a self-deprecating expression. If I can still go to school, I shouldn't complain. I didn't think much of it before, but now that I'm really about to drop out, I realize how uncomfortable it feels. Seeing them all thinking about how comfortable university life will be, just the thought of me sitting on the assembly line for 10 hours a day makes me feel sick. Wait for me after school. For what? Stop asking so many questions. Oh, Zhang Xing was puzzled but a bit nervous. During the remaining 2 classes, he couldn't help but think about how he used to bully Su Chen. Although he hadn't done anything too excessive, he always bossed Su Chen around. Lost in thought, Su Chen patted his shoulder. School's out, let's go. Tian. Brother Tian, I'm sorry. You're a warrior now, don't stoop to my level. Su Chen stammered, feeling like he was about to cry. Seeing him like this, Su Chen laughed heartily. What are you thinking? I've already become a warrior, why would I wait until now to deal with you? Only then did Zhang Xing cautiously follow him. The 2 of them arrived at the cafeteria, and Su Chen got him a meal. For someone worth 2 million, this was practically free, but for Zhang Xing, it was astonishing. Brother Tian, if you need anything, just say it. If there's anything I can help with, I'll definitely take care of it, Zhang Xing said, a bit flattered. It's important to note that Su Chen was no longer the Su Chen of the past. Although they were still in the same class, he was now a genuine warrior. A warrior treating a bottom-tier student to a meal made Zhang Xing feel hesitant to pick up his chopsticks. Then I'll be straightforward. Aren't you curious why I had such low energy before but suddenly became a warrior? Su Chen got straight to the point. Zhang Xing was taken aback. He looked closely at Su Chen and tentatively asked, "Isn't it because the Warrior Association trained you and you had a sudden breakthrough?" The drug tests had already been conducted. Su Chen couldn't have taken any drugs. The only thing he could think of was what Lin Wanqing had said during the energy test. Su Chen shook his head. "I became a warrior first before joining the Warrior Association, so my improvement has nothing to do with them." Zhang Xing was shocked. So, Su Chen had always been a genius? Just thinking about how he had once foolishly teased Su Chen made him feel utterly ashamed. But what Su Chen said next shattered his worldview. "Aren't you always saying that my studying energy theory is pointless? Today, I'll secretly tell you that I've actually been researching ways to break through traditional methods of improving energy. I used this method to break through to become a warrior in a short time." Zhang Xing's eyes widened, his expression incredibly vivid. He went from curiosity to shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, then his mouth slightly opened in a silent wow, followed by hesitation and contemplation, and, finally to excitement and eagerness. "Brother Tian, is what you said true?" "Of course it's true." "Then, can you teach me?" Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. "What do you think I called you out for?" "How should I put it? We've been deskmates for 3 years, so I guess we can say we know each other well enough. Seeing you so pitiful today makes me feel bad too. After all, I understand that sense of helplessness." Zhang Xing was so emotional he almost cried, gripping Su Chen's hand and trembling. "Tiangu, I was wrong. From now on, you are my brother. No, you are my godfather. You tell me to go east, and I absolutely won't go west." Su Chen's mouth twitched. "Don't say that, but there are some things I need to clarify with you first." "Go ahead." "This theory of vital energy is something I created. It's succeeded in my experiments, but that doesn't mean it will succeed in yours. You should understand the risks involved, so think carefully before you answer me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xing instantly calmed down. "What's the worst that could happen?" "I'm not sure, because there have been many issues that occurred with me, but so far, there haven't been any abnormalities." Su Chen's expression was serious. He could only say this because a theory that hasn't been practiced cannot be guaranteed. Zhang Xing's face turned pale, clearly filled with fear. Seeing him like this, Su Chen felt a bit nervous too. If even Zhang Xing was unwilling to take the risk, finding someone else would be even more troublesome. At this moment, both of their hearts were in their throats. Would Zhang Xing refuse? It's very possible. 4. Such a high-risk endeavor. Few boys at this age dare to take the plunge. Not everyone has the courage to gamble everything on a single throw. Su Chen's only worry was that if even someone like Zhang Xing was too afraid to take the risk, he really wouldn't find a more suitable candidate. "I want to give it a try." Zhang Xing gritted his teeth and spoke, looking as if he had made a huge decision. Su Chen felt relieved and directly took out a pre-written copybook. "Here, take this. Practice according to what's written for a few days, see if it has any effect, and if you encounter any problems, just let me know." Zhang Xing took the copybook and immediately flipped through 2 pages. Upon seeing the theories written on them, he was instantly stunned. Is this really possible? Although he had only read a few lines, he was shocked by the knowledge of vital energy presented. Usually, enhancing vital energy is primarily through exercise, training the body to generate more vital energy, but Su Chen's theory directly stimulates the proliferation of vital energy? "It worked for me when I tried it, there was no difficulty. If you're really worried, you don't have to try." Su Chen nodded seriously. Of course, he hadn't tried it himself, but according to his theoretical calculations, there was over a 70% chance of success. The remaining 30% was the probability of failure, but he wasn't sure what would happen if it failed. "Alright, I'll give it a try." "Good, but one thing you must remember, this cannot be shared with others. After all, if this succeeds, it could be worth over $1 million. If you show it to someone else, I would be at a loss," Su Chen said, looking pained. Upon hearing over $1 million, Zhang Xing's hand trembled slightly, and he nodded. Although he didn't really see this theory of vital energy as a hope, hearing such a large number still startled him. Such things are scary because what if it really is worth $1 million? Zhang Xing didn't say anything but lowered his head to start reading the theory in his hands. Su Chen waited, in case he had any questions. This theory of vital energy is vast. If detailed, it could be divided into 7 core theories. What he was showing Zhang Xing now were the 2 simplest theories. If all goes well, his vital energy should increase at a slow and steady rate. He wouldn't dare to say much, but increasing by 50% compared to before shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen. Xu Ying suddenly jumped out from behind him, holding a plate of food, smiling as she sat down next to him. "Why are you eating in the cafeteria today?" Xu Ying hesitated as she spoke, glancing at Su Chen several times before finally opening her mouth. Su Chen saw the apology in her eyes and guessed the reason for her visit. Perhaps because of what happened today, Xu Ying must have felt that her words were a bit excessive. Su Chen, I'm really sorry about today. I was too anxious, and my words came out harshly." Sure enough, Xu Ying spoke to Su Chen with a face full of regret. "It's okay, I really don't mind. But I truly feel sorry for not being able to help you," Su Chen said with a friendly smile. He understood Xu Ying's personality, and since she was his deskmate, how could he Get angry over such a trivial matter? Chu Yingying immediately broke into a radiant smile. I'm glad you're not mad at me. You know how important this opportunity to boost our vitality is, so I was a bit anxious. Su Chen chuckled, just about to continue when a familiar figure approached their table. Song Yi looked at him with hostility and plopped down right next to Chu Yingying. Seeing this, Chu Yingying wanted to say something but hesitated and remained silent. Su Chen, I didn't expect you two to be having lunch together. I thought you guys had a falling out. Song Yi's words were laced with teasing. Zhang Xing, hearing this, looked visibly displeased, but seeing Su Chen didn't respond, he kept quiet and continued to focus on the theories Su Chen had given him. We're all classmates and deskmates, so of course we should help each other, Su Chen said, turning to Chu Yingying. Yingying, actually, after you attend that vitality boosting experience class, I can give you some suggestions on boosting your vitality. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Chu Yingying smiled helplessly. Right now, all my thoughts are on boosting my vitality. Simple suggestions won't change my current situation. I really have to thank Song Yi this time, otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Upon hearing this, Song Yi immediately looked smug, like a victorious rooster. He laughed. It's a pity Su Chen wasn't there that day, otherwise, he could have snagged an experience voucher and tried out the class too. Even though you're already a martial artist, you haven't tried it out, right? Su Chen felt his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. I haven't experienced it, but these kinds of classes are probably just a lot of show with no real use. Talking about it is just a comfort for the heart. Song Yi immediately became furious. Don't come here and act all superior just because you're a martial artist. Do you really think you're better than us? Yingying, let's go. I really can't talk to him anymore. Song Yi was extremely agitated and was about to get up and leave. Chu Yingying wanted to say something but sighed after hesitating. Su Chen, then we'll head over first. You and Song Yi argue every time you meet. We're all classmates, so don't create any more unpleasantness. It's fine, you go ahead. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. He knew that Chu Yingying was focused on that experience class and it wasn't a big deal. After all, everyone has things they care about. For the things that matter, everything else seems less important. Just like when he was studying hard to boost his vitality at the beginning. Back then, knowledge was the only thing that mattered. Wait, what is it? Chu Yingying looked at him in confusion. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, recalling the pleasant outing Chu Yingying had taken him on last time, and cautiously said, I really haven't heard of any experience class. You should be a bit careful. Such things are on a large scale, they can't be scams, Chu Yingying replied succinctly, her words filled with determination. Similarly, Su Chen felt a hint of impatience. Watching Chu Yingying disappear from his sight, Su Chen fell silent for a moment. Tiangu, your theoretical knowledge is really difficult. It's much harder than what's in the books. I really don't know how you came up with something so difficult. It's truly incredible. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhang Xing started to joke and engage in conversation. He was speaking the truth. The first theory he encountered had already surpassed high school knowledge. He thought Su Chen truly deserved to become a martial artist as he was different from his peers, much stronger than them. Su Chen chuckled softly. Is it difficult? Actually, I think the hardest theories aren't really the ones in books. Now that I understand more, I find some problems even harder to grasp. In the following days, Su Chen observed and tested Zhang Xing's improvement in vitality at school. After class one day, Zhang Xing excitedly called out to him. Tiangu, I feel like my vitality has significantly improved these past few days. Really? Su Chen was slightly surprised. The speed of this verification was much faster than he had anticipated. Really? My vitality hasn't improved during this time, so I can clearly sense even a slight enhancement. It's just what? You don't need overly expensive medicines, you just need to confirm what works. The best medicines, while effective, also have significant side effects. At this point, Su Chen paused. If you really have difficulties, I can help you with the expenses. That would be great. I'll go get some herbs today. Zhang Xing was visibly excited, looking incredibly thrilled. Seeing him so eager made Su Chen a bit nervous. He was genuinely worried that something might go wrong with Zhang Xing. Although he had already informed him of the risks involved, if something did happen, he would feel guilty. However, this slight worry was quickly suppressed deep in his heart. The two core theories he proposed regarding vitality had a basis to follow, so there shouldn't be any major issues. The first core theory was to perceive the existence of vitality through extreme methods. The second core theory was to enhance the most suitable methods for oneself using medicines without absorption, allowing the body to undergo changes to better adapt to these methods. This was a modified approach he had synthesized from various texts, which could be said to be speculative but had been indirectly confirmed by practical cases. Yet, in this era of martial arts where actual strength spoke volumes, no one was willing to take a crooked path to try, fearing the risks involved. But Su Chen dared. If anything truly happened, he would bear the consequences, no matter how grave. With newfound courage, Su Chen felt a bit dizzy and decided to step outside the classroom for some fresh air before class started. As he exited the classroom, he was drawn to a large crowd in the hallway. Goodness! It was Lin Wancheng.
She looked youthful and beautiful, and the professional cameramen beside her were continuously snapping photos.
Occasionally, she would hum a tune. Could it be a music MV?
Su Chen was stunned and found it somewhat refreshing, but more than that, he felt a bit worried.
With her newfound fame, would she come looking for trouble with him again?
He decided to move away from the classroom door and find a quieter spot to breathe. Just then, he saw Song Yi and Shu Yingying coming out of their class, rushing towards that direction without looking back. Hurry up, or they'll leave soon.
Su Chen knew that.
Wherever there was excitement, Song Yi would be there, but when he noticed they weren't heading to join Lin Wanqing's commotion, he curiously followed them. Sure enough, at the bottom of the stairs, he saw a group of people gathered together, all dressed in matching outfits, looking like they were from some organization.
Ha, don't worry, classmate.
After attending my course, I guarantee you'll improve by 1 to 2 points in vitality.
Within a week.
If you continue with our courses and work hard enough, you can definitely increase your vitality by more than 5 points in a month. The speaker was a refined young man who appeared to be quite
successful. Song Yi stood in front of him with an enthusiastic expression, nodding vigorously, while Chu Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement. It wasn't just the two of them, several students stood around the young man, all with eager expressions. This guy must be one of the personnel from the so-called Qi and Blood Research Institute in the city. He seemed fine, but his confidence was indeed a bit excessive. Improving by more than 5 points in a month? Pfft, Su Chen found it somewhat ridiculous and couldn't help but chuckle.
But just as luck would have it, his laughter echoed in the previously quiet corner of the staircase.
Suddenly,
his laughter stood out, and several people looked up, with the young man spotting Su Chen at a glance.
Hey, classmate, what are you laughing at? Do you find something funny in what I just said?
No, I was just passing by. You all continue. Su Chen quickly waved his hand, not wanting to stir up trouble. But the other party seemed unwilling to let him go, enthusiastically running a couple of steps to grab him.
Classmate, I know that improving by 5 points in a month sounds a bit like a joke, but didn't that genius from your school also improve by 10 points in a month?
And I heard there are students here promoted by the Warrior Guild, improving even faster, so you just don't know enough. He shook his head and chuckled.
How about this, classmate? Come along and learn more. You definitely won't be disappointed. And we were personally
invited by your principal, so you don't have to worry about being late for class. Just tell your teacher you're listening to us.
He threw out temptations one after another, his face full of confidence. In his view,
no student could resist the allure of skipping class.
No thanks, I'm not really interested. Su Chen shook his head.
At that moment, Song Yi suddenly sneered.
If you're not interested, why are you here?
You're deliberately
making noise to attract attention. Don't you want an experience voucher?
Shu Yingying pulled him back and said to Su Chen, you might as well listen. What if it really helps you?
Exactly, classmate.
Come along and listen. I guarantee you won't regret it. The young man chimed in. To be honest, Su Chen wasn't interested at all and thought the other party was just using gimmicks to deceive people. But hearing Shu Yingying's words, he was indeed tempted. What if it was true? Even if it turned out to be fake, he might still gain some insights regarding his testing theories. After a moment of hesitation, Su Chen nodded.
Alright, I'll listen. Seeing him agree, Song Yi's smile turned even more mocking and disdainful. Su Chen ignored him and looked at the young man with curiosity.
He was actually a bit excited to see if this guy would
say something special.
Oof, acting all aloof here, but soon you'll show your true colors.
Song Yi's smile stiffened, unable to suppress a cold snort.
At that moment, a number of students gathered around the young man, and he slowly took out a certificate from his crossbody bag, which had his photo and some text on it.
The text mentioned some authoritative certification, along with stamps from various organizations, looking quite legitimate.
But the photo caught Su Chen's attention because he recognized two familiar figures in it.
Zhang Wei and Yu Qinghuan.
The two stood in the center, surrounded by a group of people, including
the young man.
Classmates, this is a photo taken when our institute was established. It features the most prominent figures in our city. These two are researchers with degrees, and they have both assisted me in improving our current methods of enhancing qi and blood. Not to exaggerate, but there aren't many people in this city who have had the chance to interact with these two. I'm one of them. The young man beamed with pride, and the students all showed expressions of admiration and longing. Researcher degrees, I heard there are only 3 in our city.
Yeah,
I heard that their research on martial artists' vitality is
extraordinary, and everyone else is a martial artist too.
Other martial artists are just martial artists, but these few are the directors among martial artists. They chattered excitedly, their enthusiasm palpable. After all, as high school students, this was rare news about the world of martial artists, and they were preparing for martial arts university precisely for this reason.
So, classmates, you can rest assured.
This weekend, that is, in the next couple of days, once everyone experiences it firsthand, you'll know how effective our trial class is.
Both martial artists' researching degrees are involved in our vitality enhancement development results, so you can absolutely trust it.
After talking for a long time, Su Chen didn't hear a single useful word and felt it was somewhat unreliable.
But if it were true, could it be that Zhang Wei had found a testing platform for vitality enhancement for him in advance? Su tentatively asked. These two martial artists researching degrees shouldn't have methods for enhancing vitality, right? What exactly is your vitality enhancement course about? The man chuckled at Su Chen's words. Classmate, those are martial artists researching degrees. How could they not have methods for enhancing vitality? You haven't reached this level yet, you don't understand. In fact, enhancing vitality is much simpler than what your school teaches. He looked incredibly confident, his tone extremely firm. Su Chen was taken aback. They shouldn't have that capability, right? That's right, others might not know whether Zhang Wei and the others had such capabilities, but how could Su Chen not know? He finally realized that the guy in front of him might be lying. Perhaps due to his two doubts, the man began to look somewhat displeased and said, How do you know they can't do it? Are you also a researcher? Classmate, I brought you over because I saw you were friends with these two. If you don't like it, you can leave now, no one is forcing you. The two classmates he mentioned were naturally Song Yi and Chu Engying. Song Yi felt quite flattered by this remark and straightened his back. Even more. Su Chen, you caused trouble when Engying said she wanted to go before, and now that she kindly called you over, you're here questioning it. How can you be so ungrateful? And do you really think that? Just because you hold textbooks at school every day and scored full marks in theory, you understand everything? You talk as if you know those researchers. As he spoke, the man nodded, and the other classmates looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Even Chu Engying hesitated and said, Su Chen, they are professionals, there shouldn't be any problems. If you don't like it, you can at least listen, we can skip a class. Exactly. Don't worry, classmate. If you don't try the trial class, I can still tell your homeroom teacher that you're here listening and don't have to go back to class, the man said sarcastically. This deceitful man in Song. You were one thing, but Su Chen didn't expect Chu Engying to also think these people were right. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. As expected, the yellow-haired girl just didn't understand. Who says I don't know? Them, he rolled his eyes. Poof. The man laughed at his words. You know two martial artists researching degrees? Classmate, there's a limit to bragging. Lingu, don't say that, the ones I know are the young martial artist from our school. Maybe I really saw these two from a distance at the Martial Artist Association. However, it was probably just a glimpse, right? Song Yi said sarcastically, convinced that Su Chen had only seen the two people. Oh, is it him? Lin Ji's eye showed a hint of surprise but quickly returned to calm. This student, although excellent at becoming a martial artist, does not mean that being a martial artist makes one excellent in every aspect. These two individuals are not to be mentioned lightly, and our organization is not something that can be casually questioned. Please be more careful with your words in the future. He was not a student and had seen many martial artists. He really didn't think much of a young martial artist. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. Usually, not many people called him, typically just his father, Su Zhou, so he instinctively glanced at the screen and found that the caller was Zhang Wei. Hello, Manager Zhang? Which class are you in? I'm coming to find you now. Zhang Wei's voice made Su Chen frown. He had always been resistant to the ridiculous idea of Zhang Wei attending class with him. After all, Zhang Wei was not an ordinary person. If he really came to class, it would cause quite a stir. But now he actually wanted this guy to come over, not for any other reason, but to confirm whether this so-called organization had any connection to his theory of enhancing vital energy. Class 1, I'm at the corner of the hallway. Come over, he said and hung up the phone, only to find that Lingo was looking at him with a half-smile. Classmate, you don't mean the manager you just mentioned is this researcher, Scholar Zhang Wei, right? That's him. I guessed you would say that. I have to say, you really played the part well, you put in quite a bit of effort. Song Yi laughed heartily, and the other classmates couldn't hold back either. Su Chen was now the obvious target of their amusement, vividly alive. Everyone, don't laugh. Didn't Su classmate just say his location on the phone? It probably won't take long, our manager Zhang will be here soon, and then everyone can get a deeper understanding of our organization. Ha ha. In the face of their mockery, Su Chen remained calm, looking at them with the eyes one would use to regard fools. Seeing him being laughed at, Chu Engying ultimately couldn't bear it any longer and slowly spoke up. Su Chen, why don't you just go back to the classroom? After all, you don't have much interest in this course anyway. No, I'm actually quite interested right now. No matter what, he had to clarify the issue with this organization today. If it really had something to do with his theory of vital energy, he absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. It had to be dealt with in advance. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Chu Engying stopped trying to convince him and just sighed. A few minutes later, the class bell rang, and Su Chen looked at the still absent Zhang Wei, slightly furrowing his brows. Seeing his expression, Lin Ji's demeanor gradually became smug, the corners of his mouth curling into a more mocking smile. Classmate, time's up. Where's Manager Zhang? Su classmate, where's the manager Zhang you mentioned? He wouldn't not come, would he? I'm not sure, maybe something held him up on the way. We don't have that much time to wait for you. I need to take these classmates to register. Since you're not interested, you naturally don't have to follow us to register, right? Su Chen was also puzzled. Since Zhang Wei had said he would come, he would definitely show up. Unless something delayed him, he would never break his promise.
But if there was really a connection here, and Lingu took his people away, it would be much more troublesome if there was something fishy going on. Just as he was thinking about whether to call and urge him, he saw a figure coming up from the bottom of the stairs. He's here. Upon hearing his words, Lingu and the others instinctively looked down. As the figure gradually approached, Lin Ji's expression became increasingly grim, his face filled with astonishment. Indeed, the person coming was none other than Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was a person with a highly recognizable appearance. Not only those who knew him, but anyone who had seen his photo could spot him in a crowd at a glance, without a doubt. Is it really Scholar Zhang? The other students were shocked. They never expected Scholar Zhang would actually take the initiative to call Su Chen, a high school student. Zhu Yingying covered her mouth in astonishment. They all knew Su Chen had become a martial artist now, but had he really mixed in with the Martial Artist Association to this extent? Everyone was quite shocked, but the most shocked was naturally Brother Lin. He never dreamed that Su Chen's earlier words were true. He looked at Su Chen's calm face, as if seeing Zhang Wei was the most ordinary thing, and his heart sank. Could it be that this kid has some connection with Scholar Zhang? Impossible. He knew Zhang Wei's situation best because, at the time, the organization had to stabilize its footing, and he could say that he had coaxed and deceived 2 researchers from the city to go there to confirm the scam. The Blood Energy Research Organization he was part of was a typical case of having a big name but little actual capability. In reality, they had no real skills. It was recognized by the city, but that recognition came from commercial institutions, aimed at exaggerating, to sell courses for profit. So at that time, what he and Zhang Wei discussed was merely to attach the name of a blood energy research organization, while in reality, it was to provide some follow-up management logistics for the Martial Artist Association. Zhang Wei agreed without much thought, and things went relatively smoothly afterward. They even had meals together a few times, which allowed him to understand Zhang Wei and the people around him better. So, Su Chen definitely did not know Zhang Wei. Or perhaps because he joined the Martial Artist Association, he had some opportunities for contact, and taking advantage of this chance, he wanted to show off to save face. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Watching Zhang Wei approach, a sly smile appeared on his face. He rushed out directly and shook Zhang Wei's hand. Oh, isn't this Scholar Zhang? I didn't expect to run into you here. I was just thinking of visiting you soon to treat you to a meal. What a coincidence we have. At that moment, Zhang Wei was preoccupied with attending classes with Su Chen. More accurately, he was eager to steal some theoretical knowledge from Su Chen. So when Brother Lin suddenly rushed out, he was startled. Little Lin, what are you doing here? Is there some collaboration with the school? Upon seeing Brother Lin, Zhang Wei immediately thought of this possibility. The students at this school are quite good, you should come over and work hard. Mentioning the school, he immediately thought of Su Chen, and realizing this was Su Chen's alma mater, he meaningfully patted Brother Lin on the shoulder. Of course, I am indeed here to collaborate with the school and provide some assistance to the students. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Su Chen, his voice pausing. These are the students I am here to help, but this student Su has some issues. This student is really ungrateful. Quite proud. After chatting a bit, I found out he is actually from your association. He is indeed from my association, Zhang Wei nodded. As he spoke, his brow furrowed. From what he knew of Su Chen, unless it was a matter of blood energy scholarship, Su Chen had always been indifferent. How could he have such an attitude? However, as he furrowed his brow, Brother Lin, who had been observing him, immediately thought he believed Su Chen was embarrassing the Martial Artist Association, further confirming his previous suspicions. Is it really true? Ah, Scholar Zhang, this student is too young and speaks with such arrogance. Not only does he question your academic issues, but when he called you just now, he also showed no respect for his seniors. I was just about to teach him a lesson when I didn't expect you to arrive. Since you're here, you should come personally. Brother Lin feigned a look of disappointment, just like a relative who pretends to be supportive while actually being critical. Su Chen was taken aback by his sudden outburst. Wasn't he questioning the academic issues of the institution? He could find fault with something as trivial as a disrespectful phone call? What was this guy up to? But when he saw Brother Lin's anxious expression, as if he couldn't wait to see the drama unfold, he began to understand. This guy was afraid he would say something that would expose him in front of Zhang Wei? Indeed. When Zhang Wei appeared, Brother Lin could feel several classmates' gazes turning skeptical. Su Chen knew Zhang Wei, and thus the relationship he had with their institution. If he slipped up with just one word, he would be exposed. He absolutely could not be exposed. This matter could not be revealed to Zhang Wei, nor could it be exposed in front of these students who were about to be reeled in. So he wanted to pin a label on Su Chen, hoping Zhang Wei would reprimand him, using that opportunity to shut Su Chen up. With Zhang Wei's status in the Martial Artist Association, once he dealt with Su Chen, a newcomer of Su Chen's age would never dare to speak out of turn again. Moreover, if it was because of him that Zhang Wei dealt with Su Chen, then Su Chen wouldn't dare to say anything against him, and this dilemma would be easily resolved. At that moment, Zhang Wei's expression clearly showed he was losing his composure. Even a fool could see that he was in a bad mood. Those classmates saw a martial artist with a research degree looking grim, and they didn't dare to breathe. Several of them cast sympathetic glances at
Su Chen, terrified.
Brother Lin knew his scheme had succeeded, and the smile on his face was radiant.
He could already imagine Su Chen's panicked expression when Zhang Wei got angry. But the next second, Zhang Wei's
words made his smile freeze instantly.
"You brat, don't you know to leave me some face?
After all, I'm a person of some standing. I need to save face,"
Zhang Wei said, looking helpless. He not only didn't blame Su Chen but instead jokingly complained.
Brother Lin's smile was frozen on his face, looking particularly ridiculous. Song Yi, who had been eager to watch the show, was also taken aback, his eyes wide with confusion.
What was going on? Su Chen insulted the higher-ups of the association, and instead of flying into a rage, they were actually welcoming him with smiles? Scholar Zhang, you must be upset, right? It's okay, if you
can't save face, I can help you handle it. Brother Lin thought Zhang Wei was being a bit irrational due to anger and quickly reminded him. However, Zhang Wei shot him a sidelong glance, his expression unfriendly.
Did you not hear what I said? Zhang Wei was angry.
Although he was stubborn, being here to learn about qi and blood from Su Chen, as an elder, he felt somewhat embarrassed. This guy had just picked at one of his sore spots. Zhang Wei, who was about to speak, was intimidated by that look and dared not say a word. Just then, Song Yi, unable to stand it any longer, stepped forward. Scholar Zhang, Brother Lin is right, we just witnessed Su Chen's disrespectful attitude towards you. Moreover, he indeed questioned the theory of enhancing qi and blood that you and Brother Lin created together, even saying that you couldn't possibly have developed these theories. As he spoke, he looked at Su Chen and said, I didn't say anything wrong, did I, Su Chen? You personally questioned the authenticity of this qi enhancement course. As a martial artist, you wouldn't deny it at this moment, would you? His words were clearly meant to provoke Su Chen, and he didn't actually expect Su Chen to admit it. He just wanted to direct the blame at him.
Several other students, who
had been thoroughly brainwashed like him, nodded in agreement, indicating that Su Chen indeed said so. I did question the authenticity of this course. Does Manager Zhang really have a method to enhance qi and blood?
Su Chen nodded generously in acknowledgement. He was also curious if Zhang Wei really created this method with these people.
If that were the case, it could indeed be compared to make his theory more mature.
Upon
hearing his words, Zhang Wei did not respond immediately but instead showed a look of confusion.
He had never created a method to enhance one's vitality, had he? Subconsciously glancing at Lin Gu, the originator of
all these questions, he saw his increasingly ugly expression and instantly understood the general situation. However, at that moment, Song Yi, who had been adding fuel to the fire, failed to notice Zhang Wei's grim face. He did not expect Su Chen to be so foolish as to admit to questioning the issue of vitality. In an instant, he felt exhilarated. Scholar Zhang, did you hear that? He admitted it himself. This guy has been breaking the rules at school, thinking that just because he became a warrior, he can act recklessly. He was incredibly excited, and others could see his enthusiasm and the conflict between him and Su Chen.
Su Chen remained silent. He could tell that Song Yi harbored hostility towards him. But it wasn't just Song Ye's hostility, it was also the animosity of an ordinary person towards a warrior. Gradually, Song Ye's voice began
to weaken, as everyone present, except him, sensed the strange atmosphere. Lin Gu seemed afraid to speak.
Zhang Wei wore a look of amusement. As for Su Chen, he was utterly unafraid. A few seconds later, Song Yi also felt the surrounding silence.
He looked around in confusion, realizing that everyone was looking at him with the eyes of a clown, their expressions growing increasingly unpleasant.
What was going on? At this moment, Su Chen finally spoke up. I did say that the two researchers with warrior degrees shouldn't be able to create this course, and that's because I know they can't. As for your claim that I disrespected Manager Zhang, that's not true. I just feel that in academic matters, I don't consider myself a junior. Manager Zhang, I'm not wrong, am I? Zhang Wei nodded. Su Chen is right, I indeed cannot create a special method to enhance vitality, nor have I ever created one.
As for the course issues and the questions you raised, let your Lin Gu explain them. He said this while coldly staring at Lin Gu.
Go on. This Lin Ji's face
turned ugly, and for a moment he didn't dare to speak.
Speak!
Zhang Wei shouted, his face ashen. He was a warrior, and his voice was filled with vitality, startling everyone. Several students shivered, and Lin Gu turned pale with fear. His body went weak, and without caring about the students around, he grabbed Zhang Wei's pant leg and knelt down.
Scholar Zhang, Brother Zhang, I didn't mean to deceive the Warrior Association.
I only wanted to use the name of enhancing vitality to gain some benefits for the association. He was terrified. In a city, one could provoke any organization, but one must not provoke the Warrior Association. Otherwise, nothing could be done, and this was well understood in the world of high martial arts.
You still have the nerve to plead with me? If Su Chen hadn't happened to be here today, would you have plotted against our Warrior Association and harmed these high school students? A course on enhancing vitality? How ridiculous.
Our Warrior Association wouldn't dare to claim such a course exists. How dare you, an auxiliary
cooperation association, say that? I'll give you 3 seconds. Hurry up and get lost. Go back and disband your organization, or wait for me to bring people over to deal with it. Lin Ji's already pale face completely lost all color upon hearing this. He sat down on the ground, his expression dazed. Jiang Wei's words brought all the irrational students back to their senses. Indeed, if the Warrior Association didn't have such capabilities, what could other organizations have? In an instant, the students present changed their expressions. Xu Yingying was filled with shock and disbelief, staring blankly as she spoke. Fake? Fake? Beside her, Song Ye's expression kept changing. At that moment, he was still clutching the experience voucher for the trial class, which Lin Gu had just registered for him. At this moment, the voucher felt like a joke. He was, after all, more of a clown than a clown. Just thinking about how he had acted so crazily earlier while Su Chen had calmly watched him go mad left him speechless. Not only had he become a clown, but he had also lost the chance to ask Xu Yingying out. Looking at the aggrieved Xu Yingying, he suddenly felt a mix of anger and shame. His face flushed red as he charged at Su Chen, and then he surprisingly pulled out a spring knife from his pocket. It's all your fault. Su Chen, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have failed to ask Xu Yingying out. Now, bringing up old grievances, how could he not be angry? He was, after all, a person of some standing, and although he didn't care much about losing face, he still had to care a little about the image of the Martial Artists Guild, right? Song Yi brandished the spring knife, his expression fierce. He rushed towards Su Chen without hesitation, but the next second, Su Chen knocked him to the ground with a punch. Su Chen didn't hold back with this punch, sending him crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his nostrils. After trying to get up a few times without success, he looked at Su Chen in terror. What he saw was Su Chen's cold gaze. Although the rule of law also restrains martial artists, if you're going to be so shameless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Chen was indeed very angry. He could understand jealousy, and he didn't need to stoop to the level of such a person. After all, their worlds were not the same. But if someone was going to resort to violence, then he wouldn't hold back. He had seen beasts torn apart. Would he be scared by a spring knife? At this moment, Song Yi finally realized that Su Chen was already a martial artist and he was too terrified to speak. The other students were also frightened. They felt a murderous aura emanating from Su Chen. It was a true killing intent, one that came from battling beasts, completely incomparable to them who were sheltered flowers. All right, everyone go back to your studies. At your age, shouldn't you be sitting in class? Seeing the students scared out of their wits, Jiang Wei also spoke up. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't even glanced at Lin Gu or Song Yi. It seemed to him that this was nothing out of the ordinary, more like he was tacitly approving of Su Chen's actions. Seeing this, who would still dare to linger? They hurriedly fled, afraid of attracting trouble. Song Yi also got up and ran, not daring to look at Su Chen even once during the whole process. Once most of the people had left, only Xu Yingying remained, hesitating as she walked up to Su Chen, a bit nervous as she said, "I'm sorry, Su Chen. I should have listened to you earlier. I've said a lot of unpleasant things these days, don't take it to heart." Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. "No need to worry, it's good that you weren't deceived." Would he get angry just because a high school student misunderstood him? No. If that were the case, Su Chen wouldn't have the abilities he had today. Although he was still a high school student, he no longer lived in the same class as them. The books he read and the knowledge he learned were beyond textbooks in school. Xu Yingying looked at Su Chen, who had just been fierce, now suddenly gentle, and felt both familiar and strange. Then, "Let's go back to class," she hesitated to say. Su Chen nodded. Now that Lin Ji's matter had been exposed, lingering outside the classroom was a bit excessive. It was time to return to class. After all, reviewing the old could lead to new insights, and one might gain something new. "You all go ahead, I need to go greet your school." Jiang Wei did not immediately follow. He needed to greet the school's higher-ups first. It was no small matter for a manager from the Martial Artists Association to attend as an observer. Su Chen nodded and followed Xu Yingying back to his class. As they passed through the corridor, the group surrounding Lin Wanqing had not yet dispersed. A crowd gathered, discussing animatedly. As Su Chen walked by, he vaguely heard his name and instinctively looked up, noticing that many people were staring at him. Perhaps they realized he was paying attention, or it was just a coincidence, but those people quickly averted their gazes. Su Chen found it a bit strange but did not dwell on it and returned to his class. Once Su Chen had completely disappeared, the group began to whisper among themselves. "That was Su Chen just now, right? That's right. He's the one who took the scholarship from the goddess Wanqing a while back, causing her to miss out on the university she wanted to attend. He's made our sister Wanqing cry so many times," another girl chimed in, her face full of anger. "We must teach him a lesson, make him regret ever showing up in this world." "But he's a martial artist, right? So what if he is? My second uncle is a martial artist too. He's just a low-level martial artist. What right does he have to compare with our star goddess? In terms of support and future development, he's nothing." "Exactly, I'm going to find someone right now. Today, we must make this guy understand the consequences of offending our goddess." In the office. At this moment, Chen Fei sat across from Zhang Chang, looking worried. Principal, that woman from the entertainment company has an issue with Su Chen because of Lin Wanqing. I suggest we keep those people out of the school for now. Lin Wanqing's influence has clearly increased since she became an artist. I hear students voicing their opinions about Su Chen whenever I walk around. I'm afraid that if this continues, something might happen due to the conflict between the two. Zhang Chang sighed upon hearing this. I know, but there's nothing we can do. I didn't expect Wanqing to be this popular. Moreover, the other party is Tianhua Entertainment. You know very well how much benefit they can bring to the school. Su Chen may be a genius, but in the end, he's just a low-level martial artist with exceptional talent. Such people may stand out, but compared to the capital of Tianhua Entertainment, there's no comparison. Chen Fei's expression darkened. Indeed. What kind of company is Tianhua Entertainment? It's a company that holds the most star resources in the entertainment market. Various superstars and top-tier celebrities abound, and the capital behind them is not something an ordinary martial artist can compare to. No matter how talented Su Chen is, he is ultimately just one person. And the other side is the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. I'm just worried that those fanatical fans might do something outrageous. Even if Su Chen is a martial artist, he's still just a person. Teacher Chen, you don't need to worry, Zhang Chang interrupted him. Su Chen is a martial artist. Those students are just kids. They bully the weak and fear the strong. Would they really go and trouble a martial artist? He saw that Chen Fei wanted to say more and directly waved his hand to cut him off. Let's handle it this way. You go back and keep an eye on Su Chen. Just remind him to be careful. All right. Chen Fei nodded helplessly and got up to leave. He hadn't been gone long when Zhang Wei opened the principal's office door. Zhang Chang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Wei, but as soon as the latter identified himself, he immediately put on a cordial smile. Oh, it's Manager Zhang. What brings you here? Come in, come in. I just got some excellent tea. This is top-notch Longjing tea that I spent a lot of money on. I can't drink that. Do you have Biluokan? Zhang Wei was not polite at all. Yes, we have both. Zhang Chang enthusiastically filled the teacups. Manager Zhang, are you here this time because of Su Chen? He nervously stared at Zhang Wei and cautiously spoke up. He had only one thought in his mind. Even though Su Chen had become a martial artist, could he really be that highly regarded by the higher-ups? When Zhang Wei heard the question, he thought about following Su Chen to learn and felt his old face flush. The prepared words were immediately swallowed back and he shook his head repeatedly. No, of course not. I just think our school has a lot of talent and perhaps in the future it will bring more fresh blood to our martial artists association, so I'm preparing to be a vocational education teacher for the school. If we really encounter potential students, our martial artists association is willing to fully cultivate them. Zhang Wei coughed, casually finding an excuse. If he were to speak the truth and say he came to audit, would he still have any face left? Really? Is everything you said true? Zhang Chang suddenly stood up, his face full of excitement. He knew that the last time he discussed this with the other martial artists, it was outright rejected and they only offered to make Su Chen an assistant teacher. Since then, he had dared not think too much about it. After all, one must have self-awareness. If Zhang Wei personally came over this time, the benefits for their school were simply beyond words. It was known that no surrounding city in the entire province had ever experienced such a situation where the Martial Artists Association actively sought cooperation. That was a tremendous honor. Of course, but you also know that whatever the Martial Artists Association does will attract social attention. I'm just acting on a whim, so I hope to audit as a leader observing the classes for now. Zhang Wei found himself a perfect reason and looked at Zhang Chang with anticipation. No problem. Of course, no problem. Whatever format you want, our school will fully cooperate. And you can come to teach for as long as you want, even if you end up just having your name attached due to busy official duties. That's fine. Then it's settled. Rest assured, I'm the one in charge of the Martial Artists Association. What I say is what I do. Zhang Wei was very satisfied. Moreover, this was Su Chen's alma mater, so it was just doing a favor to help out. The two were chatting enthusiastically in the office, while an unexpected situation was unfolding with Su Chen. Returning to the classroom, he saw his torn textbooks and theories, his face turning pale. That's right, the theories he had organized were ripped apart. Although it wasn't everything, just a portion he had compiled over the past few days, it was still his important work. There were many theoretical bases he had tried on his own body, and some he hadn't even fully memorized yet. In an instant, a surge of furious anger welled up inside him. It didn't matter how others mocked him, he had never been angry because he didn't care about those petty squabbles. He didn't mind that Chu Yingying misunderstood him, he didn't care. He cared even less when the school and teachers mocked and questioned him, because all he cared about was becoming a martial artist, standing in a higher realm, and entering Lungdu University to rebuild a happy family. And all these changes and opportunities relied on these theories. These were his reverse scales, and now, someone had touched his reverse scales. Bang! Su Chen slammed his palm on the table, and in his excessive anger, he didn't hold back at all. How strong is the power of an 8th-level martial artist?
A first-level martial artist has 3 times the strength of a normal person, and with each level up, an additional 50 pounds of strength is added. So with this slap, even a plowing ox wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone a wooden table. Crack! The table was directly smashed by Su Chen's slap, the loud noise startling everyone. Even the teacher of the blood theory on the podium was taken aback. The teacher was just about to get angry when he saw Su Chen's expression and swallowed his words back. At this moment, Su Chen's face was filled with rage, his expression fierce, looking as if he was about to devour someone. Su Chen, you! Who provoked Su Chen? The teacher's voice was filled with anger as he scanned all the students present. He had taught this class for over 2 years and was quite familiar with Su Chen, who always wore a smile when interacting with elders. Aside from competing academically, he had never shown any emotional outburst. But Su Chen's current demeanor was clearly one of extreme anger. Who tore my book? Su Chen's voice was calm, but everyone could hear the fury beneath that calmness. Unanimously, all the students present shivered. As an 8th-level martial artist, Su Chen already exuded a sense of pressure, and seeing him like this, Chu Ying beside him turned pale with fear. It was the first time she had seen Su Chen angry. Su Chen was blinded by rage. He needed to make that person pay. I'll ask one last time, who tore my things? At that moment, Su Chen resembled a raging tiger, and no one dared to speak, all nervously watching him. The few classmates nearby didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Su Chen, calm down. I know those books are important to you, but don't act impulsively. The teacher of Qi and Blood hurriedly helped him inquire if anyone had seen who did it. Just then, a student in the class nervously spoke up. It seems like it wasn't a student from our class. I saw some people from class 2, several of them gathered around Su Chen's seat. I thought they were looking for Zhang Xing, so I didn't pay attention. Before he could finish, Su Chen was already striding out of the classroom. Classmates, continue with your self-study. The teacher will go take a look. The Qi and Blood teacher's face changed dramatically as he saw Su Chen rush out. He knew Su Chen was a martial artist and realized the seriousness of the situation. Zhang Xing looked at the desks and torn papers on the floor, swallowing hard. Did others not know what those papers were? How could he not know? Moreover, having been Su Chen's deskmate for over 2 years, no one understood better than him how much Su Chen valued those things. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. At this moment, in the back row of class 2, a few students were huddled together, excitedly discussing the situation. The leader, Ma Dongsheng, was in a similar situation to Zhang Xing. Having lost hope for college entrance exams, he spent his days idling around. Brother Ma, do you think that Su Chen will come looking for trouble? He's a martial artist. Yeah, if it comes to blows, we're no match for him. Seeing his 2 underlings' terrified expressions, Ma Dongsheng scoffed. What are you afraid of? Even if he's a martial artist, he can't just act recklessly unless he doesn't want to go to college. You know how strict the school rules are, and this is a society governed by law. Even martial artists have established regulations. He wouldn't dare to go wild. Besides, it's not just us, we have the Late Qing Support Association behind us. What, is he going to fight against thousands of us from the support association? Brother Ma is right. The other underlings sighed in relief, their faces beaming with smiles. Just as his words fell, the door to class 2 was kicked open. That's right, it was kicked open. Su Chen kicked the door open, his face ashen as he walked in, exuding an icy aura. He stood at the entrance, scanning all the students in class 2 with a cold gaze. My book, who tore it? The quiet classroom was disrupted by the kicked open door. Su Chen's furious voice echoed within. Everyone was startled. At that moment, the teacher in class 2 was Mr. Li, who had discussed Qi and Blood theory with Su Chen. Su Chen, what are you doing? I'm in class. Mr. Li was somewhat angry, but Su Chen's next words made him swallow the reprimand he was about to deliver. Teacher Li, I have unraveled the theories we discussed last time, but they were torn to shreds by your students while I was away. Su Chen replied expressionlessly, as if he were talking about something completely unrelated, but to Teacher Li, this was like a bombshell. Su Chen had briefly mentioned the importance of those theories to him, and he was surprised that Su Chen could figure them out. He also knew how crucial those theories were for someone with a strong thirst for knowledge. Yet, such important things were easily destroyed by others. Not to mention Su Chen, even at his age, he couldn't help but feel furious. Who tore up his book? Teacher Li, no need to ask, I know who it is. Su Chen's gaze locked onto a few people at the back. These individuals had stood up from their chairs as soon as he entered the room. The leader among them stared at him fearlessly, filled with mockery and provocation. Su Chen, this is our class too. Causing trouble during class and kicking our classroom door. Do you really think being a martial artist makes you special? Do you really think there are no school rules, no regulations in the Martial Artist Association? Ma Tianshang looked at him with disdain, sneering. It was clear that he was not afraid of Su Chen's identity as a martial artist at all. This was understandable. First, he was young and impulsive, and second, he was indeed right. Because of the extraordinary existence of martial artists, the laws and regulations in society had become even more stringent.
After all, martial artists are still human. They cannot act like outlaws. Very well. You speak well. His arrogant attitude had pushed Su Chen to the brink of explosion. So, you admit you tore my things? So what if I did? I'm not afraid to tell you, it was me who tore your book. If you have the guts, come at me. Ma Tiancheng snorted coldly, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The moment Su Chen rushed into the classroom, he had already sent a message in the Late Qing support group. He believed it wouldn't be long before someone from the Late Qing support group showed up to help him drive Su Chen away. The so-called Late Qing support group was created by all the fans of Lin Wangqing. All members are fans of Lin Wangqing. There are now over 5,000 members in this group, and they all despise Su Chen. The reason is simple: everything Su Chen did had caused irreversible damage to Lin Wangqing. For example, making Lin Wangqing cry. For instance, preventing Lin Wangqing from attending Sichuan University, and so on. As an administrator of the group, he was naturally one of these people. So he organized others to teach Su Chen a lesson by tearing up his book. Everyone in the neighboring class knew how much Su Chen valued and obsessed over the knowledge in his books. So they had to make this guy taste the grievances and pain that Lin Wangqing had suffered. He wore a smug expression but then saw Su Chen pull out his phone at some point, seemingly recording. Su Chen turned off his phone and carefully set it aside as evidence. I've recorded what you just said, you can wait to pay up. That document of mine is worth at least $1 million, and now I'm prepared to offer you 500,000. As Su Chen spoke, he stepped closer to the other party. This 500,000 will be your compensation for the beating. You dare. Seeing Su Chen approach, Ma Tiancheng immediately felt a bit nervous, but he quickly regained his composure, puffing out his chest confidently and saying, Su Chen, don't try to scare me. I've already inquired. People from the Martial Artist Association cannot randomly attack ordinary people, or they will lose their martial artist qualifications. The more he spoke, the more confident and arrogant he became. He even leaned his face forward. If you have the guts, go ahead and make a move. So many people are watching, let's see if you'll get cancelled. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen slapped him across the face. Ma Tiancheng was knocked to the ground, frothing at the mouth. A few of his lackeys were startled and collapsed to the ground. That slap was too fierce, and they could tell Su Chen hadn't even used his full strength. If he had, it would have been more than just a fainting slap. Before they could react, Su Chen sat on Ma Tiancheng and delivered another slap. The frothing Ma Tiancheng was instantly brought back to consciousness. At this moment, both of his cheeks were completely swollen and red, looking extremely frightening, and he stared at the cold-faced Su Chen in sheer terror. What terrified him the most was that Su Chen was dragging him towards the classroom. Exit. Su, you can't fight if something happens. Mr. Lee, this is a matter for us young people. Don't worry, it won't implicate you, and as you can see, I'm just teaching him a lesson. Su Chen interrupted Mr. Lee without looking back, stepping towards the classroom exit. Not a single person in the entire class dared to speak up. Ma Tiancheng had already caused enough trouble in class, and since he was in the wrong, no one would offend a rampaging martial artist for someone like him. Su Chen, let me go. The support group will be here soon. If you dare to touch me today, you won't get out of the school gate. Ma Tiancheng suddenly seemed to grasp at a lifeline, screaming and howling. But Su Chen couldn't hear anything. Now, his mind was focused on one thought. That was to make this guy pay the price. Just beating him up wasn't enough to vent his anger. He had to learn a lesson. That theory of blood and energy was worth at least $1 million. He had to make this guy compensate him and receive the punishment he deserved. Isn't this a society governed by law? Then let the legal system restrain him. Isn't it said that martial artists have rules and regulations? Then let those rules restrain him. He remembered that ordinary people who falsely accused and harmed martial artists would be unable to become martial artists for the rest of their lives after being registered, and even their descendants would be affected. He had to let this guy know the dangers of society. Su Chen, I'll say it one last time, let me go. Ma Tiancheng suddenly went mad, screaming desperately, and Su Chen actually stopped. But the reason he stopped wasn't because this guy was going crazy, but because he noticed a large group of people standing at the entrance of Class 2. These people were staring at him with unfriendly eyes, and there were at least 40 to 50 of them. At the entrance of Class 2, a group of people was glaring at Su Chen, their faces filled with mockery and ridicule. So you're called Su Chen? You're Su Chen, huh? You're quite arrogant. Ma Tiancheng saw the newcomers and immediately shouted arrogantly, Su Chen, our people are here. You're dead today. Even if you're a martial artist, you can't take on dozens of us. The last bit of fear in his heart vanished, replaced by arrogance. Who are you? Su Chen noticed that the people at the front didn't seem like students. They looked curious. About 20 years old, with tattoos, they looked like local thugs. Who are we? Don't worry about who I am. You're the one who caused Lin Wangqing not to get first place, right? Today, I'll let you meet my brother from East Street. The speaker was a dark-skinned man, exuding a rough demeanor. He looked like someone who had been fighting outside for years, and when he roared, he was full of imposing presence. Compared to him, the delicate Su Chen appeared weak and powerless. Even though they all knew Su Chen was a martial artist, the stark contrast made them feel anxious. Something was about to happen. Something big. However, just when others thought Su Chen would be in trouble, he suddenly flashed a grin. So, you're not part of the school anymore? Su Chen rarely smiled at school, and he certainly wouldn't smile so brightly, as school was a place for him to focus on studying hard, so most of the time he was particularly serious. But in reality, when he smiled, he was very warm, and combined with the unique confidence that being a martial artist brought him, he appeared refreshing to others. Anyone who saw it would feel comfortable, causing them to momentarily freeze. The few in front were stunned for a moment, and taking advantage of that time, Su Chen landed a punch on Brother Hu's face. Bang! The dull sound was clear. Brother Hu's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Before the other two could react, Su Chen slapped one of them in the face, sending him spinning half a circle before collapsing to the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. By the time the others realized what was happening, Su Chen was already right in front of them. He grabbed the face of a male classmate who was so scared he was dumbfounded and forcefully pushed him aside, clearing a path. One classmate, seeing Su Chen about to run, mustered the courage to speak. But before he could finish, Su Chen slapped him in the face, and he fell straight to the ground. Su Chen walked out of the crowd. All the while, he was still dragging Ma Tiancheng. The dozens of people present no longer dared to make a sound because they had realized that no one was a match for Su Chen. This was a martial artist. Simple and brutal. Ma Tiancheng was already scared silly. He never expected that so many people wouldn't stop Su Chen. At this moment, he was regretting it deeply, thinking about how he had provoked the wrong person, especially Su Chen. Su Chen! I was wrong, I apologize. He was now completely being dragged along the ground by Su Chen, who was using such rough methods that it didn't matter where he was being pulled. He knew very well how angry Su Chen was. After all, he was a martial artist, and if he really decided to drag him somewhere and beat him up, his life would be in serious danger. Apologies won't help, Su Chen said coldly, dragging him along without any courtesy. Today, he was determined to make this guy pay. If he didn't set an example, everyone would dare to provoke him in the future. Just because he wasn't angry didn't mean he didn't have a temper. Su Chen, what are you doing? At that moment, a sharp voice caught Su Chen's attention. He looked up to see Lin Wanqing at the other end of the corridor, staring at him with a displeased expression, accompanied by a group of people. What's it to you? Su Chen's face darkened. He was in a very bad mood. Extremely bad. Bad to the point of being unbearable. Others had torn apart his hard work, and now he was being obstructed while trying to teach a lesson. Looking at the situation, the person he disliked the most, Lin Wanqing, was actually trying to intervene. This guy was like a hornet's nest. Ma Tiancheng and his gang had torn apart his efforts because of this woman. No one expected Su Chen to say such a thing. Lin Wanqing was about to say something but was left speechless, her face filled with disbelief. Has Su Chen gone mad? She had interacted with Su Chen many times, but it was the first time she had seen him explode like this. Su Chen, Ma Tiancheng is my classmate. Can't you speak nicely? You mustn't act impulsively. He's just an ordinary person, and the consequences of hurting him would be severe. Yes, brother. Su, don't take it out on me. I was wrong. Ma Tiancheng quickly chimed in. Anyone could see that Su Chen was starting to lose his rationality. Even he, no matter how foolish, knew he was an ordinary person who couldn't withstand Su Chen's rampage. But Su Chen calmly listened to both of them and then continued dragging Ma Tiancheng downstairs. That's right, he was heading downstairs. If this drags on, there will definitely be some bumps along the way. Lin Wanqing saw Su Chen's stubbornness, and her small face turned extremely ugly. She stepped forward a few paces, blocking Su Chen's path. Su Chen, he's my classmate. You can't be so relentless. Just do me a favor and let him go. Can't I apologize to you? Lin Wanqing was already anxious. She was no longer the old Lin Wanqing. She was now the star Lin Wanqing. Seeing her classmate being dragged away, she couldn't just stand by. No matter the reason or who was at fault, under so many eyes, she had to make Su Chen stop. However, upon hearing her words, Su Chen glanced up at her. That one glance was filled with disdain and contempt. Do I owe you a favor? You're nothing. Just those two short sentences left Lin Wanqing's expression frozen. She understood what Su Chen meant. He was clearly telling her to mind her own business. She also knew she was no match for Su Chen. Just that slight glance had her heart racing. She was certain that Su Chen was at least a 3-star warrior now. That confident aura was definitely not something one could fake. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Her so-called glamorous life meant nothing in the eyes of someone like Su Chen, who was genuinely focused on the path of a warrior. Her expression dimmed, and everyone behind her witnessed this scene. A brainless fan immediately stood up, shouting, Su Chen, who do you think you are? Do you really think being a warrior makes you above everyone else? Is there no law? I see you. The speaker was a girl with short hair, but her voice abruptly cut off as she sat down on the ground, her face filled with fear. At that moment, Su Chen was looking at her coldly, and there was a chilling depth in his gaze. It was like those bloodthirsty beasts she had seen on TV. And this beast was clearly about to get angry. Under Su Chen's gaze, the girl was terrified and instinctively grabbed Lin Wanqing. But Lin Wanqing didn't dare to move easily. Su Chen was too frightening. Most importantly, Su Chen was a warrior now. If he really made a move, no one would be his match. Just then, she heard the sound of high heels and turned around with a face full of joy. A stunning woman with a hot figure and glamorous looks appeared. Wearing leather pants and a short skirt paired with high heels, her exquisite features were no less than Lin Wanqing's. As soon as she appeared, the students present seemed to find support and all breathed a sigh of relief. Su Mi. She could be said to be a household name. Actress. Not exactly a top star, but certainly a rising star among second-tier celebrities. Su Chen frowned. Sumi was also an artist under Tianhua Entertainment. He didn't expect her to be here, and it seemed she had come for Lin Wanqing. This was troublesome. Sister Sumi, there's a bit of a dispute here. It might take a while. Lin Wanqing quickly approached. I heard everything just now. Sumi nodded slightly. She looked at Su Chen sharply and said, if I'm not mistaken, you are the Su Chen who took the first place from Wanqing in the test, right? Just became a warrior and already intimidating classmates at school. Do you really think no one can deal with you? Also, you actually insulted an artist from Tianhua Entertainment in public. Do you know the consequences? The more she spoke, the more aggressive she became, not giving Su Chen a chance to speak. If I hadn't arrived in time, my artist from Tianhua Entertainment might have been harmed by you. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being rude. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and sneered. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? As expected of an artist from Tianhua Entertainment, her eloquence was impressive. If it were someone else, they might have been confused by her twisted logic. But to intimidate Su Chen? She was far from it. You should be an adult now, and you've registered as a martial artist. The laws and regulations of the martial arts industry will not spare you, so you need to publicly apologize to Lin Wanqing and admit your mistake. Su Chen couldn't help but scoff at his absurd remarks. It was clearly Lin Wanqing who had stirred up trouble, and now it was his fault? You want me to apologize to Lin Wanqing? That's right. Our artists are public figures, and the consequences of publicly insulting a public figure you've been studying for so many years, you can't be unaware of that, can you? Sumi raised her snow-white chin proudly, a smug look on her face. As for the apology, let's skip that. Lin Wanqing suddenly hesitated, glancing at Su Chen with some trepidation. Sister Sumi, Su Chen said I actually didn't do anything wrong. This matter is ultimately a conflict between the two of them. She had indeed fantasized about one day gaining the upper hand in any confrontation with Su Chen. But now, she looked at Su Chen's indifferent expression, her eyes revealing uncertainty. She was a strong-willed woman who had already lost to Su Chen many times and didn't want to regain her face in such a manner. Most importantly, she was somewhat afraid of Su Chen, especially that expression from earlier, which truly resembled a man-eating beast. But Sumi was unafraid, so she was unapologetic. Our Tianhua Entertainment artists are absolutely not allowed to be insulted like this. Su Chen, if you don't want things to escalate, apologize immediately and let go of that classmate, covering their medical expenses. This is your last chance. Sumi's face was full of pride, as if she had him in her grasp. After years of navigating the entertainment industry, dealing with a high school student was more than enough for her. She could see that Lin Wanqing wanted to help her classmate. After all, as a public figure, she couldn't ignore such matters. But this little girl was clearly no match for that Su Chen kid, so she had to step in herself. If successful, the outside world would have another tale to tell about Lin Wanqing and Tianhua Entertainment. Just when she and everyone else thought that under the pressure from Tianhua Entertainment, Su Chen would choose to yield, he suddenly spoke up. Sorry, I refuse. If you insist, then feel free to sue me. I want to see if, in court, the other side will twist the truth just because you're a star. He was not afraid of a lawsuit. After all, the origin of this matter was his theory of vital energy. If it were just a conflict with Lin Wanqing, he wouldn't have much confidence, but involving this theory was a different story. Was it really that simple to tear apart a theoretical book? Did they really think it was just his hard work? No. If it were that simple, how could Zhang Wei, as a manager, dare to make such a big decision for the Martial Artist Association? Once this method of enhancing vital energy succeeded, the first to benefit would be their city. All martial artists in the city would see a significant improvement in their realms, and many new martial artists would emerge. With more martial artists in a city, the entire economic system would undoubtedly improve. It's no exaggeration to say that this theory represents the fortune of a city. The Martial Artist Association would definitely protect him. He had that confidence, so he was unafraid. Sumi's expression stiffened. She didn't expect a high school student to be so tough. Good. Very good. If I don't teach you a lesson today, wouldn't that harm you when you enter society? I'm calling your principal right now. Let's see if your principal comes, whether you dare to speak like this. As she spoke, she directly took out her phone.
She didn't want to escalate things to court with a high school student, but Su Chen was just too arrogant, leaving her no choice but to involve the school principal.
She was very confident that Zhang Chang would definitely stand on their side because not only was there Lin Wanqing but also the backing of Tianhua Entertainment. As soon as the principal was let in, Su Chen did not leave immediately. After all, he might not care about the school's attitude towards him, but he certainly cared about the attitude towards his homeroom teacher, Chen Fei. He absolutely could not delay others because of himself. Sumi saw that he did not leave and thought he was scared, smiling with satisfaction. Now you know fear, but it's too late. Su Chen only responded with a faint glance filled with disdain and contempt. This look infuriated Sumi, and she was determined to teach him a lesson. Lin Wanqing seemed reluctant to escalate the situation, wanting to speak up to defuse it, but seeing Sumi's furious expression, she ultimately held her tongue. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhang Chang hung up the phone, his face full of hesitation. Logically, Su Chen was a member of the Martial Artists Association, and any incident should be reported to Zhang Wei. However, this was a matter within the school, and the other party was Tianhua Entertainment. Even if Zhang Wei went over, he likely wouldn't want to offend such a giant. If Zhang Wei went, it would represent a conflict between the Martial Artists Association and Tianhua Entertainment, and the school would be the one in the most difficult position. Zhang Chang prepared to test Zhang Wei, looking at him while he sipped tea, and with a courteous smile said, "Manager Zhang, I just received a call from over there. Su Chen and some other students had a minor conflict. I might need to go take a look. Would you like to come with me?" Zhang Wei was taken aback. High school students clashing with that kid? What kind of conflict could there be? An 8-star martial artist couldn't possibly come out on the losing end, and he was here. If something really happened, he would just step out. The key was that if he went with Zhang Chang, it would expose his eavesdropping. Where would he put his old face? No way. Absolutely not. He laughed heartily and waved his hand. "This is your school's matter, why should I get involved? I might as well stay here and enjoy some tea. You go ahead. I'm not going." In the school corridor, at the stairway, Ma Tiancheng sat on the cold ground, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear. He no longer had the initial bravado. He didn't even have the courage to look Su Chen in the eye. He found it hard to imagine how one person could become increasingly furious. From the moment Su Chen had confronted him until now, he had not sensed even a hint of Su Chen's anger diminishing. On the contrary, after the star school beauty and the celebrity had intervened, and after informing the principal to come, Su Chen's anger only grew. He even suspected that if the principal came to deal with Su Chen would still beat him up. "Classmate, don't be nervous. I'm here. This kid definitely won't dare to do anything to you, and besides, your principal will be here soon. He will definitely have a hard time." Sumi noticed his fear and spoke to comfort him, but anyone with eyes could see that the comfort was a facade and the intimidation towards Su Chen was real. She looked at Su Chen, who was still holding on to the situation, and smirked disdainfully. Indeed, young people have such a fiery temper. However, the next second, her cold smile froze on her face as Su Chen glanced at her, his eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. Just that one look ignited Sumi's anger. She felt that Su Chen did not understand his own weight. Just then, Zhang Chang rushed up from downstairs. "Principal Zhang, you finally made it. Look at the good students your school has cultivated. Not only did they beat up a classmate, but now they're also trying to show off with me. It's hard to imagine how your school produced Lin Wanqing." "Oh, wait, no, how did Wanqing choose to attend your school?" Her face was ashen, and the anger in her words was evident. Zhang Chang's expression changed drastically, and he became somewhat flustered. He could not let Lin Wanqing distance herself from the school. With her current popularity and recognition, if she could graduate normally from their school, it would be a tremendous blessing for the school. Su Chen could actually be considered a genius, but this kid is stubborn and unyielding, making it impossible to rely on him. After finally climbing up to the high branch of Lin Wanqing, he absolutely cannot let his previous efforts go to waste. He straightened his face, looking extremely serious. "Su Chen, let them go. After all, you are a martial artist. It's not worth it to argue with ordinary people. Just apologize to Sumi and the others, and let this matter rest." Su Chen smiled. "Principal Zhang, why should I apologize? This guy tore apart my hard work and books first. He just wants to seek justice for himself. They gathered to fight, and this Sumi from outside is causing trouble here. They won't apologize, yet you want me to apologize?" By the end of his statement, even the cold smile had vanished, replaced by a slightly grimace of anger. Although he hadn't made a move, the furious aura of an 8-star martial artist made Zhang Chang, an ordinary person, feel a bit breathless. Zhang Chang didn't expect Su Chen to be so stubborn and continued, "I know you're angry, but to put it bluntly, they just tore some of your things. You're a martial artist and won't suffer any loss. Plus Sumi is from Tianhua Entertainment. They have high-level martial artists with them this time. Let's just end it here. Young man, suffering is a blessing." When Su Chen heard the last few words, his anger erupted completely. "Principal, there's no room for negotiation on this matter today. You can't expel me either. What's wrong with Tianhua Entertainment? Is it still the king of kings? High-level martial artists? I want to see what their high-level martial artists can do. Do they really think they can take me on? Su-chen stared at Sumi, his voice eerily calm. His words also touched Sumi's bottom line. What's wrong with Tianhua Entertainment? I see you really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, daring to say anything. Fine, today I'll see if you can walk out of the school smoothly. Insulting Wanqing is one thing, but you dare to insult Tianhua Entertainment. This matter is far from over. As she spoke, she directly sent a voice message on her phone. Come up, I have something going on here. Zhang Chang's face turned exceptionally ugly upon seeing her actions. He couldn't help but lash out at Su-chen. Su-chen, do you really think that as a broken martial artist, no one can defeat you? They also have martial artists, and their martial artists are all hired at high salaries. Can't they handle a rookie? Zhang Chang sighed and waved his hand. If you insist on this, then as the principal, I won't manage you anymore. You insulted them, you'll have to take responsibility yourself. He put on a look of having done all he could, and Su-chen found it somewhat amusing. Their principal had always been like this, unable to distinguish between light and heavy matters. The only thing this guy cared about was profit, and he was timid and afraid of trouble. When faced with a little issue, he disregarded the teachers and students below him, which was truly something. Zhang Chang was indeed that kind of person. He thought that as long as he put on a good show this time, it would be enough. Moreover, he didn't actually like Su-chen. Although this guy had made a splash by becoming a martial artist, he had since faded into obscurity completely, contrasting with Lin Wanqing's development path. The key point was that Lin Wanqing had always provided visible benefits to the school, while Su-chen would only make him look bad. Now that there was a real conflict with Tianhua Entertainment, if something were to happen, Zhang Chang wouldn't blame it on him, right? He thought clearly and felt a sense of glee in his heart. Upon hearing Zhang Chang say he wouldn't manage it anymore, Su-chen dragged Ma Tiancheng down. As they bumped down the stairs a couple of times, Ma Tiancheng immediately let out a miserable scream. In fact, the bumps weren't a big deal, but this guy was already scared out of his wits. Zhang Chang looked at all this with indifference, watching Su-chen's back with a hint of schadenfreude. This guy always thought no one could control him. He was about to suffer. Su-chen hadn't gone down a few steps when he saw a nearly 2-meter tall strong man walking up. Dressed in casual attire, he exuded a fierce aura. Stop that kid. Make him drop the person in his hands. No mercy. On the steps, Sumi watched as the burly man approached, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. The man merely nodded and, without further ado, threw a punch at Su-chen. Indeed, it was a punch, and it was delivered without holding back, seemingly infused with a hint of martial arts. Peak martial artist. Su-chen immediately felt the pressure from his opponent, his expression turning serious. In the next moment, he released Ma Tiancheng and met the attack with both hands. Seeing the two engage in a fierce fight, the students present gasped in shock. Serves him right. Sumi felt a rush of satisfaction. Brother Su was a peak martial artist. There were hardly any opponents in the city who could match him. Taking down a newcomer who had just entered the martial artist guild would be a piece of cake, right? As she thought this, a dull thud echoed from below. A thud came from the stairs. It was clearly the sound of a person hitting the ground, and it sounded quite brutal. Got him. A smile spread across Sumi's face as she looked towards the stairwell. But her eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Su lay on the ground, his expression one of shock and astonishment. Beside him lay Ma Tiancheng, who had already wet his pants from fear. He stared at the shattered steps behind Brother Su, his lips trembling. Impossible. Brother Su was a peak martial artist. Sumi's face was filled with disbelief. Zhang Chang was also dumbfounded. He knew Brother Su's weight. After all, he had known from the first day Sumi arrived that Brother Su was no ordinary martial artist. He was just one step away from becoming a martial master. It's worth noting that there were only a few martial masters in the city, and they could be counted on one hand. The existence of peak martial artists was merely beneath these few individuals. How did Su-chen manage this? Su-chen looked coldly at Brother Su. If you make another move, I won't hold back. I can fight martial artists. The guild won't say anything to me. His words made Brother Su shudder. With a grim expression, he got up, revealing the shattered ground behind him, leaving everyone in shock. A pit over a meter deep had already formed behind Brother Su. If he had exerted a bit more force, the stairs would have been completely destroyed. You can go, I won't stop you, Brother Su said, his expression grim. He never dreamed that a high school student could wield such exquisite martial skills. Although he was just a low-level bodyguard at Tianhua Entertainment, he had access to considerable resources. Even so, he didn't possess the refined martial skills that Su-chen had. Even if he had the opportunity to learn, he could never reach this level. Brother Su, what are you saying? This kid insulted our artist. We absolutely cannot let him leave. Are we really going to let a poor high school student bully us at Tianhua Entertainment? I know you have a good heart, but you must take action now. You can't hold back any longer. At this moment, Sumi was completely anxious. She didn't even care about her public image anymore. As an artist of Tianhua Entertainment, after years of navigating society, she simply couldn't swallow the humiliation of being bullied by a high school student. Brother Su took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Where do you see me holding back? This kid is just too strong. It's not that I'm holding back, it's him holding back. If he hadn't pulled his punch just now, I would have been in bed for a week. Indeed, although he had been thrown to the ground, he hadn't sustained any injuries. This wasn't due to a lack of martial prowess. If that were the case, such a deep pit wouldn't have formed. It was clear that this student had held back, not striking him with full force. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Chen with a newfound respect. A high school student, at this age, achieving such mastery in martial arts was simply a genius. No, he was already able to be compared with the geniuses from those first-tier cities. His words exploded in everyone's hearts like a bomb, leaving everyone feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. Those classmates who were just watching the excitement looked at Su Chen's indifferent face and felt a strong illusion. That is, how did Su Chen suddenly become so impressive? When exactly did he surpass everyone's imagination? For those who were unaware of Su Ji's abilities, the shock in their hearts was beyond description. Zhang Chang swallowed hard, still doubting whether he was hearing things. If Su Chen could handle the peak martial artist Su Gu, then what level was he at now? How could that be possible? He was still so young. From an ordinary person's perspective, he could indeed be called a genius. But could it be that he was also a unique existence in the world of martial artists? If that were the case, what had he and his school missed? Su Gu, don't joke around. If you really won't take action, then I'll have to find another way. Sumi clearly didn't believe such a thing could happen and shouted angrily. Su Gu looked helpless, but he was just a hired bodyguard and didn't know what to say. Seeing that he still wouldn't make a move, Sumi was completely enraged. Su Chen, don't think that no one can sanction you. I'm contacting the local dispute legal office right now. In less than 10 minutes, they'll send someone to take you away. You can't escape. You arrogant little brat, just wait. Facing her threats, Su Chen remained calm. All right, I'll see just how arrogant your Tianhua Entertainment is. The two were at a standoff, and everyone present could tell that there was no way to resolve this today. This matter would definitely cause a huge uproar and become a hot topic. However, no one was optimistic about Su Chen, even if he was a martial artist, even if he was a genius with skills. So what? Could he really contend with capital? Zhang Chang thought the same, although he felt pain that Su Chen couldn't become the school's banner. It was already too late to salvage the situation, and he could only stand by and watch. Just like that, after about 10 minutes, several men in work uniforms arrived at the school. Their expressions were extremely serious, and each of them exuded an unusual aura. As soon as Su Chen saw them, he knew they were martial artists, probably at a level of 5 or 6 stars, not higher than him. The leading man was somewhat portly. As soon as he arrived, he exchanged glances with Sumi, and when he spoke, his smile was exceedingly warm. You must be Su Chen. Come with us for a bit. You're already an adult now, and some things must be taken responsibility for. The leading man turned to Su Chen, his expression serious but with a hint of disdain. Even a fool could see that something was amiss here, and Su Chen was in trouble. Before Su Chen could say anything, they directly put handcuffs on him. The other martial artists nearby each grabbed electric batons, clearly ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble. It was obvious to everyone that Su Chen was having a bad day. Everyone thought Su Chen would be scared and start to back down, but he still maintained that attitude. He even calmly looked at the people grabbing him, revealing a smile that was intriguing. You all are from the martial artists, so that means this is related to the Martial Artists Guild, right? So what if it is? Do you think you can just move a mountain? To be honest, with the severity of your current issue, even if the higher-ups come, it won't help. The man spoke with extreme pride. Su Chen didn't respond immediately. Instead, he nodded. Under the gaze of the crowd, he pointed outward with determination in his eyes. Lead the way. I want to see what you can do to me, Su Chen. Su Chen was taken away. Ma Tiancheng was not taken away. He sat on the ground, his face pale. Zhang Chang did not follow Tianhua Entertainment because he still had some matters to handle. He dispersed the students, arranged for Teacher Li to send Ma Tiancheng to the infirmary, and then leisurely returned to his office. When he went out, he was still worried that Su Chen's identity might cause some trouble. But now, he didn't have to worry at all. After all, Su Chen had offended big capital. The weight of Tianhua Entertainment was such that even the manager of the Martial Artists Guild had to give way. Even if manager Zhang really wanted to intervene because of Su Chen's martial artist status, he could just push all the problems onto Tianhua Entertainment and would definitely not get involved in any issues. The school might regret losing a martial artist like Su Chen, but it would also be less of a headache. Su Chen had been a source of trouble for the school even before he became a martial artist. Now that he was a martial artist, he had attracted even more trouble. Such a martial artist, the school would be better off without. Finished handling it. Upon seeing him return, Zhang Wei immediately looked up with curiosity. That kid hit someone? Principal Zhang, if that kid broke any rules, I, as the manager, will definitely not be lenient. Zhang Wei patted his chest proudly, thinking that this would finally showcase his authority as a manager. He felt a bit better about following Su Chen to observe the situation. Of course, this was just his way of convincing himself. In reality, he knew very well what it meant to be in the position of a manager. Su Chen had the ability, and even if he had to shamelessly sit in on the proceedings, it was nothing unusual, but sometimes people just like to assert themselves. However, he did not expect that Zhang Chang would smile so brightly upon hearing this. Of course, he smiled brightly because the more Zhang Wei said this, the more he felt that Su Chen's situation was stable this time. Initially, he was worried that Zhang Wei would intervene with Su Chen, but now it seemed his worries were unnecessary. Finished handling it. You say, how can Su Chen, as a martial artist, argue with an ordinary person? I said a few words, and that was fine, but he still wanted to argue with the people from Tianhua Entertainment. Now the people from Tianhua Entertainment have taken him to the lower court. I'm just back to tell you, after all, Su Chen is a member of the Martial Artists Guild. Oh, I see. Zhang Wei nodded, not immediately reacting. But then his hand shook and he stood up instantly. What did you say? You said Su Chen was taken to the lower court by Tianhua Entertainment? Zhang Wei's action startled Zhang Chang. Yes, he insulted Tianhua Entertainment and its star artists, and the other party, in a fit of anger, directly took him to the lower court. As he said this, Zhang Wei's face had already turned ugly. You are the arrogant one in this school. Su Chen is your student. And you didn't stop him? At this point, Zhang Chang had already noticed that Zhang Wei's reaction was off, but he completely misunderstood his meaning. Thinking that Zhang Wei was worried Su Chen would implicate the martial artists guild, he pretended to sigh and said, Manager Zhang, how could I not stop him? But that kid Su Chen is really impossible to stop. Bang! Zhang Wei slammed his palm on the tea table in front of him, and the table instantly cracked. I mean, why didn't you stop those people from Tianhua Entertainment? Isn't Su Chen a student of your school? If something really happens, do you think you won't be affected? Zhang Chang's smile turned ugly. Manager Zhang, that's Tianhua Entertainment. Don't you know the weight of Tianhua Entertainment? We are just a small city school. How? Before he could finish, he was interrupted again by Zhang Wei. Bastard! You can't afford to offend them, so why didn't you tell me? Those are people from our martial artists guild. Zhang Wei was completely furious, his imposing presence making Zhang Chang feel a bit intimidated. After being startled for a few seconds, Zhang Chang finally calmed down and said, Manager Zhang, please cool down, cool down. I know Su Chen is from your martial artists association, but I'm just thinking of you, right? That's Tianhua Entertainment we're talking about. If things really escalate, not just you, even the president of the Martial Artists Association might have to back down a bit. I'm worried it will be hard for you to handle, he said with a smile, thinking that he had provided enough of a way out this time, hoping Zhang Wei wouldn't get angry. Again, Zhang Wei looked at his smug face, wishing he could slap him. You know nothing, Tianhua Entertainment? Even if the King of Heaven himself came, it wouldn't matter. Even if the president doesn't intervene, the entire martial arts industry will. You call the people from Tianhua Entertainment right now, or don't blame me for breaking the rules. As he spoke, his expression had completely turned cold. Zhang Chang, after all, was an ordinary person. How could he dare to oppose Manager Zhang? Seeing him make such a big statement, he quickly dialed Sumi's number. At this moment, in the city center, in the secondary court building, with the arrival of the martial artists era, various places have added secondary handling courts, divided into martial artists divisions and ordinary people's divisions, each handling corresponding legal disputes. Sumi was sitting in the reception room, watching the man who had detained Su Chen pour her a cup of tea. Sister Su, this tea is nice, right? Not bad. Don't worry, that kid is doomed. I've already informed my colleagues, we'll make sure he remembers this. Hearing the man's words, a satisfied smile appeared on Sumi's face. Just then, Brother Su hesitated and said, I suggest we don't escalate this matter too much. After all, we haven't informed the local martial artists association. Also, I think that kid named Su Chen is not simple to have such a level at his age. Who knows? Brother Su, you're overthinking it. No matter how talented he is, this is just a small town, and he did insult our Tianhua Entertainment. Even if the president of their martial artists association came, they wouldn't be able to say anything to us. You don't need to worry. Brother Su wanted to say something else but was interrupted by her wave of the hand. Alright, Brother Su, let's leave it at that. I need to go show him who's boss and see if this kid is still so arrogant. As she said this, she was about to get up when the phone rang. Sumi? An obviously angry voice came from the other end. It's me, who are you? I'm Zhang Wei, the manager of the Martial Artists Association. I know you've arrived at the secondary court. Here's a piece of advice. Bring Su Chen back immediately and cancel the secondary court matter. On what grounds? Sumi sneered. No grounds. You can't afford to touch Su Chen. Can't afford to touch him? Ridiculous. Sumi laughed as if she had heard a funny joke. Does your Martial Artists Association think too highly of itself? Don't think that just because you're a manager, even if your president came today, anyone who insults our Tianhua Entertainment will have to pay the price. Sumi hung up the phone directly. A small martial artists association, not even a provincial level association, she really didn't take it seriously. In the school office, Zhang Chang, holding his phone, stared nervously at Jiang Wei after hearing the call was disconnected. Jiang Wei's face was now ashen, his anger evident. Manager Zhang, please don't be impulsive. You heard it too. Tianhua Entertainment is dead set on this. It's not worth it for just one Su Chen. What did you say? Jiang Wei directly lifted him up. You know nothing. With your attitude, you think you can be the principal? Why don't you go eat shit? Looking at Zhang Chang's terrified face, Jiang Wei angrily threw him onto the sofa. Just wait. That day, Tianhua Entertainment will regret it, and you will too. Even if a pie falls from the sky, you wouldn't pick it up. Braindead. Jiang Wei snorted coldly and slammed the door as he left. Zhang Chang sat on the sofa with a face full of grievance, gritting his teeth in anger. What are you pretending for? You're just a little manager. Let's see if you can protect Su Chen. Subordinate court. Su Chen was directly taken to the martial artist division and brought to the escort room. In this era, there are many martial artists who make mistakes, so they have their own martial artist team here, which steps in to replace the martial artist headquarters when necessary, directly sending them to the so-called escort room. He sat in a chair, handcuffed, looking at the group of staff in front of him with a calm expression. To be honest, he wasn't clear about their positions. But one thing he knew for sure. That is, he belongs to the Martial Artist Guild, and any form of crime defined against him must be notified to the Martial Artist Guild and can only be implemented with their consent. So, he was not worried at all. Bang! The door was pushed open. Sumi walked up to him with a smug expression. Su Chen, you are about to pay the price for your actions. What are your thoughts? Let me remind you, even if you apologize now, it won't help. Tianhua Entertainment will never let you off for such behavior. Apologize? Why should I apologize? I have made such a significant contribution to the Martial Artist Guild in this industry. Everyone should be grateful to me. It's you who should think twice, Su Chen said, raising his head to look at her, his gaze exceptionally sharp. That sharpness seemed not to belong to a boy. It seemed capable of piercing through everything. Think carefully about whether you can handle it when the martial artists get angry. When Tianhua Entertainment is impacted, how will you explain it to the higher-ups? Sumi couldn't help but chuckle. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is it because you became a martial artist in such a short time? Is your so-called contribution referring to your team killing a mutated beast? Su Chen's expression slightly changed but quickly returned to normal. He didn't expect them to investigate him so quickly, but thinking about it, it made sense. After all, they were from Tianhua Entertainment, which was quite normal. But unfortunately, she hadn't found out about the recent events, which was the most crucial matter. Seeing Su Chen fall silent, Sumi thought he had nothing more to say. She waved her hand to the people behind her, and then the man who had escorted Su Chen over brought two martial artists with him to drag Su Chen out. They call you Brother Xiao. Su Chen looked at the man escorting him and suddenly smiled. That's right, my surname is Xiao, but did you call me Brother Xiao? Brother Xiao didn't give him a good look and snorted coldly. Su Chen wasn't angry because these people seemed somewhat foolish in his eyes. I advise you to release me now and at least let me go through the normal process, otherwise, don't blame me for reminding you that your job is at stake. Brother Xiao laughed heartily. He didn't continue speaking but signaled the two martial artists to push Su Chen along. Soon, he was brought into a room in the subordinate court. Inside the room, many people were scattered around and the judge at the front was yawning. When he saw Su Chen enter, there was a hint of mockery and disdain in his eyes. It was needless to say, these people were clearly on the side of Tianhua Entertainment. Su Chen was held in place like a prisoner. But in reality, everything Su Chen was experiencing was how someone who had committed a very serious offense would be treated. Everyone had faces full of mockery and ridicule, except for one person who looked serious. That was Brother Su. He stood in place, staring intently at Su Chen. This boy had just turned 18. Usually, someone of this age would either be scared stiff in such a situation or extremely nervous. But Su Chen? On his face, one could only feel calmness and composure. It seemed that he didn't regard anyone in front of him at all. Perhaps he simply didn't care about the malice and disdain directed at him. He treated everyone as clowns. A young man with such a mindset? Su Good, you look unwell? Sumi curiously observed him. You don't still think this kid has a problem, do you? Indeed, I always feel he's too confident and too composed. You're just overthinking it. Everyone here is on our side now. This kid will definitely cry in fear today. Sumi said proudly, her face full of anticipation. Ahem. I hereby announce the commencement of the charges against Su Chen. The judge spoke. The room instantly fell silent. I have already understood the course of events. Su Chen, do you have anything to say regarding your insult to Tianhua Entertainment? Su Chen slowly raised his head and looked at the judge. He didn't speak because he knew that saying anything now would be useless. Very well, it seems you have no objections. Then I announce that you are to compensate Tianhua Entertainment and their artists a total of 121,000 yuan. Due to the evidence of your assault on ordinary people, you will also have your martial artist status revoked and face a prison sentence of 2.5 years. As the judge spoke, he slowly raised his gavel. However, just as his gavel was about to fall, a voice suddenly interrupted. Wait, The door was pushed open, and Zhang Guanshi rushed in. No one can touch Su Chen. Zhang Guanshi's face was filled with anger, his presence formidable. The judge frowned. The other martial artists in the room surrounded him, trying to drive him away. But most of them were from the martial artist guild, and who didn't know Zhang Guanshi? They only dared to push him back. Zhang Guanshi, you're just in time. Su Chen is one of your martial artist guild members, saving me the trouble of sending someone to notify you. Sumi stood up. Zhang Guanshi, Su Chen has already insulted our Tianhua entertainment, and he has admitted it himself. I told you, right? Don't think that just because you're the manager, even if the president of your martial artist guild came, it wouldn't matter. Zhang Guanshi stared at her, then glanced at Su Chen. Suddenly, he smiled. You Tianhua entertainment are truly blind. Don't say this matter hasn't been clarified. Even if Su Chen really insulted you, this court has no right to punish him. Zhang Wei's words made everyone present frown. The judge angrily shouted, Zhang Wei, this is a lower court. Even if you represent the martial artist guild, you cannot be unruly. To hell with your lower court. A lower court has no right to imprison someone who has made significant contributions to our city. Su Chen is one of the candidates for the city's gold standard figure. What are you even worth? At that moment, the expressions of those present changed drastically. Gold standard figure? That was a title only given to those who made great contributions to the city. The most recent recipient of this title had single-handedly saved a city. If such a person really had any issues, it wouldn't be something a district-level court could handle. It would at least require a provincial meeting. And at the provincial level, they would only help this person resolve issues, not deal with the person themselves. Zhang Guanshi, you can't say such things lightly. Spreading rumors about such a serious matter requires accountability. Sumi quickly questioned, but her expression was grim, because she knew very well that such matters were generally not a joke. Moreover, the other party was a manager from the martial artist guild who definitely understood the seriousness of the situation. Su Chen, you need to understand the gravity of this matter. Even your insult to Tianhua Entertainment pales in comparison to this. She didn't continue, as she noticed that at this moment, Su Chen wore a calm expression. Su Chen glanced at her sideways, seemingly waiting for her to finish speaking, his confident demeanor making others feel uneasy. Beside her, brother Su swallowed hard, his eyes revealing shock. How could he possibly be so young? He muttered, voicing what Sumi was thinking. How old is Su Chen? At his age, what contribution could he possibly make to the city? Our Martial Artist Association has already applied for a candidate slot within the city, and Su Chen is currently in the verification stage. During the verification stage, let alone your secondary court, even the court cannot take action against Su Chen. And you, Tianhua Entertainment, dare to twist the truth here? Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Zhang Wei was furious. Each of his words struck like an invisible hammer, heavily impacting the hearts of those present. Sumi's face turned pale, but he quickly regained his composure. Just him? A newcomer who has just joined the Martial Artist Association for about a month, and he's a candidate? Your Honor, I think this is baseless. If Manager Zhang cannot provide any substantial proof, I believe we should continue with the execution. The judge nodded and looked at Zhang Wei. Manager Zhang, do you have any proof for what you said? Zhang Wei was taken aback. What proof? You can just call the higher-ups to inquire about this. How can I prove it? Did you record or film anything when you applied at the city center? So, there is no proof at all. The judge's expression was serious. Zhang Wei, interrupted, looked grim but couldn't articulate a response. At that moment, Su Chen finally spoke up. You want proof, right? As he spoke, all attention in the room shifted to him. The judge furrowed his brows and nodded. Although he was on Sumi's side, if Su Chen could indeed provide evidence, he would switch sides. After all, if Su Chen was truly that kind of person, he really couldn't afford to offend him. Under his gaze, Su Chen raised a finger and pointed to his own nose. I am the proof. Su Chen spoke calmly, and those 5 words rendered the entire room silent. Sumi couldn't help but chuckle, mocking, you guys in the Martial Artist Association can't even manage a fake properly. It's truly laughable. Manager Zhang, is this how you teach your little students? Manager Zhang looked at Su Chen with a serious expression, unsure of what this kid was thinking. However, at this moment, he shouldn't stir up any trouble. Quiet. Su Chen, you cannot be the standard of proof. Su Chen smiled confidently and turned to Sumi. You've roughly investigated my situation, right? You must know that a little over a month ago, I was still a student facing expulsion, with a vitality of less than 70 points. So what? My current level is 8-star martial artist. Have you ever seen such speed? Su Chen slowly spoke. In less than 2 months, he had risen from a vitality of 70 points to an 8-star martial artist. Such a rate of improvement deeply shocked the few people present. Brother Su, although mentally prepared, still widened his eyes. He had trained for so many years just to barely reach the peak of a martial artist. Su Chen before him had only taken a little over a month. You are an 8-star martial artist? Sumi was also taken aback. Such speed was extremely rare, even in the heart of Longdu.
In a place where the highest martial artist level was only that of a martial master, such a monster had emerged. However, she quickly calmed down.
So what if you have talent? Don't tell me that such talent is proof of you becoming a golden standard figure.
The judge nodded in agreement.
That's right. Su-chen, even if everything you say is true, it still doesn't qualify you to be a golden standard figure. That can't be considered evidence. Su-chen surprisingly nodded in agreement. You're right, I understand that too.
But what if I say that I've spent the first half of my life studying the theory of vital energy and finally found a special method to enhance it, achieving a turnaround through this
method? Su-chen's words exploded like an atomic bomb.
Jiang Wei, who had been silent, revealed a smile and chuckled to himself.
This kid, so that's what he was planning. Indeed.
Even if Su-chen said it outright, no one would believe him. But he just happened to have evidence to prove it, and this proof was obtained from Sumi and the others. In that case, the judge would have to believe it, whether he wanted to or not. The judge's hand holding the gavel trembled noticeably. He set it aside and adjusted his glasses.
Su-chen, can you write down the theory of vital energy you mentioned?
Only then can I confirm the authenticity of this matter.
Su-chen nodded.
Of course,
but I'll write it for you right now. Do you dare to look? Su-chen's words made the judge's expression sour.
He really didn't dare to look because such an important matter was beyond the reach of a small person like him, and he couldn't afford to get too involved.
All right, then you don't need to write it. I'll contact the higher-ups right now to confirm this matter. This matter was simply too big. He seemed to have gotten himself into trouble.
At this moment, Sumi was also panicking, never having imagined that things would develop to
this extent. Clearly just an ignorant high school student, how could he suddenly turn the tables? This is absolutely impossible.
Judge, I think this kid is just stalling for time. You must
shut up,
the judge suddenly shouted. He glared at Sumi, his face pale with anger.
Here, do I need your doubts about whether I should report this or not? He was indeed angry,
because he sensed the seriousness of the situation. If what Su-chen said was true, then Su-chen would eventually
become a prominent figure.
He had already offended Su-chen before, and now he had to make amends. Sumi was scolded by the judge, her face darkening. But after all, this was the city, not Longdu, and certainly not the headquarters of their Tianhua
entertainment. Investigate.
I don't believe everything this kid says is true. If it allows martial artists to rapidly enhance their vital energy, then wouldn't everyone in this world be a genius? I'll wait right here and see what happens.
She sat back down, her face sullen.
This was simply absurd. She wouldn't believe it even if the mayor came to say so. She had seen countless martial artist geniuses, but achieving what Su-chen claimed was simply too exaggerated.
Let's see how you mess up in a bit.
She glared at Su-chen, her face full of pride. In her heart, she was already completely convinced of this matter. She had thought Su-chen would panic because of her words, revealing some emotional cracks. But when she saw Su-chen looking at her as if she were an idiot, anger mixed with a hint of anxiety surged within her. Why was he so confident? Could it be that everything was true? She quickly shook her head, her expression resolute.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At
this moment, Jiang Wei had already come to Su-chen's side, looking him up and down, afraid he had sustained any injuries. Don't worry, what I said earlier is true. The higher-ups have agreed to list you as a candidate.
Soon, everyone here will get the results, and you'll be able to leave. Tianhua Entertainment has been the same for so many years, thinking our place is small and easy to bully. This time, you've really taught them a lesson.
Soon, the judge returned.
As soon as he came
back, he roared at Xiao Gu, who was standing at the door.
Unlock the handcuffs on Su-chen. Who put the handcuffs on him? Are you crazy?
He looked extremely emotionally unstable, likely due to the earlier contact with the higher-ups.
Xiao Gu was
yelled at, his face turning ashen. From the very beginning of the entanglement between the two sides, he had been on edge, especially after Zhang Guanshi came out. Now, seeing the judge like this, his heart sank even more.
It's over. Could it be? Su-chen is really a candidate for the gold standard?
He felt a chill in his heart, and the gaze from Su-chen filled him with a sense
of dread.
Remembering what he had done to Su-chen before, and recalling the words Su-chen had said to him before entering, he became even more flustered.
What are you waiting for?
The judge's roar urged him on, and he steeled himself to approach Su-chen.
Su-chen's
face was completely indifferent, just staring at him without saying a word.
Su, let's not get into a dispute. I was just doing my job.
He wore a fawning smile, his attitude towards Su-chen having flipped completely.
You were from the Martial Artist Association, right? Jiang Wei suddenly spoke up from the side.
Don't think that just because you left the Martial Artist Association, you're no longer bound by its rules.
I remember you. That one sentence broke Xiao Ji's defenses, and the smile on his face looked worse than crying. At that
moment, Sumi saw Su-chen being released and could no longer sit still. She stood up directly and shouted, "Why are you letting him go? This is clearly a fraudulent act. You're actually engaging in favoritism. If this doesn't work out, I'll go directly to court to sue you.
Don't think Tianhua Entertainment is so easy to deceive." Bang!
The judge grabbed the hammer beside him and slammed it on the table. He glared at Sumi, his eyes seeming to want to devour her. Just moments ago, he had confirmed the real situation with the higher-ups. Everything about Su Chen was true, he hadn't lied, and because of the inquiry, the situation here had also been exposed. He was about to lose his position, and all of this was because of Sumi and Tianhua Entertainment. Sumi, right? I'm not sure if Su Chen insulted you, but I'm very clear about what you've done. Don't think you can leave. Let Tianhua Entertainment's legal team come over. Sumi was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? What I mean is, none of you can leave. You've slandered a candidate for the gold standard. Do you think this matter can just end so simply? The court will send someone over shortly to detain you. None of you can escape. Su Mi's face was filled with disbelief after hearing this. Even now, she still couldn't believe everything was real. After all, it was too unbelievable. It wasn't until Brother Su reminded her that she woke up from her daze. Miss Su, I'll contact the legal team. Brother. Su's expression was also grim. He really regretted not stopping Sumi. He should have guessed that Su Chen was extraordinary. He had speculated before but wasn't firm enough. Miss Su, although the martial artists here are no longer part of the Martial Artist Association, the Martial Artist Association has many rules, and if you want to resist, I can still mobilize those who once served in the association. Zhang Wei's voice carried a chill, his gaze fixed on Brother Su beside her. Although Brother Su was strong, he and Su Chen alone could take him down, not to mention the other martial artists. Sumi was completely awakened now, and she glared at Su Chen through gritted teeth. Tianhua Entertainment will remember this. Isn't it just a slander? Don't say I didn't slander you, even if I did. What can you do to me? You can't possibly imprison me, right? The more she spoke, the more confident she became. Even if you're not a candidate now but a true gold standard figure, you still have to follow the rules and regulations. We'll see how it goes in the future. As she said this, she was about to get up and leave. Zhang Wei felt that this matter had finally come to a close and breathed a sigh of relief. But just at that moment, Su Chen spoke up again. Wait a minute. Did I say you could leave? Su Chen's expression grew colder as he stared at the turning Sumi. What's wrong? Aren't you still unconvinced? I said, even if there really is a problem, it's not up to you to enforce it. That's a matter for the court. Oh, no, more accurately, it's a matter for the court and Tianhua Entertainment. That's right. She was an artist of Tianhua Entertainment, and even if she feared the repercussions, Tianhua would step in. They wouldn't let her fight this legal battle alone. I just wanted to correct something you said earlier. Su Chen spoke slowly, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown on his face. What did you say? Sumi looked at Su Chen's expression, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. Su Chen suddenly broke into a brilliant smile, revealing his white teeth. Who said your charges were false accusations? Who said your charges were false accusations against me? Su Chen's words stunned the smug Sumi. What do you mean? Su Chen ignored her and instead looked at the judge. Your Honor, regarding my theory of enhancing vitality, part of it was torn apart by a high school student. After it was torn apart, these people from Tianhua Entertainment came out to cause trouble, ultimately bringing me here. I now seriously suspect that these guys, acting as a protective umbrella, want to destroy or steal this theoretical knowledge. I suggest a retrial for Sumi. Su Chen's words caused Sumi's face to change dramatically. Fear flashed in her eyes as she finally realized the seriousness of the situation. If all of this were true, even Tianhua Entertainment wouldn't protect her. After all, the matter had escalated too much. The local city leaders would definitely pursue this to the fullest. This was no longer something that could be resolved through operations. You're talking nonsense. Who knows what that kid actually tore apart? Don't think that just because you're rambling, it can be used as evidence. Do you admit that he tore my things apart? Su Chen smiled faintly. Sumi realized she had misspoken and immediately wanted to retract her words. The judge slammed his hand on the table, interrupting with a dark expression. Lock them up. Get them all locked up. Temporarily detain them. I don't care if you're from Tianhua Entertainment or not. Until today's matter is clarified, no one gets to leave. His roar was directed not only at Sumi but also at Brother Xiao. As the person in charge here, it was his duty to oversee the situation. Brother Xiao was now in a precarious position, no longer able to curry favor with Tianhua Entertainment. His pale face signaled to others to follow suit, directly handcuffing Sumi. Let's go. Su Miss. Sumi's face turned pale with panic as she turned to look at Brother Su, who was also handcuffed beside her. Brother Su could only smile bitterly, helplessly saying, Miss Su, don't be nervous, we're just temporarily detaining you while we wait for Tianhua Entertainment's legal team to arrive. He said this, but inside, he was just as anxious and uncertain. This time, they had truly kicked a metal plate. Su Chen's identity had completely exceeded their expectations. Soon, both of them were taken down. The judge personally escorted Su Chen to a special vehicle, his smile warm and his demeanor respectful. Young Su, regarding the matter of tearing apart the vitality theory, I will arrange for someone to go to the school immediately. I will contact Manager Zhang from the Martial Artist Association to notify you of any developments as soon as they arise. Su Chen nodded and followed Manager Zhang into the car back to the school.
On the way back, Su Chen briefly inquired about the Golden Standard candidates.
According to Zhang Wei, he had now become a candidate for the Golden Standard, which would bring
countless conveniences.
So, does that mean if I want to investigate some theories about blood now, I have the authority to access some confidential vitality theories within
the city? Exactly, and if needed, we can also assign you an assistant. What type of assistant do you prefer?
Zhang Wei paused for a moment, looking up at him sitting in
the back.
Or you can choose for yourself. The girl you brought to the restaurant last time is also fine. She won't be treated poorly.
Su Chen was slightly taken aback by his words. Aren't there more professional people in the city?
There are, but none more beautiful than her.
Ah, the boy was stunned for a moment, and when he looked up to
see Zhang Wei's meaningful face, he finally understood, his cheeks instantly turning red.
Let's talk about it later. We'll consider this matter afterward. Zhang Wei laughed heartily at Su Chen's flustered expression. This kid seemed to be acting like a normal teenager on this issue. However, he quickly became serious. By the way, the training schedule for the life-saving quota has been set. It's at the end of next month, which is in a month and a half. You should handle everything you have on hand during this time, and it's best to also perfect the theory of enhancing vital energy, right? Su Chen interrupted him. No problem, I'm already experimenting on it, and I'll finish it soon. Experiment? Where are you conducting the experiments?
That's my own business, but once the theory of vital energy is completed, Zhang, don't forget
the conditions you promised me.
Even if it's in the city center, even if it's provincial leaders, they can't go against my ideas.
Zhang Wei nodded seriously. You can rest
assured, I will never go back on my word.
In the classroom of Class 2, Senior 3,
Ma Tianqing sat at the back of the room, feeling very pleased.
Damn Su Chen, how dare he hit me? Now he's finally getting his comeuppance. Ha ha.
The few followers around him also smiled, chiming in.
Exactly, that kid is simply too arrogant. How dare he compete with Tianhua Entertainment? What gives him the right?
No power, no influence, let alone that the school and the Martial Artists Association won't care about
him. Even if they help Su Chen, they can't deal with such a big capital like Tianhua Entertainment.
Their voices traveled from the back to the front.
Lin Wanqing, sitting
at her desk, frowned and glanced back.
Her deskmate, a petite girl, curiously asked, Sister Wanqing, is what they said true? Lin Wanqing nodded. Tianhua Entertainment really
values Sister Sumi, and this matter has escalated to the level of Tianhua Entertainment, so Su Chen is likely to face some consequences. As she spoke, a hint of relief appeared in her eyes. Actually, it's not a bad thing. Su Chen has had it too easy. A little lesson will give him a better mindset. Her feelings towards Su Chen were complex. After coming to terms with it, she felt that Su Chen was very talented, which made her appreciate him a bit. She also realized her own immaturity and had grown. But deep down, her previous grievances gradually turned into jealousy. Indeed, she was too envious of Su Chen's talent. This time, Su Chen would face some lessons, and he might be frustrated, perhaps even stagnate. Just thinking about it made her feel much lighter. However, at that moment, the classroom door, which had just been repaired, was pushed open. Two men in court enforcement uniforms stood at the door, their voices serious. Which one of you is Ma Tianqing and Lin Wanqing? The men's words silenced the entire class. The previously laughing Ma Tianqing was taken aback for a moment, then slowly raised his hand. Lin Wanqing also raised her hand, looking puzzled. You two need to come with us to the court. There are some matters that require your confirmation. Now notify your parents and have them come over immediately. Upon hearing their words, Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment and said, Excuse me, is this about Su Chen and Tianhua Entertainment? If it's to testify, we can just go ourselves. We're all adults now. Testify? The two staff members sneered. Who said you were going to testify? Not to testify? Lin Wanqing was taken aback. Of course, otherwise we could just summon you to court directly. Why would we need to come here? The two staff members spoke coldly. Such a frigid attitude gave Lin Wanqing a bad premonition. Could it be Sister Su lost the case? Impossible. Su Chen was at most a promising martial artist, but Sister Su had Tianhua Entertainment backing her. She forced herself to calm down and followed the staff out of the classroom. Wanqing, do you think we might get implicated too, maybe detained or something? Ma Tianqing was extremely nervous at this moment. He was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, timid and averse to trouble. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could he not be anxious? Don't worry, sister. Su has the legal team from Tianhua Entertainment. We will definitely be fine. Lin Wanqing spoke confidently about Tianhua Entertainment's legal team. After all, they had faced countless tough lawsuits and still emerged victorious in the end, right? Suddenly, Ma Tianqing stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide with terror as he stared ahead, as if he had seen something horrifying. It's him! It's him! Lin Wanqing instinctively turned around, her expression one of shock. Su Chen! At the entrance of Class 1's corridor, Su Chen was chatting with the class teacher, Chen Fei. Perhaps sensing their gaze, Su Chen looked over. The two locked eyes, and he suddenly broke into a radiant smile.
Why? Why is he here? Lin Wanqing blurted out. Are you talking about Su Chen? He was falsely accused, and the questioning at the lower court has already concluded, so he naturally came back. The two staff members replied seriously. He was falsely accused? Lin Wanqing's eyes widened, her face pale. She wasn't foolish, she understood what this meant. If Su Chen was falsely accused and returned unscathed, then what about Sister Su? Is she still at the court? No. The star you mentioned, Sumi, is not at the lower court. She is in a holding cell, temporarily detained. The more Lin Wanqing listened, the worse her expression became, until her face looked like a blank sheet of paper. How could this be? So we aren't going to testify, but to do what? Although she had already guessed something, her voice trembled with anxiety. The staff members' expressions were exceptionally serious. We have now confirmed that Ma Tianshang has destroyed important documents and must bear the corresponding responsibility. And you, Lin Wanqing, are suspected of jointly insulting Su Chen. Due to his special status, you must come back with us for investigation. The staff's words struck like a bolt from the blue. Lin Wanqing stood frozen, completely dumbfounded. At this moment, one thought consumed her mind. It was impossible. How could this be? What right did Su Chen have? What was his status? He was just an ordinary martial artist. No matter how strong, Tianhua Entertainment had never lost a case like this. She couldn't understand, and she would never know. Beside her, Ma Tianshang was so scared he collapsed, sitting down on the ground. It's true, he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with regret. A broken notebook, could it really be an important document? Why would a student like Su Chen have such important documents? He recalled Su Chen mentioning the value of that item and panicked even more. He was going to get beaten up and have to pay. The two staff members showed no mercy, sternly leading them out of the school. Su Chen watched them leave with a sense of relief. Su Chen, you really scared me this time. You can't be so impulsive in the future. After all, your future is bright. You mustn't do anything foolish, Chen Fei admonished him seriously. Don't worry, Teacher Chen. With that, the matter came to a close, and Su Chen prepared to return to class. At this moment, the classmates in the classroom were all discussing Su Chen's situation, whispering among themselves. Su Chen is completely finished this time. I heard he was taken away directly. This guy really got himself into trouble. Sai, after becoming a martial artist, he completely let himself go, even going to other classes to fight. After Su Chen became a martial artist, most of them felt jealous, so after what happened today, everyone's reaction was that Su Chen deserved it. Just then, Su Chen pushed open the classroom door and walked in. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths, looking at him in disbelief. Su Chen ignored their gazes and walked straight to his seat, yawning. Seeing him so relaxed, everyone stopped discussing and looked at Su Chen with a bit more fear in their eyes. Tiangu, you finally came back. Zhang Xing was excited to see him return. If something had happened to Su Chen, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Don't worry, I won't get into trouble before you finish. How was your study this afternoon? Very soon, I'll succeed, I found the feeling. Zhang Xing was full of confidence. Su Chen gave him a thumbs up without any doubt, because when he was at the secondary court, he had received quite a few prompts about his blood energy enhancement, and he roughly guessed that this guy had succeeded. Zhang Xing was progressing even faster than he had imagined. At this rate, it wouldn't take a month to completely conduct and perfect this theoretical experiment. Indeed, the more playful the students, the smarter they often were. As long as they focused, they generally wouldn't do too poorly. Tiangu, there are many theories in here that I don't quite understand, let me show you. Su Chen took the notebook from him, his expression gradually becoming serious. Coincidentally, the questions he asked were all annotations from Lu Mei's notebook. Although Lu Mei had already explained them to him, there were still many extended questions that he really couldn't answer. More accurately, he couldn't answer them carelessly. I need to think about these questions, I'll contact you as soon as I have answers. His blood energy theory was based on Lu Mei's notes, and encountering such problems right at the beginning meant he would definitely trouble Lu Mei later on. Asking for help once or twice was fine, but if it became too frequent, Su Chen leaned on his desk, starting to think about the assistant issue. If he were to pay Lu Mei, that would be a business matter, and he wouldn't have to worry. He should talk to Sister Lu Mei. Just then, Zhu Ying interrupted his thoughts. Su Chen, I want to invite you to dinner this weekend. She looked at him with a face full of apology, appearing cautious. About the blood energy course, it was my moment of confusion. Please don't hold it against me. I'm formally apologizing to you here, and I hope you can forgive me. Su Chen looked at her sincere expression and sighed. Forget it, what's done is done. I, Su Chen, am not that petty, and it hasn't affected me. He had indeed been a bit unhappy before, but now he felt it didn't matter. In this era, everyone wanted to become a martial artist, hoping to become one. Each person relied on their own abilities, taking the college entrance examination to get into martial arts schools. As long as it didn't harm his own interests, he felt it was inconsequential. After all, the road he had to walk was long, and the mountains he had to cross were high.
People like Chu Yingying were merely passers-by in his life. He didn't need to waste too much energy on her.
In the end, he couldn't resist Chu Yingying's persistent persuasion and went to Heidileo on the weekend.
After leaving Heidileo, Su Chen immediately opened his phone and clicked on
Lu Mei's chat box.
There was only the message he had sent, and the content was very simple.
Lu Mei, do you like the martial artist circle? After experiencing the events at Tianhua Entertainment, he believed that some matters should not involve ordinary people.
He had always had a good impression of Lu Mei, so he needed to clarify the stakes. With her, Lu Mei, on night duty, sat in her chair in a daze. Since the last time, she often found herself thinking about Su Chen. She was well aware that they were not from the same world, and they might not even qualify as ordinary friends. Yet, even so, she hoped to have some daily interactions with Su Chen. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She saw a text message from Su Chen, feeling extremely excited yet somewhat confused. What does he mean? Is he asking if I like the martial artist circle, or if I like him? Sure enough, even as a martial artist, he's just a younger brother. After a brief moment of thought, she replied to Su Chen's message. Of course I'm interested. Do you want to become a martial artist? Of course, isn't it rare for someone not to want that? Even if it means encountering the same situation as last time? Su Chen smiled helplessly at the lack of response. If Lu Mei truly feared it, he shouldn't disturb her any further. That was basic courtesy. Just as Su Chen thought, Lu Mei was implicitly refusing, a new message flashed on his phone. Shall we meet and talk? Okay. After agreeing on the time and place, Su Chen revealed a relaxed smile. To be honest, if Lu Mei really couldn't become his assistant, it would be quite troubling. After all, those theories were written by Lu Mei herself, and no one else would understand them as clearly as she did. The next day at noon, still at the same restaurant, still Su Chen treating. Today, Lu Mei wore light makeup and a momentary white outfit, looking more like an urban beauty, though there was still a hint of youthful innocence in her brows. Lu Mei, actually, I want to ask you to be my assistant. Su Chen got straight to the point without any small talk. Assistant? Lu Mei looked at him in disbelief. What position do you hold in the martial artist guild that you need an assistant? Although she knew Su Chen was not an ordinary martial artist, she was still curious about his exact level. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then chose to be honest. Actually, I don't have any special status in the martial artist guild. They just told me I'd been nominated as a candidate for a gold standard figure. I created some theories to enhance vital energy and need someone who understands the theory well to be my assistant, so I thought of you. Lu Mei looked at him in disbelief after hearing his words. After a brief silence, her voice rose an octave. Gold standard figure? Are you sure it's a gold standard figure? I didn't mishear, did I? Although she was an ordinary person, she had heard of the prestige associated with the title of gold standard figure. It could be said to be a benchmark for a city with limitless prospects. Su Chen quickly gestured for her to lower her voice, sweating profusely. Lower your voice, candidate. It's a candidate. After I learned a lot of theories there last time, I went back and integrated them into my own theory on enhancing vital energy. It's because of this theory that I was nominated as a candidate, so I want to ask you to help me develop it. After hearing this, Lu Mei fell silent for a moment. If I become your assistant, I'll have more contact with martial artists, and as an ordinary person, I'll encounter many troublesome matters. Right? Su Chen nodded. Yes. I hope Lu Mei can help me, but I won't force you. Su Chen was not one of those fools who naively thought that ordinary people all envied the lives of martial artists. There are still many people in the world who prefer to live ordinary lives. After all, the life of a martial artist is not only exciting but also filled with difficulties that ordinary people cannot imagine, such as hunting exotic beasts. Can I think it over before giving you an answer? Of course. Su Chen signaled the staff to serve the dishes, then began to eat heartily. He had previously been just an ordinary high school student, unafraid of others laughing at him, and had never tasted anything good. Now that he had money and power, he had to enjoy a meal at such a fine restaurant. After he was full and satisfied, just as Su Chen was about to leave, Lu Mei stopped him. I agree, but I have one condition. Go ahead. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement upon hearing her agreement. After all, the sooner she agreed, the sooner the experiment on Zhang Xing's site could succeed. You have to make me a martial artist. No matter what kind of connections or resources you use, I must become a martial artist. That's not a problem, I promise you. Su Chen nodded without a second thought. If the experiment on Zhang Xing succeeded, then Lu Mei would definitely have no issues. You need to think it over carefully, don't just agree casually. I'm going to sign a contract with you. Lu Mei pouted when she saw how nonchalant he was. Sign. Let's sign the contract now. Su Chen immediately agreed, fearing she might change her mind. Lu Mei's expression stiffened. How did it feel like she had boarded a pirate ship? With Zhang Wei's help, Lu Mei and Su Chen's contract was quickly printed out. The handprint press that day took immediate effect. As for Lu Mei's salary, 10,000 a month?
Lu Mei looked at Su Chen tentatively, saying somewhat sheepishly, I am, after all, the assistant to a candidate for the golden standard. Isn't 10,000 reasonable? Not unreasonable, even 100,000. Wouldn't be. Then 100,000? That's not impossible, since I'm not the one paying the salary. Su Chen grinned. Lu Mei found out that the salary was provided by the Martial Artist Association, and she dragged Su Chen to negotiate with Zhang Wei for a monthly salary of 15,000. Once outside, Su Chen wore a dazed expression. 15,000. Damn. Could he be his own assistant? Don't look so incredulous. Don't you know how valuable you are? Don't say I'm not working. Didn't you say there were some blood energy issues you wanted to ask me about? Now's the time. Lu Mei was just like that. She was reliable when it came to matters. Su Chen had noticed this since the last time he visited her home. He immediately became serious and briefly explained Zhang Xing's issues. He thought Lu Mei might need some time to think, but she spoke up right away. Such a simple theory of blood energy, you really don't know it? Didn't I explain it to you before? Lu Mei's words didn't make Su Chen feel ashamed. Instead, he looked at her with almost fervent eyes. Sister Lu Mei, your understanding of blood energy theory has surpassed that of a normal student. Haven't you really studied blood energy academically? Exactly. Su Chen was certain that Lu Mei's knowledge of blood energy was definitely not inferior to that of Zhang Wei and the others. With such a level of expertise, why was she preparing to be an ordinary person? Upon hearing his words, Lu Mei's gaze flickered. If you don't know, you don't know. But I still have some level of skill, otherwise how would I dare to seek a martial artist for matchmaking? Su Chen noticed the flicker in her eyes and wisely chose not to ask further. Now that the knowledge of blood energy theory was resolved, Su Chen prepared to return to school to find Zhang Xing. This theory needed to be completed as soon as possible to help Su Zhou recover his health. For the next week, Su Chen focused on handling matters related to Zhang Xing. During this time, whenever he found a moment, he was preparing to break through to become a martial master. To break through to a martial master. It wasn't just about having enough blood energy, the most important point was to be able to circulate the blood energy throughout the body. In other words, every limb and bone, every meridian and blood vessel must be penetrated by the vital energy. Once all aspects of the human body are opened up, a qualitative leap can occur. Upon reaching the level of a martial master, not only will vision and hearing be greatly enhanced, but there will also be a deeper understanding of the use of vital energy, representing a qualitative improvement. After searching for some resources, he found the best suitable method. For a martial artist to become a martial master, it often requires an opportunity. There are no techniques involved, which is why most people remain trapped at the lowest level of martial artists. The only method that could be considered a shortcut, yet not really a shortcut, is to enhance the speed of comprehension through life and death combat. Looking at the information displayed on his phone, he frowned deeply. If that's the case, then those with poor talent are very likely unable to break through. The only way left is to fight against the man-eating beasts? Su Chen immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, not because he was afraid of the beasts, but this method was too risky. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to take that gamble. He sat at his desk in class, muttering to himself, completely focused. Su Chen's state had long been accustomed to by his classmates around him. Not to mention that Su Chen was a martial artist now. Even before he became one, he was like this, always lost in thought. However, he had the ability to become a martial artist, and no one dared to gossip. Su Chen, have you encountered some kind of problem? Zhu Engying asked curiously as she noticed his furrowed brow. Su Chen smiled wryly and nodded. I think you should really relax a bit. Since I met you, you've buried yourself in books every day. Even if the book is good, there should be a limit, right? Su Chen smiled helplessly. You don't understand. I don't understand, but relaxing doesn't mean you can't read. Zhu Engying presented her phone in front of Su Chen, signaling him to take a look. What is this? Su Chen saw a lot of text on the screen and felt a bit confused. It's a novel. This novel is called Invincible Vital Energy Path, and it seems to be written by a retired frontline martial artist. The parts where he describes his breakthrough to martial master are so well written, it's immersive and thrilling. Su Chen's mouth twitched, but he immediately thought of something. If reading about others' experiences or insights on breakthroughs could help him successfully connect his body and advance to martial master, the more Su Chen thought about it, the more possible it seemed. He then confirmed the name of the novel and downloaded an electronic version. No matter what, he had to give it a try once his vital energy was up. His current vital energy had already reached 1,800 points, which meant he was a 9-star martial artist. To break through to the martial master level, he needed to reach 3,000 points of vital energy. After becoming a martial master, each star increase would require an additional 1,000 points of vital energy. Although 3,000 points seemed far away, as long as Zhang Xing's theory could be successfully tested, he could have the Martial Artist Guild find a few people to distribute, and his vital energy would rise quickly. Just as he thought. In a month, with only half a month left until the national training camp, this theory was finally perfected. Su Chen refined all the theories and immediately had Zhang Wei find someone to try it out. In 3 days, his vital energy reached 3,000 points. just in time for the weekend. Su Chen did not rush home but went to Lu Mei's house. His breakthrough to martial master was quite special, and he didn't want others to see it, especially the people from the martial artist guild. Sitting in Lu Mei's study, Su Chen locked himself in. He absolutely could not be disturbed during the breakthrough to martial master. He had already informed Lu Mei in advance and prepared emergency measures. That's right. Lu Mei had rich theoretical experience, and if any problems arose midway, she could help with first aid immediately. After making all the preparations, Su Chen took out his phone. He had read a portion of this novel over the past few days, and after confirming its usefulness, he felt a surge of excitement. He opened the table of contents, found the desired chapter, and clicked in. The first line began to read as follows: "The process of crossing from a martial artist to a martial master is an extremely painful one. When I began to try to use my vital energy to impact every part of my body, it felt like thousands of needles were stabbing into me." Su Chen finished the first paragraph, and a system prompt floated before his eyes. You are reading about the process of breaking through to a martial master. The rate of vital energy permeating your body has reached 1%. The moment the prompt appeared, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Su Chen's forehead, because that feeling had truly arrived. Pain. An indescribable pain. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing through every inch of his flesh. Su Chen's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. The intense pain nearly caused him to faint. He looked up at the mirror in the study, and his complexion resembled a sheet of white paper. Indeed, the path of a martial artist was far more arduous than he had imagined, but he had endured those years without being able to enhance his vital energy. How could he be defeated by this mere pain? Moreover, he could clearly see his own progress. He was both pained and joyful. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen felt a surge of courage. He continued reading the novel. The content continued as follows. He didn't know if he could endure these pains, but the needle-like pain gradually became less intense. Perhaps he had become numb in the days of diligently studying the theory of vital energy, in the days of frantically improving himself, in those days of desperately working hard without seeing results. He began to forget the pain, repeatedly confronting that needle-like pain until he completely conquered it. Gradually, Su Chen became obsessed. He felt that this novel was written very well, as if he had truly experienced it himself. In the words, he could also sense the author's effort. Perhaps it was a sense of empathy, perhaps it was respect. He gave the author a thumbs up, left a 5-star review, and sent a trivial gift. Thus, he gradually forgot the pain. You are reading about the process of breaking through to a martial master. The rate of vital energy permeating your body has reached 1%. You are reading about the process of breaking through to a martial master. The rate of vital energy permeating your body has reached 1%. He didn't know how long he had been reading. He saw the last chapter, casually clicked the update button, and then stopped. Did I break through? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that he had already reached the martial master level. The panel was as follows. Host, Su Chen, age, 18 years, vital energy, 3020 points, 1-star martial master, comprehension, 1 point abilities, 8 extremes. Yin Yang skill, proficient 100%. Light spirit sword technique, 100% proficient. Weapon mastery, light spirit sword, 100% proficient. Su Chen felt particularly light, and both his hearing and vision had greatly improved. For instance, now he was sitting in the study, able to clearly distinguish the breathing of Lu Mei, who was crouched outside the door, as well as her murmuring voice. She can't be dead, right? I hope not. What kind of thing is it for a man to die at home? If this gets out, won't it make me seem like I bring misfortune to men? The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched. He opened the door, startling Lu Mei. You succeeded? I succeeded. I broke through. Su Chen grinned. Lu Mei looked Su Chen up and down, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She didn't know that Su Chen had broken through to a martial master, as he had only told her he was going to break through. So the look in her eyes was entirely due to the fact that Su Chen had changed so much. Standing next to him, it felt as if breathing was smooth, as if Su Chen himself radiated a sense of joy that could influence others. You seem a bit different. Of course I'm different. I broke through. Su Chen chuckled. He was very clear about what Lu Mei was saying. Martial artists indeed give off this kind of aura to those around them. With his blood and energy fully circulating, he could feel it flowing with every breath he took. For an ordinary person, it meant his vitality was exceptionally strong, so strong that it overflowed and affected others. Moreover, those who reached the level of martial artist had their lifespans extended by at least 30 years. Let's go, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Starting tomorrow, I might have to deal with some important matters, so I won't be looking for you for a while. Your job is to assist Manager Zhang in perfecting my theory on blood and energy. What do you mean? I'm not your assistant. What does it mean for me to go to the Martial Artist Association? Lu Mei frowned. Su Chen could understand Lu Mei's agitation. After all, when he initially sought her out, it had been made very clear that she would be working alongside him. Now, throwing her over to Zhang Wei, she was certainly unwilling, especially since that place was filled with martial artists, and she was still an ordinary person. So he explained, I might need to hunt exotic beasts next, and it wouldn't be convenient to bring you along. Don't worry, you're my assistant now, no one dares to touch you. And you only need to participate in the blood and energy theory, you won't have to deal with anything else. I'll talk to Manager Zhang. That's right. He really did need to hunt exotic beasts, partly because it was the duty of a martial artist. Killing exotic beasts every month not only provided benefits but also accumulated contributions. For every exotic beast a martial artist killed, the association would upload a contribution record online. The sole purpose of the contribution record was to apply for positions in national martial artist institutions, securing a good job and status. Those were positions with real power, and although Suchen didn't aspire to them, he couldn't miss this opportunity. On the other hand, he needed to enhance his combat experience to ensure he stood out during the training for recommended students. Previously, he had refrained from fighting because he felt his skills and experience were lacking. Now that he had reached the level of martial artist, he was confident enough to handle dangerous situations. At this moment, Lu Mei also understood his reasoning. Hunting exotic beasts is something martial artists must do, right? Yes. It's the responsibility and obligation of every martial artist. If I become a martial artist, do I also have to hunt exotic beasts? Su Chen looked at her somewhat timid expression and nodded. Now that you've participated in my theory, you can browse through most of it freely. You should understand by now, right? That theory is also applicable to you. Your blood and energy are already quite high. I believe you'll soon become a true martial artist. Let's see, Lu Mei forced a smile. To be honest, when a person can truly choose whether to become a martial artist, the decision is often not as smooth as one might imagine. Su Chen understood this feeling best as he had faced the same choice before. However, on this path, he had resolutely chosen to become a martial artist. After leaving Lu Mei's home, he headed straight home. He brought a considerable amount of blood-enhancing pills for his father, Su Zhou, while leaving the completely accurate theory on enhancing blood and energy with him. Dad, this is a confidential document from our Martial Artist Association. According to the methods outlined, you might be able to overcome your current physical condition and become a martial artist. Su Zhou was sitting on the sofa smoking when he heard his words and became somewhat excited. Really? Really? The association is organizing a hunt for some exotic beasts in the next few days, and I must go alone, so it might be inconvenient to communicate with you. If you have any questions regarding this blood and energy matter, just call this number. Lu Mei is the daughter of Uncle Lu, and she is currently working at the Martial Artist Association. I've already spoken to her. Su Zhou was slightly taken aback after hearing his words, his gaze lingering on him with a meaningful expression. Son, your Uncle Lu wants you to introduce a partner for his daughter. You introduced yourself out there? Su Chen had only stayed at home for one night. He briefly explained his blood energy theory to Su Zhou. His theory was quite successful, although it couldn't enhance blood energy too quickly, it would at least have a boosting effect. Currently, the best results were seen with Zhang Xing, whose blood energy enhancement showed a trend of improvement before dawn, likely faster by 50 to 60% than usual. As for how much Su Zhou could improve, that was purely a matter of luck. Early the next morning, he returned to the Martial Artist Guild in the city center. First, he purchased some essential medicines for healing and detoxification. Then he retrieved the light spirit sword he had stored at the guild. He had spent over 100,000 to have the light spirit sword reforged, as it had been too poor before. Now, the light spirit sword was capable of influencing battles between martial artists. Ah Wu immediately arranged a team for him to hunt exotic beasts, which included a female martial artist. She's the guild's top female martial artist, reaching the 9-star level, even higher than you. She has spent years in the mountains, with extremely rich experience. If it weren't for the requirement of having at least 2 people to hunt exotic beasts, you wouldn't have had a chance at all, Ah Wu said with a smile. Although Su Chen was already a martial artist, he hadn't tested his level, so Ah Wu was unaware of his current rank. However, a 9-star martial artist was indeed a standout in the guild, and Ah Wu wasn't wrong. With someone so capable on his team, he felt reassured. What he lacked was combat experience, and he absolutely couldn't miss such a great opportunity. Since she was the guild's top female martial artist and had years of experience hunting exotic beasts, he was sure he could learn a lot from her. Seeing him agree, Ah Wu hurried off to make arrangements. Soon, Su Chen met the guild's first female martial artist. She looked around 26 or 27, her appearance could only be described as pretty, but her figure was excellent, with short hair that gave her a heroic look. However, she maintained a cold expression, seeming somewhat difficult to get along with. Su Chen, this is our guild's Xiao Sini. Sini, this is Su Chen from our guild, you should have heard of him, right? No, Xiao Sini shook her head. She didn't even glance at the awkwardly smiling Ah Wu and simply greeted Su Chen. If we go together to hunt exotic beasts, I have only one requirement of you, just listen. I'll handle most things myself. If I really need your help, it might just be to assist in transporting the corpses or something like that. Is that okay? Su Chen was about to speak when she interrupted him again. Don't worry, you won't have to deal with most of the exotic beasts, I have confidence in that. Ah Wu should have told you. Confident, decisive, dislikes small talk, and a bit proud. This was the impression Xiao Sini left on Su Chen. Perhaps such a person might not be likable in daily interactions, but as a colleague going out to hunt exotic beasts, Su Chen found her very reliable. Then thank you for taking care of me, Sini. You're welcome. Now, pack your things. We're leaving. Soon. An hour later, Su Chen and Xiao Sini boarded a special vehicle heading to the exotic beast activity area. Sini, do you have a target exotic beast this time? Su Chen asked, unable to contain his curiosity as Xiao Sini remained silent. Generally, martial artists who went out to hunt exotic beasts could be divided into two types. The first type, like him last time, was there for the benefits and money. The second type, while having the same purpose as the first, had clear targets, like the group that had died outside last time, including Brother Ma. Their last target was a specific exotic beast, aiming to obtain its organs or precious materials. Xiao Sini was highly skilled. If she hunted some relatively ordinary exotic beasts, she would likely return to the guild quickly. The guild had some strict rules in place, prohibiting solo hunts for exotic beasts. Violating this rule would lead to much more severe penalties than one might imagine. It is indeed possible to cancel one's identity as a warrior. At this moment, Xiao Sini was resting with her eyes closed, and she didn't even open them when she heard his words. No goal, just come back after killing enough. Killing enough? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Yes, I just want to kill more exotic beasts. Do you have a problem with that? She stood up this time, looking at Su Chen with a serious expression. Nothing at all. I just find it quite coincidental that my thoughts are similar to Sister Sini's. Xiao Sini didn't expect him to respond like that, clearly taken aback. However, she quickly furrowed her brows and said, I advise you, when you see exotic beasts, don't think too highly of yourself. I've heard your realm is quite good, but you lack experience, so be honest when you go in. Su Chen nodded earnestly. He could tell that Xiao Sini was definitely more formidable than he had imagined. Seeing his respectful and serious attitude, Xiao Sini also breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't know Su Chen, as most of her time was spent hunting exotic beasts. She had only occasionally heard a rumor or two about Su Chen, saying he was a genius youth. So when she heard a Wu arranged for her to team up with Su Chen, she felt a bit worried. Young people with even a little ability tend to become extremely arrogant and unaware of their limits. She was afraid Su Chen would cause trouble or act recklessly while killing exotic beasts. But now it seemed that this so-called genius youth was relatively easy to talk to. However, thinking about Su Chen's earlier response regarding his purpose for coming here, she felt a bit anxious again. When she looked at Su Chen again, the young man was resting with his eyes closed, a smile of excitement at the corners of his mouth. I hope this guy isn't a troublemaker. As Xiao Sini worried, the two entered the dense forest of exotic beasts. At first, she was still concerned that Su Chen would cause trouble, but after they encountered a few exotic beasts, Xiao Sini gradually felt more at ease. Su Chen was very obedient, doing everything she said, the only downside being that he didn't take the initiative to kill the exotic beasts. He only helped her when she called for him. 2 hours later, she stopped, panting heavily, her hand tightly gripping her chest, her expression seeming a bit pained. She instinctively glanced back at Su Chen, her expression not looking good. All this way, Su Chen had been behind her, jotting down notes. He was like a rigid student in school, but thinking about his age, she could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. I should still be able to hold on. Su Chen had been following Xiao Sini, recording her combat experience. Occasionally, he would ask a couple of questions about her thoughts during battle. Xiao Sini had a great enthusiasm for fighting exotic beasts, so she would indeed answer Su Chen's questions, such as when he asked her why she could always notice abnormalities around her during combat. Her answer was simple: in addition to the necessary long-term combat experience, you also need to maintain a high level of concentration at all times. Concentration also has its techniques. Just keep your eyes on these moving entities and don't focus on inanimate objects. Su Chen listened carefully to her words, continuously jotting them down in his notebook. You are recording Xiao Sini's combat experience, gaining 0.5% basic combat literacy, sufficient to handle second-tier exotic beasts. You are recording Xiao Sini's combat experience, gaining 0.5% basic combat literacy. Xiao Sini saw Su Chen constantly taking notes and felt a headache coming on. Wasn't this just a bookish scholar? All he could do was take notes. Is the warrior's battle about learning those theories? Although she appreciated Su Chen's attitude towards learning, this method was really hard for her to watch. Alright, you don't need to ask anymore. I still need to find some exotic beasts. I haven't encountered any for half a day, and I don't know where these creatures have run off to. From now on, don't disturb me again. Hearing her say this, Su Chen became anxious. If Xiao Sini refused to communicate with him about these matters, his basic combat skills would not reach 100%. Should he wait until the next time to team up with her? Not to mention whether Xiao Sini would team up with him next time. He simply didn't have any extra time to come back here before the training session. He looked at Xiao Sini, who was anxiously searching for traces of the exotic beasts, and his eyes lit up. Sister Sini, what kind of exotic beast are you looking for? I can help you find their traces. You? Xiao Sini looked at him skeptically. Yes. I have a lot of research in this area. Finding traces of an exotic beast is incredibly easy. Fine, as long as you can help me find the exotic beasts, I will allow you to bother me occasionally, but it also depends on my mood to respond. No problem. Su Chen excitedly ran to her side, carefully searching for traces. He had already learned all the habits of the exotic beasts from the bestiary last time, so judging and finding exotic beasts based on these habits was a piece of cake. This is... Su Chen, who was originally full of enthusiasm, gradually turned pale as he looked around. Why do you look so grim? Haven't you found any traces of the exotic beasts? The soil around here looked like it hadn't been traversed by exotic beasts for a long time. Occasionally, there were some footprints and marks, but it was impossible to determine the direction or species, making it unclear whether any exotic beasts had passed through. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Sini couldn't make a judgment. I found some, but they all seem to be second-tier exotic beasts. Second tier? Su Chen nodded seriously, his expression grim. Although these footprints were damaged, they clearly exceeded the normal first-tier exotic beasts. Now, he couldn't make any trades. Let's go, we'll look in another direction. I can definitely find them for you. Su Chen really didn't want to take risks, but Xiao Sini thought otherwise. I've walked this way many times, they're all first-tier exotic beasts. Even if there are second-tier ones, I can handle them. You lead the way. I don't want to go in circles again. I've already been through that area and there are very few stragglers. Su Chen wanted to dissuade her but was interrupted by her wave of the hand. Stop talking nonsense. With me, I don't like chit-chat. Lead the way, and after we make a round, I'll tell you about the things you're interested in. Otherwise, I won't team up with you again next time. Too troublesome, and you talk too much. Su Chen, how did the martial artist guild end up with such a stubborn person? Xiao Sini was very confident in herself, so she didn't give him time to think and casually chose a direction to move forward. From the looks of it, she no longer wanted to seek Su Chen's advice. This way. This way. Su Chen hurriedly shouted, leading her in a direction that was least likely to have second-tier exotic beasts. He had only completed 2 missions in total, and if Xiao Sini were to die out here this time, it would be a big deal. Walking in front of Xiao Sini, Su Chen's feelings were extremely complicated. He was glad to be with someone like Xiao Sini, who helped him improve his abilities, but he was also troubled by her stubbornness. Su Chen, you should take action more often, gradually become more bloodthirsty. If that's the case, you wouldn't be so timid and afraid of trouble, lacking masculine energy. Drawing in that tattered notebook every day, can it really make you a martial artist? Xiao Sini said impatiently beside him, looking at the notebook in his bag. Su Chen wanted to respond that it could, but they had already entered the activity range of the wild boar, so he couldn't afford to be distracted. The wild boar was timid and rarely attacked people. Even if it was second tier, it was considered a relatively small threat. This was why he brought Xiao Sini to find this exotic beast. With tough skin and a timid nature, he could observe more combat experience. If he really wasn't a match for the opponent, running away would be the easiest option. This guy had no habit of pursuing prey. No matter how he thought about it, this was the most suitable meeting partner. As long as he let Xiao Sini meet this exotic beast, she would be able to let go. Just thinking about this made Su Chen's head ache. Xiao Sini seemed to have some obsession with exotic beasts. Since it was impossible to persuade her to leave directly, he might as well retreat in the face of difficulty. Sister Sini, that exotic beast is nearby. It's a naturally timid wild boar. Xiao Sini could now clearly distinguish the surrounding environment, and with her rich combat experience, she quickly noticed those traces. Looking at Su Chen, her eyes revealed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you, this bookworm, to have some insight, but I think these traces are a bit unusual. Is it possible that it's not a wild boar? Su Chen was full of confidence. Impossible. It must be a wild boar. And this exotic beast is naturally timid. It definitely won't attack us first, so we can relax for now. On this point, he had absolute confidence. Seeing him so certain, and considering the surrounding environment, Xiao Sini believed Su Chen and nodded. Suddenly, Su Chen caught a glimpse of a huge black shadow rushing out from the bushes beside her. The shadow was nearly 2 meters tall, and the stench hit him immediately, charging towards Xiao Sini like a small truck. Bang! The tremendous impact sent Xiao Sini flying, and after flying several meters, she crashed into a tree and then fell to the ground. Roar! The massive wild boar appeared in front of Su Chen, its eyes fixed on him, its terrifying tusks glinting menacingly. This was a wild boar. Looking at the enormous wild boar, Su Chen's pupils constricted. One thought filled his mind. Why? Would a naturally timid wild boar actively ambush them? In an instant, feelings of regret and tension surged uncontrollably. But he remained calm, instinctively raising his light spirit sword in preparation for an attack. No matter the reason, being timid was the wild boar's nature. Seeing a human make a move to attack, its first reaction would definitely be to retreat. Once it retreated, he could pursue an attack, driving it away completely. Only then could he save her in time.
Xiao Sini, who had suffered such an impact, was definitely seriously injured. Her internal organs could be damaged, and if not treated promptly, she
could be in life-threatening danger. Su Chen's mind was clear.
This was the ability he had honed during his studies. Even in urgent situations, as long as he had a way to respond, he wouldn't panic. But this wild boar, upon seeing his weapon, not only did not retreat but charged at him instead. Like a truck weighing several tons, it was more like an armored tank moving at 300 yards per hour, directly crushing
towards him. Bang!
The light spirit sword he wielded shattered as he executed the light spirit sword technique, using the force of the beast to leap out of the attack range. But this strike was successful. The exotic beast clearly suffered internal injuries and let out an angry roar.
Su Chen pushed the 8 Extremes Yin-Yang technique to its limits and gradually calmed down.
As the beast charged at him, he absorbed its force while using its momentum to damage its internal organs. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. After several minutes, the wild boar was heavily injured, screaming in terror as it fled.
Watching the wild boar escape, Su Chen didn't move at first.
His legs felt weak, and his clothes were soaked with sweat.
This series of unexpected events was too thrilling. If he hadn't understood the wild boar's attack pattern well enough, he might have died here today.
He had thought that breaking through to the martial master realm, encountering a second-tier exotic beast would only bring some trouble. But now it seemed he had been too naive.
Theory really couldn't solve all problems.
It took him a full 5 or 6 minutes to regain his ability to move and come to Xiao Sini's side. At this moment, Xiao Sini had already crawled up from the ground, struggling to lean against the tree trunk, her chest a patch of crimson. Su Chen looked at Xiao Sini, his mind blank. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Everything had been planned in his
mind, so why was there such a huge gap? Could it be that Xiao Sini would really die because of him?
Su Chen's heart was in turmoil, and he realized one thing: not everything in the world would go according to theory. She looked at Su Chen weakly, grabbing his collar. Go! Su Chen hurriedly picked up Xiao Sini and ran down the mountain.
Xiao Sini must have some emergency medicine on her, and she must have taken
it earlier, but in her current state, he couldn't guarantee she would survive. True battles were often like this. The lives of both exotic beasts and warriors were extremely fragile.
The more Su Chen thought about it, the more anxious he became.
After running about 100 meters, he stopped. He heard roars and howls from afar, clearly indicating that many exotic beasts were approaching.
They were likely agitated by the
sounds of the earlier battle, or perhaps it was the wild boar's fault, causing the surrounding exotic beasts to become restless. Su Chen stood still, unsure of which way to go.
Calm down, I must stay calm.
He realized he was panicking and had lost his ability to think. He had to admit that his combat experience was too limited. Even with confidence in his strength, he couldn't truly exert it.
In the midst of his
panic, a slender finger was raised, pointing in a direction. Go! Xiao Sini's voice was weak but firmly guided him.
Su Chen stood in a daze for 2 seconds before moving in the direction of her finger. For some reason, following the direction Xiao Sini pointed felt reassuring. If he devoted his entire life to Xiao Sini, this time's exotic beast operation would definitely not go wrong. Slap! Su Chen gave himself a hard slap, his eyes regaining determination. He came here to learn alongside Xiao Sini. If he had such thoughts, he would never learn anything. Life has many difficult places, and walking the path of a warrior requires countless times the effort of ordinary people.
If one had the ability to enhance their vitality but maintain such a mindset, they wouldn't go far.
Su Chen gradually calmed down, the changes in the surrounding environment re-entering his mind, allowing him to think calmly as usual.
Hiss! Suddenly, a green figure sprang up from the ground. The figure was about a meter tall, accompanied by a gust of wind crashing
towards his lower body. Light and agile sword technique.
The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously as Su Chen felt something metallic hit him, repeatedly striking with the light and agile sword.
Su Chen
stopped, and what he saw was a gigantic mantis. Its sharp dual blades waved in the air, raising 2 sides to charge at him again, giving Su Chen no chance to react.
This was a second-tier exotic beast, an unknown exotic beast at that. After a brief defense, Su Chen was suppressed, his mind still blank.
He had relied too much on the theoretical knowledge he had learned and underestimated the danger warriors faced against
exotic beasts. Thud! Su Chen felt a chill in his arm, followed by intense pain.
His arm had been cut, though it didn't injure the tendons or bones, it was still deep, and the bloody wound looked extremely gruesome.
Blood flowing freely. Su Chen's face turned pale.
He was clearly a martial master, yet he struggled so much against a second-tier exotic beast. He realized that his mindset was the problem, so when he swung the light and agile sword again, he added 1 point of insight to it.
As he wielded the light and agile sword, he gained new understanding.
After several clashes, his sword became lighter and faster, then he broke
through the opponent's dual blades and severed its head. Thud! Su Chen looked at the dead exotic beast, gasping for breath.
In the battle between life and death, he gradually began to adapt, his mind becoming
increasingly calm. For the time being, Su Chen abandoned the methods he had once considered for dealing with the alien beasts and focused his attention.
He continued forward with Xiao Sini on his back, his mindset gradually stabilizing. It was not about exploding in a crisis but rather perishing within it. Suchen saw another alien beast charging out and his light spirit sword danced wildly in his hands. You performed a light spirit sword dance, increasing proficiency by 0.1%. You performed a light spirit sword dance, increasing proficiency by 0.1%. You performed a light spirit sword dance, increasing proficiency by 0.1%. Gradually, Suchen found himself in a good rhythm, starting to feel like a true martial artist. Just as he was getting into it, he suddenly realized that the surroundings were very unfamiliar. In an instant, his enthusiasm vanished. It felt like he was lost. Just then, the sky darkened and the surrounding dense forest echoed with the roars of various alien beasts. A surge of hot blood within Suchen was frozen by the tranquility of the night and shattered by the roars of the alien beasts. He calmed down. Cough, cough, put me down. Xiao Xinyi's condition had improved significantly and she stood back on the ground. She had brought along quite a few healing potions which she must have taken during his battle with the wild boar. Now she looked much better but still unable to fight. You lack combat experience, but the martial arts you've mastered are quite impressive. It's about to get dark and I was too flustered earlier to find a route. The best option is to find a place to wait until dawn. I'll teach you some combat attempts and coping strategies. Our chances of safely returning will be greater. Suchen knew that Xiao Xinyi was right, so he followed her advice and found another concealed cave nearby. Inside the cave, using the faint light, Suchen bandaged the wounds on his arm. Compared to the smoothness of his last hunt for alien beasts, this one had been fraught with difficulties. He had crawled back from the brink of death several times during unexpected encounters. Now he felt both fortunate and regretful. He was fortunate that he had just broken through to become a martial artist, and that he was teamed up with the most experienced Xiao Xinyi. If he hadn't broken through or if the person beside him wasn't Xiao Xinyi, he might have died here. He regretted being too naive because he had improved his vitality through studying. He viewed all dangers as trivial and believed he could easily handle them. There are golden houses in books, but to truly see the golden house, one must create it oneself. Suchen calmed down after finishing the bandaging and took out his notebook again. Sister Xinyi, please guide me. Whether as a martial artist or as a high school student, he was still in the role of a learner. Since he was a student, he needed to adopt the right attitude, humbly seek advice, and learn diligently. At the very least, Suchen looked at the blood still seeping from his wound, his expression serious. At the very least, next time, he never wanted to get hurt again. Before he sought his mother and sister, he had to protect himself and his father. Xiao Xinyi frowned when she saw him take out his notebook. Are you still taking notes? How can I review if I don't take notes? Xiao Xinyi's mouth twitched, but she didn't know what to say, so she began to explain her usual combat experiences to him. For example, how to judge whether an alien beast would attack according to its behavioral habits, or how to protect oneself during a fight. Various attempts like these, each sounding like a detail. If one doesn't pay attention or think repeatedly, such experiences would never be gained. Suchen was also shocked by Xiao Xinyi, realizing that knowledge was not solely found in books. For instance, if he hadn't come out with her, he might have never gained this knowledge in his entire life. The panel in front of him kept flashing, and he continuously improved himself. You are recording Xiao Xinyi's combat experience, gaining 0.5% basic combat proficiency. You are recording Xiao Xinyi's combat experience, gaining 0.5% basic combat proficiency. You are reviewing Xiao Xinyi's combat experience, gaining 0.5% basic combat proficiency. Basic combat proficiency has reached 100%. The host gains the ability of basic combat proficiency. After repeated reviews, Suchen inherited the basic combat proficiency. He now had the experience and judgment to deal with second-tier exotic beasts on par with Xiao Xinyi's level. However, if it came down to a comparison, he would definitely not perform as well in battle as Xiao Xinyi herself. He had a few questions he wanted to ask Xiao Xinyi, but when he looked up, he found that she had already fallen asleep. Suchen took the initiative to take on the night watch task, and began practicing the light spirit sword dance he had just comprehended. The light spirit sword dance had not yet reached the level of earth tier martial arts, but it had touched the threshold. Compared to the previous light spirit sword technique, it was more refined and its power had also increased. Sitting on the ground, he began to recall the usage of the light spirit sword dance. You reviewed and recited the light spirit sword dance once, increasing proficiency by 0.1%. You reviewed and recited the light spirit sword dance once, increasing proficiency by 0.1%. Light spirit sword dance proficiency has reached 100%. You have mastered the quasi-earth tier sword technique, light spirit sword dance. Insight plus 1 point. Current host insight 1 point. Any martial arts proficiency reaching 100% will increase insight by 1 point. To reach a martial art of the level of 8 extreme yin yang skill, which is an earth tier top tier martial art, at least 2 points of insight are required. During this battle with the exotic beasts, it was clear that the 8 extremes yin yang skill brought him great convenience. It seems that martial arts are not about quantity but about quality. In the future, he should focus on a single direction for in-depth study rather than spreading his learning too thin. With this mindset, Su Chen delved into the basic combat proficiency for a long time. Until dawn broke, he and Xiao Seni prepared to set off. You're also a recommended student this year, right? Before leaving the cave, Xiao Seni struck up a conversation with him. Su Chen noticed her use of the word also. He clearly remembered Uncle Yu mentioning that the quota for recommended students was not just for him alone. There was another person competing with him. Sister Seni, do you know the other recommended student? Not exactly, we've just gone on a couple of missions together. He has entered the exotic beast dense forest 8 times. His experience is no less than yours, though his realm is not as high as yours. 8 times? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He had only been out twice and had already gained a lot. If he had really hunted exotic beasts 8 times, that would be incredible. What's so surprising about 8 times? Aside from you, most martial artists who truly want to improve their realm treat this place like a daily routine. I heard that those geniuses from Longdu have hunting missions for exotic beasts every day. Compared to them, we in cities far from the domestic center are indeed too lax. Hearing that those geniuses from Longdu had hunting missions every day, Su Chen felt even more pressure. There are always people better than you, and there are heavens beyond the heavens. The world here felt too small. He wanted to go out and see more. Suddenly, certain memories stirred within Su Chen. Vaguely, he recalled the scene of his mother arguing with his father. It was the last time they had quarreled, and he couldn't quite remember what it was about. He only remembered that when his mother left, her face was filled with disappointment. Whether we can go out today depends on you. Xiao Seni patted his shoulder, her eyes showing a hint of worry. In her heart, although Su Chen was a martial artist, he was an unreliable one. Su Chen was awakened by her and immediately nodded. Sister Seni, do you have anything else to say? Yes. Quickly. Say it, we can't waste too much time here. I am a martial artist, you should be behind me. At the city's border, in front of the dense forest where the beasts are active, 2 figures emerged from within. The leader appeared to be a high school student, bloodthirsty all over. He was holding a tiger's head in his hand, exuding a fierce aura. Behind him, Xiao Seni looked at the slightly emaciated figure, her face filled with shock. From the cave to the dense forest, Su Chen had fought his way out, charging through with reckless abandon. The kills were clean and swift. Even the 2 second-tier beasts encountered along the way were slain by Su Chen in less than 10 exchanges. Although only 1 night had passed, it seemed Su Chen's combat experience had doubled. Talent. This is definitely talent. The 2 walked out of the dense forest and saw a service area about 2 miles away. The buildings and facilities here were quite complete, with many large weapons. This was the martial artist reception station, responsible for sending them here and taking them away. The reception staff at the station today was a man wearing sunglasses. He was momentarily stunned when he saw the 2, then scanned them before rushing to Xiao Seni's side. Sister Seni, you came back so early this time, you must have gained a lot, right? He said as he walked directly to Su Chen's side, effortlessly taking the tiger's head from his hand, and meaningfully remarked, little brother, you were quite lucky this time. If it were anyone else following you, they would probably have lost their lives. Alright, let me help you carry this heavy thing. You look like you've been scared out of your wits. It's fine, as long as you weren't seriously injured. Sister Seni saved you, didn't she? Su Chen's expression was strange. He realized that despite his current gruesome appearance, the other party still believed he had survived thanks to Xiao Seni. However, they were right to think that way. Without Xiao Seni, he indeed wouldn't have made it out alive. What kind of head is this? It looks like some large beast? The man looked at the tiger's head in his hand, which was unrecognizable after being hacked at, with curiosity. This wasn't surprising. Su Chen had struck the creature's head over 20 times to kill it. White-headed tiger. White-headed tiger. The man shivered upon hearing. It was a white-headed tiger. The white-headed tiger is a second-tier beast, notoriously fierce. Those who encounter it either die or, like Su Chen, manage to slay it. However, after his initial tension, he burst into loud laughter. Sister Seni, you really are something. You managed to deal with such a terrifying creature. Becoming a martial artist is just around the corner. He complained that his words weren't enough and kept patting Su Chen on the shoulder. Young man, you should learn from Sister Seni. That way, one day you too can become a martial artist. Xiao Seni watched Su Chen, who remained silent, with an amused expression. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Is there a place to take a shower in the service area? I want to wash up, I feel terrible. Yes, of course. The man nodded, looking at Su Chen with a smirk. But the water here is limited. We can't give every martial artist a shower. There are a few iron barrels over there and a well you can just rinse off. It was clear that while he answered Su Chen's questions, he looked down on him. In his eyes, the one worth flattering wasn't this young kid, but Xiao Seni. All right. Su Chen nodded and then ran over. By the way, there's a fee. I'll just take it from the reward Sister Seni allocates to you later. Su Chen paused, hesitating for a moment without speaking. How much could a shower cost? The man watched him go to wash up, crossing his arms and wearing a sly smile from a distance. After his smirk, he turned to Xiao Seni with a face full of eagerness. Sister Seni, that white-headed tiger's head is quite valuable.
You might as well sell it to my little brother. I'm willing to pay 20% above market price. Xiao Xini smiled at him, shaking her head. Not possible? Then add another 20%, 40%. However, Xiao Xini still shook her head, her smile intriguing. The man's expression stiffened. Sister Xini, this is already the highest market price. You should know the situation. This white-striped tiger wasn't killed by me, it was him. I can't make the decision. Xiao Xini lifted her chin, indicating he should look towards Su Chen not far away. Him? The man laughed heartily. Sister Xini, don't joke with me, this is a second-tier beast. I bet it would take quite a bit of effort for you to kill it. I understand, Sister Xini must have expended a lot of energy this time. Adding, another 10% is no problem at all. Seeing him so oblivious, Xiao Xini could only say seriously, he really killed it. I'm not even a match for a second-tier beast. Seeing she didn't seem to be lying, the man's expression became rigid. Really? Really? But this white-striped tiger is a second-tier beast. Of course, only a martial master can deal with a second-tier beast. I'm just a 9-star warrior, I can't handle it. Xiao Xini's words gradually shocked the man. He instinctively looked at Su Chen, who was fetching water, his lips trembling. Really? Really? The man shivered and hurried over. Xiao Xini just watched quietly, smiling. Watching the man's pale face and Su Chen's fawning smile, he was flailing his arms and legs. Su Chen looked confused, not understanding what was being said. Ha ha! Xiao Xini covered her stomach, laughing out loud, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. You're killing me with laughter. Su Chen was taken into the shower room by that man and came out after about 10 minutes. Su, my little brother, next time you come, just let me know, and I'll make sure everything is taken care of. Just wait, I'm going to drive now. I'll personally take you and Sister Xini. 3 hours later, Su Chen returned to the Martial Artist Association, following the normal procedure to report on the recent beast hunt. After all, only with enough information on the beasts could they avoid casualties among the martial artists, so this was a routine every time a martial artist returned. However, just as he and Xiao Xini reached the second floor and had not yet arrived at the reporting office, they heard a roar from inside. Zhang Wei, I let you manage the Martial Artist Association. And this is how you manage it. Ha! Let 2 associations seedlings compete for training slots, using theories to enhance vitality to do charity work. Is there something wrong with your head, or do you think you're the president? Bang! The sound of a table being slammed echoed. I don't care how you handle it, you must take responsibility for the losses the Martial Artist Association has incurred during this time and resolve it. And that Su Chen, he still doesn't realize how many resources he's used from the Martial Artist Association, right? When he comes back, you immediately find him to resolve the issue. If you can't solve it, you can retire from your management position. The shouting echoed around. Other passing martial artists looked at Su Chen and the others with strange expressions, their faces revealing much. Some even looked at him with disdain. The quality of the Martial Artist Association determined the interests of the martial artists here. If the interests of the Martial Artist Association were harmed, it meant their interests would also be affected to some extent. So, facing the culprit Su Chen, they would not have a good attitude. Creak! The door was pushed open, attracting everyone's attention. Zhang Wei came out with an ugly expression, and upon seeing Su Chen and Xiao Xini, his already unpleasant face turned even more awkward. Su Chen, what are you doing here? Su Chen was just about to speak when a roar came from behind the door again. Didn't I tell you to handle the situation? What are you still doing here idling around? A middle-aged man with a scruffy face stepped out, his expression dark and displeased. He looked at Su Chen and Zhang Wei, momentarily stunned, then his gaze turned grim. You must be Su Chen, right? You're just in time, I've been looking for you. Zhang Wei's expression changed. President, let me talk to Su Chen about this matter. Didn't you ask me to find him in the first place? The president shot him a glare. Since you can see him now, let me handle it. Su Chen, do you know how much trouble you've caused the guild since you joined? Trouble? Su Chen had a rough idea of what was going on, but he was still somewhat confused when it was brought up directly. Seeing his bewildered expression, the president sneered. Good. Very good. It seems that Zhang is quite efficient. Nothing has troubled you. Come into my office. The president turned and walked into the office, leaving Su Chen looking at Zhang Wei in confusion. Zhang Wei's face was filled with helplessness as he explained, I can't clarify everything in just a few words. You should go in and communicate with the president. In short, you've actually caused quite a bit of trouble for the guild during this period, and the guild has suffered significant losses. What trouble had he caused? Was it because of Tianhua Entertainment? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more certain he became that Tianhua Entertainment had started to pressure the guild, and the guild had borne a lot of losses for him. He walked into the office, and as soon as he sat down, the president threw a notebook at him. Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Tian, the president of this guild, and also your direct superior. Everything in this guild belongs to me, including the chair you are sitting on. As he spoke, he pointed seriously at the notebook in Su Chen's hand. This contains all the losses and expenses related to you since you joined the guild. Not to mention the money listed, there are also some immeasurable human resources and favors. The guild has invested so much in you, and all of this is Zhang Wei's negligence. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then I can only hold Zhang Wei accountable. Luo Yiqian's aura was strong, so strong that Su Chen felt a bit of difficulty in breathing. This was not an ordinary aura, but rather the fear of a lower realm facing a higher realm. This president was very powerful. Had he surpassed the martial artist level? Su Chen was shocked. It was the first time he had seen someone above the martial artist level in person. Previously, he had only seen some high-level beings in short videos and TV commercials, but he never expected to feel such a strong sense of oppression in reality. He opened the first page, and it was clearly written. Training camp increased the number of participants. Total cost 100,000 yuan. Wasn't this the normal quota for the guild? Su Chen was somewhat bewildered, and after carefully looking at the details on the following pages, he fell silent. This expense was applied for by Yufeng, with the approval of manager Zhang Wei. This matter was actually something Zhang Wei had agreed to from the beginning, rather than being the guild's original quota. Su Chen's mind was a bit muddled. Looking at the second item, his head buzzed even more. Accidental casualties of martial artists. Compensation 1 million, 3 registered. Assessment: martial artists died unexpectedly. The cause is suspected to be related to Su Chen of the Martial Artist Guild. The city center intervened multiple times, and manager Zhang Wei of the Martial Artist Guild acted as a guarantor, temporarily shelved. Wasn't the incident of the beast's accidental death resolved last time? It was already investigated clearly. They were killed by the beast. He looked up in confusion, only to meet Luo Yiqian's cold gaze. Do you think it's just an accident? These three had already completed the assessment with the martial artist police in the city. Their levels are higher than yours, and they have a lot of experience. Something went wrong, and you were the only one who came back alive, and you even developed a theory on the detoxification of the eight-legged spider. Just because you say it has nothing to do with you, does it really mean it has nothing to do with you? He said, taking a deep breath and continuing. In the world of high martial arts, the higher the realm of a martial artist, the better the treatment they receive. But have you ever thought that the higher the realm, the more restrictions there are? Do you think that just because it's not the old era, you can act recklessly? In the past, there were laws and justice. Now martial artists also have their own rules and constraints. Luo Yiqian stood up and snatched the notebook from his hand, flipping through a few pages and placing it in front of him. You, someone without any degree, create a theory, and without any guarantees or attempts from anyone, someone directly spends 2 million to buy it. Do you think that's possible? Do you think as an ordinary high school student, you can just declare and become a candidate? No, all of this requires guarantees. Someone in some institutions must bear the subsequent risks. Once there's a problem, everything related will face the harshest penalties. Luo Yiqian's tone grew more serious, his face darkening, clearly already angry. Many of these matters will affect the interests of the guild, even its very survival. I don't know what kind of courage Zhang Wei had to dare to independently guarantee so many things for you, but now that problems have arisen, it's the Martial Artist Guild that has to bear the consequences. Whenever there's an issue, no one can stand aside. The Martial Artist Guild, you and me, Zhang Wei, and those martial artists registered with the guild, none of them can escape. Su Chen had already realized the seriousness of the situation, his expression somewhat grim. Seeing his expression, Luo Yiqian's emotions stabilized a bit. He returned to his seat, his face sullen as he said, "This is not the time for you to say you were unaware and escape responsibility. Even if it's unfair, the matter has become a settled issue." Zhang Wei said he would take responsibility for what he did, but he alone cannot bear it. "I brought you here to tell you that there are some things you must take on. Even if you refuse, it won't matter, because I will use the guild's power to force you to comply. That's about all I wanted to say. Do you understand?" In the office, Su Chen remained silent for a long time. He understood Luo Yiqian's meaning. It was because of Zhang Wei's impulsiveness regarding him that the guild had to bear many enormous risks. These risks might not pose a problem for now, but once an issue arose, the entire guild would be implicated. Zhang Wei personally could not bear such consequences, so as the beneficiary, Su Chen had to step up and do something. If he refused to take responsibility, Luo Yiqian would definitely not let him off the hook. Of course, if he didn't want to take responsibility, Luo Yiqian would also use the Martial Artist Guild's power to force him to do so. "President, I understand. I want to know what I should do now." Su Chen was very calm, and he had thought it through clearly. Although Zhang Wei did not consult him before doing these things, he indeed benefited from them, which was undeniable. Moreover, he also understood that with Luo Yiqian's attitude, he couldn't run away. Luo Yiqian seemed not to have expected Su Chen to be so straightforward. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and his attitude softened considerably. "Actually, I know a part of the dangerous things Zhang Wei guaranteed for you. I can see your potential, and it's not a problem for the guild to cultivate you. However, the risks the guild has to bear right now are too great, and as the president, I must clarify this with you in advance. Currently, you don't need to bear any special risks, but you must help the guild avoid these risks." He pulled out a device from the desk and placed it on the table. 2 things. The first thing is that for the time being, you will have to stay in the beast-infested forest on the outskirts of the city. Only after you leave for training and return can you resume your normal life in the city. Right now, the legal department at Tianhua Entertainment is putting a lot of pressure on us and has already started creating public opinion. What does that have to do with me going to the beast-infested forest to kill beasts? Su Chen was somewhat confused. Of course it matters. Warriors killing beasts contribute to the city. You are now a candidate and you must use this method to dispel public opinion. This device I'm giving you is meant for you to record your life in the beast-infested forest. But will this really work? Su Chen questioned. Of course it won't succeed, but at least it shows the city that you're making an effort. You don't need to worry about that. So you need to lead by example, recording the process of enhancing your vitality and continuously refining your insights and theories. He said this while nervously staring at Su Chen. Although Su Chen appeared cooperative, this matter was not trivial. Not to mention the value of this vitality theory, it was the fundamental theory that Su Chen had developed up to this point. To transparently present such an important theory to them, or even to the public, was something Su Chen was unlikely to accept. Sure enough, Su Chen fell silent. He was indeed worried, but it wasn't about the exposure of this vitality. Rather, he was concerned that his rapid growth would raise doubts and bring more trouble. After all, the theory of enhancing vitality was progressing too slowly for him to truly apply. Recording it was merely a formality. But would anyone believe such a record? In fact, you don't have to record everything, just focus on some key parts or select what to record. You young people must have made short videos before, you know what I mean, like those edited clips. Seeing him silent, Luo Yitian quickly spoke up. I can record, but I have one condition, Su Chen said seriously. What condition? That is, I won't make any backups of this recording. It will only be shown to people I permit. If you don't agree, I absolutely won't record it, and if you change your mind, I can destroy it immediately. Su Chen was firm. He didn't want his achievements to be easily exploited by others. Luo Yitian hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I agree. But there's one last thing, you must secure a spot for direct admission. Although you're not a celebrity now, too many eyes are on you. Your current situation is like walking on a tightrope. If you can't make it across, all that awaits you is a bottomless abyss. I understand that, Su Chen nodded, his expression serious. He certainly knew that risk and reward were proportional. Now that he was being treated as a candidate for a key figure, there were plenty of people hoping he would fail. At this moment, even the smallest issue could potentially escalate for him. Although he wasn't as well known as Lin Wanqing, the weight of the interests he carried was not something a mere celebrity could compare to. That's all for now, you can go do your own thing. With less than 10 days until training, you need to stay on the city's border during this time. At least kill 3 to 5 beasts every day, join the team, and accumulate more contributions. This will be very useful for your future candidacy as a key figure. Su Chen nodded and walked out of the office. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Zhang Wei anxiously approaching him. How did it go? Do you already know? Su Chen nodded. President Luo told me that we are all in the same boat now. He sighed. After all, he had just come of age and felt some pressure. However, he was still confident that he could solve these problems. Compared to the years when he couldn't improve his vitality, these issues were tangible and manageable. Zhang Wei's expression was somewhat awkward, but it also carried a hint of seriousness. If you have any difficulties, just tell me, I can definitely help. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Wei was a genuine person. As long as he was happy, he would agree to anything. Actually, there is one thing that I need Manager Zhang's help with. You should know about my father's situation. I need to go to the border to avoid the storm, and it will take a long time before I can return. When the time comes, if anything happens to my father, I'll leave it to you. No problem, just have him contact your assistant later. She's more familiar with your father. Su Chen nodded. He felt a bit uneasy. After all, his father Suzhou had just shown signs of recovery, and now he had to leave. In his heart, while martial artists were important, family reunification was even more crucial. Then I'll leave these matters to you, Manager Zhang. I need to tidy up a bit. I'm heading to the city border. At the Martial Artist Guild, Su Chen moved back and forth between several rooms, finally picking up the lightweight sword and boarding the dedicated van again, disappearing into the city. City border, a safer spot. It works, it really works. As expected of your guild's method, even someone in my condition can practice normally, albeit slowly, but it is indeed effective. Suzhou chatted excitedly with Su Chen over the video call. You mustn't tell anyone about this, it's an internal method of the Martial Artist Guild and cannot be disclosed. Su Chen's expression was serious. Although the theory of enhancing vitality had average results, it was already enough of a sensation. Until his matters were fully resolved, it couldn't spread. Don't worry. Once you get into Longdu University, I'll go with you, and I'll quit my job here. Su Chen hung up the phone, his gaze resolute. He took out professional recording equipment from his pocket, turned it on, and walked towards the beast-infested forest. Su Wusher, are you going in? Do you want me to call Sister Sunny for you? Lu San rushed over.
with a smile when he saw Su Chen about to leave. Lu San was the man they had encountered last time they returned, responsible for receiving them here, and he also collected precious treasures like exotic beasts.
No need. I can go in by myself. Su Chen waved his hand and entered the beast-infested forest.
This time he wanted to record. He didn't want everyone to know about the recording. Most importantly, he had been here for 3 days, and during these 3 days, Xiao Sini had accompanied him in hunting, acting as his mentor. Now that he had fully adapted to the rhythm of battling exotic beasts, and with Xiao Sini still injured, it was better for him to act alone.
Entering the forest, the first exotic beast he encountered was just a first-tier green python. Su Chen skillfully killed it in just 3 moves. The recorder captured everything, and Su Chen skinned the python, placing the hide into his backpack. Each time martial artists went out, the space they could collect was limited, so the items they brought back were also limited. He was familiar with the habits of exotic beasts and could accurately locate individual ones, which brought Lu San considerable benefits, earning him great respect. Of course, all of this was based on their respective levels. Recording everything around him, Su Chen walked out for over 10 miles, and only around 2 in the afternoon did he start heading back. 10 first-tier, 2 second-tier exotic beasts. Su Chen calculated the exotic beasts he had killed, his brows tightly furrowed. Not enough. Still not enough. Xiao Sini had once said that the geniuses of Longdu had to hunt a certain number of exotic beasts every day. Su Chen didn't know how long they hunted specifically, but it was clearly an unimaginable figure. If he wanted to secure a recommendation spot, he had to perform excellently. So he had to shorten the distance between himself and those people, killing a large number of exotic beasts to increase his combat experience. Moreover, facing a variety of exotic beasts, he could uncover more theories about vital energy. Su Chen took out the notebook he carried with him, recording his insights from each battle. Emotions can influence vital energy to a certain extent during combat. Under normal conditions, a martial artist's fluctuations are reflected in a range of 1 to 10 points of vital energy. He noted this down,
and at that moment, a system prompt floated by. You are precisely refining the theory of vital energy, increasing it by 5 points. You have read the theory of vital energy once, increasing it by 0.01 points. Just like that, Su Chen began to return to the safe station. Day after day, he started his training, and it wasn't until 2 days before leaving for Longdu that he stopped entering the exotic beast forest and began preparing to leave. His vital energy had
reached 4,000 points.
He had achieved the rank of a 2-star martial artist. The main sources of his vital energy were still the
creation of some theories, along with the feedback from his studies with Zheng Xing and Su Zhou.
It was slow, but it could steadily
improve.
Moreover, in recent days, Zhang Wei had been discussing the sale of the 8-legged spider toxin theory with him. According to Zhang Wei and the guild, they would start selling physical books in the city when he flew to Longdu. This way, if the distributed theories were learned, he estimated that his realm would improve again during the testing phase.
Securing a guaranteed admission spot would be a significant boost.
Su martial artist, are you ready? Lu San's voice came from outside the break room, and Su Chen responded with an acknowledgement, preparing to get up.
Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Su Chen froze for a moment, a bit dazed.
The caller was his mom. That's right, this was the phone call from his mother, who had divorced his father
many years ago.
Since the divorce, his mother, Chu Hongxia, had not called him often. It wasn't that she had abandoned him as a son, she would check in occasionally, but generally, she only called when there was something important. Right after the divorce, he had tried to call her, but her line was always busy or turned off, and over time, their contact dwindled. It had been 2 or 3 months since the last time he called. He quickly answered the phone. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Mom, I'm outside. Although Su Chen had a lot to say in his heart, he didn't know how to express it at that moment. Sometimes, when there are too many things to say, it becomes hard to say anything at all. Your dad called me. Chu Hongxia's voice sounded a bit weary, and when she mentioned his father, Su Zhou, her tone was filled with helplessness.
He said a lot of nonsense and even mentioned coming to Longdu to find me. Do you know about this?
I don't know, but what my dad said might not be nonsense.
Mom, you should remarry. I miss your sister.
Su Chen finally spoke the words he had been holding back, his voice a bit hoarse. His sister, Su Qing, had always been his little shadow, wanting to give him, her brother, everything good. He still remembered the day of the divorce, when his sister cried loudly, holding on to him, saying she didn't want mom and dad, just her brother.
But who could persuade the parties involved?
In the end, they chose to divorce, and after arriving in Longdu, his sister focused on her studies, and with the constant inability to get in touch, their communication gradually decreased.
Even now, Su Chen didn't understand. Clearly, blood is thicker than water. Why did the family end up like strangers? Your sister is participating in a guaranteed admission program. Her school has activities and she doesn't have time right now. Guaranteed admission?
Is it the national training camp for martial artists? I want to participate too, Su Chen said, feeling a surge of joy.
You want to participate?
Chu Hongxia's voice was surprised, but she immediately sighed.
Xiao Tian, I know the pressure of your studies is great, don't push yourself too hard. And tell me the truth, is your dad's condition getting worse again? I feel like he's very emotional, not very stable. Clearly, Chu Hongxia did not believe him. Dad is fine, his condition has improved. I have also become a martial artist and am preparing to attend the training camp. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and after a few seconds, Su Chen heard a hint of choking in Chu Hongxia's voice. Let's talk about this later. I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to your dad's account tomorrow. Remember to tell him, if you're too tired from studying lately, just take a few days off. I can call your homeroom teacher. Chu Hongxia clearly misunderstood something, and Su Chen felt a bit anxious. Mom, Dad is really better. I became a martial artist and found a way to treat him at the martial artist guild. I understand. Just remember to take care of yourself and your dad. Chu Hongxia's voice was filled with worry. Seeing that he couldn't explain clearly, Su Chen calmed down instead. After all, it was normal not to believe that everything had been resolved after his dad's condition had not improved for so long. Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of Dad. You take care of yourself and little sister too. I'll hang up now. He wasn't in a hurry, he was going to Longdu anyway, and it would be clearer to talk in person. Then, after calming down, he got into Lu San's car and returned to the martial artist guild. Upon arriving at the guild, Zhang Wei immediately took him to the office. Regarding your theory on the eight-legged spider toxin, we are currently thinking of selling it internally within the guild, only available for enrolled martial artists to purchase, priced at 50,000. As for the copyright, we previously agreed to split the profits 50-50 according to the contract. How does that sound? Su Chen nodded without any hesitation. No problem at all. I also think we shouldn't sell it to the outside world for now, it still needs some testing. Although he was eager to enhance his vitality, he didn't want to harm others. After all, that was his first created theory, and it was bound to have some immature aspects. Zhang Wei shook his head. No, it's already quite mature, and even if it isn't fully mature, it still has effects, and that's enough. The main concern is that Tianhua Entertainment is keeping a close watch. We are afraid they might make a move. They are currently eyeing you and the Martial Artist Guild. Su Chen nodded, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked about the theory of enhancing vitality. This was attractive to everyone. If released, he would gain countless vitality points. Zhang Wei replied seriously, even though your tests are already showing effective results and can be used normally, it still needs some time to perfect the testing. The most important thing is that Tianhua Entertainment is worried about not having any leverage on you if it goes public. Now, they will definitely try to manipulate it. The president means that you should go to Longdu first before making the vitality theory public. If you can achieve good results, combined with this vitality theory, the chances of becoming a gold standard figure are very high. Su Chen understood his meaning. If that's the case, I should gain quite a bit of popularity domestically, right? Yes. By that time, not to mention Tianhua Entertainment, even the largest private institutions wouldn't dare to have any opinions about you. Su Chen nodded. Then let's focus on this training camp in Longdu for now. Do I need to prepare anything? Zhang Wei handed him a small notebook filled with photos and information. These are the profiles of the participants in this training camp. The first few on the first page are top-tier individuals. The forces behind each of them are not to be underestimated. Don't provoke them, we are just the side dishes, they are the main course. Su Chen curiously looked through it, and the leader was a guy named Shifeng. Shifeng, 19 years old, currently studying at Longdu No. 11 High School, became a martial artist at 15, advanced to a martial master at 17, and is currently with the Longdu 3rd Martial Artist Guild. A genius. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. This is just the beginning. As he flipped through the materials, more and more stunning young men and women appeared before his eyes. Compared to them, his level was barely mid-tier. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a girl. She bore a slight resemblance to him, looking pure and adorable, with 2 ponytails and a bright, sunny smile. This person. Zhang Wei instinctively glanced over and waved with a smile. You don't need to worry about this girl. Although she's also on the first page, you definitely won't cross paths with her, and you won't have any interaction with her. Why? I heard she suffered a very serious injury before the training camp and was in the hospital for several months. She's just going to watch the excitement this time, but her family has considerable influence. It seems that even if she doesn't participate in the training, she can still secure a spot. Su Chen was shocked and bewildered, because this girl was none other than his younger sister, Su Qing. The information also stated Su Qing, 16 years old, a 7-star warrior from a year ago. She attended Longdu No. 1 High School and currently had no affiliated warrior guild. His sister could actually be directly recommended? Was it because of the school? Su Chen's mind went blank, but what concerned him more was that he had no idea about such a significant event in his sister's life. Why hadn't their mother told them? He instinctively reached for his phone, but hesitated just as he was about to dial. His mother must have had a reason for not telling them, something that couldn't be said. Even if he asked now, he might not get an answer. After some consideration, he turned off his phone. Anyway, his sister was going to the training camp this time, and he would definitely see her. With so many things to ask, it was better to do it face to face. When do we leave? He was very worried about his sister's condition. Lying in a hospital bed for several months must have been serious. I told you to come back early, so of course, we leave early. You can rest for a day before the training starts. The plane tickets are already prepared, and a special car will take you there shortly. Oh, there's another person going with you to the training camp. Yufeng mentioned it to you before, right? Su Chen nodded. Yufeng had indeed mentioned that there was another person at the beginning. Su Chen had never seen this person. He had only heard Xiao Xini mention him a couple of times. His level was lower than Su Chen's, but he was decent in other aspects and was said to be a 6-star warrior now. Soon, he met the man who would be going to the training camp with him in the special car. He was about the same age and height as Su Chen, but his personality was completely opposite. Dressed in all-black hip-hop attire, wearing a baseball cap and earrings, he sat in the back seat. Upon seeing Su Chen, his face clearly showed displeasure, and his gaze was unfriendly. Not only that, Su Chen noticed he was tightly gripping a metal baseball bat, exuding hostility. As soon as he got in the car, the other party looked at him provocatively. But how could a martial artist fear a warrior? Without hesitation, he met the other's gaze, revealing a cold demeanor. Perhaps sensing the pressure from Su Chen, the other party voluntarily averted his eyes. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to engage with him, leaning back in his seat and starting to silently contemplate the theory of vital energy. Although reciting it wasn't the main source for enhancing his vital energy now, even a mosquito is still meat. Thus, he gradually immersed himself in his own world. The young man beside him didn't disturb him along the way, just constantly fiddling with his phone. After realizing Su Chen was a bit tired, he opened his eyes and recalled the information about this young man. His name was Shang Cheng. He had heard that he dropped out of school to become a warrior and was a talent discovered by the Warrior Guild. But because he had dropped out, his temperament was quite poor. Zhang Wei had reminded himself before getting on the car not to get into a conflict with such a person. However, since the guild only had one recommendation spot, how could there not be a conflict? Although the other party appeared to be looking at his phone, he occasionally shifted his body, trying to encroach on Su Chen's space, seemingly provoking him. After being provoked a few times, Su Chen was about to lose his temper when he was drawn in by the content on the other person's phone. It was a group photo of several students, featuring a few girls dressed lightly due to the hot weather. This person kept zooming in on the image, finally stopping on a girl's snow-white thigh, then zooming in again on her subtly visible neck. Su Chen's gaze gradually turned cold, because that girl was none other than his sister, Su Cheng. Su Chen didn't know where Shang had gotten the photo, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that he saw a malicious glint in this guy's eyes. He didn't get angry, instead, he calmly sat in his seat. This was the calm before the storm, and the flames of anger were gradually igniting in his heart. Shang Cheng also sensed the change in Su Chen's aura, his expression growing serious. Before coming here, he had always thought Su Chen was just slightly stronger than him, nowhere near as exaggerated as what was said in the guild. After all, a martial artist of similar age to him? Wasn't that a joke? But now Su Chen was sitting right next to him, and the pressure he exuded was extraordinary. Even if he wasn't a martial artist, he was definitely at a higher level than Shang Cheng. He tightened his grip on the baseball bat, his eyes flickering with hesitation and ferocity. Without Su Chen, he could just achieve a decent score and secure a guaranteed spot. If this guy doesn't participate in the training camp, it would save a lot of trouble. He instinctively glanced at Su Chen, just in time to catch the coldness in his eyes. That oppressive gaze made him instinctively look away, but he immediately glared back in anger and embarrassment. "What are you staring at me for?" Su Chen remained silent, sending chills down his spine. "Sick," he cursed, casually spitting his gum out the window, ignoring Su Chen from then on. Su Chen immediately took action. He knew that acting now wasn't a rational choice. Once they reached the training camp, he would have plenty of time to deal with this guy. The journey to the airport went smoothly, without any delays. Zhang Wei had many matters to attend to, so he couldn't accompany them, leaving a Wu in charge. The two of them sat in the back, with Shang Cheng in front. They initially thought they would take off normally, but suddenly, a light rain began to fall, causing a brief delay for the flight. He sat in his seat, preparing to close his eyes and rest, when he heard Shang Cheng's voice from the front. "I don't care what school he's from, what's wrong with me? I'll just get them all to the hotel later. What love is there? Now, as long as I'm happy and she's happy, that's enough. Can she kill me?" The voice on the other end was also male, sounding rather rogue. Su Chen immediately recalled the scene of Shang Cheng looking at Su Cheng's photo, and his gaze grew colder. The guild really takes in all sorts of people. He snorted coldly, not bothering to lower his voice. Upon hearing his words, Shang Cheng immediately turned his head. "What do you mean? Su Chen, don't think just because you've had a bit of luck that you can act all high and mighty. Here, even if you're a martial artist, I can still knock you out with one swing." He wasn't wrong, martial artists were still human, and a heavy blow could indeed kill them, but the gap between martial artists and fighters wasn't just here. Su Chen slapped him hard, and Shang-Ching showed a look of shock, instinctively trying to block. But how could a fighter withstand the strength of a martial artist? In the end, Shang-Ching couldn't block Su Chen's slap, which landed heavily on his cheek. Slap! The crisp sound echoed through the airport, and Shang-Ching was directly knocked to the ground, sprawled on the floor of the aisle. The passengers present were stunned, looking at the two of them in confusion. How dare you hit me? Shang-Ching was furious and charged at him, but it seemed that the slap from earlier had knocked the wind out of him, and he couldn't get back up. Security personnel at the airport rushed over to inquire about the situation. Wu explained for quite a while before the security staff finally left. Su Chen, you wait for me. We're not done with today's incident. Shang-Ching glared at Su Chen, wishing he could devour him whole. Su Chen's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Yes, it was indeed murderous intent. You should be grateful that this era has laws to restrain martial artists, otherwise, I would make sure you could never speak again. Feeling Su Chen's killing intent, Shang-Ching's momentum weakened. He hadn't expected Su Chen, who looked so refined, to be even more ruthless than him when it came to action. You've got guts. Realizing he was no match for Su Chen, he chose to endure. Wu kept trying to mediate, but there was a hint of awe in his gaze towards Su Chen. That earlier killing aura was no joke. He felt like he could hardly breathe. Indeed, once a martial artist had killed enough beasts, their aura was completely different. The two of them didn't clash again during the rest of the journey. After the plane landed smoothly, Wu arranged hotel rooms for both of them, reminding them to rest well for the training camp the next day. Su Chen initially wanted to rest, but when he learned that Shang-Ching had run out as soon as they arrived at the hotel, he felt a bit uneasy. In the comfortable room, he looked out at the bustling steel city outside the window and took out his phone to call his mother, Chu Hongxia, but the line was dead. He didn't have his sister's contact information. Previously, she didn't have a phone, and later, his mother said Su Qing was doing well at school and was focused on improving during a crucial time, so she hadn't given him her contact details. His sister would occasionally appear during their calls, and the matter had been left unresolved, but now it posed a risk. After trying to call again with no answer, he had no choice but to give up. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flashing by on the commercial street below. That was Su Qing. Su Chen's eyes widened as he stared intently, confirming he wasn't mistaken. He was on the 7th floor of the hotel, and by the time he ran downstairs to look, the person was already gone. He hesitated for a moment and called Wu. I just saw some of the training camp participants near the hotel. Isn't it close to the training site? Wu replied, it's a bit of a distance from the training site, but this is the closest high-end hotel in the area. So many participants should be staying here. That's also why we're staying here. We hope to connect with other martial artists participating in the training camp in advance. After Wu finished speaking, he realized something. What's wrong? Did something happen? Can you help me check which martial artists Shang-Ching is in contact with, and also someone named Su Chung who is participating in the training camp? No problem. Shang-Ching is a martial artist from our Linhai Martial Arts Association, so we should keep an eye on him. As for the other martial artist, Su Qing, I'll go ask about it right now. Su Chen hung up the phone and continued searching through the crowd. He had no intention of going back to the hotel to wait. He directly told Wu that Shang-Ching was after Su Qing, and this guy was uncontrollable, who knew what he might do. The hotel was located in the most bustling area, with busy commercial streets and throngs of pedestrians. Not only did he fail to find anyone, but he also couldn't even find his way back to the hotel, forced to rely on navigation. Just then, someone slapped his phone out of his hand. Crack! The phone fell to the ground and was then stomped to pieces. In front of Su Chen stood a yellow-haired youth, exuding an oppressive aura, likely a martial master. Are you sick? Su Chen was about to question him when he saw Shang-Ching behind the yellow-haired boy, wearing a mocking expression. Shang-Ching stared at him, a mocking smile on his face. Brother Huang, it was this kid who slapped me. So go ahead and let loose. If anything happens, I, Shang-Ching, will take the blame. As he spoke, his voice paused, revealing a look of confidence as he felt he had Su Chen under control. He smugly said, Su Chen, Brother Huang is also a martial artist, a 2-star martial artist. He can easily handle you. Brother Huang was equally pleased. Kid, it's not easy for someone from a poor rural background like you to reach the level of a martial artist. I was going to give you a good beating, but if you can come up with 50,000, I'll let you off the hook today. Shang-Ching was taken aback. Brother Huang, we agreed. Shut up. He shot a fierce glare at Shang-Ching, who turned pale under the reprimand. He shifted his gaze back to Su Chen, his smile growing even wider. So, what do you think? I heard this kid say that you've made quite a bit of money in your martial artist association. 50,000 shouldn't be too much for you, right? Su Chen had been silent until now, but suddenly he countered. You guys didn't just come to find me, did you? There are quite a few girls in this training session, didn't you look for them? Brother Huang was taken aback, a knowing smirk immediately appearing on his lips. Didn't expect you to know so much. I did indeed. Find a few sisters to have some fun with, all of them quite attractive. So, how about this? If you can come up with 100,000, not only will I let go of the matter of you
hurting my little brother, but I'll also take you along for some fun, how about that? There are plenty of beauties in this training session, each one easy to fool, as long as. His words were abruptly cut off as Su-chen had already made his move. Seeing Su-chen charge at him, his face was filled with disdain and contempt. Looking for death. Martial artists from small cities don't know their place. Today, I'll show you the gap between us. He clenched his fists, and a series of tiger roars seemed to emanate from his body. This was his proudest martial art, already cultivated to perfection, and it was of the earth level, extremely fierce. A mere martial artist from a small city like Su-chen could never be his opponent. But Su-chen's movements were slow and strange. The power of his martial art seemed to dissipate like hitting cotton, and then he felt himself spinning. Boom! He was heavily slammed to the ground by Su-chen, his eyes rolling back. He lost consciousness, but Su-chen did not hold back. Instead, he tightened his fist and slowly raised it, gathering strength. Under Shang-Qing's terrified gaze, he brought it down hard towards Brother Huang's face. Put! Blood splattered onto Su-chen's face, adding a touch of ferocity to his indifferent expression. Su-chen let go of the completely unconscious Brother Huang and looked up at the terrified Shang-Qing. What do you want? Brother Huang is from the 4th high school in Kyoto. You've hurt him so badly, the people from Kyoto will definitely not let you off. Shang-Qing looked at Su-chen, who was gradually approaching, in a panic. He never dreamed that Su-chen, who came from the same small city as him, could actually take down Brother Huang in an instant. It should be noted that Brother Huang was also a standout at Longdu 4th high school, with no rivals of the same level, and now he had been taken out by Su-chen. Su-chen responded to him with a brutal beating. He showed no mercy, leaving Shang-Qing bruised and battered, and directly dragged him back to the hotel. Bang! Su-chen threw him to the ground and pulled out the light spirit sword from the room. The gleaming light spirit sword combined with Su-chen's murderous expression terrified Shang-Qing to the point of losing control. Brother Tian-gu, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't provoke you again. You have a big heart, don't stoop to my level. Shang-Qing was genuinely scared. He never expected that Su-chen, who appeared cultured and refined, could be so brutal in his actions. Let's not mention how he just threw Huang-gu onto the street, knocking out one of his front teeth. Now, entering the room, he drew his sword, looking as if he had nothing to lose. Take out your phone. Ha! Shang-Qing looked bewildered. I said take out your phone. With Su-chen's roar, Shang-Qing shivered and tremblingly pulled out his phone. Unlock it. Su-chen snatched the powered-on phone and began searching for information, finally finding that familiar photo. This was from his chat history with Huang Yuchuan, the Huang Mao he had just knocked out. He hadn't held back much. Huang's nose was probably already broken. Their chat history was filled with vulgarities, but it was clear it was just empty bravado. What do you two want to do to Su-Qing? Su-chen directly asked, having found nothing on the phone. Su-Qing? She's so young, still not fully developed. What can we do? We just like to talk big. Shang-Qing realized something halfway through and with a mournful face said, Tian-gu, I didn't know she was your woman. If I had known she was your woman, you wouldn't dare act like this even if you had 2 guts. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Su-chen had already seen through Shang-Qing's bully the weak, fear the strong nature. He snorted coldly and returned the phone to him. Get lost. Just then, the door swung open, and a Wu walked in. Su-chen, I've already looked into what you asked. That kid Shang-Qing should be with Huang Yuchuan from Longdu No. 4 High School. Those two. He realized halfway through that Shang-Qing was also in the room. A Wu froze for a moment, seeing Shang-Qing's bruised face. His expression strange. Who beat you up like this? Shang-Qing didn't dare speak, only managing a bitter smile as he timidly looked at Su-chen. I already know what you said, Shang-Qing just told me everything. What about the other person I asked you to check on? Any news? Su-chen looked at him with some anticipation. It had been a while since he last saw his little sister, and every time they met was through their mother's phone. Just thinking about seeing her made him a bit excited. I asked. The team leader from their school said. She doesn't stay at this hotel, but she should participate in tomorrow's competition as usual. I heard her injuries aren't as serious as rumored. Why do you care so much about this girl? Do you have feelings for her? Wu didn't think much of it. After all, there were too many people with the same surname in this world, and Su-chen had never mentioned having a sister. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, I wouldn't have beaten me up and knocked Huang-gu out. Shang-Qing's mouth twitched, now looking at the light sword Su-chen held with fear. Huang-gu? You mean Huang Yuchuan? Who knew? Wu's eyes widened in shock. He looked nervously at Su-chen. Su-chen, when I went upstairs just now, I heard those training students say that Huang Yuchuan from No. 4 High School was beaten into the hospital. This has nothing to do with you, right? I did it. Su-chen didn't hide it, nodding directly. How much is the medical bill? I'll pay for it. Wu's face changed dramatically. You really did it? Not only did he break his nose, but he also broke a rib. He won't be able to participate in this gathering. The people from No. 4 High School are furious and are currently reviewing the surveillance to find the culprit. You've caused trouble. Su-chen frowned. I caused trouble? He provoked me first.
Even if I really get caught, I have no responsibility. Wu truly regretted bringing these two martial artists. As an ordinary person, he simply couldn't manage a martial artist like Su Chun. The problem is, this is Longdu, and we are from another city. Don't you understand that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake? Zhang, it's fine here, but the problem is I'm just an ordinary person and can't make decisions for you. It's okay, I can handle it myself. I just don't believe that Longdu won't be reasonable. Su Chen irritably gestured for him to be quiet. Normally, he remained calm in any situation, but when it came to his family, he simply couldn't keep his composure. If anyone dared to target his family, no matter how powerful the forces behind them were, he would decisively take action. Wu, seeing him like this, sighed helplessly. Forget it, what's done is done. I'll call Zhang and see what they say. Just as he was about to pick up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Open up. It was an irritable voice, with anger evident in its tone. Anyone could tell that the person was looking for trouble. Su Chen, I know you're in there. Open the door now, or I won't let you leave Longdu. Su Chen smiled. With his current abilities, he truly wasn't afraid of anyone among his peers. His close combat skills were comparable to the heavenly level 8 extremes yin-yang technique. He also mastered the perfect level of the earth-grade light sword dance. Moreover, he possessed the basic combat skills of Shaosini, enough to handle beast-level martial artists and easily deal with opponents of the same realm. You think you can keep me from leaving Longdu? I want to see if you have that capability. Su Chen said as he moved to open the door, but Wu stopped him. You can't open the door. Su Chen looked at the nervous Wu and said helplessly, even if I don't go out now, they'll be blocking the door. Am I not going to training tomorrow? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wu was left speechless, and after a moment's hesitation, he stepped aside. Su Chen walked directly to the front door and pulled it open. At the door stood a dark-skinned youth. He saw Su Chen and without saying a word, threw a punch. Su Chen frowned and met it with a punch of his own. Bang! There! Fists collided, and he took 2 steps back, shocked. He had attacked with the fierce power of the 8 extremes yin-yang technique, which even a 3-star martial artist might struggle to withstand, yet the other party had forced him back. Are you sick? The youth showed a hint of disdain, standing tall with a 4-star martial artist badge prominently displayed on his chest. You hit someone from my school, so you should be taught a lesson. 4-star martial artist. Su Chen knew he couldn't afford to be careless in close combat. He immediately grabbed his light sword. Just as the atmosphere between the two became tense, a woman's voice interrupted them. Stop. A woman in a professional uniform stepped out, her proud chest adorned with 9 martial artist insignia stars. Teacher Shui, the youth said, fear evident in his voice. Teacher Shui said nothing, her cold gaze sweeping over Su Chen before finally resting on the sword in his hand. What, you still want to cut someone? Shui Kai sneered from the side. Teacher, he's just bluffing. Why don't you come and try? Su Chen suddenly smiled. This smile seemed harmless, but it was a genuine mockery filled with disdain for Shui Kai. You're looking for death. Seeing the provocation, Shui Kai immediately moved to step forward but was stopped. Stop. Teacher Shui fixed her gaze on Su Chen, frowning slightly. She could sense that Su Chen wasn't joking. There was an extraordinary stubbornness about this youth. If it came to blows, he might really go for it. Attacking a martial artist maliciously before training has already seriously violated discipline. If you know what's good for you, pay for our students' medical expenses and leave Longdu. Otherwise, when I report this to the relevant organizations, it won't be such a simple matter. The martial artist guild behind you will be implicated. Teacher Shui spoke with full confidence. She firmly believed that Su Chen would obediently comply upon hearing this. After all, no martial artist would willingly accept punishment. However, sorry, we won't pay for the medical expenses and we won't leave either. Su Chen not only refused but also issued an eviction order. If you have nothing else, please leave and don't disturb my rest. Teacher Shui was taken aback by Su Chen's words. What did you say? Try saying that again? Just as Su Chen was about to continue speaking, rushed up from behind. Teacher Shui, please don't be angry. If there's something to discuss, just talk to me. I'm the team leader for the Tianhai City Martial Artists Association this time, you can tell me anything. You? She looked all up and down, her disdain evident. Is there no one else in Tianhai City? You let an ordinary person come to lead the team. Smiled and said, everyone's busy, and our president said that the team leader is here to arrange the itinerary, not to fight. What do you mean by that? Teacher Shui's face darkened at the implication. It means nothing, just that this incident has already happened, and as the team leaders, shouldn't we discuss how to resolve it? Upon hearing this, Teacher Shui sneered. Fine, since you say so, let's resolve it. Su Chen injured our student. How do you propose we resolve this? If you don't provide me with a satisfactory solution, then be prepared for me to report this to the relevant authorities. All looked at Su Chen helplessly upon hearing her words, constantly signaling him with his eyes. Did you really injure their student? Su Chen nodded. I did. Make a move, but they attacked first, and they also smashed my phone. You say it was smashed just like that? Shuaikai suddenly interjected, his face full of mockery. If it was really Huang Yuchuan who attacked, could you still be standing here? You'd be the one lying in the hospital. Su Chen replied calmly, I encountered him on the commercial street. Although it's a side street, there should be surveillance. Aren't you going to report this to the relevant agencies? I think this matter can indeed be resolved this way. I can go with you right now. The previously arrogant Shui Kai instinctively looked at Teacher Shui. However, Teacher Shui's face was now dark, her eyes fixed on Su Chen, the anger in them unmistakable. After a moment, she sneered. Very well. If I remember correctly, you are Su Chen from Tianhai City, right? I always thought you guys from Tianhai City were about to withdraw from the training camp, but I didn't expect you to surprise us this year. As Teacher Shui spoke, her eyes were locked onto Su Chen. The aura of a 9-star martial master made the air in the room feel thick, and the threat in her words was particularly evident. Just when she thought Su Chen would be intimidated, he met her gaze without fear. The boy's eyes held not a trace of fear, but a hint of provocation. Seeing that she couldn't overpower Su Chen with her aura, she withdrew it. Shui Kai, let's go. Oh, seeing them about to leave, breathed a sigh of relief. Just when everyone thought this matter was over, Su Chen suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, did I say you could leave? Su Chen's words made the room fall silent for a moment. Shang Cheng, who had been standing at the back, felt suffocated upon hearing Su Chen's defiant tone. Was this big brother not done yet? Ah thought the same, wishing he could directly bow to Su Chen. Teacher Shui stopped in her tracks, looking at him coldly, her gaze clearly turning more hostile. Who do you think you are to speak like that? She was thoroughly enraged, not expecting Su Chen to be so arrogant. Who I am is not important. You people from the 4th middle school broke my phone, so you have to compensate me. Huang Yuchuan was brought by you. You are the team leader, so is it a problem for me to find you? Or, I can go find Huang Yuchuan myself. Su Chen spoke slowly. He could see the obvious twitching on Teacher Shui's cheeks, clearly caused by anger. But it was also evident that she had to deal with what Su Chen said. After this encounter, she understood very well what kind of person Su Chen was. So she absolutely could not let her students come into contact with him easily. Fine. I'll compensate you first. Teacher Shui immediately scanned the code to give Wu the money, then left with a flick of her hand. Before leaving, Shui Kai arrogantly pointed at Su Chen and said fiercely, You wait, I will make you pay. Sooner or later. After the two left, Wu began to sigh. It's over. This time it's really over. This is the first time in years that we've offended a school. From Longdu. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What does it matter if we offend them? I'm quite curious, are all the schools in Longdu this foolish? The surveillance recorded everything clearly, they know it was their fault, yet they still dare to come looking for trouble? Wu gave a bitter smile. Logically, they shouldn't have a leg to stand on, but after all, you were the one who hospitalized someone, and there are a few people who are as reckless as you. It's like you forcibly took something from your deskmate. Would you think you were in the right? Su Chen was taken aback. I wouldn't do that. What if you did? Wouldn't your deskmate fear that you are a martial artist? Even if he knows that confronting you might not lead to a real fight, would he still do it? Su Chen fell silent. To put it bluntly, it's just that our martial artist guilds in these small cities don't have enough clout. This time you got away with it because your fists happened to be strong enough and they were a bit hurt, so they didn't nitpick with us. If it really came to a confrontation, neither you nor I would benefit. Su Chen frowned, about to speak, but was interrupted by Wu. Don't say anything yet. Su Chen, I feel like something's off with you lately. Have you been killing too many exotic beasts? Your temper is quite big. You never used to be like this. How about I take you for a checkup? Su Chen was stunned. He hadn't really thought about that, but he immediately shook his head. You don't understand, I'm not angry, it's just that they happened to hit my sore spot. Wu looked helpless, pointing at Shang-Ching, who had been silent beside them. Is he too? Su Chen nodded seriously. Yes. Wu covered his face. I'm not going to argue with you, but you need to be careful. That kid from earlier is a 4-star martial artist, and he has mastered 2 top-tier martial arts. He didn't even have time to use them when he clashed with you. If he were to encounter you alone, you would be in danger. Don't wander around these days. When Wu brought up this issue, Su Chen's brow furrowed as well. He had to admit this point because the other party had only used the simplest punch to force him back. It was worth noting that he had used the 8 extreme yin-yang technique, and being forced back like that was enough to prove the gap between them. It's mainly a difference in realm. Su Chen felt a bit of a headache, and after that he couldn't absorb what Wu was saying, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing Su Chen like this, Wu didn't say much more. He called Shang-Ching back to his room to rest, and amusingly, he was genuinely scared of Su Chen, hesitating for a long time before leaving. About 10 minutes later, Wu suggested taking Su Chen to buy a new phone, which brought Su Chen back to his senses. An hour later, Su Chen called Zhang Wei with his new phone. The first thing the other party said upon answering was a sigh. Don't tell me you've caused trouble again. Ah, just told me to settle things, and now you've got another issue? It's nothing. I just wanted to urge you to sell my 8-legged spider theory. If no one buys it, you can offer discounts or even give away a few copies to promote it. What's wrong? Are you short on cash now? Zhang Wei asked with some concern. Don't ask. Just hurry up and sell it. I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Ha! Zhang Wei wanted to ask more but was cut off by Su Chen hanging up the phone. Zhang Wei, in the office, wore a confused expression. He really couldn't understand why Su Chen was so anxious. But after all, this theory of qi and blood was developed by Su Chen, and now Su Chen was also their town's treasure. After hesitating, he got up and ran out of the office. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. He currently had no way to significantly enhance his qi and blood using the creation theory, and even if he could create it, it wouldn't be as fast as distributing it for multiple people to learn. After encountering Huang Yuchuan and Shui Kai, he realized that it was normal to have several high-level martial artists casually in Longdu. To be strong, one needed to have a high level themselves. There should be many books in the bookstore here that I haven't seen before. I should go take a look. Su Chen noticed it was still early and decided to visit the nearby bookstore to buy some books. By the time night fell, he had returned to the hotel. He spent 500,000 in one afternoon. That's right, 500,000. He extended his hand, revealing a black watch on his wrist. It looked unremarkable but was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. This item was called a space watch, which contained about 10 square meters of space for storing inanimate objects. Right now, it was filled with the books he had purchased. To be honest, he felt a pang of pain when buying the space watch. But when buying books, he didn't blink an eye. The key was that the books were also cheap. Indeed, books are the only thing that is both unique and inexpensive, yet the most precious. He opened the books, ready to burn the midnight oil. At that moment, a notification panel began to float before his eyes. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone, qi and blood plus 20 points. A smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. It seemed Zhang Wei was quite reliable after all. Had someone already started learning his 8-legged spider detoxification theory? Su Chen's smile widened, and he felt incredibly pleased. He opened the book in front of him, reading each word carefully, enjoying his time. In the darkness of the night, he completely drifted in the ocean of knowledge. From time to time, he could see familiar notifications. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone, qi and blood plus 20 points. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone, qi and blood plus 20 points. Morning. The sun had just begun to shine through the hotel window, illuminating the figure sitting by the window. Su Chen closed the book in his hands, exhaled a breath of murky air, and looked at the panel in front of him with delight. Host, Su Chen, age, 18 years, qi and blood, 4,057 points. Comprehension, 1 point, abilities, 8 extreme yin-yang skill, 100% proficiency, light and agile sword dance, 100%, mastered weapons, light and agile sword, 100% proficiency. He had reached the level of a 3-star martial artist. He had taken another step closer to Shui Kai's realm. Reluctantly, he put the books back into the space watch, sighing. I was still too naive. Being able to create 2 new theoretical knowledge systems was purely luck. Su Chen wasn't belittling himself. It was only after seeing the books from last night that he understood how vast this world was. So many people had sacrificed everything, even their lives, for the foundational theories in these books. Just like one of the authors of a book he read last night titled The Relationship Between the Body and Qi and Blood. That was also a young genius who, for the sake of this theoretical book, poured his heart and soul into it, ultimately dying at the jaws of a beast. On the front lines. I want to create my own book, but it seems there's still a long way to go. These theoretical concepts are indeed quite difficult, so in the short term, it's impossible to enhance my vitality through books again. Fortunately, the 8-legged spider theory has already begun to evolve, and the speed of vitality enhancement is quite good at the martial artist level, so I don't need to worry about my realm not keeping up for now. Outside, I can already hear Oh calling for him, and Su Chen responded with a sound before quickly washing up. After organizing his things, he put a delicate little notebook in his pocket to carry with him. Yesterday, he saw quite a bit of foundational theory on martial arts, and this notebook contains the basics of martial arts. If he could create a martial art that perfectly combines his own style before the competition, that would be great. He left around 7 o'clock and arrived at the training camp by 10. Throughout the journey, his thoughts were on Su Qing. It had been many years since he last saw his sister. How could he not be excited? So, as soon as he arrived at the training camp, he asked Oh about the situation. In the evening, everyone will gather in the indoor hall of the training camp. Oh looked at the impatient Su Chen with a strange expression. This kid always seemed like a bookworm. Could it be that he has finally opened his heart? Of course, he didn't dare to ask Su Chen, feeling that Su Chen was currently radiating the hostility of someone who had just killed a beast, not wanting to make things awkward. Seeing Su Chen frown, Oh changed the subject. This place is quite large, so you should familiarize yourself with the environment first. After all, you two will be here for the next 2 weeks. Oh said as he took him and Shang Qing on a tour around the training camp. It was indeed vast. There were dormitory buildings, activity areas, a cafeteria, and some entertainment facilities like an esports area and a swimming pool. According to Ah's explanation, this used to be a resort that was later bought by a relevant organization and transformed into the current training camp. Once Su Chen was fully familiar with the place, Ah took him and Shang-Ching to the dormitory where they would be staying. He stopped in front of the dormitory, somewhat helplessly saying, "Tonight, the training will officially begin, and we, the team leaders, are not allowed to stay here. You two should be careful and not provoke those local guys." He pointed to the doors of the other rooms on this floor. Each of those doors had special labels. For example, their room was marked as Tianhai City Martial Artists. The doors looked a bit old, and the room was in a corner, not looking like a good room at all. In contrast, the rooms further away from them had better locations and brighter lights. Some doors even had fingerprint password locks, giving off a completely luxurious vibe. "This is really a case of differential treatment," Su Chen remarked, looking at their wooden door. With a sigh, "There's nothing we can do. Our city is small and resources are scarce. But there are quite a few cities like ours in Tianhai City. You can try to build good relationships with those martial artists," Ah said, giving some more instructions before hurriedly leaving. Su Chen entered the dormitory and arranged some of his personal items. The room was old and shabby, with less than 20 square meters of space. Aside from the most basic bed, there wasn't even a table or stool. Shang-Ching, still a bit fearful after the last incident, chose the farthest bed. They placed their things on the unoccupied beds, and after a bit of tidying up, Su Chen got up. "Where are you going?" Shang-Ching hesitated to speak as he saw Su Chen stand up, but what responded to him was the sound of the door closing. The dormitory had 4 floors, and they were on the 4th floor. After leaving the dormitory, Su Chen walked down, observing everyone he encountered. Many talents from all over the country had already arrived, and many of them had just come to the dormitory. These people came from all over the country, each carrying a hint of arrogance, and all of them were at a high level. Passing by a dozen rooms, Su Chen only sensed the absence of martial masters in one room. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A familiar figure appeared before him. It was Shui Kai. The room from the 4th high school was on the 4th floor near the edge of the stairs, and at that moment the door was wide open. Shui Kai stood at the entrance, and the moment he saw Su Chen, a fierce smile crept onto his lips as he blocked Su Chen's path. "Su Chen, what a coincidence to meet you here." He firmly obstructed Su Chen's way, clearly unwilling to yield easily. "Get out of the way." Without a second thought, Su Chen threw a punch. It wasn't that he wanted to reason with him. He knew that reasoning with someone like this was pointless. Shui Kai didn't expect Su Chen to strike first, and he was clearly angered. "You dare to strike first? Today, I'll show you my true strength." He punched with a gust of wind, clearly employing a profound martial art, more serious than their last encounter. 8 extremes yin-yang skill. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. He chose not to evade but to meet the force head-on with his own powerful strike. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a deep rumble. The smirk on Shui Kai's face froze, replaced by disbelief. In the next moment, both he and Su Chen took a step back, and Su Chen walked right past him. "Impossible!" he instinctively exclaimed, his expression dazed. Su Chen actually forced him back? Last time, he had been able to push Su Chen back without using martial arts, but this time, with martial arts, they were evenly matched. Why was that? Could it be that Su Chen hadn't used his full strength last time? He was extremely shocked, momentarily unable to collect his thoughts. Su Chen hadn't used his full strength last time? No, absolutely impossible. After returning last time, he had asked teacher Shui to investigate Su Chen's level. He even checked Su Chen's registration information on the training list. Only a 1-star martial master. But that punch just now was at least at the level of a 3-star martial master. A small city with scarce resources actually produced a 3-star martial master. Who was that unfamiliar face? How could he force back Shui Kai from the 4th high school with a single punch? Whose family is he from? I've never seen him before. He's a stranger. That punch just now attracted a lot of attention, and they began to discuss among themselves. The voices were loud, clearly not avoiding the two of them. Hearing so many people talking, Shui Kai felt a bit embarrassed. Watching Su Chen about to leave, he prepared to strike again. "Enough! If you fight here, do you want to get disqualified from the training camp?" Teacher Shui's voice came from inside the dormitory, stopping him in his tracks. "But, there's no but. He's just a martial master from a poor rural area. Even if his level is higher than yours, he still wouldn't be your match if you took it seriously. So why are you in such a hurry? Wait until the training camp and let him see how formidable we are at the 4th high school." Teacher Shui stood at the door, watching Su Chen gradually descend the stairs, a mocking expression on his face. It was the first time she had seen a martial artist like Su Chen from a small city. Just because one martial master emerged, they dare to be so arrogant. "This time, let your people know the difference." Shui Kai did not pursue him, which was good news for Su Chen. He didn't have the time to get entangled with this guy. What he wanted now was to see his sister and ask about the doubts and confusions in his heart.
He wandered around the dormitory a few times but did not see the familiar figure or face from his memories. So he inquired about some rooms and found the dormitory of Longdu First High School. The dormitory of Longdu No. 1 Middle School was on the first floor and the door was opened by a beautiful girl with long black hair dressed in a dark-colored JK uniform. Although her delicate oval face still bore a hint of youth, she was undoubtedly a beauty. Both alluring and innocent, she was different from Lin Wanqing, but their looks were similar enough to be star material. "Who are you?" The girl frowned as she saw him. "Is this the girls' dormitory of No. 1 Middle School? I'm looking for Su Qing." Upon hearing that he was looking for someone, the girl was momentarily taken aback, then she scrutinized him from head to toe. Su Chen wasn't in the habit of wearing branded clothes, and due to his father's illness, his style was quite simple and frugal. Although he was clean and presentable, it was hard to tell that he came from a well-off family. People like him in Longdu schools were mostly from poor backgrounds. Su Qing didn't come today. Didn't come? Su Chen was also stunned. Why? Did something happen? She didn't come to such an important training session. He felt a bit worried, concerned that Su Qing might have encountered someone like Huang Yuchuan. "You know her? Why have I never seen you before? Which martial artist guild or school are you from?" Sensing Su Chen's agitation, the girl couldn't help but ask. "My name is Su Chen from the Tianhai City Martial Artist Guild. Su Qing is my sister," Su Chen answered without hesitation. But, however, upon hearing his words, the girl couldn't help but chuckle, revealing two charming dimples. "What's wrong?" Su Chen was a bit confused. The girl, suppressing her laughter, said, "There are many who pursue Xiao Qing, but you're the first I've seen who is so special," calling her sister right off the bat. "But don't get your hopes up. It's not that I think less of you, but the resources in Tianhai City are too poor, and the gap between you and her is just too big. It's never going to happen." Goodness, she took him for a suitor. But doesn't that mean his sister has many admirers? The thought of potential suitors like Huang Yuchuan and Shang Qing made him even more anxious. "I'm not joking, I really am her brother. I also have the surname Su. My name is Su Chen." Although the girl was as good-looking as Lin Wanqing, her temperament was much better. Upon hearing Su Chen emphasize it again, she put away her smile and looked serious. "Alright, I'll let Su Qing know. You're the first person I've met who wants to give her a stage name. I'll make sure she gets your sentiment." Su Chen was speechless and too lazy to explain further. He said earnestly, "Thank you, please have her give me a call later. If you need help, you can come find me in my dorm." "Okay." Su Chen laughed. The girl wore a curious expression, her lovely smile still lingering. "Though he's average, he has personality. I quite like him. Who knows, maybe we can form a team and have her treat me to a meal." She mumbled to herself when suddenly a crisp voice came from behind the dorm door. "Lang Shui, who is it?" Lang Ningxue chuckled and turned to look. Su Chang walked out of the room, looking a bit tired. "I heard a boy's voice. Who is it? Which of your admirers is it?" Lang Ningxue didn't answer her immediately. Instead, she patted her own face, putting on a nonchalant poker face, exuding confidence. She mimicked Su Chen's earlier expression in tone. "Su Qing is my sister. Wait, help me tell her to call me." Su Qing looked at her in disbelief. "Did you really say that? Really? Where did you attract this romantic debt? I've never seen such a confident boy. Among so many admirers, why don't you give him a call and see?" Lang Ningxue grinned mischievously, unable to resist teasing. Su Qing looked utterly speechless. "Have you ever thought that he might be using me as an excuse to get close to you on purpose?" Lang Ningxue's small face froze. "Ha? No way? Oh no, I've been tricked. That damn bastard. It's all your fault." The two of them laughed for a bit, but then Lang Ningxue's smile faded, revealing her concern. "Are you really okay with your injuries, regardless of Xiao Cheng? I know your family is pushing you hard, but you don't have to go all out like this. Your health is the most important." Su Qing shook her head. "Don't worry, I know my limits." "That's good to hear. Even though it's a training camp, many geniuses from remote cities come here to push themselves to the limit, so don't overdo it." Su Cheng smiled in response and then closed the door. She seemed extremely tired, immediately returning to the exquisite big bed and opening her phone. The wallpaper on her phone was a family photo. She looked incredibly young at that time, tightly leaning against Su Chen, her smile radiant. Looking at Su Chen's equally bright smile, her gaze became somewhat dreamy. "By the way, what was the name of that boy who just came?" Su Qing looked at the photo on her phone, her eyes showing a hint of nostalgia, and she instinctively spoke up. "His name is Su. I forgot, I only remember his last name is Su. There are too many people coming to find me every day, and I haven't made a point to remember." "He said you have his phone number, you don't know?" Su Qing's face was full of speechlessness. "Sister, you didn't even remember his name. How would I know? Even if I could describe his appearance, that would help. Besides, he might just be trying to flirt with you." Lang Ningxue pouted. "I'm faceblind, I can't remember unless I see someone a few times, but he looks a bit like you." "Looks a bit like me? That's quite a description." Su Qing rolled her eyes and continued to lie on the bed, playing with her phone. Lang Ningxue's face broke into a smile again. "Let's wait until tonight. Tonight, for the training camp assembly, you might just run into him. After Su Chen left the dormitory of the first high school, he returned to his own dormitory to study martial arts. After the sunset, he suddenly heard the sound of a broadcast signaling everyone to gather in the training classroom. Su Chen rushed out of the classroom immediately, and Shang Cheng hurriedly followed behind him. Although he knew Su Chen didn't want to talk much with him, in such a large training ground, he only knew Su Chen. They were both from the same place, so there was some mutual support. By the time they arrived, the training classroom was already packed with people, densely populated. Su Chen stood at the back, finding a quiet spot. The people here were all geniuses from various cities, each one proud and ambitious. Their personalities might be similar to those guys from the fourth high school, and he didn't want to add to his troubles. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he also didn't want to actively seek it out. Of course, that Huang Yuchuan was an exception. Who told that guy to speak carelessly, making him misunderstand that he was going to target his sister? However, he didn't notice that at that moment a girl hurriedly walked past him, heading to the front of the line. The two almost brushed past each other but didn't see one another. Everyone's attention was focused at the front. Sitting at the front was a man in his 30s, handsome, with a stubbly beard. No, more accurately, he looked like he hadn't had time to groom himself, especially with his posture, which made him seem like he had rushed over. The reason he drew everyone's attention was his incredibly powerful aura. Just staring at him for a moment made Su Chen feel short of breath. A Grand Master? No, it was a master. He had heard others say that only a master-level presence could make one feel suffocated, because that is a physiological reaction that occurs only when there is a significant gap, and the level of a grandmaster represents an unimaginable improvement. Compared to a great martial master, it brings about this feeling. Su Chen was shocked deep down. He never expected that the staff for the training session would actually be a grandmaster. Regardless of where the people present came from, they were gradually drawn in by the aura of this grandmaster, all shutting their mouths in unison. Soon, the place became quiet and orderly. Everyone unconsciously formed into rows, waiting for the grandmaster to speak. After about 10 minutes, no one else entered the training room. Only then did the grandmaster slowly stand up and cough once. With that single sound, the entire classroom felt like it had exploded, and everyone's ears rang. Is everyone here? From tonight onwards, the training session will officially begin. There are nearly 300 of you present, and the training will take various forms to determine your rankings. The higher your ranking, the more honor and benefits you can bring to your organization and yourself. Of course, you will also learn a lot of knowledge and skills here, becoming an excellent talent after entering the martial artist university, and later becoming a pillar of the nation. His speech was fast, sounding very official, but clearly much better than some principal surnamed Zhang, focusing entirely on the key points. The young boys and girls present were completely excited. After all, the one speaking was a grandmaster, and they had already begun to fantasize about learning from him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps they would only have this chance once in their lives. Next, I will call out the number of people from each city and regional school. Those called should raise their hands. Longdu number 1 high school, 4 people, he said as he slowly looked up. Seeing 4 people raise their hands, he continued to call the next one, but Su Chen, who had been listening to him, felt his mind buzzing. 4 from Longdu number 1? Su Chen couldn't see the faces of the people in the distance, but he could see the 4 hands raised. 2 boys and 2 girls. One of them looked like the girl from number 1 high school he had encountered, and the other, was it his sister? Su Chen stared intently at that military camp, his emotions stirred. He looked around restlessly, trying to suppress his agitated heart, preparing to go take a look once they were dismissed. Nearly 300 people had come, and calling names would take some time before they finally called out their names. Tianhai City, 2 people. Su Chen and Shang Cheng immediately raised their hands. After confirming, the Grandmaster nodded, signaling him to put his hand down. At that moment, in the front row, Su Qing was staring at Lung Ningxue, silently asking, which one? Lung Ningxue showed a thoughtful expression, then smiled awkwardly. The silent response was, I don't remember. This wasn't her fault. She saw too many people every day, and with so many regions and schools represented, many names were quite similar, so she wasn't sure. She wanted to say something else but suddenly stopped, because the Grandmaster at the front was staring at her, scaring her into quickly stopping her small movements. I just said that your training starts today. Our training camp is quite large, at least the size of 3 or 4 regular high schools. The first project of today's training, which is also a testing project, will give you an hour of free activity. After 1 hour, I will step in and incapacitate all of you. During this time, you can form teams freely, hide as you wish, and there are no rules regarding me. You will be ranked according to the order in which you are knocked down, and the results will be announced in real time on television and in the reports. Tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present widened their eyes. This is training? They all thought about the content of the training camp, but they never dreamed it would be like this. Dismissed. Before anyone could react, the master spoke directly. The atmosphere in the room fell silent for a good 10 seconds, and then someone was the first to run out of the training camp.
Su Chen also reacted at this moment and ran straight towards the group of 4 from class 1. Of course, the training was important, but nothing was more important than seeing his sister. The moment Su Chen moved, many others began to move as well. After all, even if they were unclear about the master's level, just feeling the oppressive force from the master in front of them made it clear that this test was no small matter. Plus, with someone already moving, everyone else went wild. Su Chen looked at the path that had been clear in front of class 1, now suddenly blocked by a crowd. He stood there with a grim expression, anxiously searching for a way out. After a hard time finding a path, he discovered that the most comprehensive group had already vanished. The 2 boys and 2 girls from class 1 had also disappeared from the training classroom, gone without a trace. Su Chen squeezed out of the classroom at the first opportunity, ready to chase after them, but stopped after just a few steps, because standing in front of him was someone he had encountered a few times before, Shui Kai. Shui Kai stood not far away, blocking his way, his expression carrying a hint of coldness. Su Chen, I've finally caught my chance. Today, you won't be able to escape. If I don't make you pick up your teeth from the ground, I'm not Shui. His fists cracked ominously as he firmly blocked Su Chen's path. The show is about to begin. Who is the person Shui Kai is going to deal with? Looks unfamiliar. From Tianhai City, a small corner of nowhere. He dares to provoke Shui Kai from class 4. He must be looking for trouble. A few people nearby were chattering away, laughing and discussing. They seemed completely unconcerned about this assessment, or perhaps they didn't take it seriously at all, reveling in the misfortune of others. However, it was also clear that Shui Kai was quite a well-known figure in the universities of Longdu. Su Chen was blocked, his expression twisted with rage. Looking around at the majority of the geniuses who had already vanished, he took a deep breath and calmed down. It was too late to chase now, so he might as well give up for the time being. Su Chen looked at the arrogant Shui Kai in front of him, his expression gradually turning cold. Get out of the way. I'll say it just once. Hearing his words, Shui Kai's face was filled with mockery and disdain. I'll make you pick up your teeth from the ground. Before he could finish, Su Chen had already unleashed his 8 extremes yin-yang technique. The fierce force erupted from his fist, and the 2 fists collided for the 3rd time. But this time, Su Chen felt an even more powerful force, his fist going numb from the impact. This punch was stronger than the previous 2. He was no match. Humph. You think you're invincible just because you got lucky once? Country bumpkin. With the upper hand, Shui Kai appeared particularly excited. He pressed the attack, throwing punches that forced Su Chen back time and again. But after a dozen exchanges, his expression turned somewhat grim. This Su Chen. How could each punch be stronger than the last? Was it an illusion? As they collided fists again, this time Su Chen only took a step back, his expression calm and composed. Shui Kai could no longer hold back. You, playing me? He could now confirm that Su Chen's strength was indeed increasing with each punch. This proved that Su Chen had not yet used his full strength and was still holding back. Su Chen did not answer his question, a hint of mischief in his eyes. In his line of sight, system prompts kept appearing. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone, Qi and Blood plus 20 points. A theory you created has been successfully learned by someone, Qi and Blood plus 20 points. The Qi and Blood theory he sold would randomly boost his Qi and Blood every day, and now was the perfect time for an increase. Every enhancement made his attacks a bit stronger. Although it couldn't match Shui Kai's level, he was gradually catching up to his opponent's strength. After another clash of fists, Shui Kai was clearly furious. A faint tiger's roar emanated from within him as a powerful punch came crashing down. This punch was no trivial matter. Just by observing the stance, it was evident that Shui Kai had perfected this martial art to an extraordinary degree. If they were to collide head-on, even someone with a higher realm than Shui Kai by 1 or 2 stars would struggle to withstand it. If Su Chen were any other martial artist, he would probably have to endure this move, but 8 extremes yin-yang technique. In softness, Su Chen changed his approach from a hard clash to instantly using the opponent's force against him, directly throwing Shui Kai to the ground. Boom! The impact with the ground produced a thunderous sound, and Shui Kai lay there, frothing at the mouth. Su Chen clapped his hands and walked over to the group of stunned onlookers not far away. The talented spectators were utterly shocked. They hadn't even seen the intricate movements of the martial arts just now, and here was Shui Kai, a 4-star martial artist, being taken down in an instant. This person is dangerous. He's ruthless and speaks little, twice as dangerous as Shui Kai. Everyone simultaneously had this thought, their spirits tensing as they watched Su Chen approach. Many instinctively took a step back. No one wanted to endure a blow like Shui Kai had just received. Just looking at it was painful. Has anyone seen someone from class 1? Just when they thought Su Chen was blinded by rage, he suddenly spoke. Completely different from when he was fighting, Su Chen now spoke with refined politeness, like a well-mannered student in class. If he wore glasses, he would definitely be the bookworm of their class. The onlookers shook their heads, but one young man instinctively pointed in a direction. I saw someone from class 1 go that way. Thank you. Su Chen nodded politely and immediately ran in that direction. Once his figure completely disappeared, the few people finally regained their senses. Is he really from Tianhai City? Yes, I saw it clearly. There were only 2 people from Tianhai City raising their hands. How could I forget? What does he want with Class 1? Is there a grudge? Not sure, but Zhang Hao went that way with Class 1. This guy is Cold Ningxue's #1 pursuer. If these two run into each other. A shiver ran through the group. Let's not go that way, we don't want to attract trouble. They hurriedly ran in another direction. A few minutes later, a figure slowly walked out of the classroom. The master looked down at the unconscious Shui Kai and then glanced at the cracked ground behind him, his eyes revealing a hint of interest. Interesting. This is almost at the heavenly tier martial arts level. It takes years of practice to achieve. How old is the biggest one here? 20 or 21? Excitement shone in the master's eyes. It's known that martial arts evolved from the earliest forms of martial arts, and the ranks are distinguished by their power. However, there is an unchangeable law. The more formidable the martial art, the longer it takes to learn and master. For heavenly tier martial arts, even the most gifted individuals require at least 5 to 6 years of training. The best record holder in the country took 3.5 years to learn heavenly tier martial arts. That individual is now at the Grandmaster level, and the data shows that none of the top 10 outstanding students have reached that level. Who could it be? He was not just any master. He was a master who had just returned from the front lines, a master who had fought fiercely on the battlefield and achieved remarkable military exploits. Thus, his perspective was not something that ordinary university teachers could compare to. His judgment was absolutely reliable. The information he had received contained no such level of young talent. I initially thought this test would be somewhat boring, but now it seems to have piqued my interest. He pressed his palm against Shui Kai's head, and a wisp of red gas surged from his arm into Shui Kai's forehead. Blood energy was being released. This was a power only a master could wield. Shui Kai slowly woke up, seeing the man in front of him shiver slightly. Although you weren't taken down by me, being taken down by someone else counts as the same result. You're the last one, go wait in the training room. Shui Kai's face turned pale instantly, but it hasn't even been an hour yet. Just as he was about to argue, he was intimidated by the master's serious gaze. The words he had prepared were all swallowed back. Who knocked you out just now? Hearing the master's question, Shui Kai, who had initially looked grim, suddenly became agitated. Su Chin. It's Su Chun from Tianhai City, that country bumpkin. He ambushed me. This guy has no martial ethics. Clearly, we were using strength to compete, yet he employed such a bizarre technique of borrowing strength. He spoke excitedly, as if venting his grievances. However, when he looked up again, the master had vanished without a trace. He stood there in a daze for a moment, then shouted in anger. Su Chin, you wait for me. On the other side. Su Chin never imagined that before the test had even officially started, he would be identified by the master as the first target to be dealt with. He moved in the direction indicated by the person, constantly surveying his surroundings. At this moment, many people had already begun to look for hiding places. There were also quite a few people gathering together, probably hoping to try and resist the master's attack together. But he was well aware of the master's power. After all, he loved to study and had researched extensively about the divisions of martial artist realms. A master level could release blood energy similar to striking objects from a distance. Just this method alone could deal with martial master level beings. So having a numerical advantage was useless. When it came to actual combat, it was a mere wave of the hand. The only thing that mattered was to hide if possible, and if not, to have a means of escape. He understood his sister's personality. She was naturally averse to risk, cautious by nature, and disliked anything outside the rules. Although years had passed since they last met, a person's character might change, but one's nature is not so easily altered. Su Qing was most likely still hiding. Su Chen directly gave up on those groups of people and began searching in every place he deemed concealed. Soon, he found a spot resembling a garden. This should be a remnant of the vacation villa before it was renovated, intricate and complex, making it suitable for hiding. If he wanted to find someone here, it would likely take considerable effort, especially since Su Chen noticed many people lurking in the shadows, deliberately avoiding him, making it even more troublesome to find Su Cheng. He encountered a small team, not sure which school they were from, and when he tried to inquire, he was met with harsh rebukes. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Are you sick? The insults from the other side stunned Su Chen, and he frowned. Why are you cursing? I just wanted to ask about the news from the first school. The response was a barrage of curses. Are you trying to gather information while bringing a master with you? Su Chen didn't understand their meaning and instinctively turned to look back, only to see the master standing not far away. The master was smiling at him, with a hint of mockery in his expression. Don't be nervous. The test hasn't started yet. You can move freely. I won't make a move right now. Su Chen's face turned grim. He had no idea why the master was following him, nor did he know when the master had caught up. But there was no doubt that this test's master seemed prepared to strike at him first. Was it Shui Kai? Su Chen realized that Shui Kai was likely connected to this master, and his expression darkened. Hurry up and leave. The people behind him began to urge him on, and Su Chen hesitated as he looked deep into the garden. There was no doubt that if the master continued to follow him, he would be a thorn in the eyes of all the testers, and they would want to stay as far away from him as possible. If he insisted on finding Su Qing now, then by the time the test began, both he and Su Qing would likely be among the first to be eliminated. Although he heard from Wu that Su Qing had a guaranteed spot, he couldn't take the risk. She was his sister, and even with her injured body, she was determined to compete. He couldn't let her be eliminated just like that. Even though Su Chen had 1,000 curious questions in his mind, he couldn't pursue them at the cost of his family's safety. There was no reason for it, because Su Chen had always been this way. He slowly raised his head to stare at the master not far away, locking eyes with him. His expression was calm, showing no fear despite the fact that the other was a master. He already knew how powerful the master was, having learned about it from various texts and certain documentaries. People often fear what is mysterious and unknown. Once they truly understand it, the fear dissipates. The master, seeing Su Chen able to maintain such calm eye contact, became even more interested in him. At Su Chen's age, few dared to meet his gaze. You don't need to feel indignant. I am the mentor responsible for your test this time, so everything about the test is regulated. Whatever I do is reasonable. And once you truly reach the battlefield, you'll understand that those beasts are unreasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen turned and ran towards the garden's exit. The master did not immediately pursue him. After all, catching up to Su Chen would be easy for him. He was just curious about what this little guy would do, knowing he would definitely seek him out. What kind of method would he come up with? With this strong curiosity, he followed along. The garden was located at the far east, while at this moment they were at the far west. A few people from the first high school were hiding in a relatively concealed path. Lang Ningxue cautiously surveyed the surroundings and gave Su Qing a thumbs up. I told you, Xiao Chang, you really did it. You shook off those annoying guys. Su Qing smiled slightly. Isn't it because you attract too much attention? With so many flower protectors around, if they all gathered together, the master would probably find us right away. We circled from the east to the west. No one would expect it. There's hardly anyone here now. We can definitely hold out until the end. There were 20 minutes left until the night training test countdown. At the far west of the training ground was a small, uncultivated hill with rugged paths filled with fruits and vegetables. There are only 20 minutes left until it starts, and so far only about 20 or 30 people have passed by here. The position we chose is sufficiently concealed. There's absolutely no problem. Lang Ningxue stood on a tree branch, signaling to the few people below. Xiao Chang, what are you doing? Hurry up and turn off your phone. What if it gets discovered with that brightness? Su Cheng took one last look at the family photo on her wallpaper and turned off her phone. Just then, a male classmate beside her suddenly spoke up. Whoa! Someone is running towards us, and they have others behind them. Ningxue, you need to take a look. I can't see clearly from this position. Lang Ningxue quickly turned her head to look, her little face stiffening. It's him. Why is the master following him? Lang Ningxue looked at the distance with a pale face, seeing Su Chen running towards them expressionlessly under the moonlight. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to reach the far west, and judging by his route, he would definitely enter their little grove. If it were just him coming over, it wouldn't be a problem. At worst, they would all just hide together here. But the problem is, Su Chen is followed by a master. Why is this master following this guy? This dense forest may be hidden, but that's a master. If he comes in, none of us will escape. The first batch will be eliminated. Lang Ningxue's face looked grim. No wonder there were so few people coming from their side. They must have been scared away by the master following Su Chen, running off to the east. The others looked grim upon hearing her words, especially Su Qing, whose small face was filled with intense worry. She gripped her phone tightly, her expression serious and her gaze gradually firm. We need to think of a way. I absolutely cannot be eliminated here. I must secure a spot in the top 10 of the training camp. That's right, she had a compelling reason to make it into the top 10. She absolutely could not be eliminated. There's no time. They're already coming. Lang Ningxue's face was pale as she perched in the tree. That's right. At this moment, Su Chen was no more than 100 meters away from them. He would soon charge into the forest. No, we will be discovered sooner or later. We still have time to run east. At least we won't be in the first batch to be eliminated. Su Qing was already very anxious, preparing to run out. Wait, he seems to have stopped. Stopped? Yes, he has stopped. That's right, Su Chen had indeed halted his steps. He didn't continue running forward because he knew he had reached the far west. At this moment, the hidden students around had begun to reveal themselves, running east without a word. Seizing the last opportunity, the master did not stop them but instead stared at Su Chen with curiosity. What are you trying to do? Running over from the east, are you trying to ensure that someone from Tianhai City advances? The master looked at the calm Su Chen and speculated the answer. No, I want to defeat you. Su Chen grinned, casually breaking a branch from the side. He hadn't expected the test to occur at night, so he hadn't brought the light spirit sword.
but a branch could still be used to perform the light spirit sword dance. He wanted to give it a try. A full-out attempt to see just how far he was from a true master. After all, he couldn't escape. If he was destined to be the first eliminated, then he would just accept it. The master clearly hadn't anticipated this from him and became increasingly interested in the young man Su Chen. Young people really are fearless like a newborn calf. What audacity to say such things. The master's gaze towards Su Chen held a hint of approval. Helping teammates from the same city secure spots was wisdom and responsibility. Daring to confront him across so many realms was commendable courage. A good seedling. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. Luck is also a part of strength. Being targeted by him could only be considered Su Chen's bad luck. But what Su Chen said next made the master's expression stiffen. Su Chen picked up his phone to take a look, then slowly said, "Mentor, this rule was set by you. You won't go back on your word, right?" "Of course, that's why I haven't made a move yet. There are still 19 minutes until you can act, which means for these 19 minutes, I can attack you, and you can't fight back, right?" The master was taken aback. He never dreamed Su Chen would ask such a question. But Su Chen had a point. As a mentor, he couldn't go back on his word. Moreover, he was a warrior returning from the front lines. How could he play tricks on a student? Su Chen's calculation made the master's face slightly unpleasant. But he quickly returned to normal. "Good kid. I thought I had already overestimated you, but it seems I still underestimated you. However, as a mentor, my word naturally counts. As long as you can touch me before the official start, I'll let you stay here for 20 minutes, completely still." "Okay." Su Chen didn't expect to turn misfortune into fortune and charged forward. The branch in his hand danced wildly, moving so fast that it left faint. After images. The light and agile sword technique, while only at the earth level, was still not inferior to other earth-level martial arts, even if it was a notch below the 8 extremes yin-yang technique. The most important thing was that it was executed with a weapon, allowing for a larger and more flexible range. When dealing with alien beasts in Tianhai City, he used this martial art far more frequently than the 8 extremes yin-yang technique. In the distance, Long Ningxue watched this scene, her small face filled with shock. Stunned. That guy actually took the initiative to attack the Grandmaster. Is that for real? Really? Is he crazy? Does he want to be the first eliminated? A few people stepped slightly outward, all catching sight of the figure outside. Su Chen naturally leaned out as well, but due to the angle, she couldn't see Su Chen's face. From their perspective, they could only see Su Chen's back as he pursued the Grandmaster. The group stood frozen, thinking they were seeing things, then rubbed their eyes. "I didn't see that wrong, did I? That person is chasing the Grandmaster." Lung Ningxue stood on the tree, her eyes wide open, completely forgetting to hide. But she was quickly reminded and crouched down. He's so powerful. With just a few moves, it feels like Zhao Long and Zhao Hu couldn't handle it. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were the other two boys. They were brothers and ranked among the best in their school. Both brothers were now martial masters, yet they stared in shock at the figure in the distance. That sword technique looks so familiar. "Ningxue, are you sure this guy isn't from Longdu?" The two brothers had mastered a perfect martial art. They could be said to have top-notch talent in martial arts. Yet even so, they were amazed by Su Chen's exquisite swordplay. If there were adjectives to describe proficiency beyond perfect, this person's execution of the sword technique would fit that level. If such impenetrable attacks landed on them, they certainly wouldn't be able to resist for long. Even from afar, it felt suffocating. This person is at least a 2-star martial master. Zhao Long spoke. Is he really not from Longdu? Zhao Hu's expression was strange. This wasn't a matter of superiority. As the capital of Long Country, Longdu's resources were far beyond what other cities and regions could compare to. The training and resource investment for martial artists here was on a completely different level compared to other cities. So even if other cities were reluctant to admit it, the martial artists from Longdu were indeed far superior to those from other regions, especially the young people of this generation. Su Chen's displayed martial arts level and realm were already on par with the average of Longdu's geniuses. He's really not. He told me last time that he was in Shihai City? Lang Ningxue said seriously. What see? There are too many cities, but it shouldn't be a big city, it's more of an edge city. Can an edge city reach such a level? Why have we never heard of such a person before we came? What's his name? The two brothers asked in unison, their faces full of curiosity. Lang Ningxue thought for a moment, somewhat uncertain. I think his name is Su Chen? Yeah, that's right, it should be Su Chen. Su Chen? You mean Su Chen? Su Qing, standing next to Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, was taken aback upon hearing that name and quickly spoke up. Are you saying this person's name is Su Chen? The city he mentioned, is it Tianhai City? Su Qing suddenly became excited. She stared at the figure in the distance, growing more familiar with each glance, until it gradually merged with the image in her memory. It is. Now that you mention it, I feel it too. This Su Chen was indeed talking about this name, about Tianhai City. Lan Ningxue quickly nodded and spoke. Hearing her confirmation, Su Qing became even more excited. She tried to speak several times but hesitated in the end.
No, it absolutely couldn't be her brother. She knew her brother's talent too well. Although her heart fantasized about it being her brother, she had always been aware of Su Chen's abilities. A few months ago, she received Su Chen's last news, which was that he was facing expulsion. Not only was his blood energy insufficient for undergraduate studies, but he might not even make it to a diploma program. Could he really suppress a master in just a few months? It was simply a joke, perhaps just a coincidence. Moreover, if she rushed out now, it would definitely expose their whereabouts. The few of them had been chatting for quite a while, and he probably hadn't run too far. It was better to wait and see. Xiao Qing, do you really know him? The others looked at Su Qing curiously, but she forced a smile and shook her head. Not sure. Disappointment flashed across their faces, but they redirected their attention to the battle in the distance. Su Qing's gaze remained fixed on the figure not far away, watching Su Chen suppressing the master, her expression unusual. Why isn't the mentor fighting back? Zhao Long and Zhao Wu finally realized something was off as they saw the master being continuously beaten. Not clear. Is it that the time isn't right and the mentor can't fight back? The group huddled together, their expressions strange. Su Chen's branch was flailing wildly, his relentless attacks almost enveloping the mentor. Yet, despite this all-encompassing assault, the opponent could easily evade. The master maintained a calm expression throughout, even showing a hint of mockery in his eyes while dodging. He effortlessly avoided Su Chen's attacks, not even breaking a sweat. In contrast, Su Chen, as the attacker, was already panting heavily. He was attacking with all his might, using every ounce of strength he had, yet he hadn't landed a single hit. Not only was he unable to connect, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to get close. It's already been 10 minutes, and with the last 10 minutes remaining, looking at you like this, it seems you won't last much longer. The master laughed heartily at the sight of Su Chen drenched in sweat. As expected, this was the gap in strength. With such a vast difference in realms, Su Chen felt he had no chance at all. Was he really going to end up in last place? Like this? Su Chen felt unwilling. He allocated his only point of comprehension to the light spirit sword dance. This was his only chance. He didn't allocate that point to the 8 extremes yin-yang technique because it couldn't break through with just one point of comprehension. In the current situation, there was only a possibility of improvement with the light spirit sword dance. When he used that point of attribute on enlightenment, countless theories appeared in his mind. His understanding of the light spirit sword dance deepened gradually, filling in the finer details. Merging it with his previous understanding of this sword technique, his slashes began to change. The master, who had been smiling, sensed the change in the sword technique and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. This boy actually had an epiphany during battle? He could feel that Su Chen seemed to be trying out new moves, clearly experimenting with the slashing technique. The previously impenetrable range of sword attacks began to shrink, but the speed and angles became increasingly tricky. There was even a strike that came within a hair's breadth of grazing the master's clothing. So close. Sweat the size of soybeans rolled down Su Chen's forehead. Not enough. His understanding of this sword technique was still insufficient. If only he could have one more point of comprehension. Su Chen felt a bit regretful, regretting that he hadn't learned another martial art during this time. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it before, he just felt that there were too many martial arts, and one couldn't chew too much at once. So he hoped to focus all his attention on the 8 extremes yin-yang skill and the spirit chi sword dance. After all, while the capacity for learning is limitless, a person's time and energy are finite. Feeling his stamina waning and unable to touch the opponent's martial arts, his gaze gradually became resolute. He simply stood still, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. Having studied so many foundational martial arts theories, combined with his profound understanding of the light spirit sword dance, he decided to try making some modifications himself. With the 2 chi and blood theories he had already created, Su Chen was very confident. This was not only because improving martial arts is easier than developing chi and blood theories, but also due to his confidence in understanding the light spirit sword dance. The deeper one understands a martial art, the easier it is to improve. Su Chen suddenly stopped, and the master also halted. What does this little guy want to do? He looked at the serious expression on the young man's face and felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He couldn't understand why a young man at the martial master level would give him such a feeling. After all, he had been on the battlefield for a long time and had even seen the unmatched 100-meter giant beasts, but even so, he knew that such feelings only arose when facing unknown dangers. Su Chen happened to open his eyes, filled with an inexplicable confidence. Could it be a heavenly tier martial art? He recalled Shui Kai, who had been knocked out by Su Chen, and his expression grew serious. If it were a heavenly tier martial art, it was indeed possible that he would encounter it. He created some distance, waiting for Su Chen to change his move. If he guessed correctly, the move that defeated Shui Kai should be a close-range martial art. Su Chen moved, swinging the branch in his hand through the air, getting close just like before. The master's attention was entirely on Su Chen's change of move, completely disregarding this martial skill that couldn't touch him at all. But soon, his expression changed drastically. Su Chen did not choose to abandon the branch for a change of move. Instead, he changed his sword technique. Although it was still the same move as before, the attack range suddenly widened. If the attack range of the light spirit sword dance was 2 meters, then the range after the change was 4 meters, with speed also doubled. Light spirit sword dance melody. The branch swung, tracing curves in the air, resembling a graceful dance, both the speed and attack range, visually striking to the senses. This move left a few people from the first high school in the distance dumbfounded. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. In fact, they had already been quite surprised after Su Chen's first change of move. After all, any martial art that could be put on the market had basically been refined many times. Not to mention changing moves in battle. Even if someone specifically took the time to study it, they might not be able to figure it out. But Su Chen not only changed moves once during the process but even changed moves twice in a row. Is this guy really from Tianhai City? I remember that it's just a resource-poor, remote little place, right? Zhao Long and Zhao Hu each exclaimed, their voices filled with astonishment. Just swinging a few times, they might not even be able to withstand it. Tianhai City is indeed resource-poor. I heard the highest level there is just a great martial master. Answering their question was Su Qing. She stared intently at that figure, her heart filled with countless questions. Why does such a gifted genius also share the name Su Chen? Could it really be a coincidence? Just then, not far away, the master sensed something was off at the first moment, but it was too late to dodge. Slash! The branch tore through his clothes, exposing his solid shoulder muscles, and he stopped with an ugly expression. Su Chen also ceased his attack, revealing a brilliant smile. Mentor, does this count as a success? He had just checked his phone. There were still 3 minutes left before the official test began. According to the agreement, this mentor would give him 20 minutes of escape time. He looked at Su Chen, narrowing his eyes slightly, exuding a formidable presence. This startled Su Chen, causing his heart to skip a beat. There was no one around now. Would this mentor throw a tantrum and play dirty? Just as he was feeling extremely anxious, the mentor finally spoke. A smile gradually appeared on his face as he said slowly, "Very good, you did exceptionally well, beyond my expectations. You don't need 20 minutes, I declare you a perfect score this time." Perfect score? Su Chen was surprised. What's the reward for a perfect score? He remembered the master mentioning that those in the top ranks would receive rewards. A master dan. It can unconditionally elevate you by 1 star in realm, and it has no side effects. Hearing this, Su Chen's initial excitement diminished somewhat. Just 1 star in realm was too little. Given his current rate of improvement, he could basically elevate 3 or 4 stars in a month. What's wrong? Do you seem dissatisfied? It's not that I'm dissatisfied, I just don't know if there are any higher level rewards, like books on chi and blood or insights from high level martial artists. I could forego that, Dan. Su Chen hesitated slightly and voiced his thoughts. This was his opportunity. He needed to seize every chance. The resources of people and institutions in Longdu were not comparable to those in a small city like Tinhai. Now that he finally had such an opportunity, he had to grasp it. The master looked utterly astonished. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that Su Chen would have such a request. He sized Su Chen up and said, half amused and half helpless, "This is the first time I've heard someone refuse a master dan in favor of those useless old books. I'm more interested in those. Can I exchange for them?" Su Chen didn't elaborate further. The higher the realm, the less they valued those theoretical knowledge about chi and blood. This was normal. They had all faced numerous challenges to reach the master level, so they trusted their own cultivation processes and experiences more. No need to exchange. I have plenty of those useless things. Aren't they just advanced theories about chi and blood? He touched his watch and handed Su Chen a tattered notebook. This is the accumulation of my experiences and insights over the years. The experiences and theories of a master will be of great help to you. Su Chen looked at the shabby notebook, feeling somewhat excited. The insights and experiences written by a master were incomparable to the knowledge found in store-bought books. It was like the novels he had read before. Although there were commercial edits and artistic editions, the genuine content was entirely different. I'll give you the dan after tonight's temporary test ends. For now, you should go back to the classroom and wait. As he spoke, he patted Su Chen on the shoulder. I have high hopes for you. I estimate you'll make it into this year's top 36. Su Chen was surprised to hear that he would only make it into the top 36 with the current display of his abilities. He hadn't expected that such a level wouldn't even get him into the top 30. It seemed this training camp was indeed full of hidden talents. He didn't say much, bypassed the master, and ran off, his figure gradually disappearing. Why did he leave? Seeing Su Chen suddenly depart, Long Ningxue looked curious. Su Qing hadn't seen Su Chen's face the entire time and felt a bit regretful. Come out. Have you been hiding for so long? And not tired? Is the master so ordinary in your eyes? Suddenly, the master looked in their direction. The expressions of the few students from Class 1 froze simultaneously, their faces paling to the extreme. The test time had just begun, and being discovered by the master meant they would be among the first to be eliminated. Oh no! This is it, we're finished, our entire army is wiped out, and the face of the first high school will be completely lost. Long Ningxue's small face was filled with unwillingness and anxiety, stamping her feet in distress.
Su Qing stood dazed in place, murmuring to herself in a daze.
No way. I absolutely cannot be eliminated here. I absolutely cannot. Otherwise, everything I've done over the years will be in vain. There will be no way to save Mom anymore. In the training room, Shuai Kai sat alone, his face grim. Damn it, don't let me run into you again.
If I do, I'll skin you alive so you know how powerful I am.
The more he thought about Su Chen, the angrier he became, suddenly standing up and roaring. Who are you talking about?
Of course, it's that bastard Su Chen, who made me come in last. I wish I could peel his. Shuai Kai answered without thinking, but suddenly felt the voice was somewhat familiar. Instinctively turning around, he saw Su Chen walking in through the training room door, and he shivered.
He instinctively took a step back, nervously looking at Su Chen.
Although he was tough on the outside, he had already been defeated once, so he naturally understood Su Chen's strength. If it really came to blows, he wouldn't stand a chance.
You came back.
Shuai Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized something and burst into laughter.
You're second to last? Ha, you brought this on yourself.
Su Chen found a spot to sit down and opened an old notebook in his hands.
I'm not last, I'm first, just came back early. Really good at arguing. You barely won against me and really think you're something? I won't hesitate to tell you, it was me who informed the instructor about your situation. If I'm not mistaken, the first person the instructor will deal with is you, right?
Shuai Kai was smug, feeling like he had finally vented some of his anger. He was sure that it was the instructor who had taken an interest in Su Chen and then immediately found a way to eliminate him.
Seeing Shuai Kai's confident expression, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. So it was you who told the instructor, then I really have to thank you.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become first, maybe I wouldn't even have made it into the top 30.
The more Su Chen acted this way, the more Shuai Kai believed he was right. Su Chen was rattled. Are you anxious? Is this what anxiety looks like? I usually see you so indifferent and now you're anxious? Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, automatically tuning out his voice.
He preferred to focus on the notes in his hands rather than get entangled with this guy. Seeing Su Chen ignore him, Shuai Kai felt a bit irritated, but he didn't dare to push Su Chen too far as he now knew he wasn't his match. He could only take verbal jabs. Oof. Being second to last and last is no different. What's there to be proud of? By the way, I forgot to tell you, thanks to you, fighting you these 2 times has loosened my realm a bit and I'm about to break through. At that moment, Su Chen was deeply engrossed in his reading and Shuai Kai's words annoyed him. Can you shut up? He looked up at Shuai Kai, his expression somewhat angry. Seeing him like this, Shuai Kai immediately backed down. He closed his mouth but continued to mutter. Just wait. Once I break through this realm, I won't have any trouble dealing with you. Seeing that he finally quieted down, Su Chen's mood began to settle and he focused all his attention on the notes in his hands. The things written by the master truly opened his eyes. Although they weren't entirely new concepts, they were marked with various methods the instructor had tried to help improve one's realm and cultivation at lower levels. For example, the speed of improvement varies in different environments. How to use one's own vital energy in battle can accelerate its consumption, leading to greater enhancement after the fight. For instance, using martial arts with relatively poor power during ordinary times to specifically train the subtlety of qi and blood can also allow one to feel the flow of qi and blood more quickly, accelerating the circulation and replenishment of qi and blood. There are many insights like this. Although they are all improvements based on existing qi, blood, and combat experience, they are enough to prove that no strong person has ever improved their realm purely by luck. From the small application of qi and blood in muscles to the special techniques used when performing martial arts, all of this is the hard work of master-level experts and it is invaluable. He immersed himself in it, continuously enhancing his qi and blood. He didn't know how long it had been when he heard a burst of laughter and instinctively looked up. The laughter came from Shuai Kai's position, and at that moment there were quite a few people standing around Shuai Kai. Su Chen was surprised to find that many people had already returned to the training room. Upon closer inspection, there were about 40 people. How long had he been at it? 10 minutes? Anyway, his qi and blood had only increased by a little over 2 points from studying. Most of these students were sitting in place, silent. Some had a better attitude and started chatting with each other. Among them, the ones in the best mood were Shuai Kai and the people around him. They seemed to be discussing something, their gazes converging on Su Chen, and upon feeling his gaze, Shuai Kai's eyes were filled with mockery. This guy definitely had no good intentions. This was just a test, otherwise he would have blocked Shuai Kai and beaten him into submission. Just then, a group of people surrounded Su Chen. You brat, you're the one who brought the instructor to the West, right? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been eliminated so early. Several unfamiliar faces rushed forward, looking extremely angry. From their expressions, it seemed they couldn't wait to take action against Su Chen. Seeing the commotion around Su Chen, Shuai Kai was eager to see him get beaten. Oh dear. Su Chen, you've offended so many people and are still second to last. You really are something. It's only right to repay debts. You've let so many brothers down with your poor performance.
Aren't you going to offer something to make it up to them? These people originally had no
thoughts of confrontation, but upon hearing Shueikai's words, they began to echo him. Looking at their expressions, if Su-chen didn't give an explanation, it seemed they really would resort to violence. The onlookers all thought Su-chen would be scared into begging for mercy. After all, although most people here were not martial masters, anyone would feel intimidated surrounded by so many. But upon hearing their words, Su-chen not only didn't feel nervous but instead surveyed everyone around him, and slowly said, "None of you are from Longdu No. 1 High School, right?" His seemingly nonsensical question left many people stunned. The leader, a long-haired youth, looked particularly agitated. "What do you mean? Are you saying you have a good relationship with someone from No. 1 High School?" Su-chen ignored him but scanned the eyes of the others, confirming that there was indeed no one from No. 1 High School present. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling at ease. It seemed that all of this had not been in vain. However, his relaxed demeanor appeared to these people as if he was relieved to have connections with No. 1 High School, making them hesitate to act against him. At that moment, the leading youth's face turned red with anger. "Don't say you're not from No. 1 High School. Even if you are, you must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, you'll regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted from behind, "Someone from No. 1 High School is back. If you don't give us an explanation today, I'll make sure you can't participate in the upcoming training." The leader spoke and the others all closed in. The atmosphere was tense. With so many people, even if most were martial artists, if a real fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to continue with the training anyway. However, these people all had their own agendas and wouldn't work together. As long as he focused on the leader and struck hard, he could definitely intimidate the others. "The people from Class 1 are back," someone shouted, and everyone turned to look. Su-chen also glanced over immediately, feeling a bit excited. He saw a boy and a girl walking in from outside the classroom. The girl was someone he recognized, the one he had seen last time. The boy had a resolute face, but now it was filled with helplessness and bitterness. "That's Lang Ningxue, right?" "Yes. No wonder she's the beauty of Class 1. I heard she has rejected Tianhua Entertainment for 3 years in a row." The leading boy's expression darkened when he saw the Class 1 students return. He charged forward. "Zhao Hu, Lang Ningxue, this is between us and Su-chen. It has nothing to do with you." Lang Ningxue and the boy also noticed their group and curiously moved closer. "What?" Lang Ningxue looked up and happened to catch Su-chen's questioning gaze, her mouth twitching. She immediately ducked behind Zhao Hu, looking embarrassed. "Su-chen, I didn't mean to deceive you. Don't hit me." Although she exaggerated a bit, it was the truth. She had seen Su-chen suppressing a master-level mentor. If that master's sword techniques were used against her, it would be disastrous. Zhao Hu also wore a stiff smile. Su-chen, don't be angry, let's talk this out." Their words left the surrounding people in shock. Most of Su-chen's group didn't know them, but they recognized these two. Everyone from Class 1 was quite famous, as they ranked high on the training camp list. If they were to confront these two, no one present could win, they would basically be crushed. But now, these two from Class 1 seemed to be quite afraid of this country bumpkin Su-chen. Not far away, Shuaikai, who was watching everything unfold, widened his eyes. Was he seeing things? These few from Class 1 could be called the 4 dragons of Class 1, each one a standout among people. He had thought that with a country bumpkin like Su-chen, he would at most just try to curry favor with them. He never expected such a scene, which left him utterly confused. For a moment, his mind went blank, and the few people beside him who were also watching the commotion wore equally bewildered expressions. All eyes were on Su-chen. Su-chen looked at Lang Ningxue, who was hiding behind Zhao Hu, his expressions somewhat unpleasant. "What about her? She hasn't been eliminated yet." Lang Ningxue smiled awkwardly. She was sure Su-chen must have a bad temper. At least he was very irritable about being deceived by her. Hearing that Su-ching hadn't been eliminated, he breathed a sigh of relief. "At least you led them to the west. If you all got eliminated so quickly in the west, if it had been on your side, you would probably have all been eliminated by now." He spoke relaxedly. "How can you say that? If you hadn't led the master to the west, would we have been eliminated? You don't even like Su-cheng. If you hadn't brought the master over, I wouldn't have been eliminated." Mentioning this, Lang Ningxue suddenly spoke up angrily. Su-chen was taken aback. "What do you mean? You guys are also in the west?" "Yes. We're right in the woods behind you. If you leave, we'll be discovered." Lang Ningxue nodded emphatically, looking aggrieved. Su-chen felt his head buzzing. He was a bit annoyed inside. If he hadn't been so gullible, he wouldn't have led the master to the west. Damn. But thinking it over, at least they hadn't been among the first to be eliminated. His expression improved a little. "What are you all talking about?" At that moment, those who held grievances against Su-chen realized they were completely unrelated, and couldn't help but erupt. "Zhao Hu, since this guy has nothing to do with your school, step aside. We're going to deal with this guy." The leading boy had a fierce look on his face, waving his hand to drive them away. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the others around him taking a step back, looking at him in terror. He instinctively turned around and saw Su-chen standing right in front of him, exuding a rebellious aura, his eyes fixed on him. Su-chen was 178 centimeters tall. Although not very tall, he was definitely not short. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting in the last row of the classroom. He stared at the leading boy like a fully awake humanoid beast. That's right. The boy felt that way now. Su-chen was terrifying. Many students from Longdu had long been fighting against beasts, so they carried this kind of hostility. But Su-chen had more than just hostility. His eyes seemed to see through all of a person's thoughts, revealing an unwavering confidence. It made his opponent believe that he absolutely could not win against Su-chen. When Su-chen saw him turn around, he slowly raised his fist and smashed it down. The person in front of him barely reached the level of a martial master and was not a match at all. If it were against a beast, he would have ambushed them long ago, but he had read many books. If he could win against the opponent, he would do so openly, just like now. 8 Extremes Yin-Yang Skill. The boy was directly sent flying 3 to 4 meters, landing on the ground, clutching his chest, pale-faced. Who else? Su-chen looked at the next person without hesitation, his expression indifferent. He had always been a person with a clear goal and enough execution ability. His goal for coming here was to obtain a guaranteed admission spot and find out what happened to his sister. For this goal, he would execute without hesitation, so he would never be indecisive. If there were really others blocking him, he would take them all down. He had already roughly assessed the situation. There was no one here who could defeat him one-on-one. At this moment, a boy beside him had a gradually fierce expression, and judging by his clothes, he was probably from the same school as the leading boy. Su-chen immediately noticed his change, stepped forward, and threw a punch. The opponent also unleashed his martial arts, and in an instant, several afterimages of his fist appeared, as if it had split. This martial art was clearly not ordinary. At the very least, it was a fine product among Earth-level skills. The people around gasped, but the moment they touched Su-chen, they were all neutralized one by one. Before everyone could react, Su-chen grabbed this boy and slammed him hard into the ground. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the classroom. The boy was heavily smashed to the ground by Su-chen, foaming at the mouth. The cracks on the ground spread, sending shivers down everyone's spine. That is heaven-level martial arts. If Su-chen had previously treated heaven-level martial arts as his trump card, now he had completely revealed it. Su-chen stood up and scanned the crowd. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Heaven-level martial arts were rare, not because they were heaven-level, but because at their age, it was very difficult to comprehend martial arts of this level. So when everyone realized that Su-chen had learned heaven-level martial arts, their first reaction was shock. The second reaction was an instinctive retreat. In an instant, everyone surrounding Su-chen took a step back. The scene was quite beautiful. Lung Ningxue pulled Zhao Hu's shirt, and the two instinctively exchanged glances, both seeing the shock deep in each other's eyes. They had thought Su-chen's swordsmanship against the master was already a skill, but they didn't expect there to be even more shocking martial arts. Everyone fell silent, not daring to approach any further. Are you kidding? Who would dare to go up now? It wasn't a life and death struggle, it was just finding a place to settle things. Anyone who went up to take a hit would have to lie down. Shui Kai, who had been waiting for Su-chen to make a mistake, felt his facial muscles twitch at that moment. He even felt a soreness all over his body. But this only fueled his desire for revenge. He looked at those who were ready to back down and stepped forward. Su-chen, don't think that just because you have a bit of luck and learn a heavenly martial art, you can consider yourself invincible. There are plenty of geniuses in this training session. If you really have the ability, go challenge those ranked in the top 30 instead of showing off here. If you really provoke us, be careful, we'll all come together and beat you to death. He spoke with such excitement, as if it came from the heart, making others empathize with him. But only Su-chen knew that this guy simply disliked him. Su-chen stared at Shui Kai, feeling the surrounding gazes grow fierce and resolute because of his words, and he let out a cold laugh. That's funny, it's clearly you who provoked me. The mentor following me is his choice. You're the ones who are unlucky and want to blame me. If you really have the ability, why don't you get a first place? Shui Kai and the others turned pale at his words. Indeed, even if they weren't influenced by Su-chen, they wouldn't achieve much better results. That's still better than your last place. Yeah, what's with the last place act? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had to come back so early. The crowd chimed in, clearly dissatisfied with Su-chen. Seeing the crowd once again turn their hostility towards Su-chen, Shui Kai smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, now that we've been eliminated, there's no need to keep arguing here. If there are grievances, there will be more tests later, we can settle it then. At this moment, Long Ningxue stepped forward. She was beautiful and was giving both sides a way out, causing everyone's anger to subside a bit. Alright, let's give the beauty from class 1 some face. But after the test, Su-chen, don't let us catch you. Even if we have to fight hard, we'll make sure to eliminate you. Su-chen didn't take their words seriously.
So many people surrounded him and couldn't do anything. Why would he worry about what would happen later? Ridiculous. Only those without confidence would act this way. Su Chen was bursting with confidence. Whether it was his realm or the knowledge in his heart, it was enough to make him incredibly confident when facing his peers. Su Chen, we're even now. Once the crowd dispersed, Lung Ningxue hurried over, smiling as she spoke to him. Were you calculating this? Su Chen then understood why this girl helped him. I said, can you be a bit more polite? She's a beauty. When others talk to her, they speak gently. Don't believe me? Just ask Zhao Hu. Su Chen looked up at Lung Ningxue, carefully examining her. Indeed, Lung Ningxue was very pretty, even more so than Lin Wanqing, with a bit more grace. But, because of Lin Wanqing, he had a filter for beautiful women. So, how is it? Isn't she beautiful? But just look, after all, how can a mountain chicken match a phoenix? Lung Ningxue, with her playful and mischievous personality, started joking with him as Su Chen stared at her. Su Chen's expression didn't change much. Sorry, I'm not really into beautiful women. Especially those who like to deceive. That's another point off. Lung Ningxue was stunned. She pouted, stomping her little feet in anger. Zhao Hu, he's bullying me. You go beat him up. Zhao Hu, standing next to her, smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Su Chen then noticed the emblem on Zhao Hu's chest, 4-star martial artist. No wonder he was a student from Longdu Class 1. He was much stronger than Su Chen had imagined. By the way, you said you were in the West, so why were you eliminated? So late? Shouldn't you have been among the first to be eliminated? Su Chen looked at the eliminated participants continuously entering the classroom, his expression serious. The mentor gave us a little time to escape, saying it was because of you. Lung Ningxue's gaze was somewhat complicated. Su Chen was slightly taken aback, unable to suppress a smile. It seemed this master had not let go of his stature and had resorted to bullying after all. After all, normally, a mentor of this level would leave the training room at the appropriate time. While the two were chatting, many people had already returned to the classroom. There were probably around 100 of them. And it had only been a little over 20 minutes. It seemed that a master level was indeed terrifying. Who do you think will be in the top 10 this time? Do we even need to say? Didn't you have the training list before you came? It's just those top 10 people. As more people gathered, discussions began to arise. Su Chen, who do you think will be in the top 10? You must have seen those lists, right? Take a guess. Lung Ningxue curiously nudged Su Chen's abdomen with her elbow. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Are you polite? Don't you have any sense of boundaries? Female swindler. You're the female swindler. Your whole family are female swindlers. Lung Ningxue's face turned red, looking genuinely angry. Su Chen felt a bit awkward, so he said, I don't know who can make it into the top 10, but I will definitely be first. Still first? You've already been eliminated. And you're still talking about being first. Lung Ningxue snorted coldly. Seriously, she said, but I think you're quite impressive. How did you come back so early? The mentor said I was first. His word is final. Lung Ningxue shot him a glance. All right. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. I wonder if Xiaoqing can make it into the top 10. Su Chen remained silent, instead watching the increasing number of returning participants, his expression grave. He was starting to feel nervous. There were almost 200 people present. He estimated he would soon see his sister. More and more people returned, but Su Chen still hadn't seen the person he wanted to see. Zhao Long. Lung Ningxue spotted a familiar figure and waved, prompting Su Chen to rush over to inquire. Upon hearing Su Chen ask about Su Qing, Zhao Long instinctively turned around. Following his gaze, he saw the mentor walking in from outside, and the classroom fell completely silent. Everyone, this test assessment has concluded successfully, and I have brought back the top 10 from this test. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on the mentor. Outside the classroom, one by one, the students walked in. Su Chen stared at each of their faces, finally landing on the last girl. Seeing the familiar yet strange face of the girl, Su Chen trembled with excitement. He wanted to speak several times but ultimately held back, sensing the atmosphere wasn't right for recognition, and he looked at Su Qing in the distance, his brows slightly furrowed. Su Qing stood at the end of the 10, her head slightly bowed, her eyes vacant and her face full of grievance. Looking at her, it seemed as if she had lost something important, with tear stains even at the corners of her eyes. Who bullied her? Su Chen speculated, his expression darkening. What's wrong with Xiaoqing? Why does she look so troubled? Did Zhang Hao bully her? Lung Ningxue also noticed Su Qing's abnormality and asked Zhao Long beside her. Sigh. Because of the test results, Xiaoqing should have been 10th, but the mentor said the first had already been determined, and each of them was pushed back one place. As a result, Xiaoqing can no longer be counted among the top 10. Zhao Long said, gesturing for a few people to look at the others in front. Look at the others, aren't they all looking dissatisfied? Lung Ningxue and the others carefully observed those people, and indeed, they all had a look of discontent, as if they were holding back their anger. Didn't they say that the names were based on the elimination results? Why has it changed now? What's wrong with this mentor? Our little Chang worked so hard for this test. It's really infuriating. Lang Ningxue said angrily, yet she didn't notice Su Chen's expression gradually turning sour. He never imagined that it would come to this. He had pushed his sister out of the top 10, which led to her feeling so wronged. Su Chen felt incredibly awkward for a moment. Now, I will announce the top 10. 11th place, Su Qing. 10th place, Yi Shi. 9th place, In Hong. 4th place, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was a mature-looking youth, and upon hearing his name, he not only didn't look happy, but his face darkened instead. His gaze kept sweeping over the people present, his eyes seemed to burn with a fierce flame. At this moment, the students finally realized something was off. Zhang Hao was 4th, but there were only 2 people left who hadn't been announced. Where was the first place? Why did they start announcing from the 11th place? Everyone in the room noticed the anomaly, confusion filling their eyes. 3rd place, Sui Tian. 2nd place, Hua Huayan. The mentor. Read out the last 2 names, and everyone instinctively looked outside. They wanted to see if there was still someone standing outside the classroom. Was there a first place standing there? But soon, someone realized something was wrong. This isn't right. That guy Hua Huayan seems to already be a 6-star martial artist. No one could possibly be stronger than him. Exactly. He and Sui Tian are both 6-star martial artists. There's no one in Longdu stronger than them, so how can one be 2nd and the other 3rd? Who on earth is 1st? Damn it, I placed a huge bet on those 2. I'm ruined. Listening to the discussions around him, the mentor wore a smug smile. He clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, then slowly spoke under the watchful eyes of all. Dear students, I believe you are all very curious as to why there is no first place. The reason is simple. Among you, one student took the initiative to attack me during the test and actually hit me. So I decided that this student would directly advance to first place. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was stunned by the mentor's words. Mentor, are you joking? I'm not joking, I'm serious. This student is among you, the mentor said with a serious expression. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, a huge wave surged in the hearts of the students. They all had the same thought in their minds. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone present had been personally sent back by the mentor and knew very well how terrifying this master-level mentor was. Let alone hitting this master, even initiating an attack would require immense courage. The murderous aura from years of real combat on the battlefield was something they could not bear. Even if they had that thought in their hearts, their legs would go weak. At this age and level, there was absolutely no one who would dare to face it head-on. Bastard! Hua Huayan didn't get first place. I lost all my New Year's money. Shui Kai cursed. From the side, his voice was loud enough for those around him to hear. Many people showed expressions similar to his, clearly having placed bets before the competition. They blindly believed that Hua Huayan would be first, but they never expected such a result. Angry, Shui Kai had nowhere to vent his frustration and instinctively looked at Su Chen, only to find the latter staring back at him with a face full of curiosity. In that instant, his anger flared up. What are you staring at, country bumpkin? I lost my money. And I'm fine with it. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Chen was indeed curious about how much this guy had bet, but he was even more interested in their betting situation. They must have known the strengths of the players involved. Just looking at the odds revealed everyone's capabilities. I'm just curious, why do you trust this guy to come in first so much? What do you know? Hua Huayan was first at the Dragon City Youth Exchange. His strength is on a whole different level. How can you compare with someone who's second to last? Shui Kai cursed loudly. He had lost all his possessions and was now frustrated with nowhere to release his anger. Everyone, quiet down. Now, I'm going to announce the name of this student. The instructor at the front interrupted them, bringing silence back to the training classroom. The 10 young men and women on stage raised their heads simultaneously, their aura sweeping over the crowd like kings, their eyes filled with unwillingness. At this moment, Su Qing also calmed down, scanning the crowd below. Everyone held their breath, their faces full of curiosity. They all wanted to know who this person was that overshadowed Hua Huayan. The first place in this test is Su Chun from Tianhai City. The instructor's words echoed in the classroom. The students present were initially confused, because they had never heard of Tianhai City, nor had they heard of the name Su Chen. At that moment, Shui Kai, who had been mocking Su Chen for being last, froze upon hearing this. It was evident that his mouth gradually dropped open. His gaze shifted back and forth between the instructor and Su Chen, and several times he tried to speak but couldn't find the words. Just when he thought he was hearing things, the instructor at the front repeated it once more. The first place this time is Su Chun from the Martial Arts Association of Tianhai City. The clear words hit Shui Kai's face like a slap. He was completely dumbfounded. Not only was he stunned, but the few people around Su Chen, including Lang Ningxue, also had blank expressions. They stared at Su Chen beside them, recalling the moment the instructor let Su Chen go, and suddenly it all clicked. But then, their expressions turned extremely complex. Because Su Chen had taken Su Qing's spot. Su Chen, come up here. The instructor spoke again, shouting towards the crowd below. Everyone was searching for this mysterious figure until Su Chen gestured for people to make way. Those who had just surrounded Su Chen looked shocked and fearful. Some had expressions of curiosity and awe, but most wore faces of doubt and disbelief. Many of them were seeing Su Chen for the first time and had never heard of Tianhai City before, until Su Chen stepped out of the crowd and approached the 10 eliminated students. In that moment, the 10 pairs of eyes were fixed on Su Chen, exuding a palpable pressure. Their gazes were like beasts ready to pounce on their prey, baring their teeth, the stench of blood in the air. It seemed that at any moment they would fight Su Chen to eliminate one person, and that was Su Qing. Su Qing stared at him in disbelief, her dazed expression suggesting she was seeing someone she never thought she would see, her eyes shimmering with tears. Su Chen paid no attention to others and looked at Su Qing, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. Long time no. Before he could finish, a shocking scene unfolded. Su Qing, in front of everyone, dashed straight into Su Chen's arms. She buried her head deeply, holding onto Su Chen tightly as if she were clutching a treasure, unwilling to let go. Wow! What the hell? What am I seeing? A loud explosion-like shout erupted, and a group of excited onlookers exploded with excitement. The instructor was also stunned. What's going on? How can this kid steal the spotlight like this? This is a training test, not a dating event. At this moment, Su Chen couldn't care about anything else and tightly embraced Su Qing. The siblings hadn't seen each other for many years. How could he not be excited? Moreover, seeing her looking so wronged made Su Chen want to comfort her. Most importantly, at this moment, he felt relieved. No matter the reason, there must be a reason why his sister hadn't contacted him for so many years, some hidden difficulties. Just as he was about to comfort his sister, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned his head to see Zhang Hao, ranked fourth, glaring at him angrily. That gaze seemed like it wanted to eat him alive. You are Su Chen? You are the first place? Perfect. Zhang Hao, really want to test if you're as strong as the instructor said. As he spoke, his body had already moved in front of Su Chen. The speed was extraordinary. Su Chen even heard the explosive sound of his footsteps. This was some kind of martial arts footwork, and it was at least a top-tier technique among the Earth rank. Su Chen wanted to defend himself immediately, but the next second he was interrupted by a loud shout. You dare! Su Qing's eyes widened as she stood in front of Su Chen, her aura fierce. Don't be fooled by her being just a girl. When she got angry, even Su Chen felt intimidated. At least a 5-star martial artist. Su Chen clearly assessed Su Qing's level, his eyes revealing shock. His sister had always been talented since childhood, and he was well aware of that, but he remembered that when he left, she hadn't yet reached the level of a martial artist. To improve so quickly, without the kind of advantages he had, was truly astonishing. Zhang Hao was equally shocked. Those people had just said that the top 2 were 6-star martial artists, but to him, this guy looked at least 6-star. After being scolded by Su Qing, Zhang Hao's face turned ashen, and he was at a loss for words. Xiao Chang, I was afraid he would bully you. Which of your eyes saw him bullying me? Su Qing looked very angry, showing no courtesy to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao could see that he was afraid of Su Qing. After being angrily retorted, he couldn't even muster a word. He could only direct his anger at Su Chen, angrily saying, Su Chen, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Su Chen didn't respond but looked at Zhang Hao with a somewhat disgusted expression. It was clear that he genuinely cared for his sister. But when this guy had just attacked him, he had been ruthless and showed no mercy. It was no wonder Su Qing didn't give him a good face. You think you can just fight whenever you want? Do you think this is your home? Su Chen snorted coldly. Zhang Hao was even angrier and prepared to make a move again, but was scolded by the instructor. Stop. Su Chen is right. Do you think this is your home? If you really have the ability, then take first place in the test. Zhang Hao was left speechless by the scolding, his cheeks flushed with anger. However, the instructor didn't let Su Chen off the hook either. And you all, young people pulling and tugging, I don't mind, but can't you see what kind of occasion this is? Su Chen showed an apologetic smile. Almost simultaneously with Su Qing, they both spoke up. Sorry, instructor, we got too excited. Sorry, instructor, we got too excited. Zhang Hao, who was already red with jealousy, nearly choked at this scene. Su Chen, I want to duel you. Right here to determine the winner. Whoever loses will directly withdraw from this test and can never appear beside Su Qing again. The furious Zhang Hao was already infected by his emotions, staring fiercely at Su Chen. However, Su Chen remained silent, looking at him with the eyes of someone observing an idiot. Did you not hear what the instructor said? Zhang Hao could no longer care about so much. Just as he was about to speak again, he shivered. He felt the cold gaze of the mentor, and if he continued, he would probably face punishment. His expression changed, and he stepped aside. He retreated, but the top 2 boys who had remained silent finally spoke up. I thought he was some kind of genius, but it turns out he's just a coward hiding behind a woman. Su Qing, your judgment is really poor. This man is not even as good as Zhang Hao. The 2 exchanged provocative glances with Su Chen, and the others also looked at him unfavorably. Su Chen finally remembered that there were many people who disliked him. Not just Zhang Hao. Now everyone harbored hostility towards Su Chen. As one of the top 10, they were all dissatisfied with Su Chen's inexplicable first place. Those who had been eliminated early also resented him for attracting the mentor's attention. Enough, all of you shut up. The mentor erupted with an aura of authority, forcing everyone to silence. He scanned each student present and said sternly, I don't care what conflicts you have or what opinions you hold about this test, resolve them during the assessment. I'll say this one. Last time, I, Luofu, am your training mentor, so my word is law. Don't defy me. Gather at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for the official assessment. The winners will have the opportunity to receive guaranteed admission. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your test scores and performances today will be posted on the training program's official website tomorrow morning. Many organizations and media will be paying attention to this training test. As long as you seize the opportunity, everyone can soar to great heights. The crowd erupted in joy, immediately pushing Su Chen's matters to the back of their minds. Guaranteed admission. Rewards. Becoming famous. Gaining the attention of extraordinary powers, changing their future lives, becoming the children of tomorrow. Each of these thoughts made their breaths quicken. Seeing the situation defuse, Luofu quickly dismissed everyone, leaving only Su Chen behind. As Zhang Hao left, he passed by Su Chen and dropped a harsh remark. Trust me, this test you will not enjoy. He walked away, and Luofu sighed. If you want to stand out, you must bear the corresponding cost. These people are all prodigies, you need to work twice as hard. Su Chen nodded, his expression serious. The geniuses participating in the training had already left him with a bad impression, and during the upcoming assessment, he would surely be targeted everywhere. To secure guaranteed admission, he had to focus on improving his own level. Seeing that he understood, Luofu took out a pill and handed it to him. The pill had a fragrant aroma, and the wrapping was printed with characters. Master Pill. Su Chen took the master pill and thanked him, but he felt little interest inside. On one hand, he didn't need this thing to enhance his vitality. On the other hand, he had a high resistance to potions. All medications had minimal effects on him, and taking the master pill would be a waste, but he couldn't bring himself to ask for other rewards in exchange for this pill. Their conversation ended, and Su Chen left the training classroom. Su Qing was waiting for him outside. When she saw him come out, she smiled. Standing in the moonlight, Su Chen noticed a hint of grievance. Behind Su Qing's smile, he could even see tears glistening in her eyes. They were both victims of their parents' failed marriage. The two children had never imagined that one day they would be separated, and that their once happy family could never be restored. After years of not seeing each other, they didn't know how to start a conversation, just staring at each other in silence. Finally, Su Chen broke the silence. Little sister, have you been doing well these years? I heard that you were seriously injured before you came here and stayed in the hospital for a long time. What happened? He said, a bit nervously wanting to check Su Qing's body, but she dodged away. It was only then that he realized they were no longer young, and he smiled awkwardly. Su Qing's gaze flickered, clearly unwilling to bring it up. Brother, don't worry. It was just an accident, and I've mostly recovered now, so don't ask. But you, how did you suddenly become so strong and even get selected for training? She looked at him with curiosity. She knew very well her brother's talent level. It was absolutely impossible for him to reach this level now. Even she and their mother had always believed that her brother would never become a martial artist in this lifetime. Well, it's a long story, but I came here to get a guaranteed spot to take Dad to Longdu. Sister, I want Mom and Dad to remarry. Su Chen got straight to the point. His eyes were bright, filled with hope. This was the result he had always wanted, and he had worked tirelessly to become a martial artist for this outcome. He could even give up his thirst for knowledge for the sake of family reunification. He thought Su Qing would think the same way, but, brother, that's impossible. What? Su Chen was taken aback. Little sister, don't you want our family to be together again? You tell Mom that I become a martial artist now, and Dad's illness will soon be cured. As long as you and I work together, we can definitely return to the past. Su Chen was a bit agitated, but he noticed Su Qing had been avoiding his gaze and questions, hesitating to speak. Brother, please stop. If you are only going to Longdu University for this reason, then you should give up. Su Chen was momentarily confused. Why? He couldn't understand Su Qing's reasoning and found it hard to comprehend. But then he suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned extremely grim. Little Qing, does that mean Mom has? Yes. Su Qing looked extremely pained. Su Chen felt a thunderous boom in his head. He stood there dazed, his mind blank. He finally understood why his mother had kept everything from him and why their connection had become so sparse. The family he had always wanted to fix had already been completely shattered. No wonder little Cheng could have such resources now. No wonder he heard them discussing her strong family background. It turned out her family had long been different from his. For the first time, Su Chen felt a sense of powerlessness and despair. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the sky, and a light rain began to fall. Su Qing's eyes were
Red, brother, we are no longer children. There are many things we should face the reality of. Although I also want to go back to the past, a broken mirror is hard to piece back together. Su Ching said tiredly. Grandpa arranged a marriage partner for Mom. Although she doesn't want to, the pressure from Grandpa is immense. It's only a matter of time. Su Chen, feeling disheartened, suddenly brightened. So, that means Mom herself doesn't want this, right? Su Ching was momentarily at a loss for words. Mom just sees Dad's health situation as a bottomless pit. I understand this very well. But if I can get first place in this national training camp filled with geniuses, I will attract the attention of major institutions in Longwa, and then solving these problems will be simple. Su Ching was taken aback. Brother, you know that this camp is full of geniuses, those in the top 3 of the potential rankings are 1 in a million. Some of them are even close to becoming grand martial masters. Even as a main force in my school, I have less than a 10% chance. That's my business. Since Mom and Dad can't handle our family's issues, then I'll take care of it. Su Chen completely ignored what she was saying. Su Ching did not refute any further, as she knew very well that Su Chen was not in a state to listen. The two did not continue the topic, but Su Chen kept thinking about it, remaining distracted even when he returned to the dormitory. He understood how difficult it was to aim for first place. The upcoming formal tests would not be as trivial as the preliminary ones. Perhaps it was a truly brutal elimination mechanism, and Su Ching was not wrong. Everyone in this training camp was a genius from various institutions and cities. Standing out among them was almost more difficult than reaching the sky. His current level might allow him to survive 1 or 2 rounds of elimination, but the thought of reaching the top was absolutely impossible. He might not even be able to handle Su Ching right now. He had to find a way to enhance his vitality and martial arts reserves. He calmed his emotions, his eyes filled with determination. Just then, Shang Cheng pushed the door open and returned from outside, revealing a warm smile upon seeing that he was still awake. Tiangu, you're still not asleep? Are you researching tomorrow's opponents on the official website, or are you placing bets? Official website? Bets? It was the first time Su Chen had heard of this, and he looked at him in confusion. What? Seeing his bewildered expression, Shang Cheng looked incredulous. Tiangu, you don't even know about the official website? Come take a look. Not only can you see the potential rankings of the contestants, but you can also place bets. Su Chen took his phone and saw the training camp's official website. There were quite a few push notifications, along with highlights of past participants, indicating that this site had been operating for many years. This was their 56th training session, and there was information about the participants, along with brief introductions. Below, there was a voting activity to predict this year's top 36, but most predictions were for those ranked high on the potential list. Further down was the betting section that Shang Cheng mentioned. At that moment, betting was open, and the content was about tomorrow's top 144. The accumulated prize money had already reached 10 digits, looking extremely daunting. Just then, a new pop-up appeared on the official website. Upset. In the preliminary test, Huo Huoyan lost first place, and the biggest dark horse turned out to be him. Su Chen instinctively clicked in and saw his name along with the report on the preliminary test. The comments section was filled with discussions about him, claiming that this preliminary test must have been internal and demanding an explanation from the officials. Tiangu, I estimate that in the coming days your attention will be very high. If you seize this opportunity to advance to the top 36, you might just get noticed and invited by a major organization from Longdu, and then you'll soar to great heights. Su Chen's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation upon hearing his words. If that were the case, leveraging this training session could not only bring him immense wealth but also status. He took out his phone to study the opponents on the potential list, only to find many missed calls and messages. The latest message was from Zhang Wei, indicating that his every move was now connected to the Martial Artists Guild, and he should be cautious. Many media outlets and forces were watching this training session closely. Suddenly breaking through might not be a good thing, and he needed to be wary of those predatory enemies. If he encountered problems in this test, the Martial Artists Guild could also suffer unprecedented setbacks. Su Chen opened the other messages. Indeed, there were many threats directed at him. The general content urged him to admit to cheating in the preliminary test, accept punishment, and roll out of this training camp. The insults were harsh and the threats were terrifying, but to think that these could make Su Chen give up was a delusion. He also knew that in such a precarious situation, if he were to retreat, even if it was just due to not performing well, it could very well solidify the rumors of insider information. The official training camp wouldn't like such things to happen. They would definitely block his information, and the Martial Artist Guild behind him couldn't afford such rumors. Sure enough, the bigger the tree, the more the wind blows. He is now at the center of attention, and every move he makes will affect those related to him. There is no way back. The consequences of failure are unimaginable. His supporters, his family, might all be significantly impacted. Just thinking about how hard his father works every day makes his palm unconsciously clench into a fist, his gaze resolute.
The only way to break the deadlock now is to dispel these doubts and reach the highest peak. In that case, I can only aim for the top. After pondering for a moment, he took out the Shurdan. Although the first round is just an elimination match, he cannot afford any mistakes and must use the strongest means to deal with his opponents. Previously, the four who also obtained Shurdan served as hypothetical enemies, pushing his physical strength to its best. He currently has 4,450 points of vitality. A significant amount of vitality points is needed to break through again. Although his absorption rate for drugs is low, it shouldn't be zero, especially since this is Shurdan. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, and his vitality increased by 300 points. His eyes revealed helplessness and worry. Without a breakthrough in his realm, he must do something more. He decided to enhance the newly comprehended light and agile sword dance to perfect proficiency. He wrote down the steps and his understanding. You are memorizing the understanding of the light and agile sword dance. Proficiency plus 0.1%. You are memorizing the understanding of the light and agile sword dance. Proficiency plus 0.1%. You are memorizing the understanding of the light and agile sword dance. Proficiency plus 0.1%. Your understanding of the light and agile sword dance has reached its limit. Proficiency has reached 100%. You gain 1 point of insight. With the insight gained, he chose to directly comprehend the light and agile sword dance. The light and agile sword dance has reached the edge of breaking through to the celestial level martial arts. This moment of enlightenment is very likely to lead to a breakthrough. The panel consumes 1 point of insight, and his vision gradually darkens. When his sight returns, he finds himself in an unfamiliar place. A stage full of technological vibes, dazzling lights flashing, gradient lights illuminating, and numerous musical instruments around. He stands on the stage, emotions surging, forgetting everything from the past as he sways to the music. Countless men and women below the stage are celebrating and jumping, holding various martial artist weapons and swaying. The rhythmic DJ music starts playing, and the light an agile sword appears in Su Chen's hand without warning, shining brightly. Su Chen can't help but swing the long sword, and the lights follow his movements. Everyone on and off the stage moving to the beat. He is completely immersed in it, forgetting everything in the world, and as the light and agile sword moves with the music, it bursts forth with even more brilliant light. The faster the rhythm, the more mysterious his sword movements become, and these memories are etched deep in his muscle memory. Not knowing how long the celebration lasts, the faint sounds in Su Chen's ears gradually diminish until they disappear. In reality, Su Chen suddenly opens his eyes wide, gasping for breath. Sweat drenches his clothes, and a strong sense of fatigue washes over him, yet he wears a satisfied smile. Although his sword technique hasn't broken through to celestial-level martial arts, it has become a top-tier Earth-level martial art. His current panel is as follows. Host: Su Chen. Age: 18 years. Vitality: 4750 points. Insight: 0 points. Abilities: 8 extreme yin-yang skill, 100% proficiency. Light and agile sword dance, 100% proficiency. Contains DJ beat mode, 10% proficiency. Weapon mastery: light and agile sword, 100% proficiency. Although this improvement is significant, there is still some gap compared to those top geniuses. His only hope now is not to encounter those troublesome opponents in the first round, allowing him some space for growth. No, I can't just sit and wait for my doom. Su Chen felt an immense pressure. Even if he didn't encounter those people in the first round, he had to plan ahead. He took a deep breath and buried himself in studying martial arts theory. This elimination round was an opportunity. He had many chances to observe martial arts, and he could use this chance to create a martial art to hand over to Zhang Wei for promotion, which would earn him a lot of vitality. Who knows, by the second round he might have already skyrocketed in realm. With this thought in mind, he focused on organizing his martial arts. He didn't know how long it had been when the sky began to brighten. The broadcast announced for everyone to gather at the training ground. Su Chen, who was organizing martial arts theory, looked up in confusion, appearing somewhat fatigued. Oh no, I've lost track of time. Su Chen's heart sank. But now that it had come to this, he can only get up, wash up briefly, and head to the gathering place. At the gathering place, Luo Fu stood in the open area and smiled when he saw everyone had arrived. Fellow students, today is the official elimination test. The content of today's elimination assessment is very simple. 2 people will form a group to compete and determine the winner, with the final count being 144 people. He gestured for everyone to look towards both sides of the open area. There sat a group of extraordinary men and women, eagerly watching them. In the front row sat 3 people: the representative from Longdu University, the media representative from Longdu, and the official representative of this training session. Those who have come here are the controllers from major media and various industries, as well as the managers of martial artist organizations. They will observe this test up close, hoping you can leave a deep impression on them and pave the way for your future. Luo Fu explained slowly. As his words fell, the hearts of the more than 200 training martial artists surged with emotion. Coming to this training ground, the guaranteed spots from Longdu were merely the most basic rewards. What truly excited them were the endless opportunities. Once recognized by a large organization, they would surely soar to great heights in the future. They were all incredibly excited, standing tall and displaying their elite qualities. This also sparked lively discussions among the spectators. Who do you think will stand out this time? Is that even a question? Of course, it's the top 10 on the potential list. I doubt it. It seems a dark horse took first place in this preliminary round. The crowd discussed passionately, drawing in the three people in the front row. The media representative was an elite young woman, dressed in professional attire, scanning the crowd from her seat. Have you seen the dark horse of this competition? As a media organization, they love traffic, so Su Chen was her focus now. Over there. The representative from Longdu University was a man, pointing at Su Chen in the crowd with a strange expression. Following his finger, many media and industry personnel looked over with curiosity. Everyone wanted to see what this sudden dark horse looked like. However, what they saw was a pale-faced boy, exuding fatigue. Compared to the other extraordinary martial artists, he looked more like a delinquent who had stayed up all night. On the internet, the stark contrast made everyone show doubtful expressions. Could this person really be the dark horse who took first place in the preliminary round? The crowd widened their eyes, looking shocked. Are they serious about this guy being first? Are you sure he is Su Chen? The woman slowly frowned. The training representative nodded and handed out copies of the information he had, which included Su Chen's photo and details. After confirming several times, the woman's expression was strange. Someone like this can really take first place in the test? Su Chen's realm and experience as a martial artist were not on par with the top seed candidates. What kind of person he is doesn't matter. What matters is that he has traffic now, which perfectly meets your media's requirements, right? The man representing the training camp spoke up, a smile on his face. The woman gazed at Su Chen for a moment before slowly saying, I originally had thoughts of getting to know him, but now it seems I need to reconsider. During their conversation, the draw on stage had already been completed. Coincidentally, Su Chen's opponent turned out to be Xuekai. Xuekai's face darkened upon receiving the draw result. He couldn't handle Su Chen's heavenly stage martial arts. So when he heard his name called to take the stage, he felt a bit hesitant. Beside him was teacher Xue, who had just come over from the spectator area. Don't worry, even if Su Chen can unleash his martial arts, he probably won't be your match. You faced him so many times. It's not like you haven't had your chances. Only then did Xuekai notice Su Chen's poor mental state. It seemed he could at most perform at 60 to 70% of his usual level. Take advantage of his weakness and strike him down. He sneered, the tension from earlier completely dissipating, and he appeared invigorated. In contrast, Su Chen's dazed state made others feel a sense of unease. Su Qing saw his condition and a flash of guilt crossed her eyes. To others, Su Chen seemed disrespectful to his opponent, but she knew he was just pushing himself too hard, leaving no time for rest. But extremes lead to reversals. Seeing Su Chen in such a poor state made her heart race with anxiety. The battle officially began, accompanied by shouts from the crowd. Beat him to death. Go, number 1 high school. Eliminate him. Su Chen had offended many people during the warm-up tests, and these individuals harbored deep resentment towards him. The jeers reached the spectator area, and those responsible whom Su Chen had been interested in quietly frowned. Such an unpopular contestant, even if capable, was not worth nurturing. After all, the training camp was not lacking in geniuses. Moreover, Su Chen's current performance was completely mismatched with his popularity. Xuekai had a decent level, but he was ranked in the lower middle tier of the potential list. It was hard not to question the authenticity of the warm-up rankings when someone like him could exchange blows with Su Chen. Such a person was not worth nurturing. Many factions silently placed Su Chen on their blacklist, deciding to cut ties with him. Su Chen was unaware that his first appearance had led many factions to sentence him to death. His focus was solely on the competition. He indeed had overdone it last night, resulting in his current mental fatigue and insufficient combat level. However, dealing with someone like Xuekai, a defeated opponent, was still more than enough. He was well aware of Xuekai's attack rhythm, having faced him many times, and understood his thoughts. After a few simple exchanges, he found the opportunity to unleash the 8 extremes yin-yang skill. Bang! Xuekai was slammed to the ground with a shoulder throw, his face turning beet red. He lost again. Su Chen wins. Luo Fu announced the result immediately, but hardly anyone cheered for Su Chen. He had long anticipated this outcome and didn't mind. One walks the path they choose, there's no need to care about others' gazes and criticisms. Moreover, it wasn't as if no one was cheering for him, like Su Qing and the lively Lang Ningxue. Seeing the genuine smiles of the two supporting him, Su Chen couldn't help but curve his lips into a slight smile. Under their watchful eyes, he slowly approached. Seeing such a person like Su Chen being cheered on by 2 school beauty-level girls made many people grind their teeth in hatred. If looks could kill, they would have already torn Su Chen to shreds. Teacher Xue, preparing to escort Xuekai off the stage, revealed a gloating smile upon witnessing this scene. With number 1 high school eliminated, don't think he'll have it easy. She had clearly seen that while Su Chen and Xuekai were fighting, those top seed players on the potential list were carefully observing that heavenly stage martial arts. That was Su Chen's trump card, his reliance. Now that this weapon has been exposed, Su Chen will definitely be eliminated in the upcoming knockout rounds. Of course, no matter what, Su Chen has successfully advanced this round. His advancement has rekindled some people's interest in Su Chen in the audience. What do you think? Are you media representatives from Longdu interested in getting to know this dark horse? The training representative teased the media representative. The woman from the media shook her head. Before this match, I still had the idea of observing and making contact, but after watching this match, I can responsibly tell you, training team, that we will absolutely not make contact with this person. Her eyes showed a hint of disdain as she said, knowing that today is an important elimination day, he still showed up in such poor condition, proving his character is lacking. In just one day of training, he can be scorned by so many people, proving his character is not good. Clearly mastering heavenly level martial arts, yet dragging his feet against a below average opponent, proving his own quality is lacking. In summary, this person has no redeeming qualities. I boldly predict he will definitely be eliminated in the next round. A person can gain opportunities through a moment of luck, but luck will not always favor someone who is unprepared. She spoke confidently, extremely certain about predicting Su Chen's outcome in the next elimination match. I also predict this kid will be eliminated in the next round. A man from Longdu Martial Arts University nodded in agreement. The man from the training representative's side showed disappointment. He was the person in charge of this training session and had already communicated with Luo Fu about Su Chen. His intention was to use Su Chen, this dark horse, to make this training session more exciting. If all went well, this wave of attention would bring many benefits. But now, judging by everyone's views on Su Chen, this approach would likely only bring negative effects to the training camp. Looking towards Su Chen not far away, his gaze turned a bit colder and more indifferent. Not far away, Su Chen was sitting beside Su Qing, supported by her. He did not choose to leave and rest but instead watched the battles of others. He had spent the night organizing his martial arts knowledge in order to observe the martial arts of others today, to refine what he wanted. Su Qing saw that he had no intention of leaving and worriedly said, "You can't keep this up. You should go back and rest." Lang Ningxue was also beside him, grinning. "Su Chen, in your current state, our little Qing will be worried about you. Hurry back to rest." Su Chen noticed that Su Qing's eyes were somewhat evasive, as if she was deliberately avoiding their relationship. No matter who it is, being denied by a family member can be infuriating, and he was not surprised. But seeing Su Qing's worried expression, he held back his questions and instead calmed down. Perhaps it was related to the marriage arranged by his grandmother for his mother. Su Qing was afraid that her future stepfather would know of his existence, or perhaps the man who might become Su Qing's stepfather had a significant background, one that could potentially implicate his father. He couldn't be sure, but Su Qing must have her reasons for acting this way. He reached out and patted Su Qing's head. They used to comfort each other like this when they were kids. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's not easy to come to Longdu and see such talents. Of course, I want to observe their levels well, or I would regret it when I go back." Su Qing wanted to persuade him further, but seeing Su Chen's determined expression, she swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue. "Then I'll stay here with you. If you feel unwell, I'll take you back to the dorm." Okay. After all, Su Chen was a martial artist, and his physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary people. Not fighting actually made him feel like he was gradually regaining some energy. He carefully observed the battling students, his expression serious. Seeing someone skilled in martial arts, he simulated the key points in his mind to construct the foundational theory for the martial arts he wanted to create. When he noticed someone with good footwork, he memorized it just the same, even taking out a small notebook he carried to jot down his observations. Su Qing had always been curious about his actions, and seeing those notes filled with insights and understandings made her heart ache. What she saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how much effort her brother had put in to get to this point. Recording the key points learned from battles was a method that most other martial artists looked down upon, yet Su Chen chose this most difficult path. Lang Ningxue joined in, going from curiosity at first to a slight confusion by the end. Like most martial artists, she couldn't understand. What use was it to record these things? Did Su Chen really have time to review these notes later? If you can't grasp it well in battle and practice, recording it is useless. She slapped Su Chen on the shoulder, laughing. Su Chen could only smile helplessly. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to her advice, Lang Ningxue complained to Su Qing beside her, "Xiao Chang, look at your Su Chen. Why won't he listen to anyone?" Su Qing's expression stiffened noticeably. As Su Chen guessed, she didn't want others to know the true relationship between them. Just when she didn't know how to respond, Su Chen suddenly spoke up. "What I'm doing, you naturally don't understand, but this has always been my way of practicing." He smiled slightly, patting Su Qing's clenched fist. "Don't worry. No need to say more, I understand you." He could clearly feel Su Qing's sense of relief, and she shyly said to him, "Actually, there are many things I can't explain clearly. It's a bit complicated and I can't articulate it all at once." Su Chen chuckled. "What is there to explain? Don't worry, I will always understand you, because you are my family." At that moment, Su Chen felt relieved as well. Indeed, Su Qing was his sister. Since she had her own difficulties, why should he, as her brother, force her? Since Su Qing couldn't tell him some things, he would dig and find solutions himself. He didn't believe that a family connected by heart would drift apart. The two held each other's hands tightly, truly like a couple. Oh, I can't stand you two anymore. If it weren't for your age, would you just get married already? Lung Ningxua rolled, her eyes in disdain, stamping her feet beside them. Su Chen wanted to laugh, but his gaze caught sight of an uninvited guest. Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao stood not far away at the competition area, his eyes dark as he stared through his opponent at Su Chen. He had seen their intimate actions clearly just now, and now he wished he could skin Su Chen alive. He slowly extended his thumb downward, making a contemptuous gesture and expression. His opponent mistakenly thought it was an insult and charged at him. Immediately, this person was a martial artist who had just broken through to the rank of martial master, skilled in close combat, and surprisingly used a martial art similar to the 8 extremes yin-yang technique. It emphasized overcoming hardness with softness, somewhat akin to his own martial arts. Su Chen was preparing to observe the battle closely, but Zhang Hao forcefully broke his opponent's soft strength in just a few moves. He threw a normal punch that seemed unremarkable, yet it directly neutralized his opponent's attack. After a few moves that dismantled the opponent's martial arts, he suddenly wore a fierce expression, adjusted his angle, and delivered a powerful punch that sent his opponent flying. The person flew back several meters, hurtling straight toward Su Chen at high speed. Zhang Hao's punch had considerable force, and that student was flying directly at Su Chen. Lung Ningxue was the one to catch him, pointing at Zhang Hao's nose and cursing. Zhang Hao, what kind of eyes do you have? Can't you see there's such a big beauty here? Do you believe I'll let Su Qing hit you? Zhang Hao was initially aggressive, but upon hearing Lung Ningxue's reprimand, his expression became somewhat awkward. However, he quickly turned to provocatively look at Su Chen behind her. Su Chen, do you really enjoy hiding behind your woman like this? You saw that strike just now, don't think that mastering a heavenly level martial art makes you invincible. This is Longdu, a place where geniuses gather. Although I don't know which insignificant people gave you such confidence before, you must understand that in the face of true strength, it's useless. He was full of momentum. Su Chen felt the pressure he brought and his heart sank. This guy must have taken the Master Dan too. The current Zhang Hao had probably reached the level of a 7-star martial master. Coupled with the method he just used to break through the soft string, he might really not be a match for this guy now. However, he still had time to improve. It seems that creating a martial art today is absolutely necessary. Su Chen rubbed his temples. Although the martial artist guild had 2 of his theories on vital energy, according to Zhang Wei's requirements, the theory for enhancing vital energy couldn't be widely distributed for now. The books on the 8-eyed spider could be published, but they had limitations. Not everyone could attempt to learn and understand them. So, the passive increase in his vital energy value was probably around 200 to 400. But if he could create a martial art, regardless of its rank, as long as Zhang Wei released it, the feedback speed would be a considerable value. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have extra time to spar with Zhang Hao. Fortunately, after Zhang Hao finished his threats, he didn't linger, allowing Su Chen to quietly observe the competition. Su Chen saw those top 10 talented individuals, each winning their opponents with overwhelming force, especially Hua Huayan, who was flawless in strength. He was similar to Zhang Hao, but it felt like he was an upgraded version of Zhang Hao in every aspect. Almost done. As it was nearing the end, Su Chen prepared to leave. After watching so many martial arts, the framework in his mind was almost completely clear. Creating a martial art was sufficient. He first returned to his dormitory for a long sleep to recover his physical state. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was awakened by a phone call from Zhang Wei. You brat are doing well. Not only did you take first place in the internal test, but you also breezed through the first elimination round. But what's going on with you? Is it only when I call you that you feel the need to tell me these things? Su Chen replied helplessly, you just need to know, do I really have to report to you in person? You didn't call me just to say a few words, did you? Of course not. There's something I need to discuss with you. How's the recording of your theory on enhancing vital energy going? No issues, just been quite busy these past few days and haven't had much time. I just wanted to ask if your current theory on vital energy is relatively complete? Actually, both the curator and I have some relatives who want to try using this method. Don't worry, it definitely won't affect our future plans. Su Chen smiled. He was more than happy to have more people learning now. You can rest assured, although the verification time has been short, there have never been any accidents. That's good. After a brief silence, Zhang Wei sighed again. Your reputation online is quite poor, you need to be careful. If there's anything, think it through before deciding. You should have seen the message I sent you last time. You are now part of the Martial Artist Guild, so don't act impulsively. Got it. Su Chen immediately responded. I've created a martial art, I'll send it to you shortly. The copyright is negotiable, but remember to push it out as soon as possible. It must be quick. No problem. Su Chen hung up the phone and began to organize the theories he had constructed throughout the day. In fact, after gathering a wealth of
knowledge, he felt that creating a martial art was not difficult. The challenge lay in creating a good one.
the first time he
Created a martial art with his limited theoretical foundation, he could only develop a basic human-level martial art.
As for that
Types of martial arts, he had already thought it through.
he glanced at the time. It was 8 in the evening. He ran to an empty space outside the dormitory building, found a secluded spot, and tightly closed his eyes.
Images of Zhang Hao breaking through the soft force flashed in his mind, his expression growing increasingly serious. He still hadn't figured out how Zhang Hao had broken the soft force, but the reason for its failure could only be that the soft force was not soft enough, or that it could not
withstand enough force.
Therefore, the new martial art he was creating was designed to enhance his Yin Yang 8 extreme skill. More precisely, it was to add an extra layer of security to all his martial arts.
He took a deep breath, feeling every bone and inch of muscle, then punched the ground. 8 extremes Yin Yang skill. Bang!
The powerful force struck the ground, causing
cracks to appear instantly. Su Chen did not retract his fist. After a second, another dull sound echoed from the ground. Crack! The fissures spread. Martial arts, even better.
This martial art had almost no power enhancement. It was an auxiliary skill. It was designed to coordinate breathing and body movements to enhance the power of other martial arts at the moment of their final
execution.
He was already very satisfied that a human-level martial art could achieve such an effect. The next step was to boost his vitality as much as possible. Su Chen promptly sent the organized martial arts analysis and video to Zhang Wei, then
prepared to return to the dormitory. However, as he passed by the entrance of the first dormitory on the first floor, he stopped
in his tracks. The lights in the girls' dormitory were still on, and Su Qing seemed to be on the phone with someone. He gazed at the light, his expression gradually firming up. This time, during the training camp, he absolutely had to stand out. He slowly stepped away from the door, disappearing into the darkness.
Inside the dormitory, Xiao Chang, is everything you said true? A
surprised voice came from the phone, belonging to Chu Hongxia. Yes, my brother is already a martial master now, and his level is quite good. You can see his information on the training camp's official website right now. Chu Hongxia fell silent for a few seconds, her voice thick with emotion.
Your brother has suffered so much.
I didn't expect him to reach this point, to get here. He must have endured a lot.
Mom, do you want to communicate with him?
His condition is not good.
Su Qing thought of Su
Chen's pale face, feeling a pang in her heart.
Did you tell your brother about my situation? According to your reasoning, my brother believed it, but it seems he has some resentment. I think after the competition, he will ask me to find you. Chu Hongxia fell silent again. You siblings have finally met, just get along well during this time.
Although your brother is doing well now, he is still far from the true geniuses in Longdu.
Let him gain some experience this time. When he truly faces defeat, he
will understand the hardships and dangers of this society.
Once everything is over, just say to find any excuse to cut off his desire to contact me. Su Qing hung up the phone.
She stood in the open space, looking up at the direction of Tianhai City, and
sighed. Brother, why do you have to go through this again? The next morning, Su Chen's vitality had already reached 4,890 points.
By tomorrow morning at the latest, he would successfully reach the 4-star martial master level.
Today's testing process
was similar to yesterday's, still involving random drawing, but there were also some differences. First, everyone was divided into 2 groups, one consisting of the 72 individuals ranked highest on the official website, and the other made up of the 72 ranked lowest. Su Chen glanced at his ranking, which was nearly at the bottom, meaning he would be facing off
against the top 72.
The 2 groups stood on opposite sides, and even before the draw, Su Chen felt the piercing gazes from the first group. Not only Zhang Hao, but also some of the top 10 geniuses were eyeing him. However, today, there weren't many discussions about him in the spectator seats, and he could sense that most people's attention was not on him.
It seemed that his lackluster performance yesterday had relieved some pressure from the spotlight. Of course, not everyone was disinterested in him.
In the same position as yesterday, the 3 individuals were sizing him up. Upon feeling Su Chen's gaze, the woman from Longdu Media curled her lips into a smile. This kid is quite sensitive. He must be the type who enjoys being in the limelight. Otherwise he wouldn't have acted that way during the warm-up test. As I thought, he's no different from what I imagined.
With his temperament, he will definitely be eliminated today.
The man from Longdu University nodded in agreement.
While a martial artist's talent is important, what matters most for growth is opportunity and character. Looks like your training camp missed out on a chance to gain significant attention. In response to his teasing, the man from the training camp shook his head and chuckled. If some people aren't destined for greatness, then there's nothing to regret, right? Su Chen's current odds are
1 to 7. Not only do we not have faith in him, but neither do those across the country who are following the training camp. This proves that in this training camp, Su Chen is not the destined one. The 3 of them said no more and refocused their
attention on the competition.
The draw for the matches began quickly. Su Chen's opponent this time was ranked 67.
a 3-star martial artist. It was a girl, and her strength was not bad. She seemed to have prepared for Su Chen. Facing the soft power of the 8 extremes yin-yang skill, she consistently launched the fastest attacks, striking with precision and without hesitation. Unfortunately, she was ultimately up against a heavenly level martial art and was defeated in the end. Su Chen was about to leave the combat area when he noticed Zhang Hao right behind him, a mocking smile on his face. Su Chen, your martial arts are indeed impressive, but you've already used them twice in front of me. If you encounter me, you'd better not use that martial art, or you'll lose embarrassingly. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also, starting from the next match, the use of weapons will be allowed, so even if your martial art might not have a chance to shine, we'll see about that. Su Chen returned to his waiting position, but behind him came a wave of scornful jeers. Using a martial art so slowly, even more tedious than a woman, truly insults this heavenly level martial art. What a lucky fool. Pay up. You think you can win like this? In the spectator seats, they were unabashedly malicious. Some of these people had lost bets on Su Chen, while others were online trolls who had come offline, and some were simply blindly following the crowd. Su Chen didn't care, as he had never been concerned about rumors. Perhaps other youths would have retaliated verbally, but he only laughed at how these people had no standing. Su Qing stood not far away, listening to the crowd's insults, her expression grim. She tried to speak several times but was held back by Zhao Long beside her. It's useless. And look at Su Chen, he doesn't care at all. I admire that about him. Although it's my first time meeting Su Chen, I can tell he is different from us. He doesn't seem as restless as we are at this age. Perhaps in his eyes, we all look like clowns. What was that saying? Oh right. While everyone else is drunk, I alone remain sober. Su Chen stood in the crowd, silently listening to the discussions behind him. Just when he thought today's journey would end amidst this cursing, 2 particularly loud shouts suddenly rang out from the crowd, making him unable to resist turning around. Go Su Chen! Make it to the top 36. I'm betting everything on you. A few people looked at him with fervent expressions, and when they saw him turn around, they waved their arms excitedly. The people around them looked at them with strange eyes, but these few didn't care at all. A smile crept onto Su Chen's lips. It seemed that not everyone in this world would go with the flow. Some people pursued their own truths. I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky, advancing once again. A man from Longdu University laughed heartily, teasing a nearby media woman. The media woman's expression darkened slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. This is also a normal situation. After all, this kid possesses heavenly level martial arts. Encountering a not so strong opponent gives him a chance to win. However, the remaining matches will all be against elite competitors. This kid's path won't be long. The official training man nodded in agreement. Let me give you 2 a heads up. The next matches will be held in 7 days. After today's confrontation ends, Mentor Luo will directly draw the list for the next match. During this time, you media can conduct interviews freely. We will give you the maximum rights. It's known that media interviews can bring greater exposure to the training, seeking more benefits. In the first 2 rounds, there were too many participants, and resources were insufficient. Only those who passed the warm-up and 2 rounds of selection deserved this kind of attention. For example, Su Chen right now. Black and red are still red. As expected, after all the students finished sparring, the top 72 were all born. Luo Fu announced a 7-day break and then, according to the previous rules, drew the matchups again. It was still the lower-ranked individuals drawing lots, and Su Chen drew his lot, staring at the name on it in surprise. Su Chen versus Zhang Hao. Luo Fu immediately spoke upon seeing the slip in his hand. Almost instantly, Su Chen felt Zhang Hao's mocking gaze. Zhang Hao was staring at him, his lips slightly moving. Although he didn't say anything, Su Chen could understand the meaning behind it. I'll kill you. This low-level and impulsive provocation made Su Chen even more certain that he couldn't let him get close to Su Qing. This time, he would deal with this guy. A week's time was enough for him to elevate his blood energy realm. Soon, all the lots were drawn, and Su Qing rushed to his side immediately. Brother, in the next match against Zhang Hao, let's give up. Why? Su Chen frowned. Zhang Hao was indeed strong. He admitted that, but it didn't mean they should just give up. Su Qing nervously grasped his hand, her expression extremely serious and solemn as she said, Brother, Zhang Hao is different from others. He's not an ordinary martial artist. He comes from a martial arts family. He combines inherited martial arts with martial studies, and he's not someone an ordinary person can contend with. Although Hua Huoyan has better talents in every aspect, he can't guarantee he can easily defeat Zhang Hao, and that's the reason. Su Chen furrowed his brows. He was indeed a bit surprised. He never expected Zhang Hao to have such a background. The fusion of martial arts into martial studies was indeed terrifying. Such headlines often appeared in current border reports. Undoubtedly, martial arts families have greater talent and advantages in combat after becoming martial artists. It's rumored that very few from martial arts families are opponents. At the same level, it seems that might really be the case. Don't worry. If he truly weren't a match, I would give up, but it's still too early to say that now. During the next 7 days, you need to rest well and achieve good results. Su Chen rubbed her head, his eyes showing a hint of determination. He had been watching Su Qing's performance in the recent tests. He could see her efforts, although he didn't know why she was so eager to prove herself. It was likely due to that future stepfather of hers. As her brother, not being able to help her with her worries made him feel quite guilty. Brother, remember, you mustn't push yourself too hard. Don't worry. 7 days of relaxation is not short, and the training camp didn't force them to stay there. They could move freely. In the afternoon, Su Chen walked out of the dining hall after having lunch. He planned to return to the dormitory to discuss ways to enhance his vitality with Zhang Wei, but he was approached by a scruffy middle-aged man. Su Chen, little brother, I've finally found you. I'm from a personal media outlet in Longdu, and I would like to interview you for a special feature over the next 7 days, is that okay? Upon hearing the words special feature, Su Chen felt a bit sensitive. After all, the last incident with Xinhua News Agency had left him quite unhappy, but seeing the sincerity in the man's eyes, he didn't immediately refuse. Personal media, so you have your own studio? Yes. I'm curious, with so many people, why do you choose to interview me? Aren't you afraid of backlash? Su Chen asked, feeling helpless. Not afraid, my traffic is too small, no one would bother to attack me. But you still need someone to help you with the feature. Otherwise, if you make it to the top 10 and no one helps you promote it, wouldn't that be a pity? If I make it to the top 10, someone will interview me. I'm not in a hurry about that. No, no one will interview you. The man shook his head, looking determined. Your reputation is too tarnished. If you quietly make it to the top 10, it will be too late for anyone to do a feature on you. Unless there's a significant platform that can help you redeem yourself, but those larger media outlets don't just promote whoever has high traffic, they promote whoever they choose, and that person gains traffic. Do you understand? Su Chen certainly understood what he meant. He looked at the man in front of him with curiosity and a bit of admiration. At this age, he still wanted to take a gamble on someone like him. He must be quite desperate. To be honest, he didn't like such media interviews, but he was very clear about his own needs. Only by truly gaining attention from all sides could he step onto a larger stage. And only then could he perhaps bring his mother back to her senses in a timely manner. In the end, Su Chen agreed to the man's special interview. He had thought it through carefully, not just for himself, but also to support those who had helped him. The Martial Arts Association in Tianhai City and Zhang Wei had indeed done a lot for him, and if he could prove himself, it would be a way to give them an explanation. The man's name was Guani, and upon seeing Su Chen's agreement, he beamed with joy. Then starting tomorrow, I'll be doing a special interview with you, Su little brother. I wonder what preparations and plans you have for the next 7 days. After all, Zhang Hao comes from a martial arts family, and his strength is formidable. With your current level, you probably aren't his match, right? Guani curiously stared at Su Chen. He had actually been following Su Chen for a while today, observing this dark horse. Su Chen was different from what he had imagined. Upon learning that his opponent was someone as tough as Zhang Hao, he not only didn't panic but seemed relaxed, as if he didn't regard the opponent at all. So he was really curious about what Su Chen's trump card was. He knew this was also a question that those paying attention to this training camp wanted to know. If any news came out now, it would definitely attract a large crowd. Plans? Of course, I need to rest well. Su Chen's face broke into an excited smile. That's right, he certainly needs to rest well, and then spend the remaining time organizing his theories on vital energy and reading some books. There are still many books in the Space Watch that he hasn't read, and just imagining it makes him excited. Rest? Don't you look for ways to cope? Guan Yi's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Su Chen was confident that as long as he practiced to deal with his next opponent, no matter what kind of practice it was, he could attract a large following. He had thought it through clearly. As long as Su Chen did nothing, he would definitely be able to produce something worthwhile, but he didn't expect this kid to really do nothing. I'm preparing. If I don't rest well and can't face such a strong opponent in the best condition, that would be haphazard preparation. But if you do nothing, I have no way to create a feature. How am I supposed to report? How am I supposed to write an article? Su Chen helplessly spread his hands. Then just report that I sleep and eat every day. That's enough. If I really had to do something elaborate and complicated, I wouldn't be able to manage it, nor would I want to. Su Chen was speaking from the heart. Lin Wanqing from school was running around every day. Although he hadn't seen her much, just watching her made him feel tired. He was even relieved that he wasn't Lin Wanqing, saving himself a lot of trouble. Seeing that Su Chen was serious, Guani didn't dare to say much more. Before he interacted with Su Chen, he had done a little digging and learned that this young man was used to doing things his own way, and one couldn't force him. Then let's do it your way. Although the theme is a bit off, doing a lifestyle feature isn't impossible. It's better than nothing. Are you free now? I'll go back to the dorm with you, just to find some inspiration, and then I'll go back to write the article. We'll meet again tomorrow. Sure. Su Chen agreed without hesitation and then took him back to the dorm. In the dorm, Shang Cheng happened to be packing his luggage. Seeing Su Chen enter the room, he hesitated for a moment before walking up to him. Tiango, I've been eliminated, there's no point in staying here. I'm leaving the dorm first. It's not easy to come to Longdu. I want to go out and have some fun for a few days. I wish you success. Su Chen smiled and nodded, saying goodbye to him.
Ever since Shang Qing had been tidied up by him once, he had become completely honest when meeting others, speaking politely, so Su Chen didn't feel the need to always keep a stern face. Just right. After he left, it was even more convenient for Guan Yi to conduct a special interview with him. After sending off Shang Qing, he first called Zhang Wei. The content of the call was very simple: to let Zhang Wei learn his martial arts to a higher level and then open a special course similar to a tutoring class. Manager Zhang didn't care at first, but after Guan Yi's serious reminders, he still agreed solemnly. After all, this matter was just a waste of some time for him, and since Su Chen valued it so much, he agreed. After hanging up the phone, Guan Yi teased with a smile, "I didn't expect you to care about these things. It seems the Martial Artist Association is very important to you." While he was speaking, he was still carrying the camera. He now understood that Su Chen had never thought about being able to defeat Zhang Hao, which was why he was acting so nonchalantly. Since he wanted to pursue excitement, he should pursue it to the end. If he couldn't create anything during the training, he would amplify Su Chen's personality and create a likable persona for him. Treat the Martial Artist Association as home, a selfless contributor, a free-spirited martial artist. That would make for a good feature. However, Su Chen's response made his smile freeze. "Not that I care, because this martial art was created by me, and I have a share." He indeed had a share. Manager Zhang had said that in the future, all the theories and martial arts he created would be bought by the association, giving him a certain percentage. Because of the share, you really are genuine. Guan Yi was speechless. If you're so genuine, then let's open a short video account. I'll help you manage this. Even if you don't succeed in advancing, you'll still have a chance to become famous with this wave of traffic and gain more attention from various organizations, he said excitedly, explaining. To Su Chen, this training institution is a talent platform, and you can probably guess that it's meant to provide fresh blood for Longdu and various organizations across the country. If you really achieve something in the future, don't forget your Uncle Guan. Su Chen was initially uninterested, but when he heard about the potential for explosive popularity, his eyes lit up. If he could really attract a large wave of traffic, then going live on a short video platform to share his theories would surely boost his energy and vitality quickly, right? His mind raced. Alright, I already have an account on the short video platform, I just haven't made many videos. What do you suggest I do? Su Chen said, instinctively opening his short video app. As he scrolled through the homepage, he froze. In his favorites, there were a few videos he had set to be visible only to himself. The cover showed a youthful boy and a girl with a bright smile. Behind them was a pair of seemingly inseparable lovers, his mother and father. This was a video draft from 5 years ago. He felt a wave of melancholy wash over him for a few seconds before he opened the recording function. What kind of video should I record? The first one can be casual, but it should be relatively formal. Just talk about your basic information and mention that you're Su Chen participating in the training. Oh, if possible, it would be best to briefly discuss your feelings about the match against Zhang Hao in 7 days, just a little bit, mainly to let everyone know you've opened an account. Oh. Su Chen took a deep breath and clicked on the recording function. Hello everyone, I am Su Chen, participating in the Longdu training test. I believe many of you already know me. From now on, this will be my exclusive account on the platform. He paused here, glancing at Guan Yi standing behind the phone. At that moment, Guan Yi was mouthing the words, which were very simple, just Zhang Hao. In 7 days, during the competition for the top 36, I will crush Zhang Hao. Everyone, stay tuned. After finishing the recording, Su Chen stopped and noticed Guan Yi's shocked expression. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the recording? I said everything you told me. No, I didn't ask. I just worry that Zhang Hao might beat you to death. Guan Yi's face looked grim. He never imagined Su Chen would post such a provocative video. He had initially thought about giving Su Chen a boost on Doujia, essentially paying to get people to watch his video, but now it seemed better to forget it. Such an arrogant video, if seen by more people, would turn them into anti-fans. The most annoying impression of young people is their arrogance and disregard for others. Su Chen's actions fit that description perfectly, and he was starting to regret agreeing to do a feature with Su Chen, fearing that if this kid became universally hated, he would suffer too. Let's stop here for today. I'll come back tomorrow. You should rest well. Okay. Don't worry. Su Chen waved his hand cheerfully, casually pulling out a book from his spatial watch and flipping it open. Guan Yi glanced over and saw it was filled with knowledge about energy and vitality, frowning slightly. Was this kid really not planning to do any special training in these 7 days? He was just hoping Su Chen's video would attract less attention, otherwise, he might get beaten by Zhang Hao. The next morning, Su Chen woke up early, refreshed after a simple wash. After a night of settling, his energy had reached 5,120 points. He had reached the level of a 4-star martial artist, and this didn't even account for the boost from Zhang Wei's remedial class. According to his communication with Zhang Wei, today would officially mark the start of the remedial class, where he would teach his martial arts curriculum. Impatience.
Won't let you eat hot tofu. This is just the first day of the 7-day break, and he could very well catch up to Zhang Hao. Once his vitality catches up, the probability of winning against Zhang Hao with his agile sword dance and superior martial arts would be even greater. By the way, let's check if there are any new followers. If the number of followers increases enough, we won't need to trouble the warrior guild. If he could really leverage a few million followers and make a name for himself, just posting a martial arts tutorial could easily boost his vitality by hundreds of thousands. He opened the video. With 20,000 views, 5,000 likes, 300 comments, 5,000 shares, and an increase of 5,000 followers. Su Chen, who often browses videos, knew very well that this video's view count was low compared to those popular viral videos. It was hardly worth mentioning. But for an ordinary person posting a video for the first time, these numbers were already quite good. Sure enough, even being infamous counts as being famous. He curiously opened the comments below. I think Zhang Hao's big knife is already itching for action. Looking at it from another angle, this brother might have just wanted to develop a business from the start. Goodness, this brother will probably be trending soon. You understand traffic. Unexpectedly, the comments online were not malicious attacks, they were just spectators enjoying the show. Su Chen read through them, and sometimes when he saw an interesting comment, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just then, there was a knock on the dorm room door. Su, my brother, your video is about to trend. Hurry up and delete it. Guani rushed in, flustered. Trend? How many likes does it have? Su Chen was somewhat speechless. But when he looked down again, he found that the back-end notifications were skyrocketing, already reaching 99 plus. You better delete it. It's my fault for not thinking of this yesterday. Even though you're being attacked, you do have traffic. If the official training team sees it, they might actually pay to promote you. At that point, not only will you be dealt with by Zhang Hao, but you'll really become a clown in society. Let's tidy this up, we'll post a new one. This video has already made an impact, and the second one will only be better. Guan Yi was a bit anxious. He had been careless for a moment, but thankfully it was still not too late to think it through. Let's do it this way. If what you said is true, then no matter what kind of video we post next, it won't have the heat this one does, right? Su Chen was incredibly excited. He wasn't afraid of being seen by others, he was afraid of not being seen at all. As long as he had followers and real viewers for his videos, how could he worry about not boosting his vitality? What? Guan Yi felt his head spinning. Although he had long suspected that Su Chen was not an ordinary boy, he didn't expect him to be so headstrong. In pursuit of excitement, he didn't care about the consequences. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed. Alright then, just make sure you've thought it through. What could he do? At worst, if things really got out of hand, he could just walk away. This was his only chance to turn things around. There was no need to bail halfway. So what are your plans for today? You're not really just going to rest, are you? A calmer Guan Yi looked at Su Chen with some helplessness. Of course not, I have an important task today, memorizing and reciting martial arts, reviewing my techniques. Su Chen chuckled and put down his phone. That's right, his schedule for today was quite simple, to reach 100% proficiency in his self-created martial arts. While gaining 1 point of insight, he would also gain a deeper understanding of the agile sword dance once again. His 8 extreme yin-yang skill was restrained by Zhang Hao, and even with better insurance, it wasn't a wise move. So if the agile sword dance could be perfected even more, that would be his ultimate trump card. So, under Guan Yi's somewhat helpless gaze, he began to take out paper and pen to practice writing, repeatedly increasing his proficiency. You are practicing martial arts, proficiency plus 0.1%. You are practicing martial arts, proficiency plus 0.1%. You are practicing martial arts, proficiency plus 0.1%. At this moment, in a private martial artist training hall near the training camp, Zhang Hao punched the sandbag, bursting it open, with sand and gravel flying everywhere as he sat down and drained his water cup in one go. After putting down the cup, he picked up his phone and opened Su Chen's video. In 7 days, I will break Zhang Hao in the top 36 competition, everyone stay tuned. He stared at the video, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice carrying a chilling intensity. If I let you leave the training camp unscathed, then I'm not a martial artist. In the dormitory, Guan Yi yawned while holding the camera, watching Su Chen furiously scribbling away, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. He had thought Su Chen was just talking, but he didn't expect him to sit in the dormitory for several hours. In those hours, he really did nothing but keep writing and reading. Is this what a martial artist should be doing? Another 20 minutes passed, and Guan Yi finally couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you at least going to practice a bit? Su Chen looked up at his words. Of course, this was what he thought, but in reality, Su Chen had just managed to learn the martial art better than before to 100% proficiency. He gained 1 point of insight. Indeed, it's time to do other things now. I need to focus and rest. Uncle Guan, please guard the door for me. Don't let anyone come looking for me, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Saying this, he disregarded Guan Yi's somewhat unpleasant expression and directly closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing. A minute later, seeing Su Chen completely enter a meditative state, Guan Yi looked dazed. How? Can we do an interview like this? How can this persona be constructed? This guy isn't just not working hard, he's not practicing at all. He could now completely confirm that Su Chen believed he wasn't Zhang Hao's opponent, had completely given up on the idea of winning, and had started to slack off. Helplessly scratching his head, he wanted to speak several times but ultimately kept his mouth shut, opened the door, and walked out, closing the door behind him and lighting a cigarette. Sigh. Maybe I'm overthinking it, it's only the first day. The room fell silent. Su Chen unhesitatingly spent the 1 point of insight on the light and agile sword dance. The familiar scene turned black, and his surroundings began to change. This time he found himself in a futuristic city filled with technology, surrounded by countless exotic beasts roaring, some even being metallic. Technological beasts. Like some kind of bug, they immediately noticed Su Chen, and countless exotic beasts surged towards him, seemingly wanting to devour him. A light and agile sword appeared in Su Chen's hand, shimmering with flickering light, accompanied by an unknown DJ's music. With the BGM's support, he began to swing the light and agile sword. Slash, slash, slash. The rhythmic slashes continued as Su Chen killed one exotic beast after another. The slain exotic beasts had increasingly higher cultivation levels, from the first martial artist level beast to the last martial master level beast. Su Chen began to feel the strain, his body covered in wounds and excruciating pain. At this moment, among the many exotic beasts surrounding him, a hunting dog beast suddenly went berserk, killing its fellow beast. With each kill, it let out a mournful roar. Its form also changed, becoming taller and more formidable. Finally, after devouring all the beasts, its body grew to over 10 meters long, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, sprouting a double-headed tail, resembling a hellish hunting dog. This guy is almost a grand martial master. Exhausted, Su Chen felt the DJ music start to fade, the pressure mounting. He was no match for him. Continuing to fight would surely lead to his death. In his moment of enlightenment, Su Chen couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion, and feeling the threat to his life, he experienced immense pressure. The DJ's rhythmic slashes were now out of reach. In terms of speed and strength, his opponent was beyond his capability to counter. Su Chen knew that stopping meant being killed, so he gradually forgot his fear and fatigue, getting back up time and again after being knocked down. Put. Blood splattered as one of his arms was bitten off. But the blood was boiling. Su Chen gripped the light spirit sword in his hand, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Suddenly, the DJ background music vanished, replaced by a rapid and domineering rhythm. At that moment, in the eyes of this strange beast, Su Chen resembled the ultimate villain boss. Strong in power, with a brutal nature, it would never be able to kill him. He felt like an unshakable mountain standing before it, crushing it time and again. The light spirit sword in Su Chen's hand suddenly changed its moves. Although it still danced like a sword, it was now a more forceful frenzy. Just touching the edge of the sword would result in instant annihilation of the body. Blood sprayed everywhere. The moment the sword touched its body, it was like explosives, completely shredding and destroying whatever it touched. The light spirit sword dance, villain symphony. The sword danced wildly, shattering the opponent's bones, and as blood continued to fly, Su Chen's crimson eyes gradually cleared. Ah! Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes in the room, sweat covering his entire face, gasping for breath, his gaze flickering with discomfort. It was too brutal. This sword technique was too brutal. It was like tearing apart the opponent alive. But he quickly calmed down, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. He had succeeded. His light spirit sword dance had upgraded again. This final villain symphony had completely attained the power of heavenly martial arts. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Guan Yi looked at him with a tense expression, slightly taken aback. Are you okay? I heard you scream, so I rushed in. I'm fine, just had a nightmare, Su Chen said, as he got up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. A nightmare? Guan Yi was dumbfounded. You fell asleep? Yeah. Su Chen nodded. Isn't resting supposed to mean sleeping? I'm a bit hungry. Let's go eat something. Okay, Guan Yi said, embarrassed. How could he worry about someone like this? He even thought that Su Chen might not have any issues until the day he faced Zhang Hao. He might even skip the competition altogether. It seemed he had misjudged his bet. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. How could a real opportunity come so easily to me? Evening. Around the training camp's commercial district. Inside the cheese barbecue restaurant. Excuse me, contestant Zhang Hao, yesterday Su Chen posted a video on social media claiming he was confident about defeating you. What do you think about this? A beautifully dressed woman excitedly interviewed Zhang Hao while he was eating, her eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Hao put down his chopsticks, looked at the woman in front of him, and revealed a friendly and radiant smile, slowly saying, Su Chen is just a martial artist from a small city. He hasn't been exposed to our martial arts family, so I can understand why he would say such things. But as a younger generation of the Zhang family, I think I should let him and his peers, who lack information nationwide, know that there are always people better than you. As he said this, he faced the camera, pointed at it, and spoke fiercely. When the day of the official competition arrives, Su Chen, I hope you won't back out at the last minute. Ha, classmate Zhang Hao was quite confident.
The woman interviewing her smiled brightly. Zhang Hao smiled confidently. Actually, I don't understand why Su Chen dares to talk so big. If he were here, I would really like to ask him who gave him the courage. As he spoke, he paused slightly, his gaze drifting towards the door, a hint of a playful smile on his lips. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. At that moment, two people stood at the entrance, one of whom was Su Chen. Su Chen was in a good mood. After all, today he not only learned a martial art but also had an epiphany about the villain symphony, and most importantly, Guani was treating him to a meal. He was in high spirits, while Guani was fuming with anger. After so many days, Su Chen had done nothing but study, with no topic to discuss. Today, he had to get Su Chen drunk and extract some explosive news. He wanted to find a seat but noticed Zhang Hao not far away, his expression slightly changing. Wasn't this a case of enemies crossing paths? He wanted to take Su Chen away but found that Su Chen had already spotted Zhang Hao. The two exchanged unfriendly glances. The tension was palpable. Just as he was considering how to pull Su Chen away, Zhang Hao unexpectedly spoke up. Su Chen, you wouldn't dare to have a meal, would you? This guy has bad intentions. Don't go, Guani quickly interjected. Su Chen's popularity was so high right now, he just needed to compete honestly and maintain this wave of attention. However, Su Chen did not respond to him, his gaze fixed on Zhang Hao, then revealing a meaningful smile. Uncle Guan, if someone invites us to dinner and we don't show our appreciation, that would be quite ungrateful. Guan Yi's face darkened. That woman is from Longdu Media, not someone to be trifled with. Did you see the equipment in her hands? It can record our every move. You worked hard to gain so much traffic with that video, and saying the wrong thing here would be a loss. Su Chen smiled slightly at his warning. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. Seeing his determination, Guan Yi couldn't say much more and could only follow helplessly. But as they feared, just as they sat down, the woman approached them with a bright smile. I didn't expect to run into classmate Su Chen here. I really am lucky. Classmate Su Chen, I assume you've already started preparing your strategies against Zhang Hao, right? Could you share a bit about your trump card, or is it something that won't affect your battle preparations? In her seemingly objective question, Su Chen detected a hint of mockery, and he could see a trace of teasing on her face. He didn't answer immediately but coldly laughed at her lack of substance. Seeing he didn't respond, the woman quickly added, Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a photographer and reporter from Longdu Media. You can call me Xiaoya. If you, classmate Su Chen, are willing to answer, I will include a segment you agree to in the subsequent editing and send it to you. The traffic our company generates is not to be underestimated. She guessed that Su Chen was willing to sit with Zhang Hao mainly for the traffic. After all, posting such eye-catching content on short video platforms before was surely for the traffic, right? So hearing her say this, Su Chen would definitely respond. Sure enough, Su Chen spoke up. It's not impossible to share. After all, I can't just eat this meal for free, can I? Zhang Hao, who had been silent, chuckled at this, a mocking look on his face. I'm really fine. What kind of trump card could someone like you, who only thinks about food, have against me? Su Chen was not angry, smiling lightly. Actually, I don't have any trump cards, but I have indeed been preparing well these past few days. Before coming here, I was studying the theories of qi and blood and martial arts. Now I have absolute confidence that I can win next week's competition. He was full of confidence, looking as if victory was already in his grasp. Zhang Hao and Xiaoya were both taken aback by his words. Guan Yi sighed helplessly. If it weren't for Su Chen winning 2 matches earlier, showing some real strength, he might have thought of Su Chen as a fool. However, even so, there were still people who regarded him as a fool, like Zhang Hao and Xiaoya. Xiaoya took a deep breath. Su Chen, let me confirm something. So, you mean to say you haven't prepared anything and are simply very confident in your own strength? Of course. Su Chen nodded emphatically. Then can you conveniently reveal your current realm? Su Chen looked at her with amusement, chuckling inwardly. The show was about to begin. With that thought, he feigned confidence and slowly spoke. 4-star martial master. Su Chen was full of confidence, assured of himself. Zhang Hao couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were filled with disdain. Su Chen, it seems you still don't quite understand the gap between us. Or perhaps the lack of resources in Tianhai City has limited your imagination, making you think being a 4-star martial master is already quite strong. He said this with full confidence. I have already broken through to 7-star martial master and have mastered several perfect martial arts. As for the heavenly level martial arts you possess, let's not mention that our Zhang family has ways to deal with it, and I also have a heavenly level martial art that I haven't showcased yet. Do you understand the gap between us now? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Although he had long speculated about Zhang Hao's level, he hadn't expected it to be so simple. Zhang Hao, who was about the same age as him, had actually reached 7-star martial master. And the key point was that he also mastered a heavenly level martial art. No wonder you're one of the top outstanding youths in Longdu. It's hard to find a rival among your peers. Of course, our Su Chen contestant isn't bad either. After all, he did achieve first place in the warm-up test, right? Xiaoya smiled slightly.
As a new media personnel, she already knew the inside story of the first round of the warm-up. She believed that Su Chen's first place in the warm-up was merely a result of opportunism, so her words were not filled with genuine admiration, but rather a hint of insincerity. Xiaoya looked at Su Chen with a smile, curious about how he would respond. Facing this mocking banter, Su Chen still smiled confidently. The first place in the warm-up is just a small test of my abilities. I am confident I can secure first place in this training session. Zhang Hao, I'll treat you to a meal today, and when I win, you can treat me to a meal to celebrate my victory. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Zhang Hao's expression darkened. Bang! He slammed his palm on the table, the sound filled with anger. Su Chen, I don't care if you're pretending to be crazy or genuinely foolish, I just hope you understand that you must take responsibility for what you say. He stared fiercely at Su Chen, forcing the words out from his throat. Since you said on the short video platform that you would crush me, then prove it. The only reason I invited you here today is one. I just want to tell you, don't foolishly think you can ride the wave of popularity and then back out at the last minute. If you really back out, even if I have to chase you to Tianhai City, I won't let you go. He pointed at Su Chen. Today's meal is my treat for your funeral. When the official match day comes, I will make you pay for your actions. After saying this, Zhang Hao left in anger. Anyone could see that his words were not a joke. He was genuinely furious. Xiaoya slowly stood up at this moment. Su Chen, although this may be a bit presumptuous, I suggest you buy yourself some personal insurance. They left. Guan Yi then looked worried. Zhang Hao won't let you off easily. You've really messed up this time. Is it really worth it just for fame and those views? Su Chen looked at the dishes being served by the staff and took a big sip of cola. What views? I'm here just to test for first place. I want to be the first in the training test, gain exposure, and become famous. I want all of that. Guan Yi looked at his unyielding demeanor and let out a bitter smile, unsure whether to commend Su Chen for his strong mental fortitude or to criticize him for being heartless. Why don't you tell me if you have any trump cards or secret moves to escape? No, I have no intention of running. I'm going to face it head on. He. After the two had their fill of food and drink, Su Chen returned to the dormitory. He didn't continue to rest but chose to keep working hard. Although he was confident, learning about Zhang Hao's level today still put some pressure on him. After all, someone like Zhang Hao had been immersed in the world of martial artists since childhood, so he couldn't afford to be careless. The first thing he needed to improve was, of course, his martial arts. Although the light and agile sword dance had 2 more modes, he hadn't yet mastered them perfectly and needed to keep studying. He quickly got into the zone. And as Guan Yi was preparing to leave, he caught a glimpse of the boy's resolute face under the light, revealing a hint of confusion. Such a persistent nature, too bad it's being used in the wrong place. He murmured, slowly closing the door. Late at night, on a short video platform, another video about the Longdu training camp gained traction. It was the clip of Zhang Hao recorded at the barbecue restaurant, his proud and confident demeanor prompting many comments discussing Su Chen's reckless behavior this time. Zhang Hao's personal account gained tens of thousands of followers in an instant, bringing him immense popularity. In a high-end hotel, Zhang Hao scrolled through the comments, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Behind him stood a middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform. Third young master, that kid named Su Chen is just a country bumpkin. He wants to ride on your coattails but has also brought you some heat. I think we can take this opportunity to develop more fans and promote our family's martial arts spirit. It will also benefit you when you start your business in college. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's smile deepened. You're right, I need to post another video while the iron is hot. This kid is just a clown, but he can bring me more benefits. But what should we post? He didn't respond, instead opening his phone to search through his contacts, finally landing on Xiaoya's name. The reason this kid is so average is that he has heavenly level martial arts. This time, I'll make sure he knows clearly that others not only have heavenly level martial arts but also things he doesn't. Morning. In the training camp cafeteria. Su Chen, it's been 3 days, and in these 3 days, I haven't seen you practice any chi or martial arts. Have you really given up? Looking at Su Chen, who was silently eating his yellow braised chicken rice, Guan Yi's expression was somewhat grim. Ever since he saw Zhang Hao that day, Su Chen had done nothing but eat and sleep, showing no intention of preparing for the competition. He didn't know what Su Chen was thinking, but he could somewhat understand his feelings. Perhaps after seeing Zhang Hao and hearing that the other also had heavenly level martial arts, his resolve had shattered. Uncle Guan, you've asked me this question many times. I really don't want to answer it again. I said I haven't given up, just believe me. No, what I mean is, if we can't win, please trust your Uncle Guan and let me film a special feature according to my ideas. At least it can help you gain some followers. Even if we can't beat them, we should at least make it worthwhile to take a beating, right? Guan Yi earnestly advised Su Chen. To be honest, after a few days of getting along, he found himself quite fond of this kid. He was resilient and polite, not at all like what he had heard. The only pity was that all his efforts were not being directed in the right place. For example, the dedication to reading every day. If this dedication were applied
To cultivating one's energy and martial skills, it would at least allow one to withstand a dozen more moves against Zhang Hao.
Uncle Guan, you're right, but I'm not in the mood to deal with those things right now. How about I go back to the dorm and read for a while to calm down? Guan Yi, I think you should seriously consider what I said.
You only get one chance at this training camp in your lifetime. If you miss this opportunity, it's gone. As he spoke, he took out his phone from his pocket and said earnestly, take your opponent Zhang Hao for example.
He seized this opportunity too. Last time,
he specifically responded to your video, and now he has gained over 10,000 followers.
Let me find it for you. Look at his current likes and comments. They far exceed.
He was searching through the videos on his phone when suddenly his voice trailed off and his expression turned grim, as if he had seen
something shocking. Su Chen, noticing his reaction, curiously leaned in to see what was so captivating. It was a new video posted by Zhang Hao. However,
the content seemed unrelated to him. It was a sword training video. The sword moved with great vigor, each strike intricate and refined, clearly not just for
show, but a genuine display of some sword technique.
Zhang family's absolute inheritance, Zhang family swordsmanship, the sword of 10,000 men, unending. Su Chen instinctively read the caption aloud, his brow slightly furrowing. This sword technique indeed looked profound. Even if it hadn't reached the heavenly tier, it could be considered top-notch among earthly techniques. The most critical point was that this sword technique sometimes appeared enigmatic, and at other times seemed simple, effectively oscillating between earthly and heavenly martial arts. This should be a relatively high-level heavenly martial art, but this guy hadn't fully mastered it. Su Chen assessed the level of this sword technique and instinctively opened the comments section.
The pinned comment was Zhang Hao's personal remark, which read, the elders in the clan say that a warrior's energy is merely the most basic foundation for measuring strength.
Learning martial arts relies on perseverance. When both are present, the ultimate decider will always be the weapon.
Su Chen couldn't help but smile at the comment. This guy was telling him that even with heavenly martial arts, he still had his own set of sword techniques? Chuckle. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh at this indirect mockery. Hearing him laugh, Wani looked up worriedly and said, you can still laugh? Young man, your mindset is really good. Didn't you see what they were saying in the comments?
What others mean is that not only have you lost the advantage of being the only one with heavenly martial arts, but they also know how to wield weapons better than you. Looking at the analyses from those comment experts, even Guan Yi felt suffocated, let alone Su Chen himself. Su Chen didn't say much after watching the video. Instead, he returned to his dorm to quietly read and study.
This made Guan Yi anxious, scratching his head and trying to persuade him to practice a bit. Su Chen remained indifferent, even making a call to the martial artists
association to discuss the issue of martial arts tutoring classes. Seeing that he seemed genuinely determined, Guan Yi felt he had done enough.
Forget it. You can be this way if you want.
I'll try my best to write some positive feature articles for you, but how effective they will be depends on fate.
I'll send you the completed articles later. You can see if there's anything inappropriate.
As he spoke, he pushed the door to leave, but Su Chen suddenly spoke up.
Do you think I should also post a martial arts response to him? Would that help me gain followers? Su Chen asked earnestly.
In fact, the martial arts he had mastered over the past few days had already reached 100% proficiency. He had also gained 2 points of insight.
Zhang Wei's promised tutoring
class had successfully started as well. He had gained quite a bit of energy. Now with 5,890 points of vitality, by tomorrow he will break through 6,000
points, reaching the level of a 5-star martial artist.
It is estimated that on the first day he might even push for a 6-star martial artist.
Compared
to Zhang Hao's 7-star martial artist, he is still 1 star short. Therefore, he feels that taking this opportunity, he wants to try online teaching of martial arts sword techniques for the first time. Teaching and spreading knowledge will greatly enhance his vitality, and who knows, he might even push for a 7-star martial artist. Guan Yi, who was already prepared to leave, paused upon hearing his words, his face filled with serious contemplation. If you can really produce a martial arts response, it will indeed attract a wave of traffic. After all, you are now considered the losing side by the vast majority of netizens. Whatever response you make will be worth looking forward to. Do you want to record it? I can help you. He looked at Su Chen with a complex expression, unsure how to describe the young man before him. This boy seemed somewhat obsessed with fame, completely immersed in it without realizing his current situation. Zhang Hao comes from a martial arts family, eyeing him with malice, and sooner or later he will be in big trouble. However, since it has come to this, attracting some traffic is indeed a good thing. As he said before, even if you get beaten, you shouldn't take it lying down, right? Okay. Then let's do it this way. I'll tidy up a bit and prepare to make a lesson video on sword techniques.
Uncle Guan, please wait for me.
If it's for traffic, responding with a relatively poor sword technique would make people more eager to see you get beaten, Guan Yi said reluctantly. It would be best if you also did a teaching segment. The quality of the teaching doesn't matter, but you must give some pointers.
Su Chen thought Guan Yi's suggestion was quite good.
It just so happened to be the video he wanted to shoot, and he immediately got up to prepare for filming.
Guan Yi was a professional in video
shooting, and under his guidance, Su-chen quickly figured out the filming approach. All he needed to highlight were 2 words: confidence.
In front of the
camera, Su-chen demonstrated a complete set of standard lightsword techniques, each movement taken very seriously, explaining the techniques with a confident
expression.
When the last move was explained, Su-chen also put away his stance.
Everyone, this is the set of lightsword techniques that I will use to defeat Zhang Hao on the day of the competition.
After the video was recorded, Su-chen simply added some title text and published it directly.
Once the
video was released, it was crazily liked and shared within an hour, and his followers grew at a visible rate.
Su-chen naturally felt that the attraction was
too slow, so he directly spent money to boost the traffic, allowing more people to see the video he posted. In 3 hours, there were already tens of thousands of likes, and the views reached hundreds of thousands. The comments below the video were varied, but there was no doubt that the heat had risen,
meeting Su-chen's expectations.
This guy is getting further down the path of self-destruction.
He really doesn't know the dangers of society. Isn't he afraid of getting his arms and legs broken?
But to be fair, this sword technique's fundamentals are solid. It really is impressive. As a long-time martial
arts instructor, I can responsibly say this sword technique is perfect and can indeed be taught. Su-chen looked at the comments below, revealing a satisfied smile.
Great,
someone has already noticed that his teaching is perfect.
Next, he just needs to wait for time to ferment.
In the remaining days, he believes his vitality will definitely improve. Alright, next, I just need to keep working hard. The competition will be absolutely foolproof. Su-chen
disregarded Guan Yi's bewildered gaze and threw himself back into the sea of knowledge.
In the following days, Su-chen's video quickly fermented, attracting attention from all sides.
The first to notice this video was Zhang Hao. Just getting off the treadmill at the hotel, he saw the video and immediately scoffed.
The swordsmanship is indeed quite good, but to think such a common, low-level martial arts technique could actually defeat me? What a show-off. In the official training office,
the head of the organizing committee looked at the video on his phone and then glanced at the nonchalant Luofu beside him.
What do you think?
Luofu pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, I've interacted with that kid Su-chen. He does have potential, but right now, compared to Zhang Hao, he's still quite far off. If I had to give a suggestion, I'd say it's a 1 to 9 chance.
Su-chen
1, Zhang Hao 9, mainly because Su-chen's realm is too low. Otherwise, I would at least give Su-chen a 3 out of 10 chance of winning.
Now, the entire internet thinks the same way. When Su-chen first started heating
up, the odds were at least 10 to 1, now it's 21 to 1. Luofu smiled helplessly, his eyes filled with regret. He had to admit that Su-chen was a dark horse, but this dark horse just wasn't bright enough.
At the Tianhai City Martial Artists Association, Zhang Wei and a series of high-ranking officials were having a meeting here. Upon seeing Su-chen's video, their faces turned ashen. What is Su-chen doing? Doesn't he realize that he represents not just himself but also our Tianhai City Martial Artists Association? A senior executive stood up, his face filled with anger. Su-chen's actions have already brought serious repercussions to our association.
Now, whenever our martial artists
go out, they are the subject of gossip.
Manager Zhang, we sent him to bring honor to our association, not to embarrass us.
Zhang Wei was completely ignoring these
people's words, his expression grim. The room was filled with chaotic voices, and after the meeting, he would still be called in for a reprimand by the head.
Su-chen
had truly given him a big surprise. If there were any mishaps in the upcoming match with Zhang Hao, the Martial Artists Association would likely fall into a major
crisis. Losing wasn't the worst part.
The worst part was losing face, losing prospects, and dragging the entire Martial Artists Association down with him. He looked at the faces of those angry executives and sighed helplessly.
Su-chen, what exactly are you trying to do? All for a bit of attention. It's not worth it.
Su-chen had no idea that his video had attracted so much attention from various parties. During these few days of fermentation, he was still diligently studying the theory of qi and blood. He wanted to create a book that could address all kinds of qi and blood issues. Right now, it was still just a rough draft. Although learning new theories every day broadened his horizons and gave him more ideas, he was still at the foundational stage.
It seems I still need to go to
Longdu Martial University to learn more advanced knowledge. Looking at the already late sky, he put the books back into his spatial watch. Tomorrow was the day of the top 36 matches. His qi and blood had already reached 7,900 points. That was the level of a 6-star martial artist. Moreover, due to the video release, his qi and blood was still increasing by about 800 points a day. By tomorrow morning, he would officially break through to a 7-star martial artist,
reaching the same level as Zhang Hao. What kind of expression would the other party have if they knew his realm? Su-chen vaguely felt a bit of anticipation, even finding it hard to sleep.
At that moment, there was a knock on the door. He thought it was Guan Yi again, but when he opened the door, he saw Su-cheng standing outside. Su-cheng looked at him with a worried expression, her voice urgent, "Brother, you should forfeit tomorrow.
From what I know about Zhang Hao, he's extremely impulsive. He definitely won't hold back in tomorrow's match. Not holding back is good. I'm the kind of person who fears others pitying me, who fears that others might think they're hurting my pride and won't go all out. Brother, Su Qing was clearly a bit anxious. I'm begging you, you're really not a match for Zhang Hao right now. Don't you want to go find mom and clarify things? As long as you promise me, once the competition is over, I'll take you to see her. She showed hesitation and struggle, as if she had made some kind of resolution. She knew Su Chen's character too well. He was someone who kept his word, and today, no matter what, she had to stop Su Chen. I do want to meet mom. But not because I'm withdrawing from the competition. Su Chen said as he ruffled her hair, speaking seriously, you don't need to say any more about this, my decision won't change. There are some things I must clarify with mom, but it's definitely not the way you suggested. It's my own way of meeting her. Defeating Zhang Hao is just the first step. My goal is to be the top in the training camp. Su Qing was already worried, and seeing him so determined made her even more anxious. What makes you think you can do that? I don't know how you became a martial artist, but in the end, you're just a low-level martial artist from a poor area like Tianhai City. Zhang Hao started practicing at 5, became a martial artist at 11, and a martial master at 13, using resources that martial artists in Tianhai City have never even seen. Martial arts, sword techniques, they have access to heavenly-level martial arts from a young age, and there are people teaching them hands-on. Brother, we're just ordinary people. Su Chen fell silent. Indeed, looking at it this way, he had no qualifications to compete with Zhang Hao. But so what? Su Chen spoke calmly. Little sister, I know what you're thinking, but you never considered what your brother is thinking. Su Qing was taken aback. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly said, today, I'll tell you what your brother is thinking. Mom and dad's arguments drove them apart. I don't blame them, that's their own relationship, but they never asked for your or my opinion, especially mine. I was no longer a child at that time. I worked hard in school to become a martial artist, and dad repeatedly encouraged me to persevere, believing I could succeed, but he never asked me whether I actually wanted to continue. Now you keep trying to persuade me to leave, but you haven't considered whether I want to leave. These choices have never been mine to make because I've always thought that life's choices aren't important. What's important is that the family is happy and satisfied. Su Qing paused, sighed, and continued. But this time, I just want to be satisfied. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then her eyes turned red. I don't care. If you don't withdraw, don't even think about seeing mom, she shouted, leaving without looking back. Su Chen didn't chase after her. He knew very well what he wanted. Perhaps once he stood out in the training camp tests and achieved everything, Su Qing would understand him? Yes, she definitely would. In the darkness of the night, Su Chen's sigh echoed in the room. The next morning, the highly anticipated training competition for the top 36 was about to begin. Today, there were many more spectators on both sides, while the number of competitors had decreased, but the audience had increased. Even more heads of organizations brought plenty of gifts, excitedly standing in the viewing area. The top 36 were their key targets, so they naturally had to treat this seriously. Due to the holidays a few days ago, the competitors did not arrive all at once but came in one after another. Before entering the venue, they would be approached by these people for contact and recruitment, which was also an officially tolerated part of the training camp. At this moment, somewhere, Zhang Hao was surrounded by numerous organization personnel, confidently handling the people around him. The more people surrounded him and showed interest, the more confident he felt, and the more he believed in the gap between him and Su Chen. Just then, he saw a figure waving at him not far away. Seeing the figure, Zhang Hao rushed out of the crowd. Soon, he arrived beside Su Qing. Su Qing, what made you think of looking for me? He looked at Su Qing with a hint of a playful smile. Su Qing gazed back at him, her expression complex. She had always disliked Zhang Hao. His personality was too impulsive, his moods unpredictable. When he was in a good mood, he was like a normal person, but when he was in a bad mood, he was akin to a wild beast. She knew such a person was dangerous, so she had always kept her distance, but the thought of Su Chen facing such an opponent filled her with immense worry. Zhang Hao, Su Chen is actually my brother. You should be able to guess from the name. I hope you can show some mercy when you make your move. Zhang Hao was slightly taken aback. Your brother? He's your brother. The smile on his face gradually faded, and his expression darkened. Su Qing, no matter who he is, this is our matter. Even if he is your brother, he should pay for his actions. Besides, do you really think I would believe your clumsy act? I thought you had figured things out these past few days, but it seems you haven't changed your mind. Just wait and see. Su Qing was momentarily stunned by his words and felt a surge of anxiety. What would I gain from lying to you? He really is my brother. But the more she insisted, the more certain Zhang Hao became of his guess, and his anger towards Su Chen grew. Humph. Enough. I will make you see everything clearly. Zhang Hao directly ignored Su Qing and stormed off towards the testing area. At this moment, Su Qing was in a state of panic, not expecting things to develop to such a point. When she returned to the waiting area, the competition was about to begin. Only a few people had yet to arrive, and among them was Su Chen. Why hasn't Su Chen arrived yet? He wouldn't really have run away, would he? Damn, I came here just to see Su Chen get beaten up. If he doesn't show up, what am I supposed to watch? Many people were seated in the viewing area, and Guani felt somewhat irritated by the discussions around him. He hadn't interacted much with Su Chen, but he was sure Su Chen was not someone who would easily give up. Since he said he would come, he would definitely show up. Sigh, I hope you're safe. If you can really end this perfectly, we can both take this opportunity to turn things around. As he muttered to himself, he heard excited shouts from the people in front. Holy crap, he's here, he's here. Did he really dare to come? Isn't he afraid of being beaten to death by Zhang Hao? Su Chen strode in confidently, a light sword in hand. It seemed he intended to use the sword techniques he had mentioned in the video to defeat Zhang Hao today. He really dares to come? And he brought a long sword. This guy can't be serious about using sword techniques to win against Zhang Hao. Su Chen ignored the disdainful looks from the onlookers. Amidst the crowd's chatter, he walked into the line, waiting for the competition to begin. This kid Su Chen actually showed up today. I wonder what he's thinking, a man from Longdu University said curiously, looking like he was ready for some drama. A woman from Longdu Media sneered and mocked, this kid just wants to get famous, hoping to make a fortune from this opportunity. After all, most ordinary people wouldn't pass up such a chance. But ultimately, he's too inexperienced. He doesn't realize that even if Zhang Hao can't do anything to him publicly, offending the Zhang family won't end well. Returning home to recuperate for a few years would probably be the best outcome. Young people need capital to shine, otherwise they'll just end up failing miserably. Amidst the discussions, Luo Fu had already stepped to the front, ready to announce the start. The aura of the master was formidable just by standing there and focusing. An invisible presence emerged. This invisible aura drew everyone's gaze towards him, making it hard to look away. Students, today's competition will determine the top 36, which is of great significance. Being in the top 36 means you have the opportunity to be regarded as treasures by the various institutions in the audience. Wealth, status, strength, these are all things you could start to gain today, and they could come to you in an endless stream. Of course, if you fail to become one of the top 36, all of this will slip away from you, and it's highly likely that you will never get such an opportunity again. So, as he spoke, his voice began to slow down. In any case, today I hope you will hold nothing back, give it your all, unleash 200% of your strength, and tap into all your potential. His voice was filled with vigor, igniting the passion of the students present. A wave of thunderous applause erupted from the audience in the distance, elevating the atmosphere on site. The excitement was palpable. Everyone was eager to participate, looking forward to the competition. Seeing that the atmosphere had been heightened, Luo Fu stopped wasting words, cleared a space, and then picked up the list in his hand, announcing the names of the first group of competitors. Shifeng versus Wang Hao. The two individuals whose names were called stepped into the cleared area, and the competition officially began. Shifeng had the third highest potential, but during the warm-up he only ranked 5th. In contrast, Zhang Hao, who ranked 4th in potential, had outperformed him during the warm-up, and since this person was not very talkative, he had remained relatively unnoticed. Shifeng had a wealth of combat experience, and in front of him, it seemed he could easily see through and grasp every move and thought of his opponent. This guy is really strong. Not only is his realm not low, but his combat experience is also a level above mine. Su Chen, who was watching, frowned, his expression serious. He had seen Shifeng's data before coming, and at that time he thought it wasn't that exaggerated, but seeing it in person made him realize the immense pressure it brought. In terms of combat experience, even Xiao Sini would likely not be his match. It seems Zhang Hao is just the beginning of the challenge. He has even stronger opponents above him. He watched carefully as Shifeng executed his moves and made combat judgments, feeling suffocated by each strike. Without martial arts or any overwhelming advantage, no one in the same realm could defeat Shifeng. Seeing Shifeng win, Su Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. This was just the person with the third highest potential. He couldn't imagine what the remaining two would be like if they took it seriously. Brother, are you really not going to forfeit? Su Qing's voice interrupted his thoughts. Seeing his worried expression, Su Qing spoke gently, brother, if you're really feeling pressured, then don't compete. No one will laugh at you. Of course, I'm not insisting that you must listen to me. I know your temperament and respect your choice. It really depends on how you decide. Su Chen rubbed her head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm confident. As for you, I thought you would be sulking because of what happened yesterday. Su Qing shot him a complaining glance. How could that be? I'm not a child anymore. Su Chen grinned, not continuing the topic but instead observing the competitors. Just as Luo Fu said, in the battle for the top 36, everyone who took the stage gave it their all. This was a great opportunity for him to refine his understanding of martial arts theory. In every match, he could see new things and understand new concepts. These people were, after all, geniuses. They had a unique understanding of martial arts and combat, and careful observation was immensely beneficial. Finally, after one battle concluded, Su Chen heard his name. Su Chen, Zhang Hao. Luo Fu announced the names of the two, looking up. Watching Su Chen slowly walk onto the stage, his expression was complex. For the young man Su Chen, he indeed liked him very much. However, it was undeniable that he could not secure victory in this match. Zhang Hao stood opposite Su Chen, his fists cracking ominously, his expression cold. Su Chen, even if you beg for mercy later, it won't matter. I will give it my all in this match and will not hold back. I feel the same way, Su Chen replied, then began to stretch his muscles. For the first time, in the midst of battle, Su Chen felt his adrenaline surging wildly. This was not only a fight long anticipated by others but also one he had been eagerly awaiting. Su Chen did not immediately draw the light sword in his hand, nor did Zhang Hao. This time, Zhang Hao also brought a short sword, and seeing Su Chen not using his sword, he threw it to the ground, adopting an attacking stance. As both of them readied themselves, Luo Fu announced the start. Let's get started. Bang! The moment Luo Fu spoke, Zhang Hao stomped his foot and leaped forward, reaching Su Chen in just a few steps. His speed faster than an ordinary run. Without hesitation, he threw a punch, the air crackling with a muffled sound, enough to prove the terror of this punch. The fist was mere inches away, yet Su Chen still did not react, his gaze fixed on him, looking as if he were stunned with fear. A smirk of derision curled at the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth, his eyes revealing deep contempt. This punch could only be met by a martial artist of 7 stars or above. Anyone below that would surely suffer serious injury. Just when he thought victory was certain, Su Chen suddenly extended his palm and firmly grasped his fist. That's right. All Su Chen did was extend his palm and then catch his attacking fist, unmoving. Zhang Hao felt a force that was not inferior to his own, countering his power. How could this be? A 4-star martial artist, how could he match him in strength? His eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately swung his other fist. Bang! Again, a single palm, again firmly catching the opponent's fist. Zhang Hao felt the same force once more, the surprise on his face now impossible to conceal. But he did not stop his attack. Instead, he swung both fists continuously, using the most primitive and straightforward techniques to strike at Su Chen. He could not believe that Su Chen's strength could truly match his own. Why? Bang! 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 With a series of punches, the two faced off, each blow landing solidly. The speed increased, the force grew stronger, and the sound of their collisions became deafening. At this moment, everyone watching was stunned, staring at everything happening before them. Is this an illusion? Someone in the audience finally couldn't help but speak up, waking the others. Yes, were they seeing things? How could Su Chen trade blows with Zhang Hao and not be at a disadvantage? Zhang Hao's ranking on the potential list had just been updated, yet he possessed the strength of a 7-star martial artist. And Su Chen? Only 4 stars. How could a 4-star martial artist hold his own against a 7-star martial artist like this? Damn, could it really be a conspiracy? This is too fake. A chorus of doubts arose, but Zhang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. Something was off. Too off. At first, he thought Su Chen was using some special method or practicing a certain martial art, but after so many rounds, he gradually calmed down and realized the core of the problem. Su Chen, he was not a 4-star martial artist. After another clash of fists, he pulled back, his face pale with rage. You, Su Chen, clearly a 7-star martial artist, deliberately hiding your realm during the match. Do you think everyone is a fool? He vented his anger without holding back, his voice rising. The angry roar caused everyone present to stop thinking. The one who reacted the most was Luo Fu, who had been sitting in a chair. Upon hearing the roar, he stood up in shock, his face filled with disbelief. That's right. He was not an ordinary person, he was a master. So when it came to the realm of martial artists, he was absolutely confident he wouldn't be mistaken. Even if the opponent was hiding their level, they could never escape his eyes. Before the warm-up test, he was certain that Su Chen was at the level of a 3-star martial artist. How did he become a 7-star? However, his eyes weren't blind. The strength Su Chen had just displayed was indeed that of a 7-star martial artist. The gap between 3 stars and 7 stars was so vast that he hadn't even considered it. A week to break through to 7-star martial artist? How could such a thing happen? Any normal person wouldn't think so, like Su Qing. Su Qing stood in the team from the first high school, her face filled with shock. She was stunned, because everything Su Chen had shown had completely exceeded her understanding. Had her brother been hiding his level all along? Was he always a 7-star martial artist? What had happened before Su Chen became a martial artist? What could cause a person to suddenly rise? She simply couldn't imagine. She looked at Su Chen's familiar yet unfamiliar figure, her eyes revealing a hint of heartache. Brother, what on earth happened to you? Su Chen was unaware of the shock he was bringing. To others, all his attention was on Zhang Hao. He was now trembling with excitement, not expecting to truly catch up to Zhang Hao's strength. He was even eager to publish all the martial arts and theoretical knowledge he had learned online after the battle so more people could see and learn. But right now, he needed to deal with Zhang Hao. I told you long ago, I will defeat you in today's competition and successfully advance to the top 36. Su Chen took up a new stance, a standard posture that
clearly indicated the application of a certain martial art. However, Zhang Hao, who had initially looked somewhat grim, revealed a confident smile upon seeing Su Chen's stance. The reason was simple: he had seen Su Chen's stance many times before, which was the heavenly level martial art Su Chen had previously displayed. Heavenly level martial art. Very good, you finally used this move. It seems this is the only move you can bring out, Zhang Hao said, forming claws with his hands, standing with his legs apart, exuding a powerful aura. I told you, it's not just you who has heavenly level martial arts. Even if your realm is the same as mine, so what? In terms of martial arts foundation, you will never be my match, Zhang Hao. His words were not false. After all, behind Zhang Hao was the Zhang family. The Zhang family, with its generations of inheritance, had already established a solid foundation in Longdu during the early days of spiritual energy recovery. The resources and foundation they possessed were absolutely not something a mere martial artist from Tianhai City could compare to. That's the Zhang family's twin dragon claw. That's right, I once saw in a report that the old man of the Zhang family used this move to directly kill a master-level exotic beast. I didn't expect this kid Zhang Hao to have mastered it too. How old is he? I think this time Su Chen has no hope. He might as well count his blessings if he doesn't lose an arm or a leg. Clearly, in this martial arts showdown, no one was betting on Su Chen. The Zhang family's martial arts are also heavenly level, and it's the martial arts that the old man of the Zhang family has thoroughly researched. Su Chen's martial arts will probably be ineffective. A man from Longdu University watching the match shook his head, a look of regret on his face. The key point is that Su Chen has already used this martial art many times before. He has long since figured out how to attack Zhang Hao. In the end, it still comes down to the foundation. But reality is so cruel. Some people are born with the ability to obtain what others can never achieve in a lifetime. Luofu sighed as he saw the standoff between the two sides. Su Chen is going to lose, but it's not regrettable. After all, Zhang Hao's family has given him a huge advantage. Just as he sighed, both sides had already started to engage. 8. Extremes Yin-Yang technique. Su Chen immediately used soft strength, trying to neutralize the opponent's force. But at the moment of contact, he felt the fierce power in the opponent's fingers, and there was simply no way to dissipate the force. The opponent's palm turned into a claw, firmly gripping his wrists. Zhang Hao saw Su Chen being captured, unable to move an inch, and a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. I've seen your martial arts many times, and you still think you can use the same move. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed. The force that had been completely suppressed suddenly erupted, and he was swept away. Martial arts are superior. Chapter 109, Clash of Sword Techniques. Su Chen unleashed a superior technique, enhancing his ability to dissipate force. Twisting at the waist, he exerted force with his legs, and with a complete turn, he violently flung Zhang Hao, who was on the ground, away. In midair, Zhang Hao tried to twist and land, but he couldn't exert any force. Flying towards the spectator stands, bang! He crashed heavily against the edge of the spectator stands. The thin iron railing was directly deformed from the impact, and he landed in a disheveled manner with a muffled thud. This is the battle between martial masters. If calculated, the strongest force could surpass that of an elephant. The people present were dumbfounded. They had thought this would be a crushing victory for Zhang Hao over Su Chen, but how did it turn into Zhang Hao being beaten up? Refund. Give me a refund now. Your training officials deliberately opened the betting, and here you are, rigging it to make us lose money. Some spectators could no longer contain their anger. That was at 20-1 odds. If Su Chen really won, it would mean losing everything. Refund what? Su Chen has always had strength. He has been a dark horse. In previous training sessions, why didn't you shout rigged then? Guan Yi, who was also sitting in the spectator stands, stood up. With his roar, many gamblers who had bet on Su Chen began to shout and cheer. Although there were only 7 or 8 of them, their combined momentum was still formidable, and the scene became chaotic in an instant. Guan Yi looked at Su Chen in the arena with excitement, his feelings complex. He wondered why this kid was always so calm. It turned out he was strategizing, and he didn't expect to hide so many surprises. This exclusive interview would definitely go viral nationwide. Shut up. All of you, shut the hell up. At that moment, Zhang Hao got back up, looking disheveled but clearly not seriously injured. He roared like a mad lion and charged again. This time, his martial arts offensive was even more ferocious, and a sonic boom appeared in the air. Su Chen dared not use soft strength to receive the attack anymore. He could only meet it with the fierce force of the 8 extremes Yin-Yang technique, and combined with the superior technique, he was able to match Zhang Hao blow for blow. Seeing that he couldn't break through after a long attack, Zhang Hao could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and pressed his palm against his waist. Clang! He drew a short sword from his waist, pointing it at Su Chen. Zhang Hao's action of drawing the sword caused an uproar. They gasped not because of the use of a weapon, but because the one actively using a weapon was Zhang Hao. This proved that, as a member of countless prestigious families, Zhang Hao was completely at a disadvantage in close combat. Zhang Hao has drawn his sword. It seems we indeed underestimated Su Chen. The man from Longdu University squinted slightly. The woman from Longdu Media also had to nod in acknowledgement of Su Chen's prowess, but the careful expression on her face had not disappeared. Even if he has some skill in close combat, he won't win this match. Although the Dragon Claw martial arts is the signature skill of the Zhang family's old master, what truly makes the Zhang family formidable is their swordsmanship. Su Chen has lost the advantage of close combat with his heavenly tier martial arts and stands no chance. Moreover, she paused here, a confident smile appearing on her face as she continued. Moreover, our Longdu Media has already made contact with Zhang Hao and the Zhang family. I have personally witnessed their swordsmanship, which is truly exceptional among heavenly tier martial arts. Although Zhang Hao hasn't fully mastered it, he is more than capable of dealing with all competitors of the same realm. Not only can he secure this victory, but he might even defeat Hua Huayan. Hearing such high praise from the woman, the man also felt that Su Chen was hopeless. He sighed, it's a pity, otherwise, Su Chen might have seized this opportunity to soar to great heights. Facing the unsheathing Zhang Hao, Su Chen showed no signs of tension. Instead, he appeared remarkably relaxed, leisurely grasping the light spirit sword in his hand. In front of everyone, he pointed his sword at Zhang Hao and took the initiative to attack. Is he crazy? Doesn't he know how powerful the Zhang family's sword techniques are? How can he take the initiative? The man was dumbfounded by this scene, then shook his head in disappointment. He's just a young man, too full of himself. Su Qing, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, also changed her expression drastically. Initially, seeing that Su Chen had the level of a 7-star martial master made her happy, as he at least had the ability to protect himself against Zhang Hao. But now, this approach was far too dangerous. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhang Hao was already furious. In such a situation, facing off could easily lead to disability. Seeking death. Seeing Su Chen take the initiative to attack, Zhang Hao's expression turned ferocious. His mind was filled with a single thought: to make Su Chen pay for his actions. He directly unleashed the Zhang family's sword techniques, striking with fierce moves that clearly showed no mercy. Not far away, Luo Fu watched this scene with sharp eyes, ready to intervene, but the next second he stopped, staring at Su Chen in astonishment. The light spirit sword in Su Chen's hand was moving in a specific rhythm, each strike filled with immense power, successfully countering the opponent's sword moves. Bang! 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 With a series of clashes, Luo Fu's expression grew increasingly surprised. This kid, has his swordsmanship improved? Wasn't this the same sword technique he used during the warm-up? But now it was much more mature, with innovative elements, and both its power and speed had significantly increased. He stared in shock at Su Chen wielding his sword, and suddenly thought of something, quickly rummaging through Su Chen's information to hold it in his hands. After several confirmations, he found that the gap between Su Chen's previous potential intelligence report and his current performance was indeed quite large. Impossible. Even if this kid deliberately concealed it, the reported information wouldn't differ this much. The Martial Artist Association of Tianhai City would never engage in such meaningless actions, unless Luo Fu considered a certain possibility, his expression clearly skeptical. He has only started to grow since arriving in Longdu, and in just over a week he has reached this level? Unintentionally, he caught sight of the final evaluation on Su Chen's profile. Extremely strong learning aptitude, astonishing growth rate. Initially, he thought this simple remark was just a generic comment, but now it seemed to truly reflect Su Chen's characteristics. No, after the competition, I must reassess him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, refocusing on the battle. At this moment, Su Chen and Zhang Hao were evenly matched. Su Chen relied on the DJ rhythm of the light spirit sword dance. Although it was a struggle, he managed to successfully counter Zhang Hao's Zhang family sword techniques. However, the Zhang family sword techniques were ultimately the family's inherited martial arts, with continuous strikes aimed at tricky positions, as if multiple swords were simultaneously targeting Su Chen. Just when everyone thought Su Chen was about to be defeated, the long sword in his hand suddenly changed its move, altering the rhythm from before with an overwhelming sword intent. One sword. Just one sword disrupted Zhang Hao's sword technique. The second sword. A reverse strike with the second sword sent Zhang Hao's short sword flying. From Zhang Hao suppressing Su Chen to having his short sword knocked away, the entire process took only a few seconds. In those brief seconds, those who were still cheering for Zhang Hao had no time to react as the situation flipped in an instant. The short sword flew directly between the legs of a bystander, just an inch away from the source of life. Su Chen pointed his sword at Zhang Hao, ending the match. The scene fell into silence. Many people looked bewildered, as if the result was too surreal. Su Chen advances to the top 36. Luo Fu announced Su Chen's victory, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Put. Zhang Hao gripped the long sword tightly, blood dripping down, his expression twisted and mad. Su Chen, how dare you play me for a fool? You are definitely not an ordinary martial artist from Tianhai City, just you wait. Zhang Hao felt a tremendous insult. It was an insult of being toyed with, one he absolutely could not tolerate. Su Chen's name and face were now etched deeply in his mind, and one day he would erase it completely. Su Chen sensed his fury and responded with just one sentence.
You should read more books and understand what it means to treat someone differently after 3 days. And stay away from my sister. Someone like Zhang Hao was too dangerous. He absolutely could not be allowed to have any contact with Su Qing. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned. Su Qing is really your sister? Su Qing had said they were siblings, and he thought it was Su Qing protecting Su Chen, but now that Su Chen had one, lying was pointless. Su Chen ignored him and returned to the team. Watching Su Chen leave, a hint of regret appeared on Zhang Hao's face, but that hint of regret quickly vanished, replaced by anger. No matter what, his relationship with Su Chen was now irreparably hostile. Compared to his gloom, Su Chen had now completely become the center of attention. After all, this was not just a simple advancement to the top 36. Defeating the potential 4th-ranked Zhang Hao could very well propel him into the top 10. Su Chen's future could be said to be limitless. When Su Chen returned to the team, Su Qing immediately came to his side to check if he was hurt. After confirming that Su Chen was fine, Su Qing smiled. Although she smiled, there was an obvious strain in her expression. Su Chen saw this clearly and became more certain of his suspicions. For some unavoidable reason, Su Qing did not want him to advance in this training session or to stand out too much. The more she acted this way, the more Su Chen felt that there must be issues with the family his mother had rebuilt. He had to take a look before leaving Longdu. I want to see Mom. Su Qing was taken aback by his words, then showed hesitation. Brother, it's not convenient to talk here, let's wait until the end. Seeing her evasiveness, Su Chen felt a surge of anger, but when he saw his sister's troubled expression, he forcibly suppressed his frustration. If it ended, it ended. A little more time didn't matter. Soon, the match concluded. Luofu announced that the next match would still be in 7 days. It would be broadcast live throughout the entire process on domestic platforms. Su Chen prepared to leave with Su Qing, but was quickly surrounded by a group of people from the audience. Realizing he couldn't escape for the moment, Su Chen felt a bit annoyed. Just then he spotted Guani in the crowd. I need to talk to him. He represents me, and my words don't count. Standing behind, Guani was currently holding a camera, taking pictures of Su Chen, and the thought of his own rise made him beam with joy. Who would have thought that Su Chen would suddenly look at him and say such fierce words? His smile froze. The next moment, personnel from various organizations surrounded him, and he could only watch helplessly as Su Chen disappeared from his sight. After shaking off the entanglement of these personnel, Su Chen took Su Qing to a secluded corner. Before Su Chen could speak, Su Qing said, Brother, Mom isn't in Longdu recently. It's not that I don't want to take you to see her, it's just really unfortunate. As she spoke, she carefully added, Aren't you going to take the entrance exam for Longdu University? There will be plenty of time in the future, it's not worth rushing this moment. Seeing her tentative demeanor, Su Chen took a deep breath. That's fine, just give me your phone number and I'll add you as a friend. Su Qing hesitated once more. Su Chen's anger could no longer be contained. What, is it now impossible for me to even have a way to contact you? What do you mean by us? If you and Mom don't want to have anything to do with me and Dad, just say it instead of beating around the bush. As soon as Su Chen said this, he regretted it. Su Qing stood there, stunned, tears shimmering in her eyes. In the end, she spoke, Brother, I'm your sister. For matters like this, you can just communicate with Mom. I don't want to get involved. We can still keep in touch like before, it's not like you can't reach us. The more Su Chen listened, the more irritated he became. I don't know what you and Mom are hiding. Since you both won't say anything, I'll find a way to go to Longdu myself. I, Su Chen, have already solved the problem of becoming a martial artist. I don't believe I can't even meet my own mother. Su Chen stopped arguing with Su Qing and turned to leave. Su Qing watched his departing figure, biting her lip tightly, tears sliding down her cheeks. Back in his dorm, Su Chen felt unusually irritable, but after calming down, he felt a bit regretful. He could sense that there was a reason behind it all, but when Su Qing actually rejected him, it still felt like he was struggling to breathe. To adjust his mood, he immediately called Zhang Wei to tell him about today's events. Hearing that he had successfully advanced to the top 36, Zhang Wei was ecstatic. The voice on the other end of the line reached a noise level that made Su Chen instinctively pull the phone a bit away from his ear. But soon, Zhang Wei's tone turned worried. However, this time you've offended the Zhang family, the trouble is even bigger. Who knows, our Martial Artist Association in Tianhai City might also get implicated. Su Chen replied helplessly, this is unavoidable. Small fry standing too high won't have a good ending. We'll take it one step at a time. Oh, by the way, how's Tianhua Entertainment doing? Su Chen remembered. Tianhua Entertainment. It had been a long time since he heard any news, which didn't seem like something they would do. Not clear. Ever since you entered the training camp, the pressure from that side has been relatively stable, as if they want to let it go. But the more it is like this, the more worried the curator and I are. Who knows if there's a bigger conspiracy? If they stumble in our small city, they definitely won't just swallow their anger. Hurry up with the filming of your blood theory practice video, we might need to release it early if necessary. After hanging up, Su Chen frowned. He looked at the weather outside, which was starting to turn gloomy, and his mood was not bright. It seemed that the more he advanced in this training, the more troubles and obstacles he faced. In the room, Su Chen was deep in thought when Guan Yi's knock interrupted his contemplation. Now that you're on a roll with your advancement, why aren't you going to talk to those organizations? Instead, you're just sitting around in the dorm. He was somewhat speechless. If it were someone else, they would be eager to talk to every organization, yet Su Chen rushed back here. However, he was also happy for Su Chen, because he was a witness, having seen this young man rise from a low point in just a few days, completely turning his life around to become a winner. Truly, a fierce life needs no explanation. Those actions that he and others couldn't understand, Su Chen proved himself with his advancement. Only 36 strong. I'm not in a hurry, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. A few days ago, Guan Yi would have definitely doubted these words, but now it was different. Su Chen had just defeated the popular contestant Zhang Hao. That's true, given your current situation, even if you get eliminated later, it won't be a problem. He hesitated for a moment, slowly pulling a book from his pocket. A man from an organization insisted that I bring you this book. I noticed you seemed very interested in books, so I took the liberty of accepting it for you. He was right, Su Chen indeed loved books, so he instinctively took it, discovering it was a book on martial arts research. Just flipping open a page, his eyes immediately lit up. What is this? The man said if you're interested, he will contact you later, but he didn't mention when. A strange expression appeared on Guan Yi's face. Which organization? Su Chen asked excitedly. This was a theoretical book on martial arts. Every theoretical foundation in it was clearly summarized after extensive practice, and the theories were extremely mature. It was more valuable than any book he had read so far. He didn't say, just mentioned an organization in Longdu, saying it was to let you understand first. After a month following the training test, he will contact you. Su Chen was stunned. A month? Wouldn't that mean missing his peak popularity? If he didn't seek out other organizations at that time, and this organization didn't reach out to him, wouldn't that devalue him? Seeing Su Chen silent, Guan Yi's expression turned serious. I think it might be a conspiracy. If you haven't agreed to the organization in a month, they will assume you consider them a backup and won't accept you. Even if they eventually accept you, you will lower your worth and the resources you should have gained because of this delay. After a moment of thought, Su Chen put the book away. Let's set this aside for now. Help me shoot a special feature first. No matter what, I need to catch this wave of traffic. I disdain celebrities and internet influencers, but I still need energy to contend with families like the Zhangs. Hearing that they would continue shooting the special feature, Guan Yi was naturally delighted. After all, with Su Chen's advancement, there were many things to write about, and he didn't have to worry about a lack of attention. After a simple discussion about the special article to be released, Su Chen took out his phone, preparing to record another video. Seizing the moment, his popularity was high now, and he could leverage this heat to boost his momentum further. This time, Su Chen wanted to record martial arts that were more advanced. After all, only this kind of lower-level martial skills could be learned by the public. Guan Yi eagerly helped Su Chen record, and the two of them got busy. 3 hours later, in the commercial street surrounding the training camp, a woman from Longdu sat coldly in a cafe, while Xiaoya sat nervously across from her, her expression grim as she said, "Team leader, you can't blame me. No one expected Su Chen to come from such a remote place." Shut up. Just those two words made Xiaoya's face turn pale. It's fine that you went to interview Zhang Hao, but did you forget the professionalism expected of you? You even mocked Su Chen in public. She was about to explode with anger. Xiaoya was someone she had brought along. She only needed to conduct a proper interview with Zhang Hao, and there would have been no issues. But this idiot had to have that attitude towards Su Chen during the interview. If she hadn't sent Xiaoya to approach Su Chen earlier, she wouldn't have known until now. Su Chen's value is significant now, at least at the level of the top 8, and he has so much attention. If he develops a resistance towards us because of you, do you know the consequences? Go find Su Chen right now. If you can't resolve this, you can get lost. Yes. Xiaoya's face was filled with terror as she hurriedly disappeared from sight. Watching her figure vanish, the woman took a deep breath, her gaze gradually turning cold. I hope this kid knows his place, otherwise, no one will have it easy. Inside the dormitory, Su Chen suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill run down his back. At that moment, he was fixated on his short video account, beaming with joy. 150,000 followers. The 2 videos he had previously posted had gained a total of 40,000 followers. To his surprise, the latest video had skyrocketed his followers by 11,000. Not only that, the view count for the latest video was nearing 600,000. And this number was still climbing. What Su Chen was seeing at that moment were not just likes and favorites, but a steady increase in his vitality. He was about to soar. The video was posted in the afternoon, and by the time he was having dinner in the cafeteria that evening, Su Chen's vitality had already increased by 100 points. At this rate of growth, he could expect to boost his vitality by about 1,000 points each day. That meant 1 star a day. He was currently a 7-star martial artist. To reach the great martial artist level, he needed 15,000 points of vitality. In a week's time, he would break through to the great martial artist level. Great martial artist. Su Chen's eyes were filled with longing. This was something he hadn't even dared to dream of before school started, and now it was within reach. Once he successfully reached the great martial artist level, he would undoubtedly be the top performer in this training session. He watched the increasing likes and comments on his video, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. Just then, a cold voice came from behind him. You get this happy just from defeating a Zhang Hao? Looks like I overestimated you. Su Chen turned around to see Huahuayan and Sui Tian. Sui Tian, with his slanted bangs, was a rather charming robe, and it was he who had just spoken. He stared at Su Chen, arrogantly declaring, I didn't expect you to hide such strong power, but if defeating Zhang Hao makes you feel proud, then that's really disappointing for both of us. Huahuayan, the aloof techie type, nodded in agreement from the side. Exactly. Zhang Hao couldn't last 10 moves against us. I hope you won't let us down. As he spoke, he paused and said seriously, Su Chen, I heard that in the week leading up to this competition, you didn't practice at all. I hope you won't be so lax that we end up defeating the strongest version of you. The two of them, one after the other, seemed to treat Su Chen as a rival, but anyone with a discerning eye could sense that they were just looking for fun, believing that none of the top 10 in this competition could rival them. No, perhaps they initially thought Zhang Hao had some strength, but now that Zhang Hao had been eliminated, they could only vent their frustrations on him. Su Chen looked at them with the same disdain one would reserve for fools. The more geniuses he encountered here, the more he felt these people had some issues. There was no humility whatsoever. Who truly believed themselves to be invincible, him, Su Chen, or these so-called geniuses from Longdu? Lax? Whether I am lax or not, neither of you are my opponents. Zhang Hao is not just one person, each of you is like Zhang Hao. The expressions of the two clearly froze. Who were they? The first and second on the potential rankings. Among all the young geniuses from the visible institutions, they were at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Although Su Chen had defeated Zhang Hao, there was still a level separating Zhang Hao from them. They never expected this guy to be so arrogant. Oh, you really know how to put on a show. If you have the guts, let's go out and spar right now. Sui Tian rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move, his aura impressive. Su Chen was taken aback. This guy, 9-star martial artist? He was clearly a 7-star martial artist before. What was going on? In the midst of his surprise, Huahuayan had already intercepted him with one hand. Su Chen, I advise you to have some humility and respect. Don't think that you're the only one hiding your strength. A true strategist wouldn't reveal all their power here. You should take care of yourself. After he finished speaking, he pulled Sui Tian away. Sui Tian seemed to respect Huahuayan and didn't argue, just left with a harsh warning for Su Chen. Su Chen, make sure you don't let me run into you next time. Once they left, Su Chen pondered Sui Tian's words, his expression somewhat serious. No wonder. He had been wondering how Huahuayan and Sui Tian could firmly hold the first and second spots on the potential rankings despite their similar cultivation levels. It turned out they were hiding their strength, something he had indeed overlooked. However, even a 9-star martial master posed no pressure for him, as long as they weren't great martial masters. The competition time after the training camp was very short, and Sui Tian absolutely couldn't break through to great martial master, while Huahuayan, although stronger than Sui Tian, couldn't be that much stronger either. It was absolutely impossible for him to reach great martial master. This time, the first place in the training camp had to be his. What that guy said isn't entirely unreasonable. I can't underestimate them too much. I should study hard these days to avoid any surprises. With that thought, Su Chen couldn't wait any longer. Ever since he received the books brought by that mysterious man, he had been completely captivated. He was sure that the theories and knowledge in them were authored by at least a professor-level individual. That's right, a professor level, the same level as teacher Zhang Wei. It might even be doctoral level. That was an existence beyond the professor level. At the doctoral level, one became a key protected figure of the nation, a symbol of a country's fortune. At this level, one could participate in the highest level martial arts theory research projects in Longdu. He was not exaggerating. The book in his hands absolutely had that level of quality. This made him even more curious about that mysterious person. What kind of organization were they from? Guan Yi had immediately helped look up information about them, but there was still no news. Should he ask? Unable to contain his curiosity, he called Guan Yi and said he would meet in the cafeteria half an hour later. He sat in place waiting but saw a familiar face at the entrance of the cafeteria. Xiaoya from Longdu Media. She went upstairs, looking around as if searching for someone, and finally her gaze landed on him. Ha! Su Chen hadn't thought she was looking for him, but unexpectedly, she really approached. Is there something you need? Su Chen spoke first, his tone cold. Not to mention him, even the most tactful person would probably not expect a better attitude. Who knew Xiaoya, as if she hadn't sensed his attitude, showed a warm smile. Su-chen, there was a small misunderstanding between us last time and I'm here specifically to apologize. No need. There's no need to apologize. We don't know each other. You go your way, and I'll go mine. After Su-chen said this, he picked up his plate and prepared to leave. He had already encountered enough annoying things today. He didn't want to ruin his mood over something that had finally made him a bit happy. Seeing him about to leave, Xiaoya immediately said, Su-chen, please don't misunderstand. I'm really just here to apologize this time, with no other intentions. I said no need. You can go now. Don't ruin my mood. Su-chen waved his hand. His firm attitude made Xiaoya's face turn pale. This was completely different from what she had imagined. At the very least, Su-chen wouldn't ignore her, thinking about how the boy in front of her was someone she had previously looked down upon. Xiaoya felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Su-chen, shouldn't there be a basic level of respect between people? Isn't what you're doing a bit too much? I actually want to ask you, how am I being excessive? I came to sincerely apologize and you didn't even let me finish my words. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Xiaoya's face was filled with anger. Hearing her words, Su-chen smiled. Just because you apologize, I have to accept it? And is this attitude of yours respectful? I don't have time to waste talking to you, please don't entangle me. Seeing that Su-chen wasn't budging, Xiaoya became completely anxious. Why are you so petty? Isn't it just that I said a few words to you when I was unaware of the situation? I'm here to apologize. What more do you want? You're being unreasonable. She didn't intentionally lower her voice. In fact, the more she spoke, the louder she got, attracting the attention of many. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Xiaoya's expression turned somewhat aggrieved and her eyes were teary. Some who were unaware of the situation began to cheer. Su-chen, she's a girl, and she's apologizing to you, just forgive her. Yeah, why are you, a grown man, arguing with a girl? Exactly. The crowd began to point fingers at Su-chen. As the noise grew louder, Xiaoya sensed the shift in atmosphere and revealed a sly smile. Su-chen, I formally apologize to you now, and I am willing to compensate you by doing a special feature on you. I represent Longdu New Media and we will definitely give you huge exposure. Upon hearing her words, Su-chen suddenly understood. No wonder she was so intent on entangling him. She had been waiting for him all along. It seemed she wanted to make up for the failed feature on Zhang Hao, or perhaps it was a decision from her superiors. Under her expectant gaze, Su-chen ignored the voices around him and said lightly, sorry, I don't accept your apology, and I already have someone assigned to shoot my feature, so I don't have time to deal with you. Xiaoya's expression froze. She had thought that under such pressure, Su-chen would give in to her request, especially with the temptation of Longdu New Media. Very few could refuse, let alone a small fry from Tianhai City. Unexpectedly, after Su-chen cleanly rejected her, he even said that someone was already shooting a feature, humiliating her. She angrily retorted, is this amusing? If you don't agree, then just say so. But to use the excuse that someone is doing a feature for you, do you think everyone is a fool? With your previous bad reputation, how could Longdu New Media be willing to do an interview with you? Exactly. The media industry values traffic and benefits. And this is even more pronounced in Longdu. Just a few days ago, Su-chen had such a bad reputation that even the Longdu media behind her wouldn't approach him, let alone other agencies. Su-chen must be talking nonsense, deliberately humiliating her here. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why? Deceive the girl? Exactly, that's Longdu Media. Even if such wealth and honor came to you, you wouldn't be able to grasp it. I really feel sorry for Zhang Hao. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, a figure walked in from the cafeteria entrance. Guan, carrying a camera, looked confused at the noisy cafeteria and spotted Su-chen. Upon seeing Guan, Su-chen pointed at him and said, see, this is the professional person doing my feature. My feature will be sent out soon, no need for your Longdu Media. I have no fortune to receive your Longdu Media's grace, nor do I care for it. After Su-chen finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Xiaoya's face turned extremely dark and she angrily said, you actually gave up our Longdu Media interview for a second-rate media outlet. You will regret this. Su-chen ignored her and followed Guan out of the cafeteria. After leaving the cafeteria, Guan immediately brought up the matter Su-chen had entrusted to him. I've already looked into that person for you, but unfortunately, their background seems quite extraordinary. It's not that I can't find the source, it's that any information related to them is shrouded in mystery. He paused, his tone serious. Whether it's the inns they've stayed at or the places they've been, no one dares to reveal their origins. Given this situation, there are only two possibilities. The first is that the person who delivered this book to you is quite famous, but I've seen him, and my impression is that he's not a well-known figure, so we can rule that out. The second possibility is that the organization this person belongs to is very powerful enough that upon hearing its name or seeing its emblem, people are too afraid to get involved and risk trouble. After hearing his words, Su-chen was certain of his thoughts. He had to get into this organization. Even if it meant rejecting all other organizations and forces for the sake of this one, he believed it wouldn't be a loss. Alright, I understand. In the next few days, let's get my feature article out there. Guani nodded, no problem, I'll take a set of photos for you today, and after selecting the article style, we'll publish it. It can go out tonight as long as you cooperate. Guani wasn't lying. Su-chen worked with him smoothly, and in just 3 hours, everything was completed. He watched as Guani posted the article on various platforms, and after communicating with some media outlets, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He had been paying close attention to his online reputation. These days, although he had indeed gained some traffic, most people were negative towards him. Any videos or articles related to him were mostly filled with curses against his existence, and according to Guani, this was after his reputation had slightly improved following his victory over Zhang Hao. Previously, it had been all curses, and some people had even started inquiring about his address and phone number. It could be said that he was just a hair's breadth away from online harassment. Therefore, utilizing the media to help him clear his name and change his reputation was the most important thing. 3 days after the article was sent out, Su-chen noticed a significant decrease in the malice in the comment sections. Not only that, but he also attracted a wave of new followers, and he now had 200,000 fans. With the change in reputation, he no longer had to worry about others finding his home address and family, allowing him to focus on his training. 2 days before advancing to the top 18, Su-chen's vitality reached 14,846 points. He was just one step away from breaking through to become a grand martial artist, but Su-chen knew that relying solely on vitality wouldn't be enough to break through to a martial artist, so he chose to seek out Luo Fu. At 6 in the afternoon, Luo Fu sat in his room holding Su-chen's information. His brow furrowed. He picked up Su-chen's past experiences and, upon seeing that Su-chen had only 70 points of vitality just over 2 months ago, his expression grew increasingly serious. This kid has a problem. In less than 3 months, he managed to go from being a waste to a high-level martial artist. What on earth happened to him? Seeing Su-chen's past experiences so astonishing, even the master Luo Fu couldn't help but exclaim. He had been on the front lines battling exotic beasts and had witnessed countless geniuses and incredible beings. But those kinds of people either advanced steadily from the moment they began training as martial artists or accumulated their strength gradually, while Su-chen's method of breaking through was truly peculiar. If the soldiers on the front lines could all be like him, the number of casualties each year would be greatly reduced. I just wonder. Luo Fu murmured, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. I must find out this guy's method, even if it requires special means. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-chen's voice came from outside. Teacher Luo, are you there? Su-chen stood at the door of Luo Fu's room and knocked. Soon, the door was opened. Luo Fu warmly welcomed him inside and asked how his preparations were going. Master Luo, I'm almost ready, but I came this time to ask you for something. You know I'm a martial artist from Tianhai City, and once the competition is over, I will return to Tianhai City, so I want to take this opportunity to ask you about some matters regarding Grand Martial Masters. Grand Martial Masters, huh? I didn't expect you to think so far ahead, but with your talent, it's not impossible for you to become one. Luo Fu directly took out a notebook from his spatial watch and leisurely handed it to Su-chen. You're in luck. I like to record my life during my free time, and this notebook contains my notes on breaking through to Grand Martial Master and Master. Hearing that there were notes on breaking through to Master, Su-chen's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. It's important to know that starting from the breakthrough to Martial Master, the subsequent realms cannot simply be achieved by reaching a certain level of vitality. They require some opportunities and the ability to have insights. The last time he broke through to Martial Master, it was by reading a novel, which was quite a coincidence. However, the realm of Grand Martial Master is higher and more complex, so he needed to prepare more. Su-chen reached out to take the notebook, but Luo Fu pressed the book down on the table, not budging an inch. He was taken aback for a moment, realizing that Luo Fu was looking at him with a smile. I can give you this notebook, but you have to answer a few questions I'm interested in. Go ahead and ask. I want to know. I noticed that for many years before you became a martial artist, your vitality increased very slowly, and there was even a year when it hardly increased at all. How did you suddenly become a martial artist? Su-chen never expected Luo Fu would ask him this question, and for a moment he was a bit dazed. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied calmly, because the ordinary methods of increasing vitality didn't work for me. I suddenly realized my own method of enhancing vitality, and after years of accumulation, I finally opened the Ren and Du meridians. He had used this explanation many times before, so there was no way it could have any flaws, and he felt no worry at all. Luo Fu showed an expression of understanding, and after a moment of thought, he continued to ask, so, does this theory of yours on vitality only apply to your own practice? Not exactly, I'm still researching it. My wish is for my method to be perfected and to be promoted in Long Country. When Su-chen said this, it came from the heart, his eyes sparkling with longing. If there was anything that accompanied him through the darkest times, it was these passionate and warm words, along with that profound knowledge. He didn't notice that Luo Fu's eyes were also sparkling. So, does that mean everyone can use your theory to enhance their vitality? In theory, yes, but not everyone will achieve the same results as I do. After all, it's tailored for me. Su Chen nodded. Has this theory been published or practiced by others yet? Su Chen hesitated. It hasn't been published yet. I've already sold the copyright to the Martial Artist Association. As for practice, there has been some time, but it's not sufficient. It needs a period of testing. Are you interested, Master Luo? Luo Fu laughed heartily. I am indeed a bit interested. I wonder if I can buy a copy. I'm discussing the matter of enhancing vitality with you separately. I originally intended to give you this notebook. As he said this, he pushed the notebook forward, but unexpectedly, Su Chen did not take it. He looked at Luo Fu again, revealing an extremely serious expression. In that moment, Luo Fu felt an unprecedented stubbornness and dedication from this young man. I want to ask, what do you want this theory of enhancing vitality for? You are already a master, with a very mature cultivation system of your own, so you won't need this. Luo Fu initially intended to say it casually, but sensing Su Chen's seriousness, he knew he couldn't joke about it. Su Chen, although I can't use the knowledge that enhances vital energy theory, there are people around me who need its existence. After all, seeing the obvious effects of your improvement is naturally great. He didn't continue because Su Chen's already serious expression became even more solemn. This made Luo Fu subconsciously think that he might have inadvertently touched on some sensitive spot of the young man. Instructor Luo, I didn't think too much when I created the vital energy theory. The reason I sold the copyright of this theory to our guild is that they promised me this theory would always be sold to those I deem necessary, according to my wishes. I think you understand what I mean. Although I am a martial artist, I have an extreme thirst for knowledge. There are many people in the world like me, but if this theory is used for fighting or purely for profit, I absolutely will not allow it. After hearing Su Chen's words, Luo Fu smiled. Very good. I didn't misjudge you, so I'll speak frankly. The reason I want to access this theory is simple. I want to use it on the front lines of the battlefield. You should be very clear that for frontline warriors, having one more star level means one more chance of survival, and perhaps it can save another family. Su Chen was moved. He indeed hadn't thought of this, as he had never been involved in frontline matters. He took a deep breath and put the notes in front of him into his spatial watch. I will send you this theory later, Instructor Luo, but I need to inform you in advance that although there are no theoretical issues with this theory, it has not yet been tested by time, so be mentally prepared. Su Chen left. Luo Fu sat in the room, looking in the direction Su Chen had left, lost in thought. That serious aura he had just now. Could it be that this kid has broken through again? After receiving Luo Fu's notes, Su Chen immediately returned to his dormitory. Now that he had mastered 2 methods to break through to a martial master, he felt completely at ease. Next, he would quietly wait for his vital energy to reach the level of a martial master tomorrow, preparing for the breakthrough. However, since there was still time, he began to study the martial arts theory sent by the mysterious person. As he researched this martial arts theory, he became confident that he could easily create a basic martial art similar to the 8 Extremes Fist. It should be noted that although the vital energy gain from creating a martial art book is not high, once it is distributed and someone learns it, he could experience a massive increase in vital energy. Currently, he increases his vital energy by about 1,000 points daily. What if he added 10 martial arts books to that? If he could create a hit martial art similar to the 8 Extremes Fist that people across the country would learn, let alone becoming a great martial master, breaking through to a master would be just around the corner. Now, achieving first place in the training camp was no longer his goal. His goal was to gain identity and status, to take root in a place like Longdu, to become a presence that the Zhang family, which has been passed down for many years in Longdu, and his stepfather, whom he had never met, would fear. That is what he wanted now. One day, he even wanted to surpass the existence of a master, becoming unique in Longdu. He looked at the book in his hand, his gaze becoming more resolute. I must go see the organization behind this mysterious person. Su Chen's heart gradually became firm and clear, and he refocused his attention on the book. 2 hours later, his vital energy reached 15,000 points. He put the book back into his spatial watch, hesitated for a moment, and then called Guan Yi. Guan Yi quickly arrived at his room. Following Su Chen's instructions, he stood at the door of the room, lighting a cigarette. All right, you can rest assured. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, I wouldn't let anyone into your room. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm also a martial artist. Although I'm only a 3-star, it's no problem for me to guard a big door. Su Chen still worriedly reminded him again, you must help stop anyone, this is very important. Because of his previous experience breaking through to a martial artist, Su Chen knew he absolutely could not be disturbed during his breakthrough. It's important to note that both Hua Huayan and the other person were hiding their strength. It was possible for them to break through to a grand martial artist. If he failed his breakthrough and happened to draw the attention of those two, it wouldn't be good news for him.
After reiterating his instructions, Su Chen returned to his room, closed the door securely, and began preparing for his breakthrough. He prioritized using the novel that Chu Yingying had recommended last time. Before encountering this novel, Su Chen had always thought that novels were just random fabrications by online authors, lacking in facts, and that they only needed to be wildly imaginative. However, after the last incident, he had a change of heart regarding online authors and novels. Even as a product of online entertainment, web novels must be based on life and reality. Otherwise, it would be impossible to write something profound. This novel was just like that. The fact that it could help him successfully break through to a martial artist proved that many of the events within it were real and even existed. He selected chapters and quickly found the one about breaking through to a grand martial artist. The chapter's title was intriguing. No longer an ant, the significance of becoming a grand martial artist. Su Chen read the title, casually casting a vote of 1,000, and continued to look below. If he could succeed this time, he would give a reward, and if given the chance in the future, he would definitely want to meet this senior author. He frantically searched and soon found the paragraph he wanted to see. It's read, a martial artist must integrate all their vital energy into their body, while a grand martial artist must dare to challenge the inconceivable, which is to completely penetrate their body with vital energy. They actively form their vital energy into sharp needles, continuously penetrating throughout their body, until flesh rots, until the internal organs are riddled with holes, until the bones are blown by the wind and weep like ghosts. Su Chen read aloud vividly, and panels floated continuously before his eyes. You are reading the process of breaking through to a grand martial artist. The rate of vital energy penetrating the body increases by 0.1%. You are reading the process of breaking through to a grand martial artist. The rate of vital energy penetrating the body increases by 0.1%. You are reading the process of breaking through to a grand martial artist. The rate of vital energy penetrating the body reaches 0.1%. If breaking through to a martial artist is like feeling 1,000 cuts on the body, then breaking through to a grand martial artist is like having one's soul and spirit cut 1,000 times. At this moment, Su Chen finally understood the meaning of the initial phrase about breaking through to a martial artist requiring one to dare to challenge the impossible. This had surpassed the pain that humans could imagine. If it were merely imagined, it would be absolutely impossible to comprehend how painful it truly was. No one could endure such pain with their body. It could only be sustained through willpower. An unwavering will must be backed by a compelling reason to become a martial artist in order to hold on. 1 second. Su Chen had 100 thoughts of giving up, but there were also 100 reasons flashing in his mind urging him to continue. It was like having one's head chopped off repeatedly, only to be asked if you wanted to continue. In the final moment before your consciousness fades, you must firmly respond each time. If you ever think of slacking off, you will fail 100%. You are reading the process of breaking through to a grand martial artist. The rate of vital energy penetrating the body increases by 0.01%. Suddenly, the prompt changed from an increase of 0.1% to 0.01%. Su Chen was taken aback and stopped. The rate of improvement had slowed down, or rather, the increase had diminished. He tried again, and the increase went from 0.01% to 0.001%. What's going on? Su Chen saw that his penetration rate had almost stalled at 50%, his brow furrowing. Could it be? Is the authenticity of this novel only 50%? The rest is all artistic processing? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He closed the novel and then took out the notes Luo Fu had given him from his spatial watch. He read through the notes Luo Fu had provided. You are currently reading the process of breaking through to a grand martial master. The blood and energy penetration rate increases by 0.01%. Just as expected. It seems that to break through to higher levels in the future, he must prepare more means. Seeing that he could increase it again, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and re-entered the state of breakthrough. The room was silent, and outside the door, Guani had been waiting for a long time, leaning desolately against the window at the door. This kid looks like he'll take at least a night. If I had known, I would have brought an extra pack of cigarettes. Forget it, I'll just order takeout. Guani took out his phone, opened the app, and was about to operate it when he suddenly froze. He instinctively looked up and saw a figure approaching from the end of the corridor. Curiously, he raised his head to look. The person appeared to be no younger than 27 or 28, clearly not one of the trainees in this dormitory, and their expression was exceptionally cold. Guani sensed that the other party's aura was formidable. He was momentarily taken aback, then quickly put his phone away and walked up. The person looked to be in their late 20s, emanating a chilling aura, clearly not a trainee. Little brother, you're here to find someone, right? If you're not familiar, I can show you the way. Guan being an old hand, immediately greeted him with a smile. The man ignored him, instead fixing his gaze on Su Chen's room and walking straight towards it. Brother, this is a training camp backed by the military. Guan realized that the other party was not friendly, and he placed his hand directly on the man's shoulder, smiling in a way that was neither here nor there. However, his smile immediately froze, and a layer of sweat broke out on his forehead.
Feeling the chill and pressure emanating from the man, he spoke nervously, "Why, you are a Grand Martial Master?" Indeed, the ordinary-looking man before him was a genuine Grand Martial Master. He had seen so many Grand Martial Masters and was well aware of the oppressive aura they exuded. He could not be mistaken. The man seemed pleased with his expression, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he rasped, "Very good, then can you roll along? You really are here to find Su Chen." Guan Yi's expression turned extremely grim, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. "Brother, it's not worth it, you should hurry back. For a notorious little brat, getting the training officials to focus on you is really not worth it." Before he could finish his sentence, the man had already raised his fist to strike. Bang! The solid fist slammed hard into the man's face, causing him to instinctively take a step back. The man's raised fist had yet to fall, staring in shock at Guan Yi, whose expression had turned serious, furious, and embarrassed. "Very good. I didn't expect you to be a soldier who has been to the front lines, even mastering the martial arts of intermediate warriors. That's interesting. But with your level as a 3-star martial artist, trying to block me is simply like a mantis trying to stop a car." As he spoke, the man exploded into extreme speed. Although Guan Yi tried hard to dodge, he was still struck squarely in the face, collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough. Blood gushed from his nose as Guan Yi rolled his eyes, nearly losing consciousness. The gap between a Grand Martial Master and a Martial Master was too vast. He could only rely on experience to fend off one move at most. Before he could get up, the man's powerful hand gripped his neck, his expression twisted. Cough, cough. Can't breathe. Guan Yi frantically slapped at the man's hand, trying to break free, but it was clearly futile. His pupils gradually constricted and rolled back, breathing becoming increasingly difficult. Bang! At that moment, the door was pushed open. The man instinctively looked up and saw a fist rapidly approaching. Bang! Su Chen knocked the opponent to the ground with a punch, then pulled Guan Yi up, his expression cold as he stared at the man. "You dare to kill in the training ground? Are you looking for death?" Fighting among martial artists was strictly prohibited, let alone murder. If someone really did such a thing, the legal consequences would be extremely severe, potentially affecting their family and immediate relatives. Cough, cough. The man clutched his chest, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Su Chen in shock. "You are a Grand Martial Master?" At that moment, Guan Yi, who had just been saved, also wore a look of disbelief. He knew Su Chen had been in seclusion to break through, but he didn't know that Su Chen had become a Grand Martial Master. Feeling the genuine pressure emanating from Su Chen, Guan Yi was profoundly shaken. How old was Su Chen? 18. Or 19. An 18 or 19-year-old Grand Martial Master. He looked at Su Chen, whose expression was icy, his gaze resolute, as if he had made a certain decision. At this moment, Su Chen's eyes were cold and he was filled with rage. Although he and Guan Yi weren't particularly close, Guan Yi had taken good care of him these past few days as an elder. Not to mention that he could call upon Su Chen at will. At least he had always been by Su Chen's side when others had opinions about him. If he had been even a few seconds later, Guan Yi could have been killed. How could he not be angry? "What, do you think you're the only Grand Martial Master? Daring to act wild in this training ground, have you hit your head?" Su Chen drew out his spiritual energy sword, ready to strike at any moment. He could sense the terrifying nature of the man before him. This guy was not like Zhang Hao and the others who merely engaged in petty squabbles. He was truly someone who dared to kill. If the man insisted on making a move today, it would likely be a fierce battle. Hearing Su Chen's words, the man actually laughed. From a chuckle that lasted a few seconds, it turned into a loud, manic laugh. "Good. You Su Chen, indeed have some skills." He stood up, staring at Su Chen, and said meaningfully, "The person who can defeat my brother is certainly not an ordinary person. I did come to find you. But it's not for a life and death struggle, it's because this guy was blind and insisted on blocking my way." The man's tone was extremely arrogant, as if he completely disregarded Su Chen, a fellow Grand Martial Master. "Your brother? Zhang Hao is my brother, and I am Zhang Ming." Zhang Ming grinned, but the smile felt like a hidden dagger. "Su Chen, you have guts. Defeating my brother is one thing, but you even let it ferment in the media. It doesn't matter that my brother lost, but your actions this time have insulted the Zhang family, and Longdu cannot tolerate you. I came here to give you a warning. You have already advanced to the top 18, and Longdu University will definitely accept you, but I advise you not to come to Longdu, unless what?" Su Chen squinted slightly. "Unless you're not afraid of death, and you're not afraid for your family to die." In an instant, the entire corridor fell silent. Su Chen stared at Zhang Ming, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Indeed, it was murderous intent. If Xiao Sini were here, she would clearly know that Su Chen never looked at people with this gaze. Only when hunting exotic beasts did Su Chen show this look, indicating that he truly harbored thoughts of killing. "Su Chen, you are just a small character. No matter how quickly you rise, you are still just a small character. I'll leave it at that. You should take care of yourself." After Zhang Ming finished speaking, he smiled triumphantly and turned to leave. Just as he was about to go down the stairs, Su Chen suddenly spoke up. "Zhang Ming, I, Su Chen, only like to argue with book knowledge, but today I remember you. Zhang Ming sneered and disappeared at the end of the stairs. Uncle Guan, the Zhang family is a prestigious family with a long heritage. It should be easy to learn about them, right? I want to report on the Zhang family in Longdu. Please help me organize it. Guani showed a hint of hesitation upon hearing his words and slowly said, that's not a problem, it's just a small matter. However, Zhang Ming is right. We small fry should avoid provoking the Zhang family. They are a family with generations of heritage. We can't afford to mess with them. Guan Yi's face was filled with bitterness. Su Chen had just saved him, making him his lifesaver. He admitted that Su Chen had great talent for a martial artist at such a young age. But in Longdu, there was no shortage of talented young people, and to stand firm in Longdu, one needed not just strength but also capital and backing. Uncle Guan, help me out, and I'll pay you. Su Chen grinned, revealing a bright smile. To be honest, Guani rarely saw Su Chen smile so radiantly, as he was not like other carefree peers. Seeing such a smile now made him feel a bit cold inside. He could sense the killing intent hidden behind the boy's smile. It was hard to imagine such an expression belonged to a youth. Alright then. This little matter isn't really a favor. Offering me payment would be an insult to me, your Uncle Guan. I say this for your own good. I hope you can think it over later. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. He truly wouldn't act impulsively, as he was not rash regarding the Zhang family and the Zhang Ming brothers. He wouldn't allow anyone to threaten his family. That was his bottom line. The competition is about to start, and I need to prepare well. Just call me about the Zhang family matters later. Su Chen sent Guani off this time, and he sent him quite far. Guani watched Su Chen's disappearing figure and sighed. He understood that Su Chen was worried about him getting into trouble and being dragged into it, so it was best to keep in touch by phone. Such a good kid, why does he have such bad luck? Back in the dormitory, Su Chen couldn't calm down for a long time, even feeling a pent-up breath inside him. Until the day of the top 18 qualifiers began, Su Chen not only hadn't calmed his mood but had become even more irritable. As soon as he walked into the venue, a group of people surrounded him. These were naturally the media who had come to see his popularity, and their intentions were quite clear. Excuse me, Su Chen, do you have confidence in today's sparring? If you encounter competitors like Hua Huayan and Sui Tian, do you think you have a chance? Are you confident in your own strength? Faced with the barrage of questions, Su Chen felt even more annoyed. I have confidence. I have a chance. Are you done? If you're done, let me through. Su Chen replied coldly. At that moment, Hua Huayan and another person happened to pass by and paused upon hearing Su Chen's words. This guy is really arrogant, I can't help but want to hit him, Sui Tian said, rolling up his sleeves, his face full of anger. Hua Huayan held him back and shook his head. Being eloquent isn't a skill, the real skill is to speak with your fists. When the time comes, just don't hold back. Sui Tian nodded at his words. Don't let me get a chance to hit him, otherwise, just watch how I deal with him. Hua Huayan smiled slightly. Of course, you're just one step away from becoming a great martial artist. Taking care of him will be a piece of cake. The two of them exchanged words and left Su Chen's vicinity, while Su Chen also broke free from the media crowd. He thought he could smoothly enter the arena and vent his emotions, but unexpectedly, he was blocked again. This time it was a woman. Su Chen found the other person somewhat familiar and recalled where he had seen her. Wasn't she the woman who sat in the front row of the audience before every competition? Representing, it seemed like Longdu Media? Hello, Su Chen. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Su, and I'm the group leader of the second team at Longdu Media. I recently heard that there was a small misunderstanding between you and my subordinate, and I came here specifically to express my apologies. Su team leader displayed a professional smile, looking very enthusiastic. But Su Chen knew that this enthusiasm was all an act. If he truly believed it, that would be foolish of him. Hello, team leader Su. There's no need to apologize because what we have between us is not a misunderstanding, but a grudge. Su Chen's casual words caused team leader Su's expression to stiffen. She did not expect that a boy of 18 or 19 could harbor such resentment, showing no regard for her friendly demeanor. However, as the team leader, she quickly regained her composure and smiled warmly again. Su Chen, you're joking. You don't have any deep-seated hatred, so where does this grudge come from? That child indeed handled things immaturely, and I've punished her severely. You don't need to be angry. If you're still upset, just tell me how to deal with her. However, Su Chen shook his head. Team leader Su, you are my elder, and I respect you. But I am a petty person. She has insulted me in the past, and that is a grudge in my heart. If there must be a solution, it is that I do not wish to have any dealings with your Longdu Media. Scholars do not bow for 3 pecks of rice. Moreover, one must worry whether those 3 pecks contain rat poison. Su Chen absolutely would not engage with this organization. After being openly dismissed twice by a junior, team leader Su's face darkened instantly. Su Chen, this is the first time I've seen such a stubborn junior. Longdu Media does not lack for your news and traffic. Since that's the case, you should take care of yourself. Team leader Su turned to leave but was met with a mocking laugh. What are you laughing at? She glared at Su Chen, clearly angered. I just find it amusing that such a large organization has employees who are all cut from the same cloth, ready
to turn hostile over a few words. I'm really curious how your organization has managed to grow so large, or perhaps the organization is fine, but the problem lies with your group? The anger on team leader Su's face was evident. Kid, try saying that again? In that moment, Su Chen felt a sense of déjà vu. He saw the face of Sumi from Tianhua Entertainment, and the anger that had been simmering in his heart ignited instantly. Just as he was about to speak again, a figure appeared before him. That's enough. Team leader Su, I think you people are living too comfortably. Should I go back and apply for you to get a chance to report to the front lines? The explosive news there would have a much greater impact on the training candidates than what you're doing here. Luofu stood between the two, his expression cold. Team leader Su, who was already on the verge of exploding, turned pale and immediately turned to leave upon hearing his words. Anyone could be provoked here, but Luofu was not to be trifled with, for he was a true warrior on the front lines. Thank you, Mentor Luo. Su Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Luofu did not respond, his expression filled with concern as he looked at him. Su Chen, your emotions are not good. If you have any difficulties, you can talk to me. If a martial artist's state of mind is affected, they can go mad. At that moment, although Su Chen was thanking him, his fierce expression was as terrifying as a bloodthirsty beast. Su Chen was momentarily stunned by Luofu's words. He realized he had been too affected by his emotions and quickly calmed himself. At the same time, he felt a bit of fear. If it weren't for Luofu's reminder, it would have been possible to lose the victory in the upcoming draw against Hua Huayan and Sui Tian. Seeing his emotions stabilize, Luofu's eyes showed a hint of approval. The last time we met, I wasn't sure if you had broken through your realm, but now I can completely confirm it. You've broken through to the Great Martial Master realm, right? Nothing escapes Mentor Luo's eyes. I just broke through to the Great Martial Master yesterday and haven't fully mastered the power of the Great Martial Master yet. When Luofu heard him admit it, the approval and admiration in his eyes deepened. The Great Martial Master realm is the last stage before entering the Grandmaster level. You can already release some of the original energy of your vital essence, rather than just fighting with your body like a martial master. You must truly comprehend the surge of your vital essence to unleash the true power of this realm. Alright, it's almost time. Let's return to the group and prepare to start the draw for the competition. After reminding them, Luofu returned to the front of the group, gathering the 36 strongest individuals together. Once the numbers were confirmed, he announced the start of the competition, which would still be in the form of a draw. According to Luofu himself, luck is also a part of strength. We will now begin the draw, but from this moment on, even if you are eliminated, the training organization will help arrange a satisfactory placement for you. Of course, you will also receive a portion of guaranteed spots in universities, so I hope you can all work harder, as the rewards for the top 18 will be even more substantial. After the top 18, we will immediately decide the top 9, with one additional person directly advancing to the final competition based on the highest potential ranking. After today's competition, the 9 strongest trainees will receive a special assessment at the training ground for half a month, followed by an elimination round to determine the final rankings of this assessment. Luofu's voice ignited the passion of the 36 individuals present. A special assessment at the training ground? I heard that anyone who can successfully pass it will at least reach the Grandmaster level. Exactly. I must succeed in advancing. It's just 2 rounds of competition, right? Even Su Chen felt excited upon hearing this discussion. The higher the advancement, the more resources and benefits one would gain. The current situation felt like reaching the final circle in some competitive games. This draw was purely random, meaning there were no restrictions and anyone could potentially face off against anyone else. Amidst the discussions, the results of the matchups quickly emerged. First match, Su Chen vs Sui Tian. The entire venue fell silent. Sui Tian's lips curled into a smug smile as he looked at Su Chen with a provocative gaze. He immediately ran to the open space, beckoning Su Chen with his fingers. Su Chen, I didn't expect to actually draw you. You dared to boast in front of the media. You should have anticipated today, right? He struck a pose as if preparing for a martial arts stance, his aura surging. A sense of pressure caused the onlookers to change their expression slightly, and those in the front row participating in the competition widened their eyes. Great martial master? Su Chen felt his aura and was somewhat surprised. Poof. A great martial master is still a step away, but unfortunately for you, you've encountered me. Sui Tian's face was full of pride. If you hadn't faced me, perhaps you would have had a chance to break into the top 9, but now. He spoke slowly, but his words abruptly halted here. Sui Tian felt Su Chen's rising aura and widened his eyes in disbelief. Why you? You are a great martial master. That's right. Su Chen's aura was that of a great martial master, not merely a step away like him, but a true great martial master. The classmates behind Su Chen were intimidated by his aura and couldn't help but instinctively step back. Only Su Jing did not retreat. Instead, she looked at Su Chen in shock. It was clear that her face was filled with confusion and questions. A great martial master. Who could have imagined that Su Chen was a great martial master? If he was a great martial master, did that mean he hadn't used his full strength during the last encounter with Zhang Hao?
Su Chen also assumed an attacking stance like a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains. Sui Tian looked at Su Chen's stance, his face turning pale. After a moment of hesitation, he made a surprising move. Sui Tian slowly raised his hand, a look of unwillingness on his face. As he said, "I concede this match." The venue erupted in an instant. No one had expected that the competition would end in such a manner. Su Chen hadn't even started to fight, the two hadn't officially engaged in battle, and yet this round was over. But what was even more surprising was that the popular contender Sui Tian had fallen outside the top 18. Everyone looked at Su Chen with complex expressions, watching this dark horse charge through the training session. Bang! Team leader Su slammed his hand on the table in the front row, his face dark. This kid has actually broken through to a martial master. How much more strength is he hiding? The others around him ignored the woman and instead focused on Su Chen with fiery eyes. A martial master at 18 or 19. There were no more than 50 in the entire Dragon Country. Su Chen's potential was undeniable and had already attracted the attention and interest of all organizations. Team leader Su stared intently at Su Chen, her gaze flickering with a cold chill. In a sense, she and Su Chen were already irreconcilable. She absolutely could not stand by and watch Su Chen grow, nor would she agree to it. At this moment, Su Chen also smiled. He never expected that this promotion would go so smoothly. He looked at Sui Tian, whose face was ashen, and smiled slightly. "Thank you for your kindness." Sui Tian responded with a cold laugh. "No need for thanks, you were just lucky. I can defeat you, it's just that some methods can't be used here. This training session is merely an interlude. When you encounter me outside in the future, you won't have such good fortune." With that, he left without looking back. His words were somewhat baffling, yet they piqued Su Chen's curiosity. So, Sui Tian had some very special killing move, but it just couldn't be used. If even Sui Tian had that, then what about Hua Huayan? He thought, instinctively turning to look for Hua Huayan. Hua Huayan stood at the very front of the line, staring intently at Su Chen. The moment their gazes intertwined, Su Chen noticed the coldness in Hua Huayan's eyes, the flames within them enough to express his inner fury. Before Su Chen could react, he saw Hua Huayan's hair seemingly swaying, and his pupils had faintly turned red. In that moment of eye contact, an unprecedented sense of fear suddenly rose within Su Chen. Under Hua Huayan's gaze, Su Chen felt his body tremble involuntarily. It was like a beast encountering its natural enemy. Just as he braced himself against Hua Huayan, Luo Fu's reprimand interrupted him. Hua Huayan. Hua Huayan hesitated at the reprimand, the red in his eyes gradually fading. "Su Chen, you are unworthy. If you encounter me, I won't show mercy like Su Etienne." "Then we'll see," Su Chen replied lightly, frowning slightly. He was pondering, thinking about the change he had just witnessed. What was that? Some kind of martial arts? No, it should be some change within himself, invisible and intangible like the aura of a martial master. He was afraid he couldn't handle it yet. It seemed he needed to find a way to cope. "Su Chen, well done." Lung Ningxue came to his side, grinning. "I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply." Managing to make Sui Tian concede, "You're amazing." Su Qing followed behind Lung Ningxue, hesitating as she said, "Brother, this training session has offended too many people. Getting such a good ranking may not be a good thing, otherwise." Su Chen waved his hand. "Don't worry, I know my limits." "But how much do you know about Hua Huayan?" Su Qing saw his determination and felt a bit helpless. He is the number one on the potential list and his strength is beyond doubt. I heard he even joined the military and mastered some secret techniques for battling with exotic beasts. He's no longer on the same level as us. She paused, hesitating. Sui Tian is also with the military. If he really used those secret techniques just now, why wouldn't he? Su Chen frowned, unable to believe that the other party would let him off easy. This training was all about self-interest. No one would pretend to be a saint. Su Qing's expression was complicated because once the secret techniques are used, it's either death or injury. The military promotes these secret techniques as a means to protect our homeland, not to deal with our own kind. Su Chen suddenly understood and grasped the meaning behind Sui Tian's last words. While the two were talking, a powerful aura erupted from the stage. Hua Huayan was currently in battle, and the aura he exuded was at the level of a grand martial artist. He struck his opponent with a punch, sending them crashing down, completely incapacitated. Instant kill. The opponent, though only a 3-star martial artist, had not forced Hua Huayan to reveal any of his killing moves. Su Chen didn't notice much. On the contrary, Hua Huayan had already figured out his moves. If he really faced this person, his chances of winning were slim. He frowned slightly, feeling immense pressure. With only half a month left, could he really catch up to this person? As he pondered, the top 18 were quickly determined, and Luo Fu began preparing for the draw of the top 9. To his surprise, he drew Lang Ningxue, and after a dozen rounds, he won easily. However, after stepping down, he found that Lang Ningxue had bitten several rows of teeth marks on his arm. In the end, the spots for the top 9 were successfully filled. Apart from Su Chen and Su Qing, there was one person who later took the place of another, while the remaining 7 were all originally in the top 10 of the potential rankings. Luo Fu signaled everyone to stand in the open area and announced the final results. You 9 are the strongest among this national training session. Next, you will undergo 2 weeks of special assessment tasks. Although they are called assessment tasks, they are actually specially tailored training for each of you. This is a recognition of you and a reward. How much you can grow during this special training assessment depends on your own efforts. He looked towards the 9 eliminated individuals not far away. According to past practices, the 9 of you who were eliminated will simultaneously undergo a special assessment. The best among you will be granted the title of the 10th strongest and will also be valued by the training camp. The upcoming time will be free activity time. The assessment tasks will be sent to you tonight, and I will also send someone to inform you of the content and methods of the assessment. The top 9 were born. The top 18 left the stage. The audience surged forward like a tide. The contestants who advanced to the top 18 were all talents worth cultivating and deserving of their attention. Luo Fu called out to Su Chen, who was about to leave. Su Chen, come with me. Your assessment content is quite special, and I need to communicate with you in person. He was slightly taken aback but quickly followed. In the crowd, Su Qing, who was surrounded again, watched Su Chen's departing figure, her eyes flashing with helplessness. Brother, you're too foolish. You'll realize sooner or later that your sister was right to advise you. At least this way, you and Dad could live a normal life. In the office, after hearing the assessment content that Luo Fu assigned to him, Su Chen's eyes widened. Instructor Luo, you're not joking, are you? Of course, I'm not joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Luo Fu's face was serious. You will follow the blood theory group of Longdu, assisting in the research and completion of data ahead for a total of 2 weeks. My Longdu theory group has a vacancy due to an accident. I just communicated with them yesterday, and since you can create your own blood theory, assisting them shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen's expression turned somewhat grim. Let him study the theory of qi and blood, there's no problem with that. After all, he also wants to take this opportunity to learn more theories. But the Frontline Qi and Blood Theory Group is not just an ordinary learning institution. All the data there is derived from the blood and flesh of frontline warriors who fought and experimented. If there's a recording error, or even a minuscule miscalculation, it could lead to those warriors sacrificing their lives in vain. Such pressure, he admits, is somewhat unbearable. Seeing his pale face, Luo Fu revealed a satisfied smile. It seems you've realized the difficulty of this assessment, but it has already been set by me, and you have no chance to change it. The lives of many frontline warriors are in your hands now. I hope you can be fully aware of that. Luo Fu sent him some materials and documents via his phone, then patted him on the shoulder. Each of those personnel is an elite, and for them, data and theory are more important than life itself. You'd better be fully alert. Alright, that's all I have to say. You should go back and prepare well for the departure. Su Chen walked out of the office with a heavy expression. He never dreamed that the assessment would involve such serious content. He thought of the bloodied faces of warriors after fighting fiercely. He thought of the angry faces of the staff due to errors in data and analysis. He felt a bit fearful, his hands trembling uncontrollably. If given a choice, he would rather fight on the front line for 2 weeks than do such a thing. With this tense feeling, he returned to the dormitory. Passing by the first dormitory on the first floor, the distracted Su Chen heard a familiar voice. Why must I complete the training assessment task? Su Qing's angry roar instantly caught his attention. He noticed that the door of the first dormitory was not tightly closed, and Su Qing's voice was clearly audible. There was a brief silence in the dormitory. Su Chen guessed she was on the phone, and the person on the other end must be speaking. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen wanted to get closer to listen, but he heard Su Qing's voice again. I know, how could I not know I have to go, but I really feel so unwilling. Why should this kind of thing fall on me? Why? Su Qing could no longer continue, but Su Chen could clearly hear her faint sobs. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew his sister was feeling wronged. He didn't go in because he understood that even if he entered the room now to ask Su Qing, she wouldn't tell him the truth. Su Chen quietly left the doorway and returned to his dormitory to pack his luggage. His gaze gradually became firm, and the tension and fear he felt when he left the office completely disappeared. He knew that this assessment was not just a test but also a rare opportunity for growth. Perhaps in many years to come, he would only have this one chance to get in touch with the front line. After preparing everything, he received a message from Luo Fu, saying to come to his office at 8 o'clock in the evening. After replying that he received it, he hesitated and called his father. Hearing that he might take a long time to return home, Suzhou fell silent for a moment. It's fine, since you're going, you should strive well there. You don't need to worry about me. That little girl Lu Mei always comes to see me, and you don't even know to call her. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. You take care of your health. Once I get the recommendation quota, we'll come to live in Longdu, and then. He hesitated when he said this, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Previously, he would have definitely said that when our family reunites, we'll live well, but after learning about his mother's remarriage, he no longer knew what that meant. Don't overthink it, it doesn't matter where I live. Su Zhou paused for a moment and continued, have you contacted your mother in Longdu? It's not easy to go to Longdu, you should meet with her and see your sister. My previous salary will be deposited this week and I'll transfer it to you shortly. Please give it to your sister when you see her. The family situation hasn't been good and I haven't given your sister any pocket money. Su-chen felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't quite articulate what was bothering him, but it hurt. All right, Dad, don't worry. In the next few days, we will undergo high-intensity assessments, and I might not have time to reply to your calls at most half a month. After Su-chen finished his reminders, he hung up the phone. At that moment, his previously confused heart felt as solid as steel. I will definitely learn more knowledge during this assessment, successfully complete it, and secure first place. Su-chen clenched his fists, silently making a resolution. Before the agreed time, he released another video. The content was simple, preparing for the top 9 assessment tasks. And upon returning, he would bring more interesting martial arts teachings to everyone. He concluded with a brief summary. Strive hard, let's encourage each other. The video was posted, and by the time he left, it had already garnered 50,000 likes. His follower count was stuck at 260,000, and it seemed it would remain that way for a while. At the agreed time, Su-chen arrived at the office. In addition to Luo Fu, there was a man wearing glasses, dressed in a suit, looking like a refined scoundrel. This man was in his late 20s, and his eyes and demeanor gave off a vibe of a madman. Upon seeing Su-chen enter, he adjusted his glasses with a look of disdain. Luo Ge, maybe I should just go back by myself? I really can't understand why you have to make things difficult for me. This little brat can't even sit on a bench for 3 minutes and you want him to work with me? Taking care of him is already too much. Luo Fu awkwardly smiled at his words and intervened. You can't say that. Su-chen has done quite a bit of research on the theory of vital energy, and he even developed a method to enhance it himself. He will definitely be of help to you. However, the man didn't listen to him at all and glared at Su-chen, speaking harshly. Kid, those data and analytical materials were earned at the cost of hundreds or thousands of lives. If you cause any problems, don't expect to come back alive. The man's temper was explosive and his eyes were bloodshot, raising doubts about his mental state. But there was no doubt about the truth of his words. Ah Shang, what are you doing? Luo Fu slammed the table with a loud bang, his face turning pale. Su-chen is the person I chose. Are you dissatisfied with me? Yes, if you insist on forcing this person in, then I am dissatisfied. Ah Shang showed no respect for Luo Fu, his face flushed with anger. He exuded a wild aura that was surprisingly on par with Luo Fu's. This person was also a master level. Just as the atmosphere became tense and charged, Su-chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If there really is a problem, do as you see fit. The room fell silent instantly. The two men looked at Su-chen in shock, seeing the seriousness on the young man's face. Good. What a bold spirit. Luo Fu laughed heartily, looking very pleased. He looked at Ah Shang with a smug expression, as if to say, now you can't say anything, can you? Ah Shang's face turned ugly. He looked at Su-chen and then immediately turned pale, his eyes blazing with fury. Alright, you have guts. Kid, if you cause one person to die in vain, I'll chop you once. If 10 people die in vain, I'll chop you 10 times. If 100 or 1,000 die, I'll chop you 1,000 times. He said as he walked directly past Su-chen, kicking the door open with a bang. Go! Su-chen shivered at the sight of the door, which had been almost smashed to pieces. Is this the true power of a master? If one day he could reach such strength, perhaps he could resolve all his family's troubles. Maybe his mother would even reconsider? Su-chen thought naively, but then shook his head immediately. One thing he could be sure of was that when he truly reached the level of a master, his family would at least resemble a normally separated family. He wouldn't have to face layers of obstacles just to see his loved ones. Su-chen followed Ah Shang onto a black electric car that looked relatively low-key. The acceleration hummed as it sped up, and the cityscape quickly retreated in his eyes. After about 3 or 4 hours, the car finally came to a slow stop. Compared to the bustling city, this area was filled with old neighborhoods. Following Ah Shang, he turned countless corners before entering a dilapidated office building, finally arriving at an office. Upon entering the office, Su-chen saw books and various experimental equipment everywhere. A few men and women were huddled on the floor, sorting through materials and writing something. Hearing the door open, they all looked up. The expressions in their eyes were unfriendly, each carrying a hint of resentment. Don't mess up any of the materials, or I'll chop you up. And don't cause us any trouble. As long as you don't, you can leave safely. Ah Shang spoke slowly, pausing for a moment. When the assessment time is up, you better get lost quickly, or don't blame me for taking action. After saying this, he walked into the room, ignoring Su-chen and leaving him standing at the door. The others, though silent, clearly shared Ah Shang's sentiments, looking at Su-chen with disdain and dissatisfaction. Their expressions suggested they wished he would leave right away. Su-chen stood awkwardly in place, unsure whether to stay or go. After about half an hour, he noticed a stack of papers on the desk beside him and curiously examined the text. The theory of vital energy and blood immediately caught his attention. It was profound and mysterious. You are learning perfect theoretical knowledge, vital energy plus 100 points. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. 100 points? Perfect theory of vital energy. Su Chen was incredibly shocked. He had to create a theoretical knowledge and spread it several times to gain 100 points of vital energy. Yet, learning a complete theoretical knowledge could also increase 100 points of vital energy? He knew that after entering the Great Martial Master stage, every time he advanced a star level, his vital energy would need to increase by 50 points. He had initially lamented that the vital energy required in the late stage of the Great Martial Master was a bit tight, but he didn't expect to find a solution so quickly. Perfect theory of vital energy. Su Chen squinted slightly, looking at the theories and books scattered all over the floor, his eyes filled with excitement. This place was simply a treasure trove for him. In his excitement, he prepared to bend down and pick up a nearby notebook, but a cold voice made him shiver. Do you not want your hands anymore? Ah Sheng sat on a nearby chair, his gaze icy. At that moment, he resembled a lion on the verge of madness. After hesitating, Su Chen withdrew his hand. Although he was eager to see this knowledge, he didn't dare to take the risk, not willing to gamble on Ah Sheng's mental state. This guy was a master. A master. But continuing like this wasn't a solution. He couldn't just stay here until he left, could he? If he could really let loose and explore for half a month, he might break through several star levels. He stood there, eagerly watching these people, trying to find an opportunity to blend in. Are you thirsty? I can sell you some Mao Tai to soothe your throats. The people in the room all raised their heads, their eyes filled with coldness as they looked at Su Chen. Forced by the situation, Su Chen could only awkwardly smile, not daring to speak again. Although he didn't dare to say anything, he was very anxious inside. After all, he could only stay here for 2 weeks, and every minute and second was extremely precious to him. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly noticed a beautiful woman closest to him. This woman was about the same age as Xiao Sinny, and she was indeed beautiful, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in light casual wear, seemingly looking at some materials on her laptop. The real reason Su Chen noticed her was the oversized black title on the computer screen. New Theory of Qi and Blood Enhancement, Luofu Transmission. There was also a date marked below, which was exactly the date he had given for the Luofu Qi and Blood Theory. Could it be his Qi and Blood Theory? Just as Su Chen was in doubt, the beautiful woman suddenly spoke. Boss, where did this Qi and Blood Theory that Luo sent me come from? It's the first time I've seen someone dare to write a theory so boldly. It's truly admirable. I'm very interested, but many of the explanations on it are this person's personal interpretations. It's probably impossible to solve it without contacting this person. At this moment, another man with a buzz cut also spoke up. If this thing can really be used on the front lines, it might save quite a few families. A Shang sneered at their words. Humph, don't think about it. If that guy could really contact the person, would he just throw it to us to look at? If he really brings the person here, I'd be willing to bow to him. A Shang chuckled, his face full of disdain. True, if Brother Luo could really find the person, he wouldn't just send over a document. The buzzcut man nodded in agreement. Sigh, so disappointing, the idea behind this Qi and Blood Theory is so good. Although there are many shortcomings, if the person could really discuss and research it with us here, it would definitely be perfected into a perfect theory. The woman sighed with regret. Xiao Meng, just forget it. A Shang suddenly spoke up. Haven't we discovered many theories that were just a step away from success every year? Which one wasn't a surprise, and which one didn't end in disappointment? His tone was very calm, but anyone could hear the regret in it. The room suddenly fell silent, enveloped in a sad atmosphere. Su Chen was also affected by this mood, feeling their unwillingness in their hearts. Are you looking for the creator of this Qi and Blood Theory? Su Chen's weak voice echoed in the room, and everyone turned to stare at him. You can find the creator of the theory? Xiao Meng looked surprised. Sort of. Kid, can you stop staring and talking nonsense? You don't even know what the theory is. What are you trying to do here? The buzzcut man shot him a glare. A Shang frowned at this moment, angrily rebuking Su Chen. Kid, have you forgotten what I said at the beginning? If you keep messing around here, I'll kick you out right now. A Shang's master aura had already unfolded, and Su Chen felt that this guy would pull out a knife to cut him at any moment. But he still forced himself to endure the fear, managing to show a not-so-pleasant smile. Brother A Shang, I really can find the creator of this Qi and Blood Theory because this Qi and Blood. Shut up. Su Chen hadn't finished speaking before being interrupted by A Shang. Get out. You're forcing me to take action. Su Chen can find it? Pure nonsense. If Su Chen could find this creator, Luo would have brought the person here long ago. After all, Su Chen was from his training camp, so how could it have dragged on to now? In his view, Su Chen was just trying to gain attention here, wanting to get close to them and come in to look at the materials. Every bit of theory and data analysis regarding vitality here has been earned by the warriors with their flesh and blood. He absolutely cannot let these arrogant geniuses tarnish it. Su Chen wanted to say something more, but upon seeing his furious expression, he quickly raised both hands. I promise not to say another word, I'll just stand here. Upon hearing this, Ashang's expression gradually calmed down, and he sat back in his seat, refocusing on the materials in his hands. Seeing Ashang's emotions stabilize, Suchen also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to leave this place. After all, standing here allowed him to see some materials. If he really went out, he would gain nothing at all. Thus, he stood at the door, trying to observe as much of the materials and notes around him as possible, occasionally glancing at the woman named Xiaomeng. She had been studying his theories on vitality, clearly very interested and not willing to give up easily. If he found the right opportunity, this would definitely be his chance to integrate into this place. However, he looked at Ashang, who was frowning deeply, and let out a bitter smile. He felt he couldn't speak recklessly. He was now 100% sure that there was something off about Ashang's character or mentality. If he rashly stood up now and claimed those theories were his, he probably wouldn't even get a chance to prove it and would be completely driven away. No, perhaps he would even get a couple of cuts. He was genuinely curious about how such a person could be in such an important department, but he didn't dare to say or ask. Just when he was at a loss, Xiaomeng seemed unable to contain her curiosity any longer and shouted out in frustration, "I can't take it anymore. I really can't give up. I need to call Brother Luo right now." Upon hearing her complaints, Su Chen's heart leaped with joy. Mentioning this matter, Luo Fu would definitely inquire about his situation, and then all problems would be resolved. Under Su Chen's excited gaze, Xiaomeng took out her phone and dialed a number. The room fell silent again, and Su Chen felt his breathing become a bit uneven. At that moment, Luo Fu, who was in the office, was sipping tea. Seeing Xiaomeng's incoming call, a smile crept onto his face. "So soon with the call? Looks like my plan is working well. Su Chen really hasn't let me down." He answered the phone. Hello. Brother Luo, can you get in touch with the person behind this vitality theory?" Su Chen isn't with you." Luo Fu's expression changed, and he stood up directly. "Tell Ashang that if he dares to drive Su Chen away, I won't let him off." Xiaomeng instinctively moved away from the phone, looking at Su Chen with a strange expression, her mind racing. Could it be that Su Chen really knows that person? No, he hasn't been driven away. He's just standing at the door as punishment. Punishment? Luo Fu was taken aback, his face darkening. "You tell Ashang that I've already brought the person over. If anything goes wrong, you all are responsible." After saying this, he hung up the phone. Xiaomeng put down the phone and turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen had no idea what they were discussing, but seeing Xiaomeng's expression, he thought the matter had been resolved, his face full of excitement. Just looking at his expression, one could tell Su Chen was feeling exhilarated. Xiaomeng smiled awkwardly. She approached Ashang, leaning close to his ear and whispering something. At first, Ashang frowned deeply, then his frown deepened even more. And finally, he looked up at Su Chen. His gaze sent chills down Su Chen's spine. After a brief moment of eye contact, Ashang forced out a smile that was more grotesque than crying. It was clear he was trying very hard to put on a show. "Su Chen, I misunderstood you before. If you can find the creator of this vitality theory now, we can all cooperate with you. Even some simple theories can allow you to participate." After he finished speaking, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This guy was definitely not a sycophant. For him to say such words was already quite sincere. Su Chen also relaxed, knowing that things finally had a turning point. He revealed a warm smile and slowly said, "Brother A. Shang, you flatter me. You are also doing this for the frontline warriors and for your own work. I can understand. The creator of the blood energy theory you mentioned is actually me. This is the theory I gave to Mentor Luo." After Su Chen said this, the room fell silent again, even to a terrifying degree. He saw Ashang's smile freeze on his face, staring at him with a look of anger. "Su Chen, are you trying to fool me?" Ashang looked very furious. "Su Chen, if you don't want to bring the creator here, that's fine, but you can't make such jokes." Xiaomeng chimed in from the side. Feeling the hostile glares from several people, Su Chen finally understood why Ashang was so angry. It turned out he thought they were being played. It seemed these people had never considered that the theory of enhancing blood energy was developed by him. Seeing Ashang about to explode, he quickly spoke up. "What I said is true. That blood energy theory was indeed created by me." "Didn't Mentor Luo just tell you?" "Nonsense. Brother Luo said you could find the creator," Xiaomeng said with certainty. Su Chen felt a headache coming on. "How about you give him a call to confirm? That blood energy theory really is my work. If you don't believe me, I can explain it to you." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Xiaomeng hesitated a bit, and Ashang also looked at Xiaomeng with some doubt. What did Brother Luo say? Exactly? How about we let him explain and see? Xiaomeng smiled awkwardly. Ashang's eyelids twitched. He had a bad premonition, and his expression was already somewhat strained. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a student create such a theory? This kid must know the person who developed the theory. He might have learned some of the theories and wanted to use this opportunity to delve into deeper concepts. However, if he could really bring the person here, it wouldn't be a problem to make him happy, especially Since Asheng's attitude towards Su Chen hadn't been good at first, he calmed down. In that case, Su Chen, assist Xiao Meng and give it a try. Alright. Su Chen was thrilled to receive Asheng's approval. Finally, there was an opportunity. He immediately went to Xiao Meng's side, signaling her to open the computer. Xiao Meng hesitated a bit before finally opening the blood energy theory for him to see. Here, and here, I don't quite understand.
She picked a few concise points. This level of simplification was something that could not be explained without the creator's insight, so she was also at a loss.
Su Chen raised an eyebrow, instantly responding fluently and even able to expand on her points.
Xiao Meng, who had initially held no hope, gradually showed a look of shock and astonishment as she listened to his explanations until her gaze was completely fixed on
him. Is this really the theory you created to enhance blood energy?
Her exclamation attracted the attention of others, who all put down their work, and even Asheng came over.
Xiao Meng, did he really explain it clearly to you? Asheng looked incredulous. Yes, boss. He even explained some of the unique symbols on it clearly to me. These personal
markings could not be explained so clearly unless it was the creator.
Xiao Meng was now incredibly excited.
In her eyes, this was a treasure that could support the
front line.
Once perfected with their help, it could effectively enhance the realm of the frontline warriors.
The elevation of realms will significantly reduce casualties when dealing with those frontline beasts. Hearing her words, Asheng's eyes widened.
He snatched the computer and casually pointed to a simple note to ask Su Chen.
When he saw Su Chen respond fluently, his face was filled with shock. It was unbelievable.
He couldn't imagine that such a complete and radical theory was proposed by a high school student. All that
remained was shock.
Xiao Meng, I remember you were the youngest person in the country to become a qi and blood researcher. How old were you at that time?
Back then, boss, I was 23.
Su Chen, how old are you?
Su Chen touched his nose, hesitating as he said, I'm 18.
18? That's a full 5 years younger.
This could definitely be called a genius among geniuses.
Everyone in the room looked at him as if he were a monster, and Asheng's expression was even more complex.
I formally apologize for my initial attitude. From today on, you will become Xiao Meng's temporary assistant.
For the next 14 days, you are one of us, and you can participate in everything here.
Asheng's attitude was sincere.
Hearing that he could really participate, Su Chen excitedly rubbed his fists. Just at the door, he had already gained 1,000 points of qi and blood, and now, being recognized as a member would allow him to enhance himself even more effectively. In half a month, he would definitely learn a lot, and who knows, he might even break through to 2 stars. The key point was that he might also understand the secret technique used by Huahuayan. By that time, he would have complete confidence in securing the first
place and becoming a hot figure nationwide.
If that were the case, he could easily help his father solve his sister's stepfather problem. Who knows, maybe his mother would also
come around.
Coming back to his senses, Su Chen prepared to assist Xiao Meng with her work, but Xiao Meng pulled him to study the qi and blood theory they had created.
Su Chen, although your theory on enhancing qi and blood is very meticulous, it's not perfect enough.
You should first follow me to perfect this qi and blood theory.
Our group, including
you, has a total of 6 people, all top-notch experts, and we can definitely perfect your theory thoroughly. Seeing her enthusiastic demeanor, Su Chen was also a bit surprised. While learning a perfect theory was certainly attractive to him, what attracted him even more was the idea of creating a perfect qi and blood theory. On the path to becoming a martial artist, it was this endless knowledge that he loved the most. He quickly integrated into this small team, starting to enrich his qi and blood theory with Xiao Meng.
Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Longdu,
Su Qing crawled out from under the corpse of a black bear, her body reeking. She lay on the ground, vomiting continuously, her face pale.
A man in
military uniform stood quietly a few steps away from her.
Get up, you're not dead.
The blood flowing in your body is the blood of our Chu family, not that waste Suzhou's blood. Su Qing trembled at these words, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes, but in the end, she remained silent. If you don't kill at least 100 tonight, don't think
about going back to sleep. With your current level, you absolutely cannot contend with Huahuayan, and even that Su Chen is not your match.
The man's words were extremely
cold. At this point, he paused and hesitated, saying, that Su Chen name sounds familiar. Is he related to Su Zhou? Su Qing's expression changed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal, getting up from the ground and saying lightly, does it really matter to you whether he is related to Su Zhou or not? The man laughed heartily. True, it doesn't matter to our Chu family whether he is that Su Chan or not. Continue killing beasts for me, in a villa somewhere in Longdu. I understand. Xiao Qing, remember, your safety is the most important thing. If it doesn't work, just give up.
The woman hung up the phone and slowly curled up on the sofa, her eyes revealing deep fatigue.
Although she
maintained her appearance well and still had charm, the weariness etched on her cheeks and brow betrayed her age. It was evident that she was a woman burdened by worries all day long. Chu Hongxia gazed at the family photo of 4 on the coffee table, her eyes reddening. She opened her phone again, accessing Su Chen's personal account, and saw him meticulously
demonstrating a set of martial arts. She bit her lip tightly. When she opened the comments and saw the overwhelming malice and mockery directed at the young man, she couldn't help but retaliate. But moments later, she deleted her response and placed the phone back down. In the darkness, a voice filled with helplessness and unwillingness echoed, "Silly child, why make yourself so tired?" In the early morning, as the first ray of sunlight squeezed through the curtains, it illuminated the young man's crimson eyes. Su Chen sat at his desk, looking at a series of data, his face filled with excitement. He succeeded. He really succeeded. After 5 days, with the help of Xiao Meng and others, he had successfully upgraded his theory on enhancing vital energy and blood. This theoretical method had now completely elevated to a new level, becoming a perfect theory of vital energy. Xiao Meng and her group could be considered the top researchers of these theories in the true sense. Their data and theories were based on the first-hand experiences of numerous frontline warriors, giving them rich experience. During these 5 days, Su Chen felt he had made significant progress in enhancing the theory of martial artists' vital energy. Now, if he wanted to pursue a degree as a martial researcher, it would be a piece of cake. Su Chen, your task today is to organize the theory we have thoroughly perfected. In the afternoon, Xiao Meng will take you to assess and verify your researcher degree. Consider it a reward for you. A Shang suddenly spoke up. Researcher degree? Is that really necessary? I don't care about those empty titles. I'm more interested in other research projects and want to see more. Su Chen was taken aback at first, then refused. It would take at least half a day, and he didn't want to waste his precious time on such matters. However, Xiao Hong beside him nudged him and said helplessly, "What do you know? The boss is paving the way for you. Right now, you're just temporary here. If you go for a degree, there will be opportunities to come back later. And do you understand the value of a martial researcher degree? It's recorded in the National Martial Arts Bureau, and it comes with numerous benefits and privileges. It's like having a government job." Hearing her say this, Su Chen became interested. This martial researcher degree is that impressive? Zhang Wei had this degree, and he had never thought Zhang Wei was that remarkable. Why did it sound so high-end now? Xiao Meng rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "Of course it's impressive. You know that in today's society, everyone prefers to become martial artists directly. How many people are willing to spend their time and energy on the theory of becoming a martial artist? Because researching theoretical knowledge will definitely influence personal realm enhancement, and the state provides special protection. As long as your direct relatives are involved, no department or management regulations have the right to directly handle them. Basically, your family and you are equivalent to having a half-death exemption certificate. Theoretically, as long as you haven't done anything wrong. That gets discovered, even the highest officials can't deal with you." Su Chen was shocked, and the first person he thought of was Su Qing. He wasn't sure who Su Qing was on the phone with that day, but he knew very well that if there was really such power, no one would dare to treat Su Qing that way. "Dream sister, since that's the case, what are we waiting for? I'll organize everything in my hands and then go for the assessment." "Okay, just don't be careless." Excited, Su Chen began to immerse himself in organizing his theories on vital energy. After 2 hours, he had completely sorted everything out. "You have created a perfect theory of vital energy plus 5,000 vitality points plus 1 comprehension point. 5,000 vitality, 1 comprehension point. Is this the existence of creating perfect level theoretical knowledge?" Su Chen was utterly shocked when he saw the notification. His vitality had already increased by about 5,000 points over the past few days, and now he received another reward, directly elevating his realm to a 3-star Grand Martial Master. It had only been 5 days. It was hard to imagine what kind of improvement he would achieve after spending 14 days here. However, he was undergoing a special assessment, and Hua Huayan and the others were also undergoing this assessment. To achieve 100% victory, he still needed to find an opportunity to clarify the secret methods used in the military. Su Chen thought about this and immediately asked Xiao Meng after leaving in the afternoon. Upon hearing that he wanted to understand the secret methods in the military, Xiao Meng immediately shook her head. "Although this isn't exactly a secret, I can't disclose it to you. However, I can tell you that this secret method greatly enhances one's abilities. The principle is to forcibly induce genetic mutations in the body. I estimate that for someone at the Grand Martial Master level, it can forcibly enhance combat power by 3 to 5 stars. Although Su Chen had some expectations in his heart, hearing that it could directly enhance by 3 to 5 stars made him sit up in shock. "So much? Of course, this is forged from the blood of millions of soldiers. What do you think?" Su Chen fell silent. If viewed this way, he didn't have complete confidence in dealing with Hua Huayan. Last time, Sui Tian didn't use this ability, but Hua Huayan clearly didn't care about that and would definitely use it. It seems I can't let my guard down. Otherwise, I won't have a chance to win against him. While he was contemplating, they had already reached their destination. In front of the brand new 4-story building, the Martial Artist Theory Research Bureau was strikingly eye-catching. After entering the hall, Su Chen noticed that quite a few people were scattered around the room. Xiao Meng told him to register on the first floor while she ran to the restroom.
After Su Chen queued up, he found himself behind a girl wearing glasses. The staff member in charge of registration looked up to confirm the girl's information, displaying a face full of experience. Huiyan, 19 years old, currently in her third year of high school? Yes, truly young and promising. I've heard of you, the genius girl from the third high school. I wish you success in this assessment. There are 20 spots available each day, so even if you don't succeed, don't be discouraged, you're still young. Huiyan nodded, but curious glances from those around her sparked a flurry of discussions. Oh my, is she really that genius girl? 19 years old and here to take the researcher assessment? I could never have imagined. Yeah. Hearing the discussions around her, the girl couldn't help but curve her lips into a proud smile. However, at that moment, the astonished voice of the registration staff made her smile freeze. Su Chen, third year of high school, 18 years old? Huiyan's proud smile stiffened as she looked at Su Chen in disbelief. She had noticed the young Su Chen earlier but thought he was accompanying someone else. After all, the reason she was called a genius was precisely because of her young age, a rarity among thousands. So she never imagined that Su Chen was there to register for the assessment. Just like her. The registration staff also calmed down at this point. Su Xiaodi, you are the youngest person I've seen come here for the assessment. You, which vital energy? PhD's son are you? Su Chen, so young yet daring to come for the assessment, must be the descendant of some vital energy theory PhD. This researcher assessment is no joke. Every assessment is recorded, and after a certain number of attempts, there will be no more chances to take the assessment. My father is just an ordinary martial artist. Does the assessment require verification of this? Su Chen, confused, felt a bit lost. He remembered that the people in front hadn't asked this question. Ordinary martial artist. The registrar's expression stiffened. Put. Huiyan couldn't help but chuckle. With a face full of disdain, she looked at Su Chen and slowly said, I thought you were a strong competitor, but it turns out you're just an ignorant bumpkin. Everyone here has spent years studying hard, honing their skills in preparation. Your casual attitude towards the assessment is truly an insult to the researcher degree. She arrogantly lifted her chin and said with a hint of contempt, if I were you, I would clearly recognize my own level and not foolishly dream of securing a spot. The people around were also pointing and whispering. Although they weren't as aggressive as Huiyan, they were all shaking their heads and sighing. It was clear they might think Huiyan was right. After all, in their minds, the researcher degree was highly valued. Su Chen was not a well-known genius, so coming here at his age was seen as disrespectful to the researcher degree. The assessment for the researcher degree isn't about attitude, it's about the knowledge you possess. Whether I pass or not has nothing to do with you. Su Chen's words were rough but reasonable. Even if his attitude was poor, it had nothing to do with Huiyan. Huiyan was left speechless by his retort, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Do you dare to say that again? Su Chen sneered, not wanting to engage further, and took a step to leave. Just then, a figure appeared in front of him. Su Chen? What are you doing here? Huiyan looked at him in shock, his brows slowly knitting together. Faced with the sudden appearance of Huiyan, Su Chen was also a bit surprised. Wasn't this guy undergoing a special assessment? Could it be that his assessment location was here? This was the Blood Qi Theory Research Center. If this guy was really conducting a special assessment here, combined with his already outstanding talent, it would likely elevate him to an extremely terrifying level. As Su Chen pondered, a voice of surprise came from behind him. Brother, you finally came. This guy spoke rudely to me, you teach him a lesson. Huiyan, seeing Huiyan's surprised face, immediately pointed at Su Chen to accuse him. Brother? Su Chen then realized that the two had a slight resemblance. These two were actually siblings. Su Chen, if you dare to bully my sister, you're asking for death. Huiyan's already cold face turned frosty, his eyes sharp like two daggers. It's your sister who's being unreasonable. Su Chen showed no fear, his expression gradually turning cold. In an instant, the two great martial artists clashed in momentum, leaving the onlookers stunned. Oh, my god, they are both great martial artists? What are young people eating these days? How can they become great martial artists at such a young age? Feeling the pressure from the two, the crowd gasped in amazement. Just as the tension thickened, the registrar suddenly tapped on the glass. If you want a fight, take it elsewhere. Do you even know where this is? His words instantly calmed both of them down, adding a hint of respect to their gazes. This was indeed not a place where one could casually throw punches, unless they were willing to face detention. Su Chen, let's go outside to fight. If you're a man, don't back down. Huiyan's face was dark, clearly harboring a lot of resentment towards Su Chen. I don't have time to argue with you, I still need to take the researcher assessment, so don't waste my time. Researcher degree? Huiyan was taken aback, his eyes scrutinizing Su Chen. Finally, a sarcastic smile crept onto his lips. You, a participant in the training camp, aren't focusing on your practice during the competition but are busy making short videos. Now, instead of honestly taking the special assessment, you're here trying to earn a degree? I knew I wasn't wrong about you, you're just a lazy, good-for-nothing, truly unworthy of Sui Tian.
Hearing his identity, Huiyan, who had been worried about not being able to interject, jumped out. So you are that annoying Su-chen. No wonder you are so full of yourself. You weren't my brother's match during the training, and this time, I will push you out of the rankings. The two siblings sang in harmony, making Su-chen furious. Looking at their identical expressions, he sneered. You two are cut from the same cloth, sitting in a well and watching the sky. It's truly incomprehensible that people like you can be considered the best in your field among your peers. Since that's the case, there's no point in saying more. Let's see the results of the assessment. Su-chen slowly spoke, his expression serious. I will make you understand that neither of you will achieve first place in any field. We'll see about that. After saying these two sentences, Su-chen went upstairs without looking back. That was where the assessment for the degree was taking place. Brother, he's so arrogant. Once your special training assessment is over, you must teach him a good lesson for me. Huiyan stomped her feet in anger, gritting her teeth. Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, I won't hold back during the competition. But I fear this guy might not even make it to the finals. Huiyan immediately showed an admiring look. Oh right, I almost forgot that you're ranked first on the potential list and have directly advanced to the final competition. Then it seems I have to personally deal with this annoying jerk. I really hope he doesn't fail the exam but rather gets in and I push him out of the rankings. She spoke confidently, looking quite assured. Hearing her words, Huiyan's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. I believe that. It's rare to find someone at your age with such skill, but based on my estimation, this guy doesn't deserve to pass. A wishy-washy person needs to learn a lesson. Let's go upstairs now and let this guy see the gap between us. Second floor. There were at least 200 to 300 people taking the assessment for the degree of martial artist researcher. Su-chen and Xiao Meng sat on a bench in the corridor waiting for the time to start. Noticing the Hua family brothers glancing over occasionally, Xiao Meng was extremely curious. Do you have a grudge against those two? Su-chen's expression was blank. It's not really a grudge, just that we can't stand each other. They think they are invincible, while I think they are sitting in a well and watching the sky. Ha ha. Your description is so apartment. I don't know what your grudge is, but I understand that analogy. However, I just took a look around, and for this assessment for the researcher degree, you might really be in a bit of trouble. Su-chen looked at her curiously, his eyes showing doubt. The researcher degree has a daily quota limit. Only the top 20 in the assessment can become nationally recognized researchers. I just scanned the room, and many of the people here are experienced scholars who have studied hard for many years. Each of them has dedicated years to this degree. I counted carefully, and there are probably around 20 of them. She said, showing a hint of helplessness on her face. In the end, you are still suffering from being young. If you had studied for another 3 to 5 years, no, even just a year or so, it would be a piece of cake. Su-chen didn't expect his chances to be so slim and was somewhat surprised. He recognized Xiao Meng's judgment. After all, he had seen her expertise in this area firsthand. Not just Xiao Meng, the entire group was filled with capable individuals far surpassing his current level. So when she said there were so many competitors here, he absolutely had no doubts. Seeing his furrowed brow in silence, Xiao Meng chuckled. Actually, you don't need to be so downcast. You still have a chance. As long as you push out any one of those 20, you will succeed. She whispered while pointing subtly at Huiyan. This Huiyan is the weakest among these 20 people. Although she became famous at a young age, she is still very young and can easily underperform. The key is, she doesn't have your level of research on enhancing vital energy theories. I think you still have a great chance. What if she performs perfectly? Xiao Meng smiled awkwardly. She didn't know Huiyan's level, but she had heard of Huiyan's achievements. She started engaging with university-level vital energy theories in middle school and participated in the school's martial artist theory research group, becoming one of its members. But Su-chen's background. Seeing her silent, Su-chen twitched the corner of his mouth, simply ignoring her and closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, not far away, Huiyan saw him resting with his eyes closed and immediately sneered. Bro, you were right. This guy doesn't take anything seriously. Someone like him, even if he has skills, won't succeed. Huiyan nodded. This guy approaches everything with this attitude. If it weren't for Suitian not wanting to use secret techniques back then, he would have returned to a small city long ago. It was bound to happen that he wouldn't pass. But you, I see many famous people here. Do you have confidence? Huiyan's expression was serious, and it was clear she lacked confidence. What if we just give up this time? Although there are only 2 exam opportunities a year, I see many experienced teachers here, along with some celebrities from popular institutions. Wasting an opportunity. Huiyan interrupted him, her expression stubborn. No way. I have to show that guy the gap between us. Huiyan said nothing more. He believed in Huiyan and also believed that Su-chen was an unreliable person. While waiting, the assessments soon began. The candidates were divided into several classes and the allocation was random, so no one knew which classroom they would end up in, preventing anyone from cheating right before entering.
The classroom screen displayed scrolling names, and Su Chen saw his name in classroom C.
As soon as he sat down, he saw Huyen walk in from outside and sit not far away.
Before the exam started, Huyen glanced at him, her disdain and provocation evident in her eyes.
Su Chen was unaffected and immediately began to answer.
The exam lasted 2 hours, which was ample time, but as Su Chen gradually answered, his expression became somewhat strange.
Many of the questions on the paper were quite radical,
completely different in style from what he had learned and assessed in school.
Such radical theoretical questions usually don't appear, do they? Su Chen looked bewildered.
It was then he noticed that the expressions of those around him were very serious. Clearly, they, who had studied theoretical knowledge their whole lives, were encountering such a situation for the first time. Who cares? This is his strong suit. From the very beginning of theoretical creation to later purchasing extracurricular books to study, he had mostly engaged with this radical style. He wouldn't let these theoretical questions trip him up and boldly filled in the options and ideas without hesitation. He answered quickly, finishing all the questions in just 40 minutes. After a moment's hesitation, he stood up to indicate he was done and submitted the paper.
Seeing someone submit
their paper early, everyone displayed incredulous expressions.
In such a serious assessment, someone actually dared to finish early? At that moment, Huyen was sweating profusely, due to the radical nature of the questions.
Upon seeing Su Chen finish first, she was momentarily stunned, then immediately revealed a mocking smile. She was 100% sure that Su Chen simply couldn't answer and had given up on the exam. Sure enough, just as she thought, Su Chen was nothing. Thinking this, she buried her head again and began to work hard on her answers.
Outside the classroom,
Xiaomeng was startled to see Su Chen come out so quickly.
How did you come out? It's only been 40 minutes, did you submit your paper early? Su Chen nodded.
I felt that the content of the assessment inside was quite simple, so I answered with confidence and came out early. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard Huyen's mocking laughter.
He, simple? I see you couldn't understand any of the questions, which is why you came out early. I've been here for several days, and anyone who comes out in less than an hour clearly can't answer the questions.
Su Chen was too lazy to bicker with this self-righteous guy.
Xiaomeng, don't worry.
This time, the assessment questions are in my area of expertise. I guarantee there won't be any problems.
Although he was so confident, Xiaomeng clearly didn't believe
him, her face full of helplessness and worry.
Alright, then let's wait a bit to get the results. Confident? How could that be?
She was once the most talented genius girl, effortlessly handling all questions, and later was directly received by the old director of the research institute.
But even then, she took a full hour and 10 minutes to answer. Su Chen, how could he possibly be 30 minutes faster than her? Xiaomeng sighed.
She knew that if Su Chen failed this time, he wouldn't be able to join them in their research later, because everyone who wanted to enter the frontline research group had to meet one condition: to pass the martial artist researcher degree in one go.
She and the boss were too impulsive.
They shouldn't have let Su Chen come over so quickly, especially to face such a terrible situation. Seeing her sigh, Su Chen felt a bit amused.
It seemed Xiaomeng didn't believe him, but that was normal.
To be honest, if this time the questions were indeed normal, he might very well fail the assessment as Xiaomeng thought.
But this time, the assessment questions were surprisingly radical.
He really liked the theory of vital energy and blood from high school, and he loved the knowledge in those books, which discussed the origins of martial artists and the meaning of their existence. So over time, he gradually understood the trend of the development of vital energy theory in this society, which was to seek relative stability when facing any problem. This led to many academic issues being presented in the safest way when he studied. He didn't like that, so whether it was the initial theory of the eight-legged spider's detoxification or the later theories to enhance vital energy, they were all created in a relatively radical manner, and the foundation was the same. He was very clear about what the question setter wanted this time. Their thoughts must be the same as his. So facing this exam paper, he was confident he could answer questions that others couldn't. Those older scholars, influenced by the inherited standard thinking, would definitely not be satisfied with their answers. Those slightly younger scholars didn't dare to be radical because they needed this degree. Only those who had truly tried radical theories, like him, who genuinely embodied radical ideas, could answer what the question setter wanted. That's right, he was sure. He lay back in his seat, waiting for the exam results, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiaomeng, don't worry, let's wait and see. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the building, in research classroom C, several scholarly-looking men gathered together, the oldest among them appearing to be over 40. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, he sat in a chair with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Deputy Director, the exam is already halfway through. Once the assessment is complete, all the papers will go into the machine and the results will come out. Will the director really not blame us for doing this? Few men hesitated to speak, their faces filled with worry. The man before them was their deputy director, Lin Quan. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3
Fires, Lin Quan had only been in the position for a week and had already replaced all the exam questions that had been prepared. Lin Quan glanced at them and slowly said, "You don't need to worry about this, I can handle it with the director. With my status here, he can't blame you at all." Hearing his words, the remaining men breathed a sigh of relief. But still, someone showed hesitation and slowly spoke up. "Vice President, we have never had such radical exam questions before. I'm afraid this time many prepared scholars will fail, and if it stirs public opinion." Bang! Lin Quan slammed his palm on the table, and the room fell silent instantly. His face was resolute, and his gaze was sharp. It's precisely because of the lack of radicalism and the courage to change everything that our country's theories have stagnated for so many years. Why is it that every time there is a new innovation and breakthrough, it is always at the forefront? Isn't it because you all focus your energy on blood theory, leading to your own weakness, fearing that those high-level martial artists will question you? His words left everyone present in silence. The faces of several men showed deep thought and obvious confusion. What kind of pathological state has society reached now? The scholars behind the scenes dare not say anything, fearing they might say something wrong. This should not be the current state of our high martial society. Power needs to be mastered by someone, but isn't it the inheritance and breakthrough of knowledge that gives us power? Lin Quan's expression was firm. Let's conduct the exam this way. I want to see if those scholars who study knowledge can pass even one. Lin Quan waved his hand, his words clearly filled with resentment. You few, gather everyone later and verify the exam papers. I want to know the results of this exam as soon as possible. Yes. An hour later, the examiners in the classroom had gradually walked out. Each person's expression was not good. Some were dejected, while others wore faces full of resentment. Hua Yan walked at the back, her face pale and drenched in sweat. "Xiao Yan, what's wrong?" Hua Yan rushed to her side, looking concerned. Upon hearing his words, Hua Yan immediately showed a face of unwillingness. "Brother, this time the exam questions are too difficult. I really have no confidence." Hua Yan was taken aback by her words, incredulously saying, "How is that possible? I know very well your understanding of this knowledge. There's no way the questions in this field could stump you." Hua Yan smiled bitterly. "Brother, although the questions this time aren't difficult, they are too radical. Many of the questions are extremely tricky, making it impossible to judge right from wrong. Most are assessments of subjective intent." Hua Yan's expression darkened. He didn't have much knowledge, but he understood what those words meant. However, he quickly regained his composure and comforted her. "It's okay. Don't worry, everyone is the same. I've been here all along, and they don't seem to be performing well either. Everyone's expression is not good." He couldn't continue as he saw Su Chen laughing and chatting with Xiao Meng. Su Chen didn't even hide his laughter. When he talked about something interesting, his laughter echoed. Many people were drawn to the laughter, and seeing Su Chen's joy only deepened their worries. Hua Yan glared at Su Chen, gritting her teeth in anger. Clearly, he knows nothing and is about to submit his paper, yet he still laughs so happily. This guy has no respect for the knowledge left by our predecessors. She angrily clenched her fists and rushed to Su Chen's side. "Su Chen, do you have any manners? Everyone is frustrated because of this exam, yet not only are you not answering properly, you also show no remorse and are here laughing recklessly. You don't deserve to be here for the assessment. Get out right now." In an instant, many people present turned their attention to Su Chen. The malice and anger in their eyes were clearly visible. "It's a misunderstanding, everyone has misunderstood. He didn't mean it that way, he's just under too much pressure." Xiao Meng awkwardly tried to smooth things over for Su Chen, fearing that a fight would break out at any moment. However, when it comes to knowledge, Su Chen would never back down. "I don't deserve it, then do you?" Su Chen spoke bluntly, showing no intention of calming the situation. Xiao Meng's expression changed, wanting to pull Su Chen back, but she couldn't hold on to the young man whose pride had been touched. "Su Chen, what do you mean? What did I say wrong? Isn't your attitude disrespectful to us scholars who have worked hard on theory and to those studying for the martial artist degree? What makes you worthy of this degree?" Hua Yan showed no fear of Su Chen, and many around her nodded in agreement. There were even some murmurs mixed in, all criticizing Su Chen. Facing their malice, Su Chen said, "Don't put words in my mouth. I, Su Chen, have studied theoretical knowledge since I was young and have never heard that a person's emotions represent their respect for knowledge. True respect for knowledge comes from a sincere heart, learning the legacies left by our ancestors with reverence, and carrying them forward." Su Chen's voice was powerful, instantly reducing the surrounding noise. However, he wasn't finished. He stared at Hua Yan and sneered, "Unlike you, who, when faced with difficult problems, doesn't think of overcoming them but instead complains about those who face difficulties with optimism. If I'm not mistaken, you probably resent the content of this assessment for being too difficult, right?" At this point, his voice rose another notch, ensuring everyone could hear him clearly. "I bet many people here share that thought. If you all hold that thought, then the ones who truly don't deserve it are you." Su Chen's words echoed in the corridor, leaving many with grim expressions. What Su Chen said left them speechless because most had entertained the same thought during this assessment. Perhaps this thought is human
nature, but when Su Chen elevated the discussion, everyone's faces fell. Huayan was so choked up that her face turned red, unable to utter a word.
Just then, Huayan stepped forward.
Su Chen, stop trying to elevate the situation. Don't bring that short video nonsense here.
If you really had that attitude, you wouldn't have handed in your paper so easily. If I'm not mistaken, you probably didn't even finish the questions.
You casually dealt with the exam. That's the most disrespectful behavior towards this assessment.
Who says I casually dealt with the exam? Su Chen showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. Handing in my paper early is being casual? I just answered faster than you. Huayan could no longer hold back and said, Su Chen, you just talk a lot. Do you dare to make a bet? If your score is lower than mine, you will never come to take the researcher degree. Again. And if my score is higher than yours? Su Chen looked at her with interest. If your score is higher than mine, I will never come to take the researcher degree again. Huayan was full of confidence.
On one hand, it was due to her years of hard work and incredible talent. On the other hand, the questions in this assessment were too radical, not
to mention Su Chen, even the director would have trouble with them. Moreover, Su Chen hurriedly submitted his paper ahead of time.
It's worth noting that aside from Su Chen, the
fastest submission took an hour and a half.
Generally, only those who completely don't understand the material would give up answering an hour early.
Clearly, Su Chen was in such a situation. All right, since you've said that, I'll agree to you. At that moment, the announcement in the corridor rang out. Attention all candidates. Attention all candidates. Due to the special nature of this assessment, the results will be available in 1 hour. Those who pass the assessment will be interviewed by relevant personnel, and, upon passing the interview, they can directly obtain the title of senior researcher. The announcement ended.
A moment of silence fell in the corridor, and everyone's eyes widened.
Oh my god, senior researcher? That's a degree equivalent to a PhD.
No wonder the assessment content is so difficult. It turns out there are special arrangements. The people around were incredibly excited, while Su Chen looked completely bewildered. It was the first time he had heard of a senior researcher degree.
Xiaomeng, this degree.
Xiaomeng also came back to her senses from the shock and slowly explained, the senior researcher degree is not much different from the researcher degree. It just comes with a privilege. Senior researchers can participate in PhD-level research on vital energy, and in terms of social practice status, it is almost on par with a PhD.
Su Chen suddenly understood.
Regarding the theory of vital energy for martial artists, there had always been strict
distinctions in levels. Many projects and research theories required specific degree levels to participate.
The senior researcher degree having cross-level privileges was indeed eye-catching. To think it's a senior researcher degree, I must obtain this degree this time.
Huayan was incredibly excited, practically bursting with enthusiasm.
Beside her, Huayan also smiled and said slowly, I never expected you, little sister, to encounter such an opportunity. Under normal assessment conditions, you would basically be a sure win. Although this time the assessment content is difficult, everyone is in the same boat, and overall scores will drop, so as long as you perform normally, you should be fine. Huayan clearly thought the same, nodding excitedly. In her excitement, she didn't forget to glance at Su Chen beside her, showing a confident smile. Su Chen, after today, not only will you no longer be able to take the assessment, but you will also witness the birth of the youngest senior researcher in history. Seeing her full of confidence, it was as if she had already obtained the degree. Su Chen ignored her and quietly waited for the results in his seat. He knew that today would surely be a spectacular show. Thus, everyone fell into a long hour of waiting. Finally, a long-awaited voice came from the announcement. All score reports are ready. Please enter your respective classrooms to print them. Please follow the requirements of the invigilators, holding your ID card, and collect your score report in
order of your candidate number. As the announcement ended, a brief moment of silence was followed by a surge of movement in the corridor. Inside the classroom, all the candidates were here. At the back of the line, expressions were calm. Su Chen, are you really going to make it? Xiaomeng was somewhat worried seeing his attitude. She really couldn't tell if Su Chen would pass. Based on ability, she felt Su Chen barely had a chance to be in the top 20 among the candidates this time. But with Su Chen coming out early and the assessment questions being so difficult, her confidence was dwindling. Don't worry, I'm full of confidence. Huayan, not far in front of him, smirked upon hearing his words. At this moment, the results were already being printed in front. Sighs echoed from the front, and many people hung their heads in disappointment. The atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat heavy, but Su Chen found it normal. This time, the exam questions were such that the more one adhered to the usual logic of exams, the less likely one was to succeed. Most of these people had prepared for a long time, and during the exam, they would never take risks but instead completed their answers in a radical manner. Therefore, most of them would fail, and among the remaining 20%, some relied on absolute strength while others relied on luck. Finally, after about a dozen names, a man broke into a smile. I passed.
Discussions erupted in the front. This person scored a whopping 89 points.
This guy is Luo Tianhao, the son of a PhD.
Xiao Meng explained beside him, her eyes showing a bit more seriousness.
With his level, the usual blood
theory would probably need to be above 95. This assessment content is indeed difficult.
Although she hadn't seen the exam questions, she could estimate a rough idea based on her judgment.
It seemed that Su Chen might be in trouble. In this classroom, at most 3 or 4 people can succeed. Xiao Meng sighed, remaining silent beside Su Chen. After Luo Tianhao, many others couldn't even reach 60 points, until it was Huaiyan's turn.
Just now,
her argument with Su Chen had drawn many people's attention, and all eyes were on her.
Huaiyan approached the printing machine, nervously watching it. 79 points.
Upon seeing the score appear, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although this score wasn't high, it was acceptable, after all, considering how many people had failed this time. Achieving 79 points was already an impressive score.
I did it. Huaiyan also showed a delighted
smile beside her. After the joy, Huaiyan looked at Su Chen with a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth.
Su Chen, don't let your score fall below passing, that would be too disappointing. Su Chen responded with a faint smile, a hint of disdain in his expression. Just don't forget your promise. When the time comes, don't deny it. With so many seniors here witnessing, don't let the whole industry look down on you.
Huaiyan's cheeks flushed with anger.
You just love to boast. I want to see what score you can get.
There were a few people between her position and Su Chen, and with the speed of the printed score, it would take less than 5 minutes to reach Su Chen. She waited angrily on the side, finally seeing Su Chen's score being printed. But what's wrong with this score report? Why has it stopped? Su Chen frowned at the frozen score report in front of him. A staff member came over to check, and after confirming the issue, he smiled helplessly. It might be that the machine has been running too long and has some faults. Just wait a moment.
I'll contact the maintenance staff.
A group of people waiting to see the show immediately scratched their heads upon hearing this.
The machine couldn't
malfunction earlier or later, but it chose this moment to break down.
It was infuriating.
Seeing the machine was broken, Huaiyan simply sat down beside it.
Su Chen, you didn't deliberately break the machine out of worry for the results, did you? Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to her and simply
sat down beside her, yawning and waiting quietly. Seeing him ignore her, Huaiyan's expression darkened.
Humph. Let's see how long you can keep pretending.
At this moment, in Lin Kuan's office,
several staff members looked at the computer in front of them with strange expressions, occasionally glancing at Lin Kuan, who looked equally perplexed. Boss, the machine downstairs has crashed. There shouldn't be any issues. Lin Kuan took a deep breath. Let's
wait for Xiao San to come back. A perfect score paper is truly astonishing. If it were an ordinary exam paper, it would be fine, but this time I personally set the questions, and I know the difficulty best.
If someone can score full marks on this,
he squinted slightly and said slowly, if this
can get full marks, then they must be an extraordinary talent.
Just as his words fell, a man walked in from outside the door and handed over an exam paper. Lin Kuan immediately took the paper and began to examine it carefully. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly serious, his brows furrowing tighter. After a moment, he set down the exam paper, and if one looked closely, they could see his hand trembling as he released it.
Lin Kuan was now
very excited, immensely excited. The purpose of setting this set of questions was merely to find some motivated young juniors to kickstart a new research project.
He never expected that his casual action would uncover a big fish. Get me the information on this Su Chen right now.
Yes, Xiao San was the person in charge of data control. Although he had only glanced at it, he had also seen the astonishing answers on the exam paper. Those were theories that
ordinary people would never dare to write, yet they made sense. For example, how to judge the relationship between forcibly enhancing vital energy and its side effects.
Selected answer A. Under the premise of not dying, all means of forcibly enhancing vital energy are acceptable behaviors. This seemed like a simple question, but it was precisely the answer that their deputy director, Lin Kuan, was looking for. Soon, the information was retrieved.
When Lin Kuan saw Su Chen's information, he was even more shocked. 18 years old? Temporarily recommended by the frontline vital energy team? He
widened his eyes and then sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. I need to go see this kid in person. He left the office immediately, rushing out. 5 minutes later, in the classroom where Su Chen was, the machine still hadn't been repaired. While everyone was quietly waiting, a hurried man appeared at
the entrance.
His arrival attracted the attention of many. Xiao Meng was taken aback upon seeing this man and instinctively blurted out, Deputy Director
Lin Kuan.
The other candidates present also looked up, and upon seeing Lin Kuan, they all showed respect.
Oh my, is this really Dr. Lin Kuan, one of the top 10 doctors today? Yes, he is our national hero. Why has he come in person? Each person spoke in turn. Su Chen immediately understood the
weight of the man before him and felt a surge of respect.
However, why would such a man suddenly appear in the examination room?
Others were also puzzled about what could have caused such a stir.
It couldn't possibly be because of the machine malfunction, right? Perhaps aware of the commotion he had caused, Lin Kuan smiled slightly at everyone. I apologize, candidates, for my hasty appearance and lack of decorum. I have come here for a young man with immense potential. He spoke slowly, his voice seemingly magical, causing everyone to involuntarily quiet down. But when they understood his words, their expressions turned to shock. Lin Kuan had actually come for a young man. What kind of young man could attract his attention? Almost instinctively, countless gazes fell on Hua Yan. Since it was a young person, everyone's first reaction was to look at the youngest one present, which was her. As a well-known genius girl in the industry circle of Longdu, she had always been the topic of conversation. This time, she had successfully emerged from the competition, scoring 79 points. Although this score was not glamorous and not top tier, it was already considered excellent among this extremely difficult exam. Moreover, she was one of only 2 candidates in this classroom to pass. If there is any young person worthy of Lin Kuan's attention, they truly couldn't think of anyone else. As for Su Chen, the people present hadn't even considered this guy. He was just a clown. Hua Yan felt the gaze of the crowd and trembled with excitement. She never dreamed she would be valued like this. For a moment, she felt as if she were floating in the clouds. Everyone, you don't need to pay too much attention to my identity. I don't want to waste your time. I came here just to witness this young man receiving his researcher degree, and I didn't mean to take up your time and energy, so there's no need to focus on me. Lin Kuan signaled for everyone not to direct all their attention at him, then found a spot to sit down. If he could, he certainly wouldn't want to appear before everyone like this. It was too much trouble for him to be here in his capacity. However, he needed to give Su Chen the utmost respect, letting him know how much he valued him. After all, Su Chen was recommended by the frontline blood team, which was enough to prove that it wasn't just him who recognized Su Chen's potential and talent. To win over such a person, he had to pull out all the stops. At this moment, Su Chen had returned to the front of the machine, deep in thought. This Lin Kuan, if he really came because of Hua Yan, it would be troublesome. With that girl's personality, she would definitely use Lin Kuan's identity to put him in a difficult position. Beside him, Xiao Meng seemed to sense his worries and comforted him. Don't worry, Senior Lin Kuan is a very upright person, he definitely won't make things difficult for a junior like you. Hearing her say this, Su Chen felt relieved. He was genuinely a bit worried. After all, the other party was not an ordinary person, but one of the top 10 doctors. He had heard of the deeds and titles of the top 10 doctors. There were quite a few doctors in the country, but only 10 could earn the title of top 10 doctors. These 10 were not ordinary people, they had all participated in major national projects and made significant contributions to Long country. Thus, they were called national heroes, fundamentally different from other doctors. Alright, finally fixed. Students around, please wait a moment, we just need to restart the machine, and in 3 minutes, your transcripts will print normally. The staff clapped their hands, revealing a smile. Su Chen nodded slightly and waited quietly. Just then, Hua Yan's gaze towards Su Chen grew increasingly unfriendly. Su Chen, don't forget what you said. Suddenly, she spoke up. As soon as she did, everyone's attention turned to him. Xiao Meng's expression changed, and Lin Kuan, who was seated, also showed a curious look. Su Chen took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. Just what he feared had come to pass. This guy really dared to bring up such childish talk in front of such a person. Su Chen, since you have already verbally agreed in front of everyone, if your grades really fail, you must apologize for disrespecting the exam and declare that you will never come for another assessment. Hua Yan spoke slowly, her expression exceptionally serious. Su Chen stared at her and the indifferent Hua Yan, a hint of sarcasm appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fine. But don't forget to keep your promise. If I score higher than you, you will also never come for an assessment and give up this degree. Alright, I, Hua Meng, keep my word. With Senior Lin Kuan here as a witness, I will make sure you, this person who disrespects the knowledge passed down from our ancestors, remember this lesson forever. As the two exchanged barbs, the sound of the machine rebooting had already begun. Su Chen placed his ID card on the machine, and with a flicker of the electronic screen, a transcript gradually printed out. The people around leaned in curiously to look, while only Xiao Meng couldn't bear to watch and turned her eyes away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 full 3 seconds, she heard no one speak. What was happening? Curiously, she turned her head to look and saw Su Chen's score on the exam paper, her face frozen in shock. 100? Full marks? She exclaimed instinctively, staring at the score sheet in disbelief. This shout woke everyone up. A crowd surged forward, eager to see Su Chen's score, and then they all stared blankly at the paper marked with 100. Hua Yan rushed up first, and when she clearly saw the perfect score, her face turned pale. How is this possible? Why did he get 100? She looked at Su Chen's relaxed smile, and her heart raced with anger. Su Chen, you cheated. You must have cheated. No one could possibly score 100 on such difficult questions. That's right, Su Chen must have cheated. This wasn't a middle school or high school exam, it was a test of the theory of vital energy. It was an assessment for researchers of martial artists nationwide, and the value of this test was worlds apart. In a remote place like Tianhai City, there were only a handful of people with researcher degrees, and now Su Chen had scored full marks. Unless Su Chen was a PhD, only in that case could he achieve a perfect score. Senior Lin Quan, Su Chen cheated. He actually cheated in such a serious exam. You must investigate this matter thoroughly, we cannot condone it. Huiyan didn't give Su Chen a chance to speak, turning to Lin Quan, who had been sitting there the whole time. Senior Lin Quan, you absolutely cannot let someone like this get away with it. Huiyan was anxious. She needed someone to step up and help sanction Su Chen. Without a doubt, Lin Quan was the best choice. Everyone else was also watching Lin Quan, eager to see how he would handle the situation. After all, cheating was no small matter, and the stakes of the previous bet were also significant. Su Chen nervously looked at Lin Quan, feeling heavy-hearted. He had indeed been confident while answering the questions, but he was genuinely surprised to have scored full marks. Unexpected yet reasonable. It only indicated that his answers had perfectly aligned with the examiner's thoughts. But ultimately, a perfect score was too exaggerated. Would this Dr. Lin Quan choose to believe him? Under his anxious gaze, Lin Quan slowly stood up. So far, there is no evidence that this candidate has engaged in any cheating behavior. Of course, that doesn't completely rule out the possibility, so in the upcoming interview segment, I will personally interview all the candidates who have passed. If there is any cheating behavior, I, Lin Quan, will not condone it. Our Martial Artist Research Institute and the entire industry will absolutely not tolerate it. His words garnered agreement from the crowd, and everyone nodded in approval. Although Huiyan did not get the answer she wanted, she had already convinced herself that Su Chen was guilty, so she was not anxious. She quietly stepped aside, waiting for everyone's score sheets to finish printing. Soon, all the score sheets were printed. In classroom C, only 3 people passed: Su Chen, Huiyan, and Luo Haotian. According to Lin Quan's instructions, those who passed in other classrooms also arrived in this classroom promptly, ready for the interview. When everyone lined up together, they carefully counted the number of people. There were 31 in total. This meant that 11 of them would not receive their degrees today. Once everyone's scores were arranged in order, an interesting scene unfolded. I'm ranked 21st, how could this be? Huiyan looked at the score rankings, her face pale and incredulous. The top 20 received degrees, and she just happened to be in 21st place. How could she accept this? Don't be nervous, don't forget about Su Chen. Huiyan signaled her to calm down, quickly comforting her. Right, there was still Su Chen. There's also the existence of Su Chen, who is cheating. Once Su Chen is discovered cheating, he will be disqualified, and her ranking will improve slightly, successfully advancing to the top 20. Next, I will conduct interviews in order of the exam scores. Other candidates who have already lost their qualifications and those who have not yet been called, please wait outside the classroom. Su Chen, stay here. As everyone left, Huiyan sneered coldly as she passed by Su Chen. I look forward to seeing you completely banned from this industry. Su Chen ignored her, merely curling the corner of his mouth in a smirk of mockery and sarcasm. With everyone gone, only he and Lin Quan remained. I've met Senior Lin Quan. Lin Quan nodded, picked up the materials in his hand, and said with a serious expression, before the interview, I need to reconfirm some information. Your name is Su Chen, you're 18 years old, from Tianhai City, and you were recommended by the Frontline Qi and Blood Theory group, right? Yes. Very well, so that means you have already joined the Qi and Blood group? No. Not yet, I'm just temporarily assisting there, Su Chen answered honestly. Lin Quan's eyes lit up with joy, but he quickly returned to normal. Were the answers you provided during the exam all well thought out, or was it luck? It wasn't luck, but it could be considered luck. It just so happened that the exam content was quite radical, which reflects the attitude of researching martial artists' Qi and Blood Theory. Lin Quan seemed very satisfied with this answer. He picked up the exam paper, his expression becoming serious. Next, I will interview you and assess your responses, and I will ask you some opinions and solutions without any hints. During this process, I will be able to see your true level. If you cheated before, I hope you will admit it now. I can still choose not to hold you too accountable. Here it comes. Su Chen's expression turned serious, and he began to feel a bit nervous. Even now, he couldn't tell whether the other party was on Huiyan's side. If they truly were, every question that followed could potentially confirm his cheating. Senior, I absolutely did not cheat. Very well, then the interview officially begins now. Outside the classroom, the remaining 19 people stood together, anxiously waiting. Behind them, Huiyan and Huiyan stood together, their faces filled with confidence. They were very certain that Su Chen must have cheated, so this replacement spot was a sure thing. Seeing the confident looks on their faces, Xiao Meng, who was nearby and couldn't stand it, sneered, because she knew that Su Chen absolutely did not cheat. If it were said that Su Chen might not score enough in the exam, she wouldn't dare to say that, but if Su Chen cheated, that was absolutely impossible. Although she hadn't spent much time with Su Chen, She understood his character too well. From discussing chi and blood theory with her to his attitude towards academic issues, Su Chen was definitely a sincere man. Especially regarding academic matters, Su Chen was obsessively serious, valuing every piece of knowledge and academic question. Such a person would go to great lengths to correct even the smallest textual error. Would he cheat? Absolutely not. Hua Yan and the other two noticed her sneer and their eyes turned unfriendly. However, they ultimately did not provoke Xiaomeng, as Hua Huoyan clearly sensed that she was not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had long been wondering who Xiaomeng really was. He quickly realized that this was Su Chen's special assessment period, and Xiaomeng must be part of the special assessment team. He absolutely could not provoke her. Little sister, don't be nervous, Su Chen is a martial artist participating in the training camp. How could he possibly have any chance? His words were left unfinished as Su Chen walked out of the classroom. Lin Quan accompanied him to the door and, under the gaze of everyone, slowly spoke, Su Chen, go to the 4th floor and research classroom C. Let them register your degree information. Congratulations, you've become the youngest person in history to obtain a senior researcher degree. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's minds like a bomb. The people present widened their eyes, looking utterly stunned. Some even rubbed their ears repeatedly, confirming whether they had heard wrong. Lin Quan, senior, are you mistaken? Hua Yan's face turned pale. Lin Quan paused for a moment. Right. You just said Su Chen cheated, didn't you? Let me clarify this for all of you here. After our interview, Su Chen indeed did not cheat. He scored a perfect score with genuine ability. He paused for a moment and instinctively reminded, do you have any questions? If there are no questions, those who haven't obtained their degree qualifications can leave and not wait here for the results. It was clear to everyone that Lin Quan did not intend to say it this way. The fact was, without a doubt, this statement dealt a heavy blow to Hua Yan. Her face was as pale as an A4 sheet of paper, and Hua Huoyan quickly supported her. Lin Quan's expression was somewhat strange, and then he sighed. It's okay, you're still young, there will be many opportunities to take the exam. Not succeeding this time is just a part of your training. More opportunities? Hua Yan's already pale face now looked extremely haggard. She had a bet with Su Chen. Although this bet didn't have any enforceable contract, she had sworn in front of so many people. How could she face them again for the exam after this? Her heart felt like it was shattering. Just then, Su Chen, standing nearby, brought up the topic again. I say, Hua Yan, don't forget our bet. You're such a proud person, you wouldn't back out, would you? He showed no courtesy at all. After all, Hua Yan had just said similar things to him. By saying this, he was merely morally binding her, and whether it worked depended on her sense of shame. But what about Hua Yan? She had just pushed him to the brink and accused him of cheating. If she really pinned the cheating label on him, he would never have the chance to engage with the blood theory he loved so much. He would also never be able to obtain a degree, let alone have the opportunity to join the frontline blood theory group. Since she was unkind, he couldn't be blamed for being unjust. Su Chen, you. Seeing him add insult to injury, Hua Huoyan was furious. But with Lin Quan present, he held back his anger. Hua Yan cautiously looked at Lin Quan, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Even if she was foolish, she could now see that the young person Lin Quan mentioned might very well be Su Chen. However, she still clung to her last bit of luck. After all, she was also a young genius. If Lin Quan was indeed here for her, perhaps he would help her say a few words. But Lin Quan sensed her gaze and hesitated. Before saying, this is a matter for you young people, you have your own ways to resolve it. My responsibility lies within the classroom. The second interview candidate, come with me into the classroom. Lin Quan led the candidate into the classroom, leaving Hua Yan with an increasingly grim expression. The moment he fully entered the classroom, a bitter smile appeared on Hua Yan's lips. She finally understood that the real clowns from the beginning to the end had always been the two siblings. Hua Huoyan trembled with rage at seeing his sister suffer such a blow. He glared at the indifferent Su Chen, like a mad beast. Su Chen, this matter is not over. The accounts here will be settled sooner or later. I'll wait for you. Su Chen replied with just 3 words. The enmity between him and the siblings was now thoroughly established. However, he did not feel troubled. Instead, he maintained a calm mindset and accepted it with pleasure. Because this was how Su Chen had come this far, with everyone saying he had problems, saying he was incapable. Every time someone said he had issues, said he was no good, he would resist. Time and again, through resistance, he had arrived at this point. Those opposing and filthy voices seemed to try to defeat him, but it was also these voices that had accompanied him here. He was never a stranger to them, nor did he ever reject them. They're gone. Xiaomeng looked at the fading figures of the siblings and came to his side to wake him up. I didn't expect you to really succeed, breaking my record. Xiaomeng appeared even more excited than he was, playfully teasing him. Sister Xiaomeng, let's go upstairs to register. Sure, with the advanced researcher degree, you can now directly join our frontline team. Xiaomeng was so excited that she was dancing with joy, leading the way ahead. Su Chen followed behind her, not responding, but his expression gradually grew serious, because he was now facing a difficult choice. That was how he would choose the organization he would join next.
According to Xiao Meng, they wanted to recruit him into the frontline Qi theory group. Of course, with the current attitude of Ah Sheng and the others, he could easily enter. But he recalled what Lin Quan had said to him in the classroom, a hint of fervor appearing in his eyes. His gaze gradually became distant as he began to reminisce about that moment in the classroom. Lin Quan stood before him, the afternoon sunlight streaming down on his face, as sacred as a radiant glow. Su Chen, I formally invite you to join our research institute in Longdu. You are exactly the person I have been searching for, the final piece of our puzzle. You should be well aware that the environment for Qi theory in our country has not seen significant breakthroughs for many years, and the fundamental reason is that no one dares to step forward as a warrior. My team and I are the vanguard, bringing the most innovative Qi theory to our Longdu. As his thoughts returned, Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. If he joined Lin Quan, he would have access to the most advanced national Qi theory, and with Lin Quan's status as one of the top 10 PhDs, he could quickly get involved. He would be able to fully unleash his talents, and all his innovative ideas would be accepted and promoted. Whichever side he chose, it was a place he desperately wanted to enter. But he subconsciously touched his spatial watch, his gaze becoming even more confused. Inside the spatial watch, there was a mysterious martial arts theory, given to him by a stranger. It was the most perfect martial arts theory he had ever seen in this world, and even if he didn't fully understand it, he was sure of it. This theory contained the lifelong efforts of countless top martial arts researchers. 3 forces, each with its own merits, all captivated and drew him in. How should he choose? In his confusion, he arrived at the place Lin Quan had mentioned and successfully registered for the Advanced Martial Arts Researcher degree. Okay, Su Chen, little brother, it's all done for you. Your identity has been uploaded to the database, both your ID and all your major information have been covered. From today on, you are a true advanced researcher scholar. Su Chen nodded in confusion but then noticed they were all looking at him with extremely excited eyes. He instinctively touched his face, his expression puzzled. Is there something on my face? There is a cold indifference that doesn't concern worldly matters, Xiao Meng said as she hugged his neck. Don't you know how much benefits and convenience this degree can bring you? Didn't you tell me before? It's just that the situation hasn't hit me yet, so I don't feel anything. Xiao Meng helplessly said, let me put it more straightforwardly. The advanced researcher degree allows you to participate in doctoral-level research groups, which means your current status is the same as Brother A Shang. As long as you agree to join the Qi and Blood group, you can immediately receive the detailed content of the frontline warrior's secret techniques. Xiao Meng looked at Su Chen with anticipation, waiting for his response. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the other researchers, including Xiao San, changed slightly. Everyone in the room was watching Su Chen, seemingly waiting for his answer. Su Chen didn't expect the headache of a problem to arise so quickly, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. He indeed wanted to know about the secret techniques. Judging by the aura that Huohuoyan inadvertently revealed today, this guy's strength was already formidable, and with that terrifying secret technique, Su Chen couldn't guarantee victory. Most importantly, Huohuoyan's resentment towards him was no longer as simple as it was with Sui Tian. After the commotion with Huoyan, this guy would probably show him no mercy. Without a certain level of strength, being severely injured and sent to the hospital was a possibility. But joining the Qi and Blood Theory group would mean giving up joining Lin Quan's side and also abandoning the organization of that mysterious person. He was unwilling. Just as Su Chen hesitated, Xiao San suddenly spoke up. Is it the combat secret techniques of frontline warriors? If Su Chen is interested in this secret technique, just go ask boss Lin Quan. He was directly involved in its creation. Xiao Meng, who had not realized the intentions of the research institute, finally began to understand. She turned to glare at Xiao San, her demeanor fierce. What do you mean? You want to poach people from our research group, right? Should I have Brother Shang come over to talk to you? Xiao San was momentarily taken aback by her words, his expression instantly darkening. The Shang you mentioned, it wouldn't be Brother A Shang from the research group, would it? That's right, that's our boss. Do you want to talk to him? Upon hearing her confirmation, Xiao San looked as if he had seen a ghost and quickly waved his hands. No, big sister, I was wrong. I didn't mean anything by it, just said it casually. But what I said is true. If Su Chen is really interested in the secret techniques, asking our boss is definitely the most reliable. The two of them looked at Su Chen simultaneously. Let's talk about this later. Right now, all my energy is focused on training, so let's discuss it after the training. Su Chen avoided the topic. He truly couldn't make a decision at the moment, as all these institutions were incredibly tempting to him. That's fine, this is indeed a bit early for you. Major life decisions should be made carefully. Xiao San chuckled and personally saw him and Xiao Meng off. On the way back, Su Chen felt very confused. He gazed out at the scenery outside the window, his palm continuously stroking the spatial watch, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Inside the spatial ring was what he considered the most perfect martial arts theory. The allure of it was something that anyone who truly craved knowledge could understand. It was an opportunity that, once missed, would never be regained. He had to think carefully about whether this was the only chance in his life to dismantle the forces behind that mysterious person. However, the cost of choosing this opportunity was not small. There was a high possibility he would fail against Hua Huayan. If he failed, the impact on him would also be significant, especially since so many eyes were watching him and the Tianhai City Guild behind him. Moreover, the family his mother had built later might also be unable to be shaken. He recalled the day Hua Su Qing cried in the dormitory, and Su Chen painfully rubbed his head. Seeing him like this, Xiaomeng's expression turned thoughtful. Su Chen, you really don't need to feel too much pressure. Your future is limitless. No matter where you choose to go, you'll develop well. All roads lead to Rome. Xiaomeng's words enlightened Su Chen. Indeed, he had been running down the path of a warrior all along. After all, there was no point in stopping. Thank you. Su Chen revealed a smile again, his gaze resolute. The first thing after returning to the research group was that Shang learned Su Chen had successfully obtained his degree, and he immediately called him into the room. Congratulations, Su Chen, you are now qualified to fully join our frontline Qi and blood group. Normally, as long as you reach a researcher degree recognized by us, you can apply for advancement unconditionally. Now that you have obtained a senior researcher degree, you have already surpassed this standard, so I would like to formally invite you. Shang said. He took out 2 items from his spatial watch. A badge, adorned with the Dragon City flag, with a special mark on the back, exuding an imposing aura. A palm-sized green booklet, somewhat resembling a student ID from certain schools. With this badge, you will become a true intern. Your information will be written in this booklet, and from now on, you will be part of the frontline warriors, enjoying the privileges that come with it. In the future, regarding rewards for exotic beasts and military position allocations, you will be prioritized. Most importantly, you will be able to directly learn warrior secret techniques. After saying all this, he closed his mouth and quietly waited. Xiaomeng had already conveyed Su Chen's dilemma to him, as a senior. He understood what Su Chen was thinking, so he knew such matters could not be forced. Under his gaze, Su Chen shook his head. Shang, thank you for your kindness. I do need to understand the military secret techniques and I enjoy learning and progressing with you all, but I cannot choose to join the study group right now. I see. Shang's expression was regretful, filled with helplessness. It's okay, during this time, study hard here. We won't be stingy with our resources, and I hope you can learn more knowledge here. If one day you want to come back, feel free to find me. Shang patted Su Chen's shoulder, revealing a warm smile. At that moment, he no longer had the hostility Su Chen had seen when they first met. He was completely like an older brother taking care of him. Su Chen knew he had been recognized by Shang. After leaving the room, Su Chen refocused on his work. Shang watched his serious attitude and picked up his phone to make a call. Hello? Is this Dr. Lin Quan? Soon, a week passed in a flash. Late at night, there were only 3 days left until Su Chen's special training assessment was completed. Everyone in the research group was dozing off, except for Su Chen, whose eyes were bright and spirited. He stared at the notes in his hands, rubbing his disheveled hair and cheeks, his eyes growing brighter. So that's how it is. Su Chen murmured excitedly to himself, picking up a nearby book and dusting it off, then writing a few large characters on the first page. Discussions on the Qi and blood of great warriors. After much hardship, having come into contact with more real frontline cases in the Qi and blood group, his long-held dream of writing a book of his own finally took shape. He trembled with excitement as he lifted the pen in his hand, his emotions surging. This was a book about him, Su Chen, a mark he would leave for this era. It would surely cause a sensation. During these 7 days, Su Chen had not thought about creating his own book. Instead, he focused on studying diligently, hoping to learn as much knowledge as possible before the special training assessment ended, and to improve his Qi and blood level to face Hua Huayan. Because he had given up on learning secret techniques, he could only deepen his understanding of the realm of great warriors. In the past 2 days, he had been studying the theories and data regarding the physical changes that great warriors undergo in life and death battles. This realm is a pillar on the front lines, a cornerstone for humanity's protection of the nation. In 2 more days, he would be studying the controllable variable theory discovered by the Grand Martial Masters in combat today. For example, when physical strength reaches its limit, surpassing that limit allows vital energy to play a greater role, but it also harms the body. For instance, each time martial arts are executed and battles are fought, mobilizing 6 parts of vital energy enables the Grand Martial Master to maintain a longer combat duration, and so on. In the last 3 days, he would completely learn all the bodily function data of the Grand Martial Master, as well as the roles of various organs in the body during that period. The martial artist's path. Different realms lead to changes in the body as well. The quality of bones is the most crucial organ for sustaining life, and these can change. For example, aside from the heart and brain, the kidneys become extremely important organs for the Grand Martial Master. The Grand Martial Master pushes the human body to its limits, beginning to transcend the human realm. The kidneys will gradually
upgrade to sustain the overload of metabolism brought by the body. Once the kidneys are damaged, it will be impossible to break through to a higher realm.
In 7 days, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the Grand Martial Master realm.
My understanding and mastery of this realm is definitely 1 in 1,000.
Although he had given up on understanding the secret techniques, in this situation, he
still had a chance.
His vital energy had increased by 10,000 points over these days. His realm had reached 5-star Grand Martial Master. However, even so, he did not have 100% confidence. After all, Huohuoyan's secret technique could elevate strength from 3
to 5 stars.
The last time he saw Huohuoyan, he could still feel the pressure of the other party's realm, indicating that Huohuoyan's true strength was at least a 2-star Grand Martial Master of the same realm. After 14 days of special training, his cultivation might
increase by 1 star.
With 3-star strength plus the secret technique, he would at least be at the 6-star level. Perhaps there was a chance at the 5 or 6-star level of the same realm, but it was not stable. He took a deep breath, and a virtual panel appeared before him. Host, Suchin, age, 18 years, vital energy, 36,600 points, 5-star Grand Martial Master, comprehension, 2 points, abilities, 8.
Extreme Yin-Yang Technique, 100% proficiency, Agile Sword Dance, 100% proficiency, DJ Beat Mode, 100% proficiency, Villain Symphony, 100%.
Proficiency, 1 step ahead, 100% proficiency, Weapon Mastery, Agile Sword, 100% proficiency, still has 2 points of comprehension left. He prepared to use the remaining 2 points of comprehension.
This was also his last enhancement before the training camp. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to enhance the 8 Extremes Yin-Yang Technique.
His sword technique had already been upgraded to a relatively high level.
Based on his estimation, using 2 points of comprehension would definitely not yield a qualitative leap. But the 8 Extremes Yin-Yang
technique was different. It was slightly weaker in level compared to the sword technique, and he had been using this martial art for a long time, achieving perfect mastery and understanding, so there was a chance to further enhance its power under the enlightenment of 2 points of
comprehension.
He slowly stood up and walked into a room, closing the door behind him. Xiao Meng and the others slowly opened their eyes,
then yawned and continued to sleep.
They were all members of the Vital Energy Group and understood the importance of not being disturbed, so
Su Chen was completely unconcerned. Once inside the room, Su Chen closed his eyes and used 1 point of comprehension to directly begin to comprehend the 8 Extremes Yin-Yang Technique.
The scene before him flashed. Su Chen once again appeared at the peak of the mountain he had
seen before.
Unlike before, countless tombstones stood behind him. He could not see the characters on them clearly. Su Chen rubbed his eyes in confusion, and a hint of desolation rose in his heart. My eyes are having problems. Su Chen stood dazed on the peak, completely forgetting his identity and reality in this state of enlightenment. In his memory, there was only the recollection of him continuously practicing here,
breaking through the 8 Extremes Yin-Yang Technique. However, he was nearly blind.
He stood there in confusion, his heart filled with anxiety as memories from who knows where told him.
Punch.
As long as he punched and practiced, he could calm his emotions.
He began to perform the 8 Extremes Yin-Yang Technique, each move flowing like water.
The techniques he executed with ease filled him with confidence,
gradually calming his mood.
Although his emotions settled, his eyesight grew increasingly blurry, until it completely vanished, plunging the world before him into darkness. Su Chen felt lost. He dared not stop and could only keep practicing over and over, driving away the fear
of the darkness.
He didn't know how long it had been, but he was exhausted, and the fear in his heart grew stronger.
Finally, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes in the room, gasping for breath. He instinctively looked at the mirror beside him, which reflected his weak appearance. His whole body was drenched in sweat, his face pale and lips dry. He looked as terrifying as some food that had been dehydrated. Had he not woken up in time, he might have died in the state of enlightenment. Su Chen grabbed the water cup beside him and tilted his head back, the sound of gulping echoing in the room.
He calmed down, his eyes still filled with terror. This was the first time he had felt such fear during enlightenment, and it made him clearly understand one thing. That is, enlightenment is dangerous. If he fell into negative emotions during enlightenment, his body would endure immense mental fatigue, and he could very well die unknowingly in that state. It seems enlightenment isn't free. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As the martial arts upgrade through enlightenment, I will also face unimaginable dangers. When I enter the state of enlightenment again, I must be resolute. But Su Chen felt lost. When entering enlightenment, there is no memory of reality. How could he prompt his inner self? After a brief moment of confusion, his gaze became determined. The sea of learning is boundless, and hard work is the boat. There are no shortcuts in this world. He couldn't feel it was difficult or painful. Since he couldn't remind himself, he would make himself a man of strong will. After resting for half a day, Su Chen returned to his room. He placed the perfect martial arts theory beside him and resolutely chose to enter enlightenment once more.
He turned off his phone, locked the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly closing his eyes. This time, he would definitely succeed. The world began to darken, and in the darkness, confusion and despair gradually enveloped him. Suchen opened his eyes again, his gaze blank and lifeless. The world of blindness was pitch black. A gentle breeze blew. The restlessness and panic in Suchen's heart surged again. He felt as if he had just had a dream filled with panic and confusion. Now that he was awake, he was still greeted by the same darkness as in the dream. Bang! Almost. Instinctively, he began to practice the martial arts he had trained in for a lifetime, the 8 extremes yin-yang technique. His mood gradually calmed. As long as he practiced this set of punches, it always helped to soothe the heart, but he also knew that if he stopped, the fear of facing the darkness would return. This time, Suchen did not evade reality but instead used all his senses to perceive everything around him. He sensed the wind, the sounds, even the temperature around him. He threw a punch against the cold wind blowing towards him, the force breaking through the wind, scattering the gusts, and a brief silence enveloped the surroundings. Suchen tilted his head slightly, his ears twitching. He heard the fierce wind approaching from behind again, and he timed it perfectly to throw another punch. In this silence, he continued to punch against the wind, even using his strength to adjust the surrounding temperature to a comfortable level for himself. The force of the punches stirred the cold air in this space repeatedly, and he had completely controlled the comfort level of this environment. Enjoying the momentary tranquility brought by the surroundings, Suchen took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. A beam of glaring sunlight shone on his face, and he raised his palm to shield it. Heavenly Tier Martial Arts Free Extreme Intent Fist. He had succeeded. He had perfectly broken through the 8 extremes yin-yang skill, becoming the Free Extreme Intent Fist of Heavenly Tier Martial Arts. As for the power of this martial art, he dared not make a hasty conclusion, but it definitely surpassed the 8 extremes yin-yang skill by a significant margin, even several times over. Using the simplest moves to unleash the most terrifying damage, compressing the power of the 8 extremes yin-yang skill to its extreme, was the essence of this martial art. Suchen, are you awake? Suddenly, a tentative voice came from outside the door, belonging to Xiao Meng. Suchen opened the door to find Xiao Meng's anxious face. Not only Xiao Meng, but a Shang was also there, looking equally worried. A Shang let out a sigh of relief. Suchen, you finally came out. We've been worried about you for so long. If you hadn't opened the door soon, we would have had to break it down. Suchen was taken aback. How long have I been inside? After entering the state of enlightenment, he was unable to gauge the specific time, so he had no idea how long he had spent. 3 days. Today is the day of the 9-strong training competition. I've already informed Luo Fu. If you don't come out in another hour, I will force the door open. Upon hearing that today was the day of the training competition, Suchen instinctively picked up his phone and discovered numerous messages and missed calls. Oh no! There were less than 4 hours left until the training began, and he might not even be able to participate in the competition. A Shang interrupted him, raising his hand with the car keys. I'll give you a ride, you should be able to make it. Suchen didn't waste any time, following him downstairs and getting into the car to head to the training venue. 4 hours later. Training camp. At this moment, a high platform had already been set up here. The spectator stands on both sides were filled with people, and many organizations had banners displayed. The place was packed, and the atmosphere was electric. Cameras were aimed at the 8 contestants on stage, exposing them to live broadcasts across various platforms. The total online viewership for this live broadcast had already surpassed 10 million on major websites. Xingtang High School. During the break, the students of Class 1 of the 3rd year were all watching the live broadcast on their phones. Aren't there supposed to be 9 contestants? Why are there only 8 now? That's true, maybe one hasn't arrived yet. Let's check the official website to see who is missing. Everyone was chattering excitedly. Although they had not yet reached the level of martial artists, this live broadcast was so grand that they were curious enough to tune in. They had seen many bloggers discussing this event online in recent days, and even if they hadn't understood it before, they wanted to join in the excitement. However, when one of the curious students opened the official website to check the list of the 9 strong, they saw a familiar name. Su Chen? No way, is it the same Su Chun from our class? Someone was shocked to see Su Chen's name on the training camp's official list. Everyone knew Su Chen had taken leave, but no one knew what he had taken leave for. This is a huge scoop. I need to ask the homeroom teacher right now to confirm this information. Wait for me, everyone. On campus. Art classroom. Lin Wanxin, who was busy preparing music for an album, was also watching the live broadcast. She too noticed the name on the official website, her eyes filled with confusion. It can't be, is it really him? Next to her sat a slightly older woman, her manager. The agent frowned at her behavior and said sternly, Lan Qing, your focus right now should be on being an artist, not on becoming an absolute warrior. There's nothing wrong with liking these things, and the company won't stop you, but you need to distinguish your priorities and not be indecisive.
Lin Lanqing didn't listen at all. Her mind was completely in turmoil. She stared intently at the live stream, her only thought being to confirm whether the person on the official list was indeed the Su Chen she knew. Since she got involved with Tianhua Entertainment, her initial dream had gradually drifted away. Due to issues of interest, she had slowly become a true artist, unknowingly moving further away from the path of martial arts. Now, seeing Su Chen's name appear on such a platform, regret and jealousy intertwined strongly within her. All she hoped for was that the Su Chen on this platform was not the one she knew. Only then would her heart feel a little better. The agent noticed her disregard and looked extremely displeased. A professional recording staff cast questioning glances, and the agent waved his hand dismissively. Lan Chang, I'll remind you one last time, the company has invested a lot in you. If you continue to be indecisive and fail to create value for the company, it's very likely that the company will give up on you. Lin Lan Chang's expression darkened. Reluctantly, she slowly set her phone aside and continued recording the album. Although she couldn't watch, the live stream had to go on. At that moment, as a mentor, Luo Fu had already stepped onto the stage, gathering all eyes on him. Luo Fu looked at the cameras around him and scanned the crowd, his expression darkening when he didn't see any familiar faces. But he quickly regained his composure, coughed, and announced the start of the competition. Everyone, I am Mentor Luo Fu. Without further ado, today is the day we witness the birth of the peak elites from the training camp. The final competition of the training camp, let us witness the emergence of the most outstanding young talents from Longwa. As Luo Fu announced the start, the entire training ground erupted in excitement. Slowly walking onto the stage was Sui Tian, who had been eliminated earlier. In the 14 days of special training for the top 9 contestants, Sui Tian stood out among the eliminated contestants, becoming the 10th strongest in this training session. Although he ranks 10th among the top 10, this current ranking does not represent future development, so he is also a pride of our training camp. Now, let's have Sui Tian draw lots for this competition. Sui Tian walked slowly onto the stage, using his spatial watch to take out a transparent box. This box was specifically for random drawing, containing small metal balls. He casually grabbed 2 small balls and showed them to the camera. Yi Hong, Su Cheng. As the 2 names were called, everyone's gaze focused on the 2 of them. Yi Hong ranked 7th in potential, significantly higher than Su Cheng. Upon hearing his opponent was Su Qing, a smile appeared on his face. Su Qing, not seeing Su Chen on stage, had been somewhat distracted, and her expression turned serious upon hearing that she was up for the first round. Amidst the noise, following Luo Fu's instructions, the 2 stepped down to make their final preparations. Yi Hong, Hua Huayan called out to Yi Hong, who had just stepped down, approaching him under the latter's puzzled gaze. The 2 whispered something to each other, but his eyes held a hint of resentment as he looked towards Su Cheng not far away. After a brief preparation, at Luo Fu's request, they slowly ascended the stage. At this moment, on the road to the training ground, Su Chen sat in the passenger seat feeling heavy-hearted. Hurry up, faster. If he failed because he missed this competition, he absolutely could not accept it. He had prepared for so long to deal with Hua Huayan, and he absolutely could not let it all go to waste. A Shang could also sense his tension, his expression grim. I didn't expect it to take so long on the way. Had I known, I would have called you 2 hours earlier. Su Chen shook his head. If I had been woken up 2 hours earlier, the outcome would still be the same. His moment of enlightenment was interrupted, and not only was he unable to achieve it, but he also estimated that both his physical and mental states were quite poor. Even if he had arrived earlier, he would definitely not be a match for Hua Huayan. I can only rely on luck now. Su Chen calmed down and closed his eyes to rest. Ever since he achieved enlightenment in the free and easy ultimate fist, he had been able to stabilize his emotions. Haste makes waste. Whether he could catch up now depended entirely on fate. After about 10 more minutes, they finally saw the training grounds location. But it's completely blocked off. There's still about 5 kilometers to go. I just confirmed with Brother Luo, and you haven't been drawn yet. About 5 kilometers, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen had already opened the car door and was sprinting away. For an ordinary person, 5 kilometers would be too late, but with his Grand Martial Master speed, it would take just a little over 10 minutes. He dashed through the city, leaping over obstacles, his clear mind allowing him to find every shortcut with precision. The surroundings receded rapidly as he vanished into the crowd. By this time, 4 people had already finished their matches at the training ground, and the battle between the 2 and the 3rd group had reached a fever pitch. Luo Fu watched the 2 who were about to determine the victor with a hint of regret in his eyes. He had confirmed the situation with a Shang. Su Chen had been delayed for some special reason, but expecting the live stream and everyone present to wait for him was simply unrealistic. If this match concluded and Su Chen did not show up, he would have no choice but to announce the results. The crowd was buzzing with discussions about why Su Chen was absent, with all sorts of opinions being voiced. Some said Su Chen was afraid. Others speculated that something had happened to him. In short, the comments about Su Chen were not very favorable. Although Su Chen was a dark horse and although he had grown step by step under everyone's watchful eyes, this society seemed to harbor a bit of primitive malice
towards this boy from a small town with no background.
Perhaps no one intended it, but that was the reality.
Bang! The match on the high platform concluded and 3 people had successfully obtained tickets.
Watching Shifeng slowly step onto the stage, Sui Tian, who was standing with Hua Huayan, frowned.
His strength isn't weak, why isn't he here? Sui Tian was naturally referring to Su Chen.
Hua Huayan's brow furrowed, his voice cold as he said, no matter the reason, he has already provoked someone he shouldn't have. He made my sister suffer such a huge blow, he must bear
the consequences.
If he isn't here, then let his woman bear the consequences.
Sui Tian hesitated at his words. You dare to touch Su Qing? You're truly insane, aren't you afraid of the Chu family? Moreover, if Su Chen is really just Su Qing's man, then with Su Qing's status in the Chu family, it shouldn't lead to your complete annihilation. He paused, wanting to say more but stopping short. I heard from Zhang how that Su Qing claims Su Chen is her brother, her biological brother. I've never heard of Su Qing having a brother. If all this is true, then Su Chen's status in the Chu family is unclear, and if
he didn't continue as he saw the determination in Hua Huayan's eyes,
then all the better.
If my sister suffers, his sister must suffer too.
If he truly dares not show up, then he shouldn't expect this matter to end here. Sui Tian wanted to say something more but finally just sighed.
On the stage, Luo Fu directly took out the last 2 metal balls.
The
next match is against Shifeng and
Su Chen.
Please welcome Su Chen to the stage. His voice echoed and everyone fell silent. They looked around, searching for Su Chen's figure, but there
was none. For a full 10 seconds they couldn't find Su Chen.
Luo Fu, unwilling to accept this, shouted again but still no one responded. A hint of regret appeared in his eyes as he slowly said, according to the rules of past training sessions, if Su Chen doesn't arrive within 3 minutes, it will be considered a forfeit. He stood beside Shifeng, silently waiting for the timer.
1 minute, 2 minutes, the last 30 seconds.
A trace of regret flickered in Luo Fu's eyes.
Hua Huayan's expression was grim. No one expected Su Chen to end this training session in such a manner. As the
3 minutes elapsed, Luo Fu helplessly spoke. Unfortunately, Su Chen has not returned from the special assessment in time, so this time,
Su Chen is back, just as Luo Fu was about to announce
the result. A middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly shouted.
Guani clenched his fists and pointed into the distance, roaring loudly. Su Chen is back.
Everyone turned to see a figure sprinting
towards them.
Outside the training area, a figure leaped 5 or 6 meters high and landed steadily.
Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen's heart sank. Did I miss it? Under countless eyes, he slowly walked to the front of the platform. The people around him stepped aside, clearing a path. As the biggest dark horse of this training session, having gone from being underestimated to finally making it into the top 9, Su Chen's odds on the official website had dramatically reversed. Even with a bad reputation, many still hoped to see him appear. Fortunately, he made it just in time. If you had been any later, this match would have ended. Luo Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. Your opponent is ranked 5th in potential. It doesn't matter who it is, I will definitely be the champion of this training session, Su Chen said confidently. That's right, he returned for first place, to defeat Hua Huayan. Luo Fu was somewhat surprised, a smile creeping onto his face. It's good for young people to have confidence, but just do your best. He never expected Su Chen to defeat Hua Huayan. After all, the gap was just too vast. As a military person, he knew very well how strong Hua Huayan was with the enhancement of secret techniques. The top potential figure in Longdu's network was not just talk, even larger platforms had given Hua Huayan a resounding title. The number 1 in the net nation. On major media platforms, he was the first among the younger generation in the country. Faced with such a person, no matter how fast Su Chen grew, he couldn't possibly be a match. Su Chen was already preparing to go on stage when suddenly someone rushed out from the crowd and grabbed him. Lang Ningxue held his hand, tears streaming down her face, devoid of her usual playful demeanor. Why did you come back so late? Su Jing was seriously injured in the match. She's already in the hospital. Just now, Zhao Long called and said she's in the ICU. Su Chen's pupils contracted, his mind going blank in an instant. What did you say? Say it again. Su Chen's heart sank, and he turned to leave. Bang! Luo Fu held him back. Don't be impulsive. Su Jing was accidentally injured, but her injuries are not severe. It's just an old injury acting up, causing her condition to be unstable. I confirmed that there is no life-threatening danger. Trust me. He held Su Chen tightly, feeling the explosive power emanating from him, his eyes showing shock. This guy, how did he become a 7-star Grand Martial Master? This power could only belong to a 7-star Grand Martial Master. Could he be mistaken? So far, he had never seen such explosive growth in a martial artist. Su Chen's speed of improvement had surpassed his understanding. Was it because he had refined his blood energy theory while studying in the blood energy group? Seeing the gradually calming young man, he felt a hint of terror. Such a talent was the hardest to provoke. He was always silently doing things that others couldn't comprehend, yet in reality, he was secretly reaching an incomprehensible height. Who is it? Who is the guy competing with Su Qing? Su Chen looked up and scanned the audience, immediately spotting Yi Hong standing with Hua Huoyan. Yi Hong, caught in Su Chen's gaze, trembled uncontrollably, a physiological reaction of fear towards a high-level martial artist. How terrifying! Until now, he had only felt such a sense of threat from Hua Huoyan among his peers. Could it be that this Su Chen? Don't be nervous. If you really think you're not a match for this guy, just admit defeat and leave it to me. Hua Huoyan patted his shoulder, his gaze towards Su Chen icy. Su Chen was unclear about the reason behind Su Qing's serious injury, but his intuition told him it must be related to Hua Huoyan. It had to be because of the last incident regarding the degree. This guy wanted revenge on him. Expressionless, he walked up to the platform, his aura showing no signs of restraint. Kai Su, ranked 5th, felt this terrifying aura the moment he stepped onto the stage, his face instantly paling. I admit defeat. Without hesitation, Kai Su chose to concede. His realm was at the peak of a martial artist, and compared to the other contestants, he was already at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Even during these 2 weeks of special assessments, there had been vague signs of a breakthrough to a great martial artist. But even so, the moment he felt Su Chen's aura, he saw an insurmountable chasm. His concession left the spectators dumbfounded. Su Chen was too strong. Throughout the entire training process, this guy had simply bulldozed through, not caring who his opponent was, the only one capable of putting up a fight was probably Hua Huoyan, ranked 1st on the potential list. After all, even Sui Tian, ranked 2nd, had no choice but to concede when facing Su Chen. But no one noticed that Hua Huoyan's expression was not good at this moment, even somewhat grim, because he too felt a faint fear emanating from Su Chen. As the top of the potential list, 21-year-old Hua Huoyan was undoubtedly a genius, his realm far surpassing his peers. Yet even so, after the special assessment, his realm was only at the 3-star great martial artist level. He was a 3-star great martial artist, but the intensity he sensed from Su Chen was at least that of a 6 or 7-star great martial artist. Sweat trickled down his forehead along his cheeks, and a storm surged in his heart. What on earth had happened? The last time he saw Su Chen, this guy was merely at the peak of a martial artist. How had he directly become a high-level great martial artist in just over half a month? He stared intently at Su Chen, who also looked back. Their gazes intertwined in midair. Su Chen's cold eyes felt like 2 steel blades piercing into his heart. Su Chen enters the top 4. Next, the 4 winners come up to draw lots again. Luo Fu interrupted their standoff, signaling the victorious students to take the stage. Another round of drawing lots commenced, the same golden balls, and Su Chen casually grabbed one. Yi Hong. Luo Fu announced the result, and Su Chen's eyes flickered as he saw the name on the ball. Yi Hong, called out as Su Chen's opponent, looked extremely grim. But he did not choose to give up immediately. He still came up to the platform, ready to face Su Chen. Not everyone could easily give up a match, especially since he had worked hard to climb up to this point. If he had to surrender without even having a chance to fight, he simply couldn't accept it. Did you seriously injure Su Qing? As the match officially began, Su Chen didn't immediately attack but instead asked a question. So what if I did? Yi Hong, unaware of the relationship between Su Chen and Su Qing, had overheard Su Chen chatting with Luo Fu earlier and couldn't hear their conversation. So when he heard Su Chen's inquiry, he even spoke with a hint of pride. Su Qing is in the top 10 of the potential rankings. If I can defeat her, I can defeat you too. Yi Hong said this to boost his own morale. But this precisely touched Su Chen's sore spot. Fortunately, the calming ability of the Zizai fist kept his emotions in check, otherwise he might have already gone all out. Let's begin. Su Chen, don't think that just because you have some strength, you can be invincible. Sometimes the key to victory in battle isn't just about realm. You're right, but dealing with someone like you doesn't require any other means. Su Chen raised his hand and threw a punch, causing a sonic boom in the surrounding air. Seeing him strike, Yi Hong immediately formed his hands into claws, seemingly ready to unleash some martial arts technique. Earth-level martial arts, golden claw hand. His palms clawed forward with impressive momentum, resembling a great eagle trying to suppress Su Chen's attack. However, Su Chen's seemingly ordinary punch forcefully broke through his martial arts and smashed into his cheek. He was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground in front of Hua Huoyan. Luo Fu rushed to Yi Hong's side, administering some medicine and signaling the medical staff for assistance. Yi Hong's brain had already suffered damage, although it wouldn't leave lasting effects. With a collapsed nose and concussion, he likely wouldn't be discharged for a month. A group of people rushed up from the audience, all wearing matching uniforms and exuding a fierce aura. The leading man, unkempt and bearded, looked as if he wanted to devour Su Chen. Su Chen, how dare you use lethal force in a spar? If we don't teach you a lesson today, we won't be able to continue in the martial artist's extreme training hall. The man was full of bravado, and Su Chen felt almost the same pressure from him as he did from Luo Fu, causing his brow to furrow. Just as the man was about to charge onto the stage, Luo Fu blocked him. This is our training camp. Do you really want to cause trouble here? Luo Fu's face was cold, his voice icy. The man's expression changed, but In the end, he retreated. Luo Fu raised his voice so that everyone present could hear clearly. Everyone, I know many of you have connections with the top 10 competitors. But this is a training ground. I hope everyone can remain calm. As long as there are no deaths or serious injuries, this is a normal situation in training, so please respond rationally. The others present calmed down a bit upon hearing Luo Fu's explanation. Luo Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario hadn't occurred. If Su Chen had truly intended to kill, he would have intervened without hesitation. However, if it had come to that, Su Chen's future would have been completely ruined. I told you, Su Chen's injuries mainly stem from old wounds. Why did you hit him so hard? Su Chen calmly replied to Luo Fu's questioning. So I only sent him to the hospital for a month. That's not excessive. Luo Fu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only sigh in the end. Next match. Su Chen slowly walked down from the high platform, his expression indifferent. No matter the outcome of the last match, he would deal with his opponent and face Hua Huayan. Su Chen, Zhao Long just called. Su Qing is no longer in critical condition. Lang Ningxue approached him, immediately informing him of Su Qing's situation. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Which hospital is she in? I'll go see her after my match. However, Lang Ningxue shook her head. She's at Longdu First Hospital, but she might not still be there by the time you arrive. Zhao Long said that her family has arrived and is already preparing to leave the hospital. Don't you have her family's contact information? Just go directly to her house. Su Chen's expression was somewhat grim. Contact information? He only had his mother's contact, and from what Su Qing had said before, she probably wouldn't let him visit her. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He had to succeed in getting first place in the training camp. He had to gain greater power and earn everyone's respect. The person competing against Su Chen on stage was Shifeng and another boy ranked in the top 10 of potential. Shifeng had a clear advantage in their battle, almost winning with a crushing performance. But compared to Su Chen's earlier display, it was simply too far off, lacking the impact of the previous two matches. Shifeng did not immediately leave the high platform. Instead, he stood on stage, staring down at Su Chen, a hint of a smile on his lips. Su Chen, I admit I'm not your opponent. You can deal with Hua Huayan. I concede this match. You go up for the final battle. Su Chen was somewhat surprised to see his sincere smile. He didn't know much about Shifeng, but it was clear that the other party wanted to do him a favor. Thank you. Su Chen replied sincerely, then slowly walked up to the ring. At this moment, all the cameras were focused on Su Chen and Hua Huayan, each one zooming in on the two most outstanding boys on stage. People across the country watching the live broadcast saw their faces in real time. What the hell? Is that really Su Chen? This guy has been hiding from us while stepping onto such a big platform. Senior Year 3-1. As soon as class ended and everyone opened their phones, they were shocked to see Su Chen's face on the live streaming platform. Xu Ying's excited little face turned red, her fists clenched as she danced with joy. Zhang Xing, already wearing glasses, looked noticeably less rebellious, gazing at the figure on his phone with admiration and respect. My brother Tian is so strong. Yeah, from now on, I have something to brag about. I'm in the same class as brother Tian. The classmates chattered excitedly, and Shen, preparing to leave the classroom, wore a beaming smile. His heart was surging with excitement. That was his student, and also his pride. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, Su Chen was a student on the verge of being expelled? Under the fervent gaze of everyone, Su Chen slowly walked up to the high platform. Hua Huayan stood directly opposite him, gripping the long spear with a serious expression. Su Chen, because of you, Xiao Yan is now down in the dumps. She is a very strong-willed child. I have never seen her suffer such a blow. You must pay the price. Su Chen's expression was indifferent. Let's settle this. Our grievances have been too much talk. That would be disrespectful to this feud. He paused for a moment and slowly said, use your secret technique now, or you won't have another chance. Su Chen could sense that Hua Huayan's level was around 3 to 4 stars as a martial artist. If he didn't use a secret technique, he could very well be defeated in an instant. He wouldn't take advantage of Hua Huayan. He wanted this guy to clearly understand the gap between them. Hua Huayan, provoked so blatantly, felt his facial muscles twitch with anger, and his grip on the spear trembled from excessive force. The next second, Su Chen saw a hint of red surge in Hua Huayan's eyes. Here it comes. The secret technique. Hua Huayan's eyes turned completely crimson, and flames ignited around his body, exuding an astonishing aura. Spirit energy released, master level. A gasp arose from the audience. Indeed, releasing spirit energy was something only a master could achieve, but Su Chen was certain that Hua Huayan hadn't reached the master level. It was just due to the special nature of the secret technique. But even so, Hua Huayan's strength should not be underestimated. After using his secret technique, he might even surpass his star level. Su Chen chose to confront him head-on with the free and easy ultimate fist. Not using a weapon might put him at a slight disadvantage, but after all, this was his strongest method. Moreover, after 14 days of
special training, his understanding of the Grand Martial Master level could be said to have reached its peak.
Su Chen, I'm giving you a chance to take a weapon and unleash your strongest sword technique.
Huahuayan, having completed the transformation of his secret technique, wore a confident expression.
No need. Su Chen gently shook his head, speaking lightly. Who told you that my strongest skill is swordsmanship?
The Grand Martial Master is a realm that gradually transcends the limits of the human body.
The strongest is naturally the mastery of fists and kicks.
Using a weapon is putting the cart before the horse, and using alone
weapon shows a lack of understanding of this realm.
To deal with someone who doesn't understand the power of the realm itself,
using the simplest and most direct fists and kicks is the most efficient. Arrogant. Conceited. Who would have thought that in the
face of the top contender on the potential rankings, Huahuayan, Su Chen could still say such things.
He's actually lecturing Huahuayan on martial arts? What right does he have?
He's just a dark horse. Huahuayan is #1 in the Net Nation.
Su Chen's lecturing led to unfriendly murmurs among the onlookers.
Only a few remained silent, such as Luo Fu, who had been closely watching the match.
As a
master-level expert, he had a profound understanding of the Grand Martial Master realm, so he knew very well that what Su Chen said was true, not nonsense.
Below the master level, the means to exert maximum power is indeed the mastery of fists and kicks. This understanding was something he only grasped as a master, yet Su Chen could comprehend it as a Grand Martial Master, showing extraordinary insight.
This match might indeed be beyond my expectations, but what a pity about the outcome. He shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. On the stage, Huahuayan had already begun to move, his spear stopping like a cold light, then the spear body coiling like a dragon. Crimson blood energy wrapped around the spear, as if enhanced by a fantastical effect from a short video, exuding an overwhelming
momentum. With such an attack, even if it could penetrate a tank's armor, the audience below would believe it.
In the face of such an assault, Su Chen remained completely still, raising his fist and striking the spearhead at an extremely unconventional angle.
Bang!
The powerful force directly bent the spear to the side, and the entwined blood energy seemed to show signs of dissipating. Before this energy could gather again, Su Chen struck the spear shaft with another punch. This time, the spear had bent into a bizarre arc, and the blood energy above completely dissipated. Huahuayan, his face flushed, gripped the spear tightly, feeling the perfectly transmitted force, his expression one of disbelief. 2 punches. Each punch landed perfectly on the spot where his blood energy was gathering. Was it a coincidence? But 2 consecutive times was too coincidental. Was it not a coincidence? He had only been interrupted like this when facing master-level warriors, and Su Chen was definitely not a master-level expert. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gripped the spear tightly to bring it back to its normal trajectory, but the force of the spear was already determined, and with a buzzing sound, it slipped from his hands. Bang! The spear firmly embedded itself in the ground, and Huahuayan's eyes burned with anger. Blood energy continuously surged from his body, and he almost transformed into a fiery figure wrapped in flames, crazily launching an attack against Su Chen, trying to suppress him. The audience below, seeing Huahuayan gain the upper hand, erupted into waves of thunderous applause and excited shouts. In the viewing area, only the man representing the training camp remained expressionless. He watched Luo Fu's tightly furrowed brows and slowly left his seat to approach. "Director, what brings you here?" Luo Fu smiled teasingly upon seeing the man. "Does Huahuayan have a chance to win?" The director fixed his gaze on the stage as he spoke. "Previously, my prediction was that Huahuayan had a 90% chance of winning. When Su Chen first arrived, I thought Huahuayan had a 70% chance of winning." The person in charge's expression gradually darkened. "And now, I think Su Chen has a 60% chance." "Why?" Luo Fu looked at the suppressed Su Chen inside. In terms of realm, Huahuayan, using secret techniques, is indeed superior. However, the strength gained from these secret techniques is always temporary. As long as Su Chen can endure this period of secret technique usage, he can easily win. But look at the current state of both of them. Huahuayan's emotional fluctuations are too great. Many of his attacks have become irrational, unable to leverage his rich experience. Although Su Chen's overall ability is slightly inferior, he is surprisingly rational. Every movement and judgment he makes is extremely precise, constantly searching for flaws. Most importantly, he paused, his gaze revealing a hint of approval. At least at the level of a Grand Martial Master, his understanding of the realm's capabilities may have already reached the level of a Grandmaster. He precisely controlled the perception of Huahuayan's gathered vital energy, continuously dispersing it, causing Huahuayan to exert 7 parts of his strength while only achieving the power of 5. At this rate, Huahuayan will eventually lose all chances of victory due to physical exhaustion. The person in charge's face gradually turned from extreme difficulty to calm. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Su Chen is not from Tianhai City, you know that. As for what happens next, you can handle it. This is Longdu, the training ground. The plots from novels and anime cannot play out here." With that, he turned and left. Luo Fu looked at the 2 boys on stage, his eyes filled with a hint of melancholy.
On stage, Su Chen was landing punch after punch on the spot where Huahuayan's vital energy was gathering, preventing the outwardly released energy from achieving its true power. But even so, the vital energy within him began to become chaotic. Is this the reason why Grand Martial Masters can never defeat Grand Masters? Su Chen felt the chaotic vital energy within him, his eyes revealing a glimmer of excitement and desire. Huahuayan's method of manipulating vital energy was so crude, yet it was still able to suppress him like this. What is the true method of a Grandmaster controlling vital energy? What kind of realm is that? What kind of application ability does it require? The path of cultivation has no end. He wants to reach the highest point and take a look. Once again interrupting Huahuayan's vital energy, the chaos within him intensified. In that moment, Su Chen felt the world spinning, and at that moment Huahuayan seized the opportunity, throwing a punch towards his chest. He knew Su Chen couldn't see his own fist clearly now. He didn't know that Su Chen was blind in the moment of enlightenment within his mental space. The next second, his fist struck hard against Huahuayan's chest. In front of the astonished gazes of the crowd, both of them fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Bang! Su Chen and Huahuayan crashed heavily to the ground, one after the other. Su Chen clearly fell later, but both lay on the ground unable to rise. Huff! Su Chen gasped for breath, his eyes showing a hint of unwillingness. Clearly, he had been suppressing Huahuayan the entire time, yet he still ended up in such a sorry state. How could he accept that? He turned to look at Huahuayan, who was also looking at him. Huahuayan's face was pale, looking very unwell, and he should have also lost the ability to move. The two lay quietly on the ground, their eyes filled with reluctance. Everyone looked at the scene in confusion, unable to confirm the outcome this time. This is Su Chen's victory, right? I saw him land a bit later. Are you stupid? Does the timing of landing matter? Right, they both can't get up. It's a draw. The crowd began to discuss. The live stream audience was also debating this scene. Everyone was tense about the result. And in one live stream room, Lin Wanqing happened to see the moment the two fell, her heart racing to the extreme. She had just finished her album and couldn't wait to open her phone. She had to confirm whether the person on stage was Su Chen. When she saw the live broadcast, reached the finals and realized it was indeed Su Chen, a hint of confusion and unease appeared in her eyes. At that moment, Su Chen had already become a psychological shadow for her. She constantly wished for Su Chen's development to be inferior to her own. Even now, she didn't know if it was a way to vent her emotions or just an instinctive action. She subconsciously sent a barrage in the live chat. Huahuayan must win. She hadn't even seen Huahuayan's appearance clearly, but she didn't want Su Chen to win. The most frequent comments in the barrage were also about Huahuayan's victory, followed by mentions of a tie. The comments were overwhelmingly one-sided, with very few speaking up for Su Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Luofu stepped onto the stage to check on the two competitors. The silence in the venue was palpable, as if even breathing had come to a standstill, quietly awaiting the result. Luofu first conducted a simple check on Huahuayan, then moved to Su Chen's side. You performed well, can you still get up and move? Su Chen shook his head. The intense unwillingness in his heart made him clench his fists. He didn't know the outcome, but it wasn't what he had hoped for. Was it because he hadn't worked hard enough? Su Chen wasn't quite sure, but if he could do it all over again, he knew he could still find more time to enhance his vitality. Luofu sighed with a complex expression, then slowly stood up and walked to the center of the stage. Given the situation, I believe everyone here is eager to know the result. I now announce the result. Both individuals have lost their ability to act, so there is no practical winner. According to the official potential data ranking, Huahuayan wins. The venue fell silent. A cheer erupted. It was Huahuayan's fans. There were also the powerful factions behind other competitors. Without Su Chen, they could gain more benefits. What right do you have? A roar came from the spectator seats. Guan Yi's face was filled with anger. Beside him were several supporters of Su Chen, though they were just a small fraction. Isn't this match supposed to determine the result right here? Clearly, it's a tie. If you insist on talking about potential, then Su Chen, who almost got eliminated in the first round but has now fought his way to this stage, doesn't that show his potential is the best? Guan Yi was furious. He felt it was unfair for Su Chen. He had watched this young man reach this point, only to end up with such an unjust result. He couldn't accept it. Those who supported Su Chen alongside him also couldn't accept it. A brief silence fell over the spectator seats due to his words, and Luofu's expression was complex as well. But Huahuayan has already won. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, go up and fight. Did he not win in the end? But he landed slowly. Guan Yi shot back angrily. Doesn't that prove he was hit harder? Guan Yi wanted to continue debating but was interrupted by a calm voice. Enough. Everyone turned to look at Su Chen, who was lying on the ground. Su Chen felt very unwilling and resentful. But his expression was blank and his emotions were very calm. Because he knew he had won. Huahuayan also knew that Su Chen had won. It was just that this result was decided by the training camp, a deception orchestrated by those gamblers who had
millions riding on Huahuayan and the combined forces of various capital interests.
Guani sat in his seat with an unwilling expression, his face pale.
He was also a seasoned player. Any discerning person could see that this result was driven by capital. Even those who supported Su Chen, upon realizing the situation, ultimately chose to remain silent. The classroom of class 1 in the third year was filled with silence, and the students' faces were not looking good.
Inside the Tianhai City Martial Artists Association, Zhang Wei and others clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with unwillingness.
In the villa area, Zhu Hongxia covered her mouth, her eyes red, while Su Qing, lying in the room, stared blankly, then revealed a relaxed smile, her emotions complex.
It really didn't succeed.
Lin Wanqing smiled with relief.
Su Chen deserves it. Huayan, nestled at home, jumped with excitement. Huayan is the best.
The person in charge stood before a woman from Longdu Media, who wore a cold smile, murmuring to herself. Huayan had already been helped up by Sui Tian, his gaze fixed on Su Chen lying on the ground, his expression tinged with a hint of pride. In the next moment, his smile became somewhat stiff. Luo Fu slowly helped Su Chen up, his voice mixed with spiritual energy echoing
throughout the venue. Classmate Su Chen, I, as a former frontline major general, would like to ask you, are you willing to become a squad leader level warrior on the front line?
The expressions of those who were gloating were quite spectacular. It was as if they had eaten a fly. The rank of squad leader might not be high, but an active invitation from a major proved to Su Chen that he had backing and confidence.
That meant the military valued him. Su Chen was taken aback by the sudden question. He understood Luo Fu's intention, but he simply couldn't go.
Just as he was about to speak, another voice came from the back of the crowd. The voice, also mixed with spiritual energy, was deafening and belonged to a master-level individual.
Su Chen,
I, as the former leader of the Third Blood Energy Group on the front line, invite you to join the Blood Energy Research Group at the major level. Are you willing?
Everyone turned their gaze and saw a man with a rebellious demeanor.
A Shang's expression was serious, but also clearly filled with anger.
Of course, this anger was not directed at Su Chen. The crowd was dumbfounded. Another major level? Another military invitation? How could Su Chen be so favored by the military? However, their shock was not over yet. Behind a Shang, a large group of people suddenly surged forth, all wearing matching uniforms, the insignia clearly indicating they were high-ranking national officials from within Longdu Blood Energy Research Institute. Someone who recognized their attire exclaimed, "That's Dr. Lin Quan. That's Dr. Lin Quan, who participated in the potential development of frontline warriors, one of the top 10 doctors." The crowd was stunned.
Although Dr. Lin Quan held no official position, when he arrived on the front line, even a commander had to respectfully address him as Dr. Lin. The research institute he belonged to had nurtured countless fresh blood for the front line of Longdu. Such a national hero unexpectedly appeared at this training site.
He can't be here for Su Chen, right?
Someone in the crowd instinctively spoke, voicing the shared thought, staring at Dr. Lin Quan in disbelief, extremely tense.
Dr. Lin. The prominent figures at the scene all approached, and a Shang also wore a face of respect.
Dr. Lin Quan gestured for them to not be so polite, then slowly turned his gaze to Su Chen.
Classmate Su Chen. Oh no, I should
call you Senior Research Scholar Su. After my last invitation for you to join the research group was declined, I felt a bit regretful.
After reconsidering, I thought perhaps my sincerity was insufficient, so I decided to formally extend an invitation to you with my team members. Dr. Lin Quan's face was full of sincerity.
He had carefully considered that Su Chen was a rare talent and the perfect candidate for his upcoming research project.
No matter what, he had to make one last effort.
Dr. Lin Quan's invitation caused an uproar among the spectators present,
including those watching the live stream online. What did they see? What did they hear?
An invitation from one of the top 10 doctors who had made great contributions to Longhua, Dr. Lin
Quan. And Su Chen was actually a senior researcher that was in existence with almost the same power as a doctor. In other words, not only does he possess strength comparable to Huahuayan in martial arts, but he also has such achievements in the theory of martial arts and vital energy.
Some heads of organizations were already starting to feel parched. This could no longer be described with the word genius, it was simply a once-in-a-century occurrence. Such a person, even if just an ordinary individual, would surely achieve something.
No, he was no longer an ordinary person. The research institute was now his background. In the future, the country would be his background. Su Chen, this time I hope you won't rush to answer me, but take your time to consider.
My coming here personally is to convey the respect the research institute has for you. After Lin Quan finished speaking, he said no more, quietly standing
there waiting.
He was waiting for Su Chen's response, and the others who had gathered were also waiting for Su Chen's answer. It was like an important plot point in a novel, eagerly
anticipating his agreement. Su Chen hesitated.
He originally had only one thought in his mind, which was to pursue that perfect martial arts theory. But after experiencing this duel, he deeply Understood the insignificance of an individual in the face of capital. He also needed a strong backing. Only then could he do what he wanted to do. Su Chen, there's no need to hesitate, this is a rare opportunity for you. Luo Fu spoke up from the side. There are many people you dislike in the audience, right? But if you join the research institute, they won't dare to speak against you anymore. I also know you are unconvinced by Huahuayan, but he is where he is because of his military background. Once you join the research institute, your status will only be higher than his. The more he spoke, the more tempted Su Chen felt. Wait a moment. Just as Su Chen was hesitating, someone in the crowd unexpectedly interrupted. A middle-aged man in a neat suit slowly walked out from the spectator area. The moment Su Chen saw this man step out, he noticed Luo Fu's expression change in fear. Not just him, many prominent figures, including a Shang, wore similar expressions. Even Dr. Lin Quan's face looked somewhat grim. The man slowly approached Lin Quan, and facing the revered Lin Quan, his expression showed no respect whatsoever, even a hint of disdain. Lin Quan, you were transferred to the Research Institute to tackle the domestic vital energy issues, not to seek attention here. As one of the top 10 doctors, do you still need me to teach you like a child? Lin Quan was publicly reprimanded, his face darkening, but he dared not retort. Indeed, he did not dare. Everyone present could see Lin Quan's helplessness and his fear of this man. Who is this person? Su Chen was alarmed. He is from the Chu family. Our dragon country's top combat against the most formidable beasts relies on the 4 great families, and the Chu family is one of them. It can be said that among the top martial artist armies in Dragon Country, 6 or 7 out of 10 are from their family. Luo Fu quietly reminded him from the side, signaling him not to speak carelessly. The Chu family. Su Chen was taken aback. This was clearly a family with real martial power in Dragon Country. No wonder even Lin Quan had to show such respect. He thought this and shifted his gaze back to the man from the Chu family, who was also sizing him up. The man's gaze was very sharp. Under his scrutiny, it felt as if Su Chen were completely exposed, with no secrets to hide. For some reason, Su Chen always felt a hint of mockery in the way the man looked at him. Su Chen, you can give up any expectations about joining the Research Institute and the military. Regardless of which frontline-related organization you enter, you must go through an assessment, and any of the conditions they just proposed do not comply with the rules. His voice, upon hearing it, carried a hint of icy coldness. Breaking the rules in the frontline military camp is a serious crime. Luo Fu was dismissed, and the entire Blood Chi team is disbanded. As for Lin Quan, he narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a commanding tone, the new research development ends here and will be handed over to other doctors. His words left the scene in complete silence. Everyone whose name was mentioned looked pale. They never dreamed it would come to this. Su Chen couldn't believe it, unable to fathom how it had escalated to such a point. Why? Su Chen glared at the man before him, unable to contain his anger as he questioned him. Why can you make such an arbitrary decision? Why do you say someone is dismissed and they are dismissed? This is unfair. This is the rule. I am in charge, it's that simple. I don't mind if other organizations want you, but not under my jurisdiction. If you are unwilling, you can ask the other organizations present if they want you. In response to Su Chen's questioning, the man from the Chu family answered nonchalantly. He glanced at the heads of the other organizations present, and as he scanned the room, those leaders all stepped back. Who would dare to take Su Chen? Su Chen was no longer a hot commodity. He had become a disaster to be avoided. What a joke! 2 people had just been dismissed, and Dr. Lin Quan's research project had been halted. All of this was related to Su Chen. It was clearly targeting Su Chen. Who couldn't see that? Did they still want to pull him in? Were they looking to end their own lives? Su Chen's expression darkened. He was certain it was the first time he had seen the man before him, but why was this person targeting him at every turn? He looked at Huahuayan and noticed that Huahuayan also wore a shocked expression, clearly not involved. Zhang Hao? Although the Zhang family held a decent status, they certainly did not have such power. Do you know me? Su Chen sensed the mocking look in the other's eyes and forcibly suppressed his anger. The man from the Chu family, upon hearing his question, looked even more amused. I wouldn't know a martial artist from a small town. I'm just here on official business. He sneered and took large strides toward the training camp's exit. Many people saw him leave and hurried to follow, all wearing eager expressions. Countless organizations dispersed once more, leaving only the young man with a face full of unwillingness. Yet, none of them noticed that the boy's unwillingness quickly vanished, replaced by a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Luo Fu, standing beside him, looked grim. Sigh. Su Chen, when did you offend someone from the Chu family? He felt utterly helpless after the sudden dismissal. I don't know. Su Chen shook his head in confusion. He truly couldn't remember when he had offended such a formidable figure. Forget it. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Actually, this is a good thing for me and a Shang. Look at his mental state. If he continues in the Blood Chi team, he might develop mental issues. Although he said this, Su Chen could still see the unwillingness reflected in his eyes.
Dr. Lin Quan is coming over. Hearing his words, Su Chen instinctively looked up and saw Lin Quan had already approached him. Lin Quan's expression was extremely serious as he walked in front of Su Chen, sizing him up before thoughtfully saying, "The Chu family definitely wouldn't come looking for you specifically, nor would anyone come to find the Chu family because we invited them. So the Chu family must be keeping an eye on this training session, but they have plenty of talent within their family and have no need to focus on the geniuses coming out of the training camp. If I'm not mistaken, there are people related to the Chu family inside the training camp, and you must have provoked them to bring about such a disaster." Su Chen was slightly taken aback. There are people from the Chu family? After thinking it over, he couldn't recall anyone like that. Could it be his mother's family? Su Chen thought of his mother, Chu Hongxia. Grandma and grandpa had also fought on the front lines before, but I heard their official ranks were not high. My obedient parents disagreed with their marriage back then, which led to my mother and grandma not being in contact for many years. Could it be because Su Qing was injured this time, and they feel it's because of him? This reasoning makes sense, but my mother's family definitely doesn't have that much power. No. Perhaps it has something to do with Su Qing's future stepfather. It's not impossible, but whether or not it's related to my mother's family, regardless of the reason, it's clear that he can't investigate it now. Since you don't know either, then don't overthink it. Go back to your city and live well. You shouldn't come back here for a while. With your current status as a senior researcher, you can do well in your city, Lin Quan said as he handed him a business card and continued, "Let's exchange contact information. Even if we can't work together, we can still discuss academic issues privately." Su Chen nodded seriously. "Don't be discouraged, there are many things you can do in life. The city isn't just Longdu, there's no need to develop here." After comforting Su Chen a few more times, Lin Quan left with the Research Institute staff. The training session came to an end. Su Chen, who should have been the biggest winner, now had nothing. Everyone else found their institutions and received good development opportunities. He could have too, but that person from the Chu family messed it up, leaving his future uncertain. Su Chen returned to the dormitory in the afternoon to pack his luggage, lying on the bed waiting for a Wu to pick him up. During the wait, he could only fiddle with his phone to pass the time, but he saw video after video about him on the short video platform. The first one he saw was Zhang Hao's video. Zhang Hao, with a smug and arrogant expression, shouted from afar that all industries related to the Zhang family would never choose someone like Su Chen. There was also a woman from Longdu Media who said similar things, with these two leading the charge. He was already trending, even becoming a hot meme, roughly saying why someone like Su Chen couldn't be cultivated or accepted. Stubborn and unyielding, proud and arrogant, with an improper attitude. Various derogatory terms were thrown at him. Anyone who didn't know him would surely think Su Chen was a clown after seeing these videos. The whole internet mocked him, and it seemed that even finding a job as a waiter would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. The only consolation was that this incident wouldn't affect his guaranteed admission quota. According to the rules, all martial artists who made it into the top 72 would receive the opportunity for guaranteed admission to Longdu. Of course, there were other good things as well. Su Chen flipped his palm, holding the book the mysterious person had given him, his gaze firm. He had many choices before, but he chose this one. Now, only this choice remained. He didn't know if the other party could still contact him. If they couldn't, forget it, overthinking is useless. Su Chen stopped pondering and called a Wu. Although his path in Longdu was ruined by that man from the Chu family, this time he successfully achieved a good ranking and his development back in Tianhai City could still proceed smoothly. A Wu, who picked up Su Chen's call, was also watching the live stream. Upon seeing him, he expressed his indignation, looking furious. "Su, don't worry, we can still thrive back in Tianhai City. There's no need to get caught up in this broken place. Our guild has already prepared a welcome banquet for you. The city has already notified us. As soon as you return, you'll officially receive the gold standard character quota." After venting his anger, a Wu appeared particularly excited. No matter how Su Chen was doing outside, returning to the city was their pride. Second place. And he also earned a senior researcher degree, the highest degree in Tianhai City. Seeing his excitement, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, no matter how well one struggles outside, it cannot compare to the comfort of returning home. "Do you want to stay and play for a couple more days? Once you're done, I'll book the flight. Just wait a moment, I actually have something to take care of." Su Chen gestured for him to wait outside the room, then closed the door tightly and took a deep breath. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chu Hongxia's number. Although he had only left temporarily, there were some matters he needed to communicate and confirm. "The number you dialed is not answering, please try again later." Su Chen hung up the phone, his eyes flickering. He wasn't surprised, because this time he hadn't truly secured the first place, and due to the Chu family's involvement, it seemed he hadn't gained any real change. The only thing he had was the title of second in the training camp, and it was just an empty title. After a brief silence, he opened the dormitory door and left. On the other side, inside the villa, two men stood before Chu Hongxia. One had graying hair, and the other was the man Su Chen had seen at the training camp. Xiaoxia, it's been so long, are you still not giving up? The elder spoke slowly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. You are not on the same path. No matter how hard you try, it's impossible, just like your son. No matter how much effort he puts in, it won't change anything. Even if he can now compete with those young people in Longdu, so what? Chu Hongxia felt a surge of anger at his words. That's my own business. Why do you have to lay hands on a child, especially when he's your own grandson? When have we ever laid hands on a child? The middle-aged man suddenly sneered. Su Chen is still young, unaware of the depths, and even less aware of how murky the waters of Longdu's powers are. I'm just helping him to alleviate his troubles and prevent future issues. Chu Hongxia's cheeks flushed with anger. How can you even bring that up? Xiaotian works so hard, yet you cut off his future. Is that amusing to you? How high can he climb? Even if he climbs higher, can he influence your decisions? He cannot influence our decisions, but that doesn't stop me from cutting off his path to the future. Chu Hongxia trembled with rage, yet felt powerless. She could only watch as the two men ruined Su Chen's future. Seeing her like this, the elder spoke again slowly. He was born in Tianhai City, so he should stay in Tianhai City. Coming to Longdu is crossing the line. If he truly has the ability, he should walk out on his own, rather than relying on others. You say that lightly. With you obstructing him, he can only be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. This is already the greatest leniency we can offer him and his father. The elder snorted coldly and slowly stood up. I advise you to think carefully about the marriage your mother arranged for you. You know Su Qing's current health condition. Isn't this all caused by your family's stubbornness? Chu Hongxia slumped on the sofa, staring at the missed call notification on her phone. She covered her face with her hands. At the airport, Su Chen, preparing to take off, received a call from Chu Hongxia. Xiaotian, I saw that you participated in the training camp. I didn't expect what you said to be true. Don't be discouraged. Longdu is not a good place. The city may be big, but sometimes it can suffocate you. The air is much more pleasant in Tianhai City. Chu Hongxia's voice was a bit hoarse, clearly having just cried. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Mom, how is my little sister doing? She's fine, don't worry, your little sister is safe and sound. What about my situation? How much did Xiao Qing tell you? She didn't say much, just that you are about to get married. Mom, are you really not going to remarry Dad? Don't worry, no matter what the other party's background is, it doesn't matter. Just give me a year. I only need a year and I can establish myself in Longdu. Su Chen's gaze was particularly resolute. He had the confidence that in just a year, he could thrive in Longdu, and by then, no one would look down on his father, nor would anyone meddle in their family affairs, not even his stubborn grandparents. This confidence stemmed not only from the idea that studying could enhance one's vitality but also from the notes of that mysterious person. After so many days of learning, he was almost certain that the source of that book must be a higher-level organization related to vitality research. Joining such an organization, he would undoubtedly achieve a qualitative leap in a very short time. Foolish child, your health is the most important thing. Even though I'm not by your side, I can still see your efforts. Big cities aren't that easy to thrive in. You shouldn't sacrifice yourself for us. Alright, I have things to attend to here. I'll call you and your dad when I get the chance. Chu Hongxia hung up the phone. Looking at the family photo on her phone, her gaze was lost. Meanwhile, in another villa, a conversation between two people echoed from a computer. And the man sitting in front of the screen sneered. You think you can establish a solid foundation in Longwei in a year? I bet you won't even be able to leave Tianhai City in a year, he said as he dialed a number. Hello, is this the Tianhua Entertainment headquarters? Tianhai City. Su Chen and Ah had just walked out of the airport when a group of thugs blocked their way. Su Chen, do you dare to come back? You've embarrassed us all in Tianhai City. If we don't deal with you today, you really won't know who you are. A few of them exchanged a few words and were ready to make a move. Ah wanted to intervene but was knocked to the ground with a punch, clutching his chest and crying out in pain. Warriors! Su Chen immediately sensed that the opponents were not ordinary people, so he didn't hold back. He was now a grand martial artist, and in just a few exchanges he had knocked several warriors to the ground. Speak! Who sent you to cause trouble? Su Chen grabbed the leader by the collar, lifting him like a chick. After being beaten, the man dared not speak recklessly. I don't know him. I really don't know. He just told me to come find you and offered me a blood pill. I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you right now. He saw the coldness in Su Chen's eyes and quickly begged for mercy. Get lost. Su Chen helped all up, his expression serious. He hadn't expected to be targeted right after returning. Given the situation, it could only be Tianhua Entertainment. But how did they know he was coming back at this time? As he pondered, Zhang Wei called him. Su Chen, have you arrived in Tianhai City? Yes. Hurry back, there's a problem with your vitality theory. If not dealt with promptly, your candidacy for the golden standard figure is likely to fail. Su Chen hung up the phone, his expression growing increasingly grave. It's Seemed that Tianhua Entertainment had been holding back during the entire training period and could no longer contain themselves. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress him and eliminate him completely. We'll see about that. Su Chen took a taxi with Ah, heading straight for the Warriors Guild. On the way to the guild, Su Chen received numerous local text messages on his phone. Preoccupied with the Warriors Guild and the Vitality Theory, he initially had no intention of checking his phone, but a headline that floated by caught his attention. Tianhai City's Golden Standard candidates are about to begin. All personnel have been confirmed. The list is as follows. Curious, Su Chen opened the message and found that his name was not on the list. Su Chen confirmed several times, and after realizing that his name was indeed absent, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Was this what they meant by the T cools when the person leaves? It seemed the city had no intention of letting him participate in the selection for the Golden Standard figure. No wonder Tianhua Entertainment had started to make moves again. It seems that unless there's a stir, these people really intend to bury me. He was certain that the Chu family was behind these events, stirring the pot. Otherwise, how could such a significant matter as the Golden Mark candidate election change so suddenly? However, these people underestimated Su Chen. Did they really think that a little turbulence could capsize his boat in his own creek? He placed his phone down and looked out the window, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother Ah, we don't have any masters in Tianhai City, do we? At that moment, Ah was grimacing and rubbing his chest. The punch he received from the martial artist was no joke and would leave him in pain for a few days. Upon hearing Su Chen's question, he immediately nodded. Of course not. If a master were to emerge from our little broken place, they would be revered like an ancestor. You see, your valuable theory of vital energy only got one Golden Mark candidate nominated, but if you were a master, you wouldn't even look at this stuff. He paused for a moment, then said seriously, if you can truly break through to master one day, you could directly obtain the rights of a deputy mayor. I've also heard that if a master has enough achievements in slaying demon beasts, they can directly apply to become a city guardian martial artist, and the market would have to listen to you. Su Chen listened quietly, his smile growing more pronounced. So, if you slay enough demon beasts, all promotions are personally appointed by the Dragon Bone Central, right? Of course, most of our martial artist guilds are private. If you apply to be a city guardian, that's a government job. Indeed, it was just as he thought. Ever since he encountered the Chu family, he realized this truth. No matter how good those institutions in Longdu were, they were ultimately not working for the country. That was not a truly promising path, and it certainly couldn't shake the Chu family, which had ties to his mother. If he wanted to establish himself in Longdu, within a year, his first goal was to go to Longdu University with an identity. This time he went to Longdu for training. It was as a nobody. His only identity was as a martial artist from the Tianhai City Martial Artist Guild, which meant he had no identity at all. If he truly went as the Tianhai City Guardian, then the first place would surely be his. That's right. He didn't lose to Huahuayan, he just lost in terms of identity. This time he returned. As long as he settled the matter of the vital energy theory, he could easily break through to master. After all, this was still the era of high martial arts. A strong fist could speak for everything. Soon, they returned to the Martial Artist Guild. As soon as he entered the guild, he heard a group of people roaring. The Martial Artist Guild must give us an explanation today. Our people studied your vital energy theory, and not only did it not alleviate the toxins, but it actually worsened the condition. Since you martial artist guilds are so greedy for profit, do you really think martial artists won't face legal consequences? A group of martial artists surrounded Zhang Wei, looking ready to take action. Su Chen noticed that these people wore matching outfits, and they weren't from their martial artist guild, so he curiously asked, "Oh, those are mercenary group members. They are all a temporary organization, mostly unregistered martial artists, living carefree on ordinary days." After hearing his explanation, Su Chen hesitated for a moment before walking over. At this point, Zhang Wei was already sweating profusely. Everyone, please don't get agitated. The vital energy theory of the eight-eyed spider was indeed sold by our martial artist guild, but we have never lied. Our own people in the guild have tried this theory, and it is indeed effective. There absolutely shouldn't be the kind of situation you described. Is there some misunderstanding? The leading man, dressed like a white-collar worker, immediately became furious upon hearing this. You're talking nonsense. Who else would dare sell this besides your martial artist guild? Do you think we unregistered martial artists are easy to bully? Brothers, if you don't give a satisfactory explanation today, then let's see what you've got. The man pushed up his glasses, raised his fist, and prepared to strike Zhang Wei. But in the next second, his fist was caught by someone, and no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't budge an inch. Hey, brother, let's talk things over calmly. There's no need to resort to violence. Besides, aren't you here to resolve the issue? Su Chen released the man's hand and flashed a friendly smile. The man felt Su Chen's strength, and his anger noticeably diminished, but he still didn't have a pleasant tone. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Can you speak for Zhang, the manager? He can indeed speak for me. This is our guild's new manager, Su Chen, the Grandmaster. Zhang Wei sighed in relief upon seeing Su Chen return. So you are the Su Chen that's been all over the internet?
The other man looked astonished but quickly cooled down.
I don't care who you are today. Your martial artists guild must give us an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? Su Chen cut to the chase without any small talk. He had been listening for a while and had a good grasp of the situation. It seemed that his eight-eyed spider theory had gone awry. Not only did it fail to neutralize the poison from the eight-eyed spider, but it also worsened the man's condition. Of course, compensation. We want 100 blood recovery pills and 500,000. You're asking for too much. Zhang Wei immediately shouted in agitation, looking ready to fight. This was the most he had been responsible for in the martial artists guild, and it was his hard work. Being treated this way was understandably infuriating. Your guild must take responsibility for your mistakes, otherwise, as a member of the martial artists guild, how will you explain this to all the martial artists in the district? How will you establish your authority? The man was unyielding. Zhang Wei wanted to say something more but was stopped by Su Chen. All right, we agree to your terms. Zhang Wei was taken aback, his face turning red. Su Chen, are you crazy? We were framed.
I know we were framed, they are targeting me and I have my own ways to handle it. Su Chen gestured for him not to worry.
The man
clearly didn't expect Su Chen to agree so readily, but he immediately became excited. You said it and you can't go back on your word.
Everyone here heard it. You all have to bear witness. For me. All right, we'll bear witness for you. Su Chen saw so many people cheering and wore a knowing smile. The things you want can be given to you, but first, I need to confirm the
condition of the martial artist you mentioned, to avoid you trying to deceive us here.
The bespectacled man showed a wary expression. What tricks are you trying to pull? Su Chen looked helpless. You can't just say whatever you want, right?
At the very least, we need to see how the person is doing. Otherwise, if you just make empty claims, we have to provide compensation.
That doesn't make any sense. Fine, wait here.
My brother is outside in the car, I'll have someone bring him in right now. The bespectacled man was brimming with confidence. While waiting, Zhang Wei pulled him aside with a grim expression.
Su Chen, you're being too impulsive.
You don't understand the situation. They are deliberately causing trouble and have come prepared. It's not that I'm worried about giving away those things. The problem is that this situation is simply giving things away for free. Manager Zhang, don't worry.
In Tianhai
City, there may have been people who wanted to play tricks on martial artists' physical conditions before, but now, no one is my match.
Su Chen was full of confidence. He wasn't bragging.
During the 2 weeks he spent with the Qi and Blood team, he had a thorough understanding of the physical conditions of martial artists below the Grand Master level.
Even the slightest
abnormality could be handled with the Qi and Blood theories he had accumulated, let alone finding faults in the theories he had created. Those who saw trouble with him were simply asking for it. Who knew that? Zhang Wei furrowed his brows inside. I know you have obtained a senior researcher degree and that you have made theoretical achievements,
but no matter how
high the degree, without practical experience, it's still too little. I heard that Tianhua Entertainment also hired a senior researcher. It's probably this person's doing.
Is it also a senior researcher degree? Su Chen raised an eyebrow.
This was somewhat unexpected for him, as talents who specialize in the theory of vital energy are different from martial artists.
Martial
artists only need sufficient benefits, but scholars who specialize in these theories cannot be easily persuaded.
For example, Shang and Xiaomeng from the Vital Energy Group. Even someone like Hua Yan wouldn't easily do things for money.
It seems that Tianhua Entertainment is determined this time, but Manager Zhang, you don't need to worry.
I'll handle this matter today.
While the two were talking, someone was already being carried in from outside.
Yes, they were being carried in. It was a middle-aged man, about the same age as Su Chen's father. He was
emaciated, to the point of being skeletal, and even while lying on the stretcher he was coughing violently.
Unlike the typical malnourished, emaciated person, he was enveloped in a deathly
aura, yet his mental state was extremely good. This is the most basic state of a martial artist gradually losing their vital energy. Their physical quality deteriorates, even affecting their lifespan, but it does not impact their mental state at all.
Although, tell everyone how you were deceived by these people. Boldly share your experience. We are here to back you up, so you don't need to be afraid.
The bespectacled man stood beside the man, raising his voice several notches. He looked at Su Chen with a smug expression, as if to say that today the Martial
Artist Association could not shirk responsibility.
The man called Oldo coughed violently and slowly began to speak. I was poisoned by the venom of an eight-eyed spider half a month ago, and then I learned that your Martial Artist Association was selling theoretical methods to suppress the eight-legged vital energy.
I bought it right away. At this point, his emotions began
to escalate, and with bloodshot eyes, he said, but I never expected that using that theory to treat my vital energy toxin not only didn't suppress it, but instead caused a severe loss of
vital energy. In just half a month, I've become like this.
I'm afraid I won't live much longer, but I absolutely cannot let your Martial Artist Association continue to harm others. He was filled with indignation, and everything he said seemed genuine.
If Su Chen hadn't been aware, he might have been deceived. What now? Now that you've said all this, what more are you Waiting for? Hurry up and bring out the compensation. The bespectacled man shouted arrogantly again. Su Chen ignored him and walked over to the man. Let me ask you, do you know that the effectiveness of this vital energy theory is very short? It's only effective within a few hours of contact, do you understand? Old O reacted with agitation. Of course I know. I knew you would say that. I strictly followed your theory. At that time, many brothers could vouch for me, and I still have the payment records from your purchase. You can't deny it. Su Chen nodded, calming his emotions. Don't worry, our Martial Artist Association keeps its promises. He approached Old O, checking his vital energy condition, and the surroundings fell silent. All eyes were on Su Chen, and Old O looked somewhat tense. The bespectacled man stood quietly to the side, watching this scene with a flicker of inexplicable light in his eyes. Soon, Su Chen finished examining Old O's body and withdrew his hand. The general situation was similar to what Old O had said. He indeed hadn't lost his vital energy for long, but it was clear that he had missed the optimal treatment time. However, he couldn't express this, as there was no way to prove whether it was indeed the best time for treatment. As long as this man called Old O insisted, even if the martial artists guild was in the right, they wouldn't be able to say anything. Presumably, these people were aware of the situation, which is why they came to stir up trouble with such confidence. Thinking of this, he looked up at Old O and slowly spoke. Your situation is that you've missed the optimal treatment time, which has led to my theoretical method of detoxification being ineffective, and the rapid decline of your vital energy is likely due to your impatience in seeking treatment, causing the situation to worsen. A hint of anger appeared on Old O's face, and he was about to retort, but Su Chen interrupted him. But you don't need to worry, I have a way to resolve the octagonal spider toxin in your body even if you've missed the best treatment time. If you are willing to tell the truth, our Martial Artists Guild will provide you with the best treatment methods right now. Old O, who was about to get angry, was momentarily taken aback, his anger turning to joy. Really? Really? This is my method of interpreting the theory of vital energy, and it has my signature on it. How? Could I joke about my own method? Su Chen nodded seriously. Old O was moved by his words. After all, if it were possible, no one would want to see their vital energy decline like this. But at that moment, the bespectacled man, sensing that things were going awry, stepped forward. What truth? What Old O just said is the truth. Old O, don't be deceived by his words. This guy just wants to quickly calm this matter down. He's clearly trying to trick you. Don't forget, even a PhD level expert would be helpless against your declining vital energy. Old O, who had been hesitating, changed his expression upon hearing this. Right. You're lying to me. Even a PhD level expert can't bring me back to life. Stop playing Tai Chi here and hurry up with the compensation. Old O's emotions grew more agitated, and the others began to echo his shouts. Su Chen frowned, looking somewhat angry. Who said a PhD level expert can't treat this? Your words are too subjective. The bespectacled man seemed to have anticipated this response, smugly saying, Who says we're being subjective? We've consulted scholars with PhD degrees. There's absolutely no mistake. As he spoke, his smile gradually froze, because he saw Su Chen, who had been furious, now wearing a mocking smile as he stared at him. Oh, as far as I know, there are no PhD level scholars in this city. Which scholar did you consult? The bespectacled man realized he had misspoken and simply ignored Su Chen's question. What does it matter where we found them? In any case, we did consult someone with a PhD, right, Old O? Old O, incited by his words, was already blinded by anger. Right. That's none of your business. Don't waste time here. Even if the police come to drive us away this time, we'll still come back next time. You can't escape. Su Chen smiled helplessly. Old O, I think you've misunderstood. What I want to tell you is that even a PhD isn't anything special. I am also a scholar with an advanced research degree. I don't know if you're familiar with this degree, but it holds the same status as a PhD. As Su Chen spoke, he slowly took out his degree badge and handed it to him. Since the person I mentioned is also a scholar of the same level, and this theory of vital energy was created by me, doesn't that give my words some credibility? Old O's expression kept changing as he looked at the badge in Su Chen's hand. The bespectacled man beside him saw this scene and his face grew increasingly ugly. Old O, don't believe him. Shut up. Old O suddenly shouted angrily. The bespectacled man turned pale at Old O's reprimand. Old O, have you thought this through? We're helping you, so don't be ungrateful. Old O ignored him, gripping the badge tightly, his gaze complex as he looked at Su Chen and said, I'm already like this. Do you have a way to treat me? Su Chen nodded seriously. Good. In that case, I'll trust you this once, he said, pointing directly at the pale-faced glasses man. You're right, I indeed didn't receive treatment at the optimal time, and the reason I'm causing such a ruckus now is all because this guy made me do it. When I missed the best treatment window, this guy found me and asked me to cooperate with his act. He said that if this time is successful, he would give me 500,000 and would be willing to cover my treatment costs for a year. As soon as these words were spoken, the Martial Artist Guild fell silent. The guild's martial artists, who were already holding back their anger over the disturbance, found themselves in a difficult position, unable to lash out due to their guilt. But now it was different. Someone had testified that even if they beat these people down, they could do so with justification. The glasses man and his companions looked extremely grim. After all, they were just a group of temporarily assembled individual martial artists. If they really got into a fight with the Martial Artist Guild, they would be at a disadvantage. You're talking nonsense. Stop spouting lies here. Old O, I think you've been bewitched by them. Old O's expression was equally unsightly. That's my business. Anyway, your doctoral level scholars can't do anything, and standing with you will only lead to disaster. This theory was created by this manager, and he is also a senior researcher. There might be hope. The glasses man was rebutted and could no longer utter a word. Good. You all just wait. Brothers, let's go, he said, waving his hand, ready to leave. However, just as he turned around, he felt a strong hand pressing down on his shoulder. Su-chen looked at him with a half-smile, but his voice sent chills down the man's spine. Did I let you leave? Su-chen's aura as a Grand Martial Master was unleashed, and the man's face changed dramatically. What do you want to do? Nothing, just that such a serious matter as accusing my theory must have a result. Everyone present, not one of you can leave. My current level is that of a 7-star Grand Martial Master. If you think anyone can force their way out from under my hands, feel free to give it a try. His voice grew colder with each word, the seriousness making it impossible to doubt. The glasses man turned pale, his eyes filled with fear. However, he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't try to scare people here. Even in court, the judge won't just listen to your side of the story. If you can't treat Oldo's illness, he won't give you proof. I want to see if you can really cure his toxin disease." The more he spoke, the more confident he became, and by the end, he was completely calm, even sneering. Initially, to get Oldo to cooperate with them, he had indeed taken Oldo to meet a doctoral level scholar. He admitted to lying about other things, but the fact that a doctoral level scholar couldn't treat Oldo was true. He didn't believe Su-chen had a way. What advanced researcher degree? To put it bluntly, it was just a pseudo-doctoral level. How could it compare to a real doctoral scholar? Oldo, hearing his words, looked somewhat regretful, but it was too late for regrets now. The only thing he could do was pray that Su-chen could really do it. Su-chen smiled confidently. Manager Zhang, bring out a copy of our octagonal spider's blood theory. Zhang Wei had been listening the whole time, and upon hearing Su-chen's request, he immediately took out a book on the octagonal spider's blood theory from his spatial watch and handed it to Su-chen. Are you really confident? Zhang Wei's face was filled with tension and worry. Under Su-chen's influence, this matter had unknowingly developed to this point. If there was truly no way to treat it, then there would be no way to resolve it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Su-chen, but if this ultimately failed, the impact would be too great. Right now, both the Warrior Association and Su-chen were at the center of public opinion and couldn't withstand such turmoil. Su-chen still wore that confident demeanor, smiling assuredly. Don't forget, this is my first theory. My level was still limited back then. He walked over to Oldo with the theory of vital energy in hand, opened it, and whispered in Oldo's ear. No one knew what he said to Oldo, but Oldo's eyes grew brighter, filled with hope. The bespectacled man stood confidently in place. He firmly believed that Su-chen absolutely couldn't solve the problem, and soon Oldo would still stand on their side. At this moment, Su-chen had already stood up, smiling as he patted Oldo's shoulder. That's about it, you should try again. Oldo nodded, sitting cross-legged in front of everyone's gaze, slowly closing his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Stop. It really stopped. My vital energy has ceased to diminish. Oldo was emotional, tears welling up in his eyes. He even wanted to climb off the stretcher, but Su-chen quickly pressed him down. Although the toxin has disappeared, you still need to rest. If you continue for a few days, according to my method, your vital energy will completely return to normal. By then, you can return to the life of a warrior. Thank you, Manager Su. If there's anything you need from me, Oldo, just say the word. I won't hesitate. Oldo grasped his hand tightly, his face full of gratitude. Everyone was also shocked at this moment. Did he really cure him? Just like that? The issue of the 8-eyed spider toxin had always been a thorn in the side of Tianhai City. The Warrior Association's previous theory on timely suppression of the toxin had already caused a stir. Now, if even someone like Oldo could be treated, didn't that mean they wouldn't have to worry about the 8-eyed spider's toxin in the future? If I don't speak, do you all think everyone is a fool? At that moment, the bespectacled man looked at Su-chen with a dark expression. He instinctively pushed up his glasses and sneered. Do you all really believe such poor acting? This is clearly Su-chen whispering benefits to Oldo, and then the two of them reaching a consensus before backstabbing us. If you can't prove that Oldo's body has truly recovered today, then your Warrior Association can forget about escaping the responsibility of selling fake vital energy books. Behind the bespectacled man were several followers, clearly loyal supporters, who chimed in loudly. Su-chen remained unhurried. You want proof, right? It's simple. We have many crystal balls here that test a warrior's vital energy. Isn't it just a matter of testing to see if it's real? However, given that things have escalated to this point today, it has already caused a huge impact on the reputation of our Warrior Association. If all the circumstances are confirmed today, you and your people can forget about leaving just like that. As Su Chen spoke, his expression gradually turned cold. Manager Zhang, prepare to notify the Warrior Management Association. Once the results come in, take these people down. Those who slander us won't get away. Seeing that Su Chen didn't seem to be joking, the bespectacled man felt a bit fearful. But now that things had developed to this point, there was no turning back. His only hope was that Su Chen was deceiving them. But Su Chen appeared calm and composed, not at all like he was pretending. Could it be that he really cured old O? No, absolutely impossible. The bespectacled man's expression returned to calm. What a doctoral-level scholar cannot achieve. How can Su Chen, a high school student who has just become a martial artist for less than a year, manage to do it? He is definitely just putting on an act. Soon Su Chen and the Martial Artist Guild will surely find an excuse to refuse, and he won't give the Martial Artist Guild or Su Chen a single chance. With this determination in mind, he waited for the people from the Martial Artist Guild to take out the blood test crystal. Wait, let me try. First, seeing the test crystal, the bespectacled man was the first to step forward to check, fearing they might tamper with it. Blood energy, 1,890 points. 9-star martial artist. He tried a few more times before he was satisfied and stopped. No problem, let's test it. Oldo placed his palm on it, and the blood energy showed 239 points. After waiting for an hour, Oldo retested, and the blood energy was still 239 points. The bespectacled man's face began to look grim. He stood in front of the test crystal, with a face full of unwillingness. Absolutely impossible. It must be that the waiting time was too short. Let's wait another hour. Another hour passed, and this time Oldo's blood energy reached 240 points. The bespectacled man sat down on the ground, feeling as if the sky was about to fall. It was still 239 points just now. How did it not drop but instead increase? He muttered to himself, looking incredulous. Su Chen sneered. The blood energy dropped too quickly at first. Part of it hasn't completely disappeared, just dispersed in the muscles. Now that it's controlled, a rebound is normal. What else do you have to say now? His gaze was icy cold, and other members of the Martial Artist Guild began to approach the few troublemakers. Although they had come in numbers, the Martial Artist Guild had even more people. Moreover, a large portion of the people the bespectacled man brought were unaware of the truth. Now that the matter was exposed, they would no longer help him. The bespectacled man's face turned pale. He knew very well what the consequences of being sent to the Martial Management Association would be. Being stuck inside for 3 to 5 years would be a small matter. Su, manager, no, Su, brother. This matter was my foolishness, blinded by greed. Please don't hold it against me. It was Tianhua Entertainment. It was the people from Tianhua Entertainment who made me do this, saying they would give me a generous reward as long as you and the Martial Artist Guild were willing to let me go and let me do whatever I want. He forced a stiff smile and began to plead for mercy. It's too late. Su Chen replied lightly, and the people from the Martial Artist Guild directly took him down. Manager Zhang, I think our guild absolutely cannot swallow this anger. We must send him to the relevant authorities to receive the punishment he deserves. What do you think? Zhang Wei, at this moment, also came back to his senses from the calmed event, looking at him with a complex expression and said, I'll listen to you. After all, you are the creator of this blood energy theory. Good, then it's settled. The bespectacled man felt as if his heart had turned to ashes. His expression twisted. Su Chen, don't get too complacent. Longdu won't tolerate you, and Tianhai City won't either. Tianhua Entertainment will definitely not let you go. Your end won't be any better than mine. Just wait for it. Don't worry, I'll be right here waiting. Su Chen watched him leave, expressionless. Tianhua Entertainment was definitely coming for him with the intent to destroy. He couldn't let the accomplice go. He also wanted to use this person to tell Tianhua Entertainment that he, Su Chen, was not a soft persimmon. Zhang Wei dispersed the gathered crowd and returned to his side, looking troubled. This person dares to be so arrogant entirely because of the pressure from the Chu family, and with Tianhua Entertainment backing him, he has become even more reckless. Now that your momentum has passed, Tianhua Entertainment will definitely not let you and the Martial Artist Guild off. This matter is probably just the beginning. I heard they have already started targeting the gold standard individuals. If they really succeed in squeezing someone out of your gold standard position, then we will truly have no trump cards left. At that time, neither you nor your family, nor the Martial Artists Guild would have it easy, I'm afraid. Su Chen realized that if he couldn't become a gold standard figure, he would have to face more threats from Tianhua Entertainment. So he had to succeed, and there was no time to waste. I saw that my name is not on the election list. This must be the work of Tianhua Entertainment, right? Zhang Wei nodded, his face serious. While they can't interfere with the judgment in our city, they have the ability to find better candidates to compete with you. However, there are still 2 weeks until the official announcement of the election list, so theoretically, there is still a chance. He let out a bitter laugh. But even though there is a chance, our odds are too slim. Among the candidates they invited, there is a PhD-level scholar who has participated in national research projects.
Although he only took part in some simple projects, he still has the credentials, and I heard he is willing to stay in Tianhai City for 5 years to contribute. He was well aware of Su Chen's excellence, but even the best needed enough time to grow. Clearly, Tianhua Entertainment did not want to give Su Chen that time to develop. Su Chen did not frown like him. Instead, he smiled confidently. It's okay, I have a way. You have a way? Zhang Wei was somewhat skeptical. If the method you're talking about involves the 8-eyed spider and theories for enhancing vitality, then it's basically impossible. Even if you could perfect them all, the contributions you could make would still fall far short compared to what that PhD could bring. It's not very realistic. No, I want to become the first grandmaster in our city. Su Chen suddenly spoke up. Not only do I want to become a grandmaster, but I also want to be the guardian of our city. If that's the case, do you think I could regain the gold standard status, Manager Zhang? Zhang Wei was taken aback at first. Then this gold standard status must belong to you. The reason Tianhai City is resource poor is that we lack a city guardian. If we have a city guardian, we can apply for more martial artist resource projects within the province. From Tianhai City's perspective, a grandmaster level martial artist is worth far more than a PhD level scholar. If Su Chen could truly become a martial artist, the city would gain more resources and opportunities. Because of him, forget about the gold standard figure. Even getting a management position for evaluating gold standard figures would be a piece of cake. But, breaking through to grandmaster is no easy feat. Su Chen, you have good talent, but there are quite a few people in our city who have touched the grandmaster level, and so far, none have broken through. Zhang Wei sighed. Su Chen nodded as well. Breaking through to grandmaster is indeed difficult. If I can't wait for that opportunity, I might never break through in my lifetime. Even if I finally get the chance, there's a risk of failure. I am already an 8-star great martial master. This growth rate is enough to prove my ability. Although becoming a grandmaster is hard, I will definitely succeed. Su Chen's face was full of confidence. He was different from others. As long as he found reliable insights from grandmasters, he could advance smoothly. About half a month might seem short to others, but it was enough for him to undergo a transformation. Zhang Wei was taken aback. Su Chen had broken through to 8-star great martial master. Such speed could only be described as monstrous. Ordinary people simply couldn't imagine it. However, he still didn't have high hopes for Su Chen, as the remaining time was too short. After a moment's hesitation, he said seriously, actually, there is another opportunity if you can kill a grandmaster level beast. If that's the case, even if you haven't reached grandmaster, based on your achievements and potential, the gold standard status would still belong to you. I have already discussed this with the president. The Martial Artists Guild is willing to do everything possible to help you kill a grandmaster level beast, no matter the cost. A warm current flowed through Su Chen's heart. Zhang Wei was like an elder guiding him, and hearing such words was heartwarming. I will consider this matter as well, but I won't joke with the lives of the brothers in the Warrior Guild unless it's absolutely necessary. I have my own methods. Zhang Wei nodded. I believe you on this. If you need any help, just let me know. As long as it's something the Warrior Guild has, I will definitely not hold back. Su Chen nodded. There are indeed some things I need help with. The 8-eyed spider and the theory of enhancing vitality have been thoroughly perfected. It's now absolutely flawless. I plan to release them completely, using this opportunity to let more people know about me, which will also help with the upcoming Golden Mark character election. No problem. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands excitedly. It's been too frustrating with Tianhua Entertainment suppressing us lately. Let's show them the power of the Warrior Guild. Don't they like to nitpick? This time, with a perfect theory in hand, let's see how they can twist it. Nighttime. In the living room of a certain apartment complex. Useless. You can't even handle such a small task, and I still have to fish you out. The bespectacled man shivered, looking nervously at the furious Sumi. Sister Sumi, it's not my fault. Didn't you say he absolutely had no way out? Do you dare to retort? No, Enough. A middle-aged man's voice came from the room. That kid went to a training camp. He probably learned quite a bit, but it's just a theory about the 8-eyed spider. It won't affect the Golden Mark character election. In a couple of days, I'll send you the theoretical results I've been working on. Just find a reliable way to enter the market, and you can overshadow his work, crushing his last glimmer of hope. Sumi immediately brightened up. Brother Qin is reliable. If you had been here in Tianhai City earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. That damn Su Chen caused me to be sidelined by the company. This time, I must clear my name. Let him understand how terrifying the consequences of offending me can be. I'll hurry up and send you the theory I've created. You contact the company to deliver it to that person. That way, it will be foolproof. Just a kid who hasn't even matured yet. Does he really think a senior researcher degree can compare to a PhD? Ridiculous. Late at night. In the office. Su Chen was writing furiously, the sound of pen and paper scratching away continuously. The door pushed open, and Lu Mei carefully placed a cup of coffee beside him, waiting quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Suchen finally looked up. Lu Mei was dressed youthfully and vibrantly today, like a beautiful girl from a movie, catching his eye. Sensing his gaze, Lu Mei smiled. Manager Zhang said you were back, so I brought you the theory you left with me as soon as I could. While you were away, I diligently helped you handle things here and supplemented the theory a lot. Su Chen took it and looked over, discovering that many of the derived theories were actually consistent with his perfected version. Did you derive this? Su Chen was shocked. He had never thought Lu Mei's level was low, it was just that after seeing Ah Sheng and the others, he realized the gap when looking back at Lu Mei. Now it seemed he had underestimated her. Lu Mei shot him a glance. I lost sleep over these things, pouring my heart and soul into them. Su Chen compared it with the recently organized perfect version in his hands and was increasingly astonished. Sister Lu Mei, your level is definitely enough to qualify for a researcher degree. Why did you return to work at the pharmacy? Is this enough to be a researcher? Don't joke with me, I was the worst one. Beside our professor back then. Lu Mei's expression was strange. She didn't seem to be lying, she genuinely thought her level wasn't high. Who was your professor? Since Lu Mei wasn't lying, there was only one possibility. The professor who guided her was very capable, but she just hadn't realized it. Wang Yu. Su Chen silently noted this name, took out a copy of the organized theory he had prepared for her, and said earnestly, here is the corrected perfect theory. I made this version. According to your actual situation, it's what I owe you. He had promised to let Lu Mei become a true martial artist, and after such a long delay, it was time to fulfill that promise. Lu Mei nodded. I didn't expect that a trip outside would make you so much more mature. Forced by circumstances, Su Chen chuckled. Lu Mei pouted. You should find time to go back. Uncle Su thinks about you every day. The last time I went to see him, he was drinking alone. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. In his impression, his father was someone who never expressed his feelings when something was bothering him. This time at the training camp, he had learned quite a bit about his mother. It was time to have a talk with his father. He also needed to clarify matters regarding the Chu family face to face. After being married for so long, his father must know some hidden truths. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Lu Mei. I'll treat you to a meal later. Su Chen left, and the office door closed behind him. Lu Mei pouted, still a child. After all, Su Chen exited the Martial Artist Association and rushed home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his father, Su Zhou, sitting alone at the dining table, lost in thought while drinking. Dad, I'm back. Upon seeing him, Su Zhou's face lit up with a surprised smile. Why didn't you say you were coming back? I could have gone to pick you up. You've lost weight. It's obvious you haven't been eating well. Come sit down, let's have a drink together. Su Zhou's first words were to comfort him. Son, winning or losing is common in battle. You don't need to worry too much about the outcome. Second place is still impressive, right? As long as you can be on TV, that's already a success. Those people who don't want us are the ones lacking vision. Su Zhou grew more indignant as he spoke, then waved his hand. From now on, let's develop here in Tianhai City. Who needs that broken Longdu? Listen to Dad, I've already arranged the bride price for you. When you graduate from university, you can marry Xiao Mei. At first, Su Chen listened with great interest, but the more he heard, the more something felt off. Dad, don't talk about me, let's talk about you and Mom. Su Zhou, who had been excited, immediately froze his smile. What about your mom? Right now, this is your big issue. Su Chen's expression turned serious. Dad, since you watched the live broadcast, you know about Xiao Qing's injury, right? You didn't ask me if I had called your mom. Seeing his serious expression, Su Zhou slowly set down his wine glass. Don't worry, your little sister is fine. The Chu family won't let anything happen to her, they're doing well. The Chu family. As expected, he thought. How could his father possibly know nothing? Your grandparents are from the Chu family, right? Or is the whole Chu family your grandparents? You and Mom didn't divorce just because of marital discord, it was also because of the Chu family, wasn't it? Su Zhou was silent for a few seconds before giving Su Chen a shocking answer. I don't know. You don't know? Yes, I really don't know. When I was with your mom, I only knew that your grandparents were doing well and were in the military on the front lines, but what they were really like, let alone me, even your mom was confused. He smiled helplessly. That matter is in the past. It doesn't matter anymore. How can it not matter? You don't ask my mom, and my mom doesn't ask you. You two are just playing a game of charades from a distance. You think it's unimportant, but what about me? And your little sister? Do you think it's not important to us? Su Chen was somewhat agitated. Seeing Su Chen question him, Su Zhou suddenly became agitated. What does it matter if it's important? Can we get past the Chu family? What do you want me to do? Rely on you. I can't save my own failed marriage. Do you want me to have my son? Save me? Su Chen stood frozen in place. Seeing him silent, Su Zhou also closed his mouth, suddenly appearing several years older. No matter what, the Chu family is not an ordinary household in its current state. One could even say it's a behemoth. To remarry, you need to face how much resistance there will be. Your father knows this very well. If I can't do it, should I expect my son to? As a father, should I make my son pay for my failed marriage?
After a brief silence, Suchen slowly spoke, since you have the intention to remarry, you must meet in person. Leave the Chu family's matters to me, you don't need to worry. I still have half a year until graduation, and I've already secured a recommendation spot. When the time comes, you can go with me to Longdu to see Mom. Suzhou wanted to say something more, but Suchen interrupted him. Dad, if you really care about me, you should support my approach. Suchen's expression was resolute. In the end, Suzhou didn't say anything more, just nodded. The father and son ended this topic, having drunk quite a bit during their long-awaited reunion. Until Suzhou was completely drunk, Suchen checked his condition and then left. As he had expected, even though Suzhou had learned methods to enhance his vitality, the improvement was minimal, barely maintaining his vitality without decline. With age, what he lacked was that fighting spirit. He got into the car and rushed back to the Warrior Association, receiving a call from Zhang Wei on the way. Suchen, not good. I just heard that someone has developed a theory that can suppress almost all vitality toxins. The city is in an uproar. Suchen frowned. Is it that doctor hired by Tianhua Entertainment? Not sure for now, but I've inquired, and this theory can suppress and eliminate toxins as long as they don't affect the master level. While this may not compare to your targeted interpretation theory of the eight-eyed spider, its application range is broader. If it gains attention, your detoxification theory will be just a fleeting moment. So you mean my contributions will be minimized again, and the possibility of becoming a gold standard figure is even lower? A sigh came through the phone. Yes. In that case, even if you break through to the master level without any outstanding contributions to the city, you still can't become a gold standard figure. After all, we warriors are ultimately just warriors. Without a national position, we can't find stability. Suchen understood Zhang Wei's meaning very well. Once he became a gold standard figure, any institution like Tianhua Entertainment would not dare to show their fangs at him, because even though he would only be a gold standard figure in a city, he would be contributing to the country, working for the nation. Even becoming a city guardian would only be considered an employment relationship with the district, which is a significant difference. Is my theory of enhancing vitality also unable to shake this? Suchen frowned. Zhang Wei immediately replied. If you add the vitality theory, for now, you can still suppress their momentum, but if they take further action, I understand. Rest assured, Manager Zhang, I have my own methods. Suchen hung up the phone and found a familiar name in his contacts, then dialed. Hello? Brother Shang, are you out of work after being dismissed? After a few seconds of silence, an angry voice came from the phone. Suchen, are you being polite? In the following days, Tianhai City was extremely lively. First, the Warrior Association directly announced the eight-eyed spider's interpretation of the vitality theory, allowing countless warriors affected by the eight-eyed spider to regain their health. Then, a doctor was invited to the city to develop a comprehensive detoxification theory. For a time, the excitement surpassed that of the Warrior Association. Just as everyone was still trying to process this, the Warrior Association dropped another bombshell. Suchen, who ranked second in the training camp, returned to the city, bringing with him a perfect theory for enhancing vital energy, allowing everyone to quickly boost their vitality. In an instant, the popularity of the Martial Artists Guild and Suchen overshadowed the former. The entire Tianhai city was abuzz with discussions. In the breakfast shop that morning, in the garden, in front of the school gate, all the citizens were talking about this matter. Similar conversations could even be heard on the bus. How did our city suddenly get better? Better? That's not something ordinary people can enjoy. My old man wanted to buy that book on enhancing vitality a couple of days ago, and when he asked, it was nearly 6 figures. On the bus, Suchen, who was on his way to pick up a Shang, couldn't help but laugh and cry at these comments. He didn't expect the citizens to be so concerned about these matters. The only regret was that the cost of the vitality theory had already been driven down so low that there was no way to push it further down. Otherwise, his vitality would have long been sufficient to reach the master level. However, this was unavoidable. According to Zhang Wei, if prices were casually slashed, it would provoke dissatisfaction throughout the martial arts industry. After all, there were other theories in the market besides enhancing vitality, and their prices remained unchanged. Suchen listened all the way and even heard his own name. After all, this vitality theory was created by him, and it was hard not to mention him. Most ordinary people did not have a favorable view of him, even thinking he could not become a gold standard figure. Young, selling the vitality theory was expensive. In short, he was not well regarded in the eyes of ordinary people. Although he felt quite aggrieved, there was nothing he could do. His mood only improved a little when he reached his destination. Just off the plane, a Shang was sitting in a noodle shop eating, and when he saw Suchen arrive, he let out a satisfied burp. We agreed that everything about my food, clothing, and housing here is under your management. And I want a salary because your old man is out of work. You can't just bleed me dry. Suchen smiled broadly and agreed. Seeing him agree, a Shang finally got down to business. I looked at the vitality theory you sent me. What is it? At most, the other
Party can barely scrape together a doctoral level title. This kind of half-baked skill is only because you're young. If you had worked in the group for half a year,
you wouldn't even look at him.
Don't worry, if he dares to show off again, I'll help you deal with him. At this point, he paused, his eyes shining as he stared at
Su Chen.
He looked at him as if he were a monster, clicking his tongue in amazement.
Let's not talk about that for now. Is it true that you want to break through to the master level?
Shang looked at him curiously, his eyes excited. When he first met Su Chen, he felt an astonishing aura from him, probably already reaching the
master level of vitality.
My vitality level has already reached the master level, but breaking through requires more than just vitality. You know this best, brother.
Shang, I want to become a gold standard figure in this field and a guardian of the city, so I can only ask you to help me. Su Chen nodded slightly. You can't swallow the humiliation from the Chu family, can you?
Shang's expression turned serious.
Xiao Tian, there are some things I must clarify with you. Although I'm willing to help you this time, it doesn't mean I support you in dealing with the Chu family. The Chu family is not a family that can be challenged just because you have some social status. They are one of the pillars of our dragon country in dealing with alien beasts, and they are too difficult to shake. Don't worry, brother Shang. Su Chen flashed a brilliant smile.
I know my limits, and besides, you and Professor Lin Quan have had your lives affected because of me. I must stand up for myself.
Shang looked at him with a complex expression inside.
How are you going to stand up for yourself? Now that the Chu family is causing a ruckus, any organization or institution
with a reputation won't want you. Of course, they won't easily let me and brother Luo go either. Without any power backing you, no matter how strong a person is,
they can't accomplish much. You don't need to worry about this, Shang. I've already found a place, and it might be in existence even more substantial than those
capitalists at the training camp.
Shang chuckled and nodded helplessly. He clearly didn't believe Su Chen's words, just nodding in response.
All right, it's getting late. Arrange a place for me to stay.
Of course, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the accommodation, Su Chen said with a mysterious smile.
An hour later, Zhang Wei personally welcomed Wei into the guild along with several other managers, arranging the best accommodation and office for him. Who is Shang?
The former leader of the Blood Chi team. Although he only has a doctoral degree, the martial arts theoretical knowledge he possesses is among the top in the country.
He is also a grandmaster. Currently, there are no grandmasters in the entire Tianhai city.
Having such a figure come to the Tianhai City Martial Arts Guild is truly a momentous
occasion.
News of Shang's arrival at the Martial Arts Guild quickly spread.
In the most prosperous villa area in the center of Tianhai City, Zhu Yu, who had just been nominated for the Golden Mark candidate, was enjoying a massage. Two young women with stunning figures and beautiful looks were attending to him, one on each side. At nearly 28 years old, he had participated in national research projects and obtained a doctoral degree in terms of achievements in martial arts theory. Zhu Yu could be considered a young prodigy. This time, coming to Tianhai City to compete for the Golden Mark position, he was determined to win. Sitting on the sofa,
Sumi looked at Zhu Yu, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, and slowly said, "Young Master Zhu, I came this time because Brother Qin asked me to find you."
Zhu Yu opened his eyes, his tone displeased. Isn't it just his blood chi theory credited to me? Is it necessary to remind me every few days? Even if he came up with that detoxification theory, I could have created it without him, right? Sumi's expression stiffened. Young Master Zhu, don't misunderstand. I'm here for something else. This time.
Although the detoxification theory created by Brother Qin has overshadowed the eight-eyed spider theory, Su Chen has another set of theories for enhancing blood chi. This theory, while its effects are limited, has considerable influence. Brother Qin means he is now at a loss. She gritted her teeth when mentioning Su Chen. She never dreamed that Su Chen would have another method for enhancing blood chi.
Zhu Yu raised an eyebrow. It's just a method for enhancing blood chi. I've already
looked it over. The effects are too poor, probably only useful for some ordinary people and the lowest level martial artists.
Those with a bit of talent won't benefit at all. It's nothing serious, such a trivial matter won't stir up any waves. He still can't compete with me. Hearing his words, Sumi didn't relax but hesitated.
And said, I just received reliable news that the frontline team leader, Shang, has moved into the Tianhai City Martial Arts Guild.
You know the level of the frontline team leader, Zhu.
If he really helps Su Chen and the Tianhai City Martial Arts Guild,
then he will die.
Zhu Yu's face revealed a murderous intent, a
disdainful smile on his lips.
Just a mere team leader, and a former one at that.
Don't forget he was dismissed by the Chu family. If he dares to be ungrateful, then we
can directly contact the Chu family.
Even if we don't contact the Chu family, don't forget who my father is.
As long as Shang seeks death, let him die.
Hearing him say this, Sumi's face regained a smile. Young Master Zhu is right. With your status and means, what can Su Chen use to compete with you?
Zhu Yu was flattered and
very satisfied.
Alright, that's settled. I can't wait to see Su Chen's expression when he gets eliminated, and those old fellows at the Martial Arts Guild will also
have a hard time. They go to the mayor every day to cause trouble. I've been summoned for talks many times, wasting my time. Sumi received a satisfactory answer and left the room with a smile. The next morning, a Shang knocked on Su Chen's door. I was just about to find you to discuss the promotion to master, but I didn't expect you to be even more proactive than me. Seeing a Shang in such a hurry, Su Chen laughed heartily. However, he quickly stopped laughing, because he noticed a Shang's grim expression. It was clear that something was wrong. What happened? I received a call from my old boss yesterday, saying that I've been targeted. If I really interfere in your guild's matters, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay as stable as I am now. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Chu family. Su Chen was taken aback, his smile completely vanishing. He had thought about this matter being related to the Chu family when he returned, but he didn't expect it to be true. He had already come back to Tianhai City, yet they were still relentlessly pursuing him. Did the Chu family really look down on him and his father this much? To put it harshly, he still had the blood of the Chu family in him. Could they really be so heartless? Su Chen quickly calmed down. After all, he was clear about the situation in his heart, so why get angry? It's okay, then a Shang, you can just treat it as a vacation. The Chu family probably never expected that I would break through to master, right? Shang nodded. He had already heard about Su Chen's current situation yesterday. They probably think they had you completely under control. No one would expect you to break through to master and take a different path. He said this, but the more he spoke, the less confident he sounded, even letting out a sigh in the end. Breaking through to master wasn't that easy. When he broke through to master, it took him a full 3 months. Su Chen had a good theoretical talent, but that didn't mean he could smoothly break through to master. Let's start from today. There isn't much time left for the golden marked individuals. Whether you succeed or not, you should try your best. Su Chen nodded and invited him into the room to sit down. Breaking through from Grand Master to Master is an extremely difficult endeavor. First, there's the issue of vitality, which absolutely cannot just be barely enough. How much vitality do you have now? A Shang got straight to the point. Su Chen didn't immediately answer his question. In front of him, the data showing his vitality increase was still being displayed. Your perfect vitality theory is being studied by someone. Vitality plus 100 points. Your perfect vitality theory is being spread. Vitality plus 200 points. Your perfect vitality theory is being fully mastered by someone. Vitality plus 500 points. With each prompt, his vitality value kept fluctuating, and the last value he saw, 104,050 points of vitality. Not even 110,000. Su Chen slowly spoke. Hiss. A Shang gasped. The vitality required for master level needs to reach 100,000 points. Of course, the more, the better. My idea is to at least reach 3,000 points, and it seems you've already achieved that. However, even though you need to break through, you can't give up on increasing your vitality next, and you must work even harder to improve. Trust me. Su Chen nodded seriously. This posed no pressure for him. Ever since his 2 perfect vitality theories were officially released by the Warrior Guild, his average vitality increase was around 2,000 to 4,000 points per day. As time went on, more and more people would learn the 2 vitality theories. He had estimated that, based on the warrior population in Tianhai City, the highest average would be around 4,000 to 6,000 points of vitality. So, he didn't need to worry about increasing his vitality at all. He just needed to focus entirely on the breakthrough. I've tried it myself, but I found that breaking through to master is completely different from other realms. It seems, it's not the same concept of breakthrough. After discussing the vitality values, Su Chen immediately raised his question. He had tried it himself last night. Just like before, he read that Long Preserve's novel, but it was completely useless. Luofu also had some information on his theory, but watching it was of no use. In the end, he reached a conclusion. The most critical method and logic for breaking through to the master level is an existence that cannot be described in words, otherwise, it would trigger his learning ability. Sure enough, Ashing's first words were just that. That's because the breakthrough to master isn't something that can be understood through verbal teaching. It has no logic. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many grandmasters but so few masters? Before Su Chen could continue asking, he extended his palm. Under Su Chen's puzzled gaze, wisps of milky white gas floated out from the center of his palm. It resembled smoke but was thicker, swirling and rolling in his palm. You are observing the method of controlling and releasing chi and blood release. Plus 0.01% proficiency. You are observing the method of controlling and releasing chi and blood release plus 0.01% proficiency. You are observing the method of controlling and releasing chi and blood release plus 0.01% proficiency. Is this chi and blood release? After observing for 5 minutes, Su Chen increased his proficiency by 0.05%. Ashine nodded. Yes, to break through to master, you must first master the ability to release chi and blood. Once you acquire this ability, being able to skillfully grasp the relationship between your own chi and blood and that outside of you will allow you to break through to master. As he spoke, He retracted his palm, but the chi and blood still floated in midair as if it had a life of its own. The released chi and blood is an inexplicable energy related to the energy of heaven and earth. Neither words nor videos can truly replicate it. Only real close-range observation is effective. Without a master like me to help, relying solely on your talent to comprehend this ability is harder than ascending to the heavens. Only a very few gifted individuals can achieve it. He wanted to continue speaking, but noticed that Su Chen's attention was completely on the chi and blood. This guy. Although Ashing had witnessed Su Chen's focus on learning theory before, he was still amazed to see it again. Such focus and determination, not just in martial arts, could lead to success anywhere. He decided not to disturb Su Chen and quietly waited by the side. An hour passed. During this hour, Su Chen hardly blinked. Ashing felt tired himself. This guy was like a wooden post, completely motionless. Another hour passed and he released some chi and blood again for Su Chen to observe. It continued like this until noon when Su Chen, exhausted from excessive concentration, lay down. A full 4 hours. Su Chen had raised his proficiency to 24%. At this rate, he would master the method of releasing chi and blood in at most 3 days. However, he still felt the speed was a bit slow, as breaking through to master required more than just mastering this one ability. Moreover, he felt that merely breaking through to master was not enough to take down a gold standard figure. He thought that trying to practice releasing might speed things up a bit. A grand master could go a week without food or water without any issues, but to recover his strength, Su Chen had a hearty lunch. After a satisfying meal, he pulled Ashung into the room and, under his guidance, began to attempt to practice chi and blood release. With 24% proficiency, he was confident he could release a bit of chi and blood. Under Ashing's astonished gaze, a wisp of milky white chi and blood appeared in his palm. Although this milky white chi and blood was only as thin as a needle and could not leave his palm, it was enough to astonish anyone. You are learning the practical method of chi and blood release, chi and blood release plus 0.02% proficiency. He succeeded. Su Chen saw the prompt and a smile of excitement spread across his face. It worked. Just like that, he began training over and over again. Late at night, at the border of Tianhai City, deep in the suburban mountains, Xiao Sini, who had already broken through to the martial master level, was running frantically. Her usually calm cheeks were now filled with fear, and her body was covered in blood. Suddenly, her footing faltered and she fell to the ground, her head striking a rock, blood streaming down. But at that moment, Xiao Sini couldn't care less about her head injury. She scrambled to her feet and ran wildly down the mountain. As she ran, her arm displayed a bizarre angle, clearly indicating it was completely broken. Whoosh! A whistling sound suddenly filled the air, and a dark shadow fell from the sky, crashing heavily not far from her, rolling down the steep slope. Xiao Sini stared at the shadow, her expression growing increasingly terrified. It was a human martial artist, but at that moment he had been completely crushed into a mass of flesh. Along with his bones, it was a horrifying sight. The last trace of calm on Xiao Sini's face was shattered, replaced by sheer terror. She ran around like a madwoman, and in her panic she turned to see a massive creature sweeping through with the wind. Boom! The night was filled with a deafening roar. It sounded like the explosion of a mountain. At the safety point, Lu San was waiting for Xiao Sini as usual, his hand trembling, causing the freshly lit cigarette to fall to the ground. He looked towards the distant beast-infested forest, his face filled with worry. It can't be a beast tide, can it? His words were cut off, his pupils constricting. Under the bright moonlight, he saw trees falling in clusters, and many boulders and trees were thrown dozens of meters into the air. Just then, a figure burst out from the edge of the forest, roaring loudly. Lu San, call for help. Beast tide. In the city center, the highest level of security against the beasts gathered together. The mayor convened an emergency meeting. All the big shots and high-ranking officials of Tianhai City were gathered, each with a serious and heavy expression. As the local military representative responsible for combating the beasts, Li Jun was the first to stand up. At 2038, the third safety point reported that a master-level beast appeared and attacked the safety point. It led the first wave of the beast tide to attack the third safety point, but fortunately, it did not participate itself, barely holding the safety point. Now, at 2112, all martial artists at the third safety point have evacuated, and we are intervening. The threat level of the beast tide around Tianhai City is generally not high. What truly worries us is this master-level beast. It could charge into the city at any moment, and so far, we have no means to kill it quickly. If it launches another attack. He did not continue, but everyone present understood what he meant. A master-level beast going berserk in the city would cause immeasurable losses, even if they could eventually kill it. Tianhai City was already a remote city, lacking resources, and the number of martial artists and scholars was far fewer than in other cities. If they were to suffer disruption from a master-level beast this time, development would at least be stalled for more than half a year. Everyone frowned, unconsciously looking towards the mayor. Guo Xiao, the mayor of Tianhai City, was already 41 years old this year, and his own strength was at the peak of the great martial master level. Now that the city faced
Such a dilemma, everyone naturally looked to him for guidance.
The only way to minimize the losses in Tianhai City is to intercept it before it enters the city.
So, what we need is a master-level martial artist. I have already requested assistance from the central government in neighboring cities but have not received a timely
response.
Therefore, our current delay is to first understand and contain this master-level beast, minimizing our casualties.
Of course, if anyone has a way to kill it directly, that would be even better. Guo Xiao appeared extremely calm,
but no one knew that although he seemed calm on the surface, inside he was burning with
anxiety.
The reason is simple: the central authorities are too slow to respond, and the situation in the neighboring cities is similar, with no master-level warriors. Even if there are some, they are unwilling to come. After all, if the only master-level expert dies here, that city could be in decline for years, even decades.
The
people present exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a sense of helplessness. This was not just their helplessness but also the helplessness of the backward, remote,
small cities.
At that moment, a respected scholar stepped forward. Mayor, there is a master in our city's warrior association. We can ask him for help.
A master? The mayor was taken aback. Why have I never heard of this?
He is a retired personnel from the front lines who has just arrived in our city.
He has a good relationship with Su Chun from our warrior association and is currently residing there.
Guo Xiao looked surprised.
The Su Chen you mentioned is the high school student who was recently eliminated from the candidate list for the Golden Standard, right? That's him. The scholar nodded. It was you who publicly agreed to cancel his spot.
Guo Xiao's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. Li Jun, go meet this master-level expert right now and ask him for help.
No matter what demands he makes, I allow you to agree.
Understood.
Li Jun nodded and promptly left the conference room. On the other side, inside the warrior association, Su Chen was sweating profusely as he manipulated his spiritual energy.
You are learning the practical method of externalizing your vital energy, externalizing vital energy plus 0.02% proficiency. You are learning the practical method of externalizing your vital energy, externalizing vital energy plus 0.02% proficiency. Externalizing vital energy has reached 100% proficiency, perfectly mastering the ability to externalize vital energy.
As the prompt disappeared, a milky white gas rose from Su Chen's palm and floated.
This was almost identical to the vital energy released by a Shang, indicating that he had successfully mastered the externalization ability.
Incredible! A Shang watched him in shock, unable to suppress his amazement. Su Chen also smiled with satisfaction, wiping the sweat from his forehead.
Brother Shang, should you teach me how to master the relationship
between internal and external vital energy next? A Shang nodded. He raised his arm and threw a punch at the air.
This punch did not use any martial arts, but a deep sound of an explosion echoed
through the air. Bang! It was like a powerful battery exploding, deafening. Su Chen was astonished. The power of this punch could probably flip an armored tank. So this is the true power of a master. Su Chen's eyes showed longing.
Although he had heard about the power of master-level warriors, he had never witnessed a true master in action. Now, even though he had only seen him throw one punch, his intuition told him that this punch was enough to severely injure a 9-star Grandmaster. A world of difference. A Shang pressed his arm against Su Chen's back, his eyes
hesitant.
You should have seen my movements just now.
Now I will help you mobilize the spiritual energy within your body.
When you try to punch, you need to externalize the vital energy
inside you. Su Chen nodded and attempted to throw a punch.
The moment he mobilized his vital energy to punch, it felt like a ferocious beast was about to burst out from his arm, taking most of the blood from his body with it.
Bang!
You are trying to understand the relationship between internal and external vital energy, understanding the relationship level plus 0.01%.
You are
trying to use the relationship between internal and external vital energy, understanding the relationship level plus 0.02%.
Ugh!
Su Chen suddenly began to retch violently, his eyes bloodshot. He gasped for air, blood uncontrollably gushing from his mouth. He turned to see A Shang's expression of indifference, his eyes filled with confusion. He grabbed A Shang's pants, and, before he could say anything, he fell to the ground. Just before his consciousness plunged into darkness, he heard a rapid knocking on the door and Zhang, the manager, shouting anxiously. When Su Chen woke up, he was lying in bed. He was startled and sat up abruptly, only to see Zhang Wei, who looked frightened beside him. Where is he? Su Chen felt a surge of energy and blood throughout his body, an uncomfortable sensation, like an old injury flaring up after recovering from a serious illness. Are you talking about A Shang? He went to the city border. Someone from the city just came and said a master-level beast has appeared, and they asked him to go. Su Chen thought he had misheard. You said master level? Our Tianhai city is remote and resource poor. How could a master-level beast appear? Zhang Wei sighed. It really has appeared. Fortunately, Xiao Sini was on the mountain at the time. She has rich combat experience and managed to escape successfully, though she lost an arm and delivered the news in time. Su Chen was stunned, his face paling to the extreme. Xiao Sini lost an arm. To him, she was both a teacher and a friend, and he never expected that after such a short time apart, the news about her would be so tragic. He found it hard to accept for a moment, sitting on the bed, in a daze. Seeing him like this, Zhang Wei sighed. Don't worry too much, Mr. Rusheng is also a master, he should be able to handle this soon. Before he left, Mr. Rusheng told me to remind you to practice well, he said.
Your coma is a normal condition.
When you are no longer affected by the surging energy and blood, you will have succeeded.
This is a critical moment, you absolutely cannot let your mind wander to other issues. Su Chen's eyes
flickered. So it was a normal situation. However, that feeling was truly painful, as if the blood inside his body was being forcibly drawn out, causing the entire system to malfunction in an instant.
It seemed that even if
there were shortcuts, breaking through to master level was not easy.
Brother Shang is right, even if I go now, it would be pointless. Su Chen's eyes showed determination, and he then got up and walked towards the door. What are you going to do? Zhang Wei asked, worry etched on his face. I will practice in the room. You go find me some calming potions and some that can quickly restore physical strength and energy. Be quick, I have urgent use for them. Su Chen ignored Zhang Wei and returned to the room.
He closed his eyes tightly, recalling the details of controlling his energy and blood while punching just moments ago.
He waited until Zhang Wei brought the potions before he began to try again. Bang!
A muffled sound echoed in the room, and Su Chen's face quickly turned red.
He immediately took the calming potion and sat on the ground, gritting his teeth.
Although he felt like he was about to collapse, he managed to hold on.
He succeeded.
Just as Shang said, the damage from the second attempt was less than the first. This damage would diminish over time until he fully understood it and no longer
experienced harm.
By that time, he would have officially broken through to master level.
After a brief adjustment and a deep breath, he continued to practice.
In the room, he swung his fists repeatedly, his expression resolute. You are trying to understand the relationship between the energy and blood inside and outside your body, understanding the relationship level plus 0.01%. You are trying to use the relationship between the energy and blood inside and outside your body, understanding the relationship level plus 0.02%. You are trying to understand the relationship between the energy and blood inside and outside your body, understanding the relationship level plus 0.01%. City border. Shang emerged from the dense forest covered in blood, returning to the safe point under the odd gazes of a crowd. He sat in the lounge, blood still
dripping from the terrifying gash on his chest. Professional medical personnel rushed into the room, quickly tending to his wounds.
As the commander, Li Jun rushed into the
room and respectfully bowed to Shang. Mr. Shang, thank you for your hard work. I wonder, how is the battle situation?
Shang's eyes were filled with fatigue as
he spoke softly. I am no match for them, and I won't be going back there. That is the infamous ape tiger, one of the top existences among master-level exotic beasts.
Although it is a cub, it is not something a single master can handle. He looked down at the bloody scar on his chest, a hint of bitterness appearing at the corner of his
mouth.
Tell the mayor that this situation may be more serious than he imagines.
If it enters the city, we won't be able to deal with it without deploying large-scale weapons. But if we use large-scale weapons, you should know what will happen to your city.
Li Jun's face turned pale. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and,
finally, it seemed he made a certain decision. Mr. Shang, if we can find another master, would we have a chance? Shang was silent for a second. Not necessarily. This guy is not an ordinary exotic beast.
What I mean is that the two masters I mentioned can only deal with it if they are fully committed and without regard for their
own safety. Can you find such a master in Tianhai City? Moreover, you don't have much time.
Shang's face was full of helplessness.
I just went there, and I've
already provoked the other side. It is estimated that by tomorrow night at the latest, it will lead those exotic beast minions down the mountain.
I suspect that your Tianhai's means of defending against the beast tide are quite immature, right?
If you really can't find a master, then try to upgrade your defenses as much as possible.
Minimize civilian casualties.
Li Jun's face was as white as paper.
Is there really nothing we can do?
Seeing his unwilling expression, Shang hesitated for a moment and said, perhaps you still have a chance. Someone from the Martial Artists Guild is trying to break through to the master level. If he succeeds, we might have a chance to kill this exotic beast if the two of us work together. Li Jun, who had been in despair, was suddenly filled with surprise.
You mean, the president of the Martial Artists Guild?
He thought for a moment, realizing that the only one in the guild who had a chance to break through to the master level was the president. Shang shook his head under his astonished gaze.
Who else could it be? I really can't think of any other martial artist in the guild who could break through to the master level.
There is, Shang interrupted him.
Su Chen.
If Li Jun's expression was one of shock when he heard that the person breaking through was not the president, then his expression turned to one of astonishment when he heard the name Su Chen.
In the lounge, a sharp cry echoed. Who are you talking about? On the other side, the mayor sat in his office with a serious expression. He had already received the news that Shang had not killed the master-level exotic beast. Shang had not succeeded and was severely injured.
The master-level exotic beast was about to lead the beast tied into the city, putting the lives of over 2 million people in Tianhai City at risk. He sat in front of the phone, his face growing increasingly grim. Finally, a hint of determination appeared in his eyes, as if he had made a certain decision. Tianhai City absolutely cannot have any problems. I must take responsibility. Guo Xiao walked out of the office, his back resolute. Someone, immediately, contact Zhu Yu. In the villa area, Zhu Yu's residence. Guo Xiao sat on the luxurious sofa, his expression serious and solemn. Zhu Yu, you should be very clear about the current situation in Tianhai City. If that exotic beast really breaks in, the entire city will suffer greatly, and even the development in the coming years will stagnate. So I hope you can contact your Zhu family and find a master-level martial artist to help. Tianhai City will definitely not be stingy with the reward. At this moment, Zhu Yu was dressed elegantly and her gold-rimmed glasses accentuated her scholarly demeanor. Hearing Guo Xiao's words, she adjusted her glasses. Mayor, you should be well aware of the Zhu family's situation. As a junior, my words may not carry much weight, but if you can promote me to a gold standard figure now and revoke the candidacy of others in my generation, like Su Chen, allowing me to become the only young gold standard figure in the city, then that family will certainly look at me differently. At that point, I will definitely be able to resolve the issues. Guo Xiao's expression instantly darkened. If he really did that, there would be no fresh blood becoming a gold standard figure in Tianhai City. It's important to know that the quota for gold standard figures is not something a mayor can easily decide. It comes from the provincial center, and perhaps there won't be another opportunity to apply for the gold standard figure quota in the next 3 years. The youngest gold standard figure in a city being a young person from another city would also be a significant blow to Tianhai City's future development. Seeing his hesitation, Zhu Yu suddenly smiled. I know Mayor Gui is in a difficult position. After all, you have a lot on your plate. You see, I can't help you here, so I won't keep you. Guo Xiao never expected that Zhu Yu would actually issue an eviction order. This was clearly a threat to him as the mayor. If he didn't do as Zhu Yu said, there was no need to continue the conversation. Guo Xiao's face turned ashen, but for the sake of Tianhai City, he held back his anger. He stood up, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Since that's the case, I'll return to handle my affairs. Don't bother seeing me off. As he walked out of the villa, Guo Xiao's face was as pale as death. As the mayor of a city, being insulted like this filled him with rage. But without Zhu Yu's help, they had no way to deal with a master-level beast. He kept breathing, trying to force himself to calm down, standing at the villa's entrance to steady himself. About 10 minutes later, he sighed helplessly, his eyes revealing determination. He turned to head back into the villa when a phone call came in. The caller ID showed it was Li Jun. I have something urgent to attend to. If it's not something special, let's pause this call for now. Guo Xiao answered the phone, feeling somewhat helpless. However, after a brief silence on the other end, Li Jun's voice made him shudder. Mayor, I just received news from Mr. A Shang that Su Chun from the Warrior Association is attempting to break through to master level. What? Guo Xiao was taken aback. Could you repeat that? Guo Xiao almost thought he was hearing things. Su Chen? If he remembered correctly, wasn't this kid always a scholar? Although he became a warrior this year and joined the Warrior Association, it had been less than a year. How could he possibly break through to master level? Mayor, I know this is hard to believe, but I have confirmed it multiple times. Su Chen is not only an excellent scholar but also a gifted warrior. According to Mr. A Shang, he has indeed started to push for the master level and it's going very smoothly. Guo Xiao fell silent. At that moment he was trembling with excitement. He never dreamed that things would take such a turn, but soon, he calmed down. How long do you think it will take for him to break through? Unclear. According to Mr. A Shang's estimate, a normal warrior takes 1 to 2 weeks to break through to master level, but Su Chen has achieved in 1 day what others do in a week. So, Su Chen could break through in 1 to 2 days. Guo Xiao could hardly contain his excitement. That's not a certainty, but theoretically, yes. Great. Guo Xiao's cheeks flushed with excitement. Li Jun, I am giving you the highest authority now. You can mobilize all military forces in the city. Hold that master-level beast at all costs. We need to wait for Su Chen to break through. We need to wait for our city's hero. Understood. The call ended. Guo Xiao looked coldly at the villa. In the distance, he could vaguely see a figure on the villa's balcony. Expressionless, he placed the phone back to his ear, waiting for the connection. Prepare the highest level of welcoming ceremony in the city. I will personally go to the Warrior Association. The mayor's logistics team was utterly shocked by this news. Because this ceremony was rarely seen, the last time was 2 years ago during an inspection by the highest provincial leaders. No one knew who this ceremony was for, but everyone understood that there could be no delay. The minute hand on the wall clock had only made 1 full rotation, yet all personnel and items to be prepared had arrived at the entrance of the Warrior Association. Guo Xiao slowly stepped down from the official vehicle, with nearly half of the city's high-rises behind him.
The warriors of the Warrior Association looked on with curiosity and tension at such a grand display, the likes of which they had never seen before. They were anxious, fearing that the mayor would send them straight to the front lines to deal with the terrifying beasts. Jiang Wei quickly approached from the entrance of the association, his face filled with a warm smile. Mayor, you've worked hard. Our president is currently out of town and cannot return, so I can only represent the Warrior Association to welcome you. Guo Xiao immediately shook his head. The ones who have worked hard are those warriors on the front lines and those brave souls from the Warrior Association willing to take action. I am here to pay tribute and express gratitude on behalf of all the people of the city to the Warrior Association. At this point, the mayor bowed deeply in front of the entrance of the Warrior Association, his head lowered sincerely. The expressions of all the onlooking warriors were complex. The purpose of this visit is twofold. First, to thank all the warriors preparing for battle. Second, to welcome our city's first Grandmaster, Mr. Su Chen. Whether he will take action for our city or not, we will accompany him here to break through without rest or sleep. As Guo Xiao spoke, all the high-ranking officials behind him showed determination. Some were just ordinary people, and many were over 50, yet not a single one of them showed hesitation in their eyes. They all stood in unison at the entrance of the Warrior Association, like statues. Their gazes were resolute, all waiting for the success of a young man. That young man was their future. Jiang Wei instinctively glanced at a glass window of a room in the Warrior Association, his feelings complicated. Who could have imagined that at this moment that young man had become the object of everyone's anticipation? Below the Warrior Association, the mayor and numerous high-ranking officials had stood for a day and a night, not moving an inch. Many older officials had begun to sway unsteadily. Yet, even so, not a single one of them withdrew. Due to their status, they could not fight on the front lines, so they could only wait in this insignificant manner alongside the hope of Tianhai City. Just then, the mayor's phone rang. Mayor, it's bad, the beast is charging into the city. Li Jun's voice came through the phone. Guo Xiao's body trembled, his eyes turning red. How long until it reaches the city? Which direction will it first make contact? Li Jun's voice was heavy. About an hour from the outer ring of the city. I've already sent the specific direction to you. We have done our best to hold it back, but the soldiers have suffered heavy losses and could not withstand its impact. Guo Xiao took a deep breath, his voice heavy. Okay, I understand. I will immediately send people to organize the evacuation of the crowd. You continue to delay on your end. In an hour, I will personally arrive at the battlefield to share the fate of Tianhai City. He said this and hung up the phone. Looking up at the glass of a room, his expression complex. Inside the room, Su Chen sat cross-legged on the floor, breathing evenly. The room was incredibly silent, with only his breathing audible. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. The calmness in his eyes resembled the sea before a storm. Crack! As he stood up, every bone in his body cracked and popped. He then adjusted his posture and movements, suddenly throwing a punch. The speed of this punch was astonishing, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. If there were a camera, even at 8 times slower, it would be hard to capture. Boom! A tremendous muffled sound exploded from the room, resonating clearly throughout the entire martial artist guild. You are attempting to understand the relationship between the internal and external vital energy, understanding the relationship of the two energies level plus 0.02%. The understanding of the relationship of the two energies has reached 100%. The panel in front of him gradually faded away, and Su Chen felt he had perfect control over the ability to release vital energy. He raised his palm, and a milky white vital energy floated out from his body, as simple as drinking water. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and with a mental strike, his panel appeared before him. Host, Su Chen, age, 18 years. Vital energy, 115,000 points, 1-star master, comprehension, 0 points abilities, free extreme intent fist, 30% proficiency, light and agile sword dance, 100%. Proficiency, DJ beat mode 100% proficiency, villain symphony 100% proficiency, one step ahead, 100% proficiency, weapon mastery, light and agile sword, 100% proficiency. Finally a master. Vital energy reached 115,000 points. This means his vital energy is completely stable, capable of consistently demonstrating the level of a master. A master breaks through to 1-star every 100,000 points, and the difference between each realm is significant. His situation can only be considered the lowest level of master. However, even the lowest level master is worlds apart from a great martial artist. He moved his muscles a bit and opened the door. The door slowly opened, and he saw Jiang Wei's tense face. At this moment, Jiang Wei's heart was almost in his throat. That loud bang just now was truly terrifying. Everyone was worried about whether Su Chen would be okay. As the person closest to Su Chen in the martial artist guild, he naturally rushed over to check. Just as he hesitated whether to open the door to check on Su Chen's safety, unexpectedly, Su Chen came out himself. Seeing Su Chen safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon after, his expression gradually turned to shock and surprise. You really broke through? Jiang Wei felt the suffocating pressure emanating from Su Chen, his throat tightened, and his lips went dry. He had only felt this sensation from the serious Ah Sheng before. Yes, I broke through. Though it was a bumpy road, I ultimately broke through. Su Chen clenched his fist, excitement bubbling within him. I'm just glad you're okay, just glad. Jiang Wei also felt excited at this moment, murmuring to himself, incredible. After so many years in the martial artist guild, witnessing Su Chen's legendary rise, he truly didn't know how to describe his current feelings. However, once the excitement faded, he immediately remembered his purpose. He said anxiously, Su Chen, Tianhai City is in grave danger. We need your presence. Just 2 hours ago, that beast has already broken through the defenses and is heading towards the city. The mayor and many officials were downstairs accompanying you during your breakthrough. But an hour ago, the mayor went to the front lines. He asked me to convey his congratulations to you and he hesitated at this point. The mayor said that if you are willing to take action, Tianhai City is willing to bear any cost. You. Su Chen's expression was resolute. No need for more words. This is the city I live in. It holds all my beautiful memories, and killing a beast of master level is also a necessary experience for me to become the city's guardian. As he said this, his voice paused, and he cautiously added, I only have one question. Since the beast has broken in, does that mean Ah Sheng? Mr. Ah Sheng is fine, he just sustained some injuries. Mr. Ah Sheng means that this beast is too powerful for a single master to handle. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, he felt reassured. Then let's set off. Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time and immediately prepared to leave. Now that he had broken through to the master level, he truly wanted to test some of that power and show what he could do. Jiang Wei's expression was somewhat grim at that moment. In the outermost ring, the location is in the direction of your neighborhood. What? Su Chen was taken aback. The exact direction of the beast's attack is uncertain. The mayor has already organized an evacuation as soon as it entered the city. I was supposed to go meet your father right away, but the mayor went himself, so there shouldn't be any problems. Su Chen remained silent, his heart racing with anxiety. He immediately tried to call Mayor Guoxiao, but there was no answer, and the same went for Su Zhou's phone. Hanging up, Su Chen no longer hesitated and quickly walked out of the Warrior Association. As he stepped outside, he was met with countless high-ranking officials from Tianhai City. The moment they saw Su Chen, a profound silence fell over the crowd. In front of the Warrior Association's entrance, there was a stillness. All eyes were on Su Chen. There were no words, but he could clearly feel the grievances reflected in their gazes. He didn't know these people and was seeing them for the first time. Yet, for some reason, he could distinctly sense the grievances in their hearts. An elderly man, over 100 years old, slowly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Su Chen. Master Su, we implore you to help save Tianhai City. Tianhai City is willing to do anything for this. Su Chen helped him up. Without saying a word, he got into the special vehicle heading to the battlefield. The familiar streets were unusually quiet. The hustle and bustle of Tianhai City had vanished. The streets were deserted, and Su Chen saw many people fleeing. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. Chen Fei. Perhaps due to the urgent escape, he was leading some students from the school onto a bus. Su Chen saw Chen Fei drenched in sweat, while Zhang Xing stood there in confusion, seemingly lost in thought. Through the bus window, he also saw Chu Yingying and some other classmates. The city's transportation system is already in chaos. Schools and communities are basically organizing evacuations together to prevent disorder. In the city, the driver lamented, casting a look of awe towards Su Chen. He knew Su Chen was a master in the city and understood what Su Chen was about to do. Su Chen remained silent. His hand tightened slightly and his gaze revealed determination. The scenery outside the window continued to retreat, extending into the unknown. While observing the cityscape, Guoxiao was seeing an endless hell. There was a beast the size of a 5 or 6-story building, but its head was that of a massive tiger. Its fur was as hard as steel, and a thick tail grew from its rear. With just one punch, it brought down a 7-story building. The dust kicked up by the collapsing ruins obscured people's vision, and then countless stones flew out, striking numerous armed warriors. Thud! The warriors fell like toys, shattering like soft tofu. Hua Zhao's eyes turned red at this sight. Li Jun, rocket artillery. Send in the armored vehicles for fire suppression. Countless shells appeared in the sky, bombarding the beast, creating massive explosions and clouds of smoke. But as the smoke cleared, the beast remained unscathed. Mayor, we can't hold on much longer. Li Jun stood beside him, his face filled with despair. At that moment, at the farthest point of the front line, Ah Sheng stood in front of the fleeing crowd. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, somewhat resembling Su Chen. Su Zhou was staring blankly at the ruins in the distance. Among those ruins, there were a few surviving buildings. One of them was the home he shared with Su Chen. Su uncle, this place isn't safe. You should evacuate quickly. Go to the Warrior Association to find your son. He is about to break through to master level, and he can definitely ensure your safety. Ah Sheng's expression was serious. He wasn't a warrior from this city. His earlier actions were purely
instinctive, driven by the nature of a frontline soldier. But in the current situation, he knew he couldn't handle it himself, so the only thing he could do was help protect more people to escape. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He hadn't planned to answer it, but upon seeing the caller ID, his expression turned cold.
Su Chen. Boom.
Several armored vehicles were overturned, and countless beasts charged forward under the lead of the ape tiger. Guo Xiao and Li Jun watched as the soldiers were thrown into disarray, their faces pale. Tianhai City is finished, Guo Xiao muttered to himself. In the next second, his expression hardened, as if he had made a decision. He rushed out towards the ape tiger and the beast tied. Mayor! Li Jun shouted anxiously, hesitating before following suit. But in the next moment, a figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. Everyone go back. Ah Shang's expression was icy, and then he took out a metal long knife from his spatial watch, leaping nearly 10 meters. Whoosh! Wherever he passed, those beasts were split in two. The metal long knife appeared extremely sharp, easily slicing through concrete as well. Soon, the ape tiger noticed his presence and let out an angry roar, charging at him. Despite the ape tiger's massive size, it was not slow. It covered the distance of several dozen meters in just 2 or 3 seconds. It raised its gigantic fist and smashed it towards Ah Shang, creating a sonic boom in the air. Boom! The ground shook, and Ah Shang successfully dodged, leaving a bloody gash on its arm. A large amount of blood flowed from its arm, and the ape tiger let out a furious roar. Its eyes began to fill with bloodshot veins, and its muscles gradually swelled, visibly increasing its size. When it looked at Ah Shang again, its gaze seemed to burn with flames. Yet, despite this, it stopped moving, its demeanor eerily calm, like the stillness before a storm. Ah Shang's expression turned grim, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily as if facing a formidable enemy. In the next second, the ape tiger moved again, but its speed was significantly faster than before. By the time Ah Shang regained his senses to dodge, the fist was already less than half a meter away from him. Bang! Ah Shang was sent flying over 10 meters before hitting the ground, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the blood, his expression grave. The bandage wrapped around his chest also showed a hint of crimson, and his eyes revealed helplessness. He glanced in a certain direction, forcing a bitter smile. This favor is no small matter. I wonder how you'll repay me later. In the next second, he charged again, entangling himself with the ape tiger, the sounds of their clash echoing as the ground shook violently. In the distance, Guo Xiao and Li Jun, who had retreated, watched the earth-shattering battle with faces full of reluctance. But more than that, they were worried, as Ah Shang was currently being suppressed by the ape tiger, and they believed he couldn't hold on much longer. I really didn't expect Mr. Ah Shang to take action. With him involved, it can buy more time for the citizens to escape. Li Jun sighed in relief. Guo Xiao remained silent, clenching his fists. Anyone could see that Ah Shang couldn't last much longer. If there could be another master-level warrior, they definitely wouldn't be in such a desperate and passive situation. Suddenly, it seemed he saw something, and his expression changed dramatically. A shine soared into the air after a leap, and the ape tiger suddenly opened its mouth. A milky white gas gathered in its mouth, gradually forming a massive sphere. This is the externalization of vital energy. He stared intently at the sphere of energy, his eyes bloodshot. If this strike hits Mr. A Shang, we are finished. Quick, suppress the fire. He hurriedly grabbed the intercom, roaring loudly, but at that moment, it was too late. The energy ball in the ape tiger's mouth gathered at a focal point, then shot out like a cannonball. It flew towards A Shang, who had no way to gain leverage. No! Guo Xiao cried out in despair and anger. Just then, a figure zipped past him, moving as fast as a car. In the next second, the body leaped over 10 meters. Everyone instinctively looked up. What they saw was the face of a young boy. A leap of over 10 meters, that was Master Su Chen. Guo Xiao's voice trembled. Only a master level could achieve such height. There was no doubt Su Chen had broken through to the master level. In midair, Su Chen held a massive rock weighing nearly 200 pounds and hurled it towards A Shang. As the stone approached A Shang, its speed began to slow, becoming a point of leverage in the air for A Shang. Just a second before the ape tiger's energy ball struck him, A Shang successfully evaded the attack and landed on the ground with Su Chen. A Shang looked at Su Chen with a complex expression filled with shock and admiration. But he knew it wasn't the time for awe. He gazed seriously at the ape tiger. If you had come any later, you would have had to face this terrifying creature alone. Is this what a master-level beast looks like? Su Chen looked at it, his expression grave. It was the first time he had truly seen a master-level beast. Its size was like a high-rise building, practically a small mountain. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with rage and indifference to life, devoid of any emotion. Compared to human martial artists at the master level, it exuded an even more formidable pressure. Just its massive size instilled fear. A Shang tightened his grip on the steel knife, explaining the current situation to Su Chen. Master-level beasts can already use beast abilities similar to martial arts. The energy ball you just saw is one of them. If it hits, even an armored vehicle would be shattered to pieces. and its physical attributes and strength render ordinary firearms ineffective. Only small hydrogen bombs and missiles can truly harm it.
Among masters
of the same realm, beasts are always greater than martial artists. Only by combining our strengths do we have a chance to win.
Su Chen said nothing, only tightening his grip on the light spirit sword. In the next second, the two charged forward, one on the left and one on the right.
A Shang's knife technique was chaotic but immensely powerful. Anything that
came into contact with his blade was almost always split in two. Su Chen executed the Villain's Symphony, a heavenly level sword technique he had comprehended, maximizing the power of a single attack. The two master-level martial artists quickly suppressed the ape tiger.
Flesh was cleaved, and blood gushed forth like blossoms on its body.
Roar! An angry roar erupted from its throat, spreading outward from the ruins.
Guo Xiao and the others watching could hear it clearly, instinctively covering their ears in shock.
Seeing the ape tiger being suppressed, Guo Xiao clenched his fists in excitement.
Li Jun, use military equipment to start a live broadcast so that all citizens in the city can witness our heroes'
battle.
With the invasion of master-level beasts, the public was in a state of panic. Many transportation systems had collapsed, and numerous stampedes and riots had occurred.
If the
scene of suppressing the alien beasts in front of them could be presented to all the citizens, the panic in their hearts would surely be dispelled, making evacuation much easier,
and facilitating rescue and preparation efforts in the city.
Yes, I'll take care of it right now. Li Jun agreed with this approach and immediately ran towards the rear of the
battlefield.
At this moment, the people who had been evacuated from the battlefield were shouting in panic, many of them frantically crowding towards the vehicles.
Those unable to get
on the vehicles were running wildly, and no amount of military direction seemed to help.
Su Zhou walked at the front of the line, escorted by two warriors, and instinctively turned back upon hearing the shouts behind him.
Looking at the smoke and explosions among the ruins, his eyes revealed deep concern. Just moments ago, he had received news that Su Chen had charged to the front lines. It was precisely because of this that he could be escorted by two warriors, making him safer than others.
Mr. Su, rest assured, Mr. Su Chen is the main force in this battle against the alien beasts.
As long as the city's defenses have not been completely breached, he will be safe, the two warriors comforted Su Zhou. But they all knew that the warriors at the front were facing life and death situations. Su Zhou said nothing, but his expression showed even more worry. If possible, he also wanted to stay at the front to see the battle against the alien beasts. Just then, a loud voice came from the back of the crowd.
Citizens, please do not panic. Please leave in an orderly manner.
Our warriors at the front have successfully held off the alien beasts' attack, and shortly, we will broadcast the frontline content live for everyone to watch in real time. Please trust in the strength of Tianhai City and believe that the warriors of Tianhai City can protect you.
Everyone must leave in an orderly fashion, with the elderly and children going first. Li Jun's voice echoed, momentarily calming the panicked crowd.
Those at the back of the line, unable to leave quickly, instinctively opened their phones.
On
the screen, two warriors were besieging an alien beast that was as massive as a mountain.
Blades flashed, and blood splattered. Although the terrifying alien beast was huge, it could not harm them and was being firmly suppressed. It's real. It's really happening. They've really managed to hold off the alien beast. Everyone, don't panic. The voices
of the citizens rose and fell, gradually restoring order to the chaotic line, and more people began to evacuate effectively. Su Zhou saw Su Chen on the live broadcast and clenched
his fists in excitement. Xiao Tian, you must be safe.
In the live broadcast, the number of viewers had begun to soar. Many people had immediately shared it with their friends
and family. More and more people were joining in.
These citizens who were not present were now in various corners of the city. Most of them were in a state of fear and panic.
In
crowded air raid shelters,
on congested roads,
in chaotic waiting areas for rescue.
This panic spread like a plague, continuously infecting others. But at the moment they saw the live broadcast, it came to an abrupt halt. There were warriors in Tianhai City who could withstand the master-level alien beasts. They still had hope. They eagerly shared it with their fellow citizens in the city, and the number of live viewers skyrocketed.
At this time, on a somewhat tangled road, vehicles collided due to panic as they left, leading to a series
of accidents that forced many vehicles to stop and wait for rescue. The vehicles organized by Chongqing High School were also stuck here. Lin Wanqing, what do you want to do?
Everyone is in a hurry to leave, but isn't what you're doing a bit excessive? Chen Fei stood in front of the bus, looking at the warrior blocking his way, his expression grim.
Behind the warrior, Lin Wanqing looked panicked and anxious.
Her delicate makeup was already smudged, making her look extremely disheveled.
Hearing Chen Fei's words, a hint of guilt
appeared on her face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by determination. Teacher Chen, the decision to change cars isn't up to me.
The company must ensure my safety, and I can't do anything about the decisions made by the warriors. Chen Fei was furious.
So, because your Class 2's car broke down, you want to take our Class 1's car, is that it?
Chen Fei's face turned red.
Class 2's car had been in a rear-end collision, and he had initially thought about seeing if he could help, but unexpectedly he was directly confronted by two
Warriors following Lin Wanqing. Now, the two warriors were forcing everyone from Class 1 to get off the bus, giving the vehicle to Class 2, where Lin Wanqing was. Teacher Chen, this isn't something I can decide, Lin Wanqing said, her gaze evasive. Chen Fei was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted. Old Chen, why make things difficult for a child? You know that. As a key nurtured artist, many things are beyond their control. Old Zhang brought the students from Class 2 to stand behind Lin Wanqing, looking at him with a forced smile. Old Zhang, do you have no shame? The lives of your class's students matter, but the lives of my Class 1 students don't? Chen Fei gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. Hearing him say this, the smile on old Zhang's face completely disappeared. What time is it? Are you still talking about this? A master-level beast is about to destroy Tianhai City. Staying here is a dead end. Our car is damaged. We must borrow yours. He said this without paying any more attention to Chen Fei, turning to the warrior beside Lin Wanqing with utmost respect. Warrior, I think we should speed up. After all, a master-level beast will soon breach the city. The warrior nodded and made a gesture to another warrior on Class 1's bus. Immediately, several voices were heard. Be gentle. No, we're getting off. Chen Fei's face turned ashen as he saw his classmates being forced off one by one. Old Zhang, seeing his defiance, smugly said, Don't take it out on me. We're all riding on Wanqing's coattails. Who told her to be a key artist nurtured by Tianhua Entertainment, and who told her to have warriors looking after her? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Oh, I forgot. Your Class 1 also has a warrior. Where's that Su Chen kid? That kid isn't dead on the front lines, is he? You. At that moment, Chen Fei wished he could tear his mouth apart but dared not. Old Zhang wore a mocking smile, feeling utterly triumphant. He had always been dissatisfied with Chen Fei. The fundamental reason was that Chen Fei had brought out a Su Chen. After Lin Wanqing appeared in his class, the school leaders had treated him with great respect. But ever since Su Chen rose to prominence, everything changed. The care from those leaders and the respect from colleagues shifted to Chen Fei. He had been brooding over this matter, and today he finally had the chance to gloat. He took all the Class 2 students on the Class 1's bus, watching the gloomy faces of Chen Fei and those students, feeling immensely pleased. In contrast, Chen Fei and the students of Class 1 looked extremely grim, because if they were left here, they could very well be devoured by the beasts attacking the city at any moment. Some of the more timid classmates turned pale, their bodies swaying unsteadily. Just then, someone in Class 1 shouted, I see Su Chen. I see Su Chen. Chu Ying stood at the back of the line, excitedly waving her phone. Her little face was flushed with excitement, full of joy. Where is Su Chen? Chen Fei. And the classmates of Class 1 were first taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Su Chen was the only warrior in their class. If he was there, perhaps they wouldn't have to lose their car. He's here, on the phone, you all quickly look at the live stream on your phones. Chu Ying was so excited that her voice trembled. She initially wanted to call home for help right away. After all, no one wanted to die here, but the first thing she saw was many live streams being forwarded to her. When she saw the content of the live stream, the rush of blood to her head from the excitement left her speechless. The only way to vent this emotion was to share it. When others heard her say Su Chen was in hand, their first reaction was disappointment. However, when they curiously opened their phones, they were immediately captivated by the scenes in the live stream. In the footage, the terrifying beast instilled fear in everyone, its roar shaking their souls. Compared to its massive body, the two figures appeared extremely small, even insignificant. But when they saw the two figures move like lightning, leaping over 10 meters high and slicing through concrete like tofu, their faces were filled with shock. With a whoosh, one arm of the giant beast was severed by one of them, blood splattering like a fountain. The person landed, revealing a youthful face. That was Su Chen. Su Chen. Is he a master? Holy crap, my brother is a master. The classmates from Class 1 cheered collectively. Their voices reached the ears of the students from Class 2 who were preparing to set off. Why is Class 1 so excited? Have they all been scared silly? The students from Class 2 looked through the window, puzzled at the jumping figures of Class 1. Old Zhang furrowed his brow. Even if they were stimulated, it was impossible for everyone to be affected. At this point, he really couldn't think of anything that could make people this happy. I think I heard Su Chen's name. Ma Tiansheng, who had clashed with Su Chen, suddenly spoke weakly. After the last conflict with Su Chen, he was detained for a week, and his family had to pay a lot. So he was particularly sensitive to the name Su Chen. Although the car window was soundproof, it wasn't completely isolated. He vaguely heard Su Chen's name. What? Old Zhang's eyes widened as he instinctively rolled down the car window. His action immediately drew the attention of Class 1. The looks from Class 1 were mocking. Chen Fei also wore a cold smile. Just as he wondered what was happening, gasps came from inside the car. It seems we don't need to run anymore. We have 2 master warriors in the city. Quick, look at the live stream. Students from Class 2 also discovered the content of the live stream and began to cheer excitedly. Old Zhang quickly grabbed their classmate's phone. The content on the livestream was crystal clear, and the battle of the two master-level warriors was extremely shocking. But when he saw that one of them was Su Chen, it felt like a thunderbolt struck him. Impossible. How could this be? Su Chen is a master? He muttered to himself while holding the phone, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Behind him, Lin Wanqing also saw the live stream content. Seeing the boy running against the fierce beast, her face was as pale as could be. At that moment, the gap in her heart reached its peak. She sat there in a daze, biting her lip hard to keep her tears from falling. At that moment, she finally understood that in front of Su Chen, her talent was nothing but a drop in the ocean. Meanwhile, the students in Class 2 also confirmed Su Chen's identity, and the entire car fell into a dead silence. Looking down at the students from Class 1, their expressions uneasy, fearful, gradually terrified. Su Chen had become a master. That was a master. The first master in the entire Tianhai city. What that represented was self-evident. If Su Chen could slay the invading beast this time, his status in Tianhai city would be unshakable. The power he possessed would be unimaginable. They had now seized the cars of their master classmates and teachers. Old Zheng shivered and slapped his own face. Get out of the car. Everyone, get out. He roared, then adjusted his expression to a courteous smile as he got out of the car. At this moment, Su Chen, who was in the midst of battle, had no idea that his fight would lead to such a situation. Just after severing an arm of the beastman tiger, he was filled with confidence. This exhilarating battle made him feel the beauty of power, while also sensing the mystery of vital energy. By externalizing his vital energy and communicating with the energy of heaven and earth, his physical abilities had improved tremendously. He was increasingly fascinated by the realm of martial artists, and after the battle, he had to dive into research immediately. At this moment, Shang fell beside him, panting as he looked at the beastman tiger, which had stopped attacking due to its severed arm. His expression was not relaxed at all, instead, it was even more serious. Your attacks are too intense, consuming too much stamina. If this continues, we'll both die here. Su Chen smiled dismissively. Brother Shang, didn't you see it has already lost an arm? My remaining stamina is definitely enough to last until it dies first. The powerful sense of strength brought by the master made him incredibly confident. He was already starting to look forward to the power that the master's later realms would bring. Not just power, but also the wonderful changes that the later realms would bring to a martial artist's body. As he thought this, he prepared to finish off the beastman tiger in one go. The theoretical research on the master realm would start from it. However, at that moment, something heart-stopping happened. The wounds on the beastman tiger's body, which were filled with deep gashes, began to heal at a visible speed. At the sight of the severed arm, flesh and blood vessels began to grow, starting the process of regeneration. Su Chen's pupils constricted, his face filled with shock. The beastman tiger looked down at the two of them, its eyes revealing a human-like mockery. A master-level beast could regenerate. Su Chen's mind went blank. Shang's face turned ashen, his voice almost coming from his throat. Damn it, it really can regenerate. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chen's expression darkened. Not all master-level beasts can regenerate. It's a special ability of certain beasts, and whether they can regenerate depends entirely on the individual beast's talent. There haven't been any master-level beasts around Tianhai City. It suddenly appeared, and I should have realized it was extraordinary. Luofu's expression grew increasingly grim, his eyes showing a hint of fatigue. His own realm wasn't high either. Although he was at the master level, he only had the strength of a 2-star master. The beastman tiger before them should be at the level of a 3-star master, and with the terrifying physical qualities and recovery abilities of beasts, their chances of winning were already slim. Make your move. We can't let it recover any further. Su Chen rushed out immediately, his expression serious. He finally realized that this battle was no child's play. After all, behind him was not just Tianhai City. There were also his friends, family, classmates, and other important people. Shang followed in his footsteps, attacking together. The beastman tiger was still in the process of recovery. This was the best time to kill it. If they missed this opportunity and it recovered, it would be difficult to take it down again. Su Chen quickened his pace, preparing to use the villain's symphony at the first opportunity. Just then, the beastman tiger suddenly turned and ran off into the distance. This scene left Su Chen momentarily stunned. It ran away. No, it wanted to recover its body first. Realizing this, his heart sank to the bottom. This scene was a huge shock to the two masters, but ultimately, the two quickly adjusted their mindset and continued the pursuit. However, while they could adjust their mindset, the entire city's populace could not. The live broadcast was originally intended to be inspiring, and at first, it indeed achieved that, but now this scene has left everyone feeling despair. The injuries sustained by the two masters after a long battle had almost completely healed in just a few breaths, and that severed arm was even regenerating. What was most suffocating was that this master-level beast could actually run away. It understood how to use tactics. In front of the live stream, countless citizens wore expressions of despair. Suzhou looked pale as he watched the footage, his palm clenched tightly, worry etched across his face. Guo Xiao appeared dazed, on the verge of collapse. Even though he wasn't a master, he knew that the previous battle had exhausted a significant amount of energy from Su Chen and the two masters. If the ape tiger fully recovered, it was highly likely that the two would die on the battlefield. It wasn't just the two masters who would die, it was Tianhai City as well. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, anxious for the safety of the two masters and the city, but there were also some who felt particularly at ease. In the villa area, Zhuyu was comfortably lounging on the sofa with a glass of red wine, watching the livestream. Upon seeing this despairing scene, a mocking smile crept onto his lips, his cold gaze fixated on Su Chen in the video filled with murderous intent. I didn't expect a poor kid to break through to master level. I really don't know what kind of luck he stumbled upon. But looking at you, you're just a short-lived ghost, and you want to compete with me for the golden mark? Wishful thinking. He continued to sneer, seemingly unconcerned about the city being overrun by beasts. However, when he saw the cold, brutal gaze of the ape tiger turned back towards him in the video, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. He instinctively turned around and, upon seeing a tall figure standing behind him, let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Li, if Tianhai City really gets attacked, I'll need you to step in. The shadow nodded. Don't worry, it's just a juvenile ape tiger. Dealing with it will be a piece of cake. Hearing his words, the fear on Zhuyu's face vanished, replaced by an excited and expectant smile. Humph. That blind fool Guo Xiao actually refused my request. I can't wait to see how he begs me to step in later. On the battlefield, Su Chen and Ashang were trying to corner the ape tiger. Both knew they couldn't let it recover, but this creature's speed was simply too excessive. With their abilities, they couldn't catch up at all, and Su Chen even felt the urge to learn a martial art focused on agility after this battle. Suddenly, both of them stopped simultaneously. They looked at the equally halted ape tiger, sweat beading on their foreheads. Its arm had completely healed. The ape tiger's arm was fully restored. It looked down at the sweating Su Chen and Ashang with disdain. Su Chen felt a suffocating pressure. He gazed at the massive ape tiger, sweat soaking his collar. If this continued, both he and Ashang would meet their end here. And he absolutely couldn't die here. There were still many things waiting for him. The dream of reuniting with his family was not yet fulfilled. It was for this reason that he became a martial artist, a master, and ended up here. He wanted to join a mysterious organization to study those martial arts theories. He wanted to join Lin Kuan's research group to create his own theories and books. He wanted to see his mother, to see his sister, and the Chu family. None of this was complete. He absolutely couldn't die here. Su Chen's expression began to firm up, and he started to calm down. Boom! The ape tiger's massive fist came crashing down, and he and Ashang dodged simultaneously. This time, Su Chen did not continue the attack but quickly moved to Ashang's side. One day. I need 1 day, give me 1 day, and I will definitely be able to slay it. Su Chen's expression was resolute. At this moment, Ashang, who had completely lost his fighting spirit, was taken aback by his words, his face filled with disbelief. What did you say? He understood Su Chen's meaning, but he found it incredible to bring this up at such a time. Not to mention a day, even an hour would be impossible to hold off. I'll hold on for a bit. You go notify the mayor and the citizens. Arrange a thorough route and military resistance. To delay, you must give me a day's time. After Su Chen finished speaking, he stopped wasting words and charged forward immediately. Ashang watched his resolute back, his expression shifting, finally revealing a hint of ferocity. In the next second, a crimson light flickered in his eyes. Su Chen had already leaped up and was running towards the distance. He was very clear about what he was doing. With his and Ashang's level, it was too difficult to kill this beast unless they had more powerful means of attack or a more agile speed to have a chance of success. Both he and Ashang were low-star masters, and they couldn't accomplish such a feat. The only way was for him to use a day to learn more knowledge, gain higher comprehension, and achieve enlightenment in more advanced martial arts. He firmly believed that with his current master-level understanding of qi and blood, he could quickly achieve enlightenment and breakthrough. Moreover, if all the citizens cooperated to enhance their qi and blood, it was also possible to raise their levels by 1 or 2 stars within a day. Time. All he needed was time. He stared at the approaching ape tiger, took a deep breath, and gripped the light spirit sword tightly. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Su Chen's pupils constricted. The light spirit sword had broken. Indeed, he was now a master. The light spirit sword could not withstand battles at this level indefinitely and had finally snapped under the strain. Breaking at this moment was undoubtedly fatal. He watched helplessly as the ape tiger drew closer, his expression showing a hint of panic. Just then, a figure shot up into the sky, wielding a large knife enveloped in white qi and blood. One strike. Just one strike. The previously invincible ape tiger had its back splattered with a large amount of blood, almost gushing out. Ashang appeared with absolute dominance, quickly adjusting his position to sever one of its arms. The ape tiger let out a miserable cry and then threw a punch at him, but it was also cut off by a single strike. Ashang stood on the ground, raising the knife high and throwing it fiercely towards its heart. Thud!
The knife pierced through the remaining half of its arm and got stuck inside, causing the ape tiger to panic and flee into the distance. Its speed was even faster than before, at least double what it had been. It wasn't until it was nearly out of sight that Su Chen reacted and prepared to chase after it. Don't chase it. It's sacrificed its recovery ability for a brief burst of speed. You won't catch up. Ashang stood in place, gasping for breath, his face growing paler. Su Chen immediately supported him, noticing the fading color in his eyes, and was startled. Is this a secret technique? The result of using the military's secret technique at the master level is this, Ashang nodded. It sacrifices almost all mental and physical strength for explosive power. The higher the level, the greater the cost. It's a pity this secret technique can only enhance strength, not speed, otherwise, it might have been possible to kill it. Su Chen understood Ashing's meaning. The secret technique not only had a high cost but also couldn't kill the fast-moving ape tiger. If it weren't for him saying he wanted to hold off the ape tiger for a day, Ashing definitely wouldn't have used it. It doesn't have infinite recovery, the wounds from earlier didn't heal immediately, and it must have consumed a lot of energy. Even if it can't last a day, it should be able to hold on for several hours. Ashing struggled to stand up, forcing a bitter smile. Su Chen, I've done all I can. Whether Tianhai City can avoid disaster now depends on you. When he stopped speaking, he hesitated and said, Hua Xiao told me that he had already applied for support from the central government a long time ago. It should have arrived by plane long ago. If there's still no news today, I suspect someone is obstructing it. Su Chen was still immersed in the battle against the ape-bodied tiger when he heard his words and was slightly taken aback. You mean, the Chu family? Perhaps, but it's also possible that I'm overthinking it. Until we confirm whether it's a master-level beast, the central government might not dispatch master warriors. Su Chen's expression darkened. He didn't say anything more but helped Ashang leave the battlefield. Behind the battlefield, Hua Xiao looked at the two returning figures, his face filled with a passionate smile. Behind him, many warrior soldiers saluted them. The live stream hadn't closed yet, and the screen was continuously scrolling with tributes to the heroes. Su Chen walked up to Hua Xiao, his expression serious. At most, I have one day, that guy will come back. Ashang can no longer fight, and I need to handle him myself. I need some preparations during this day, and I need you to cooperate with the citizens. Hua Xiao's face turned pale upon hearing the first half of his sentence, but upon hearing the latter half, he immediately forced himself to calm down and nodded firmly. Master Su, don't worry. You are the last hope for our Tianhai city, and I will do my utmost to cooperate with your work. Su Chen looked at the surrounding ruins, his gaze resolute. Tianhai city will never be destroyed by a mere master-level beast. In one day, we must determine a victor. The ape-bodied tiger was repelled. All the citizens of Tianhai city breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, their hearts were back in their throats. After all, the ape-bodied tiger had only fled, not died. Although it had sustained severe injuries, everyone saw that it could regenerate. Countless people in the livestream were discussing, their hearts in turmoil. That beast will come back, right? Is Tianhai city finished? Are you blind? Didn't you see we have two masters? No matter how strong the masters are, they are still human and not as powerful as the beasts. I feel like Tianhai city is done for. I need to get a taxi and run. Just as the citizens were heatedly discussing fleeing, the live stream suddenly shifted. Hua Xiao appeared on screen, his expression serious. Hello, citizens, I am Mayor Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao's appearance made all the comments stop scrolling, and everyone in front of the live stream fell silent in unison. The once bustling city seemed to instantly turn into a dead city. I believe everyone is extremely concerned about the beast attack in our city, so there are some things I must communicate face to face with all of you. First, regarding our success in facing the beast attack, I believe everyone has witnessed it in the livestream. The beast tide led by the master-level beast has been temporarily repelled, and our city's warriors and soldiers will promptly clear out the remaining beasts still wandering in the city center. He paused here, his expression showing hesitation, but quickly returned to normal and continued speaking. As everyone expected, that beast has only temporarily retreated. If nothing unexpected happens, it will bring the beast tide back to attack Tianhai city within a day at most. By that time, Tianhai city is very likely to be truly breached and become a paradise for beasts. Even if there are master reinforcements from other cities later, once the battlefield is completely cleared, our home will no longer exist. As his words fell, almost all the citizens looked despairing. Many of them had worked their entire lives for what they had here: houses, cars, companies, and so on. Once the city is destroyed, their efforts from the first half of their lives, or even their entire lives, will vanish without a trace. This is a result that no one can accept. What about those two masters? Right, where are the masters? Defeat it once, and you can defeat it twice. The people in the live stream began to inquire. Hua Xiao saw that the timing was right and turned to Su Chen, who was waiting nearby. Everything he said in the live stream had been communicated with Su Chen beforehand. The purpose was to help Su Chen accomplish something. According to Su Chen, only by completing this task could he possibly defeat that terrifying beast, the ape tiger. Soon, Su Chen appeared in the live stream. The young face that appeared was undeniably at odds with the determination and maturity of a boy. Hello everyone, I am Su Chen and I am now a Grandmaster. As soon as he appeared, the barrage in the live stream flooded the screen. Grandmaster. Such a young Grandmaster. Our hope. Grandmaster Su, is there really no hope for our city? I miss my little house with a 20-year mortgage. However, Su Chen could not see these comments. Due to the special equipment setup, he was only facing the camera. Realizing that there might be millions of people behind the lens, including many he knew in Tianhai City, Su Chen took a deep breath to adjust his nervous mindset. Looking back at the camera, his expression was particularly serious. First, I regret to inform everyone that I and another Grandmaster do not have the means to slay this beast. Moreover, the other Grandmaster can no longer continue fighting due to excessive exhaustion. Su Chen's voice was crisp and loud, making sure everyone in front of the livestream could hear him clearly. Among the crowd of escapees, on the bus, in the safe haven, those who grew up in this city, without exception, had red eyes. Just as everyone was mourning for the city, Su Chen spoke again. But this city is not without hope. I still have hope to help everyone protect it. I need some help from everyone. As long as you are willing to assist me, we still have hope. At this point, he paused his voice. I have a martial arts theory that enhances vitality. It is thanks to this theory that I have grown into a Grandmaster. I have encountered a bottleneck in this theory, and if I can break through it, my strength has the chance for a qualitative leap. Although the possibility of success is not high, I sincerely hope everyone can help me search for it together. I will have the mayor distribute this vitality theory in electronic form to everyone, and I hope you all can take action to try practicing it. If you really find any issues, send them to me immediately. In one day's time, I believe that the people of Tianhai City can succeed if we work together. After finishing, Su Chen bowed deeply to the camera. He walked away from the lens feeling tense. He didn't know if the citizens still had the interest and energy to do this at that moment. But with a population of over 2 million in Tianhai City, if everyone truly took action, he could elevate his realm in a very short time. If his martial arts broke through another level, dealing with a beast of Grandmaster level would be as easy as pie. Guo Xiao and Li Jun had already approached. Can this really work? Guo Xiao's expression was worried. Su Chen nodded. This is the only way. Have you prepared everything I asked you to? It's all ready, including your Tianhai Guild's movement martial arts. There are more than a dozen books. Very good. Next I must quietly seek a breakthrough method, so I will trouble the mayor for assistance. If Su Chen's expression showed hesitation. If I really can't make it in time, I can only rely on you to delay for a while. He knew the weight of this statement. As long as Guo Xiao nodded, countless soldiers and martial artists would sacrifice their lives. But he was the only Grandmaster in Tianhai City and had to bear these burdens and responsibilities. Guo Xiao nodded heavily. No problem. He spoke up to this point, a bitter expression crossing his face as he helplessly said, originally, we could have avoided such a great loss, and you wouldn't have to bear such a heavy responsibility. But just now, we received news from the central government that the master martial artist sent for support has relapsed on the plane. The newly dispatched master martial artist has encountered severe rain and is unable to act for the time being, and the other martial artists are also unable to arrive in a short time due to various unforeseen circumstances, right? Su Chen's expression was cold. He truly never imagined in his wildest dreams that the Chu family had such great power, able to watch so many citizens suffer from disaster without intervening. Was it really just for personal grudges? Could the central government really be sitting idly by? No. The central government absolutely could not be indifferent. Perhaps there was a problem at some point in the process. He wasn't clear where the problem lay, and the only thing he could do now was prepare to deal with the master-level beasts. With that thought, he got into Guo Xiao's special vehicle and left Longdu, headquarters for urban control martial artists. This place was specifically responsible for regulating martial artists and handling emergency situations in the city. The master-level beast in Tianhai City has been repelled. To prevent the next beast attack, we need to ensure the dispatched masters arrive in time, the leader in the command room slowly began. Regulation has already been initiated. The previously dispatched master suffered a relapse of an old injury, and the newly dispatched master has encountered extremely severe rain and hasn't taken off yet. The nearest masters are all from the Chu family. I have already contacted the Chu family, and they have begun to regulate. According to the information they sent, the master has arrived in Tianhai City, probably just in time to catch the beast retreating. The leader snorted coldly. What do you mean by should? When has there ever been such a massive urban loss in the country? You give the Chu family an ultimatum. If no one arrives before the next beast attack, don't blame me for being rude. Understood. Chu family. The middle-aged man who had met Chu Hongxia in the villa hung up the phone. His expression was mocking as he snorted. It's just a loss of some buildings. 90% of the citizens have already fled. Do you really think I'm a fool?
he said, picking up his phone, not knowing who he was sending a voice message to. Don't rush to act. Isn't that kid trying to be a hero? Let him go. First, it's best if he dies before you act. That way, you kill two birds with one stone. He ended the call. He looked up at the sunlight outside the window, slightly squinting as he enjoyed the warmth of the sun, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The sunlight was warm, but not all cities basked in warm sunlight. Similarly, under the sunlight, the sun in Tianhai City was extremely cold. The sunlight that fell upon the people of Tianhai City wrapped around them like a layer of icy sand. And it also fell upon Su Chen. In the room, Su Chen, bathed in the cold sunlight, focused intently on the martial arts he had received. One was titled Returning Wind Steps, and the other was called Transforming Wind Body. One was a footwork martial art used for tracking fleeing opponents. The other was a body technique martial art that made the body more coordinated and agile, allowing for more difficult movements in battle. You are reading the essentials of the martial art Returning Wind Steps, Returning Wind Steps plus 0.1% proficiency. You are reading the essentials of the martial art Returning Wind Steps plus 0.1% proficiency. You are reading the essentials of the martial art Returning Wind Steps plus 0.1% proficiency. Your proficiency in Returning Wind Steps has reached 100%, mastery level perfect. Insight plus 1 point. Su Chen closed the Returning Wind Steps. Checking the time, he had spent a total of 1 hour and 5 minutes. This speed was neither fast nor slow. He stretched his muscles and checked his vitality. 132,000 points of vitality. He was still far from the 200,000 vitality needed to break through to a 2-star master. He frowned slightly inside. It seemed he had been too optimistic. Although Tianhai City has more than 2 million citizens, the number of martial artists is only a small fraction. Few can quickly master the methods to enhance their vitality, and not everyone believes in him, wasting time learning the theories of vitality enhancement. He took a deep breath and continued to open another book on body techniques. Transforming Wind Body. You are reading the essentials of the martial art Transforming Wind Body, Returning Wind Step plus 0.1% proficiency. You are reading the essentials of the martial art Transforming Wind Body, Returning Wind Step plus 0.1% proficiency. Your proficiency in Transforming Wind Body has reached 100%, mastery level perfect. Insight plus 1 point. Su Chen raised his head again. This time it took 1 hour and 10 minutes. His vitality reached 156,000 points. He estimated that in another 2 hours he would be able to break through to a 2-star master. A 2-star master is equivalent to Ah Shang's level. This level is completely insufficient. To deal with that 8-bodied tiger, at least a 3-star master level is required. Fortunately, he still has time. It should be about right. After a moment's hesitation, he directly used the 1 point of insight. This time, his epiphany was not about the free and easy ultimate fist, but the light and agile sword technique. In the room, he gradually closed his eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. On the other side, in the specialized forging room of the Martial Artists Guild, Ah Shang and Zhang Wei were both present, their expressions serious as they gazed at the martial artists forging weapons not far away. Mr. Ah Shang, are you sure you want to melt this thing? Zhang Wei held a silver-white connected object in his hand, which still reflected a bright silver light even under the red glow of the furnace. Ah Shang's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, but he nodded firmly. Su Chen and I can be considered life and death friends. This kid's obsession with certain things is beyond ordinary. Even without a supporting master, he will definitely deal with that 8-bodied tiger. I don't want him to die like this. Since he only uses the light and agile sword, let's forge him a sword with this. Zhang Wei said nothing, silently handing the object to the forging personnel. Others might not understand the value of this necklace, but he was very clear. This is silver weapon metal. Currently, it is the 3rd hardest metal discovered by humanity on Blue Star, said to perfectly transmit external vitality, making it extremely valuable. This is a metal that cannot be measured by money. Obtaining it requires not only opportunity but also a certain status. Even for master-level martial artists, once missed, they may never get it again in their lifetime. The flames flickered in the furnace, and Ah Shang's expression gradually became resolute. Zhang Wei wore a similar expression, his eyes complex. Su Chen is not only the pillar of Tianhai City, the only master, but also a member of their Tianhai City Martial Artists Guild. He has watched Su Chen grow up, and his feelings are extremely complicated. Su Chen, I hope you can successfully save Tianhai City. Late at night, the sound of gunfire shattered the silence of Tianhai City. Light illuminated the night again and again, and the roars of strange beasts echoed continuously. Inside the temporarily built resistance camp against the strange beasts, wails echoed in the camp, sounding particularly harsh. Guo Xiao looked at the injured being carried back, his expression heavy. Li Jun beside him looked the same, sorrowfully saying, I didn't expect the master-level leader to retreat. These strange beasts are indeed counterattacking more fiercely. Our warriors have suffered heavy losses. We completely cannot engage in a prolonged battle with the strange beasts that have strong recovery abilities. If this continues, I know. Guo Xiao's expression was emotionless.
We must wait until Su Chen successfully breaks through, then I will have hope. Li Jun's face was grim. Mayor, the central and provincial sides.
The dispatched masters have already arrived, right here in Tianhai City. But after all, they are temporarily dispatched personnel, not part of the military. If a master-level strange beast does not appear, he will not take action. Guishao sighed, his expression desolate. Li Jun's eyes widened in outrage. Then he can just watch so many people die, watch our city get destroyed? Yet no matter how angry he was, it wouldn't change anything. He knew well that those weren't their own master-level warriors. Seeing Guishao shake his head, his expression grew weary. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words here. The brothers on the front line are still waiting for my command. He left. After all, this was still their Tianhai city, not someone else's. Watching his departing figure, Guo Zhao's expression was one of deep struggle. Sigh. Someone, prepare the car. To the villa area. The sound of the vehicle in the camp gradually faded away. In the innermost part of the barracks, hearing the sound of the vehicle, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. His complexion was pale and his expression somewhat fatigued. The first moment of enlightenment took about 2 hours, which was quite short. 2 hours ago, after studying 2 books of Earth-level martial arts and gaining 2 points of insight, he directly spent 1 point of insight to enter a state of enlightenment. The technique he comprehended was the agile sword technique. During this moment of enlightenment, he became a warrior fighting for his country, helping to fend off one invasion after another from the alien beasts. The more alien beasts he killed, the more numb he became, almost turning into a complete killing machine. Throughout this process, he desperately thought, wanting to retain his consciousness, but ultimately fell into a coma during one fierce battle, only to awaken later. It seems this time the danger of enlightenment is extremely perilous. If I lose myself in the slaughter, I may never awaken again. Su Chen began to recover, preparing for another moment of enlightenment. During his recovery, he saw his vitality reach 188,800 points. It was a bit slower than he had anticipated, but that was expected. Because the theory of enhancing vitality had become fully developed, it meant not only was it more effective, but also more complicated and difficult. Some martial artists found it even harder to practice, let alone so many ordinary citizens. Yet even so, the increase in vitality was still an objective reality. He rested for about 40 minutes, successfully breaking through to 200,000 points of vitality, achieving 2-star master status. His physical quality and mastery of power nearly doubled, and the consumption from his moment of enlightenment quickly recovered. Without hesitation, Su Chen entered enlightenment once more. Instantly, everything before him turned pitch black. When he opened his eyes again, his memory was briefly blank. Blood, roaring, and the smell of gunpowder hit him hard. At this moment, he was a warrior. He instinctively got up, attracting countless alien beasts around him. On the entire battlefield, he couldn't see a single compatriot. All he saw were the grotesque faces of alien beasts. Some were gnawing on human corpses, while others were tearing and playing together. When they discovered Su Chen was still alive, they surged towards him. The tragic scene ignited a raging fury within Su Chen, this anger directly overwhelming his rationality, and he began to fight desperately. DJ beat sword technique. Villain symphony. 1, 2, 3. Su Chen's anger faded little by little with each alien beast he killed, but although this anger disappeared, his emotions had already gone numb, and he continued to slaughter relentlessly. On the battlefield, only Su Chen's figure was seen killing alien beasts, appearing exceptionally lonely. But after killing another alien beast, his eyes revealed fatigue. Tired, so tired. What was the point of continuing like this? Su Chen was physically and mentally exhausted, looking at the alien beasts charging towards him. This time he did not prepare to counterattack. If he was going to die sooner or later, why exhaust himself? Here, just as he was about to give up, he caught sight of a corpse, his body shuddering. It was a young girl, resembling him. Beside her lay a pair of middle-aged women, and a man whose body was a bloody mess. It seemed they were like a family, all killed by the alien beasts. For a moment, Su Chen felt something was stirred within him. Staring at the girl's corpse, familiar words floated in his mind. Sister, family. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. In that moment of distraction, a giant beast appeared behind him, its dark, gaping maw enveloping him. It bit down fiercely. Splatter! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Splatter! Flesh scattered. Su Chen cleanly tore the alien beast apart, his eyes still dazed. Who is my sister? Do I have family? He stood there pondering, but his mind was blank, memories of vast emptiness. In this moment of enlightenment, he only had the current fragment of memory. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. The battlefield shifted from the ruins of the outskirts to the center of the city. Here, countless buildings had collapsed and corpses lay everywhere. But the confusion in Su Chen's eyes gradually faded, replaced by determination. Continuing might seem meaningless, but stopping to die was the same. Perhaps if he killed them all, he could find some meaning in it. Su Chen entered a state of self-forgetfulness. His body began to release a large amount of milky white gas, the vital energy of a master. This vital energy surged forth, enveloping his light sword, forming a layer of sword aura. Spirit Chi sword aura technique. He merely waved lightly. The alien beast lunging at him momentarily froze in place, then a line of blood appeared on its forehead, instantly splitting it in two. Splatter! Where the sword aura passed, it was like cutting through vegetables. Any bone or ability was easily sliced apart like tofu. He charged among the alien beasts, leaving no grass growing in his wake. Now, Su Chen's mind was filled with only one thought: to kill all the alien beasts. Just as Su Chen was battling the alien beasts in his enlightened state, in the real world, outer ring area, countless human corpses lay among the ruins. Dozens of armored vehicles were overturned. A gigantic wild boar beast stood among the rubble, looking disdainfully at the humans not far away. Li Jun stood at the forefront of the humans, his face pale. Behind him were countless soldiers, along with some armored vehicles and rocket launchers. He hadn't expected these retaliating alien beasts to grow stronger. The steel-haired boar before him was nearing the level of a master beast. This guy is known for its defensive capabilities, but we have gathered our strongest firepower here. Brothers, if we don't succeed, we die trying. We can't hold off a master-level beast. Can we not handle a mere steel-haired boar? Prepare. Fire. Li Jun roared, and countless shells were launched. The artillery accurately struck the steel-haired boar, and thick smoke billowed. But when the smoke cleared, it emerged unscathed from the haze. Its black fur grew visibly longer and thicker, while it began secreting a viscous liquid. Not good. It's still evolving. At this rate, it will soon become a master-level beast. Li Jun's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at the transforming steel-haired boar, his eyes bloodshot. Retreat! Everyone retreat! He grabbed a man beside him, his expression fierce. Return to the camp and immediately relocate Mr. Su Chen. We must not let this beast disturb Master Su. He is the hope of our Tianhai city. He ordered his subordinates to leave and rushed toward the steel-haired boar himself. No one knew better than him that if no one stopped this beast, it would likely reach the camp before they did. By then, it would not only affect Su Chen but could also break through their defenses and completely enter the city. There were still many people who had not evacuated in time. If that beast really charged in, the consequences would be unimaginable. He unleashed his strength as a Grand Martial Master and rushed forward at once. Protecting this city was his duty. Seeing him charge towards the beast without hesitation, those who had been instructed to leave turned away with red eyes. At the same time, Guo Xiao, who had just arrived at the villa area, received a phone call. Hearing that such a major incident had occurred at the front line, he felt anxious and, with a more determined gaze, entered the villa area to look for Juyu. Juyu greeted him with a hint of a teasing smile. Mayor Guo, what brings you here at this time? Guo Xiao took a deep breath and said helplessly, Dr. Zhu, the city's defenses have been breached, and a beast comparable to a Grand Master has broken in. I hope you can take action. As long as it doesn't contradict Su Chen's premise, Tianhai City will agree to any conditions you have. Juyu smiled playfully. Mayor, you jest. What can a scholar like me do? Guo Xiao glanced at the wine glass in his hand. Dr. Zhu, stop joking. If you were really just a scholar and living in this villa area, you would have left Tianhai City long ago. How could you still be here leisurely drinking wine? He was now certain that there must be a grandmaster martial artist by Zhu Yu's side. The Shu family's background was extraordinary. Hiring a grandmaster was not out of the question. Now, with the steel-haired pig rampaging, they could not stop it at all. Even if they waited for Su Chen to wake up and slay it, the damage caused in the meantime would be incalculable. Zhu Yu smiled faintly. Mayor, it's not that I don't want to help you in Tianhai City, it's that I truly have no way. You mentioned a Grand Master level expert, but I really don't have one by my side. However, don't we have one in Tianhai City? I'm quite curious where Grand Master Su Chen has gone. Did he get seriously injured last time? But even if he was injured, he should still be able to deal with the beast, right? At this point, he paused and said, he is the Grand Master of Tianhai City. The beasts in Tianhai City should be dealt with by him before he dies. I believe the people in the central government think the same way. Mayor Guo, what do you say? Guo Zhao's face darkened. This was clearly a desire for Su Chen to die, to make Tianhai City suffer even greater losses. He had thought that Zhu Yu, wanting to become a prominent figure, would consider the situation and take action. But now he finally understood that Zhu Yu didn't care about being a prominent figure, he just wanted to suppress Su Chen in Tianhai City. His expression gradually turned cold, and his voice was equally so. Dr. Zhu is right. Su Chen is a person of Tianhai City, and he stands with Tianhai City. This statement sounded like agreement, but it was also telling Zhu Yu that Tianhai City would have nothing to do with him in the future. Zhu Yu watched Guo Zhao's departing figure with a mocking gaze. Does he really think I care about a worthless prominent figure? What a pathetic place Tianhai City is, a place where even dogs wouldn't defecate. After leaving, Guo Xiao immediately returned to the front-line battlefield. Without seeking help from a Grand Master, Tianhai City could only rely on its own strength to fight against the attacking beasts. At this point, the initially constructed defenses had been completely destroyed, leaving only ruins and smoke. Beasts were wandering everywhere, and some were gnawing on corpses. As they moved towards the city center, the number of beasts increased, and the sounds of cannon fire could be heard from the battlefield. Boom! A massive armored shell struck the steel-haired pig's body, smoke rising, but it did not inflict any damage at all. Hua Xiao, using binoculars, witnessed this scene, his face turning ashen. He hadn't expected that upon returning, the defenses would already be unable to hold. Has Grand Master Su safely evacuated? He has safely evacuated. Hua Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the foresight to set up Su Chen's temporary tent on a large transport vehicle from the very beginning, so the retreat wouldn't be affected. Next, all he had to do was block this strange beast from entering the city center and wait for Su Chen to awaken. Su Chen had been in seclusion for 25 hours. This was longer than expected, but there was nothing to be done about it. After all, no one could predict a martial artist's breakthrough. Fortunately, although the steel-haired pig was formidable, it had not truly broken through to the master level, so it was not completely unresisting. But just then, he witnessed an incredible scene. The low-level strange beasts following the steel-haired pig stopped attacking the soldiers and crawled to its side, kneeling in worship. A sense of reverence, only seen in humans, appeared among these strange beasts. It's going to break through to master. Quick, attack! Guo Zhao's eyes showed terror as he immediately organized an offensive. Countless artillery shells rained down, the booming sounds relentless. Many strange beasts were blown to pieces, blood flowing on the ground. Yet the steel-haired pig remained unscathed, even growing taller amidst the bombardment. The wounds on its body were healing at a visible speed. A hint of mockery emerged in its cold eyes, and then its pupils expanded and split into two, becoming a pair of eyes. That massive, blood-filled mouth slowly opened, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed across the battlefield. Roar! Retreat! Fall back! Boom! A tremendous rumble accompanied by vibrations shook the large transport vehicle, preparing to leave the battlefield. Inside the makeshift room built on top, Su Chen's body swayed, sweat scattering around him. Because, in the realm of consciousness, a violent earthquake was also occurring. The ground shook violently, huge cracks began to appear, and more strange beasts surged from the depths, coming forth like a tsunami. Su Chen gripped the light spirit sword tightly and charged into the fray without hesitation, and after an unknown amount of time, the world quieted down. Standing amidst the ruins, a smile crept onto his lips, and when he looked up again, the scene before him had returned to the real world. Su Chen, are you okay? Shang sat nearby, smiling upon seeing him awaken. You scared me to death. You must have entered a state of enlightenment, right? I've heard that many martial artists enter this state when comprehending martial arts. Ordinary people might not encounter it even once in their lifetime. It's truly enviable. Crack! Su Chen stretched his limbs and slowly got up. Not bad. I didn't get trapped in it. Everything went smoothly. What's the situation outside now? Your injuries look serious. Su Chen could sense that a Shang's vitality was quite weak. It seemed that using secret techniques at the master level was indeed not to be taken lightly. A Shang's smile stiffened. Don't worry about my injuries, I'm not going to die. But if you had woken up 2 hours later, I'm afraid the entire Tianhai City would be gone. Another master-level strange beast has appeared in Tianhai City, and it's less than 5 miles from here. Just now, Mayor Guoxiao called to inquire about your situation, saying that the ape tiger on the front lines has also appeared. Not only has it recovered from its injuries, but it seems to have made a breakthrough in its realm as well. Fortunately, the masters from the central area have arrived and temporarily held it off. But he didn't continue, his expression dark and grim. Su Chen understood his meaning, his expression serious. With another master-level strange beast, even the martial artists from the central area might not hold out for long. Realizing the severity of the situation, Su Chen didn't waste any more words and immediately headed outside. Wait! Su Chen stopped, his face serious as he said, Brother Shang, you don't need to persuade me. This is Tianhai City, the place where I grew up. No matter what, I have to take action, especially since I need this place as a springboard for my growth. Don't worry, I now have the confidence to deal with master-level strange beasts. A Shang sighed. I know your temper. I'm not advising you, but rather giving you this. He took out a brand new light sword from his spatial watch. It looked almost identical to the previous one, the only difference being the blade reflecting a silvery sheen. The chill was sharp, like a shura. To deal with master-level beasts, you need better weapons. You're not used to my weapon, so Zhang Wei and I will forge a new spirit sword for you. Su Chen paused for a moment and picked up the light sword. Thank you, Brother Shang. I'll talk when I get back. Su Chen lightly leaped off the vehicle and ran in the opposite direction of the fleeing beasts. A Shang watched as his figure completely disappeared, his eyes showing some fatigue. He knew very well that Su Chen was heading into a life-and-death situation. Not to mention 2 master-level beasts.
Even just one master-level beast, the 8-body tiger, would leave the 2 of them helpless, let alone the other one, the steel-haired pig, which had exceptional defensive capabilities.
Sigh, I hope you can come back alive.
Ashang anxiously returned to his room and
opened a live stream on his phone.
In the official live broadcast, all the citizens who had not yet evacuated were glued to the screen. In that footage, 2 master-level beasts were attacking a master.
This master was around 35 or 36, dressed in casual
clothes, and was fiercely pounding on the steel-haired pig with a pair of gloves.
Boom!
That disproportionately small body actually sent the steel-haired pig flying 2 or 3 dozen meters. The man landed, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth.
The citizens sitting in
front of the live stream fell into a collective silence.
The city was eerily quiet. The master in front of them was named Zhou.
He was a master sent by the central government at the 3-star master level and had once single-handedly killed a master-level beast of the
same realm, making him extremely formidable.
When the live stream opened today and the citizens saw the introduction of this master, they
were all incredibly excited.
Especially when they saw him beating the steel-haired pig, which had just broken through to the master level.
Everyone cheered. But just half an hour ago, the injured 8-body tiger appeared.
The 2 master-level beasts attacked simultaneously, and Zhou began to struggle against the overwhelming odds.
15 minutes ago, Zhou could still counterattack occasionally, but now, Master Zhou is injured. Oh my god, our Tianhai city is finished.
In these 15 minutes, Master Zhou has attacked once, and he's already
injured. Wow!
Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He had sustained serious injuries and could no longer fight normally. He wearily looked at the 2 massive creatures, a flicker of fear and panic flashing deep in his eyes. Masters are also human. Faced with such a desperate scene, he felt fear in his heart.
He never dreamed that a second master-level beast would appear in Tianhai City. Damn it, I had to wait.
And now look, I'm facing 2 master-level beasts.
How am I supposed to deal with this?
He cursed angrily and began to retreat slowly. But the 8-body tiger sensed his intentions immediately and charged at him.
Its speed and strength were clearly more terrifying than when it had
fought him earlier, evidently unwilling to let him escape.
Zhou's face turned white, the flicker of panic in his eyes completely turning to fear.
The current 8-body tiger was probably even more terrifying than it had been at its peak, not to mention now, even in good condition, he
wouldn't be able to escape.
Thinking of this, a hint of despair appeared on his face. This despair was perfectly captured on the live stream, and, like him, the hearts of all the citizens sank into despair.
If this master were to die, Tianhai City would be completely declared a beast city, and the citizens who had not yet safely evacuated would fall into endless panic. Roar! The roar of the beast echoed in the live stream. But strangely,
this roar was not one of anger or excitement, but a painful wail. Including the 8-bodied tiger that was preparing to attack Zhou, it was also drawn by this scream, instinctively turning to look. There stood a figure on the frantically thrashing steel-haired pig, swaying precariously
with its massive body. Who is that?
At this moment, countless people felt this question arise in their hearts, eagerly hoping that the
live-streaming drone could get closer to see.
Hua Xiao saw the figure and became excited, immediately signaling the staff to let the drone approach. In the first instant, they saw that familiar and youthful face.
Su Qin, Master Su. It really is Master Su. He's back. Damn, his sword.
The people in the livestream were exceptionally excited to see Su Chen's return, but what thrilled them even more was that the sword in Su Chen's hand had
actually pierced through the steel-haired pig's defenses, stabbing into its flesh. That's right.
This beast, which had withstood countless artillery strikes, and even Zhou's full power without breaking its defenses, was now being breached by Su Chen.
Countless hearts raced with excitement. A smile appeared on
Guo Zhao's face, and those around him were flushed with excitement. Under the gaze of thousands, Su Chen pulled out the light spirit sword, drawing forth a stream of brown blood.
Good sword, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim.
Initially, when he was preparing to attack, he felt extremely anxious.
He had actually arrived here long ago but had been observing the situation from the sidelines.
Although this master-level beast lacked offensive capabilities, its
defensive strength was truly formidable.
He feared he wouldn't be able to withstand even one punch from Zhou, and not only did it not break its defenses, but he also sustained injuries. So, he was somewhat worried when he made his move, but to his surprise, he found that the long sword could easily pierce
through its defenses.
At this moment, due to the wound, the steel-haired pig began to go berserk. This creature, with its exceptional defensive abilities,
feared pain and death even more.
Now that it had been injured, it was likely filled with extreme terror.
Su Chen stood atop it as if on solid ground, and the
long sword in his hand began to glow with a white aura, the blood and energy coalescing into a sword light. In the next second, he leaped up, charging towards
its head. Thud! With a single strike.
Just one sword, Su Chen sliced through its skull, driving it straight in. The once invincible steel-haired pig
now shook its head and body wildly, trying to throw Su Chen off its head. Blood obscured its vision completely, and the pain had driven it to madness. Just as it struggled to shake off the human on its head, it suddenly felt the world spinning. Everything went quiet. Su Chen stood beside the fallen pig's head, rushing towards the eight-bodied tiger. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that those in the live stream didn't even see how Su Chen made his move. The steel-haired pig's head had already been severed. At this moment, everyone watching the livestream had their mouths agape and eyes wide open. What did they just see? Wow! Incredibly, a faint cheer began to resonate throughout the quiet city. This sound surpassed the beast's roars, soaring into the sky. The livestream's comments began to flood the screen, and everyone felt it. Was unbelievable. At this moment, Su Chen was the center of attention. At this moment, Su Chen was like a war god. Zhou Yu also stared in shock at the charging Su Chen, his mind blank. Didn't he just enter the master level? How? Is he so fierce? Zhou Yu was dumbfounded. He had personally dealt with this steel-haired pig and knew well how formidable this beast was. For Su Chen to easily breach this beast's defenses, he must be at least a 3-star master. A 3-star master? How could this be possible? The information he received indicated that Su Chen had just recently entered the master level. However, at this moment, Su Chen breaking through to a 3-star master was good news. After all, there was an even more terrifying 8-bodied tiger here, and he was already heavily injured. Roar! When the 8-bodied tiger saw Su Chen, it immediately abandoned Zhou Yu. It recognized Su Chen. The last time, it was Su Chen and another human warrior who had severely injured it, so it harbored a deep hatred for Su Chen. It approached Su Chen, its massive body cracking the ground beneath it with each thunderous step. Bang! 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 With every step, its momentum grew, its muscles swelling, appearing even more powerful. This guy has broken through to the 4-star master level. Zhou Yu's pupils contracted at the sight. 4-star master. After reaching the master realm, every star increase represents a significant breakthrough. Moreover, the difference between a 4-star master and a 7-star master is a watershed moment, with the power increase being even more terrifying than the previous star levels. Now that it had broken through to 4 stars, combined with its inherent strength as a beast of the same realm, Su Chen was definitely no match. Hesitation and struggle appeared on his face. After a moment, he turned and ran towards the outskirts of the battlefield. That's right, he ran, because he was well aware of the strength of a 4-star beast. If Su Chen fell, this creature would shift its attention to him. After all, for the 8-bodied tiger, besides Su Chen, he was the most threatening human in the city. He was just here to help and absolutely could not die here. As he turned to flee, just a few hundred meters away, he heard a muffled thud as if something had fallen to the ground. He instinctively looked back and his whole body froze in place. Su Chen stood beside the corpse of the 8-bodied tiger, drenched in blood. The 8-bodied tiger had been slain. No, it had been killed in an instant. Su Chen stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the familiar yet strange city, letting out a breath. He looked at his hands, his eyes flickering uncertainly. This was not his power, it was the power of Tianhai City. Because during his final breakthrough, his vitality had surged wildly, reaching an incredible number. 415,000 points of vitality. 4-star martial artist. Coupled with the heavenly level martial arts he had completely mastered, he easily killed the 8-bodied tiger. Although it felt somewhat opportunistic, he truly felt the strength of a warrior. This was only the master level. The gap between each star level was so vast that it was hard to imagine what the higher realms would be like. He came back to his senses and approached Zhou Yu. Master Su, I've long heard of your talents at a young age, but I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary upon meeting you today. Zhou Yu revealed a warm smile. My name is Zhou Yu, you can just call me Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou, thank you for your hard work. Zhou Yu was quite impressive. He had been watching for a while and could at least confirm that this guy was stronger than a Shang. Zhou Yu's gaze was now fixed on the light and agile sword in Su Chen's hand, his eyes shining. No wonder Brother Su can be so fierce. You actually have a weapon made of silver weapon metal. Silver weapon metal? That's right, it's a weapon that perfectly transmits vitality and ranks among the best in the world in terms of firmness. I fear that even a 4-star master level beast, no matter how tough its hide, wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike. Su Chen's eyes flickered. This was a gift from a friend of mine. It's not cheap, right? Indeed, it's not cheap and hard to come by. Su Chen's expression was complex. He hadn't expected a Shang to give him such a valuable item. Originally, a Shang had been dismissed because of him, then he was brought in to deal with the master-level beasts, and now he gifted such an expensive item. This favor he must remember. Seeing Su Chen's silence, Zhou Yu chuckled. Since the master-level beasts in this city have been dealt with, I won't linger. If you have the chance to come to Su City in the future, I'll treat you to a drink. Zhou Yu patted his shoulder, then suddenly lowered his voice. The higher-ups ordered me to wait until Tianhai City can't hold on any longer before taking action. I suspect they are targeting you, not Tianhai City. And I received news that besides you and Ashine, there is another master in Tianhai City. Be careful. Su Chen was taken aback, his expression complex. Thank you. No need to thank me. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I would have already died. Those bastards deliberately made me stall, almost getting Me killed here as well, those wicked capitalists.
Zhou Yu stood up and laughed heartily at him, then walked away from his sight. Su Chen stood still, his face calm, but his eyes narrowed slightly.
The Chu family. Using whatever
power they have to make things difficult for others, they really excel at it. He was now certain that it was the Chu family who was causing trouble. Perhaps for them, having him and his father perish in this beast tide was the best
outcome. However, I'll disappoint you.
Next, he would not only become a gold standard figure but could also apply to be a city guardian.
He would no longer be a nobody. He would also be a master with identity and city support. After
sorting out his emotions, Su Chen entered the ruins to help the city manage the cleanup of the remaining battlefield beasts.
The city's cleanup was swift. With the death of 2 master-level leading beasts, the other beasts, lacking
a leader, basically fled in panic. In just a day and night, the beasts had almost been completely cleared. Next was the restoration of the city's border defenses and safety points, which Su Chen no longer needed to participate in,
allowing him to take a short break. The citizens in the city did not need to flee, and everyone cheered with joy. Of course, there were still some with ulterior motives who were unhappy. For example, Zhu Yu. In his room, Zhu Yu smashed a glass of red wine, his face dark with anger. That damn Su Chen, how could he have such incredible luck? How could a martial artist who just broke through to the master level kill 2 master level beasts? He roared in anger, venting his emotions.
Behind him, a figure quietly waited for him to finish before speaking.
I watched the live stream video. He probably already has the strength of a 3-star master. If I'm not mistaken, Su Chen must have found his unique cultivation method.
Every master has their own unique cultivation method, similar to a mental technique.
So what now? I've already lost my competitive edge for the gold standard figure, and I could have benefited from that. Zhu Yu was extremely agitated. Don't worry.
The person's eyes glinted with coldness. Even if someone dies and gets a title, it's useless.
I'm not a low-level master like Zhou Yu. 3 days later,
the crisis in
Tianhai City was officially declared resolved.
Many citizens returned to the city, cooperating with local soldiers and martial artists to rebuild their homes.
In the city conference hall, although there were 2 master-level beasts
that launched a large-scale attack this time, fortunately, Master Su Chen managed to kill them in time, minimizing the city's losses. Nearly a quarter of the city area was destroyed, and the citizens suffered countless property
losses. These citizens can no longer live and work peacefully in Tianhai City.
A large portion chose to leave, and including them, all citizens still feel fear and worry in the survey. They worry that one day, today's events will happen again, which can be said to be a slow erosion of public sentiment. Guo Xiao sat in his seat, looking seriously at the senior officials present. Various subsidies and assistance are essential, but our biggest problem in Tianhai City right now is how to soothe the already fearful hearts of the citizens. Therefore, I propose to vigorously promote the blood vitality enhancement theory put forward by Master Su and nominate him as a gold standard figure, applying to the province for him to be the city guardian.
Comrades, do you have any objections?
He scanned every senior official present, and these people nodded frantically, agreeing with his approach.
The name Su Chen now holds
extraordinary significance for Tianhai City, deserving of everyone's respect. Seeing that everyone agreed, Wu Xiao smiled and looked towards the young man in the corner.
Master Su, what do you think?
As his words fell, all eyes turned to the young man filled with respect.
Of course, I am willing. Su Chen quickly nodded.
At this moment, he felt a bit excited. The progress of this matter was beyond his imagination. Not only had he quickly achieved his wish, becoming a golden standard figure, but he had also directly become the city's guardian.
With this, he would no longer be just an ordinary citizen.
That's great.
Guo Xiao was somewhat excited. Master Su, rest assured, for issues that
can be resolved within the city, we won't let you intervene. However, you may need to do frequent live broadcasts in the near future. We need to package your image to alleviate the panic in Tianhai City.
Su Chen nodded.
This was what he should do, and moreover, it was a win-win situation. He could also take this opportunity to enhance his vitality level. Speaking of this, his expression turned a bit regretful.
Since the battle ended, his vitality enhancement had slowed down.
In all these days, he had only increased his vitality by over 10,000 points. His vitality had reached 430,000 points.
Now that the invasion of the alien beasts had ended, most citizens were no longer willing to learn the theories to enhance their vitality.
However, since Guo Xiao mentioned promoting his vitality theory, perhaps there would be a revival later, which was good news. Seeing Su Chen agree, Guo Xiao hesitated for a moment and revealed a somewhat flattering smile. Master Su, the only thing we need your cooperation on for now is this.
Do you have any needs or opinions to express? Hearing his inquiry, Su Chen nodded seriously. I do have.
Speak boldly,
Master Su.
You are now the guardian of the city. Anything within the city will support you. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness as he said, First, regarding Tianhua Entertainment, I believe you are well
aware of the conflict between us in the market.
The Dr. Zhu who squeezed me out of the golden standard figure slot is likely related to them. I hope to investigate them, at least to prevent them from causing trouble in Tianhai City.
Guo Xiao nodded seriously.
You can rest assured about this, I have already called someone to handle it. Even if you don't mention it, someone like Zhu Yu will not become a golden standard figure in Tianhai City, he doesn't
deserve it. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. There's one more thing.
That is, after all, I am still a student and I have my studies to complete.
So in about 6 months, I will leave Tianhai City to attend Longdu University to finish my studies. During this time, I hope the city will not disturb my academic pursuits. Su Chen's expression was serious, his gaze firm.
His goal was not to curl up in Tianhai City but to reach a larger and higher stage. Moreover, he wanted to run for the golden standard figure merely to gain an identity. Only with an identity could he have the opportunity to gain the Chu family's attention and reunite with his parents. As long as his mother did not agree to the family marriage, his wish still had a chance to succeed. He firmly believed that once his mother saw the reports from Tianhai City, she would definitely wait for him and his father to go to Longdu.
Guo Xiao readily agreed. Without hesitation. No problem.
If there are any further issues or assistance needed, just contact me directly.
We will soon open an official account for Master Su to conduct the first live broadcast. How does that sound? No problem.
Great, then you can prepare now, so it won't delay your time later.
The meeting concluded.
Su Chen walked out of the room, and Shang rushed over immediately.
How did it go? Was everything smooth? Smooth. Su Chen nodded.
From today onwards, I will be the guardian of this city, and I will have the confidence to do things in the future. Indeed, you are not only the city's guardian but also a gold standard figure, representing those who have contributed to the country, and you are a benchmark of strength for the city.
A person like you is someone the Chu family wouldn't dare to trip up easily. Shang revealed a sincere smile of blessing. Since leaving the Qi blood group, his temperament had become increasingly gentle, and he now truly resembled an older brother. Seeing his smile, Su Chen's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness.
Shang had fought so hard in the Qi blood group, yet he was so easily dismissed.
The Chu family had gone too far.
Shang noticed his thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. You don't need to worry too much, I'm actually more relaxed this way. However, I still suggest you avoid provoking them. They are the true behemoths of Long Country. If they want, you will feel like you can't do anything, as if the whole world is your enemy. I already feel that way. Su Chen regained his calm and spoke evenly. Indeed, perhaps all the hardships and exclusion he faced along the way were due to the Chu family.
Alright, no need to say so much.
I see quite a few staff over there. They must be waiting for your live broadcast, right?
The entire city needs you now, so hurry up.
Shang pointed to the personnel nearby who were organizing the live broadcast tools. That group was looking at Su Chen with admiration and anticipation on their faces.
Su Chen nodded and walked over.
Soon, with the staff's
simple arrangements, everything was ready.
The operator preparing to start the live broadcast wore a beaming smile. Mr. Su Chen, this live broadcast is very simple. You just need to briefly talk about your determination to become
the city's guardian.
Don't be nervous, you are now the person everyone is eagerly awaiting, and all the citizens admire you, so just speak casually.
Su Chen took a deep breath and nodded seriously. No problem, let's go live. 321, we are live. Lights.
At this moment in Tianhai City,
many citizens were at home, looking down at their phones.
The impact of the beasts had not allowed the city to return to normal immediately. The attack of the beasts spread like a plague in the hearts of the citizens, leaving behind a virus called panic.
The companies that needed to operate had not resumed normal work. The restaurants for dining were also empty.
The few men and women on the streets occasionally stopped, looking bewildered.
Just then, a message popped up on their phones simultaneously. Master Su Chen invites you to connect.
Almost at the same time, everyone who saw this message instinctively clicked the link.
The link redirected them, and they quickly entered a live broadcast room.
A young and familiar face appeared before the citizens, sitting awkwardly in a chair.
Master Su. Wow, it's really Master Su. It's live. Thank you, Master Su. Thank you, Master Su, for bringing me back to Tianhai City. Crying.
A stream of live broadcast comments rolled across the big screen in front of Su Chen, and he could see them clearly. Seeing these comments, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips.
Hello everyone, I am Su Chen. Just a brief 7-word opening.
Su Chen saw countless tearful emojis on the big screen. The words teary-eyed rolled by, warming his heart.
Why can't I send gifts? Can Master Su see the comments? I want to send planes. Rockets. Su Chen's smile grew more radiant.
Everyone, I have something very important to announce in this live broadcast.
This account is not my personal account.
It is the official live broadcast account of Tianhai City. He began to speak slowly, pausing for effect. He continued, just now, I have successfully become one of the gold standard figures in this city due to my contributions in enhancing the theory of vital energy and this recent kill of a master-level beast. Not only that, the mayor has decided to grant me the title of guardian of Tianhai City, which means that starting today, the ultimate safety of this city will be protected by me. As soon as these words were spoken, the comments began to roll in.
Su Chen did not pay attention to the comments.
Rest assured. Everyone, I will always protect you and fulfill the responsibilities of a city guardian. His expression was resolute, and even through the screen, one could feel the sincerity and seriousness in his words. Finally, I want to thank everyone for their help. If it weren't for everyone's assistance in identifying flaws in the theory of enhancing vital energy last time, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the master-level beast so smoothly. At that time, I saw many of your messages in the background, and I formally thank you all. I also hope that in the future, you can continue to help me improve whenever you have free time. After saying all this, Suchen bowed deeply. This gesture came from the heart. If the people of Tianhai City could help him, he would rise faster and stand on a higher and larger stage. Without the support of these people, he would not have been able to achieve his desires. The live stream ended. This live broadcast was considered a complete success. The staff quickly surrounded him, respectfully discussing follow-up questions. The gist was that they hoped he would come back to live stream again once the city's reconstruction was mostly complete. Naturally, he would not refuse, so after agreeing on the details, he prepared to leave the city center. The matters here were finally settled, and next he just needed to return to school to complete his pre-graduation courses. However, before that, there was still one thing he had been looking forward to. The space watch flickered, and a book on martial arts appeared in his hand, causing him to frown slightly. Calculating the time, it should be about right. Why is there still no news? Should I ask someone to investigate? After a moment of hesitation, Suchen put away the book. I guess I should just wait quietly. It's just right to take this time to perfect all the half-completed theories of vital energy and distribute them throughout the city. After breaking through to the master level, his understanding of vital energy deepened. The once incomprehensible problems regarding vital energy now seemed clear. The discussions on vital energy of great martial masters, created in the vital energy group, could also be further refined to reach a perfect level. Additionally, the superior martial arts developed during the training period could also be enhanced further. If these were distributed in collaboration with the city officials, his improvement in vital energy would be even faster. Now that he had become a master, each star level increase required 100,000 points of vital energy. Relying solely on the knowledge gained from learning would take an eternity to create a perfect theory of vital energy and allow more people to learn it, resulting in a considerable speed of improvement. He had personally experienced this. However, merely creating a perfect theory in martial arts is not a long-term solution. The most important thing is to create a theory that everyone can benefit from and appreciate. Only such a theory can truly bring me more benefits in vital energy. Thinking of this, he rubbed his head in frustration. He was very clear about this. Just like the current theory of enhancing vital energy, although it has practical effects for those below the master level, it is too complex and difficult to practice. If a martial artist finds a training method that suits them, their speed would not be slower than this theory, which leads to very few people accepting it. If possible, it would be best to create a simple theory that could be recognized by all of Long Country and even the entire world. What are you thinking about? Aren't you leaving? Yes, I'm leaving now. Suchen smiled helplessly, casting aside his thoughts as he left the mayor's building. He hurried back to the warrior guild, quickly organizing the theory and then sending it to the mayor. Just as he was about to leave the office to take a break, his expression changed slightly. His office was on the third floor, a temporary arrangement by Zhang Wei, and right next to it was the room where his father was temporarily staying. In that brief moment, it seemed like a shadow flashed by, heading towards his father's room. Third floor, master level. Suchen was startled and immediately ran next door. Kicking the door open, he was shocked to find the room brightly lit. Suzhou was lying unconscious on the floor, and beside him lay a man in a black robe. Standing next to the man was an ordinary-looking man with a friendly smile on his face. This person was a master. Suchen's pupils contracted, and he quickly drew his light spirit sword. What do you want to do? The man, seeing him draw the sword, showed no panic and slowly spoke. Have you finished reading that book? Book? It's you. Suchen was momentarily taken aback. He was the owner of that martial arts theory book. He had imagined many ways they might meet, but never expected it to be like this. He looked at Su Zhou lying on the ground and cautiously asked, "Why did you break into my father's room?" The pressure this man exerted was immense, far stronger than that of a beastly master, indicating that although the other party was also a master, he was much stronger than Su Chen. The man smiled friendly and pointed to the other unconscious figure on the ground. It's not what I'm doing, it's this master who wants to use your father as a hostage to threaten you. Ultimately, you should thank me. He is a master. Su Chen was shocked, staring at the black-robed figure on the ground. The figure gradually matched the shadow he had seen earlier. It was indeed the same person. Su Chen was furious. No matter who it was, touching his family was crossing his bottom line. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he appeared next to the black-robed man and punched down hard. Bang! The man easily caught his hand, stopping him. Think carefully. Killing a master would render all your efforts futile. I have already used drugs to temporarily seal his vital energy. You can use a better method to deal with him, perhaps even make those behind him pay a price. Su Chen's face turned pale, but in the end, he still lowered his fist. After calming himself down, he helped his father up and looked back at the man. Now can you tell me who you are? Although he had a guess about the man's identity and the organization he belonged to, it was ultimately just a guess. The man first tied up the black-robed figure with rope, then clapped his hands. My name is Lu Hua, and I belong to the Central Martial Arts Research Organization. You might not understand this directly, but to put it another way, 90% of the heavenly-level martial arts circulating in the domestic market are created and improved by us. Moreover, the only holy-level martial arts in the country were also successfully researched by us, so we can say that we represent the martial arts level of the Dragon Kingdom. Central Martial Arts Research Organization. Holy level. Representing the martial arts level of the Dragon Kingdom. Each word astonished him. This was the most elite martial arts-related organization in the Dragon Kingdom, and Lu Hua before him was also a top talent. One could say that even Lin Quan, one of the top 10 doctors, could not compare to him. He was a true big shot. I believe you should know my purpose for coming to find you, which is to invite you to join us and become a member of the Central Martial Arts Research Organization. However, before that, I have a few questions that I need you to confirm. At this point, LV Hua paused his voice and continued, I observed your martial arts during your training camp, and one of the martial arts is clearly evolved from the most basic Bajiquan in the textbooks. If I'm not mistaken, this martial art was created by you based on your own experience, right? Su Chen nodded seriously. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. A smile appeared on LV Hua's face. To be able to apply textbook knowledge and elevate it to this level, there is only you in the entire country. However, to join our organization, mere talent is not enough, you also need determination. His expression began to grow serious at this point. Once you join this organization, you must focus your energy on the development and research of martial arts. Most importantly, all the martial arts theories we develop cannot be distributed for commercial or personal use, which means all your martial arts knowledge will be selflessly dedicated to the country. Of course, the country will not treat you and me unfairly, it's just that everything regarding martial arts is non-negotiable. Can you accept that? Su Chen did not respond immediately but pondered thoughtfully. After a few seconds, he raised his head. So, it cannot be used for personal commercial purposes, meaning the martial arts I develop will absolutely not appear on the market? No, LV Hua shook his head. It's not as you imagine, rather, all related matters are controlled by the government and the state. For example, Bajiquan is distributed nationwide only after being recognized by the state. If you truly make a significant contribution to martial arts, you will also become well known for such works. Hearing this, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I agree. In that case, these issues are not a problem for me. Not being able to use his martial arts for commercial purposes means he cannot sell the copyrights or rely on martial artist guilds and similar organizations to disperse and gain more vitality. However, although this method of enhancement cannot be pursued, he has the opportunity for the state to help promote him. Once he successfully creates a martial art recognized like Bajiquan, the martial arts he develops will be seen by the entire nation and learned by generations to come. At that time, the increase in vitality would not just be in the thousands. It could be an increase of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. He might be able to break through to a realm beyond Grandmaster, or even further. Becoming the strongest martial artist in Longdu is also a possibility, breaking through to a realm that no one else can reach. When that time comes, no one from the Chu family would dare to obstruct his family's prosperity. He and his parents and younger sister could be together for a lifetime, and no one could ever separate them again. Very good, LV Hua nodded. Since you agree, I now officially announce you as a member of our organization. However, your status is not yet that of a formal member. You will need to undergo a 3-year assessment period. Within 3 years, if you can complete the tasks assigned to you by the organization in a timely manner, you will become a formal member. This conversation ends here. I will send the subsequent internship tasks to your phone. Promptly. LV Hua appeared very busy. After explaining, he slowly stood up and prepared to leave. By the way, during the internship, you will not enjoy our benefits, nor will you receive our protection. Consider this person today as a welcome gift from me. If possible, you should handle your matters as soon as possible. Otherwise, if these trivial matters delay the progress of the tasks, we will not listen to any excuses. He said seriously, then opened the door and disappeared from Su Chen's sight. Once he was completely gone, Su Chen turned his gaze to the man in the black robe. Looking at the unconscious man in the black robe, his eyes gradually turned cold. No matter who the other party is, anyone who dares to target his family must pay the price. Lu Hua was right. There are many ways for these people to pay, and sacrificing his future is unnecessary. He took a deep breath and imagined the man disappearing into the room. Late at night, Zhu Yu was lying on a soft sofa, sipping red wine. He hummed a little tune, looking quite pleased.
The only reason for his cheerful mood was that Uncle Lee was going to deal with Su Chen. Su Chen had repeatedly interrupted his plans, which was truly infuriating. Uncle Lee was on the verge of breaking through to the 7 Stars realm. Dealing with a master like Su Chen would be a piece of cake, especially since he had a backup plan. According to his investigation, Su Chen came from a broken family. His mother and younger sister had already left Tianhai City and he was left alone with his father. So as long as they captured Su Chen's father, Su Chen would have to obediently accept his fate. With Uncle Lee's cultivation, capturing a Suzhou would be an easy task. He downed the red wine in his hand and comfortably closed his eyes. Just then, the doorbell rang. He rushed to open the door, excitement coursing through him. But when he saw the person at the door, the smile on his face froze. "You are Su Chen," Su Chen said flatly, staring at the unfamiliar man before him, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. In an instant, Zhu Yu's face turned pale. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief, stammering, Su Chen, what do you want?" Su Chen remained silent, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. "What do you think?" Zhu Yu collapsed onto the ground, retreating frantically. His face was filled with terror and an unpleasant odor emanated from his lower body, leaving a wet patch. Seeing him so cowardly, Su Chen's expression showed a hint of disgust. He found it hard to comprehend how such a person could become a PhD and participate in a national research organization. Su Chen, you can't touch me." As a gold standard figure, a representative of the state, doing something like this will lead to punishment. At that time, your family and the guild you belong to will also be implicated. Feeling Su Chen's murderous intent, Zhu Yu was in a panic. "Humph. Of course, I won't kill you. You don't deserve to lose what I've worked so hard to obtain." As he spoke, he turned to look back. Wu Xiao entered with 2 martial artists. "Zhu Yu, you are suspected of participating in the kidnapping of Master Su's family. I am here to take you away for trial." Attempting to kidnap a gold standard figure and guardian of the city and threatening their life and health, do you understand the severity of these crimes? Even if your Zhu family is powerful, it can't withstand the penalties from the province. He gestured for the 2 martial artists to take action, roughly lifting Zhu Yu. Hearing his words, "Zhu, you finally realized something." He looked at the cold-faced Su Chen, incredulous. "Impossible. How could you escape from Uncle Lee's grasp? Uncle Lee is about to reach the 7 Stars realm." "Humph. Nothing is impossible. Your Uncle Lee is currently in the holding room waiting for you. You two can just wait for the provincial punishment." Guo Xiao interrupted him and slapped him. He had long wanted to deal with Zhu Yu. The last time the beasts attacked, Zhu Yu had taken the opportunity to kick him while he was down, and now he dared to target Su Chen's father, truly despicable. As the mayor, he shouldn't resort to violence, but Su Chen's identity made it difficult to act, so he had to step in to vent his anger. Before long, Zhu Yu had been beaten into a pulp. Under pressure, Su Chen quickly obtained the information. Sure enough, Zhu Yu was in cahoots with Tianhua Entertainment, deliberately targeting him. However, Tianhua Entertainment didn't have the clout to manipulate things under the support of a master. Ultimately, it was the Chu family that was behind the scenes. Zhu Yu and Uncle Lee were both detained, waiting for the provincial decision. According to the mayor, neither of them could escape. It was very likely that the Zhu family would also be implicated, so Su Chen no longer needed to worry about retaliation. He could rest assured that the remaining matters would be handled by them. After Su Chen finished dealing with the trivialities, he received a strange text message. It was signed by Lu Hua. It contained his first internship task: seek breakthroughs in Baji Quan from different directions and successfully teach 3 individuals who have not yet reached the level of a martial artist. Su Chen read slowly, his expression serious. This internship task did not specify a completion time, but according to the information, internship tasks were generally distributed only once a year. This meant that within 3 years, he only needed to complete 3 internship tasks to become a formal member. He took a deep breath, filled with confidence. Calculating the time, summer vacation is approaching. I should go back for a visit. Teaching those who had not yet broken through to the martial artist level would involve 2 types of martial arts. Although this sounded challenging, he felt confident enough. In his view, the real difficulty of this task lay in having 3 people who could trust him completely. Otherwise, if either of the 2 chosen individuals gave up halfway or began to doubt him, all his previous efforts would be in vain. This task was one that could not afford to waste time, so choosing the right people was crucial. He already had candidates in mind. Xingtang High School. As summer vacation approached, everyone was filled with excitement. The invasion of master-level exotic beasts made it difficult for them to concentrate on their studies, and they spent almost every day in a daze. The school also felt the impact of this exotic beast incident, so it decided to start the vacation early. Today was the day of the break, and Chen Fei was making the final arrangements. When the classroom door was knocked on, Su Chen walked in, and the classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at him, their eyes filled with gratitude and awe. Chen Fei looked at him with a complex expression, unsure of how to begin. Su Chen had once been his student, but now he bore the additional title of a city hero. It wasn't until Su Chen sat back down that his expression returned to normal. In a tacit understanding, everyone present chose to maintain the status quo, interacting just like they did during regular classes. They felt the tension, and Su Chen felt it too. He tried to keep himself composed, but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In just one semester, it felt like a dream. Alright, everyone, listen to my arrangements. Chen Fei broke the deadlock and slowly spoke. This vacation, everyone needs to work hard to enhance their vitality in preparation for the college entrance examination. If you can successfully get into a martial artist university, Su Chen will help you with any issues when you return to Tianhai City, and I will be proud of you. That's right, everyone work hard. Su Chen felt the gaze of the crowd and smiled. A cheer erupted from the class, excitement reaching its peak. Once Chen Fei finished arranging everything, the classmates began to leave one by one. You two, don't leave just yet, I have something to discuss with you. Su Chen called the two who were about to leave, a mysterious smile on his face. His path to promotion would start with these two. Long Du, Chu family. Wait for me. Su Chen has now broken through to the master level and has become a golden figure and guardian of Tianhai City. Is this what you at Tianhua Entertainment mean by letting me rest? Assured? Inside the villa, the man's expression was cold. Brother Chu Hong, we didn't expect him to deal with two master-level exotic beasts. As soon as I learned something was wrong, I contacted Zhuyu. But Zhuyu's master is about to break through to 7 stars. I didn't expect him to be captured while trying to deal with Su Chen. Someone must be helping Su Chen from behind, and their influence is not small. Hearing the voice on the phone, Chu Hong was taken aback. Bullshit. I expressed my stance back at the training camp. Who would dare to help that kid? Or do you think anyone would dare to go against my Chu family? A tense voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. No one dares, but there are indeed people helping him, otherwise, no one in the entire Tianhai City could deal with a 6-star master. Chu Hong's face turned ashen. After hanging up the phone, he turned his gaze to the man sitting across from him on the sofa. The man was around 40, with slightly graying hair, and his gold-rimmed glasses gave him a somewhat refined appearance, but the insidiousness in his eyes was hard to conceal. Chu Hong looked at him and slowly said, "Someone is helping that kid from behind, daring to oppose my Chu family. Is definitely someone from your side? The reason Shu Hongxia has never accepted you is because of that kid and his useless old man. I don't need to elaborate, do I?" The man remained silent and immediately picked up his phone to make a call. After connecting, he only said 3 words. "Su Chen, investigate." There was a brief silence on the line, and about 5 minutes later, a voice came through. "Among the interns at the Central Martial Arts Research Institute, we found a young man named Su Chen. The data shows he is in Tianhai City and has just received his first internship task, which is rated as ordinary." The man exchanged glances with Chu Hong, then spoke coldly. "Raise his task level by 2 grades, and assign him the most difficult task. Do not let him succeed." Understood. The call ended. Chu Hong's expression improved significantly. "I didn't expect him to get in touch with the Central Martial Arts Research Institute. I was wondering how he could rise to master level in such a short time. It turns out he got lucky." The man nodded at this moment. "I can't participate in the selection of the Central 6 departments, but I can manipulate this task. As long as he can't complete the task, he will be permanently blacklisted, and will no longer be employed by the 6 departments, and then he will forever be just an ordinary person." As he spoke, he paused, a smug smile appearing on his face. Of course, if he is willing to stay in Tianhai City, I wouldn't advise against it. As long as it doesn't affect my marriage with Hongxia, right? Chu Hong snorted coldly. "You can rest assured about that. No matter what, my Chu family will not let her remarry that useless man. The key is that you must not make any mistakes. If that kid really succeeds in entering the Martial Arts Research Institute and achieves something, then my father might change his mind." The man nodded at his words. "Don't worry, with Su Chen's level, he absolutely won't pass that kind of test." As he spoke, he picked up his phone again to make a call. Buzz. At that moment, far away in the Tianhai City Martial Artists Association, Su Chen picked up his vibrating phone, frowning. "Temporary task upgrade?" A new message appeared on his phone, indicating a temporary task upgrade. While teaching the 3 non-martial artists to learn and improve the 8 Extremes Fist, the task time was compressed to within 6 months. Not only that, but the improved 8 Extremes Fist must be of Earth level or above. The number of internship tasks was also changed from 3 to 5, and the difficulty of the tasks would gradually increase. This increase in difficulty was not trivial, it even seemed somewhat unreasonable. If it weren't for Lu Hua personally inviting him into the organization, he would have thought they were deliberately making things difficult for him. Zhang Xing and the others were all ordinary people. This task was as hard as climbing to the sky. He slightly furrowed his brows and sighed. "Tian Gu, why are you frowning so deeply? Is it because we embarrassed you earlier with our lack of experience?" Zhang Xing, sitting cautiously on the office sofa, asked Su Chen. Next to him sat another person, Zhu Engying, who had come alone. They certainly wouldn't miss the rare opportunity to be personally taught martial arts by a master. The most important thing is that the two of them want to take this opportunity to enhance their vitality with Su Chen's help and get into the Warrior University. Especially Zhang Xing, who couldn't even get into a junior college before, naturally wants to see such a good opportunity. So when the two heard Su Chen mention this, they agreed without any hesitation. As soon as the holiday started, they immediately followed Su Chen to the Warrior Guild to prepare for their studies. Su Chen, I'm really sorry. This is my first time at the Warrior Guild, and I'm so curious that I couldn't help but wander around, Xu Yingying said shyly. Su Chen's heavy mood lifted, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you talking about? I was even more exaggerated when I came here for the first time than you two. You two don't need to worry, just focus on learning from me, and I will definitely help you gain unexpected benefits. The two were overjoyed, excitedly waving their hands. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Lu Mei walked in holding some documents. Lu Mei was dressed in a professional outfit, making Zhang Xing's eyes widen. He was just a high school student and had never seen such a beautiful woman. Lu Mei was no less than Lin Wanqing, and with a touch more mature femininity, she was extremely captivating to him. Su Chen smiled at this moment. Alright, everyone is here now, we can talk about your upcoming schedule. That's right. These three were the ones he had chosen. Lu Mei, Zhang Xing, and Xu Yingying had absolute trust in him, and only under such circumstances could they cooperate sincerely with him. Now, with the task time reduced to half a year and needing to reach Earth-level martial arts, time was of the essence, and they had to seize every moment. Starting today, I will help you learn an Earth-level martial art step by step. As we agreed beforehand, you absolutely cannot give up halfway, otherwise, I will not be polite, understood? Su Chen put away his smile and showed a serious expression. The aura of a master made the three of them nod seriously. As the three nodded, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. You have successfully started the first complete teaching process. Both parties have reached an agreement. Task completion rate plus 0.1%. Completion rewards will be distributed in batches when the completion rate reaches 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%. Current completion rate, 1%. Current task estimated reward value, 2,000 points of vitality. Task rewards will increase with the quality and results of the teaching, including weapons, martial arts, secret techniques, etc. Applying what you learn and promoting inheritance has been a virtue since ancient times. Please take it seriously, host. This is... Su Chen was slightly taken aback, filled with excitement. A task. This was the first time his system assigned him a task. Now, with a completion rate of 1%, it already had a value of nearly 2,000 points of vitality. If he completed 100%, that would be at least 200,000 points of vitality, and even if it were all vitality, he could still increase his master level by 2 stars. Su Chen was brimming with confidence at this moment. Tiangu, what do we do now? Zhang Xing broke the silence in the room. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly said, naturally, we start by practicing martial arts. The martial arts I will teach you are based on the 8 Extremes Fist, so you need to practice the 8 Extremes Fist to perfection. But, perfection, can we do it? Zhang Xing's face looked grim. The 8 Extremes Fist was a martial art from the books that all high school students had studied, but to learn it to perfection was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the entire Qingting High School, they had heard that only 2 people had mastered this martial art to perfection. One was Su Chen, and the other was Lin Wanqing. Of course, you can rest assured about this. I have enough confidence to teach you within a month, but you might have to endure some hardships. Su Chen was incredibly confident. Teaching them Earth-level martial arts might be difficult, but when it comes to teaching Baji Quan, he dares to say he is the best in Tianhai City, and no one would dare claim the second spot. His Zizai Ji Quan is an upgraded version of Baji Quan, achieved through multiple insights. Therefore, his understanding of Baji Quan is beyond thorough. It's as if he created it himself. Zhang Xing was incredibly excited. Xu Yingying's face was filled with enthusiasm. Only Lu Mei frowned slightly. Can we, who have not yet become martial artists, withstand the intensity of the training you mentioned? She didn't want Zhang Xing and the others to be so naive. Having been in the martial artist guild for so long, she had seen many martial artists write about their training, which was simply not something ordinary people could endure. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't considered this issue. He was only focused on getting them to train tirelessly, forgetting that the 3 of them had not yet reached the level of martial artists. What are your blood levels? 101 points, Lu Mei replied without hesitation. Although she had the theory of Su Chen enhancing blood levels, the effectiveness of this theory ultimately depended on personal talent, and her improvement was not significant. 84 points. 98 points. Zhang Xing and Xu Yingying spoke one after the other. The blood levels of the few of them were not high, and with their current physical strength, they really couldn't handle high-intensity training every day. However, Su Chen waved his hand. This is the Martial Artist Guild. What kind of methods to enhance blood levels are there not? Don't worry, as long as you work hard enough, I'll cover all the expenses. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 3 boxes of blood-enhancing pills appeared in front of him.
After killing 2 master-level beasts, he could no longer be described as wealthy. Now, money was as trivial as dirt to him. With tens of millions in his account, he could spend without worry, as long as he didn't need to buy some high-end weapon materials. Moreover, being able to earn rewards for tasks simply by spending money was like a pie falling from the sky for him. Zhang Xing and Xu Yingying had never seen so many blood-enhancing pills before. Grinning foolishly as they held them, Lu Mei approached him, looking at the box of pills with a complex expression. "Thank you, Sister Lu Mei, you're too polite. This is what I promised you. If I said I would help you become a martial artist, I will definitely help you become one. I hope you won't blame me for only finding time now. After all, I was really busy for a while." Su Chen was full of gratitude. Without Lu Mei, many things during his time away would not have gone smoothly, so he was genuinely thankful to her. "These blood-enhancing pills cannot be taken recklessly. You can only take one today, and you absolutely cannot take any more without my permission." "Don't worry, Brother Tian." Zhang Xing laughed heartily and directly swallowed a pill. Seeing him do this, Xu Yingying cautiously followed suit. Lu Mei, being a bit more mature than the two of them, waited until she found a comfortable position before taking hers. Watching them digest the blood-enhancing pills, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with a different hue. "As long as we can quickly become official members, even the Chu family won't be able to do anything once we return to Longdu. There are still 4 months until we return to Longdu. There's definitely enough time." Su Chen's gaze was firm, filled with confidence. Although his mother hadn't officially agreed to wait a year during their last phone call, he understood her character well. As long as she still cared about him and his father, she would never easily remarry, and even if she did want to form a new family and find Su Qing a stepfather, she would definitely inform him first. So, everything was timely. In the following days, Su Chen taught the few of them Baji Quan step by step. Under his guidance, their understanding of Baji Quan improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, at his strong insistence, they trained for almost 10 hours a day in this martial art. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Early morning. In the Central Martial Arts Research Organization of Longdu, a beautiful woman with a ponytail hummed a little tune while organizing the information in her hands. She was around 25 or 26, with a delicate oval face, red lips, and white teeth, youthful and vibrant, giving off the impression of a mischievous older sister. Next door, Meng Renli was responsible for personnel transfers, and her daily task was the same as always, to check the transfer information and task schedules of each individual. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the information of an intern. An A-level internship task? She slightly parted her lips, her face filled with shock. It was known that she hadn't seen an A-level internship task in a year. The last person to receive one was now the deputy minister here. This person would definitely be a big shot in the future, and she had to pay close attention. Su Chen, 18? So handsome? She stared at Su Chen's portrait above, hesitated for a moment, then glanced around before secretly taking out her phone. Buzz. The sound of her phone vibrating rang out. Inside the Martial Artists Guild, Su Chen, who had just finished guiding 3 people, instinctively answered the call. "Hello, is this Su Chen?" The voice on the other end was very sweet, catching Su Chen off guard. "Who are you?" "Oh, I'm the operator in charge of information investigation at the Central Martial Arts Research Organization. I saw that you just became an intern this week and wanted to ask if there are any unclear aspects of your tasks or if there's anything the organization can assist you with." Hearing the voice on the phone, Su Chen felt much more at ease. It seemed that although the tasks assigned by this organization were difficult, they were still quite humane, with such support services available. "I actually do have some questions I'd like to ask. I have 5 tasks assigned, is that the same for all interns?" Su Chen was a bit curious. He wondered why LV Hua had suddenly increased the difficulty for him. Not at all. Tasks are distributed to interns based on their potential levels. Once you complete the corresponding level of internship tasks, you will be able to obtain the corresponding position when you become a formal member. Your task is A level, and the corresponding position is minister. Above the minister are only the deputy director and the director, corresponding to S level and SSS level. Su Chen suddenly understood. So it was based on potential to increase task difficulty. This meant he was favored by LV Hua. But even so, the difficulty of the tasks was indeed high. By the way, does that mean if I fail to meet the standard for just one task, I won't be able to become a formal member? There was a brief pause on the other end. Yes, and you will forever be unable to enter sections like the Martial Arts Research Organization. You will be placed on a blacklist. Su Chen was taken aback. What? So strict? Yes, because it's directly related to national central work. Confidentiality and strictness are required. Su Chen smiled bitterly. He had been confident about entering this organization long ago, but with the increasing difficulty of the tasks and the practical experiences of the past few days, he realized he had underestimated the situation. In just a week, the progress of the 3 people was much slower than he had imagined. Although it was still within his expected timeline, this was just the beginning. No one knew if it would become even more difficult later on. Can I apply for a downgrade in difficulty?
Su-chen asked weakly. Normally, that's not possible. What if it's not normal? Even if it's not normal, it's still not possible. Su-chen. Just as he felt a bit disappointed, a hesitant voice came from the other end of the line. However, within reasonable requests, I can help you with some things. Manhwa suddenly lowered her voice and said, for example, I can help you know the task content in advance, but you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. Su-chen was taken aback, his expression strange. This is giving him a special treatment? Is this also Lu Hua's arrangement? Who cares? If there's an opportunity to know the task details in advance, he naturally wants to know. The sooner he makes plans, the better chance he has to complete the task smoothly. Why not take it? Thank you so much. I, Su-chen, will remember this kindness. May I ask how to address you, beautiful lady? Su-chen cautiously inquired. My name is Manhwa. I'll send you the details shortly. And remember to treat me to a meal when you come to Longdu. An excited voice came from the phone before it hung up. Ding! Buzz! With the vibration of the text message, Su-chen received a message. This message came from a different number than before, a private number from Longdu. He opened the message, and indeed, it contained the remaining 4 tasks. Each of these tasks was more difficult than the last, increasingly bizarre, causing Su-chen's expression to change continuously. Finally, there was a note from Manhwa. This is my private number. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. A smile crept onto Su-chen's lips as he felt a rare kindness from this girl. Tiangu, you're really something else. We're all exhausted, and you can still smile. Zhang Xing, who was just about to take a break, shivered at Su-chen's smile. Su-chen smiled awkwardly. Don't rest, keep practicing. You're the slowest to improve, yet you're here slacking off. Do you even want to get into the martial artist university? Upon hearing his words, Zhang Xing's smile looked worse than crying as he continued to rise and practice. Seeing that although the few of them were drenched in sweat and pale, they still persisted, Su-chen felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was these 3 people who would never doubt whether he could truly succeed, no matter how tough or tiring it got. This saved him a lot of trouble. If it were anyone else, they would probably give up after 2 days of training. It was precisely because these few believed in him, believed he could lead them to become martial artists and master martial arts, that everything was progressing so smoothly. At this rate, within a month, these few would definitely perfect their practice of Baji Quan. During this period, he also had urgent matters to attend to, which was to accumulate comprehension. It wasn't difficult to help these 3 grasp the martial arts process of Baji Quan's ground-level transformations. First, all 3 needed to practice Baji Quan to perfection. Then, based on his understanding of Baji Quan, he would create the martial arts after the transformation. This was simple. As long as he made a simple transformation, it would become a new martial art, which was easy for him given his current knowledge base. However, the martial arts after a simple transformation would only be at the human level, the lowest tier of martial arts. This was the most crucial part, where he would use his comprehension to elevate these martial arts to the ground level. Only then would he truly teach the 3 ground-level martial arts. Just thinking about these processes made him feel a bit troubled, but as long as he persisted earnestly, he would surely succeed. The most important point for a martial artist's success is execution. Su-chen had strong execution, so he immediately began to prepare. In the following week, he innovated martial arts every day, ultimately researching 3 types of transformations. He planned to spend another week mastering these 3 transformations and improving the proficiency of the spiritual chi sword light technique to 100%. One day, Su-chen held the light spirit sword, enveloped in spiritual energy, and made a swing in the air. You practiced the spiritual chi sword light technique once, proficiency plus 0.1%. Your spiritual chi sword light technique has reached 100% proficiency, achieving perfection. You gained 1 point of comprehension. You have completed 1 teaching preparation for martial arts, progress plus 5%. Your teaching progress has reached 25%. Gained progress reward 50,000 vitality points. Estimated next stage reward value 100,000 vitality points. Task rewards will increase with the quality and results of the teaching 50,000 vitality points. Su-chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The most thrilling part was that the reward value for the next stage was 100,000 vitality points. This meant that it wasn't just a simple division of the 200,000 reward, but rather a doubling growth with each stage completed. For instance, the initial reward value was 2,000 points of vitality. According to normal task completion levels, reaching 25% of the reward value should yield 50,000 vitality points. At 50% completion, it should still be 50,000 vitality points, but now it showed as 100,000 points. He couldn't imagine what the rewards for the next 2 stages would be like. If he could obtain a military-level secret technique, it could be a lifesaver at a critical moment. He thought excitedly, feeling a surge of vitality. The previous 50,000 vitality points had allowed him to break through to a new realm. Now he had already reached the 6-star master level. In just under 20 days, he had consecutively broken through 2 stars. At this rate, he would soon reach heights unimaginable to ordinary people. If he could claim all the rewards, would he break through to the Grand Master level? Grand Master. This was the highest realm of martial artists he knew. Above Grand Master, there existed truly rare individuals. Perhaps even the Chu family might not have such a person. Lost in thought, Su Chen felt a surge of anticipation for the future, filled with motivation. He took 3 well-organized martial arts books to the training room on the 3rd floor and handed them to the 3 people practicing 8 Extremes Fist. Among the 3, the fastest learner was Lu Mei. After all, she had the most contact with martial artists, which deepened her understanding of both vitality cultivation and martial arts. He decided to start targeted teaching for the 3, accelerating the teaching process hand in hand. After about 5 days, Lu Mei executed a perfect 8 Extremes Fist for the first time. 3 days later, Zhang Xing also performed a perfect 8 Extremes Fist. 5 days later, Zhu Engying completed it as well. In total, it took 27 days to master the universally taught 8 Extremes Fist to perfection. This achievement was entirely due to his profound understanding of martial arts and vitality theory. In the training room, Su Chen looked at the 3 who had begun innovating and changing their 8 Extremes Fist techniques, a hint of pride appearing on his face. Learning knowledge. It was essential to pass on the knowledge learned to those around him for their benefit. This had always been something he yearned for. If one day his family truly reunited perfectly, he would probably choose to become a mentor, right? Buzz. His phone vibrated, drawing his attention. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat as he immediately answered. Mom? Indeed, the caller was none other than his mother, Chu Hongxia. Xiao Tian, you've become a master. Your little sister and I just saw the video of you fighting the beast. Are you hurt? Her voice was filled with joy, yet laced with endless worry. A warm current flowed through Su Chen's heart. This seemingly simple warm greeting from other families was what he had longed for. Mom, don't worry, I'm safe and sound now. How are you and your little sister doing? Su Chen frowned slightly. The attack on Tianhai City by the beasts was so severe that it was likely the whole country knew about it immediately. Even if the news was sealed, they should have been aware by now. His mother only just learned about it, which likely meant the news had been kept under wraps in the Chu family. Your little sister and I are both fine, just don't worry, Chu Hongxia said, pausing for a moment before hesitantly adding, have you recently joined some organization? Su Chen was taken aback. The fact that he had joined the Central Martial Arts Research Organization should have been kept absolutely confidential. His mother shouldn't know about it unless. Mom, please don't say this is all the Chu family's doing. Su Chen's voice had grown heavy. His heart felt like it was in his throat. If this is truly the means of the Chu family, then hasn't he always been like a pawn, manipulated at will? The most terrifying part is that if even the central organization is involved with the Chu family, then the hope for his parents to remarry is utterly bleak. Silence lingered on the other end of the phone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. To Su Chen, it felt like a century. Finally, Chu Hongxia spoke. Your grandparents can't reach that side, but the person they arranged for me to meet is from there. When Su Chen heard the first half of her sentence, his anxious heart began to relax, but upon hearing the latter half, it soared back up. He now understood why the Chu family was blocking his parents' remarriage. His father was just an ordinary man, but the marriage partner arranged by the Chu family was someone from the central organization. The Chu family's influence couldn't extend to the central organization, but if it were a marriage alliance. Mom, tell me one honest thing. Do you really want our family to reunite? I know every time you dissuade me, it's out of concern for me, but you also see that I've grown up. He gripped his phone tightly, his gaze resolute. After about 10 seconds, Su Chen heard a sigh. Of course, Mom wants our family to reunite, but I don't want to make things difficult for you. Xiao Tian, you're a sensible child, but you shouldn't have to pay for my and your dad's failed marriage. It's just. At this point, Su Chen suddenly heard a cold voice. On the line. Chu Hongxia, who are you on the phone with? Hearing that voice, Su Chen's eyes turned cold. It was none other than the man from the Chu family he had seen at the training camp. The call was abruptly disconnected. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, taking deep breaths to calm himself. He now had a clearer understanding of his mother's situation. The Chu family was likely being controlled by his grandparents, who were forcing his mother to marry a man from the central organization for the sake of a marriage alliance. His mother was being held captive, akin to imprisonment, in the Chu family. Chu family, wait for me. The call ended. Chu Hongxia looked tiredly at the entering Chu Hong. It's none of your business who I'm calling. How is it not my business? I'm your cousin. Chu Hong sat on the sofa with a dark expression. I know without you saying that you must be calling that little brat Su Chen. What, do you really think he can get into the central organization? He said this with a cold laugh. To be honest, Lin Dong has already upgraded his internship task to A level, and it's unlikely that even one person from a province will complete this task. Chu Hongxia's face changed dramatically. Why are you always at odds with a child? Child? He shook his head. To call a master a child is rather naive. He has already become a master. Just like you said on the phone, he should bear his own responsibilities. What responsibilities does he have? This is between me and Su Zhou. He is your child. You. Chu Hongxia was so furious she couldn't speak, only gritting her teeth and glaring at Chu Hong. Alright, you should rest well. If it weren't for Lin Dong being at a critical moment of promotion, do you really think you could control the marriage matters? Your uncle has already nodded. Once Lin Dong's election is successful this year, you will die in the Lin family, even if it means your death. Chu Hong sneered and left, leaving Chu Hongxia with a grim expression. She immediately picked up her phone and dialed. On the other end, inside the Central Martial Arts Research Organization, Lin Dong hung up the phone, revealing a smug smile. He quickly went to the department he was responsible for and found Meng Renli. At that moment, Meng Renli was working with a face full of resentment, and she looked a bit nervous upon seeing him. Minister Lin. Lin Dong nodded heavily, his expression somewhat cold. There's an intern named Su Chen, right? Yes. Remember to strictly supervise his internship tasks, there must be no oversights. He paused here, lowering his voice. If necessary, you can increase the difficulty of his tasks. If things go well, it will benefit you. After he finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Meng Renli with a strange expression on her face. Does the leader want me to? Meng Renli sat in her chair, her expression serious as she contemplated. Gaining the minister's favor would be fantastic, it might even lead to a promotion. Her position was basically the lowest in terms of treatment compared to other formal staff. She had thought about a promotion and a raise, which was why she had called Su Chen earlier. After all, Su Chen, having completed tasks, was at least at the ministerial level. If she could leave a good impression, this operation would be secure. Minister Lin specifically mentioned Su Chen's name and asked me to appropriately increase the assessment difficulty. After a brief contemplation, her eyes began to shine brighter. Strictly executing tasks smoothly is definitely not something worth mentioning deliberately. I must carefully deduce the leader's words. It seems like he is talking about the task itself, but the real intention is to make me pay attention to Su Chen as a person. Since Su Chen is also at the ministerial level through his tasks, the two of them are on equal footing. Minister Lin must be trying to do Su Minister a favor. Telling me to increase the difficulty secretly actually means I should appropriately relax the difficulty. After all, the leader can't directly say such things. The more she speculated, the brighter her eyes became, and she felt she had thoroughly grasped Lin Dong's meaning, her heart filled with certainty. She secretly clenched her fists, her expression resolute. Come on, Meng Renli, you are the best. I will definitely help Su Minister successfully pass the task. Challenges. She pinned Su Chen's information and tasks at the top of her computer screen. Su Chen's file was placed right at the front of the document desk, separated from the other files. Lin Dong had not walked far. He saw Meng Renli's actions and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Hongxia, this is the consequence of your disagreement. I will never let that waste son have it easy. Want to enter the central organization and turn things around? Dream on. In less than a month, I will make that kid cry and give up on his internship tasks. Half a month later, Tianhai City Martial Artist Association. Zhang Xing and the other two demonstrated their improved martial arts in front of Su Chen in turn. This was the martial arts Su Chen had tailored for each of them, extending from the 8 Extremes Fist, and they all had impressive levels among the human tier martial arts. With the perfect 8 Extremes Fist as a foundation and being specially customized by Su Chen, the three of them quickly adapted to this new martial art. They took turns practicing and had all reached a level of proficiency. Very good, at this level, you should be able to approach Earth tier martial arts now. Seeing their levels, Su Chen revealed a slight smile. However, he quickly furrowed his brows again. Earth tier martial arts are extremely difficult to comprehend. Ordinary people cannot master them in less than 3 to 5 years. His time was short, he simply couldn't wait that long. Sigh. In any case, let's first elevate these 3 basic martial arts to Earth tier. He sighed and notified the 3 of them not to carry on, returning to their rooms to prepare to comprehend the 3 martial arts. Just then, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Su Minister? Meng Renli's voice came through, causing him to frown. What minister? Oh dear, I slipped. Never mind, I have something to discuss with you. Have you encountered any difficulties in completing your tasks recently that you need help with? Su Chen let out a bitter laugh. There are difficulties, but there's no way to solve them. The task says that 3 non-martial artists must learn Earth-tier martial arts within 6 months. Ordinary people take 3 to 5 years to practice Earth-tier martial arts and cannot master them at all. This is simply too difficult. He felt an immense headache. Zhang Xing and the others were different from him. They couldn't enhance their skills through study alone. No matter how deep his understanding of martial arts was, he couldn't make them empathize with him. The fastest would probably take a year. He was extremely troubled by this, so when he heard Meng Renli's inquiry, he couldn't help but speak up. His intention was merely to vent, but the other party's words made his eyes light up. Oh, you're overthinking it. Although the task requirements are difficult, they aren't as perverse as you think. The content above only says to learn Baji Quan to reach the Earth level transformation. It doesn't specify the exact transformation content. As long as you get a little bit of Bajikwan, that's enough. The key point is, learning it doesn't mean you have to take it out to fight. When facing the assessment, you only need to successfully demonstrate it once. Su-chan repeatedly chewed on these words, his expression gradually turning to surprise. There was such a way to do it? He had never been one to take shortcuts in his work and had completely overlooked this aspect. It was only after Mang Rinley's reminder that he suddenly realized, yes, if he really had a way to complete it, then being rigid didn't matter. But now, with such a difficult task, he only needed to meet the most basic requirements of the task. Thinking of this, he felt excited. Thank you so much. When I get to Longdu, I will definitely treat you to a meal. After hanging up the phone, he organized the process for this assessment and immediately closed his eyes to begin his enlightenment using his comprehension. He prepared to use 3 points of comprehension to achieve a tailored martial arts enlightenment to the earth level for the 3 of them. On the other side, Mangrily also felt cheerful after hanging up the phone. She was immersed in Su-chan's words, unable to extricate herself for a long time. The minister personally invites me to dinner. How many people can have such treatment? When the time comes, if I bring up a promotion and raise, won't that be a piece of cake? She sat at her workstation, giggling foolishly, just as Lin Dong happened to pass by, worried about things. Hearing her mumbling to herself, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. He walked over to Mangrily, patted her shoulder, and said with a laugh, "Don't worry, whether it's a meal or a promotion and raise, it's all small matters. The key is that you need to handle this well and beautifully. Rest assured, Minister, I will definitely complete the task. I will definitely make things difficult for Su-chan and won't let you down." Mangrily seemed to be filled with energy. Lin Dong saw her enthusiasm and liked her more and more. How had he not noticed such an endearing subordinate before? He gave her an encouraging look and hummed a little tune as he left. That night, when Lin Dong fell asleep, he had a good dream. Meanwhile, in a room at the Martial Artist Guild, Su-chan kept his eyes tightly shut. Occasionally, sweat appeared on his forehead, then trickled down his cheek and fell to the floor. Finally, he opened his eyes, revealing a satisfied smile. He succeeded. He had successfully achieved enlightenment in 3 martial arts, reaching the level of Earth-level martial arts. You have completed a teaching martial arts preparation once, progress plus 5%. Your teaching progress has reached 50%. You have received a progress reward of 100,000 vitality points. Estimated next stage reward value, 200,000 vitality points. Task rewards will increase with the quality and results of the teaching. Here it comes. The 50% stage reward. Here it comes. The second stage reward. Su-chan was overjoyed. This time he received a full 100,000 vitality points. The next stage reward was 200,000 vitality points. Su-chan didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment, but if he had to use one word, it would be exhilarating. The speed of increasing vitality was simply too exhilarating. Coupled with the passive increase during this time, his current vitality had reached 740,000 points. He had successfully reached the 7-star master level. After reaching the 7-star master level, the gap between each star level was greater, so the next increase would require 200,000 points. Originally, this was an astronomical figure, but the next stage's reward would be 200,000 points. In the future, by initiating more teaching activities coupled with the passive enhancement of vitality, he believed he would soon reach the coveted Grand Master level. He reflected on his feelings a few times in the room. He immediately wrote down the foundational theories of the 3 martial arts and then distributed them to Zhang Xing and the other 2. With Meng Li's hints, he had enough information to complete the first task within the stipulated time. However, although the difficulties of the first task were resolved, the upcoming tasks would be challenging. He opened his phone to check the task messages sent by Meng Li. Excluding the task he was currently working on, he had reviewed the remaining 4 tasks, each of which was extremely difficult. They were, first, perfectly analyze 5 top-tier Earth-level martial arts and gain the recognition of the martial arts creator. Second, participate in the development of second-tier heavenly martial arts and gain the mentor's recognition. Third, independently complete a proof of a top-tier heavenly martial art, perfectly analyzing the theoretical process of practicing that martial art. Fourth, propose a martial arts policy recognized by the Ministry of National Defense at the Central National Defense Martial Arts Conference. Each of these 4 tasks was exceedingly difficult, especially the last one. Proposing a widely recognized policy at the Central National Defense Martial Arts Conference? Was this something a high school student could do? No. This wasn't just a matter of being a high school student. The real issue was how someone of his status could even attend such a meeting, and even if he did, how could he gain the recognition of those lofty individuals? In the darkness of the night, he sighed. Thinking about these things was pointless. What he needed to focus on now was completing the first task at hand. He didn't dwell on it any longer but prepared to elevate his proficiency in the earth-level martial arts he had just comprehended to perfection. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, he had already perfected his mastery of the 3 martial arts. He gained another 3 points of insight. He didn't take a break and began
teaching Zhang Xing and the other two to master these three martial arts. None of the three had studied earth-level martial arts before, so they were at a loss when faced with it.
Even with Su Chen's diligence, their training results were below expectations.
Thus, about a month passed without any significant progress. As Qingtang High School was about to start, Su Chen began to feel a headache. Zhang Xing and the other two were still students, and most of their energy was focused on improving their martial arts for the college
entrance examination.
Although they had made considerable progress in vitality over the past 2 months, he was unsure what the two were really thinking.
If they fell behind in
their studies because of martial arts training, he truly wouldn't know what to do. With a nervous heart, he expressed his concerns to the two, and they readily agreed.
Tian Gu.
At this speed, I basically won't be able to get into a martial arts university.
I just hope to graduate and hang out with you.
As long as you take me in, I don't mind not attending school, Zhang Xing said, patting his chest.
What a joke. Who was Su Chen? Now, Su Chen was the golden figure of the city plus the city's guardian plus an absolute high-ranking
member of the martial arts guild.
With his current level, following Su Chen was undoubtedly the best choice. One should know how many people in Tianhai City wanted to associate
with Su Chen but lacked the qualifications and opportunities.
I'm willing to, Chu Ying nodded without hesitation. My dad said the ultimate goal of going to school is to become a martial artist, so I might as well learn with you.
Their words relieved Su Chen. This also made him realize that his previous considerations were not thorough enough. In the future, when similar issues arose, he needed to think things through carefully. If he had truly considered everything, perhaps he wouldn't have been so easily outmaneuvered by the man from the Chu family at the training camp. He still needed to grow. He first communicated with the school about the two attending classes. It was determined that the two would not return to school after the semester began but would continue their training at the Warrior Guild. Subsequently, while teaching the three, he began preparing for the second task. Since he already knew in advance about the remaining 4 tasks, he couldn't waste this information. According to Meng Renli, the earlier these tasks were completed, the higher the position he would receive after becoming an official member.
Therefore, he absolutely couldn't waste time.
He prioritized preparing for the first of the remaining 4 tasks. That is, to perfectly analyze 5 local-level martial arts and gain the recognition of their founders. This task of analyzing the 5 local-level martial arts posed no difficulty for him. The main challenge lay in the latter part, as gaining the founders' recognition was indeed difficult.
One must understand that everyone has a filter when
it comes to their own creations, viewing them as nearly perfect in their hearts. A perfect work cannot be understood by others. This is the normal logic of an ordinary person. Of course, if he followed this normal logic, it would be extremely difficult for him to complete the task. However, after receiving a hint from Meng Renli, he realized that there was a simple way to accomplish this. That was to find someone he knew, analyze their martial skills, and then have the two of them collaborate, thus completely resolving the task. The first person he sought out was naturally a Shang.
Martial arts? Then you really have the wrong person.
Our group studies martial arts too little, and even if we do study it and don't create, our main project is the theory of qi and blood, which you already know.
Hearing a Shang's response, Su Chen hung up the phone in disappointment. He then inquired, with Lin Quan.
Although there were such people around Lin Quan, according to Lin Quan, that person had a very upright character and would definitely not help in such matters.
With no progress on either side, Su Chen began to feel anxious.
At this rate, even if the first task was completed, there would still be no progress on the second task. Just when he was in extreme distress, a sudden call from Guo Xiao brightened his eyes.
Yes, how could he have forgotten about Guo Xiao?
Although Tianhai City was a remote city, there must be a few people who created martial arts, right? Given his current status in Tianhai City, asking Guo Xiao for such small favors would definitely be more than enough. With this thought, he immediately answered Guo Xiao's call.
Master Su? Long time no see, is there anything you need help with in the city? Su Chen smiled. Actually, there is.
While on the call, Guo Xiao frowned at the large amount of documents in his hands. The city had just entered an economic recovery period, and there were too many things to be busy with, especially since many citizens were experiencing numerous disputes due to asset destruction, causing widespread anxiety. He didn't want to trouble Su Chen, but without this hero present, it seemed he really couldn't hold it down any longer. So, with a nervous heart, he called Su Chen, and upon hearing that the other party needed help, Guo Xiao not only felt relieved but also relaxed. Master Su, please go ahead. You are the guardian of the city, and your difficulties will definitely be resolved as soon as possible. There are talents in the city who create local-level martial arts, right? I would like the city to recommend me some people, as I need their help with something. I'm not sure. Don't worry, this matter is actually very easy to resolve, but I'm not sure what specific cooperation Master Su needs from these people. Guo Xiao's voice was filled with confidence. However, after Su Chen explained the details, his voice took on a more worried tone. What Master Su mentioned isn't a difficult task, but there are only 3 people in our city who can create local-level martial arts. With this number, it might be a bit challenging. Su Chen sighed. He hadn't expected that in a city with over 2 million people he couldn't even find 3 individuals capable of creating local-level martial arts.
2 is fine. I'll find a way for the rest.
Suchin spoke helplessly. Having 2 people willing to help was better than having none at all. After all, it was about completing the task ahead of time, and any extra preparation was a plus. There was a slight hesitation on the other end of the phone, then it continued, actually, there are 2 martial arts creators in the city who meet the requirements, but these 2 are a bit difficult to
deal with. Su Chen, who had initially felt disappointed, suddenly brightened. They don't want to do this kind of thing?
Not exactly, it's just that although they are from this city, they have been developing in other cities for the past 2 years. They only learned about the problems in Tianhai City recently and rushed back. Now, due to the issues with the city destruction subsidies, they haven't left yet. This call is also to leverage your prestige to solve the problem and, by the way, to livestream and reassure the public. Su Chen felt a bit pleased. He hadn't expected that what seemed like a difficult task would have a solution so smoothly. Tell me the specifics and I'll get ready to head over. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen arranged the upcoming study schedule for Zhang Xing and the others, then immediately went to the place mentioned by Guo Xiao. On the way, Guo Xiao explained the current situation to him. A large number of communities and areas in Tianhai City had been destroyed, and rebuilding required a
significant amount of funds.
However, Tianhai City was financially strapped, being just a small marginal city and had not faced the impact of alien beasts for a long time, so it could bear very little economic pressure. As a result, the government began to struggle. Not only was it unable to subsidize the citizens for their destroyed assets, but even the most basic construction faced issues. Although Guo Xiao had already applied for financial support from the province and the central government, central financial allocations also required time and could not solve the immediate problems.
After the alien beasts, the citizens were extremely resentful.
Those who had not received timely subsidies began to feel wronged, and the contradictions gradually escalated. Among them, the 2 scholars from families capable of creating Earth-level martial arts led a large number of upper-class families who were extremely dissatisfied. They gathered in the outer ring and the eastern district of the city, causing a ruckus every day, which hindered normal construction. These 2 scholars, relying on their status as researchers, have been dismissive and have dispersed the people in the city several times. Even Yu Qinghuan, a researcher from the province, has been
turned away twice. No wonder they asked me to go.
Su Chen roughly understood Guo Xiao's thoughts. He wanted to use his identity and prestige to resolve the issue, but he felt that the other party was not so easy
to deal with.
Those with status in knowledge and martial arts were often more arrogant than those who simply possessed a realm.
Let's go over first. An hour later, the outer ring.
This was also the area that
had suffered the most severe destruction from the alien beasts.
At this moment, a large crowd surrounded the construction team, blocking the construction vehicles completely.
No construction allowed. Absolutely. No construction.
If you don't build our building today, don't even think about continuing construction. 2 twin brothers stood at the front, their expressions grim.
Don't think we don't know. This area used to be Su Chen's neighborhood, and you are just flattering yourselves.
The reason Tianhai City has become what it is today is all because of you rotten fish and shrimp messing things up.
Who are you calling rotten fish and shrimp?
Yu Qinghuan from the construction team rushed out, his face flushed. Indeed, as the only researcher in the city who had interacted with these 2, he had been brought in for communication, but had failed several times, even receiving a scolding. He could hardly contain himself.
Intellectuals have tempers too. Moreover, he was one of only 2 researchers in the city, and being publicly insulted was simply unbearable.
Among the 2 brothers, the elder named Gu Wu sneered when he saw him step forward.
Of course, I'm talking about you. You got a degree and ended up just eating and waiting to die
in Tianhai City, without developing any achievements at all. Isn't it true that if my 2 brothers' houses weren't over here, you would have swallowed the construction funds for the houses of the outer ring?
Brothers? Do you think the people of the outer ring are easy to bully?
Stop talking nonsense here. The government will build, it's just a matter of timing.
Yu Qinghuan was extremely agitated, yet he didn't
notice the hint of ruthlessness in the younger brother Gu Wen's eyes. A fist struck him. Although Gu Wen was also a scholar, he had reached the level of a martial artist, and this punch sent Yu Qinghuan flying a few meters to the ground, clutching his chest, his face flushed. Seeing him make a move, the construction team rushed to help immediately.
The government is hitting people. Is there no justice left? The brothers' followers began to shout, but in reality, it was Gu Wen and Gu Wu who were unleashing a massacre.
Both brothers were martial artists and showed no mercy.
Gu Wu stepped in front of Yu Qinghuan, lifting him up with a grim expression. The city doesn't give us subsidies, isn't it because we don't cry or make a fuss?
All the benefits and subsidies go to the school and martial artist union where Su Chen is, and
they don't care if we live or die?
Since you think this matter is too small, then let's make it bigger for them to see. Gu Wu's expression was extremely ferocious as he swung a fist at Yu Qinghuan. He was a martial artist, and if that punch really hit Yu Qinghuan, it could very well cost a life.
No! Yu Qinghuan's face was filled with terror, utterly desperate. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared between the two. In a critical moment, a figure appeared between the two, easily catching the other's fist. Su-chen effortlessly pushed the fist away, took a deep breath, and his voice mixed with his blood energy resonated deafeningly within hundreds of meters. Stop it! The 3 words made the brains of everyone present buzz. This was the realm of a master. Every move and action had lethal power for ordinary people. Master. Su! It's Master Su! The people present tensed up at the sight of Su-chen. Su-chen frowned at this scene. He hadn't been out recently, but the citizens usually greeted him warmly. Seeing them act so guilty was a first. They were probably here to stir up trouble on purpose. Fortunately, he arrived early, otherwise, if something really happened, it would be impossible to settle down, and if both sides became completely deadlocked, there would be no talk of his martial arts matters. Upon seeing Su-chen, Gu-woo's earlier arrogance vanished instantly. Looking at the high school student before him, he felt a twinge of fear, but soon, that fear disappeared, replaced by mockery. Master Su, are you in a hurry because we touched your interests? Planning to take action against us common folks? He paused, deliberately raising his voice so everyone present could hear. Master Su, we common folks just want to survive. Are you really not going to give us any way out? We know this is your old home, but that doesn't mean you can casually mobilize government funds meant for building other residential areas. Those who had already stopped upon hearing his words once again showed determination in their eyes. Among the crowd, some even echoed his sentiments. Yes, Master Su, you can't misuse your power just because you're a master. Gu-wen led the shout. Some voices grew louder, starting a collective protest. Su-chen scanned the crowd, and there were nearly 100 people, and he even saw someone in the crowd secretly filming. No, perhaps they were even live streaming. Master Su, don't listen to his nonsense. At this moment, Yu Qinghuan had already gotten up. He coughed and said, these are all routes planned by the government. The civil affairs subsidies have always been the same, and there hasn't been any change. Most of the people here are just pawns of these two brothers. They want to build their community as soon as possible. Stop talking nonsense. With so many people here, if we don't build our community, you won't be able to build yours either. Gu-woo shouted. Do you know how many things my brother and I have delayed for this subsidy? The martial arts we were preparing to develop have all been put on hold. That's our livelihood, and it's not just us. Many people here are in the same situation. Yu Qinghuan wanted to speak again but was stopped by Su-chen. He fixed his sharp gaze on Gu-woo, making Gu-woo's expression darken. What do you want to do? There are so many people watching. Even if you make a move, you can't possibly kill us all. He felt a bit fearful. Su-chen was a master. If he really wanted to kill him, it might just take a moment. Aren't you just worried that the issues here won't be resolved and will affect your future? How about this? I'll help you solve your martial arts theory issue. Within a day, I will definitely help you resolve the martial arts theory you are developing. Gu-woo was taken aback. A day? Master Su, you can't just rely on your strength and status to bully fools here, can you? His face turned ashen. I know you have the title of a senior researcher, but figuring out a completely unfamiliar Earth-level martial arts in a day is absolutely impossible. Su-chen knew he would say that and revealed a thoughtful smile. That's not something you should be concerned about. You just need to consider whether to accept it. Gu-woo hesitated. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Su-chen's cold voice. Don't think I don't know that most of the people behind you are yours. Causing such a ruckus won't benefit you. You two are ultimately researchers from outside the city. If you publicly cause trouble and injure researchers within the city, I can detain you on the grounds of your ill intentions. Do you think the outside city will go against me, a master, because of you? 2. Gu-woo's face changed dramatically, his eyes revealing fear. He knew that continuing to make a scene would not benefit them, so after hesitating, he nodded heavily. All right. And not just one day, we'll give you 3 days, but on the condition of 2 martial arts texts. My topic and Gu-wen's are different. The 2 martial arts must be completed within 3 days, and the authorship must still be ours. If you can agree to this, we won't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, even if you kill us, we absolutely won't agree. Are you crazy? 3 days for 2 martial arts techniques, and authorship still goes to you? Do you really think people are easy to bully? Yu Qinghuan couldn't take it anymore and exploded in anger. I don't care. If it doesn't work, then we'll both perish. Gu-woo's expression was ferocious, clearly determined. All right. Su-chen interrupted their conversation, nodding slowly. No problem, we'll do it your way, and I won't even need 3 days, just 1 day, 24 hours. However, I can help you complete the topic, but I will provide an analysis of the martial arts techniques, and you must publicly acknowledge my analysis. No problem, you said it yourself. A dignified master backing out would become a laughingstock. Gu-woo quickly agreed, fearing Su-chen would change his mind. Just acknowledging the analysis was not a big deal for him, even if everyone thought the martial arts were created by Su-chen. So what? In the academic world, as long as the name on the martial arts book was his, then that martial arts belonged to him. Thinking of this, he secretly sneered. It seems Su Chen was just a fool, easily tricked by a few casual words. Master Su, perfecting a martial arts text will consume countless efforts. How can you manage to? The key point is that the authorship still goes to them. This absolutely won't do. Yu Qinghuan's eyes were red. You are the guardian of our city, how can we allow you to be wronged like this? His words were sincere, and Su Chen could even see the tears welling in his eyes, inexplicably feeling a bit moved. But this matter is settled, my mind is made up, you don't need to persuade me any further. Within a day, I have absolute confidence, he said, his eyes coldly fixed on Gu Wu, slowly adding, if you dare to go back on your word then, it won't be as easy to talk as it is today. Gu Wu nodded heavily. Don't worry, how could I go back on such a great deal? As long as Master Su doesn't go back on his word, that's all that matters. Gu Wu chuckled to himself. Regardless of whether this matter succeeded or not, they would benefit, because he knew very well that there was no deliberate misallocation of subsidies in the city as he claimed. So even if they failed, after all this commotion, the subsidies in the city would still be expedited to help them build the community. But if they succeeded, their project would be completed ahead of schedule and the only cost would be acknowledging Su Chen's analysis. Moreover, although their subsidy construction would be delayed a bit, it would still be distributed to them. No matter how you looked at it, they were bound to profit. He looked at Su Chen with pride, fearing he might change his mind. Don't worry, I am the guardian of the city and I won't go back on my word. Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. He could clearly see that among the crowd behind, there were quite a few people recording videos. It was likely that everything said today had already been fully documented by those in the back. The other party was afraid he would backtrack, but they had no idea they were actually helping him. Scholar Yu, the task of connecting these martial arts is up to you. Just send it directly to me later, and if you find any signs of them playing tricks, inform me immediately. Okay. Yu Qinghuan nodded. Seriously, but the looks exchanged between the two seemed predatory. Once the martial arts connection was completed, Gu Wu and Gu Wen took their people and left. After they had completely dispersed, Yu Qinghuan rushed to his side. Master Su, you acted impulsively. Their people have already recorded it. Within a day, the discussions about perfecting 2 local-level martial arts will likely spread throughout the city. After all, you are the face of the city now, and even if our reasons are reasonable, if we can't produce the martial arts, we will still be criticized. He sighed as he spoke, his face full of worry. Su Chen, however, smiled nonchalantly. Who said I need to find a reason? Those 2 incomplete local-level martial arts, perfecting them won't even take a day. Just rest easy, there's no need to worry. Although he said this, Yu Qinghuan still looked worried, clearly not believing him. Master Su, actually what I said earlier was the best case scenario. These 2 are from outside the city, their ruckus here won't be so simple. There might be someone behind them, and I'm afraid that by then, regardless of whether we succeed or not, they will cause an even bigger uproar. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression turned serious. He really hadn't thought of this. After all, he was still a child and had considered too little of the intrigues involved. What do you mean by more serious consequences? I can't say for sure, but I can guarantee that with your involvement, things are likely to escalate. However, he paused for a moment before continuing. Fortunately, I had someone record a video earlier, so at least we won't be falsely accused. Now the only hope is that you can really perfect these 2 martial arts. Yu Qinghuan's face was filled with worry. Although he wasn't a senior researcher, he was still someone with a research degree. The difficulty of this task was no less than climbing to the sky. In his view, Su Chen absolutely couldn't accomplish it. Su Chen didn't say much to him but immediately found the nearest construction rest area and began to analyze the 2 martial arts books. When he truly saw these 2 martial arts books, he almost laughed out loud. Simple. Super simple. Even without his system, just from studying the martial arts knowledge from the Central Martial Arts Research Institute, he could easily crack them within a day. He buried his head and started to improve them. Time flew by. 4 hours later, the sky was getting darker. Gu Wu and Gu Wen sat in a small noodle shop. Bro, what if Su Chen really deciphers it? If he deciphers it, our plan will fail, right? Gu Wu couldn't help but chuckle at that. If the doctor couldn't do it, how could he? When the time comes, we'll follow the plan and post that video online, ensuring Su Chen's reputation is ruined. Once his reputation is tarnished, this kid won't have a chance at the provincial quota in our city. Then we'll send someone to create some trouble for his dad, involving personal matters or something, and he'll never recover in his life. Gu Wen nodded repeatedly at his words, a hint of hatred on his face. Tianhai City didn't even give us a candidate for a gold standard figure back then, forcing us to leave our homes. If Tianhai City had been willing to invest resources in us back then, we wouldn't have ended up in such a situation now. They deserve it. Gu Wu nodded, his eyes showing the same anger. This Su Chen is 18 years old, we were also 18 back then. He got what we didn't, and now he still influences our future in the province, which is truly infuriating.
Even if he succeeds, we brothers will still get the martial arts. He won't gain any advantage. Right, with the current chaotic construction situation, if we casually cause some casualties, he won't be able to escape.
Gu Wen nodded heavily.
I've already figured out the safety of the outer beasts. As long as we make a slight move, beasts will flood into the outer
ring, and then he'll really be in the spotlight. Ha ha ha. The two laughed happily until they suddenly received a text message. The content
of the message was simple. Su Chen informed them that the martial arts had been completed.
He asked them to arrive at the designated location. Within half an hour,
their laughter abruptly stopped. Their faces turned ugly.
So fast, how is that possible? Gu Wen's face was filled with disbelief. Gu Wu's expression was the same. In just 4 hours, this guy completed 2 martial arts books? No, that's absolutely impossible. He must be trying to trick us, wanting to eliminate us or negotiate.
You do this, inform Shaoli and the others to prepare
the recorded video. If he makes any moves, let him be ruined at the first opportunity. Gu Wen nodded heavily. Should we invite that person too?
Yes, Mang Lao is a master in Tianhai City. Having him there is authoritative enough, and since he wasn't selected as a gold standard figure this time, he has a stake in it too. His hatred for Su Chen is no less than ours.
With him around, Su Chen will be ruined, whether he succeeds or not.
The more he spoke, the more pleased he looked. Everything was ready, they were just waiting for Su Chen to take
the bait.
The two quickly went their separate ways, disappearing into the noodle shop.
Half an hour later, Su Chen sat upright in a hall
in the outer ring area. Beside him was Yu Qinghuan. Yu Qinghuan had already processed the video, and if the other party really released any unfavorable videos about Su Chen, he would notify someone to publish it immediately.
However, he didn't have much confidence because the
content of the video seemed self-consistent no matter how he looked at it. After all, it still required solid skills. If Su Chen could truly perfect the 2 martial arts, everything would be easy to discuss. But had he really perfected them? He looked at the confident Su Chen, worry etched on his face. They're here. Just then, Su Chen suddenly spoke. They're here.
Su Chen looked at the entrance of the hall.
His eyes filled with curiosity. Under his gaze, an elderly man dressed in an old-fashioned long gown slowly appeared.
Had this old man come to the wrong place? Elder Meng.
Yu Qinghuan's face changed dramatically upon seeing the old man, her voice tinged with panic.
Who is Elder Meng? Su Chen asked curiously.
This was the first time he had heard this name, but judging by Yu Qinghuan's reaction, he must be
someone significant. Yu Qinghuan's expression was grim as she slowly said, Elder Meng is considered a master in our city, having made
considerable contributions to the theory of qi and blood in our area. He has always wanted to become a golden standard figure in the city, but
his luck has been a bit lacking, missing out every time. This time is no different.
She paused, looking at Su Chen, the meaning in her eyes very clear.
So, this Elder Meng has a very high reputation?
I wouldn't say high reputation, but rather extremely high.
Many of the
government officials in the city center are his students. Su Chen inhaled sharply. So, this person was not here with good intentions. With such a status, it was indeed a headache for him. Were those 2 brothers the ones who invited him?
While he was pondering, Elder Meng had already entered the hall.
Yu Qinghuan quickly approached him, wearing a forced smile.
Elder Meng, what brings you here? This is our city's.
She wanted to introduce Su Chen, but was interrupted by Elder Meng.
I know, he is the Su Chen who took away my chance at becoming a golden standard figure. Even if it's our first meeting, I can recognize him at a glance.
Elder Meng snorted coldly, his tone
clearly unfriendly.
Ignoring the awkwardly pale-faced Yu Qinghuan, he slowly walked up to Su Chen, his gaze unfriendly. I heard you boast that you could perfect 2 martial arts books you've never encountered before in just 1 day? I've been researching theory for over a decade, and have dabbled in martial arts, yet I've never heard of anyone achieving such a feat. I'm here today to see for myself. You have
no objections, right? Yu Qinghuan's face looked grim from the side. Su Chen now understood the old man's intentions. This was not just a
casual visit. He was clearly here to stir up trouble because he hadn't been selected for the golden standard task.
He didn't expect those
2 brothers to bring such a formidable figure. After a moment of thought, Su Chen revealed a respectful smile.
Elder Meng, you flatter me. You are indeed a master of our Tianhai city. If you are here, I naturally have no objections. At least you know your place.
Elder Meng snorted again and unceremoniously sat down on a nearby sofa, waiting. Just as he settled in, a commotion erupted outside.
The Gu brothers had arrived.
The 2 brothers walked in front, followed by a number of people, many of whom were familiar faces from the last time. The overwhelming momentum suggested they were determined to make a statement today.
Master Su, I didn't expect we would meet again so soon,
Gu Wu said, a smug smile on his face.
You wouldn't suggest I invite Elder Meng to be the judge, would you?
After all, this matter is not trivial. We are just small figures, but you are the city's guardian. Though he said this, his every action was extremely arrogant. If Su Chen weren't already a city guardian, he would have wanted to slap that smug grin off his face. I wouldn't suggest it, but what does he mean? Su Chen pointed at Gu Wen behind Gu Wu, his expression darkening. Gu Wen was holding a phone, seemingly live streaming. Seeing this, Gu Wu chuckled, don't worry about that, Gu Wen is just streaming our own footage, it won't affect you at all. Besides, you wouldn't play dirty, so there's no need to worry about these things, right? Seeing Su Chen's grim expression, Gu Wu's smile grew even more smug. Su Chen was just an 18-year-old high school student. Although he was a guardian of the city, he was still too far behind to compete with the two of them. Today, no matter what, he had to make Su Chen lose face. Not only would Su Chen lose face, but Tianhai City would also suffer. However, just when he thought Su Chen would be nervous and regretful, Su Chen not only showed no negative emotions but instead smiled mockingly. That's right, a sneer. Moreover, there was a hint of disdain in Su Chen's gaze. His smile froze. The confidence he had felt was now tinged with doubt. At this point, how could this kid still be smiling? Could it be he really perfected the martial arts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perfecting 2 Earth-level martial arts in a single day was something even a PhD couldn't achieve. Only someone at the level of the top 10 PhDs could accomplish such a feat. Su Chen was only 18. Although he had shown some creative talent, he definitely couldn't reach the level of the top 10 PhDs. This guy must be pretending to be calm. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, filled with confidence. Master Su, let's skip the tedious processes and just bring out those 2 martial arts. Old Meng is right here, let him take a look. He is a master in Tianhai City, you wouldn't doubt his words, would you? Of course not. Su Chen answered without hesitation. He directly had Yu Qinghuan open her laptop and then personally pushed it in front of Old Meng. All these actions were done in one go, without any excess or hesitation, as if he were even more anxious than they were. Seeing him so decisive, Gu Wu's smile completely vanished. He nervously awaited Old Meng's response, and the hall fell into silence. Not just him, but also Gu Wen and Yu Qinghuan, who had found the documents. They were all extremely tense about the outcome. They all understood Old Meng's character and level. He was someone who harbored dissatisfaction but was also extremely serious about martial arts and theory. If there were any superficial aspects or shortcomings in Su Chen's martial arts, Old Meng would definitely not hold back on his critique. Fair. Impartial. This was also why Gu Wen and Gu Wu, despite being from an external research institute, dared to invite him over. At this moment, Old Meng sat in front of the computer, squinting slightly, carefully observing the perfected Earth-level martial arts displayed on the screen. Every movement and expression of his stirred the hearts of the crowd, causing everyone to unconsciously quiet down. Only Su Chen, on the other hand, was pouring himself tea, leisurely waiting for the result, seemingly completely unconcerned that the martial arts might have issues. The more he acted this way, the more uncertain Gu Wu felt as the confidence he had painstakingly built began to crumble. Big brother, he's so confident. It can't really be. Gu Wen, holding his phone, also started to feel anxious. Su Chen was too confident. Just then, Old Meng finally raised his head. After about 10 minutes, Old Meng finally lifted his gaze. In an instant, all eyes were on him. Old Meng's expression was serious, ignoring the gazes of others, and finally locked his eyes on Su Chen. Are you sure this is the Earth-level martial arts you perfected? His voice was questioning, clear for everyone present to hear. Of course, Su Chen nodded. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be the martial arts you perfected. Old Meng suddenly became agitated. His sudden excitement startled everyone present. The first to react was not anyone else but Gu Wu. He had been watching Old Meng closely, observing his expressions and movements. Old Meng, what do you mean? The perfected martial arts have issues. They differ greatly from the perfect scenario I anticipated. Old Meng answered his question, his expression grim. When he said this, coupled with his tone, Gu Wu immediately judged that Su Chen had not successfully perfected the martial arts. He laughed heartily. It seems Master Su is still too anxious. If it really could be perfected well in 3 days, these 2 martial arts would indeed have been successfully completed. Unfortunately, Master Su, you were too hasty and ultimately did not perfect it. The more he spoke, the more pleased his expression became. In that case, Master Su, don't blame us for being unreasonable. Today, Elder Meng is also here to bear witness. If you can't finalize the construction subsidies for our community, then don't blame us for being unkind. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Gu Wen. Gu Wen pointed the live stream of his phone at them and then said loudly, brothers and sisters. In the live stream, you all heard that, right? Master Su is actually using such deceptive means to delay the construction subsidies. For us common folks, we absolutely cannot accept this situation. I, Gu Wen, call on everyone to protest with me. Next, we will go to every community until. Just as he was about to continue, a cold voice interrupted him. Who said your martial arts weren't perfected? Elder Meng's face was ashen. What I said is different from what I imagined because these 2 martial arts are perfected too perfectly. Perfect to an unbelievable degree.
He angrily opened his computer and pushed it in front of the two of them. You two blind fools, look for yourselves. The martial arts courses you researched, you can't be unaware of them, right? Guwu and the other person were stunned in place. They instinctively approached the computer to check, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Perfect. Too perfect. This was far better than he had expected. The perfection of the martial arts on this was already far beyond their level. If they were to perfect it, it would probably take them months to reach such a level, yet Suchen managed to do it in less than a day. Elder Meng, since you acknowledge that the martial arts are well perfected, shouldn't you say a fair word for me? Suchen slowly stood up, a smile plastered on his face. Don't worry, although I have some opinions about you, I would never go against my conscience on academic matters. Not to mention me. Any person who understands martial skills can see your level. No wonder you managed to get the gold standard title. I, the old man, am convinced. He paused, coldly looking at the two brothers and said, the thing I hate the most is people who deceive others. You two should be clear about that. Since there are no issues with the perfection of the martial arts, you must fulfill your promise. I also have connections with those old folks in your Yun city, so don't make me angry. Guwu's face turned ashen. He never expected that in the end, he would shoot himself in the foot. He also never anticipated that Su Chen could really complete 2 martial arts in such a short time. Gu Wen's expression was also grim. As if realizing something, he nervously turned off the live stream. But it was too late. Those who were watching the live stream immediately understood the situation here. The resentment in the hearts of those preparing to denounce the government dissipated. Master Su was truly helping them solve the problem. If that were the case, they didn't need to worry about the subsidies not reaching their community, they just needed to wait patiently. The Gu brothers never imagined that after all their scheming, they ended up making a wedding dress for Su Chen. Now that things had come to this, the two brothers could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Since Elder Meng has said so, we naturally agree. After all, we have also achieved success in the research of martial arts, so we have benefited as well. Gu Wu regained his smile and slowly spoke. That's right. Even if their plan didn't succeed, at least they gained the results of studying martial arts for free, so they didn't come out empty-handed. Su Chen, that fool, what if he has the ability to perfect martial arts? Now, isn't he just suffering for nothing? Returning to Tianhai City can be considered a worthwhile trip. We will release the improvements on martial arts analysis as soon as possible, and we won't disturb you any further today, Gu Wu said as he prepared to leave. With Gu Wen. But the next second, Su Chen blocked their way. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since I've helped you two with such a big favor, you should sincerely help me in return. I've already prepared an analysis of martial arts. You two can just announce your acknowledgement online right here. The two felt the oppressive aura of Su Chen's master-level presence, their faces turning ugly. This completely disrupted their plans. According to their strategy, even if they left, they wouldn't easily announce anything to Su Chen. They would definitely delay as long as possible. After all, as long as they didn't release it, it was equivalent to holding on to leverage. But they didn't expect to be seen through by Su Chen and forced to stay here. With no other choice, they could only record a video and publish it on the relevant networks. After handling everything, they left with faces full of reluctance. The moment Gu Wu stepped out, his gaze was icy and filled with defiance. Su Chen, this matter isn't over between us brothers and you. I really want to see how you'll handle it when the borders safe beasts break into the city and start killing. Of course, they didn't dare to say this in front of Su Chen, only muttering under their breath. They just overlooked the hearing of a master. Su Chen sat in the hall, clearly hearing those few words. He suddenly raised his head, staring intensely at the backs of the two as they left, his eyes filled with killing intent. The sudden surge of killing intent startled Yu Qinghuan and Old Meng. Old Meng's expression changed, hesitating as he said, Su Xiaoyu, it's truly a pity about your two martial arts analyses. I also bear some responsibility for unknowingly aiding the wicked. I have some connections with the higher-ups in their district, and I will definitely seek justice for you. These two traitorous scoundrels will not have it easy. The Gu brothers left. After resolving the outer ring dispute, Wu Xiao received a call from Su Chen immediately. But upon hearing Su Chen and the Gu brothers' whispers, his expression changed drastically. I'll notify the safe point to strengthen defenses right away. No need, I'll go personally. Mayor, you just need to inform me of any issues as they arise, Su Chen said, sitting in the special vehicle, his eyes cold. Daring to let the beasts in, these two might have support from outside the city, which could be more dangerous than we imagined. Moreover, I was just thinking, our Tianhai city is in a remote area and has never had master-level beasts. How did two appear last time? Does Master Su mean that outsiders are meddling? Guo Zhao's voice had become extremely serious. If that's the case, this matter would be serious. No matter who is causing trouble, my old house has collapsed. I must handle this matter personally. Su Chen hung up the phone and opened an album. There was a family photo, and the background was the old house that had now become ruins. He casually closed his phone and closed his eyes. About 2 hours later, he arrived at the nearest safe point to the outer ring. It was also the safe point he was most familiar with, and the person who came out to greet him was an acquaintance. I didn't expect Master Su to have such a refined interest today, coming to inspect this safe point, Xiaosini said, as spirited as usual, but this time her left sleeve was empty. She walked up to Su Chen and compared their heights with her right hand. Haven't you grown quite a bit? I came to see you. Su Chen looked at the empty arm, hesitating to speak. For the first time since the beast attack on Tianhai City, he felt the anger brought by the beast's assault on the city. If that master-level beast was indeed related to those two brothers, he would not let them off easily. Whether as Su Chen the person or as the guardian of Tianhai City, Xiaosini was both a teacher and a friend to him, and seeing her in this state inevitably made him a bit sad. What's so interesting about me? The mayor just said that someone needed to cooperate, and I thought it was some leader, but it turns out to be you, kid. So, tell me, such an important person like you coming here, is there some important task? Or, is there another master-level beast? She showed a hint of panic. I'm just here to check some safety points and help you hunt some beasts. How's the safety protection? Here, has everything been checked? Xiaosini paused for a moment and shook her head. The protection locations haven't been fully checked. Yet, there's just one last spot left, and I was about to go there myself. You're going there? Yes, it's me. I've now become the captain of the safety point. After all, with one arm missing, it's not as convenient to fight as before, but I'm still at the martial artist level, responsible for managing safety here. Su Chen's expression was complex. He knew very well that someone like Xiaosini was solely focused on killing beasts. If it weren't for a lack of options, she would never take on the role of captain at the safety point. I'll accompany you there, Su Chen immediately said. He had a strong intuition that those two brothers might have tampered with the last spot. Xiaosini did not refuse. In her eyes, although Su Chen had become a master, he was still the same as before, just a bit taller. The two chatted and laughed all the way to the last spot. The last spot was the farthest from the safety point and the deepest in the beast-infested forest, about 3 miles away from the safety point. It was called the 4th Protection Zone. At this moment, in the 4th Protection Zone, Gu-Wan and Gu-Wu stuffed a huge mysterious package into the steel railing, exchanging smiles. The steel railing was extremely sturdy, standing about 3 meters high and stretching nearly 100 meters, connecting the steep rock walls on either side to form the district's defense. It could not only withstand the impact of the highest-level martial artist beasts but also had an unpleasant metallic smell that effectively caused physiological repulsion in the beasts. Brother, do you think these 2 large packages of beast-attracting drugs piled up here will attract how many beasts? Gu-Wan clapped his hands excitedly. Gu-Wu sneered. These 2 packages of drugs were deliberately manufactured. Even a martial artist-level beast would go crazy just from the smell. I've already thrown the drugs from the mountain. I estimate that within an hour, those beasts will come down, and this place will be breached in no time. The main road down here leads straight to the city. Those crazed beasts will be so focused on running that they will definitely enter Tianhai City. By then, we'll give Su Chen a surprise. As he said this, the sneer on his face deepened. And if I remember correctly, according to the intelligence we've gathered, in about half an hour, the protective martial artists from the safety point will arrive. I heard Su Chen used to stay at this safety point. I bet many of the faces here are familiar to him. If these familiar faces die here, he won't feel good about it either. The two brothers couldn't help but laugh. Gu-Wan took out a dagger and sliced open the 2 packages of herbs, a strong medicinal fragrance wafting out. He ignited them, and the scent became even more intense. Then the 2 of them climbed over the steel railing and disappeared into the area. About half an hour later, 2 figures slowly appeared in this area. It was Su Chen and Xiaosini. Su Chen was chatting and laughing with Xiaosini when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He furrowed his brows and gazed into the distance, his expression grave. He caught a whiff of a strange, foul odor. Every sense of a master is heightened, so he immediately sensed something was off. Squinting slightly, he saw a plume of smoke rising. What's wrong? Xiaosini asked, her face full of curiosity as she noticed him suddenly stop. There's a strange smell and flames. Is it normal for this area to have such a situation? Xiaosini was momentarily taken aback, then she sniffed carefully, her expression changing to one of fear. She ignored Su Chen and ran ahead, seemingly to confirm the smell. Seeing her anxiousness, a bad premonition rose in Su Chen's heart. He hurried to catch up with Xiaosini, and the two gradually approached the steel railing. When Xiaosini saw the smoke rising from the railing, her face turned pale. It's charm beast grass. Who piled up a large amount of charm beast grass? Here? Are they crazy? As she spoke, she ran towards it, and Su Chen rushed ahead to the railing, using his blood energy to extinguish the flames directly, his face ashen. He had heard of this stuff. It was hard to burn completely, and the smell it released could attract beasts from a 10-mile radius. Once inhaled, the beasts would go mad, completely losing their rationality and becoming frenzied monsters. The presence of this stuff here was clearly man-made. It was the work of the Gu brothers. This was Su Chen's first reaction, and before he could take further action, he heard a roar. Beasts! By now, the sky was getting darker, and in the dim black forest, countless scarlet eyes shone brightly. Oh no! A small beast tide. This railing will definitely be breached. The road below leads straight into the city. Something's going to happen. Xiao Xinyi's face was grim. Such a beast tide would be uncontrollable for the martial artists at the safe point for a while, and by the time reinforcements arrived from other areas, it would be too late. Just as she was filled with worry, a figure dashed out. Su Chen, wielding the light sword, charged into the midst of countless beasts. His blood energy formed a layer of sword light on the blade, making it appear much broader, the milky white glow particularly striking in the gradually darkening night. Swish! With just one sword strike, Su Chen killed a master-level beast, and then dispatching the beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables, moving in and out without obstruction. Dozens of beasts dove in, but not a single one passed by Su Chen. Xiao Xinyi was utterly shocked, her heart filled with disbelief. She knew masters were powerful, but she never expected them to be this formidable. One person could hold back an entire small beast tide. It was simply incredible. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes. Su Chen finally stopped killing. The ground was a river of blood, countless beast corpses split in two, resembling hell. Su Chen panted heavily, covered in blood as he walked out from among the bodies, exuding a fierce aura. Though exhausted, he was grateful to be here. If he hadn't come today, Xiao Xinyi would definitely have died here. The smell of blood enveloped him, and the killing intent radiating from him made him stand there like a Shura. Are you okay? Xiao Xinyi snapped back to reality, worriedly checking his body. Su Chen shook his head and immediately called Guo Xiao, intercepting all locations near the safe point. He was sure those two brothers wouldn't escape. At this moment, on the road leading to the city, Gu Wu and Gu Wen were driving like mad. Big brother, how many people do you think will die at the safe point this time? Gu Wen was incredibly excited. Gu Wu's smile was hard to conceal, equally thrilled. I don't know how many will die, but those who went to patrol the 4th district this time are undoubtedly doomed. If no one reports it immediately, the surrounding areas of Tianhai City will definitely suffer. Clearly having the city guardians, yet still facing a large-scale beast invasion, Su Chen and the protective warriors of Tianhai City are likely to be pushed to the forefront. As long as Tianhai City is chaotic enough, our goal will be achieved. The two exchanged remarks, laughing heartily in the end. Bro, let's speed up a bit. Otherwise, once they discover us, it will be difficult to leave. By the time they find us, we'll have long gone. Gu Wu said dismissively. Do you see that checkpoint ahead? We'll swagger right past it, flaunting our identities as researchers, and they'll still have to speak to us politely, saying things like, "Excuse me, sir, and goodbye, sir." Do you believe that? I do. I believe everything my big brother says. As they laughed, they stopped in front of the inspection booth. The personnel at the booth were also warriors, two high-level martial artists. They were responsible for monitoring the comings and goings of people, as well as guarding against the occasional low-level beasts that might appear. The vehicle carrying Gu Wen and Gu Wu slowly came to a stop in front of the two personnel, who then checked their credentials. At that moment, Gu Wu leaned out of the window, his face full of confidence, and said, "You two have worked hard. Here are our credentials. We are both researchers, not any sort of illicit personnel, so you can rest easy." He even flashed a warm smile at the two warriors, feeling extremely pleased. However, the next second, a heavy slap landed on his face. Slap. Laugh at your grandmother. Get out of the car, or I'll shoot you. The two guards raised their AKs, aiming at the two, their faces filled with anger. Gu Wu, who had just been slapped, felt his head buzzing, staring blankly at the guards, blood streaming from his nose. Slap. Are you deaf? The guard slapped him again, angrily raising his AK rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The tires of the car were shot out, and Gu Wen and Gu Wu finally reacted, then got out of the car. With their hands on their heads, looking terrified. The martial artists' bodies couldn't withstand the impact of the rifle, and the two dared not make any rash moves. Their minds were blank, completely unaware of the situation, and Gu Wu's head was still buzzing. It wasn't until they overheard one of the guards on the phone that they suddenly realized what was happening. "Master Su, we have successfully apprehended the two individuals right at the entrance to the lost testing site. Don't worry, as long as they dare to act recklessly, we'll take them down." Understood. At this moment, the expressions of the two who had come to their senses gradually turned to horror. Su Chen, how did he know they were here? Even if the 4th district discovered the beast invasion at the first moment, it would be impossible to respond so quickly. As confusion filled their hearts, they felt even more regret. They were kept in a side room under guard for about an hour, when Su Chen finally appeared in their line of sight. Entering the room, Su Chen saw the two familiar faces and revealed a meaningful smile. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Su Chen, you dared to detain researchers from outside the city. You are unlawfully holding us. The leaders in our city won't let you off, and neither will the provincial leaders." "That's right. Illegally detaining researchers and personnel above the level of martial artist will incur punishment. Even as the guardian of Tianhai City, you are no exception." The Two brothers chimed in, their faces filled with anger. Su Chen sneered, looking at them with disdain. At this point, you two still want to cling to hope? Bringing out so many beasts, this is a serious offense. Don't think that just because you are researchers, or even masters, you will escape punishment. Su Chen snorted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Nonsense. Su Chen, don't think that just because you are a master, you can do whatever you want and fabricate facts. Gu Wu shouted. Immediately. Right. Don't think that just because you're a master, you can take lives so lightly. All researchers are protected by the city. Gu Wen was also shouting. Very well, since you want evidence, then just wait. Su Chen snorted coldly. Do you really believe there won't be any traces left behind? I can assure you, if there's even a hint of a trace, you won't escape. Su Chen's words made the faces of the two turn ashen. But soon, Gu Wu continued to laugh arrogantly. Su Chen, stop trying to scare us. When the beast entered the city, everything along the way was destroyed. What traces could there possibly be? How do you know about these circumstances? Su Chen's eyes were mocking. Gu Wu's expression changed, looking increasingly grim. Realizing there were no excuses left, he became furious. Even if it wasn't us, so what if it was? Now that all traces have been destroyed, you have no reason to arrest us. And those two guards outside who beat the researchers, they too must pay the price. Who told you that the 4th district was destroyed? Su Chen interrupted his dialogue. The 4th district wasn't destroyed, and the beasts didn't break through the barriers. Your plan has failed. Impossible. Gu Wu shouted. He was full of confidence. Of course, he was confident as it was he and Gu Wen who had personally ignited the beast grass. Even if discovered in time, the beasts on the mountain would have definitely gathered. And even if they mobilized personnel for protection immediately, they wouldn't be able to keep up. Su Chen knew their thoughts and smiled playfully. Do you think a master can stop those beasts? The two brothers were first taken aback. Then their expressions grew increasingly grim. You are? Gu Wu's voice lost its strength. If Su Chen could arrive in time, with his mastery, it was indeed possible to stop all the beasts. If that were the case, the two of them would surely face disaster today. What do you think? Su Chen spoke lightly, an aura of menace radiating from him. At that moment, the brothers finally noticed a strong smell of blood emanating from Su Chen. Not only that, but they also realized they hadn't closely observed him earlier and now saw numerous bloodstains on his body. Thud. Gu Wu sat on the ground, his expression pale and desperate. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How could you know about this? Neither of us told anyone. There's no way anyone could know our plan. Su Chen's gaze was icy as he expressionlessly lifted the two away. He ultimately did not kill them himself but left it to Guo Xiao to handle. Guo Xiao assured him that the two would undoubtedly die. After all, deliberately attracting beasts to destroy protective measures was a capital offense in any city. According to Guo Xiao, it was best for him not to get involved in such matters. He had initially wanted to follow up on the subsequent issues, but at that moment he saw a system notification. Your student has successfully and skillfully executed Earth-level martial arts once, plus 10% teaching progress. Your teaching progress has reached 75%. Gained progress reward, 100,000 vitality points. Gained wisdom heart *1. Wisdom heart. 100% success in sudden enlightenment once, usable for any learning activity. Estimated next stage reward value, 400,000 vitality points. Task rewards will increase with the quality and results of teaching. Wisdom heart. Su Chen was shocked. This time, the 200,000 vitality reward was not entirely given as vitality but partially converted into a wisdom heart. It could guarantee a 100% success in sudden enlightenment once, usable for any learning activity. Su Chen couldn't imagine how valuable this wisdom heart was. If used for sudden enlightenment in the highest level of heaven tier martial arts, that would lead to the same tier. He could no longer contain his excitement, abandoning the follow-up processing and returning to the warrior guild at the first opportunity. This was only the 3rd stage reward, and something as good as the Heart of Wisdom had already appeared. It was unimaginable how great the 400,000 health reward would be upon completely finishing the task. When he returned to the warrior guild, the three of them were still practicing martial arts. As he had guessed, the first person to demonstrate the martial arts was Lu Mei. Although the three had similar talents, Lu Mei had more experience than Zhang Xing and the others. Under his careful guidance, she had successfully mastered her first Earth-level martial art. Lu Mei was incredibly excited but also practiced even harder. After interacting with so many warriors, she had developed a heart to become a warrior herself. With her success, Zhang Xing and the others also worked even harder. Day and night, time flew by. About a month later, Central Martial Arts Research Institute. In a meeting, Lin Dong listened with a grim expression as the leader spoke. Who recruited this young man named Su Chen? An A-level task was completed in just 2 months. Lin Dong, if I'm not mistaken, this young man is assigned to your side, right? Make sure to grasp this. We must not let such a good seed slip away. Yes. Lin Dong forced a smile, but The anger in his heart was already boiling over. Soon, the meeting ended.
Lin Dong immediately found Meng Renli.
Meng Renli, what on earth is going on with Su Chen? Didn't you do as I said? Why did he complete a task in 2 months?
Lin Dong glared at her in anger, his chest heaving.
He was very angry, especially angry. That was an A-level task. Su Chen actually completed it. At this rate, not only would Su Chen not be eliminated, but he would also become a formal member. A minister level 1 at that. Meng Renli was terrified by Lin Dong's fury.
She looked nervously at the leader, cold sweat pouring down her face. She was pondering the reason for Lin Dong's outburst. She didn't understand why Lin Dong was so furious, but she was certain it was because of Su Chen. Completing a task in 2 months was to be questioned? Could it be he thought it was too slow? She regretted not doing well, tears welling up in her eyes. Leader, I'm sorry, I don't know why it turned out this way. I clearly did it according to your ideas, but it just didn't work. I really tried my best. Lin Dong was initially very angry, but he was slightly taken aback by her words. A hint of doubt appeared between his brows. Could it be that Su Chen was really too capable? He suddenly recalled that Su Chen was just an ordinary person from a remote small city, and to rise to the level of a master in such a short time was definitely extraordinary. Completing an A-level task in 2 months might really be possible. He calmed down and took a deep breath. Stop crying. What good does crying do? Hurry up and think of a way. Don't let me down. With my expectations of you, with such a small matter, what is there that you can't do well? Use every means at your disposal to make this work. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and scolded Meng Renli, glaring at her fiercely. Absolutely do not let me see a report like today's. Again. Rest assured, leader, I already have ideas for this matter. I guarantee the next task will definitely not be like today's. It will absolutely satisfy you. Lin Dong looked at the enthusiastic Meng Renli and his bad mood was swept away. That's good. Rest assured. If you really do it well, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled into a smug arc. Lin Dong left her workstation once again. Meng Renli was filled with regret. Meng Renli, the leader thinks so highly of you. How can you let the leader down? Such a tremendous opportunity. I must work hard, harder, and even harder. But completing an A-level task in just 2 months is considered slow. Isn't that just making things difficult for me? Her small face was filled with bitterness as she helplessly opened Su Chen's task data. She began to organize Su Chen's upcoming tasks. Her expression extremely serious. She was determined to devise a perfect plan that would make it difficult for Su Chen to complete the upcoming tasks. At this moment, her heart was resolute. No matter what, she had to cling to Su Chen's thigh. Inside the warrior guild, Su Chen sat in his office, excitedly looking at a white jade bottle on the table. Inside this white jade bottle was a drop of the blood essence from a Grandmaster-level exotic beast known as Thunder Tiger Blood. As long as he swallowed and absorbed it, his strength would increase tenfold, and there was even a chance to gain a hint of lightning power. This precious blood essence was a reward for completing the 4th stage of his teaching task. After resolving the issues with the Gu brothers, he received a notification for the 3rd stage reward and then rushed back to the warrior guild to confirm Lu Mei's martial arts performance. In the following month, Zhang Xing and the other person skillfully demonstrated Earth-level martial arts one after another. According to Meng Renli, as long as they could skillfully perform it once and record a video to send to her, it would count as completing the task. So he smoothly completed the first internship task, earning 100,000 points of vitality for the 4th stage reward, along with a drop of Grandmaster-level Thunder Tiger Blood. According to the information I found, this Thunder Tiger Blood essence requires at least a 9-star Grandmaster to absorb. It's not the right time yet. Su Chen suppressed the urge to directly consume it and stored it in his spatial watch. After this period of accumulation, his vitality reached 1 million points. Yes, that's 1 million points of vitality. However, each level after the 7-star Grandmaster requires 200,000 points, so his current level was 8-star Grandmaster. If he adds another 100,000 points, reaching 1.1 million points would elevate him to 9-star Grandmaster. 2 million points would officially step into the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmaster level is still far away. My current goal is to reach 9-star Grandmaster and consume this blood essence. As my level increases, the people and things I can encounter become increasingly terrifying. It's still less troublesome to be an ordinary warrior. He sighed, putting away these chaotic emotions. His next goal was singular: to complete the tasks for the Martial Arts Research Organization and strive to become an official member by the time Longdu University opened in 5 months. At that time, he would go to see his mother. Even the Chu family would have no reason or ability to obstruct his freedom. He took a deep breath and opened the computer in front of him. On the desktop were 3 documents, each representing different Earth-level martial arts. These 3 documents contained martial arts he had already analyzed. The creators of these 3 martial arts were scholars from Tianhai City, and Guo Xiao had already contacted them, ready to assist him in completing the tasks at any time. He uploaded these 3 documents and then sent them to the 3 individuals' email addresses.
Mission accomplished. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. If all went well, he would receive confirmation from the 3 individuals in a public setting within 3 days, acknowledging that his analysis was perfect. Mission accomplished. Su Chen smiled and then began on the remaining 3 tasks. He reopened his phone messages to check the remaining tasks as follows. First, participate in the development of secondary heaven-level martial arts and gain the mentor's recognition. Second, independently complete a verification of a top-tier heaven-level martial art, perfectly analyzing the theoretical process of practicing that martial art. Third, propose a martial arts policy recognized by the National Defense Martial Arts Conference. The remaining 3 tasks, based on his system learning ability, only require time for the first 2 tasks. The third task is more challenging, but now he has a wise heart capable of achieving perfect enlightenment on any issue, so it shouldn't be a problem. However, while the task itself isn't difficult, the resources and platform are issues. First, he must participate in 2 sessions of the Tianjia martial arts developed by other mentors. For the third task, he must have the opportunity to attend the Central Martial Arts Conference. So the real challenge lies here, and it is the key issue he needs to resolve at the moment. After a brief hesitation, he called Meng Renli. Soon, the call was connected. Su Chen, how is your second task coming along? I've already thought of some ways to help you here. If you follow my advice, perhaps you can. I've completed the second task. I will apply for verification in a few days. Su Chen interrupted her, speaking earnestly. I am now preparing to tackle the third task, which is to participate in the creation of Tianjia martial arts and gain the mentor's recognition. What? You completed it? In the office, Meng Renli's cheeks flushed. Su Chen has completed another task? It's only been a few days. She was incredibly excited at that moment, not expecting to achieve such good results. Right after being criticized by Minister Lin, this was definitely a sure thing. Indeed, someone who could obtain an A-level task is extraordinary, completing it so easily. She was practically coasting to victory. Yes, it's done, Su Chen nodded. But now I'm facing a new problem, which is that this new task requires participation in the research and development team for Tianjia creation, and we don't have that in Tianhai City. Isn't your organization arranging anything? Well, the Martial Arts Research Institute doesn't arrange that. All tasks have always required interns to complete them on their own, and I can't help you with that, Meng Renli replied. Su Chen felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Although he had already anticipated the outcome, hearing it for real still made him somewhat sad. As expected, since it was an A-level task, it wouldn't be so simple to complete. Just when he was feeling extremely disappointed, Meng Renli spoke again on the other end of the line. But don't worry, my teacher is currently developing Tianjia martial arts, and I'll recommend you to him. However, my teacher is a bit strict, so you might need to show your true abilities. Su Chen's eyes lit up. No problem, I'm confident. After hanging up, Su Chen immediately received a call and a message from Meng Renli's teacher. Now, one issue regarding the creation of Tianjia martial arts had been resolved, and only one remained to completely solve the problem. After a moment of thought, he found Lin Quan's number. As one of the top 10 doctors, the projects he had on hand were beyond imagination. Finding a research and development project for Tianjia martial arts should be quite easy, right? He quickly dialed Lin Quan's number. Su Chen, I really didn't expect you to contact me proactively. I saw the news about you becoming a master in Tianhai City. It's truly surprising. I didn't expect you to achieve so much on the path of martial artists. How have you been lately? Lin Quan was like an enthusiastic teacher, bombarding him with questions in one phone call. Su Chen smiled helplessly. I'm doing okay. I want to participate in a Tianjia martial arts research and development project. Could you help recommend me? Su Chen got straight to the point. He thought the other party would agree readily, but Lin Quan's words made his heart sink. Sigh. It's not that I don't want to help you, but after I was transferred last time, everyone knew the reason for my transfer. If those people hear your name, they definitely won't accept you. I see. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. He had to admit that the Chu family's influence in Longdu was indeed too strong. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry that I, Su Chen, have caused you to be reassigned from the research. One day, I will make it right for you. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Su Chen, you are a thoroughbred, and I, Lin Quan, am willing to be your mentor, but unfortunately, I lack the ability to make you visible to the world. I believe in you, gold will always shine. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen's expression was grave. Lin Quan's path was blocked. Where else could he find such an opportunity? To say it was in another city, did that mean he had to search in a city like Tianhai? Would there be any in Tianhai? Su Chen smiled bitterly. His heart was already filled with helplessness. Yet, he still called Guoxiao with a mindset of giving it a try. He stated his needs, expecting a disappointing answer, but the other party's words instantly lifted his spirits. What? Really? Guoxiao's voice came through the phone. Although we don't have such a research and development project in Tianhai, there is a project in the province recently, organized by scholars from several cities. Our northwest region has never created a heavenly level martial art, and This time the province wants to make it happen. If it succeeds, you will be directly promoted as an advanced personnel in the province, and all major research and development projects and promotions will prioritize you. Of course, that's just part of the benefits. If it really gets developed, the material benefits and privileges in the province go without saying. The more Su Chen listened, the brighter his eyes became. He never expected to encounter such a great opportunity. With your current identity and status, it would be a piece of cake to participate. Do you want to join? Yes, of course. When can we go? We're still confirming personnel, probably in about a week. You can prepare, but Gua Xiao hesitated at this point. What's wrong? Su Chen frowned. It's about the Gu brothers, Gu Wu and Gu Wen. The city they are in is in the same province as us, and the province requires us to compete for a single spot to participate in this research and development. Now that the two brothers are detained here, although we have our reasons, being in such a sensitive situation, we might be inspected due to malicious competition. Once inspected, the timing could be delayed. He didn't continue, but Su Chen understood his meaning. Mayor, are you suggesting temporarily let them go back, suppress this matter so it won't affect your participation? Guo Xiao hesitated to speak. He knew very well that Su Chen was unwilling for such things to happen. Because if Su Chen wasn't there, many exotic beasts might invade the city, and the person sent to check the situation, Xiao Sini, could also meet a tragic end. If it weren't for Su Chen's rationality, he might have directly killed the two brothers. Guo Xiao remained silent, quietly waiting for Su Chen's decision. At this moment, Su Chen was silent in the room, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He knew that to suppress these matters, he had to let Gu Wen and Gu Wu return to their city. Once they returned, it would be difficult to capture them again. The two brothers dared to be so arrogant in Tianhai. They must have the backing of high-level officials from another city. So once they returned, the city would definitely provide them with protection. But to give up this opportunity, this was his one and only chance. If he missed it, he wouldn't know when he could complete the task again. Su Chen found it hard to decide. After a moment of thought, he said seriously, these two brothers absolutely cannot be allowed to go back like this. Let's contact the province directly and let them investigate normally while we compete normally. How about that? What do you mean? Since there is a possibility of being suspected of malicious competition, then I will directly compete with those two brothers in the province, and we can determine our standings in front of the provincial leaders and high officials. No matter the outcome, I will stay in the province with those two for the review. That shouldn't be a problem, but if that's the case, it might affect your reputation in the city. You're devoted to the city, wouldn't that be a bit unfair to you? I don't care. I have never cared about these external voices, just do it this way. He hung up the phone. Su Chen began to prepare for his departure. This was his second time leaving Tianhai City. The last time was to Longdu. The provincial capital is a city called Xinhanshi. It is different from here, although its resources cannot compare to Longdu, it is exceptionally developed. Moreover, the people here focus more on martial arts, so there are several top masters, one of whom, a renowned war god, has already reached the level of a grand master. With the experience of encountering the Chu family in Longdu last time, he knew that being tough was essential when going outside. Therefore, in the coming days, he planned to devour his essence and blood. After resolving the troubles caused by the Gu brothers, his status in the hearts of the citizens skyrocketed. Coupled with the promotion of his theory on enhancing vitality in the city, his vitality had been increasing rapidly lately. It was estimated that within a week he would reach a vitality of 1.1 million and become a 9-star Grand Master. 9-star Grand Master. This would be enough to crush 99% of martial artists in the country. Indeed, according to current reports, the highest realm of martial artists remaining in the city is only that of a Grand Master. Those above the Grand Master level are all outside, resisting the ferocious beasts that have long been lurking at the borders. He slowly stood up and walked out of the room. Late at night, Xinhanshi, in the vast and grand conference hall, a man in a suit sat in a chair, slowly putting down his phone. He was around 30 years old, with short, fiery red hair, and the thousands of chairs in the empty hall were actually trembling. No. More accurately, they were shaking, violently shaking. The man's voice was cold, laced with anger. These two cities are nothing but trouble. What self-justification? The province doesn't need such an obvious nuisance. It seems I must teach these guys a lesson. Early morning, the prison gate for detaining martial artists in the city opened. Relevant personnel brought Gu Wen and Gu Wu out, their faces dark and sullen. In contrast, the expressions of the two brothers were extremely arrogant. I knew it, you Tianhai City has no right to deal with us. Even if we did make a mistake, only the province can issue orders. Gu Wu's arrogance made the personnel responsible for escorting them clench their fists in anger. Just as they stepped out the door, they encountered a bespectacled man in a suit. The man, around 30, exuded an unusual coldness. Seeing the two being escorted out, he immediately erupted in anger. You Tianhai have some nerve daring to detain our researchers from Dizan City. If I don't get a reasonable explanation today, this matter is far from over. The expression of the escorting personnel stiffened, looking extremely awkward. Deputy Mayor Lu, these two are in our Tianhai City. Shut up, Lu. Xia interrupted them. Do you even deserve to talk to me? Get your city leaders here to speak with me, now. He was very angry. As the deputy mayor of Dezhang City, he had been informed that their personnel were detained in Tianhai City. The entire process of coming to pick them up had not seen any leaders from Tianhai City, and they insisted that he handle it personally before they would release them. At this moment he was filled with grievances with nowhere to vent. The tiger doesn't show its power, and they treat him like a sick cat. The two escorting personnel had no official titles, and faced with such a high-ranking leader, they were momentarily at a loss. Seeing that they remained silent, Lu Xia grew even angrier. No one, huh? Alright, you two, unlock their handcuffs right now, and immediately prepare a vehicle for us. We need to leave Tianhai City at once. Leader, this doesn't comply with the rules. The two were in a difficult position. Stop wasting my time here. Lu Shuming flicked his sleeves. If you don't get us in contact within 10 minutes, when the province starts questioning about the detention of our researchers, both of you will be implicated. Hearing this, the two escort personnel became frightened. They exchanged glances, then, with grim expressions, prepared to unlock the special handcuffs. Stop. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. The two turned towards the voice, their faces lighting up with joy. Master Su. Su Chen had arrived at some point, walking over to them and taking the keys, then signaling for the two to leave. Upon seeing Su Chen, Lu Xiao's expression instantly darkened. You are Su Chen? You have some nerve. You must give us an explanation. In Dezhang City today, or else? Or else what? Su Chen interrupted him, his gaze icy. Your people are stirring up trouble in our city, even sabotaging our defenses against the beasts, attempting to incite a beast tide. What's wrong with detaining them? Let me tell you, these two are disgraceful scholars. They are doomed. Su Chen's words were laced with a chilling intent to kill. Lu Xia was momentarily speechless, his face flushed with anger. You're talking nonsense. They are the most promising scholars in our city. They have no motive to do such things. You're spouting nonsense here, and we in Dezhang City will report this to the province. No need to report. Su Chen waved his hand. Did you think I called you here to let you take them away? He smiled coldly. This time we are handing them over to the province for direct approval of their fate. Do you think I brought you here for what? Naturally, to be a bystander. Su Chen's words caused the three present to change their expressions drastically. Gu Wen and Gu Wu were especially incredulous. They couldn't believe Su Chen had escalated the situation to this extent, knowing it was a critical moment for provincial research on Tian-level martial arts. At this time, all the districts in the province were thinking of ways to avoid incidents, yet Su Chen was actively seeking trouble. You have gone mad? Lu Xia said, incredulous. Don't you know this is an important period for provincial research projects? Aren't you afraid Tianhai City will miss the opportunity to participate? That's a matter for Tianhai City. You people from the Tsang Zone must bear the responsibility for such dirty deeds. Su Chen replied indifferently. At this, Lu Xia's expression turned completely grim. Gu Wen and Gu Wu were even more confused and fearful. They never dreamed that Su Chen would disregard the future of Tianhai City just to deal with them. This city was personally protected by Su Chen. In their eyes, he would surely be cautious because of Tianhai City. But they realized they were wrong, and terribly so. This guy was a madman, absolutely not to be provoked. No way. What do you think you are, Su Chen? Just a city guardian without an actual position. Lu Xia's emotions flared up. Your duty is to contribute to the city, to hunt beasts. You have no right to stop me, the vice mayor, from taking people. Release them to me immediately. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted around Su Chen. A gust of wind spread out from Su Chen's center, and the overwhelming force knocked the three people present to the ground. Su Chen looked down at Lu Xia, his eyes filled with disdain. I will personally escort them to the province. You can try to see if you can take them away. Don't think that just because your Dezhang City has no masters, even if there were, I would still ensure they come and go without return. The aura of the 9-star master left the three men pale-faced. Su Chen was right. They had no masters in Dezhang City, so they had no way to deal with Su Chen. This is the significance of having a master in a city. Once a master-level powerhouse appears, the city's status will soar. Even in a city without a master, one can still stand tall and hold the reins of power. You will regret this. We are not done with this matter. Lu Xia, seeing no chance to take Gu Wen and Gu Wu away, spat out a harsh threat and prepared to leave. But the next second, Su Chen appeared beside him, pressing down on his shoulder. Vice Mayor Lu, I believe I made myself very clear just now. This time, I will be handing over the two of them to the province, so the person in charge of Dezhang City must accompany us. Since We are going to the province anyway, why not make it more convenient for everyone?
Su Chen said as he released his grip on Lu Xia's shoulder and continued, the mayor of our city, Guo, has already been informed about your people from Dizang City. Rest assured, with me, a master, here, I can guarantee your safe arrival in the province. Lu Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. He couldn't believe what was about to happen. Su Chen actually dared to forcibly detain him, the vice mayor. Do you dare to detain me? What the vice mayor thinks is irrelevant. I am young and impulsive, and I don't like to explain. Su Chen spoke slowly, waving to a few neatly dressed staff
members who approached with utmost respect. Vice Mayor Lu, please. Lu Xia's face turned ashen, glancing warily at Su Chen before gritting his teeth and following along. He knew very well that this was Tianhai City, Su Chen's territory.
He was unwilling and had no way to leave, let alone go to the province. He had nothing to fear. He was just displeased with Su Chen's actions and attitude, and he would make Su Chen pay for it in the province. It was one thing to selfishly detain researchers from another city, but to dare detain him, the vice mayor. Su Chen led them straight to the airport, and the expressions of the three men were grim throughout the journey. As soon as they arrived at the airport, Lu Xia shouted that he needed to go to the restroom to make a phone call. What, am I a criminal? As a vice mayor, do you think I can just run away? Why can't I make a phone call? The two staff members responsible for watching him were about to speak, but Su Chen nodded in agreement from the side. Vice Mayor Lu, feel free. Lu Xia left with a dark expression and returned about 10 minutes later. He knew Su Chen was a master, and trying to escape under the watchful eyes of a master was simply a fantasy. The group quickly boarded the plane to Zinhanshi at the airport. Su Chen noticed Lu Xia, who wore a smug smile, and frowned slightly. Since he made the phone call at the airport, Lu Xia had been like this, full of pride and confidence. His self-satisfied demeanor made it hard not to suspect the content of the call. However, he quickly pushed this thought aside because no matter what tricks the people from Dizang City played, he was unafraid. With that in mind, he slowly closed his eyes to rest. After all, they had a lot to deal with in Zinhanshi this time. Not only did they need to resolve the relationship with Dizang City and the punishment of the two brothers, but they also had to address the subsequent development of the Tianjia martial arts in the province, which would consume a lot of time and energy. Wasting time and energy on verbal sparring with these guys was completely unnecessary. But just as the plane was about to land, Lu Xia, who had been silent the entire way, suddenly spoke up. Su Chen, I am giving you a chance now, a chance for redemption. As long as you get off the plane and take me and Gu Wen and Gu Wu to our hotel in Dizang City, I will let go of your detaining us. He spoke with confidence, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. Seeing his drastic change in attitude, Su Chen sneered. Without needing to think, he knew this guy must have communicated with someone before getting on the plane. Sorry, those who know me understand that I have a stubborn personality. Once I make a decision, no one can change it. Alright, let's wait and see. Lu Xia also wore a cold smile, looking confident of victory. As the plane began to land, Su Chen was immediately surrounded by a group of people as soon as he got off. The leader was tall, and even in a suit, his muscular build was evident, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Most importantly, the oppressive aura he exuded made it difficult for anyone nearby to breathe. A master. Su Chen squinted slightly, quickly confirming the opponent's level of cultivation. This was an aura that could only be displayed by a master. The man before him was undoubtedly a master, and judging by his demeanor and attire, he was likely from Xinhan City. Brother Shuang. Wow, you personally came to pick me up. The moment Lu Xia saw the man, he revealed a flattering smile and rushed forward. Brother Shuang grinned, showing his white teeth. I was just passing by. Mainly, I heard that the newly promoted master from Tianhai City is quite arrogant, so I was curious to see just how arrogant he is. As he spoke, he slowly extended his palm and said, let me introduce myself. I am the vice president of the Martial Artists Association of Xinhan City, 6-star master Shi Shuang. His hand lingered in the air, and his smile took on a hint of disdain and contempt. He knew Su Chen. After all, he was the newly promoted master in the province, which naturally drew attention. But newcomers were still newcomers. Over the years, he had seen many arrogant newcomers, and in the end, they all ended up calling him Brother Shuang. Feeling Shi Shuang's provocation, Su Chen not only did not get angry but instead revealed a mysterious smile. He slowly extended his hand, grasping the other man's hand with a calm voice. Su Chen, 9-star master. Shi Shuang's smile froze. 9-star master? He widened his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. What? He thought he had misheard and instinctively confirmed. Su Chen, Tian.